For Quinn, two of the biggest obstacles had been dealt with, and it was a lot easier than he had imagined. If he had to fight Chris or Peter before, it wasn't that he never thought he couldn't beat them. Quinn knew his strength well and knew theirs as well. The problem was beating them without accidentally killing them or bringing too much harm to them. For one to do that, they would have to be a level higher than their opponent, be so much stronger and confident that they knew just how much strength to use so that there wasn't any unwanted damage. And in this case, Quinn had done quite well. From far away, a great distance away, there were quite a few people watching Quinn and his performance. "The armor should at least be able to do this much," Mundus said, as he tapped his finger and a smile appeared on his face. "It took a lot of effort to get it in the end, but it seemed like it was worthwhile. With this, I doubt we will have to worry so much about the growing god-slayers from Earth. As long as he does his agent duties once in a while, he will be able to live a happy life. The only concern now is his son. We have to make sure no Celestial ever finds out about that. Otherwise, it could be chaos all over again." Mundus wasn't the only one interested in the outcome of this fight. At the same time, there were another 2 celestial beings that were watching the fight go on from their own space. "Are you jealous?" Bliss asked. "Jealous? Why would I be?" Sarah replied back. "He only managed to subdue them that easily because of the equipment he has. I've never even seen anything like that, and besides, I didn't lose my fight." "Yes, you're right," Bliss replied. "You didn't lose your fight. You just decided to run away. That's a much better way for a god of war to act in a fight." Sarah wanted to snap back and say something, but he decided to just wave his arm as he looked further. He didn't want to get involved in a battle of words with Bliss, and turned his attention to what was going to happen next. Meanwhile, Bliss was taking a look at the armor. She was wondering how such a thing was even made. Once again, when something related to the Talons was concerned, her foresight skill was practically useless. It had never shown her anything like this ever existing. "Let's see how he does." Using the boots, Quinn kicked up in the air, giving him a more aerial view, and with his eyesight, it didn't take him long to find what he was looking for. Running directly forward, in an area where there was nothing but rubble, he had landed around 50 or so yards from Jim. "I should have known that you were behind all this mess," Jim shouted. "These aliens, the beasts, they would have never been able to put up this much of a fight on their own. Why do you have to do this? Why are you trying to get in my way?" In an instant, Quinn had moved from his position and grabbed Jim right by the neck. He was holding on tightly, allowing him only to narrowly breathe, and held him up in the air. "You even try to do anything rash, and I will crush your neck before you can make a move," Quinn said. 2 blood swords were raised, one pointed at the back of Jim, aimed at the heart, and another at the top of his head. One way or another, Quinn was going to finish Jim off. "You are asking me why am I getting in your way?" Quinn shouted back, and a wave of red blood aura erupted, passing through Jim's body and pushing pieces of the building behind in the air and sending them crashing down. "You were the one that created the Dalki in the first place and started this whole war. Even then, after getting rid of your mess, you managed to wriggle your way back in somehow. You then changed everyone's memories, taking my place. But I still chose not to get in your way, to not get involved, but you just had to. You had to make everyone around you suffer, including my friends and me, just to get what you want. What do you even want? Why are you even doing this when your time ended a long time ago?" Quinn started to pour his ki energy directly into Jim, and in doing so, he wanted to suppress all of the energy that was inside his body. But when he did that, there was an energy he could sense, one that he had become quite familiar with. With his other hand, Quinn ripped off the sleeve of his coat, and he could see that there his bare skin filled with crystals. Not just any crystals, but they were all nest crystals. From his senses, he could tell that there was even more in Jim's body. "What have you even done to yourself? Why are you going so far?" Quinn asked. He could tell that Jim was trying to speak, so he loosened his grip a little to hear his words. At one point, this was the man who worked by Vincent's side, and the two of them shared part of the same blood. He also wanted to know the truth because he needed it to make sense. Why Aaron? Why Leo and all the others had to die? "Because I'm trying to take it all back," Jim answered. "I'm sure you've seen it, a power that is beyond our understanding, even these crystals. There are entities out there that have the supreme power to change anything. Being as strong as you are, I'm sure you might even have met them. For us, there is one thing that we vampires can never escape, even if one is immortal, and that is time." Vampires could live a long time, so Quinn wondered if he meant that vampires couldn't escape death. But that wasn't true, because Jim and even the originals were able to live forever, so he couldn't have meant that. For us beings, there is something that never changes no matter how powerful we are, and that is the fact that time passes and moves in a straight line. But I've seen it. I've experienced a glimpse of it with my powers. Time can move freely. It's just, for us, time moves straight. For a second, Quinn started to think about what Jim was saying. These supreme beings, was he referring to the Celestials, or he might even be referring to the Ancient Ones? It was true that they had some control over time, even Quinn did when he was a Celestial. The space where the Celestials went to was said to be created by one of the Ancient Ones, and there, time moved several times slower. There was even Mundus, who could stop time and even speed up time in a certain area. What Jim was saying didn't sound too crazy. There was also the second original's power, to reverse time to a degree on an object or person. If powers like so really did exist, then were the Ancient Ones able to do what Jim was stating? Did one of them have the power to turn everything back? Did it mean he could see the faces of the others again? They do nothing because they don't care about us, but I will find one way to make them care, and when I do, I'll tell them to revert everything back to that day, the day when I made the Dalki. Is that why Jim has no problems doing the things he does? Sacrificing the lives of the vampires? Killing the innocents? All because he thinks he can turn it all back? Quinn gripped Jim's throat tighter once more. You are not different from them, Quinn shouted. You are seeing these lives as nothing. The pain and experiences they are going through are real. All of the suffering you are putting them through is just as real. Even if you turn things back, the suffering they have experienced is still there. And what if you're wrong? What if you can't change anything after doing all this? You took a chance and ruined so many lives just so you could have a chance at repeating your life, fixing a mistake that you made. Even if you could change it, it doesn't change what has already happened, and you and I will always remember. I can't let this continue. I can't let this madness be the cause of the suffering of so many people. Goodbye, Jim. The blood sword, pointed at his back, went right through his chest, piercing through to the other side, covered in even more blood. The battlefield in front of the tower was still an intense one. Gio was still looking after the Amra. He would use his strong legs and jump from one side of the battlefield to the other, and using the momentum, he skidded across the floor while throwing his arm out, hitting the vampires right in the face. His strong hits could take out most of the vampires in one blow. Thank you, sir, the Amra thanked him. Gio looked the Amra up and down. Parts of his flesh had completely been cut off. He wasn't in a good state. You should fall back. Let the beast do most of the work. I know you want to help your people, but you have already done a lot, Gio answered. I could say the same for you, sir. As long as you are out here, I will continue to fight as well. It was an expected response from the stubborn Amra. Fine, but then let's focus on helping our Amra friends, and then we will rest together. Thanks to the demon-tier shadow beasts, Gio himself no longer had to deal with the troublesome vampires, and the originals were fighting against each other. This gave him the perfect chance to save as many of the Amra race as he possibly could. His fellow soldier was right, though. He was incredibly tired. He had been fighting a lot, and had been in tough fight after fight. His arms were no longer even glowing with celestial energy. Scouting the battlefield, Gio started to look for the other Amra, and that's when he saw the large owl-like beast land directly in front of him. Dust was blown from all sides before its feet hit the floor. On top of the beast's neck, though, there were 3 people. Jumping down was Dober, as well as the 2 vampires that had helped the Amra for a while now, Jok and Ronik. These boys, they bring a message for us, Dober stated. It's not exactly from us, Ronik replied. The beast. It's telling us that everyone should head back into the tower as soon as possible. The beasts will continue to fight and cover us while everyone is to head inside. Gio thought it was a strange request for them to make. The fight wasn't over. Sure, the tides were turning, but the vampires were getting used to fighting beasts and were utilizing their teamwork as well. You have to remember that an order from the beasts means that it was most likely one that came from Quinn, Jok mentioned. If he wants us to go to the tower, I would say that it's because he believes that it's the safest place for us, Dober commented. The tower was safe because it practically was a space that existed not on this planet. At the same time, the tower was protected from external attacks to a degree, but even if it was destroyed and they were all inside,
It meant they would all be safe, and it was why the other Amra were currently inside of it as well.
If he wants us to head back in the tower, it must mean Quinn is either afraid that we will lose the war, or that everyone is going to get swept up in something big.
Nodding, Geo agreed, and they all split up to give the order to the rest of the Amra that were still fighting, telling them all to head to the tower. They tried their best not to shout it, as they didn't want the other side to get wind of what was happening. Bit by bit, the Amra were heading into the tower, and it was no time to be a brave soldier, as Geo stated even he would be going into the tower soon. "Hurry up! Get in there fast, and head to the 25th floor. That's where the rest of the Amra are staying." The Amra that were still in somewhat good condition stayed outside while leading the others to the tower. The reason why it was so important for them to state which floor for them to head to was in case the tower was destroyed. If the tower was destroyed, then so would its mechanism, and if that happened, the Amra would be on different planets and spread out in different areas. Luckily, most of the Amra had made it into the tower, and only now were the vampires noticing the lack of aliens, as they were too busy fighting against the beasts. At that moment, a large beam of energy could be felt. Everyone had stopped fighting. Looking up at the sky, they could see a pulse of energy pushing all of the clouds out of the way. Following right after, a sharp red laser was shot out and hit the ground. Right where the red laser had hit, a giant explosion occurred. It looked to just be a pure form of energy, like a nuclear blast. The wind had hit them all first, and now the energy blast was following. "Get in the tower now!" Geo shouted to them all. He could see Amra that were far off in the distance. Jumping from where he was, he reached out and grabbed two of them and quickly jumped back. Even the vampire leaders were stunned and unsure about what to do as they saw this big, large amount of energy coming towards them. The blood sword had cleanly stabbed right through Jim's heart. It was covered with real blood and not just blood aura. The life from Jim's eyes had gone. His head flopped downward, and there was no sign of a heartbeat. "I won't make the same mistake that I made last time," Quinn said. "I know you still have clones of yourself out there. I know what you're like now. You probably have backup upon backup of yourself spread out. Maybe even on planets that I don't even know about. But I'm going to make sure to head to every single facility you have made and destroy everything. You made sure that everyone forgot about me. Well, I'm going to erase every single trace of you ever existing in this universe. Any mention of your name in books, places that you had been, or things you took part in, I'm going to get rid of it all, so you can never come back again, and I'm going to start with you." Quinn meant what he said, and even though he knew the Jim in front of him was dead, he wanted to get rid of every part of his body. "He's here!" Quinn looked up and could sense the energy coming towards him. He had no choice but to let go of Jim's body as he jumped back and crossed his arms. When he did, the shadow naturally came around his front. A huge explosion followed, shaking the entire ground, disintegrating part of it as well as all of the buildings around them. In the end, Quinn went into his shadow space, and a short while later he came back out. He could see the person he had been worrying about this whole time. He stood there, looking part Dalki and part human, more human than the last time he had seen him, covered in his red dragon scale-like armor. "I knew we would meet each other again," Ray said with a smile, "and it looks like you got an upgrade since the last time I saw you." "I could say the same to you." Sarah and Bliss both had sweat beads running down the sides of their face when they saw the person who had arrived. Both of them knew Ray from the past and present. "Who do you think is going to win?" Sarah asked. "You know how powerful Ray is," Bliss replied, "but he gave up nearly all of his strength and power a long time ago for the sake of everyone else." "So you're telling me this is a weaker version of Ray? If that's the case, I'm not buying it," Sarah replied. "You might be right," Bliss replied. "Right now he is using the body of a demon-tier beast, although more accurately, of a god-slayer-level beast. Ray's soul was already powerful, and added to that body, he became incredibly strong. But then, he had to come across the dormant infinite celestial," Bliss explained. "He took its power and added it to his own. With that, he practically has the same amount of energy as he did in the past. The problem was, the body he was in, it wasn't as strong as his old body, which was why Ray was going around searching for nest crystals to improve his own body. He was getting even stronger, closer to what he once was, and finally, he managed to get the dragon armor from Edvard that was made from his own body. With the armor,
It empowers his current body up to the point it was like his dragon one. If you were to ask me, out of Quinn or Ray of the past, 9 times out of 10, I would have told you Ray would win. Although this isn't the old Ray, he's pretty close to what he was in the past."
Sarah was silent for a moment as he picked up on something Bliss said.
9 times out of 10, huh? I guess that means Quinn still has a shot.
It was the grand conquest of the Marpo cruise with the leaders, Jack and Jim. So far they had been taking turns as to which one was the main attacker when it came to attacking different races. They never had much trouble doing things this way. There were times when the opponent was a little tough, but they always had forces that were bigger and stronger than the other. Yet for the first time, both were having major trouble. Jack had yet to receive any updates from Jim about what was happening, and even if a request for help was sent out, there was no way for him to really help the other in the first place. That was because Jack had a lot of trouble himself. The androids had destroyed many parts of the Marpo cruise. The strong Dalki were struggling against their opponent, and in the end, he had to use his trump card, H, and the 6-spiked Dalki. But he had confidence in them that they would be able to get the job done, even if Pine couldn't. The Dalki known as H and the 2 6-spiked Dalki had landed in the market square. The fighting had virtually stopped all around, but those that were fighting the 5 spikes just moments ago were still close by at the edge of the market. Nearly all of them knew of the being called H. Russ and Layla had seen the visualization of the battle against Syl. Logan, Vicky, and Jake had heard and seen him act a few times here and there, so they had plenty of information on him. As for the Blades, Shiro, and the others, they were there during the battle as well. Seeing H standing there caused all of them to freeze. It had already taken a lot out of them all. Nearly all of them had pushed themselves to the limit just to defeat the 5 spikes as well as Pine, and now they had H. However, what were they to do? If they tried to run away, there was nowhere to go, and surely he could catch them all, other than Stark, who wasn't there. Could they try to talk and beg for their life? That would have been foolish. This was war, and they had already killed Pine. All of this meant they only had one choice. They had to fight, knowing full well that there was a high chance of dying. No, that they would die. Which was why Wince had made the first move. She had ultimately released this before everyone else, and if she could get a hit in to damage H in any way possible, then maybe it would give them a chance to survive, or maybe at least the others could have a chance. However, the results were devastating. The trident used in the attack had been grabbed and was hurled right back at Wince, creating a large hole in her stomach. Cyril, her dear sister by her side, could see no life in her eyes. "No, no, what are the Memorials meant to do now? What are they meant to do without you? Who is meant to lead them? Me? That won't work. That can't work. You can't be dead," Cyril cried. "Don't worry, you can join her," H said. One moment he was in the center of the marketplace, the next as if he had teleported and he was right next to Cyril, with his hand raised above her head. Only H's hand didn't look regular. It had a sharp edge. His entire hand looked like a giant sword, and that was because he was using the transformation ability. The transformed hand, although looking like a sword, had the Dalki outer skin and hard scales. Swinging it down, Cyril could see the attack. With her half-vampire self, she tried to move out of the way, using the blood water to push her, the power of her own leg, but it was far too slow. The bladed Dalki hand went right through the center of her body, and the two halves split apart. Right in front of their eyes, they had all witnessed it. Another one of the pillars of the group had been eliminated in front of their eyes, and with such ease as well. "We can't beat him," Shiro said. "He's stronger than last time," Vorden added, speaking in the mind. "He has more spikes than before. He has 10 spikes on his back." From the tail running up, there were spikes all along. Then on H's shoulder, 2 spikes could be seen sticking out, even larger than that of the ones running on his back. Never had they ever witnessed a 10-spiked Dalki before. When they met on the ship, they hadn't seen his back apart from when he was chasing Stark, and he had done so too fast in the first place. Now they could count the number of spikes easily. The problem was, not only would going up against a 10-spike be difficult in the first place for all of them, or near enough impossible, this was not an ordinary 10-spike. This was infused with parts of the Blade family and had remnants of Hilston's DNA. One of the fiercest and cruelest blades to ever live. Then, he also had multiple abilities running through his body.
All of these things were stacking up, even if they hadn't gone against Pine and the 5 spikes from before. They felt like they would have stood no chance. We were idiots, Shiro clenched his fist, to think that we could rescue Syl from them. We trained so hard, thinking that all that hard work would have enabled us to do something, but we would have never been able to rescue Syl. What are you talking about? Vorden shouted in Shiro's head. We did rescue Syl, and we were all there, so the hard work was not in vain.
Does any of that really matter? Rayton said. At the end of the day, no matter what we cry about, we need to fight this bastard and somehow live. In other areas of the marketplace, there were those that were contemplating what to do. We have to get out of here. If they found out we helped Logan, we could be done for as well, the humans shouted, already running away.
I think that's our cue to get out of here as well,
Vicky said, putting Logan on her shoulder. What are you doing? Logan said. Didn't you want to take revenge? That person is made up of your family. When we found out, you said you would do everything in your power to take him out.
They are already dead, Vicky replied. But you, Logan, you are still alive. Right now I care about those that are still alive a lot more than the dead. I already nearly lost you. I'm not going to lose you.
Then what about Jake? Logan replied. He is still down there, and it looks like he's ready to fight. Meanwhile, there was one more group of people arguing with each other. We have to go, Russ stated. We can't face that person. I was in charge of protecting you and your family, so I'm telling you now we have to leave.
If we leave now, then that means everyone on this planet dies. Everything will have been lost,
Layla argued back. And how are we going to beat a guy like that in the first place? Russ shouted back.
You beat Pine, didn't you? You were strong enough to beat him, so you can do the same again.
I can't, Russ replied. I've already used up nearly all of my powers. Let's just get out of here. Minnie, you want to protect your mom and uncle, right? Then shadow us away, or shadow us to Quinn or something. You can do that, right? In the middle of their arguing, H had returned to the center of the marketplace. He placed both of his hands together, and his fingertips started to cover in frost. In the center of his hand, a large ice ball was being made. Let's get rid of everyone in one go, H declared. Even the 2 6 spikes next to H didn't like the sound of that. No one was quite sure what H was doing as the misty energy gathered in his hands, but soon there was a chill in the air that could be felt by all. Some thought about going in and stopping H. It was clear he was charging up a big attack, yet no one moved. They were worn out from fighting already, and if they did go in, wouldn't it just be speeding up their death?
My sword! I can stop it with my sword, Layla said, as she got up and picked it up off the ground.
Russ had thrown it to her after he was done with it. Although he did want to keep it to himself, he didn't like the feeling he had before. It almost felt like he wasn't the one in control. As Layla went to walk forward, Russ quickly turned around and kicked her in the stomach, sending her right back down to the floor. What do you think you're doing? Russ asked. You can hardly move. Going outside would be suicidal. Layla was holding her stomach. In some ways, Russ was right, because she couldn't even see his kick. So even with the sword, how would she even touch a 10-spiked Dalki?
How are you even able to hit me?
Layla asked. Because of the thing your husband left inside my head. It's to protect you no matter what, and the best thing to do is not get involved at all, Russ claimed. The large ice ball had finished being made from H's hand. It was the size of H's own chest, and when letting it go, the ice ball hit one of the 6-spiked Dalki by his side. Its whole body froze up in an instant. From head to toe, there was now a statue of a 6-spiked Dalki. The other one, seeing this, tried to run away, but the ice ball made by H after hitting one 6-spike went straight to its closest target, the other 6-spiked Dalki. It jumped, but wasn't quick enough, as the ball touched its back. It froze in place partly in the air, and then fell to the ground, smashing into tiny pieces. It was clear that the Dalki was dead. If that ice ball completely froze the strong 6-spike like that, if it hits any of us, we're done for, Shiro said. Everyone, run away! Shiro quickly switched to Rayton, the most athletic out of the lot. In doing so, he ran past the other blades and quickly scaled the building with his bare hands. When he turned around, he could see that the large ice ball had gone towards the other blades. The ice ball was rapid in movement, hitting one person, going from that person to the next, and freezing them all on the spot. Some tried to attack the ice ball with their powers, using flames, water, and other abilities to push it away, but they were unable to do anything as it hit them one by one.
"We have to help them," Vorden claimed. "We can't just stay up here and watch them all die." "How can we help them? We don't have the power to help them," Rayton claimed. On top of that, H was moving as well. It wasn't very fast. He had a large smile on his face as he entered the field of frozen blades. He was walking slowly to each person and slapping them with his large hands. Each time he did, the ice sculptures would break into multiple pieces. For Shiro, watching from above, he had bitten his lip so hard, blood was trickling down his face. "I really can't do anything but just stay up here while watching him kill everyone we know, everything we have built up one by one." Shiro fell to his knees, clenching both hands. Every single one of the blades that had helped out in the fight, that was there for the war and had survived the original attack by Jack, had now been frozen. Shiro was now the only survivor left from the blade group. The ice ball, having traveled through all of the blades, was now heading right for Jake Green. "If it's ice, then the best thing to do will be to melt it." Jake had been gathering up his own ball of power. Using his powers of fire and earth together, he could create hot molten lava. At the right time, he thrust his two hands forward, and the lava spewed out toward the ice ball. It continued to hit it, producing masses of steam in the air, and it looked like the ice ball was getting smaller as well, but it wasn't enough for the ice ball to completely disappear. "That's fine. I have plenty of things I can still do," Jake thought. He was ready to go to the next part of his plan, but the fact that his ice ball had been affected caused H to look his way. He had caught the attention of H. There were still around 10 more frozen blades for him to go through. "It might be best to get rid of that one first," H thought. There was another person that noticed this, the look in H's eyes, which was why, right from behind Jake, a person had appeared. They grabbed his waist, and the two of them disappeared again. The magma stopped, and Jake was nowhere to be seen. "What the— Mom, what did you do that for?" Jake asked. Having gathered back a small bit of her power, Vicky had teleported down to Jake, grabbed onto him, and teleported him back to where Logan and she were. They had moved from the rooftop to inside one of the buildings, still watching the scene from afar. "You stood out too much," Vicky stated. "I know you're strong. I know you want to help, but the second that thing laid eyes on you, I saw your life vanish before my eyes. I saw everything go just like that." Vicky was finding it hard to keep in the tears, and Jake, noticing this, didn't want to shout back. "Mom, but if I don't stop him, if no one stops him, then who can? I was the one that came out the least injured and with the most energy. The other aliens aren't strong enough, and everyone else is too tired." Looking out the window, the ice ball had caught their eye. Although smaller than it was before, one could tell it still had devastating power, and now it was heading right for the house where Layla, Russ, and Minnie currently were. "Maybe I can block this with the shadow," Russ said as a shadow appeared in front of them, but disappeared in an instant. Parts of shadow were just seen flickering, but nothing else. Russ had truly used up all of his MC cells. "This is why we should have run when we had the chance," Russ complained, and that's when Minnie went ahead and stood in front of both of them. "Minnie, what are you doing? Just hide in your shadow space. Get out of here," Layla shouted. Russ thought for a second. Maybe Minnie could use her shadow to block the attack, but if the attack was too strong, it wouldn't work out, and that was just stopping them from one attack, not getting rid of the problem, H. "Don't worry, Mom," Minnie said as she reached out her hand, and the ring with the green gem on it started to glow. "I'll protect us. I will get rid of the bad man." The ring lit up, and suddenly the whole ice ball just disappeared, just like that. It had been removed. Everyone was stunned and didn't know what happened, including Layla. This was because when Minnie had fought against Mundus in the past, using the power of the God Slayer ring, both she and Russ were frozen in time. They had no idea the extent of what Minnie could do, and neither did H. "This time, I'm going to use the ring right." One moment, the large ice ball was hurtling toward them. It was impossible to stop, as many different types of attacks and abilities were used against it. Even one of the strongest humans in existence, Jake Green, had used a lava attack, and the ice ball still remained. Yet somehow, Minnie was able to get rid of the attack. What was strange for those looking at the situation, though, was that there was no trace of the attack at all. The ice ball hadn't crashed into the ground. They didn't see it clash against any type of energy. Instead, it completely disappeared. "Minnie, What did she do?
Layla raised an eyebrow and noticed the ring on her hand. She hadn't seen it before. It was an item that had been kept in her shadow space. It was very important to her, since it was given to her by her father, and it was why she would only bring it out in a situation like this. It turns out that there are far more difficult ones than I originally thought, but it doesn't matter. There are many things I can do, H said, as his hand started to spiral with lightning. The attack went straight out from his hand, and the blue lightning bolt was going toward the small little vampire, but showing no fear, she lifted her hand up again, and with the ring lighting up, the attack had completely disappeared. The same thing happened, and there was no trace of the attack at all. Now, Minnie herself had transformed, and she was in her celestial form. Using her large claws, she was charging up a blood aura attack. She threw it out, and a large celestial blood claw attack came out. It looked like a normal blood swipe, only with more condensed energy, and it had the power of celestial energy as well. Seeing this, H was not afraid. As a 10-spiked alky, he had incredible physical capabilities, including that of speed. So much so, before coming down, he had decided to not take a speed-based ability. Looking at the attack, he was ready to move out of the way and attack Minnie directly. That was until the attack was suddenly right in front of him. The red aura hit his face and scratched against his hard outer body. Small ripples of red power exploded as the attack managed to hit. However, the attack had barely managed to singe H, and instead, he just had a look of annoyance on his face. Fine, let's see how your strange power exactly works. H stomped on the ground, and the whole floor was instantly covered in ice. Russ picked up Layla and rushed to the upper floors. The ice hit the building and was slowly climbing up, but it soon stopped, as H had done what he needed to do. Minnie, avoiding the attack, had jumped up in the air. She couldn't stay in the air forever and would eventually have to land back down in the attack. As for H, unlike Jake, he was unable to use two abilities at the same time. As he stopped putting power into the ice, he started to put power into his lightning strike again and threw out, this time, 2 lightning bolts toward her. Minnie quickly moved her hand with the ring, one lightning bolt disappearing and then the other. When she landed back down on the ice, she was completely fine, as her feet were covered in shadow, stopping the attack from affecting her. This little one is full of tricks, H said to himself. For now, neither H nor Minnie were going full out against each other. After the first few sets of attacks not working, it was almost as if the two of them were testing each other out. It was incredibly intense for everyone watching, as they were waiting for the next one to make their move. So far, though, against all odds of everything they had seen, Minnie was holding her ground. I haven't completely figured it out yet, but I'm getting close, H thought. She didn't bother to do whatever she had been doing so far against the ice attack. There has to be a reason. Maybe she was unable to block the ice attack. Then, when making my lightning attack disappear, she was only able to make one attack disappear at a time. Does this have something to do with her attacks as well? In the middle of his thoughts, Minnie had stored up power in both of her claws again and threw her attacks out. Just like last time, though, they had just left her fingertips, and as they did, they were suddenly right in front of H's face. This time, he was ready, and emitting a large amount of energy from his body, a slightly yellow aura came out and dispelled the red energy. I can't believe it! That 10-spike even knows Ki. What are we meant to do? Layla said. She didn't like the fact her daughter was out there fighting, but she was the only one who was able to go against him so far, and she knew it was because of the Godslayer item that had been gifted to her. It happened again, H thought. The attack didn't suddenly get faster. It was almost as if the attack teleported. Either way, there's no need for me to figure out how she's doing her attacks. What I need to figure out is a way to counter them. If her far attacks can suddenly get close, then this might as well be a close-quarters fight. H stomped his foot on the ground again, and a spike of ice rose up from the icy floor right below Minnie. She moved quickly, with the tip of the spike scratching her red celestial skin. It wasn't strong enough to do damage, and part of it frosted for a bit before the power eventually evaporated. Spikes of ice started to come up, chasing Minnie all over the place. But if there was one thing she was confident in, it was her speed. She continued to run across the ice, zigzagging from one side to the other to dodge the spikes. Then, jumping up, she lifted both feet and pushed off the ice pillar, heading straight toward H. and just like with the attacks, one moment she had pushed off the ice, and the next she was directly in front of H. With a bloody, clawed, celestial-powered strike, she swiped right at H, making a fist as hard as she could. Her claws were unable to pierce against the hard scaled skin of H, but it had caused his head to move slightly. In retaliation, with his fast reflexes, H swung his arm out, which transformed once again into that of a blade, ready to slice Minnie in half. But the attack had hit nothing but air. From the movement of H's hand, the sheer power emitted from the strike was large and powerful, cutting right through the ice, going through the buildings off in the distance, and continuing on, cutting everything that got in its path. Minnie had regained distance between the two again and was standing right next to the large strike in the ice. Her heart was beating fast, because she knew if she had been hit by that, she would have been killed in an instant.
I got a hit. I managed to get a hit. But if I get hit once, I die.
This thought was running through her head, and she was starting to feel immense pressure.
I want to run away. I want to call Dad for help. I want Mommy to fight instead. All of this is really scary, but I promised Dad that I can do this. I can do this,
Minnie said, looking back at the large strike mark that went on further than she could see through the city. When Quinn had originally made the God Slayer ring, he believed it was one of the most powerful items in existence, because it essentially allowed the user the ability of space. This wasn't even an ability that was known, or that anyone had, at least that he knew of. Right now, with the power of space, what Minnie had been doing during the fight was space deletion. With the power of the ring, she could delete an area of space. This was how she was able to get rid of the ice ball, as well as the lightning attacks toward her. It was a great defensive move and could stop practically any attack, being even more effective than the shadow. On top of that, there were other applications for using space deletion, and Minnie had utilized them in the fight as well. One of them was with her attacks. When attacking, she could delete the space between her and her opponent, causing her attack to jump, which was why H felt like her attack was teleporting. The deletion of space could only be used on the space itself, as well as forms of energy and not on life forms, which was why she was unable to just delete H out of existence, but there was something she could do. When moving, she could also delete the space in front of her, and in doing so, just like her attacks, she herself would also jump. Allowing her to somewhat teleport was how she was able to pull off the attack and avoid the strike back. But there was one issue. She was deleting space and not actually teleporting. There was quite a difference between the two. If Minnie was standing directly in front of H, then she couldn't suddenly appear behind him. This was because she could only delete the space between her and H, whereas if one had a teleporting ability, they could go anywhere they wished. The ring had more application than that, but with this one simple skill, she was causing trouble for H. Once again, Minnie ran forward from her position. She could see the lightning gathering around H's body. Out of frustration, it looked like he was going to do a large area attack that shocked everywhere.
This type of attack will still hit me because I can only delete things in front of my right hand,
Minnie thought. The lightning went out from H's body in all directions. No matter what was in the square, they were going to get hit. The lightning had touched the very edge, and those that were too close, watching, had been zapped, losing their life in an instant. The lightning had struck with such a large amount of force that it almost looked like they had been cremated. There was nothing left but ash. The attack had lit up the whole area for a few seconds. No one could move. Otherwise, they would have been dead. Eventually, it stopped. On the field, many expected to see a small burnt body, but there was nothing. Until a portal of shadow opened, and Minnie popped out of it.
I have more than just the ring's power. I have the shadow as well.
Immediately, Minnie deleted the distance between the two, and she was there again. She attacked the shoulder multiple times. Rather than using the blood swipes, she had a pure aura around her fingertips. H swung his arm, but she had moved far away again. Then, quickly teleporting to the side, she moved several times before quickly moving and attacking the same shoulder again. Still, despite attacking the shoulder again, her claws were struggling to make a single mark on H.
At this rate, she's going to lose, Jake said from the sidelines. At the moment, sure, she's fast enough to avoid the attacks from H, but it's not like he's slow. If it was anyone else out there, they would have been hit in seconds.
She's hitting H multiple times, but her attacks are doing next to nothing. If her attacks can do no harm, then at some point or another, her power is going to run out, and when it does, it's not going to be a pretty sight." Logan was also observing everything that was going on. They were watching Minnie fast in action. It was a game of cat and mouse, and with each attack of H's, everyone had to be careful. The whole city was getting crushed with every single movement of his hand. The wind pressure alone was sending off blasts that were just as strong as bombs. Nearly all of the buildings had already crumbled in the area, and they were now hiding behind fallen debris. The area the two of them were fighting was growing and growing, as the debris on the edge of the market square was getting pushed back from the wind of H's attacks. This continued for a while, and there was eventually not a single building left standing in the area. The city was nothing but large piles and mounds of rubble. The onlookers had to be clever in their use of the rubble to protect themselves from the attacks ahead. "What is she doing?" Russ clenched his fist angrily. "She's just doing the same thing again and again, expecting the same result." Many thought this was a desperate struggle, but to one person, it didn't look like that. "That little girl, I think you should give her more credit," Logan said. "I think she has a bigger plan than any of us realize." Moving again, Minnie could see the shoulder, the same place she had been attacking this entire time. Her clawed hand went out, and when it touched the skin of H, this time it pierced the damaged scales and went in, creating a small cut across H's shoulder, and for the first time, drawing blood. "Ha ha ha ha! This is the result of your hard effort," H laughed. "This is nothing." "I know," Minnie said, deleting the space and teleporting right to the same cut again. Rather than using her red claw mark, this time she placed her ring on it instead. "But this will do something." Minnie could not only delete space, but also create space as well, and now that there was a small cut in H's arm, it meant there was a small space between the skin where space could be created. As the space in between got bigger, so did the cut on H's arm. The space that was created was so sudden and powerful, H's arm had been ripped off from his body and was now lying there on the floor. Everyone watching, who had seen the little vampire's efforts, had their mouths left hanging open. A being that couldn't even be scratched had just lost an arm, green blood pouring out from the wound. "This is just the start," Minnie said, huffing and panting. H was silent for a moment. He didn't say anything, but the bleeding on his arm suddenly stopped. Then, the flesh around the wound started to bulge until an arm sprouted right out from the wound. It was another Dalki arm, and it looked as good as new. "Will you look at that? Even the small scar you put there is healed," H laughed. "The power of regeneration is a handy one. Now, after seeing all your efforts go down the drain, what will you do next? And let me tell you, you're right. This is just the—" Cut off short, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky. It wasn't a normal bolt of lightning, as it was as thick as a house. It spiraled down, landing right where H was. The flash was so large and bright, many had to turn to look away. When the lightning finally faded, they could see a frail man standing on top of H. "I'll get rid of you this time," Syl said. The figure had crashed down in the center of the market square, or at least what was originally the market square. It was already unrecognizable compared to the way it was before. Then, when the lightning bolt had come crashing down as if someone had angered the gods from up above, the ground in the whole area lifted up for a moment as sparks were sent out of all of the cracks. Unlike the sparks of lightning that had come out from H, though, these sparks just had a tingling sensation when they touched the onlookers who were looking in the area. Still, many of them had been knocked off their feet from the lightning strike. When they eventually came around to look in the center of the market square, they could see a man standing there, blond with long hair that almost looked as if it was falling out in certain areas. Did that strike come from him? But how is that possible, and who is he? Not many of the onlookers, even on Jack's side, actually knew about Syl. He was, after all, someone who had left the planet a long time ago, but it wasn't just them that were unable to recognize Syl, because it was hard for the others as well. He was a mere shadow of his former self. His wrists were so thin, his clothes were baggy on him, and they almost looked heavy on him, as if he was struggling to stand. His cheeks were sunken into his face. They had seen the state of Syl before, but seeing him awake for some reason felt worse. This was the person that we had been waiting for and relying on this whole time, Shiro said. His eyes were watering up and running down his face. I feel so ashamed. Someone like this right now should be resting. He should be in a hospital, but he has come. He answered our call because he wished to protect us. Underneath his feet, Syl could feel someone moving. A large ice shard rose from below, but teleporting away, Syl was able to avoid the attack and was now by Minnie's side. You have done very well fighting him so far, Syl said. I saw what you did from above. You can leave the rest to your uncle. Even though Syl said this with confidence, even Minnie wasn't so sure about his words, based on looking at him. In fact, Syl had taken the teleport ability because he knew that using super speed, with the way his body was now, would be a disaster. Crashing through the ice, H was seen in the air for a few moments before landing on the ground, and his eyes laid on Syl. I see. So you have decided to go against me once again, H stated. Didn't you learn your lesson last time? In fact, you were lucky to have even come back alive. You won't be so lucky again. I'm sure Jack won't care what I do to you this time. Syl started to gather lightning in his hands. It was in some type of strange ring that went over his forearm, going all the way up to his shoulder, and he got in a fighting stance of all things. I will use all of my power this time. I can tell. I can see that all of those that I protected, in the end, still ended up perishing. The right thing to do back then was just to get rid of you no matter what, and then none of this would have happened. Up above, there was a ship that was already riding away from the planet, and on the ship was none other than Stark. Good luck, my friend. I hope you can do your very best to beat him, but just in case there is something that I need to do as well, Stark said. The ship in question was heading back to the large Marpo cruise, where Jack was currently present. After finding Syl, the two of them wasted no time traveling by ship to join the others. There was a part of Syl that wished to use his powers to teleport to the planet. It would have been quicker than traveling by ship, yet he had chosen not to. This was because to travel from one planet to the other, since it was a great distance, would use quite a bit of his MC cells, and based on the flight with H last time, he felt like he would need all of the MC cells he could get, especially since his body wasn't in the best condition. He could gather ki, but not as much as before, and his body still felt sluggish, but he needed to act. He had a feeling that H would be there, and he was right. During the journey with Stark, Syl and him had talked, and he had explained all of his worries. This brought back a memory for the Pensui Star about what he had overheard the others talking about. I'm sure that Syl will be able to overcome the monster known as H. I could tell he is a powerful one, Stark thought. But this war is more than just one overcoming their worries or seeking vengeance. It is one that we have to win at all costs, which is why, if I can get to Jack and get him to take H's powers away, we can win this fight. There was a lot of attention on the fight below, and a lot of damage had been done to the Marpo cruise from the androids, so much so that Stark had next to no trouble at all getting onto the ship. He soon found a large hole in one of the sides, and put on a space helmet. After that, he floated his way to one of the doors, going to the control panel. It looked like the emergency door had sealed the area to stop the pressure change within the ship. This is nothing that I can't solve, Stark thought. As he pushed his legs in the air with such power and the power of the beast armor, it allowed him to propel himself forward, and he crashed right through the doors, creating a hole. Almost immediately after he had gone through to the other side, there was some type of emergency patch measure from the ship as small robots came along and sealed the hole that had just been made. After that, Stark was finally able to take the helmet off. With all the fighting below, there shouldn't be much on board that is difficult to deal with. But will Jack have some guards by his side? And what about him? Is he strong himself? Stark wondered. The ship was large, and Stark had no clue where to go, but by not using Nitro Accelerate and just running through the place, he was trying to cover as much space as he could. There were times when he would see others on board and hide. Then, when they turned their head or looked away, he would move to the next part. This is getting me nowhere, Stark said. I don't have time to mess around. Soon, he saw someone who looked like an engineer, a human that was repairing part of the ship, trying to fix something that the androids had destroyed. Seeing this as his moment, he ran and grabbed the human. It was in one swift movement. The two continued to run down the hallway until Stark propped him upright against the wall with his forearm against his neck. Tell me, where's the one known as Jack, and who is with him?
Stark shouted, and pushed forcefully against his throat. Easing off the pressure, the human could breathe slightly, and the fear in his eyes showed that he was going to answer. Jack, he's most likely in his own separate command room. He likes to watch the videos of what's going on below. As for who is with him, I'm not sure. Sometimes he's alone, sometimes he's not, the human answered. Tell me what direction to go in. If you do, I'll let you live, Stark stated. The man pointed and explained a little of what the room would look like. Please let me go, the man begged. Stark, with his sharpened hand, thrust it forward right through the human's head, killing him in one go. I'm sorry, I made your death as painless as possible. If I were to let you live and you inform someone, there's a chance that I would get caught, and if that were to happen, then everything would be all over. I had no choice in the current situation, Stark said, as he was ready to head to Jack. There was only so much time until he would find the dead body. Syl stood opposite H, a good distance away, with the lightning rings around his arms. He was getting ready and waited for H to get restless, and that's exactly what he did. I'll pay you right back for what you did to me, and personally. H didn't run forward. Instead, he jumped from his position and was high up in the air, exactly like that of the Amra when moving positions. Seeing this, Syl aimed both of his arms right at H. Syl's arms started to light up with lightning powers, and lightning was passing through the rings until reaching his fingertips. Then, a surge of power exploded from his hands, and two of the rings, one from each hand, left. It moved as fast as a regular lightning bolt and smashed into H's stomach right in the center. As it hit, the lightning exploded from his body in all directions in the air, creating even a ring of lightning behind H. The Dalki's body had jolted, something that hadn't happened with the attacks with Minnie. It was a mistake staying in the air like that, Syl shouted, as he continued to fire out the remaining rings of lightning. Each one hit H cleanly, and each one responded with a large bang every time. As the rings hit him and the damage built up, blood could be seen, spilling slightly from the corner of the Dalki's mouth, but a smile still remained. You should at least be able to do this much. Powering through, H's arms had transformed into that of a hammer, and he swung it down, ready to smash it on top of Syl's head. However, Syl had appeared right behind H, teleporting away. Now, instead of rings of lightning, he had rings of flames as well. Just like before, when using the power of lightning, the same happened with the flame rings. Fire powered through Syl's arms, and they lit up orange in color. Then the fire started to travel through the rings in the arms, and like a powered gun mechanism, the flames shot out a devastating blow right on the Dalki's back, hitting him towards the ground. H didn't fall to the floor, though, despite the strong attacks hitting him. He even turned around and took a large circle of flame right on his chest. The flame ring burst around the area so intensely, everyone could feel the heat on their faces, even though they were so far away. Still, H was able to take it, even though Syl was pouring a lot of power into these powerful abilities he had. He perhaps was using the strongest flames he could muster in the existence of ability users put together, but with the strong 10-spike Dalki power and the power of Ki running through his body, it still had done next to no damage. You are annoying. H's body lit up, and the whole area was covered in sparks. Syl attempted to use his teleport ability, but moving to another place was hopeless, as the range of the lightning strike was in the entire area. The second he had appeared from his teleportation, lightning went straight towards him, shocking his body. Syl screamed, his arms dangling towards the ground. A direct hit on his body with no protection was bad, and since he wasn't able to muster a lot of Ki, it had hurt more than it usually would have, compared to before. You have no idea who you have decided to face, H shouted. The two spikes on his back, close to his shoulder blades, stuck out more and had suddenly grown in size. At the same time, it was almost as if the weight of H had increased as the floor beneath him indented more. Both of his arms had transformed, turning into two deadly blades, and from a distance he threw them through the air. In doing so, a large wave of energy, unlike any other, that would take up half the city appeared. Crap! I can't dodge this without getting closer, Syl thought. Thinking about what the best thing to do was,
He opened up his book and was ready to go through the abilities he had until he saw a little girl appear next to him.
"You can be the sword," Minnie said
As she held out her hand, the green gem on the ring lit up, and a big part of the wave of energy had been removed right there and then, and a clear path could be seen in front of Syl.
"I can be your shield,"
Minnie said. Syl had no idea what power this was, but it didn't matter. He had no time to care, as multiple clones of him had been made. In the area, there were 100 Syls, each of them with a demon weapon grabbed from the portal in their hand. Meanwhile, 4 of the Syls had rings of elements spinning around their arms: fire, water, wind, and lightning. They were charging up in strength. "That didn't work before, so why do you think it will work this time?" H shouted, as he swung his arm out, and a large sword of energy came out. All of the people who saw the attack moved, as the last attack had already killed and destroyed whatever was in the area. The Syls that could see the attack lifted up their arms and weapons. Using all of their powers, they struck against the attack. Around 15 of the clones were eliminated, having taken out the attack.
"That's how much power is in his attack," Syl thought. "If I get hit by that, then I will be done for."
H leaped into the many different Syls, and with a swing of his leg, the energy was able to eliminate a good chunk of them again. The demon weapons were swung with power and clashed against H's skin, but some of the attacks even bounced off, as the power of his body was far too strong and devastating. During the fight with the multiple clones, the Syl with the strong elemental powers started to teleport around the area. Charging up their attack, they fired them right at H. Sensing the attack, H tried to fire his own powers against the attack, but when his lightning clashed against Syl's, there was a clear winner. At the end of the day, Syl had more MC cells and was more powerful in terms of ability than H. The pulse of lightning broke through H's own lightning attack, but that didn't matter. With a swing of his sword-like arm, it broke through the pulse. Sparks hit his body, but were unable to do any type of damage. The other attacks were still coming towards him. "This is annoying," H shouted, transforming both of his bladed hands back into his fists, only they looked larger than they did before, almost like 2 boulders. With a yell in the air, he slammed them against each other. The shock waves coming from the Dalki smashing his 2 hands were sent out and collided with the elemental attacks. They disrupted them to the point where they no longer existed. Teleporting through with a sword in his hand, Syl thrust a demon tear spear against H's skin. The weapon activated, but did nothing to pierce the 10-spiked Dalki. "I can't believe how weak your body is. There was a point in time when I thought I wanted your body. Part of the deal of bringing you in was that I would be able to use your body, but now I see, compared to mine, it's nothing," H stated. H swung his arm, and before it hit Syl, his body hardened. The attack with the spear had been done with the real Syl because many of the clones were already out of the battle. Syl's body went flying, and blood fell from his mouth. Every time he coughed, blood continued to fall until Minnie eventually caught him.
"Uncle Syl, are you okay?" Minnie asked.
Syl's weak body, and now his clothes, were covered in blood. The one person they thought could change it all was losing the fight.
"If only I could touch him, maybe I could do something," Syl said.
The sight of the great Syl pained many of those who were there. Vicky, for one, hadn't had the memories removed of her brother. It was because of him that she was able to live a good life and get everything she ever wanted, even though she never knew that she wanted it in the first place. Seeing Syl use and display his powers, for a moment she thought that he had a chance to turn the tide, but anyone who was an experienced fighter could see that one was far superior to the other. No ability in his book would be strong enough to deal with H, who had only had a trickle of blood appear from his mouth. The scary thing was, even if they could hurt H, he would only get stronger, and if they managed to do significant damage to him, then he could just use his regenerative powers to undo the damage that had been done. With that in mind, though, Syl had used his soul weapon to bring out his book, and with it, he started to heal his body. The internal damage that had been done started to heal at a fast rate, and he was able to get back on his feet fairly quickly. He could only bring his body back to the poor state it was in before, not back to his former, much stronger self.
It wasn't the ability to reverse time after all, and what happened to him was due to months of them only giving him enough to survive, not something a regenerative ability could bring back. "Is Uncle going to keep fighting?" Minnie asked. She was concerned for Syl after seeing that much blood. Even if he could regenerate himself, was there really no limit? Was it just an amount of MC cells? The blood and other things had to come from somewhere. On top of that, her powers would eventually fade as well, but she wanted to continue helping Syl as much as possible. "I will continue to fight as long as I can stand," Syl replied. "I still have a number of things I can try." Opening up a storage portal, Syl pulled out a large hammer with a big head at the end. It had strange, swirling patterns on it, and the handle looked like it had been made with parts of a beast. It was clearly a beast weapon, and with everything Syl had now, it would at least be at the demon tier. "I'll use my ability to enhance the weapon's strength to its full potential. Then, I'll push it with the strength ability, switching to the accelerate ability to move the weapon as fast as it can through the air." Although Syl was unable to combine abilities together, like Jake, or use two at a time, he could use them one after the other, and switching abilities like so, they would still have the effect of the one before. The hammer flew through the air, creating a large explosion of wind as it went out. It was faster than what H had expected. Moving his hands, he was able to catch it, but the force was still strong, moving past and hitting him deep in the stomach. H was being pushed back while his feet lifted up part of the ground. Small amounts of blood came out of H's mouth again, but eventually he had stopped the great power just with his own strength. "Did you not learn anything from that first one?" H said, as he lifted the hammer with one hand and hurled it back. "This will only quicken your death." The book was in one of Syl's hands, and before the hammer could reach him, a portal had been opened, and when the hammer went in, it never came back out anywhere. "I have to use what I have to my advantage. I know the powers that he has, and he is physically far stronger than me, but he can't know all the powers I have." Just as he thought of this, he remembered the last time the two of them had fought. Syl had gone through many combinations, trying to take H down, and failed. This time, H was even stronger than then, so how could he succeed? There was one ability he had gained since then, the ability to change memories. If he was able to touch and hold H for long enough, maybe he could get them to stop fighting. Layla, who was still watching on the sidelines with Russ, had heard what Syl had said in the conversation with Minnie about how he needed to touch. She was trying to think of what Syl meant by this, and had come up with her own conclusion. "Syl's body is incredibly weak right now," Layla thought. "If it was the same as it was before, then he might stand a chance. Out of all the abilities I know, there is one that can drastically not just change the appearance, but also make them stronger as well." Her head, at that point, turned to Russ. From what she had seen, he was one of the most powerful ability users that she knew, and had an incredibly powerful ability. On top of that, he was human, meaning that Syl would have no problem copying his power. "Russ," Layla said, "you have to let Syl touch you. If he does, he can use your power. He can do what you did before when going against Pine and win this fight." Russ looked at her for a few seconds, as if what she was saying was completely mad. "Are you crazy?" Russ replied back. "Do you even know who I am? Remember who I am. I hate the Blade family. If there is anyone that I would never help out, it's them." Layla knew the history well. It was a public broadcast, after all, when Russ had claimed his hatred towards the Blades, and he didn't hide his dislike for them. "Can't you see the situation we are in? Would you rather not help and end up dead? Right now, this is our only option." Although most might have been convinced in this dire situation, it didn't change for Russ, and there was a core reason for that. "No, and it's not just about him copying my power," Russ explained. "I can tell from that book. It's a log of all the powers he can use. Most likely, Syl is special in the fact that he can use any ability he has come across. If it was a normal blade, I might consider it, since they would eventually lose the power to use my ability. As you said, I don't want to die." Layla was unsure what excuse he would come up with, because if his life was so important, what other reason could trump that? "If I let him use my power, it would mean I would never ever be able to get my revenge against them again," Russ explained. "What do you mean? Look, I don't think your revenge makes sense in the first place, but you can always go against the Blades after surviving today. If you don't, then you would never be able to get revenge, Layla explained, thinking the logic was simple.
Not achieving my revenge and never being able to get my revenge are two different things. I wouldn't be able to live with myself, Russ replied. You see, if he copies my power, then it would be impossible for me to beat him. He would have not only the same power as me, but also a large number of other powers at his disposal. The one thing that I have is my ability, and anyone but the Blades can have that.
Taking a step back, Layla understood his stubbornness. But then, if Syl couldn't touch Russ, could he really win this fight? Because she didn't believe that to be the case, what other way or method could she use to let Syl and Russ touch? The Marpo cruise was so large that it could be considered the size of a city. There were multiple rooms, facilities, and different areas filled with a number of different things. For a normal person or even a vampire without using the onboard equipment to travel, it would take days to explore every single area. After forcing one of the humans to reveal the location of where Jack was, it didn't take long for Stark to find where he needed to be. There was a large, locked door with no sign for him to get in other than a hand scanner. This door can't be any thicker than the outside of the ship. If I run at full speed and harden my hands, I should be able to break through, Stark thought. He had run down the hallway, giving himself some room to run up to it so he could get to his full potential, but before setting off, he hesitated for a second. From what I had heard, Jack himself isn't that strong of a person. He has a strong ability that allowed him to reach a certain position. If that's true, would a leader like that really just go around with no one by their side? Stark thought. Entering like this gets rid of the element of surprise, and if that happens, I'll have to face whatever is inside. Giving himself time to think, the nerves were getting to him a little bit. When thinking about the enemy, they were stronger than he had expected, and still, he had yet to fully go up against one. This whole time, he had mainly been running away, only picking off those he was sure he could beat. If there was a high-level spiked Dalky inside, would he be able to beat it? Look at me, Stark laughed at himself. I never used to get this nervous whenever I competed before. For just being the fastest, I was always classified as the hero of the Pensui, but have I even done anything deserving of that title? The images of the dead Pensui on the planet appeared in his head. So many of the forces sent had been killed. There were only a few left. Out of all of them, why did he survive? If I turn away now, there is a good chance that everything would have been for nothing. I don't even know if this will work. I don't even know if this will really even help, but I have to try. With that thought in mind, Stark moved his legs, the power of the Red Fang's set armor empowering him and allowing him to move faster than speeds he ever imagined. When he was at the perfect distance away from the door, he jumped up, spinning his body. This move was something similar to that of the Greylash family with their lightning abilities. With both his arms stretched out and pointed ends of the Pensui hands at the tip, he crashed into the door and ripped a clean hole right through it. Immediately, Stark stopped himself on the other side, skidding across the floor and creating a trail of smoke from the friction with his feet. He needed to quickly get his bearings in the area. Where is he? Where is Jack? Stark moved his head in all corners of the room. The room was more like that of a large office. There was a single large table inside, with a few tables on the side, filled with drinks and food. On one side of the room was a wall of screens, cameras that had zoomed in and were showing everything that had happened below. Stark was able to see it, the battle of Syl and H that was going on. Thankfully, it looked like the two were still fighting, which meant that there was a chance that Stark's actions could affect the outcome of the fight. "What is going on?" a voice shouted as he stood up from his seat and turned around. It was a human, whom Stark could only presume was Jack. He was in the right location, and the room was secure. On top of that, his worst fear was true. There was also a 5-spiked Dalky that was by his side. "I can do this. There is something else that I can do." Stark turned around in the room, and in doing so, he ran towards the door again. When he did, he jumped up, spinning his body and tearing through the metal-like steel door, then waited on the other side. Okay, the hole should now be big enough for me to get through if I was to bring Jack with me as well, Stark thought. Rather than fight, Stark believed it was better for him to just run away with Jack and try to force him to use his powers than face the Dalky in the room. Stark was ready to run back in again. That was until the door was smashed right through, and the Dalky was seen,
breaking through the door. "Arr!" the Dalki shouted, looking for Stark.
"I figured how hot-headed these guys were. I could have just got him to break the door all along. Well, that has just made things easier for me now."
Stark ran straight ahead toward the Dalki, but he didn't run at full speed. As usual with the Dalki, they were confident in their strength and speed, so it lifted its hands ready to slam them right down on Stark. When the fists moved down, that's when Stark ran out at full speed and went completely around the Dalki. After that, he could see Jack just standing there aloof, almost unable to comprehend what was happening around him. Grabbing him and putting him under his arm, Stark then ran back out, past the Dalki who was in mid-turn, looking behind him, and the two of them were gone. Stark continued to run, going through the cruise ship without slowing down. He remembered seeing an area void of people. It was in the unused section of the ship. It was almost a desert-like area. Eventually, Stark had gotten there, and when he did, he let go and threw Jack across the floor. His body bounced a couple of times until he eventually stopped and slowly got up from the floor. "What are you doing?" Jack said, propping himself up. "Do you have any idea who I am? Now that you have gone and done this, everyone on this ship is going to be after your life. You won't be alive much longer." Jack started to look at the alien in front of him. He recognized it as one of those involved in the attack, and he wondered how it even got on the ship, and to this situation where he was face to face with them. "If you want to live, then you better do what I say," Stark stated. You have the power to take the power away from the Dalki. I want you to use your power to take them all away. If you don't—" Stark quickly ran up to where Jack was, in an instant and quicker than Jack could keep up with. He then lifted his foot and slammed it right down on his ankle. He was expecting Jack to scream in pain, but he did no such thing, and instead pulled his foot out and rolled, standing up. "Do you really think that I would be completely defenseless?" All of the clothes that Jack was wearing started to light up. They looked like ordinary clothes, fitting close to the body and not like beast armor at all. But judging from the power coming from the armor, it was beast armor, and at a high-tier level as well. Convincing Jack wasn't going to be as easy as Stark thought. Stark had been given some information about Jack. He had been informed by those such as Logan as well as Quinn and the others. However, when they did update the Penswe Star about all of this, they informed him that the information they had might be out of date, so to say. A lot of what they knew about Jack was from before, when everyone thought he was dead. His powers were strong, but he himself was weak. He knew almost nothing about Ki, and although he was one of the Big Four, he had no demon-tier items. After all, in the past, the demon-tier beasts and weapons were almost impossible to find. So much so that when they came across a demon-tier beast, all of the leaders had to decide who would get the demon-tier crystal, for fear that it would change the power hierarchy. Because of this, the general consensus was that Jack himself wasn't too strong, and instead it was those around him. Which was why now that he had him here in this desert, he thought it would only take a little pain to convince someone like him. "I can see the look on your face," Jack said, all of his clothes lighting up. There were patterns on the whole entirety of his uniform, mostly lighting up in a white and green-like color. It wasn't any normal type of armor, that was for sure. "You thought that if you were to get me alone, you would be able to finish me, you stupid purple alien," Jack laughed. Out of the armor, a strange energy had pulsed out, and now there was a see-through bubble that could be seen around Jack. When looking at the energy, the grains of the sand had been pushed out as well. "Crap! What type of armor is this?" Stark ran forward. He didn't charge straight ahead, trying to attack the ball of energy, but stopped right in front of it. With his sharp hand, he went to touch the edge of the strange bubble of energy. The ball flickered, and with his strength, he tried to push through, but force could be felt pushing back against him. "Is this a defensive type of skill coming from the armor?" Stark thought. He pushed harder and harder, but it wouldn't budge, and Jack, who was in the ball, looked to be doing nothing but standing there. "What is this?" Stark asked. "Do you think I would tell you?" Jack smiled. "You thought you had everything, but you have nothing, and you will soon realize that. All I need to do is buy time. I told you before, everyone on this ship will be after you. They will be here at any moment. For you, this is a race against time." Of all the things for a specially made armor to do, to create a defensive barrier.
It was expected of someone like Jack. Never fought directly himself, and instead just a way for him to buy time until someone else would come over and deal with the problem he had. Stark pulled his hand back, still staying in the position he was in. He didn't charge forward, because there was a chance that running into the shield of energy would hurt him, so he moved his fist as fast as he could. He used the power that was given to him by the armor and slammed right into the bubble of energy. The energy bubble rippled several times, and the energy was passing through the whole thing, shifting some of the sand as well. For a second, the face on Jack looked slightly nervous. He had never expected for an attack from one of the aliens to be that strong, but the energy ball still held up. Stark's hand was sore. It felt like he was punching a wall, but at least a wall would give or break with that type of punch, but this one didn't. It was on the cusp of nearly breaking his fist, and if he punched the energy ball a few more times like that, then his hand would probably break. "Why are you doing this?" Stark shouted. "How can you just stay there standing with a smile on your face, and even now you don't even fight yourself? People are dying out there, those who won't be able to go back home to their families now. There's no reason for you to do this. What do you even get out of killing those you don't even know?" Stark shouted. It was in one's nature to try to understand the other, their reasons behind doing something like this. It felt like, if they actually knew the reason, they would be able to forgive them a little bit. Because in one's mind, they couldn't imagine someone doing this for a petty reason, a small one, or anything like that. "Why do I do this?" Jack started to laugh. "Wouldn't you like to know? A person in your position, who has never reached the top, would never know what it's like to be like me, to feel the way I feel. Even if I explained it to you, you would never understand. Look at our situation right now. I am here while you are there. I have gone through my whole life doing what I want," Jack said. "And all I have ever had happen to me is good things in my life. That's when I started to realize this life is for me. Whatever I do, things always work out for me in the end. I am the one that matters. Everything is about me." The words spoken by Jack didn't even make a lot of sense to Stark. This was just causing him to be even angrier. What kind of fucking reason was this? There were no consequences for his actions. Did Jack just feel like he was the chosen one, someone playing the main character in some type of movie, so none of his actions had consequences? Just because he had never been punished before, but he had been punished, yet after that punishment, his life had only gotten better. Is this what power does to a person? Stark, filled with this rage, ran back through the sand, a great distance away. He sprinted across the sand as fast as he could, and at the last moment, just like he had the times before, he jumped up, spinning his body with both of his arms pointed out. Hitting the bubble-like shield, he spun on the outside like a drill. It spun, and the ripples on the bubble continued, and eventually it was being pushed back. Jack, inside the bubble, had fallen over as if he had been pushed, but the shield of energy didn't break and was still there. Eventually, Stark stopped spinning, and when doing so, he fell to the floor on the sand. Blood soaked the sand underneath him. His hard hands had been ruined by the shield due to the power of his attack. "You fool! This is a demon tier armor set," Jack shouted. "Did you think your attacks would ever be able to get through something like this? Now look at you. You were the one that was attacking and is even more hurt." The bones in Stark's hands were completely crushed. When he got up the floor, even the slightest movements of his hands caused a large amount of pain. I can't let someone like this win." Stark ran back once again. His legs were intact, and they were still strong. "Even if every bone in my body is broken, I will take you down, and use my mouth, my ears, whatever I can to force you to take their powers away," Stark yelled at the top of his lungs. "Nitro accelerate activated." Syl was back on his feet after using the regenerative powers, but at the same time, it didn't seem like H had been hurt at all. It seemed unlikely to all those around if Syl could turn the tides, but he wasn't going to give up. In Syl's mind, little by little, he was finding things that worked, just like the hammer he recently used. He would have to open his mind a little when it came to fights. Once again, clones had been made from Syl, but this time, he had only made 5 in total. One of them had a shield in their hands, another a large great sword, a hammer, a bow and arrow, and finally, Syl himself had a staff in his hand. "These are different?" H raised an eyebrow. The weapons that had been used by the clones so far had been strong.
Even though they were unable to pierce his skin, he could feel their power. Which was why H could feel the energy coming off these weapons. They were slightly different. "This staff isn't something I like using a lot because it feels a bit cheap, but in this situation, it's for the best." In one hand, Syl held the staff, with a strong glowing crystal at the top, and in the other, he had his soul weapon, the ability book. "I'm sorry to ask you this favor, but if you could protect them to the best of your ability, that would be a big help," Syl asked, looking at Minnie. She nodded. If it was just protecting, then she would have enough power in her ring for that. H, still a distance away, lifted up his two hands. One of them transformed into a large hammerhead, while the other had turned into a sharp blade. Once the transformation was done, lightning was covering both of the weapons held in H's arms. The first thing H did was lift his large hammer hand and slam it across the floor. Lightning was sent everywhere, and the only other thing the clones of Syl could do, including Minnie, was jump. The problem was, they hadn't jumped high enough, and the lightning in the ground was shooting up, almost chasing them. Seeing this, all of the clones used another ability they had, teleportation, and teleported themselves even higher up in the air. For Minnie, she had great strength in her legs and had already jumped high enough. And for the real Syl, with the book constantly held in his hand, he could easily change to the ability of flight and raised himself off the ground. "Idiots!" H shouted, swinging his bladed hand, and the large energy left it. The attack was a single line of aura. It somewhat looked like a blood swipe, but was 10 times bigger in size and had a lightning coat around the attack. The clones, 2 of the abilities they had was teleportation and strength to make the attacks with the weapon stronger, and of course one of the abilities that was claimed to be the strongest, the lightning ability. At that moment, a coat appeared on all of the clones of Syl. This way, the lightning from the attack wouldn't outmatch them. Syl was confident that his ability powers were stronger than H's, but what about the raw energy of the attack? All of the clones were ready with their weapons, and all of them went to strike the same point of the attack, hoping to break through it, but there was a little vampire behind them, with her hand held out, who had other ideas. What Syl didn't realize was just how strong and helpful Minnie could be. "Delete," Minnie thought in her head, and the attack had disappeared. It was at the perfect time. As everyone else had swung their weapons and fired the bow, all of the attacks went forward and were heading straight for H. Seeing this, his hammer had transformed into that of a large shield, and all of the attacks hit the shield straight on. It's the first time he's blocked that in this fight, rather than just using his body. Syl didn't have time to be amazed at what Minnie could do, and instead pointed his staff forward, firing out a lightning strike hitting the shield arm. All of the attacks hitting one part of H had managed to break a scale, and a clean wound had been made as blood started to pour out. The attack had stopped there. "All of those attacks, and you have just damaged a scale on my body," H exclaimed, putting his shield away and turning it back into a hammer. "Everything has to start from somewhere," Syl said. Teleporting to the other side, his staff lit up again, and underneath H's feet, he started to sink into a mud-like substance. After that, large ice pillars appeared from the ground. They had done so in such a way that they restricted H's movements. All of the ice pillars were dense and carefully sprouted from the ground, so he was unable to move and build up momentum, and his feet were now stuck in the ground as well. The demon tier staff that Syl was using went incredibly well with his powers, because it allowed him to use certain abilities at a distance without having to use his own hands. For instance, the ice ability would have to be formed from one's hands, leaving a trail on the ground. It was the same with the earth's ability, which was why they stomped the floor. With the staff, he was able to use all those abilities from a distance, as if he was right next to H. Now that he's trapped in place and Minnie's done her job, it's time for the others to attack. All of the clones teleported in and swung their weapons, fired, or bashed their shield into the different parts of H. With the added strength and the demon tier weapons, they were making large scratches on H's body with every hit. They attempted to go for his head, but H was able to transform part of his shoulder into a spike. It hit one of the clones with a shield and sent him flying up in the air. Minnie had grabbed him with her shadow, stopping him before allowing him to teleport and get back in the fight. They attacked and attacked, trying to finish off the fight desperately and Sil used all the ranged power he could of lightning, wind, fire, all hitting H. More blood was being spilled from H because of this, and it was having an effect. Moving his muscles, powering his body, he was breaking the ice and the hard mud from underneath. Lightning was coating the outer part of his skin. "Ah!" H shouted, and all of the ice shattered at that moment. He swung his bladed hand immediately and sliced 2 of the clones in half. Swinging the hammer down, the Sil clone lifted up his shield. But the moment it made impact, the shield shattered, and the clone was squashed. Finally, with a swing of his leg, a large amount of energy was left hitting the bow and arrow user, killing him in an instant as well. Now, once again, only Sil and Minnie were left. "Thank you for allowing me to reach this much power," H smiled. This was one of the major problems with fighting a Dalki. If a last-stand attack of powers weren't enough to kill a Dalki, then it would mean they were now only at their strongest. H looked strong, he just had marks here and there all over his body, but his power seemed to have increased by a large amount. "That's it, I can't take it anymore," Layla shouted. "If you aren't going to go out there and let Sil touch you, and you're just going to let us all die, including Minnie, then your life might as well be useful for something." Layla held out her hand. One pointed toward Russ, the other toward Sil. Russ almost laughed, wondering what she could do. That was until he could feel the energy being drained out of his body and him falling to one knee. Layla was using her soul weapon and giving Russ's key energy to Sil. Russ was already in a weakened state after using nearly all of his MC cells and transforming into whatever it was that was in the black sword. His body was in good condition since he hadn't taken the brunt of the attacks himself, but it was more so his ability form, which was why he was still able to stand and walk around, which was why he found it so strange when his body started to feel weak. It felt like something was reaching deep into his stomach and pulling it out his insides, and as time went on, he was getting weaker and weaker until he eventually fell to one knee. Looking up, covered in sweat, he could only assume it was the doing of someone. "You bitch," Russ grunted. "What are you doing to me after everything I've done for you? I've saved your life and now you're trying to kill me." Layla ignored Russ's cries because she needed to focus on what she was doing herself. Using her soul weapon was a difficult task due to the way it worked. Technically, she was using her telekinesis ability, and with her soul weapon, she was also able to control what was inside one's body, and that was ki. Right now, she wasn't just taking ki from Russ and giving it to Sil, but trying to spread out her power far and wide, and getting the energy from everyone in the area. "Russ doesn't even have a lot of ki energy in the first place, but if I use my powers, I can gather energy from everyone else." Since the others were further away, the effect of the drain was lessened on them, but they all could feel themselves weakening. Since they weren't taking part in the fight, they didn't see it as such a big deal. As for H himself, Layla was also taking power from him. However, he had a strong sense of ki, and it was powerful, alive. It was harder for one to take energy when the ki itself was attached to the person so strongly. It was easier when they were weakened. This is what made Layla realize the large difference between the two. She could see it, and even though she was giving power to Sil, there was a huge concern. How much had Sil weakened from that time he spent on that ship? He has all this amazing power inside him, but it's almost like he can't utilize it because of his body. Thinking about this, there was worry about what she was doing. Just in case, she decided to move some of the ki that were in the area and started to power her own body as well. Sil had lost all of his clones, and using his clones had taken up quite a bit of his MC cells, so instead he decided to try his best to focus on fighting with the staff as well as using his powers. H was faster than he was before with his injuries and was charging right after Sil. Each time Sil would set up a number of abilities to use against H and teleport out of the way. However, from those watching, they could see each time H was catching up as well, moving faster, using powers to try and trap Sil, even encasing areas with ice. Sil was getting away, but just barely, and the tension from watching the fight was making everyone's heart beat faster. "I can feel my body. It's getting stronger. Is it from one of the others?" Sil thought, as he rapidly teleported around the place. The use of H's powers was getting quicker, better, and stronger, and now there wasn't even a chance for Syl to attack his opponent. If I continue like this, I should be able to produce stronger attacks. Although most abilities just relied on the use of MC cells for them to be powerful, this wasn't the case with all abilities. One could get a good boost with a strong body with some abilities. Especially at the advanced level, Syl had learned how to push powers through his body to give them power like he had done with the lightning rings, but he couldn't use them to their full potential. With this in mind, and since he was unable to use the skills of the staff, Syl placed the staff away. He then quickly gathered strength and several lightning rings around his arm, powering the power through him. Teleporting right behind H, he threw out his fists, hitting him in the back. Anticipating this move, though, H had turned around as well and had his lightning hammer. He swung it out, while Syl swung out his fist. The two collided, and the lightning rings around Syl's fist bunched up together. Large electric pulses emitted in the entire area one after the other, and each time it was pushing the hammer back slightly, but in the end, the hammer's power won out. With the immense strength that H had, the two spikes on his shoulders extended, growing again, and a surge of power whacked Syl away. His arms had collapsed in on itself. All of the muscles were damaged, tendons ripped. At that point, Minnie had captured Syl again and decided for the two of them to go into the shadow space, disappearing from the battlefield. "Uncle Syl, you need to heal yourself," Minnie said. While they were in the shadow space, he could use his powers without worrying, but they needed to be quick. Otherwise, it would mean those outside would suffer. H, outside, was looking around the place and searching for them. He had no clue how the shadow worked. "Do you see what's happening now?" Layla asked. "If Syl can't fight, then H will go after us. Do you even know who that is?" "What do you mean?" Russ replied. "We found out the information. That thing right there is not just any Dalki, but a Dalki that's made from the Blade family. Not just any of the Blades, but he also has the DNA of Hilston, the one who was behind the whole chain in the first place. If there is anyone that hates the Blades as much as you do, then that would be Syl. Syl would do anything to get rid of the past of the Blades, and now there is nearly no one from the Blades left alive, of the group trying to change their name." Russ, who liked to talk back a lot, and was now down on both knees, didn't say anything. There was no way for him to confirm this was true, and inside him, it just felt wrong to do it. "Anyway, I've given up on convincing you," Layla said. At that moment, Syl and Minnie had come out of the shadow. She continued to give some power to Syl, but not all. She knew it was dangerous for his current body to take everything in. And that even with the boost of ki that Syl wouldn't be able to win. She was going with her own plan. Having gathered enough energy herself, she picked up the black sword and grabbed Russ by the scruff of the neck. "If you really don't care about dying so much, then we should head out to the battlefield." Layla, grabbing Russ, ran out, with the black sword in her hand. She wasn't drawing power out of it, but just kept it in front of her. The energy from the battle and clashes were so intense that she might be blown back if she didn't have the sword. Now, with the two of them on the battlefield, Layla only had a last few words to say to Russ as she let go. "Now you choose. You either die by the one you hate, or help Syl and live. You decide." The battlefield had so far remained empty. Those who had tried their best to stay somewhat close to the fight between two titans, whereas others had passed out simply for being too close to the energy given off from the abilities and the attacks. In particular, it was H's attacks that, even when missing, would send heavy vibrations through the air. When hitting the humans and those who were watching, it would just pass through their bodies, causing them to shut down. Once fallen on the floor, since no one was brave enough to go help them, they would meet an unfortunate death when H displayed some larger attacks to the ground. It was all of these actions that made it so no one would dare go directly onto the battlefield unless they were willing to lose their life. That was when everyone could soon see two figures that had joined the battle. The two of them had become quite familiar to all of those watching since they had seen them deal with the last threat. "What are they doing out there? Are they trying to get themselves killed?" Shiro shouted. Using his powers, Shiro had been moving further and further away until he had managed to see Vicky, Logan, and Jake all together. The building they were originally in had crumbled, and now they were standing behind some broken debris that had been made of some of the special strong material of the Amra planet. Shiro went to join them behind the piece of rock as well, since there were only a few of these pieces that were spread out or made of parts of the buildings. They were able to survive the shock waves, and using them as a shield they could watch the fight, although from time to time they did have to make sure their entire bodies were behind the rock, otherwise they would get hurt.
The two of them were able to deal with Pine, so maybe they have recovered enough, Vicky stated. I'm sure you felt it, all this energy that was escaping from us.
I doubt that, Jake added. For one, H is a lot stronger than Pine. Even without abilities, I think he could smash his head in. On top of that, Layla looks to be in good condition, but I can't say the same for Russ. At the end of the day, Russ was the one who managed to defeat Pine as well. I doubt Russ will be able to regain enough MC cells to do that sort of thing again. Which made them wonder, why were the two of them out there in the first place then? Out on the battleground itself, Russ had fallen over a few times. As he was hit by the shock waves, he had no power to protect himself, and the key that had surrounded him was completely gone. The fight was still going on, as the two had ignored the other two who had joined. With her sword, Layla would hit and get rid of the bigger shock waves from time to time, the ones she thought would damage Russ. What is wrong with you? First you drain me of all my energy so I can't even fight, and then you bring me out here in the middle of the fight. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to force my hand, and I hate it when you do things like that. There was a lot of anger building up in Russ, but he couldn't gather any strength. However, in that little sprout of small anger, he realized something. His feelings were so strong that he was imagining himself taking down Layla. He couldn't do it because of his energy levels, but he still gave it a good go in his mind at least. Yet there was no ache in his head when he had these thoughts, no pressure creeping toward his brain. This woman, was she getting rid of the key in my body? In doing so, did she also get rid of what Quinn had put on me? Does this mean I'm free? I don't have to worry about the Talon family anymore and can get out of here. Standing up to his feet, this thought gave Russ a new form of energy, until he was hit by a shockwave, this one with a trace of lightning powers. It hit his whole body and his legs, knocking him down to the ground. Shit! 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 Russ screamed in his head. Layla didn't expect Russ to get up like that and suddenly run away. She thought she had drained most of his energy, making it next to impossible for him to do things like that. What is a bug doing here on the field? H shouted. The voice was loud and powerful, as expected. It was only a matter of time before H noticed. Syl was battling against H, but was doing next to no damage to him. H was confident enough to let his focus go elsewhere, and the sight of others was an eyesore in his view. H transformed his hand into what looked more like a spear and charged forward, pushing off the ground. This is it, huh? This is how I die? By a damned Dalky blade? Maybe I should have listened to that damned woman. Russ gritted his teeth. I promise if I get a second life, I will make sure to take you and everyone down. Russ was ready to run forward into the attack. If he was going to die, he wanted it to seem like it was at least somewhat his decision. But a frail man appeared in front of him and placed his hands on the ground. Several large slabs of earth rose from the ground, appearing darker in color. They were condensed down with Syl's ability, forming even harder walls. However, the strong H broke through each and every one of them, piercing them with his spear and shattering them to pieces. As he went through each slab, Syl then used his ice powers to surround them, making the substance stronger. Finally, he turned around. Get out of here! He's too strong! I can't protect you and fight back! I'm not strong enough! Syl shouted. The large ice slab had somewhat managed to stop H. His attack didn't cleanly go through, but all he had to do was move his hand back and shove it through again to break it. Protect me? Russ thought. All this time I have been fighting to get rid of the blades, and now one of them is trying to protect me? It didn't make sense to Russ. How many blades had fallen due to his powers, due to his order? The two of them should be mortal enemies as they killed and fought each other. So then, why did it seem like Syl didn't have a clue who he was? Fuck, Russ said to himself. My real enemy. I guess all of them are already gone. No, there's still one. Syl struggled as he extended the slab of earth and ice and decided to create a dome around the entirety of H's body. Then, while inside, he would extend the earth to create sharp pillars. As somewhat expected, when the sharp spikes from the earth hit H, it did nothing but break against his skin. A stronger body, a stronger ability. Maybe if Quinn was here, he would have been able to beat H, Syl thought. Thinking this, a hand could be felt, pressed right up against Syl's back. Listen well, I'm going to tell you how to use my power so you can beat that bastard. The decision had finally been made on Russ's end. He would allow Syl to use his power. Whether it was the right thing to do or not, well, only time would tell. And if they were all to die here, then he would never find out. There was one thing Russ was sure about, though. He had only done this because of Syl. When his life was saved, Russ felt like he could sense a bit of Syl's character, and during his fight, he could see the anger behind his actions and in his eyes. Syl was like Russ, wishing to defeat the great person in front of him. I've given you my power, but you need to buy time until I explain everything to you, Russ shouted. It wasn't as if H was just going to let him explain in the middle of the fight, and from the looks of things, H had transformed both of his hands into two giant hammers, both of them spiraling with lightning. Syl placed his hand on the ground, and it soon turned to mud. The mud was then shifting all over the place, pushing H back. With his strength, H jumped out of the mud with relative ease, but when he landed on the ground again, he noticed that the whole ground was the same. This is annoying, H shouted. Changing his arms back, H now froze the mud around him, making it solid so he could stand on it. But in the middle of doing that, a large amount of water landed right on top of him, pushing him away and mixing with the mud. As soon as the water touched his skin, it started to freeze as well, and now H was just trapping himself. With a 10 spikes strength, though, a simple movement of the muscles would be enough to break the ice. It was more of an annoyance than anything. Syl was doing as Russ said. Instead of using his powers to try and hurt H, he was almost delaying him instead. There was a reason why he had decided to somewhat trust Russ, who was a stranger to him. For one, when Russ touched him, Syl could feel his MC cells changing, and in turn, he was able to acquire a new ability. This was a rarity. After so many years had passed, it was rare for Syl to ever come across a new ability, but it happened here. On top of that, when Syl copied an ability directly from a person like this, he also was able to know the amount of MC cells a person would have. This wasn't just a high-level ability. This was beyond any ability he had felt before. Has this person increased their power? Maybe the same way I did? If that's the case, then this person is no ordinary person. The fight was being lost, and something had to change. There weren't many options, so he would just have to go ahead with this. Tell me, what is your power? How do I use it? Syl asked desperately. Russ was grinding his teeth before he opened his mouth. He had never quite explained his ability so clearly to someone before, but he had to now. My ability allows you to access the minds of those around you. Depending on the amount of MC cells you have, you can either summon those with the power or change your own body based on those memories. Out of the powers you use, they can only be used in the way the person has remembered them, even if they remember wrongly. So in some way, you have to have seen or know what the powers do in order to use them properly. Also, this is the important part, you are drawing out the power of their memory. What this means is that the power that is being drawn is only as strong as they think it is. In some cases, this is stronger than the actual power, while in other cases it's actually weaker, so it's a risky game. Based on what Russ was saying, even if Syl were to transform himself into H, a 10-spike Dalki, there was also a chance that H didn't know his full strength. Going head-to-head, Syl might push H into a corner he has never been in before, and in that case, he would have no memory of when he was at his strongest and would lose. But there was another way. Using his MC cells to transform himself and summon others as well. The power sounded incredibly strong, but as with strong powers, Syl could only imagine that it would require a large amount of MC cells to do such things. He had already been fighting H for a while, and although his MC cell pool was incredibly large, it wasn't anymore. If Syl had obtained the ability at the start of the fight, then he would have been able to summon another H for H to fight against, and then using his own powers, defeat the enemy. But he couldn't think about what could have happened and needed to think about how to solve the situation now. Erupting in the center of the area, a large flame appeared. It was gigantic in size and reached the clouds. The water in the area from Syl's abilities evaporated, while the ground H was standing on was starting to melt. The intense heat could be felt by the others, and they were in pain just being in the area. The large fire soon condensed down and was now just emanating from H's skin, still covering his entire body. The power of fire, that's his fifth ability. I should have known he would have picked something like that, Syl thought. Although the lightning ability was considered one of the strongest elements, the fire ability, in many cases, was considered the most dangerous due to its destructive nature. With such power, one could eliminate entire armies and cities. However, to be strong, one had to have a mix of powers to use, and too many elemental abilities weren't always the best bet unless they were able to carry a high number of abilities. That was why Syl thought the fire ability wouldn't be chosen, yet here it was. His MC cells, I have underestimated them myself. It can't be. The more he is damaged, the higher the power of the Dalki. Is that also increasing his MC count? Is he getting stronger the more hurt he gets in this fight? Syl was unsure about his thoughts, but it reminded him that he was fighting against H, not Hilston. Who knew how many powers he could hold, or what the limit of the Dalki was? At the moment, H didn't look to be damaged at all, so there was a chance he could grow even higher. Look, I don't know what that woman is trying to do, Russ said, staring at Layla, but I think she's trying to give you extra power or something. With your body the way it is now, it can't take that power. So the best bet would be to just turn yourself into that 10 spike, and take whatever power it is that she wants to give you, and beat that guy, summoning a bunch of others around you to help. Although the Black Swordsman was strong, its power to negate abilities might work against Syl if the swordsman's form wasn't strong enough to defeat the current H in front of them. Thank you, but I have another idea, Syl said, as he slapped Russ on the side of his arm, and he was teleported back away from the fight. Teleporting himself, he soon moved Minnie out of the way and teleported to Layla, tapping her and moving her back as well. In everyone's mind here, there is someone that we all see as the strongest. Even now, I can tell you that you are all thinking about him, because it's the same for me. He is someone who has never failed us, and he won't fail us now. Shadows covered Syl's entire body, and when they spread out and disappeared, a completely different person stood in his place, with black, curly hair and red glowing eyes. The facial features weren't quite the same, and it was just something that Russ's ability couldn't completely do. Without a doubt, though, the person that Syl had decided to transform into was Quinn. I know that for all of you who have met Quinn, without a doubt in your minds, you would expect him to beat H. So let's make that a reality. The faster one was, the more damage one could do. This was the philosophy and the way of fighting for the Pensui. Adding more weight to the attack with their sharpened hand claws would allow them to almost pierce anything. Yet Stark was unable to pierce Jack's special shield of energy. He even had his own set of demon tier armor that supported him, making him faster than before, his body and strength stronger than before. He was still unable to break through the barrier. Stark's hands were bloody. They were in pain. Even when moving his legs, the small movement in the air caused shocks of pain through his body. His hands had never been in this state before, but it made sense. He had used his whole body as a weapon in an attempt to crash through the barrier, and now all of the damage had been reversed to him instead. Many in his situation wouldn't dare do what he was attempting to do next, after what had happened, but it was the only thing Stark knew. I have to go faster. Nitro Accelerate activated. The skill had cooled down since he had last used it, so he could use it once again. Running through the sand, one moment Jack saw Stark. The next, he was out of sight. His bloody fist was raised and slammed right into the energy shield. Just like before, the shield rippled due to the attack, and it was rippling much faster compared to before. Ha! Ha! Jack had nervous laughter. He had braced himself this time and hadn't fallen over, but he now had a good look at Stark's hand. It was unrecognizable. Blood had even splattered on top of the energy shield and started to disperse into the air. "I never expected to take it out in a single hit. I'll get you no matter what," Stark shouted. As if Stark had teleported once again, Jack had lost sight of him, but he could see a large impact coming from behind on the energy shield. He turned his head, but Stark wasn't there, and now ripples were coming from all over the place, all over the energy shield, with nothing but a blur that could be seen from time to time. On the energy shield, there were blood splatters all over. The entire thing was being covered in parts of blood here and there as the entire area shook. Even being inside the energy ball, it felt like he could feel the energy slowly seeping in, hitting his body, causing a tingling sensation on the outer part of his clothing. What is this? Just how fast is he moving? Will it really not hold up? For now, the shield was holding up, but Jack hadn't really been in a situation where he needed to test the full capabilities of the shield in his armor set. It was always a defensive measure to just buy time until others started to arrive. And it didn't take long for that to happen. Breaking into the desert area from above was a Dalki that crashed into the sand. Meanwhile, a few humans had entered from the regular entrance and were running toward Jack. "You might have thought you got me, but I knew all along that I would be safe. Look at this. It looks like you lose," Jack laughed. However, the smile on his face soon started to disappear, because, completely ignoring his words, Stark continued to attack the shield again and again. There was no sign of slowing down, and it seemed like he was completely ignoring those who had just arrived. The Dalki had arrived, and it was moving its eyes back and forth. It had stopped just short of the two, but it had no clue what to do. It then raised its fist and attempted to hit the blur it could see. The fist had gone straight ahead, and the Dalki had hit the outside of the barrier, causing a ripple of his own. "What are you doing, you big stupid monster?" Jack shouted. The Dalki turned again, but was unable to keep track of Stark. He was simply too fast. Soon others arrived, and they too continued to use their powers in an attempt to catch him. For Stark, he didn't even have to focus. Everything, their attacks, their movements, all of it was so slow to him. It was easily avoidable, and in truth, he perhaps could have spent some time dealing with them, but he was so focused on one thing and one thing only, and that was getting to Jack. Stark continued to go through the attack, attacking the shield of energy, not sure if it was doing anything or not, but he didn't care. "I've lost all feelings in my legs. Using the armor speed, it's even tougher on my body, but I can't give up here. If I fail, there's a good chance they will continue onward and get rid of all the Pensui, all those people that supported me." Stark pounded the energy shield, and the shield seemed to flicker at that point. Whatever it was he was doing, it was working. I can tell I'm so close. "Nitro accelerate has ended." Unlike Quinn, Stark didn't have a system, so he didn't see any such messages, but he could feel that he lost the power from the armor. "Screw it," Stark said to himself. Using his regular speed, could he avoid the attack still? It was quite possible, but there was still a big worry in his mind. Would he be able to do enough damage to the shield? His own hands were no longer sharp. His bones were practically sticking out of the end of them. His body could handle the speed, but when attacking, strong shock waves would travel through his body, and now not just his hands were being affected, but everything. I know, Quinn said, that the armor, there was a way to force it to use its active skill," Stark thought, as he ran back away from the others. He stood still, and for the first time, the humans and the Dalki were able to see who it was, and Jack could take a good look at the one that was causing him so much trouble. A power like that was bound to run out at some point, Jack thought. There was sweat running down the side of his head. He wanted to say more. He wanted to relax his body, but in a way, he felt like it would just prove that for a moment he was afraid. "Take him out," Jack ordered. Everyone in the area went towards Stark, and he was left looking at them, trying to come up with a solution. "He said that I could lose my life. I never imagined that my life would end like this," Stark thought. "But thanks to all of them, thanks to all their cheers and support, I got to live a good life, and I got to become the fastest person in existence. What's the point of being fast if I can't use that speed in some way to help out everyone? Come on, Armor, you like me, right? So let me ask you one more time, for you to help me out right here and now. Force Nitro Accelerate has been activated." The armor started to glow faintly, and immediately Stark could feel an energy being sucked out from him. It was a sensation he had never felt before. He was already feeling weak, but it was as if he could feel the life force coming out of him. Although Stark didn't have a system, he could almost feel something was wrong.
Error! Error! Celestial blood is not detected. Replacement blood is being used. Unknown effect will take place.
During Richard Eno's life as one of the originals and ex-vampire king, as well as the past 10th leader, the vampire had done a lot of research into a number of things. For Richard, he was fascinated by everything to do with how the world worked, how everything worked, and just in case anything happened to him, he made sure that none of his research and information would be lost. In the end, it was all passed on to Logan, and he could do as he wished with that information. In the vast amount of knowledge, one of the things that were researched was beast armor. They held great power, made from the crystals in the beast's body, the source of everything. But there were similarities with the universe's powers, just like that with the armor and the active skills, and that was balanced. Richard actually knew more about the balance than most, and that was because of his ability. The equivalent exchange was all about balance, giving something and getting something in return. In the end, all great powers had a type of drawback. If they were incredibly strong, maybe there was a limited time of use. If it granted a person great power, then perhaps it would need a great body to use it as well. Sometimes, rather than a drawback in the skill itself, it might need a higher requirement for one to use the armor. However, there have also been cases where just due to the rarity of the crystals used, the balance had already been made. The requirement for getting the armor in the first place was hard enough, which is why so many armors like that just wouldn't exist. In this battle, for Jack, as strong as his energy shield was, allowing him to block the hyperspeed attacks from Stark, it had to have some type of balance. Would constant attacks drain the energy? Was there a limited amount of time for it to be used? Or did it significantly drain energy from the user? In Stark's case, he was using the special active skill in his armor, and it was now going beyond what it should have been capable of, going beyond its use for him. Instantly, he could feel the power being drained from his body. He felt incredibly thirsty and hungry almost immediately, and he wasn't sure, but it was as if his armor was eating his body away. "What is happening?" Stark said to himself. He needed to desperately move, though. The armor seemed to have power that was also surging through his body. It was as if a flash of power would enter him and be taken away at the same time. "Move! Move my legs!" Stark could see the group of Dalki and ability users coming toward him, but due to the energy drain effect, he was unable to move his legs. "I'm going to die at this rate. If I don't move, I need to move. Maybe I need to time it right when the energy is flowing into me, rather than being taken out." The thing was, Stark was unable to control when the energy was coming in and out. There were times when he would feel enhanced or incredibly weak. "I just have to move." Stark forced his body, no matter how weak he felt, taking a step in the sand. It was much slower than he was before using the active skill. The Dalki were fast, and so were the attacks, making Stark wonder if it was all a mistake, until a burst of energy went through the armor. He could feel it bursting through every fiber of his muscles, down to his toes. The bottom of the armor lit up with a red lingering glow, spiraling around both of the legs on the outside, and before Stark knew it, he had burst through right to the other side. To his left and right, there were two large mounds of sand that weren't there before, and the view in front of him revealed the wall of the large Marpo cruise ship, but he was in the center of the strange sand resort before. Turning his head, it was only then that he had a realization of what had just happened. As a Pensui, not only were they fast, but their brains could process information faster as well. It was what allowed him to still be able to fight when traveling at incredibly fast speeds. When using the Nitro Accelerate, there were times when Stark found it a little bit difficult to see exactly what he was doing, but most of the time it was all right. Only this time, he had no clue. It was almost as if he had teleported to the other side. He might have even thought that was the case if it weren't for the large trail left behind. The mounds of sand weren't just next to him, but the sand had been split all across from where he was. There was a trail left behind from where he had run forward, and that wasn't the only part. The Dalki and the humans that were ready to pounce on Stark, all of them had been blasted away through the large desert
in completely different places. The Dalki was the first to get up, the outside of his skin bleeding. It looked almost as if someone had ripped off part of the scales on his body. "It hurts!" the Dalki shouted. "What was that? His legs, they were covered in a red mist, and when he accelerated forward, all that power just escaped and hit us all." Jack hadn't seen Stark. His eyes were unable to keep up, but he did see all of the others blasted away just from the force that Stark made from running. Whatever it was that Stark had suddenly used, it was stronger and faster than the power of the armor from before. "If he creates an attack with that speed and he hits me straight on, I don't think my energy shield is going to last." Jack turned around, looking at Stark. He looked like a man who only had a few seconds to live. His breathing was incredibly heavy, and he could barely keep his eyes open. One of them was flickering, while the other was half closed. "You're going to die doing this," Jack shouted, and for the first time, he stuttered slightly, trying to get his words out. "Is it really worth it? I can give you anything you want. I won't attack the Pensui. I'll leave you alone, or you could join us and we can work something out." Stark managed to pull a smile, hearing Jack practically begging. "And what of all the Pensui that have already died? How do I even know you will have kept your word?" Stark replied. Honestly, Stark wouldn't have even considered engaging in conversation, but he was waiting for the armor to stop draining him of power and give him another surge. "Why do you think people follow me? It's because they know I keep my word. If people followed a leader that they didn't trust, then everything would eventually fall apart, so you can trust me." Stark lifted up his hands, unable to make a fist due to how damaged they were. "Okay, but there's only one thing that I want from you." The energy was rising through his body once more, and not wasting time, he ran straight ahead, throwing out his fist right at the energy shield. It instantly crashed into it, turning into nothing but particles. Stark's arm was hardly hanging on, and the attack had mangled his arm so badly that part of it had gone flying off, ripped from his body, and landed far off in the sand. "Take your powers away from the Dalki, or the next arm is going through your head," Stark shouted. When looking at the man in black clothing with red armor all over his body, it was almost impossible to tell that the one they were looking at wasn't Quinn. Even the shadow that lingered around his back looked the same. However, from the front, the facial features, the strong sticking nose, and the slightly sunken eyes made it clear that this was Syl. Of all people to choose from, in the memories of all those around, Syl had chosen to choose one of the people that he considered the strongest, the one all of them had memories of. "He picked Quinn's body." Layla was almost taken aback when she looked at Syl. For a second she thought, just like all the other times, Quinn had arrived to save them once again. This hadn't actually happened, of course, but in some way, to her, she still felt like Quinn once again was the one that was coming to her in this time of need. If Syl had decided to take on Quinn's body, then he can definitely take on the key into his body to the fullest. From the distance she started to use the power of her soul weapon again. From all those watching, including H himself, she tried to put all of that power into Syl, and this time, Syl was accepting it all. Syl stood there with H opposite him, who was confused about the sudden change. What this power was, how could it make someone feel so different from him suddenly? With a smile on his face, Syl was the first one to act. He ran across the ground, and blood gathered around his hand. The key in his body, and of those around, started to take shape as well. As the two powers combined, they spun like a giant drill. Seeing this, H decided to retaliate with the same. He transformed his hand into a pointed sword and covered it with the power of flames, throwing it outward. The two large powers clashed, the blood drill constantly spinning at H's hand. However, soon shadow started to escape from Syl's hand and covered the flames. After covering the attack, Syl quickly moved with his speed right into H. He bent down and gathered his blood aura, creating another drill, and struck right from below, right on H's face. It lifted H up off his feet. Such power had never been felt from the blows from before. Blood could be felt filling his mouth, and from before, the scales from his transformed hand had started to bend slightly as well. While H was flying through the air, Syl had gathered the blood aura into a large sword and condensed it. He lifted it above his head, and with his other hand, created a shadow on the ground. "Why is he creating a shadow there?" H thought.
Before he knew it, while being forced into the air from the attack, a shadow had been created above him. When going through it, H instantly appeared right through the second shadow that was made on the ground. That meant he was now right in front of Syl. With the blood sword now formed in his hand, Syl swung it down with great force. A wave of blood aura followed from both sides, as if one was splitting a Red Sea in half. It managed to hit right on the top of H's head. As it did, H immediately tried to use his ice powers to create a barrier between his skin and the attack, but the blood aura won out, and a large cut was made on top of H's head. "Ah!" H screamed at the top of his lungs, his whole body covered in lightning, and soon his whole body had somewhat transformed into a bolt. It struck at everything in sight, but Syl was prepared for this as well. He'd already gotten the shadow to come back and cover his body. When the lightning strikes had stopped, Syl took the shadow away and could see that H had backed off. He was on the other side of the square where they were fighting. His hand was injured, blood dripping from his knuckles. The top of his head had a deep cut as well, and his mouth was filled with blood. His breathing was heavy, but it was mostly due to shock rather than being tired, and when H realized this, he started to calm down a little. "You might have had a sudden boost in strength, but even you must know, unless you can kill me in one blow, all of this is useless," H stated. H had decided that he wouldn't use the regeneration skill for the time being, because he wanted the special trait of the Dalki to activate. This had turned into a somewhat tough fight, but all he needed to do was get stronger from taking damage, and then outlasting Syl. "It seems that Quinn has either gotten stronger than I thought, or everyone thinks quite highly of him," Syl claimed. "You know, I've always wanted to use his shadow ability, but I thought that I might never get the chance to, yet here I am. I guess with this, I can also experience being a vampire without being a vampire." Before H realized it, he was completely surrounded by blood swords. At the snap of his fingers, all of the blood swords went straight towards H. Seeing this, he swung his arm and a large burst of energy went out, colliding with half of the swords in the sky. They all disappeared as the large power clashed against the swords. However, the other half of the swords had reached his back. Like a hedgehog, H bent his back slightly, and a fire started to emit right from his spikes. It was a large flame like a rocket being fired, blasting out and melting the rocks behind it as well. When the fire finally stopped, all of the blood swords had quickly disappeared. H stood there with a large smirk on his face. "It seems that my theory might be right after all, that his abilities are getting stronger, along with his natural strength. This could be a tough one to fight." Syl could not just wait around and try whatever he wanted. H charged forward, running with his full fist out, and Syl did the same, gathering up his ki and the power of the blood aura. Fist collided with fist, shaking the entire planet as the two heavyweights hit. They continued to hit each other, matching speed for speed. However, with the hits, Syl could tell that H was actually stronger. Once in a while, H would use a bit more power, but when this happened, Syl would use the shadow to slip out of the way. Then, when there was an opening, he would use a blood attack, but he stopped himself just before piercing the skin, continuing to just match the hits for hits. Until he eventually stopped, moving away. H could tell that something was up. Why would one suddenly stop hitting? "I wanted to see how strong Quinn has become, and it seems that he is just as strong as a 10 spike, but I know the real Quinn would probably come up with a way to beat you," Syl stated. "Beat me? You have given me nothing but a couple of scratches. I can tell you are scared to hurt me more, just in case I gain the power to overpower you. But you can't last like this forever. Eventually your MC cells will run out, but for me, I will only get stronger," H exclaimed. "You know, I never planned to beat you as Quinn," Syl claimed. "It wouldn't seem right. You know, the Blade's ability is strong, but there is just something that I could never do. I could never use more than one ability at once. However, this new power that I have obtained is truly amazing. If I wished, I could turn my arm into that of a Dalki while keeping the rest of my body the same. Meaning, I could continue to use Quinn's powers, but did you know something? I can use the powers and draw an image of those that the others have seen, and the others were able to see my own powers, the strength of Syl. So by using the power I just obtained, I can use part of my own power and that of Quinn's as well." H wasn't quite following what Syl meant. That was until his body started to duplicate. Just like before, when there were multiple Syls, there were now multiple Quinns as well, all spread out.
On top of that, lightning rings were emitting from all of their arms as well. With Russ's power and the vast amount of MC cells that Syl contained, he was able to combine his own power and Quinn's together. It was quite possible at that current moment in time that Syl just unlocked the potential to be considered the strongest in the universe. There were around 50 different Quinns, or more accurately, they were all Syl, around the place. All of them looked identical to the first Syl that had transformed. They all had rings of lightning around their arms, and they were larger than before. Due to the key powering him and his new, stronger body, Syl was able to input more power into his attack. There weren't as many clones as there were the first time when Syl was using his own power, but he had already been fighting for a while. He had a bit of a boost in MC cells, thanks to Russ, but he still needed to fight and finish off H.
I have gone through so much. I won't be taken down by you again,
H shouted at the top of his lungs. This was a strange comment to make because technically H hadn't lost to Syl or Quinn before, but due to the DNA being mixed in and how H was created, strange memories were being mixed in. A feeling was starting to enter H, one that he hadn't felt before. It was as if his body knew he was afraid. He lifted up both of his arms, transforming them into hammers once more. They were coated in the strong flames from before, rather than the lightning. The moment he lifted his hands, though, shadows had covered both of them, completely subduing the flames. Right now, I have the power of 50 Quinns, and all of them are able to use their shadow and blood powers. On top of the shadows being created, large blood swords could be seen from above. They were gigantic in size. From space, from the Marpo cruise, these large swords could be seen. All of them moved, and all of them were heading straight for H.
If I jump, I'll be able to escape the shadow and use my arms,
H thought, bending his knees down. Before he could take off, the clones of Syl fired out rings of lightning. They were more powerful than the initial attack from before, and came at him from all angles. As the rings of lightning hit H's body, a pulse of lightning in a ring shape emitted throughout the whole area. This was going off again and again as each ring of lightning hit H. He was unable to move no matter what he did, and each time the lightning struck him, blood splattered out from his mouth.
This is impossible. How can I be unable to do anything? I have become a 10-spike with great power.
From H's back, the flames emitted like a rocket once more. He lifted his legs, hoping it would propel him forward and defend against the attacks, or at least get rid of the lightning circles that were hitting him. However, when the flames came out, instead of lightning strikes, large amounts of shadow created a wall, blocking out the flames. They were unable to harm anything, and now more lightning strikes from the front were fired, hitting H directly. With the damage building up, for the first time, H was able to take a step forward, but as he did, gigantic blood swords fell down from above. The first one hit H's arm, slicing through his thick skin, going a few inches deep. Before he knew it, the rest of the large blood swords had struck H all over his body. The blood swords, upon touching H's body, condensed into a raw form of blood power, smaller in size, but continuing to exert pressure. Each sword continued to strike at H.
The energy. It's still rising in me, but with all of these attacks, at this rate I'll be dead soon.
With this in mind, H did something he perhaps never should have done, and started to use his regeneration ability. Pinned down on the ground by the condensed blood swords, he tried to lift himself up. That was a big mistake, Syl said, as all of the Quinns charged in with large blood drills around their hands. The drills spiraled as they descended to strike H. He covered his head, hissing as he used both of his forearms to shield himself. He had managed to pull himself out of the blood swords just in time, but all the devastating strikes crashed into him. The waves of power were sent out far and wide, causing the planet itself to react to the attack. Storm brewed, clouds rained, thunder rumbled, and lava spewed from the cracks created by the fight. In an instant, it was as if the whole planet's scenery had changed, as the force of multiple blood drills hit H's body. As quickly as H was injured, he attempted to heal his body as much as he could. Dalki were very resilient, and being a 10-spike meant he was even more so. However, he was barely hanging on as the damage continued to accumulate, and his healing abilities were unable to keep up. After the Syls had attacked with the blood drills, they moved out of the way. Now, levitating in the air, there were several Sills with flame rings around their arms. I know that it might not be enough to kill you. I need to make sure that you are never able to come back again. I need to ensure that every last bit of you is burnt up. The rings of fire came out from each Sill, and just like with the lightning, as they hit H's body, giant rings of flame aura spread out through the area. These pulses of power were all aimed below, further and further into the ground, hitting H relentlessly. The onlookers were unable to see anything, as flames erupted in one particular place, and the heat was too much for them to handle. Eventually, though, sweat could be seen running down from Sill's face. He was getting tired, but he continued to use his powers, and soon, one by one, the clones of Sill started to disappear. Sill stayed in the air, continuing to fire out rings of fire. You killed them! You killed everything that I tried to protect! Why did you have to? Why did you have to take everything away from me? Sill shouted at the top of his lungs. Then, he was the only Sill left. His hair started to revert back to its original state, and his body weakened, returning to its frail self once again. Using Russ's powers in the way he was using them, even with his seemingly infinite MC cells, was starting to drain, and eventually Sill landed on the ground, puffing and panting, barely able to stand. The whole planet looked nothing like it did before. The ground was scorched black, and so were all the rocks around it. The unusual environment created by the fighting had caused mass destruction here and there, but now it was starting to settle down as the fight appeared to be over. I can't believe it. Even after all that, Sill stated. His eyes amazed him, and as the others started to approach, they could see why. They expected H to be nothing but a pile of ashes, yet his body was still there. It was hard to call it a body, as its skin had been torn open to shreds, with dried and burnt blood. The bones of the Dalki were on full display. It was clear from the state the Dalki was in, despite its powers and special traits, that there would be no coming back from this. It was astonishing to even see that there was a glimmer of life in H's eyes, his mouth barely intact.
You think you've won this, haven't you?
H said.
I have nothing to lose now that I've lost, so that means we both lose. 6 abilities. I have 6 abilities,
H said. Looking at H on the ground, there was still life in his eyes, even in the state he was in. Through his ripped skin and his few sharp teeth, Sill could make out what he thought was a smile that soon turned into a chuckle.
Ha 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 ha,
H stated. This Dalki, everything about him reminds me of him, and that can't just be a coincidence, Sill thought. The vision I saw, of all of the blades dying, in the end, I was unable to stop it, but there are still a lot of lives on this planet around us. Think if this was Hilston, what would he have up his sleeve? Thinking back to a long, long time ago, Sill remembered when Hilston had been defeated. At the time, Hilston had a final ace up his sleeve, a trick, and that was the second chance skill. Even if one was killed once, one would be given a second chance. Either way, they were able to predict, and, through predicting it, got rid of Hilston once and for all. Is that it? Has this Dalki taken the second chance skill as well? I have to assume that whatever I have is something that I can use as well. The laughter from H was getting slower and slower. His grip on life was fading from him. The second chance skill wouldn't make any sense in this situation. I would be able to get to him before he even had a chance to regenerate. At the same time, Hilston wasn't one to make the same mistake twice. I don't know why I keep thinking of this Dalki as Hilston, but if it was him, and he didn't have the second chance skill, then what would he do? Sill thought back to the fight so far. The power of lightning, the power of ice, the power of fire, the ability to transform, and the ability to regenerate. With all these skills, that was 5 abilities altogether. Then, the last words from H entered Sill's mind. Is he thinking what I think he's thinking? There is one way I can confirm. The book appeared in Sill's hand once more, and soon changed to his foresight ability. In an intense battle like the one he had, it was worse for him to use it, as he needed to see the future images and also react to them. The two of them were too strong and too fast, so much so that it would have only had a negative impact on the fight between the two. Finally, Sill was able to see what was going to happen, and his worst fears had come true. We will both lose. That's it.
It's the only ability I can think of, you bastard, Syl screamed. You already took out so many people. You won't even be alive anymore, so why would you even bother to take such a thing? H smiled once again.
Wherever I go to, whatever happens to me after this, I will be happy to know that I took everyone with me.
There were hundreds of abilities that Syl had copied during his time, and during that time he had memorized all of them, learned how to use them best, and come up with new ways to use the abilities. But there was one ability that could never be tested. In powers he had seen before, it was even written in Hilston's journal. He would force some to learn it, so it could be used in cruel ways. It was the power of self-destruction. It was an ability that was incredibly strong because it only had one condition for it to be reached. The user had to die. That ability works on the user's MC cells just like anything else. In the usual case, one couldn't really use this ability, so the MC cells would still cause it to have a pretty devastating explosion. That's the case in a normal person, but in the case of H, he wasn't able to use much of his MC cells during the fight. I didn't give him the chance to. And if even now, as close to death as he is, the Dalki trait is working, it might have boosted his MC cells to the max. Just what type of explosion is going to happen?
It seems you figured it out.
H laughed. H could feel it. Maybe he had 3 more breaths in him before he would no longer remain alive, and then he could only imagine the destruction and devastation it would cause. Should I try to teleport him? Syl thought. Sweat was running down his forehead and dropping onto the floor. He used his foresight ability once more, and he could see the results straight away. The explosion it would cause, it's too big. I don't have enough MC cells to take him that far away from here. Never mind coming back again as well. What if I was to try and heal him? If I heal his wounds, then the damage would be smaller, maybe even stop the explosion from happening, Syl thought. Once again, though, looking into the future, that wouldn't work either. It would only delay the time before H's death. Syl, use me, Layla shouted. She wasn't sure what was happening, but she could see a large amount of smog that was building up above Syl's head. It was heavy, and she only guessed that perhaps H had something up his sleeve. With her sword, there might be something she could do. She threw it up in the air straight at Syl. He glanced to his right while reaching out for the sword. The life in the eyes of H was disappearing. They were going away. Syl managed to catch the sword in his hand, and immediately he could feel his powers disappearing. At that moment, he believed he had made a mistake. Now he was unable to even use his powers to stop H. There was only the sword, but it was all too late. H had taken his last breath. Syl could no longer feel any life coming from H. "Everyone get down!" Syl shouted out of instinct, even though it wouldn't matter, because all of them would be dead anyway. Instead, though, he lifted the black sword and was aiming to stab into H, but stopped as he noticed nothing was happening. What's going on? Was it a trick? No, that's impossible. I saw with my own ability that H would blow up. Dropping the sword on the ground, Syl used his ability once more, but there was no sign of H blowing up anymore. Just what had happened? "I've done it!" Jack shouted out, blood spewing out from his mouth. Most of his teeth had fallen out. Holding him by the scruff of his neck with his one good arm was none other than Stark. "I did what you asked. All of their powers have been taken away, so just spare me, please." Jack's body was incredibly damaged. Several holes were in his body, as well as broken bones. After breaking the shield, Stark had to do a little convincing, but in the end, he achieved what he had set out to achieve. "I hope what I have done has helped out in any way possible," Stark thought. H had perished, and he was no more, and soon his body was turning into nothing but particles, floating in the air. However, some of the particles on the ground had started to gather, and when the rest of the body disappeared, there was now a crystal in its place left behind. The crystal had some dark scales on the outer surface of it, like a type of skin, while the inside was raw with yellow energy bouncing around. It was now all that was left of H. "It's over. It's really over," Syl said, looking at the crystal, and he carefully watched as a dark hand picked the crystal up off the floor. "Yes, it really is over,"
Mundus said, with the God-Slayer crystal in his hand. Stark's vision continued to go in and out. The desert around him was all but a blur, and it wasn't due to the heat either. In fact, he wasn't quite sure what the reason was. Could it be the armor? Stark thought. Maybe it's blood loss from my arm. The wound, it stopped bleeding, but I lost a lot of blood during the fight. The Pensui didn't have amazing healing capabilities like the vampires, but unlike humans, if they were to lose a limb, the area around the wound would seal off to stop them from bleeding to death. The problem was, while using the armor's strange skill that was taking the life out of him, he could feel that his arm hadn't healed. It wasn't healing during his confrontation with Jack, and only now that he had stopped drawing power from the armor had his arm healed up. Let's try and look on the bright side. Without an arm, it means I weigh less, so I should be able to move faster now, right? Stark thought. He stumbled a bit, but managed to catch himself. He imagined that the effect of the demon tier armor was the only thing that kept him standing, and the fact that there was still unfinished business. In the sand, lying in front of him, Jack had a hole in his shin, a hole in his arms, and holes in other places of his body. All of these had been made with Stark's good arm. It was done so Jack wouldn't run away, and also to convince him to take away the powers of others. While attacking, Stark did also notice something else, a crystal that was embedded in his body. It was next to his chest, glowing with power. I'm not so sure what that is, but if I was to guess, it was one of those crystals that Quinn had asked for. A nest crystal? It's not glowing as bright, though. Maybe its power was already somewhat used. Without realizing it, Jack was also powering his own armor with the power of the crystal, but with Stark using the celestial armor and his own strength, he managed to break through the barrier. Although nest crystals were somewhat considered an unlimited source of energy, even they needed time to recover their energy. Stark started to move toward Jack and eventually lifted him again, pulling him up with his one good arm. The strength of the armor was still working, allowing him to do so with ease. I did what you asked. You said you would leave me alone, Jack shouted through a swollen mouth that was only getting bigger. I need to confirm you did as you said, and besides, if anyone else comes after me, I'm going to need a hostage, Stark replied. Stark made sure that Jack was unable to do anything, checking that the bones and the tendons in his arms and legs were slashed. He was unable to move, so they placed him on his back. 2 of Jack's arms fell past his neck, and with his one good hand, he held Jack's hands together close to his chest. After that, he ran through the sand before stopping after half a mile. Stark coughed, and blood spilled out of his mouth, falling onto the floor. If you force yourself to move, you'll die, Jack said. If I stay put and your people find me, I'll die, Stark replied. He continued to run, going back the way he came, but unlike before, he would have to take frequent breaks and rest for a bit. Each time Stark had to take a break, the intervals were getting shorter, while the breaks were getting longer. My damned eyesight is just getting blurrier. How much longer can I hold out? With one last stint, Stark eventually made it back to Jack's personal control room. There were people running all over the ship, but no one was at the start of the scene of the crime. Perhaps they thought that Stark would never return here with Jack, maybe thinking that they would do anything they could to get off the ship. After all, if they stayed on it, they would eventually be found and then killed. In the control room, the screens were looking at what was going on down below. Stark could hardly see what was on the screens, but Jack's reaction was enough for him to know what had happened. Where is H? He was down there. He was sent down to fight that person, Jack screamed. The only usable part of his body was his mouth, it seemed like. Syl is right there, but H is nowhere to be seen. That's impossible. Did they manage to kill H? But how could that be? Even if Syl was at full strength, he wouldn't have been able to beat H, but he was nearly half dead. For Stark, the voice of Jack being unable to comprehend that H had lost to his allies was music to his ears. Was it really because of me? Because I took H's powers away? But that wasn't too long ago. He would have had his powers long enough to deal with them all. Jack didn't want to believe it, but in the scene of the ground and everything around them, it was clear that a huge fight had taken place. Even without H, they should be weak. If the others attack, they will be able to finish them all off, and then I can just ask Jim to help me create a better H. I can't be taken out here like this. My name was meant to live on for the ages, written down and planted in history. Hearing all the useless babble at the side of his ear, Stark moved his shoulders and let go of Jack's hands, allowing him to drop on the floor. Jack now lay there on his back, and Stark soon propped his knees on Jack's arm. "What are you doing?" Jack asked. "You have your confirmation. I did what you asked." Stark then pulled back his one good hand, and putting his fingers together, he made the sharp pointed end. "You're going to kill me. You're going to go back on your word. Then you are no better than me." "Me no better than you?" Stark laughed. "You just went on and on about how you would do this all over again. You are someone who cannot live. You have taken their powers away, so there is a good chance you can always just give them their powers back." Jack tried to lift his arms, but he was unable to. Nothing was working. No, I can't give them their powers back. I have to touch them. I have to transfer powers through my mouth. You can make sure that I don't give my powers to anyone. And didn't you say you would use me as a hostage? If you kill me, you won't be able to leave this ship." "I'm sorry," Stark said, "but there's no way I can confirm what you said is true, and I think I'm too tired to leave this ship anyway." Stark didn't say anything else. He just threw his hand forward. It went right through Jack's head, between his two eyebrows. When pulling it out, there was a large hole in its place, and Jack's entire body was lifeless. He was dead, and there was no coming back from this one. Standing up, Stark waddled again, and now he was unable to see. His eyes were open, but he couldn't see at all. With his one good arm, he reached around until he eventually felt a chair. Making sure the chair was sturdy, he sat down and started to close his eyes. "I'm so tired. My legs. I don't think I can move them anymore. Everyone, I wish you good luck. I need to go to sleep now." Stark's eyes closed, and his one arm fell, dangling by his side. The whole city, the entire planet that Syl and H fought on, had practically been destroyed. Whatever large structures there were, they had been reduced to nothing but rubble. It would be hard for one to believe that there was a civilization on the planet if they were to land on it now. Still, there were quite a few who had managed to survive, trapped under rubble, too far away from the fight, to see, but still feeling the energy that passed through the planet. Hiding, waiting for it to stop, waiting for a result, and one had finally come. Syl was the victor, the one who fought on the side of the Memorials, the Amra, and the Pensui. However, going against Pine and H back-to-back had come at a great cost. For one, they had already lost nearly all forces on the planet prior to this one. Pine had killed everyone on it, and on the current planet they were at, there was only a small token army of around 100, a mixed bag of races. Then there was the worst outcome of the battles. The Memorials had lost 2 members of their royal family, Wince and Cyril. They had fought a hard battle, not giving up and eventually dying, fighting till the very end. The news had yet to spread to the other planets. In fact, the fighting still went on elsewhere, as no one was aware of what was happening, too focused on their fights. Then there were also the Blades that had lost their lives, sent to a far distant land for their survival, always fighting to try to change the image they had of the past, and in the end, still losing their lives to the one that caused them great trouble. It was a sad fact that Syl had yet to come to terms with fully. He had done a lot to try to protect them and still failed. He was starting to understand how Quinn felt. At the very least, he wished to pray for them and give them a proper burial, but nearly all of their bodies in the area had already been burnt. Still, there was a moment of relief for Syl, that everything was over, but that was all it was, a simple moment, as his eyes laid on the large figure in front of him. A species that he had never even seen before stood in the center, confident, holding the crystal that had come out from H's body. "Syl," Layla called out, "don't do anything rash." She was now next to him, along with Minnie. The two of them had run out when wishing to give the sword to Syl. With how close she was, Syl had noticed that Layla broke out in a sweat and she was shaking. Minnie had reacted as well, covering her body in a shadow and baring her fangs toward this person. It was natural for Layla's body to react in such a way because she remembered everything about this person and their great power. "I guess there are too many around us who are looking," Mundus said, and soon the air outside of the area they were in was still. There was almost no sound being made. Syl could tell something was different, but he didn't quite know what. "I have to congratulate you, because thanks to you, you have managed to turn the tide of the war," Mundus said, sounding quite excited. "But you should know that the battle isn't over yet. There is still more to be done. Nevertheless, you have already done so much. I have been watching you very, very carefully." Syl was still trying to figure out if this person was an enemy or not, and whether he needed to use his powers, or even if he could, since his MC cells had nearly depleted to the bottom of the barrel. "Don't worry, I promised a certain someone that I wouldn't meddle in earthling affairs, as long as everything works out in the end. Besides, the quickest way to end this war is still through you. It's just, I can't let there be any more troublesome ones coming from your planet, so I will be the one to take this." Mundus shook the crystal in his hand. Syl wanted to keep the crystal in case he or someone else wanted to use it, but since he could see Layla's reaction, he thought it was best to just let this person do what they wanted. Syl himself realized that they had made a good point. He still had the memory change ability. Even if the heads at the top and all the powerful opponents were eliminated, everyone wouldn't still know better. In a way, if Syl had died in the battle, then everyone else would have suffered greatly in figuring out what to do. "I have a warning for you," Mundus said, looking at Syl. "In the future, it's best that you stop your exploration. I don't know why you are doing such a thing, but you never know what can come about due to the result of your actions. Look at what happened here. They tried to push too far, and now they are paying for it. You Earthlings seem to be quite obsessed with protecting people, but another way of protecting people is to stay out of trouble." Those words hit Syl harder than he thought. He had seen a future where great beings had attacked Earth, as well as one where all of the blades died. He was unable to stop the blades from dying, but what if the future was due to him trying to meddle in the first place? It was something that he always had to try and live with, and was why he never tried to look so far into the future. The sound of the wind moving again entered Syl's ears. When he looked up, he noticed the being was gone. Both Layla and Minnie were fine once more, now that the threat was gone. They all stood there in silence for a bit, still stunned at everything that was happening, until they could hear an explosion go off in the distance. It started with one, but soon many more followed. "What's happening?" Minnie asked. "Isn't the fighting over?" "No," Layla answered. "The fighting won't end with just that. Those fighting have lost the lives of those they care about, that were right next to them moments ago. They also have the old memories, and with it, the fighting will continue until then." "Then we just have to change their memories again," Syl said. "I can put a stop to this war. Jack originally used me to change everyone's memories, so if I go back into that device, then I can use it to change everyone back." It sounded a bit strange, after rescuing Syl, that they would have to go back to the place where they started, but it was the original plan. "It will work. It will stop the fighting, not just here but everywhere, and they will all know the truth. How they deal with that after, that's down to them." "Not to be a bearer of bad news, but I think there's one problem that you're forgetting about," Russ added. "There are no ships on this planet anymore. All of them were destroyed." Teleporting to their side, another group of people appeared. Logan, Vicky, Jake, and Shiro. There was a lot Syl wanted to say to them, looking at them, but now wasn't the time for words. "Jake and I will deal with the Dalki that are still on this planet," Shiro stated. "We aren't beaten from the fight. There is still a lot we can do." "And I can make you a ship to get you back up there," Logan stated. "We just need the materials, but once we're up there, we can end this war." The war had spanned a lot longer than originally intended, and the truth of the matter was that neither side knew who was winning or what was going on. For the Alien Alliance, they all felt like they were defending with everything they had, close to losing everything, or perhaps they had already lost it all. There'd be next to no communication from the other planets, making them believe the worst-case scenario. Still, they clung to the hope that until they heard the news of a loss or heard the word to surrender, they would keep on fighting. This made it harder for the Dalki, human, and vampire forces to fight back. The whole battle was far harder than they had ever imagined. In the end, though, the group composed of many Dalki and humans had managed to finish off another planet. This meant that of the 3 battles they had taken part in, on the 3 separate planets, they had now won against 2 of them. "We'll make sure to take out every single one of these on here that is alive. Make sure not a single one of them is hiding," a 5-spike Dalki commander shouted to the others. The Dalki looked around at the destruction, the losses they had accumulated. Sir, a young human came over with a large device on his back. It looked like a backpack, but was made completely of electronic components. After approaching the Dalki commander, he swung the bag around his back and placed it on the floor. I did as you asked. I contacted the Marpo cruise base asking for orders. I was trying to get an update on the current situation, asking whether we should go aid the other forces or just head back. But the news—
Just spit it out,
the Dalki angrily said, already impatient and fearing that he would be blamed for the current mess they were in. They had struggled greatly, and a lot of blame would be put on them. Instead of explaining the situation, the human thought it was best if he just played the messages that he had received. This is an urgent message. Jack Truedream has been kidnapped. I repeat, Jack Truedream appears to have been kidnapped. All forces are to search for him on board the Marpo cruise. All those on the ground are to look for him on the current planets you are at. Find Jack Truedream at all costs. When the message ended, there was a concerned look on the commander's face, and he didn't have a good feeling about what he had heard. Their battle had ended a while ago, and most of them were recovering, just doing simple searches in the area. Placing his hand out, the Dalki pointed it towards some rubble of a broken building in the distance. His hand started to shake, his eyebrows furrowed, but nothing happened.
It's true. Something must have happened to Jack Truedream. I've lost my powers.
The emergency message had been played out loud and clear, and the news had also spread to the other Marpo crews that belonged to Jim Eno. Most of the vampires on board had already been sent down below, at least those taking part in the fight. There was a small skeleton crew that had received the message, and they were panicking even more than before as they held their heads in their hands. What is going on? All of the cameras on board, they don't seem to be working properly, so I can't get a read on what's happening below, one of the vampires panickedly said. We need to move. There's an energy source coming off from the planet. It's swirling and hitting the bottom of the ship. The ship's systems are detecting it as a threat. That's crazy. There are no energy blasts or anything that can be seen outside. Are you saying that just pure energy coming off from the planet is harming us? From all the way down there, it doesn't even look like any fighting is going on. We can't get in contact with Jim either. He's down below. What are we to do? Down below, where the capital of the Amra resided, the scene was drastically different from what it was moments ago. The demon-tier shadow beasts were fending off the strong vampire forces. The vampires had to gather in groups, using their powers and weapons just to push them back. While the fight was going on, an order had been declared for all of the Amra to head back into the tower. The shadow beasts, rather than attacking at that moment, concentrated on defending, and little by little, all of the Amra forces headed right back into the tower. Geo took one last look at the scene outside before deciding to head in, and the two vampires, Joke and Ronik, who had helped, were guided inside with Geo as well. The demon-tier shadow beasts continued to defend, but noticing that all of the Amra had disappeared, the vampires decided to push, getting closer to the tower. Stop! Hickle shouted, the fourth, original leader. There is no need for us to fight and kill each other. Are you only saying that because you fear that you will lose? Magnus replied. Hickle, Edvard, Grenlet, and Bianca had all gathered in front of the tower. They didn't head inside because although they were helping Quinn, they weren't part of the alien forces. The rest of the vampires were still out there on the battlefield. This is ridiculous, Hickle shouted. You are following someone that we have next to no connection with. They made all these claims, and the people stated they were true, so we decided to help out. But haven't you always thought things were strange? Haven't you thought that maybe the one named Quinn was telling the truth? Magnus, as well as the other originals, had stopped for a second. They continued to gather blood aura around their bodies, ready to fight at any moment. You certainly seem to have changed your tune fairly quickly, Magnus said. Why is that? Is it because the vampire that you are going against has the powers of the shadow? I guess you plan to betray the current leader with the Punishers, just like you did to me back then. Hickle grunted, knowing this would be a hard one to convince. The Punisher's covenant was created in the first place when Magnus was the king of the vampires. When war broke out, there were those on the Punisher's side and those on the king's side, and the king in question was Magnus himself. To him, it seemed like history was repeating itself. Look, whether or not you and I see the same goal is a different thing altogether, Hickle stated. We both, No, we all care about what happens to the vampires. We all care about the future of the vampires, and that's why we strongly fight for it. In the end, the vampires came from us, so their lives are our responsibility. But this, look around you, look at all the death, and even us fighting against each other. Why are we fighting alien races when we don't even have a proper reason for fighting them? The vampires as we know it could go extinct because of this one person. So I'm just asking you to stop and question what is going on for a moment." Magnus didn't say anything, and the other originals that stood by his side were looking at him to make a decision, because if one of them backed down, especially Magnus, who was one of the stronger originals, then the fight would be pointless. The aura around Magnus disappeared, as it looked like it would come to an end. "The only reason why I am backing down is because the outcome of this whole thing won't be decided by us, and you know it," Magnus stated. "You can feel the energy coming from behind us, can't you? The victor of those two will be the one that determines what happens here. As for me, I will choose my own path." The wind blew, and Magnus disappeared from all of their sight, off in the distance. Where he went, they weren't quite sure, nor what he would do from now on. To a lot of the originals, though, when they had been woken up by Jim, they were going with the flow of this new world. Some of them even wished to go back to slumber after all of this was done, but there were others, like Magnus, who had goals of their own to achieve. With Magnus gone, the other originals stood down, and Hickel and Edvard stared into the distance. "You can feel that energy, right?" Edvard asked. "Yeah, it looks like Jim's protector is going up against the one named Quinn," Hickel answered. "Although I don't like to admit that Magnus is right, in this situation I think he is. This whole war won't be determined by Jim, Jack, or the leader of the aliens. It will be through those two." Since Magnus had suddenly left the scene to do who knew what or go who knew where, the other leaders were reluctant to fight anymore, especially against Hickel, who before this mess was doing a pretty good job leading them all. They respected Hickel a lot, but were somewhat confused by the sudden change of heart, as they weren't part of the Punisher's covenant, like the others. "What should we do now? Do we stay here or what? It even seems like the shadow beasts have just gone off and disappeared somewhere," Edvard commented. In the middle of the original scuffle, the shadow beasts had a shadow appear behind them and suddenly disappeared, leaving the remaining vampires with no enemy to fight. The Amro were no longer there, so the vampires were just left confused, but on high alert. "There has to be a reason why all of the aliens retreated into this tower. For now, let's just make sure none of the vampires enter the tower," Hickel replied. Bianca was also curious about the tower and had walked up to the outer edge. She reached out with her hand, and when it was close to touching the walls, small sparks of energy came off from it. It certainly was an interesting thing, and it didn't look like one could enter it by just pushing the two front doors open. "I'll go ahead and tell the other vampires to stay in the area then. The last thing we want is them getting swept up in whatever is coming," Grenlet said. He was ready to jump from his position when suddenly he felt extremely weak. So weak that he had fallen on one knee for a moment. The energy was draining from him, his legs, the power in his arms, and of all things, there was a pain in his head that Grenlet didn't even recognize, a dull ache like that of a headache. "What is this? What has overcome me? Is it a type of poison, or is someone using some type of skill on me?" Grenlet thought. "Who is it? Is it one of the leaders?" Thinking this, Grenlet turned his head, but soon noticed that it wasn't only him that was being affected. It was all of the leaders. Although they weren't on their knees, there was a look of discomfort on their faces. Sweat could be seen on them, with beads running down their faces. Eventually, Grenlet was getting used to the feeling and was able to stand up again, but noticed that he was sweating quite a bit as well and was starting to feel quite hot. "All of these feelings, it's unusual. And what could be affecting the other leaders as well?" "Is everyone feeling the same thing right now?" Edvard asked, and he could see everyone replying with a nod. Look at the others," Bianca said, pointing. If one thought the leaders were struggling with whatever this was, they could now see that the rest of the vampires had collapsed and were on the floor. Hickel jumped from his position. He was still relatively strong, but he could tell he had lost half of his power. When looking at the vampires on the floor, Hickle could see that they were experiencing similar symptoms, and that's when he noticed something else, a slight burn on the face. This can't be, Hickle thought, and immediately looked at the vampire's hand, noticing he was wearing a ring. What is it? Edvard said, landing by his side. It seems you have figured something out. Hickle then tilted the vampire's face so Edvard could see the same thing. Wait, these symptoms, is this the effect of the sun? But how can that be? They are wearing their rings, aren't they? And it has been a long time since we were affected by the sun. It's been so long that we forgot what it even feels like, but I'm sure of it, Hickle replied. For whatever reason, everyone is experiencing symptoms as if they were being hit by the sun. We have no choice. We need to evacuate every vampire from this planet as soon as possible. It might have been a rash decision, but there were only a few vampires who could stand, and whatever this feeling was, it was consistent and building up. If they stayed in it for too long, eventually some vampires would possibly die. The evacuation of the vampires was underway. The vampire leaders also had the ability to communicate with those on board the Marpo cruise, and ships were being sent down to their location. At first, Hickle was a little worried that they would be attacked on the way, but there were no such attacks. Meanwhile, as all of this was going on, Geo and Dober were making sure the rest of the Amra were being treated, while they tried to calm down those who were unable to see their loved ones. They were now with the rest of the Amra, after all, but they didn't complain for long. They just held in their tears because they knew it was a tough situation for them all, especially those who had managed to survive and head back. The Amra were staying in a village that had been established in the tower on one of the floors. After everyone was settled, in a vast field where most of the wounded Amra were being treated, Dober decided to bring out a strange, square-looking device. He placed it on the ground in the middle of the field, away from the others, and a projection appeared in the air. "What's that?" Geo asked. "It's our planet," Dober replied. "It's a device connected to the tower that allows us to see what is going on outside. I kept this a secret from Quinn, as I didn't want him to feel distracted when making his equipment." Controlling the strange device, Dober went through the entire city, or what was left of it, and eventually could see Quinn and Ray standing opposite each other, both in their full suits of armor. Quinn looked at Ray intently. Ray stood there, looking part Dalki and part human, more human than the last time Quinn had seen him, covered in his red dragon scale-like armor. "I knew we would meet each other again," Ray said with a smile, "and it looks like you got an upgrade since the last time I saw you." "I could say the same to you," Quinn replied. "You didn't listen to me last time, so I guess you're committed to fighting?" Ray's smile said it all. There was no changing his mind, not unless they could completely alter his memories. "At the very least, don't you think we should give everyone a chance to leave this planet? I would like the vampires who have no part in this to have the ability to leave." "That would make sense, since you are a vampire after all," Ray replied. "I guess you still have some positive feelings towards them. But how do we clear the area? You want me to just shout really loud?" "Don't worry about that. I have a way," Quinn said. "Skill activated. Sunfire burn." The phoenix markings on Quinn's armor lit up, and a light red power emanated from his armor. It could only be seen for a moment, but there was a slightly dark orange mist that quickly dissipated. However, in the area they were standing, there was an intense heat that could be felt, and it quickly spread throughout the entire planet. "Passive damage is being dealt within a certain area. The power of the phoenix spreads out." "That's quite a fancy armor you have there, but this only tickles my skin," Ray commented. The two of them waited for a bit and could see the ships coming back and forth from the planet. With this, Quinn felt satisfied. "This is good. Now I can fight without any distractions." The Sunfire burn skill had been activated. It was powerful, and the range was a lot further than Quinn expected. To the point where any vampire that was in the city, and perhaps even further on, was able to feel the effects of the armor. The scary fact was that there was no resistance to it. Just like when Quinn had fought against the Phoenix, even though he had long grown resistant to the sun, the Phoenix still affected him, and in this case, it still affected the vampires as well. If any person was to wear this piece of armor and was to use this skill and walk into the vampire settlement, they would have a devastating advantage. This was the first skill that Quinn had used in the fight with Ray. Of course, Quinn himself, while wearing the armor, was unaffected, and it didn't come as much of a surprise that Ray seemed completely fine, even though he was the one closest to him. Sure, Ray wasn't a vampire, but there was still a burning effect and passive damage that would be done to non-vampires as well. It just affected vampires a bit more. Quinn stared straight ahead at Ray, his eyes glowing red, shifting his feet slightly. The mask could be seen over his mouth. At the side of the Oni mask, where the two dials by his cheeks were, the red mist was being sucked into the mask. Even now, the mask's power was being used, storing blood power from all around. Then finally, the last ship could be seen leaving the planet. "You said that there are no distractions for you, right? So I assume you won't be holding back because neither will I." Ray lifted up his foot, and a strong energy gathered around it. It looked almost like flames, but the color was a darker red, not quite the same as blood aura, not quite the same as fire. Stomping the ground, this energy dispersed outward in all directions. The wave of energy blasted out and hit Quinn. The energy had blinded him for a second, but passed through him. He didn't feel any pain or discomfort. Whether it was due to his own power or the armor protecting him, he wasn't sure. When Quinn could see again, the entire scene in front of him looked vastly different. The rubble of the broken-down buildings, the rocks that still stood strong while the fighting had gone on, all of it was gone. It had disappeared, and all that could be seen now was the planet's surface. Somehow Ray had turned all of it into nothing. The strange thing was, only the structures had disappeared, apart from the tower that could be seen in the distance. All the bodies from the battle still lay there on the ground, the blood still present, and even Jim's, Peter's, and Chris's bodies were still outside on the planet. "I just thought we should have a nicer area to fight in, that's all," Ray said, as he grinned, and out from the back, piercing through a slit in his armor, two large red wings popped out. Not wasting any time, Ray kicked off with his feet and flapped his wings. When he did, with a boost in speed, he came out right at Quinn. His wings then gathered close to his body as he spun. The same energy that had gathered around Ray's foot now gathered around his whole body. Quinn, though, had been waiting for this. He was waiting for Ray to move, and he had moved at the same time. Running off from the ground, the armor set was activating with its full power, giving him the same speed as he would have if he used Nitro Accelerate. The whole armor was glowing a light blue as the limitless skill was activating. Pure power was running through Quinn, but he wasn't going to let the armor do all the work. Following from behind his fist, blood aura lingered in a huge wave that filled the entire area behind him. The image of a dragon was being made, and to top it off, Quinn poured his ki into a pinpoint area. The fist slammed right into Ray's aura, and the two powers clashed. A large wave spread out immediately from the blow, throwing the dead bodies, and those still alive that were close to it, off into the distance. The ground beneath their feet lifted up and started to disintegrate due to the force. Quinn looked at his hand. He had done the Dragon Pulse Blood Strike. It was the most powerful version of the attack he had ever done, yet Ray's hand could be seen gripping his completely. "Of all the things you chose to do, you create the image of a dragon out of your blood strike? Let me show you the strength of a real dragon." Ray gripped tightly onto Quinn's hand, making sure he was unable to let go. Opening up his mouth, the aura could be seen building up. His mouth spread wide, and a condensed fireball blast came out, hitting Quinn right in the chest and at close range. "What the? There's not a scratch on the armor." Ray was more than surprised. Taking this chance, Quinn twisted his foot and threw out his other hand right at Ray. "I know using the blood aura in weapon form, or as blood swipes and so on, is useless against someone like this. That armor on his body will just protect him from it all, so the only way I can do damage is to put all of my power into my fists, and with the gauntlet's added strength, try to do some real damage." In the middle of throwing out his hand, Ray had moved his head, firing out another fireball. It clashed with the hand and stopped Quinn's fist dead in its tracks. That fireball was strong enough to do that? Soon, condensed fireball after condensed fireball crashed into Quinn's chest piece, hitting him one after the other. The attacks weren't enough to harm the armor, but the sheer power still vibrated through Quinn, damaging him on the inside. In a desperate attempt, Quinn went out to throw another blood-powered fist. It missed, and the attack continued outward, going far across the land. Ray then grabbed his arm, lifted him above, and slammed him right into the floor below. Ray opened up his mouth again, and the fireballs continued to hit Quinn, forcing him deeper and deeper into the ground. Then, grabbing Quinn, he threw him up in the air slightly before giving a powerful strike with his fist. Quinn was pounded and sent further up and higher into the air, and blood fell from his mouth, leaking through the Oni mask. "I guess that new fancy armor is just for show," Ray said, as he opened his mouth wide again. The dark orange energy was building inside him. The veins around his face were glowing with the energy, and it spread throughout his wings as well. Leaning back slightly, Ray let out an eruption of dark orange power. Quinn was recovering, but was still up in the air. "This attack, this is what my shadow was unable to block last time. I thought with the armor I might be faster than him, or stronger than him, but is he still stronger? If that's the case, I just need to utilize everything I have." The orange flame continued to spew out of Ray's mouth, and it covered the entire sky. It went out for a few seconds before Ray eventually closed his mouth shut. When the flames stopped, he could see nothing in the sky. No, it's far too easy for him to go out like that. A shadow appeared in the sky, and Quinn was seen appearing from it. He had avoided the attack. With his boot's active skill, he started to push off the air and ran right toward Ray. In the middle of his run, a cloud of smoke puffed right in front of Quinn, but when continuing to run forward, Ray could see him right ahead. What was that? Ray focused on Quinn coming toward him. He soon heard footsteps to his side, and they immediately grabbed him, holding him in place. "I used the clouds to create the clones, and then using my shadow power, transported them to Ray's side. And now, with them holding him still..." Quinn crashed like a flying sword, hitting Ray right in the chest and pushing him across the ground, tearing it up left, right, and center. Lifting his hands, Quinn's blood aura started to spark around his gauntlets. "Energy converter has been used. Special trait activated lightning. Lightning blood can now be used." The two dials on the side of Quinn's mask had moved, and the red mist turned into sparks of red lighting. "Maybe this will do more than just tickle you." "Blood shock." The blood aura that had been surrounding Quinn's gauntlets and had been following behind with every punch had suddenly changed. It now started to spark all around his fists. While on top of Ray, opening up his hands, he slammed them right against Ray, one towards his chest and the other on top of his head. Quinn was gripping tightly, but no matter how hard he gripped, he was unable to break through the skull of Ray. There was power surging through him that was protecting him, but that didn't matter, because Quinn was aiming for something else anyway. "Blood shock." Out from his fists, all of Quinn's blood aura had gathered, and streaks of red lightning appeared from his hands. It encased all of Ray's body. The lightning strike looked like a storm above the two, as lightning fired off in all directions and high up in the air. The blood lightning had hit both of Quinn's clones in the process, making them puff into a cloud of smoke. "Ah!" Quinn screamed at the top of his lungs, putting more of his aura into the attack, aiming to take out his enemy right here. This attack had worked against Peter, so he was hoping it would do the same here. Blood shock was a move that was able to be created thanks to the Godslayer mask that he was wearing. The blood aura from the battle around him, as well as his own, could be stored in the mask. This allowed him to have a somewhat unlimited blood bank, as well as a way to use extra blood aura energy when needed, but there was another skill of the mask. At first, Quinn thought it would just give him some sort of lightning attribute to his attacks, but it was far better than that. The lightning was mixing in with his blood to create a new special type of attack. This not only had the power of a lightning strike like the Grey Lash ability, but was also able to strike internally. The lightning went through the body, reacting with the user's blood inside. Little sharp shocks of power were going through the entirety of Ray's body, and one would normally be in excruciating pain. "Haven't you learned not to come so close to me?" Ray said, gritting his teeth and moving his arms, grabbing both of Quinn's wrists, the one on his head and the one on his chest.
Ray's leg was covered in the same energy as the initial attack that he had used to clear the area, from his knee all the way down to his toes. Lifting his leg up, he pulled on Quinn's arm and with the bottom of his foot slammed it right into Quinn's stomach. A loud pop was heard, as Quinn's arms had been dislocated from his shoulders. The energy had also gone right through Quinn's body, exploding on the other side. Gritting his teeth, Shadow started to wrap around Quinn's arms and eventually created a layer over his gauntlets. It was pushing away, trying to break the strong grip that Ray had, but it seemed useless as Ray got up from the floor and swung Quinn's broken arms, slamming him onto the ground on one side. Then, lifting up Quinn's body again, he slammed his entire body on the other side. Quinn was trying to break free, but his arms were damaged, making it harder for him to pull away. The crazy thing was, due to Quinn's armor and his own blood supply that was coming to him, his body was healing his shoulders, replacing all the muscle fibers, and popping his shoulder back in place. However, each time Ray swung his body and slammed him into the ground, he would break the muscle fibers and pop his shoulders out once again. "I need to break free from this." "Energy converter used. Fire selected." Gathering all of his power in the palm of his hands, this time blood aura that was viscous and growing in size as it came out all at once like an explosion. It hit Ray right in the face, burning some of the scales on his skin and forcing him to let go. While Quinn was flying through the air, he had safely landed on the ground, only to see that Ray's face was healing up. "Are you tired yet?" Ray asked. "You seem to be using nearly all of your energy in each attack." Quinn wasn't tired at all. With this armor, even if he put all his strength into every hit and every kick, he didn't tire. "Do you really have the time to talk?" Quinn asked, as he puffed into a cloud of smoke. Once more, two clones had come out of the shadows right next to Ray, but he was ready as he kicked one in the stomach, making it disappear, and grabbed the other by the head. Opening his mouth, a fireball came out, destroying it on the spot. When the smoke settled, though, Quinn was there once again. He swung his hand diagonally like a sword. The blood aura was sharp this time, and different from what it was before. "Energy converter. Water selected." With water mixed in with his blood aura, he was able to make it incredibly sharp and struck right across the chest. Following up, Quinn attacked again, striking from the other side, and the momentum seemed to be in Quinn's upper hand. "Let me show you the strike of a dragon," Ray shouted back. The claws on his hand extended, and through his sharp claws, the dark orange energy was condensed in his nails. He swung out, hitting the blood water and causing it to break. Then, with his other hand, he went to strike at Quinn. Quinn blocked the attacks with his forearm, lifting his legs up one after the other, but with such force behind them, he could feel that each of the strikes was heavy. "I have to try to find an opening. I can't keep blocking these strikes, otherwise he'll be able to hit me eventually." He gathered shadow around his arm and created a wall, thinking it was his chance, but Ray struck through the wall, and his sharp nails went right through the shadow, breaking it on the spot. Quinn went to block another attack, but he made a mistake, and the attack hadn't come. Instead, Ray had jumped back, and then pushed off the ground. He flapped his wings, giving him more power, and slammed right into Quinn's stomach. Straight after, Ray slashed with his claws, hitting the chest piece again and again. Once in a while, Ray would aim for the head, but Quinn lifted his arms up just in time to block, but that's all he could do against the flurry of punches. "Quinn, what are you doing?" A voice was heard in his head. "Am I imagining things at a time like this? I'm not badly hurt. I'm not heavily injured, but I can tell I'm losing this fight. This isn't even Ray's original body. Just how can one person be so strong? If Ray had gone against those god slayers like I had, he would have been able to beat them all as well, I can tell. I thought after beating them and getting the armor, it would have been enough." "What are you chatting so much shit about, Quinn?" the voice shouted in Quinn's head again. "I didn't give up my life. I didn't put everything, including my own soul, into those weapons for nothing. Fucking wake up and show this stupid dragon your power." This voice, it wasn't just any voice. It was one that Quinn thought he had lost, the one that had created the armor in the first place, Alex's. Quinn wasn't sure if he was imagining the voice or not, but whatever the case was, he was right. "All of those that died to get to this point,
They did everything in their power to put a stop to you, so I'll do the same." Both of Quinn's gauntlets started to glow gold with power. Each hit of Ray's was blocked, and rather than swaying his body from side to side, Quinn was getting a better footing. "Ah!" "Asura's Rage activated." With both his gauntlets glowing, Quinn threw out a desperate punch. Right now, he also had the mask converted to a fire-blood energy, allowing for the blood-fire aura to spew out behind his fists. Seeing this, Ray threw out a fist of his own, and the two of them collided. Immediately after, Quinn threw out another fist, and Ray matched that as well. The two of them were looking for areas to hit each other, but instead, both of them were hitting out a flurry of punches that were just hitting knuckle on knuckle, gauntlet on a gauntlet, and for the first time, it looked like the traded blows were equal in strength. Each blow that was blocked or exchanged by Quinn and Ray was devastating to the planet. The two of them didn't realize it themselves, but they had already destroyed a few layers of the ground beneath them. Not just where they stood, but almost for the entire planet. This was because Quinn had his special boots that allowed him to hover and fight just as if he was on the floor, while Ray had his wings. When the two eventually touched the ground, they were too focused on the fight, just believing they were touching the ground. But their powers were destroying the planet bit by bit, even without any of the attacks landing on the planet. Nearly all of the vampires had already gone off the planet, having been taken away, but there were some that were too injured to move. They had been swept up in the battle, most likely already dead from the effects of the fight. That was how devastating the energy that was radiating off the two. However, there were a few that had decided to stay behind. The last of the ships from the Marpo cruise had left a while ago, attempting to avoid the fight, and not be caught up in whatever was happening, but 3 originals had decided to stay behind. Hickel, the 4th original leader, along with Edvard and Bianca. These were all part of the Punisher's covenant. Only Grenlet had decided to leave, stating that there was no reason for them to stay there.
Their presence wasn't going to change anything. Hickel knew he was right, but there was a reason why he was staying here.
"I never thought 2 people could even get so strong,"
Bianca said, watching from a distance. In fact, all 3 of them had decided to stay behind the tower that was still standing. The energy that was swirling about was hitting the tower, but the strange defense mechanism seemed to protect it. The distance between the tower and the fight was incredibly far. With their eyes alone, one wouldn't even be able to see the 3 of them. That was if they were a regular human. However, the original vampires had enhanced vision and were watching the fight from afar, too afraid to get close and get swept up in everything. Although it was now easier for them to move, the strange power from before had disappeared after the last ship had left. This was because Quinn had cancelled the skill. It had no effect on Ray, and even in the middle of the fight, Quinn was worried about others. What if there were those badly injured on the ground, unable to move? It was quite possible that they could die due to his skill being used. "I understand what you mean," Edward replied to Bianca's comment from before. "When I wore that dragon armor in the past, I thought that I had reached the pinnacle of power. I wouldn't be afraid of anyone back in the past with the armor. But now I see that I hardly drew out any of its power. Even with the armor, I wouldn't last against the 2 of them." Bianca looked at Hickel, who had yet to say a word, and his eyes were fixed on every movement of the fight as if he was a madman.
"Why did you choose to stay here?"
Bianca asked. Hickel smiled in response to that question. "I could ask the 2 of you the same question," Hickel stated. "Throughout our time, there has been a lot that has happened. Yet even for as long as we have lived, no fight. Nothing quite on the scale of this has happened before. The fact that Quinn mentioned the Punisher's covenant means that we are a part of this. Whether it is small or big, who knows? What I do want to know, though, is how all of this ends, and whether the decision I made was the right one. I want to see, with my own eyes, the outcome of everything that is to take place." There were more eyes on the fight than Quinn thought because, even in the tower itself, the Amra were able to get a closer look at everything that was happening. On the floor, the projector played, showing the fight that was taking place. "Come on, Quinn!" one of the Amra shouted, as the punches were thrown at each other. Large, destructive blows. "We all put our sweat into making that armor. You have to win!" another shouted. Originally, the projector was set a bit away from the village. because it was placed among the injured Amra that were receiving treatment. Eventually, though, due to all the cheering and noise that was going on, those that were in the village until now had decided to come out. They were the Amra, the children, and those that felt too weak to take part in the fight. Some had gathered to help the injured, while news had spread of the big fight taking place. All of them knew of Quinn, and while watching the fight, it felt like once again he was fighting for their fate. "Quinn, you have to win this fight!" Ronak shouted. His memories were still fresh with everything Quinn had done. "I don't even know of the consequences of what would happen if he were to lose," Joke stated. On top of those in the tower that were watching, there were also those in the celestial spaces as well. The fight wasn't quite what they had expected, as it was closer than they thought. Still, all of them who were watching one way or another had played a big part. The focus on the battle was so much on Quinn that there was something else going on the planet that no one had realized. Due to the shock waves and power released from the battle between the two strong foes, a particular body that was originally near the fight scene had been moved away. It continued to be pushed back more and more with every attack. The body in question was Jim. Jim's body laid there flat on the ground, parts of its skin and flesh burnt. But that's when something strange started to occur. All the crystals that were embedded into Jim's body started to light up. They shone so bright, all at once, that the glow could even be seen through the clothes. Suddenly, the glow of power started to beat, just like a heart. The whole body was pulsing like a heartbeat as it was lifted off the ground. The skin on Jim's body, the wounds, internal and external, were all healing by the strange power until it suddenly vanished. Jim opened up his eyes, and one of the crystals had popped out of his arm. It fell to the floor, black in color. It was no longer like the other crystals on Jim's body that were filled with a mystic space-like color swirling around. "Damn it! Did I fucking die?" Jim said to himself. The next moment, another large wave of energy hit Jim, skidding him across the floor. It was so powerful. He lifted his arm to cover his head, and eventually was able to see what was going on between his arms. It was him! It was Quinn! "Damn that guy! That bastard! I'll rip him to shreds!" Jim said. On another Amra planet, a particular group had no clue what was taking place at this moment and time. All they knew was that the war was still going on. Fighting was still erupting in different places, and they needed to stop it. It wasn't about one side winning the war. It was about stopping it completely, so neither side would suffer more losses, because in the first place, although the humans and vampires weren't aware of it, they were fighting for no reason. Shiro, Jake, and Vicky, as well, had split off all over the planet to help the surviving aliens fight against the Dalki. Jake and Shiro had hardly been hurt in their fights, and Vicky had recovered rather quickly due to her meditation. She wouldn't be as strong as she was before, but it still would be enough for her to at least help out the others. It was the least she could do, now that the tough ones were out of the way, but she did give a warning to the others before splitting with Logan. "If he's dead, and any of you come back alive, you will be seeing him very soon." Those words were ingrained in the back of everyone's mind as they went off. Logan, Layla, Russ, Minnie, and Syl. They were planning to head back to the Marpo cruise. At the moment, they were running around, in search of something salvageable to fly back to the Marpo cruise. All of the ships had been destroyed, but with Logan's sole weapon, he could quickly make a new one, as long as he found some materials to do it with. "It feels so empty," Minnie blurted out as she continued to follow the others. Since no one was saying anything and focusing on the task ahead, everyone had heard Minnie, and they knew exactly what she meant. For one, the streets were emptier than before. This was because they were mostly filled with the dead, or the buildings had been crushed with no sign of life at all. Although the fighting did continue, it was only in secluded places rather than all over. Lastly, there was another reason Minnie had made the comment. It was because she was talking about the group they were in. They had once set off to travel to the Marpo cruise, and it wasn't too long ago, but back then, there were far more of them than there were now. "I know, sweetheart," Layla said. "We need to stop it all, so none of it ever happens again." Eventually, Logan found a destroyed ship. It had a few lacking parts, so the group quickly gathered some more materials until Logan felt like it was enough. Placing his hand on the random parts of metal and such, it all started to move and started to form what looked like a ship. When the ship was finally done, Logan was sweating quite badly. His face was scrunched up, and he had stayed in a knelt-down position.
"Are you okay?" Layla said.
"Yeah," Logan replied, lifting his head up. "I just haven't recovered as much as I thought I had."
"Good, because if you were to be hurt, I'm a little frightened at what Vicky would do to us."
After getting on board the ship, they were off heading for the Marpo cruise. It had taken the group a lot longer than they thought to make a ship, and they couldn't help but think that as more time passed, more would die. While on the ship, Russ was away from everyone, staring out the window. "Why am I even on here? I kinda just ended up getting swept with the flow, going along with everything. I don't even have that strange feeling in my head anymore, which means I no longer need to protect that damn Talon family. It's because of them that I had to go through all of this in the first place." Russ was thinking back to the somewhat peaceful life he had been living, but soon remembered when the Celestial had turned up and ruined it all. Soon his mind started to wander to other things, one of them being Syl. Seeing Syl's power to clone himself as Quinn, and yet at the same time still use his own powers of himself. That was Syl that had already been fighting for a while as well. It made him wonder what a fresh Syl with max MC cells would be able to do. Would I ever be able to defeat him? Russ thought. Although this was already a worrying thought for Russ, for some reason, when looking at Syl, the same strong feelings he had before were gone. This anger inside him that he thought would never disappear, it had vanished and he didn't know why. "I still don't know what happened," Syl said out loud. It looked like he was busy in his mind with his own thoughts as well. "Why did H's final ability not set off?" Syl said. "I saw it. I saw it in my vision. It definitely was that ability, yet it didn't work." If Syl didn't have the answer, the rest of them certainly didn't. The ship continued to head towards the Marpo cruise, and Logan was prepared to push himself again, using his powers to create some defenses if the ship attacked them. He knew that his androids inside were no longer working. However, as they got closer to the ship, nothing happened whatsoever. It was as if they weren't even a concern. Regardless, Syl still placed his hand on the floor of the ship and cloaked it in an invisibility ability. When they got close, just like before, he teleported them all inside. "All right, before anything, what we need to do is disable the sleeping agent that Jack placed in the device. Otherwise, as soon as Syl goes back into that machine, he'll fall asleep again. The device works via Jack's fingerprint. On top of that, I think it would be best if we got rid of Jack while we are here. There should be no one else that can stop us from doing so." The others agreed, and finally, they would get to take down one of the two that were responsible for all of this. "I was able to map this place before I left, and I have an idea of where he will be." Logan could see that there was a private viewing room, and he had even seen Jack go in it a few times when fighting had started on other planets before. The one thing they did need to be ready for, though, was if Jack had any tricks up his sleeve. The group was moving around the ship carefully. There were still multiple people running around all over the place, but with Syl, it was easier for them to move to empty rooms at those times. But at other times, they would have to wait until other patrolling groups moved. "Is this Jack strong?" Minnie asked, wondering if she would have to use her ring again. "Not really," Logan replied. "He has always been one to use others to do his dirty work, but his ability along with others is what makes him strong, so let's be ready for anything." Finally, Syl teleported them to the hallway, and straight ahead, they could see a large hole through the door that they were meant to enter. "What happened here? Was there some type of fight?" Layla asked. The group carefully headed toward the door, and took a peek in. The first one to enter was Minnie, who was fast, had the shadow, and was perhaps the one with the most strength out of all of them for now. They were expecting Minnie to say something, but she was silent. "Minnie, is everything okay in there?" Layla shouted. It's Uncle Stark," Minnie shouted back. Layla thought she must have misheard Minnie, because the name that came out, Stark, was one that she didn't expect. He shouldn't have even been on the ship, and if he was, of all places, why would he then be in this room? Things weren't making any sense. "Mommy, hurry! Uncle Stark, he's not answering me!" Minnie shouted. This time her voice was a bit shaky. After hearing that, They all entered the room and they could see blood inside, but rather than letting their eyes follow the blood, they looked at Minnie instead. All of them paused for a second. The room was quite large, yet closed off. There were several monitors showing what was going on down below and on the ship. The people on board looked like they were in a state of panic in the ship itself. Just below the monitors was a large seat, a swivel chair that faced toward them, and in there was a man. A purple man, with a single arm on his body that fell to his side. The body was slumped in the chair, and his eyes were closed. "Uncle Stark! Uncle Stark!" Minnie called out, holding his one hand and shaking it. She continued to call out his name, expecting him to reply, but no words came out. "No, not you too, Uncle Stark. Auntie Cyril and Auntie Wince, they already died," Minnie shouted. "You can't die." "Why? Why? Why is everyone dying?" Minnie screamed. Part of her blood aura was let out in the room, passing through everyone. The sight of watching the little girl upset was truly a sad one for them all. In truth, Minnie had already known Stark had passed. She could tell when she entered the room and saw him. It was why she was silent, because Minnie was unable to hear a heartbeat present. She just didn't want to believe that another one was taken away. Most of them didn't know Stark well. He was a quirky alien that introduced himself through Quinn, always claiming that he was the fastest in the universe. They truly got to see that when they had managed to save Syl. "What was he even doing here?" Russ asked. "Didn't he leave with Syl? Why would he even come back here?" Syl hadn't even thought much of it. The alien had dropped him off at the planet where H was, and then quickly left the place. Syl had assumed he had gone back, not come here. Minnie continued to sob and let out her aura once more. It was stronger than the last time, and in doing so, they heard the aura move something in the room. Layla was the one who went to check it out, and behind the desk with the monitors. That's when she could see it. The body that was on the floor with a hole through its head. "I don't believe it." Layla had her hand over her mouth. "Everyone, it's Jack Truedream. It's Jack Truedream." She said the name twice as if she didn't believe it herself. The others quickly rushed over, and seeing the body and the face, they had confirmed it themselves. This was one of the Big Four, the man who in the past and present had caused them so much trouble. And there he was, on the floor, lifeless. It was hard to think someone who gave them so much trouble could look so weak on the floor. Taking a closer look, Layla noticed the hole mark through his head. She had fought side by side with the other Pensui, and noticed the wounds they would inflict. It wasn't just in the head, but it was all over Jack's body. Turning, she looked at Stark, and then looked at Jack as well. "Stark killed Jack," Russ said, before Layla said anything. Looking at Russ, Layla noticed that there was a bit of dark fog above his head. It was a first after seeing someone die. "I think you're right," Layla answered. "The markings on Jack's body, the state this room is in, the state that Stark is in as well. He must have come on board and dealt with Jack himself. He knew he was one of the leaders behind the attack." They could only imagine what Stark had been through, how he had taken it upon himself to deal with the threat. He certainly had lived up to the name as a hero of the Pensui. "He didn't have to do that, the idiot," Russ said. "We would have dealt with Jack eventually, but he came here and just quickened his death." While the others were talking, Logan had gone up to the terminal, and on one of the screens he was playing back what happened, and eventually he found footage of Stark and Jack's battle. Everyone gathered around and started to watch the screen. The audio played off everything that was going on, and not a single one of them said a word. During the fight, they could see Stark go beyond his means, going beyond what he was capable of. But when watching the footage, they soon learned why Stark was doing such a thing. Through the conversation they had, they could hear what Stark was trying to do, and in the end, they saw that Stark was finally able to achieve it. "I found footage of the fight between Syl and H as well. The time, it marks up right with when Syl had finished off H." Syl was left in silence. He looked at the video and continued to watch as Stark lifted Jack and moved him here. The footage continued with the last moments of Stark in the room saying his final words. It was hard for them all to watch. Even Russ had his head held down.
but they all heard him. After the video ended, Syl walked up to Stark's body and fell to his knees. "I am sorry. I wasn't able to help you," Syl said. "You looked over me while I was in a bad state. I didn't know you for long, yet you risked your life to save me. You then risked your life to protect me. Then after that, you finally had your life taken away. It wasn't taken away in vain, though. It saved me, and it saved everybody here. Without you, so many would have died. In return, I promise you that no matter what threat comes to your planet, to your people, I will protect them with my life. They will be protected for as long as I can breathe. And I promise, when this is all over, I will make sure that everyone knows about what you did, of how you were a true hero of this war. Even if I have to force it into their memories, I will make them remember you," Syl shouted. After his words were done, Syl bowed down a few more times. His goodbyes were said. Layla instructed Minnie to put Stark in her shadow so they could give him a proper burial later, because for now, they had one last task left to do. Both Quinn and Ray continued to clash fist with fist. They weren't using anything else to fight, as both of them seemed to be putting their all into just throwing out a punch with all their strength, all their power, with the aim of taking the other out. The whole planet started to vibrate with each hit, and the two of them had long stopped fighting on the ground. Ray was trying to strengthen his punches by using his wings as a boost. From time to time, he would fly backward and then dive in, but Quinn would equally run in the air, picking up speed, and throw out his fist. He didn't bother to try and use tricks with the cloud clones or anything else, because he was aiming for something else. The gold glow on the gauntlets continued, and the energy surrounding the gauntlets themselves was growing ever so slightly. "I have to keep at it. I can't slow down or let up. A punch will get through," Quinn thought, throwing out his fists again and again. Some might think the two were just desperately fighting, with no plan at all, but that wasn't the case for Quinn. "Asura's Rage. With each hit successfully landed on the same opponent, the energy will continue to grow. If a different target is hit, or the same target is not hit within 10 seconds, then the gauntlet's energy will reset." Right now, Quinn was betting on the active skill of the gauntlet. Its effect was the same as one of the vampire leaders, but with the boost in strength and speed the gauntlets gave one already, it was amazing that an item could have such an effect. But because of the active skill, Quinn wasn't using anything else, and just continued to punch, increasing the strength of his weapons bit by bit. The good thing was, Ray didn't seem to notice, as he had allowed the two to fight like this. "This is exactly what I like, a good old-fashioned brawl. Let's see which one of us tires out or slips up first," Ray shouted. The two of them continued like this for a while. Time continued to pass with the punches not letting up. A few minutes had turned into several, and it was when Quinn started to notice that something had to be up. Something wasn't right. How? How is this happening? I can feel the energy in the Godslayer gauntlets rising. It's even rising now as our fists hit. So how? How is he able to match the power? Is his power increasing as well with every hit? Is he still matching me punch for punch, even now? It was hard for Quinn to believe, but it had to be the only option. Regardless, he continued. If Ray was able to match his power, then he would have to tire out eventually, right? As a few minutes passed again, he quickly realized he was wrong about this as well. "Did you think you could tire me out? If you thought that, then I have to tell you, you are very, very wrong," Ray stated. Ray had fought even in the state he was in for several days without tiring out. This was even with him putting 100% into every hit, and it was all because of the other celestial power that was inside him. When Ray had helped out fighting against the Chained, Ray had come across an old celestial, one that allowed someone unlimited amounts of energy, which was why he could go on all day, every day. What Ray didn't know was that it was the same for Quinn. Due to the limitless set effect on his armor, Quinn wasn't tiring either, not one bit. The only thing the two were doing was chipping away at the planet beneath them with the strength of their strikes. "If this is all you have to show, then I have to say you have already begun to bore me." Turning his head to the side, Ray opened his mouth and fired out several fireballs. Quinn had counted 10 of them. At that moment, Quinn continued with his hits.
thinking that if he was distracted with doing something else, it was his chance to get a hit in. But Ray continued to open his mouth, firing out fireballs in all of the areas in the air and all around them, not having a single one of them aiming for Quinn. That was until he opened his mouth, aiming for one right at Quinn. Spinning his body, Quinn managed to avoid the fireball, but there was another one that went straight at him, hitting him on his back and exploding. At the same time, Ray came out from the side, throwing a punch and hitting Quinn right on the side of his face. His body moved away and crashed right into another fireball. At that moment, all of the fireballs were right next to Quinn and started to hit his body one after another, again and again. Ray had been setting up the fireballs, leaving the energy floating in the air all around. They were like small bombs that he could set off whenever he needed them, and now all of them were exploding at once, right on Quinn. Bracing himself, Quinn placed his arms up and took the hits. He could feel it damaging his skin and bones, and his body was trying to heal from the wounds. "I can't go in my shadow right now. It will waste too much time. I have to get another hit in before it's too late." Eventually, covering everything in a shadow around him, Quinn burst through, spinning his body and letting his shadow do the work to block most of the fireball explosions. Opening up a shadow portal in front of him, Quinn went right through it and appeared by Ray's side. It was the same trick he had done with the clones, but this time it was him. The fist was thrown by Quinn, but Ray had flown up in the air, avoiding the hit. "Do you think the same trick would keep working on me?" Ray asked. "Asura's rage has been reset." Quinn hadn't managed to hit Ray in time, and the golden glow around his gauntlets had subsided. From his position, Ray dived in. He had no idea about the gauntlets and just threw out his fists like normal. Seeing this, due to what he had been doing this whole time, Quinn had decided to do the same. When the fists collided, there was a clear winner in terms of power. Quinn's fist was chucked back, along with his body. Ray had even stopped punching for a second due to how surprised he was. That confirms it. He must have been getting stronger with every hit as well, but it's not an effect. He was just getting better, and now his hits are a lot stronger than mine, Quinn thought. I have to do something, and fast, otherwise I'll lose this fight. You were right, Quinn said. I was trying to wear you out. I thought that I had the advantage in that area at least, but it's clear now that I don't. So I just have to use all that I have. The shadow had risen from Quinn's body and soon spread out, producing a mist in the air, covering the whole area the two of them were fighting in. Soul weapon activated. After that, the dark shadow covered his gauntlets, but Ray had noticed there was something different in the shadow's color. It was slightly red this time. Ignoring what was happening, Ray went forward again and threw out his fist, and Quinn had done the same. It was the same pattern as before, as fist collided against fist. Ray's power overpowered Quinn, causing his arms to jerk back slightly, and when the other hand hit, it had done the same. But when Ray went to throw out another punch, he felt a delayed strike hitting his hands, pushing them back slightly. This won't even tickle. Both of Quinn's palms struck out, hitting Ray right in the stomach. Behind his hands were the flowing image of fire-red blood dragons made of blood aura, going right through Ray's body. Twin dragon blood palm strike. For the first time in the fight, blood spat out of Ray's mouth, and the strike wasn't over yet, because thanks to the blood shadow, Ray now had to deal with it for a second time. A liquid substance could be felt coming out of Ray's mouth. He had to admit that the blow was an impressive one to cause him to spit out his saliva, but when wiping his mouth, the black blood on his hands made him aware that it wasn't saliva, but it was indeed blood. This one, he managed to hurt me through my armor and through my body? The fight might have seemed even or going back and forth, but when one observed the fight closely, Ray had hurt Quinn several times. It was only due to his vampire healing abilities and the blood stored in his mask that he would regenerate back to the way he was. For Ray, he felt like this was the first true wound of the fight. Let's give him something back. Ray opened his mouth, and the orange energy bubbled in his mouth. In the middle of preparing his attack, a large pain could be felt right in his stomach once again. A pulse of red aura, the same as the last time, had appeared, coming from his stomach. Ray was forced to close his mouth shut as the force of an attack sent him backwards. Opening his mouth,
Part of his dark orange aura escaped everywhere, while bits of blood were mixed in as well. This attack had done more damage than the first one, as Ray was unprepared for it.
How? Where did that attack come from? He didn't touch me. It didn't look like he moved either, Ray thought, gritting his teeth.
He flapped his wings, recovering fast, and opened his mouth, firing out fireballs once again. He didn't want to get hit so fast, not until he discovered what had occurred. Quinn quickly moved out of the way of the two fireballs and gave chase towards Ray. Flapping his wings, he continued to move, firing fireballs, and it almost looked like Ray was on the back foot running away. The attack! It must have hurt him, Quinn realized. His reaction has completely changed now. The flow of the fight is in my court. The red shadow, a combination of the shadow and blood aura, something Quinn had spent time creating, had a delayed effect, where the original attack would repeat itself. It was how Quinn was able to push back the fists, even though he was weaker in power than Ray. And it was how he was able to get a second attack on Ray. This was the skill that allowed him to overcome Asura in battle, and it might be the winning factor for the fight with Ray. I have to do as much damage to him before he figures out what's happening.
Ray was constantly running away, and Quinn could see he was doing the same trick as last time. While firing some of the energy blasts toward him, he was allowing for some of them to linger in the air, which was why Quinn decided to somewhat return the favor. Moving around with his hands, he was opening up shadow portals almost everywhere. Then, activating the effect on his boots, he had made a total of 4 clones of himself. Finally, Quinn also used the shadow to make a further 5th clone, and now there were 5 clones. Each of them split off, in search of Ray, trying to come at him from different directions. This is nothing compared to what Syl can do, but it's still something that I can do to win this fight, Quinn thought. Ray had no idea which of Quinn's was the real one, so with all the flames in the area, he decided the best thing to do was attack them all. The problem was, Quinn had made the first move. Each of the clones, including the original, gathered their aura. They gathered the blood shadow as well, and started to produce the most powerful blood swipes they could create. The attacks went through the shadow portals that were placed everywhere, and the attacks were now coming at Ray from all different directions. When the blood swipes hit Ray, they dispersed in the air, turning into nothing but particles. The attacks did next to nothing. His armor was too strong, and the power was too weak. Quinn knew this. He could have gathered more of his aura to create a large blood sword, or a blood spear that might have done something, but that wasn't his intention. Soon, as the blood swipes continued to hit Ray, he was feeling the effect of the blood shadow. Now it felt like he was being hit with twice as many blood swipes. None of the attacks were getting through, but even if one wore a complete bulletproof vest, the raining down of swipes would distract them, and that's exactly what Quinn was aiming for. In the middle of all the attacks, popping out from one of the shadows right from behind, Quinn gathered both of his hands. The fire effect from the mask continued to power his blood, and it was thrown forward right into Ray's back. The 2 giant blood fire dragons covered in the blood shadow were seen in the air as it smashed against Ray's back and went right through again. His wings crumpled in pain as he crashed into the floor. Ray had been hurt, but he was quick to get up. He wouldn't be down for long, but the second attack had taken its effect. It hit him once again, breaking the ground and causing him to grit his teeth until he had eventually stopped. Ray had lifted his hands while his head was down and spread them out. All of the fireballs in the air continued to move and crashed into the shadow. When they did, all of the shadow portals that were around the place had disappeared. I should have aimed for the shadow from the beginning rather than the stupid clones, Ray said, looking up, still seeing the 5 Quinns in the air. Ray also noticed that even if Quinn had gotten the jump on him, he should have been able to stop the last attack, but his movements were slightly slower. The mist that was all over in the air, at a close inspection, it was the shadow. I know the shadow power very well. My own power can even get rid of it, Ray said. His raw energy had been shown multiple times to break through the shadow. That was why Quinn was unable to use it to block, and just now, it was how Ray was able to destroy the shadow portals. But these uses of the shadow, and that dark red shadow, is something I have never seen before. How is it possible? How long have you had the shadow for? Ray asked. Quinn saw a moment here, a moment that he could perhaps convince Ray. You are starting to realize that something doesn't feel right, Quinn said. I have technically had the shadow power for over 1,000 years. You were the one that told me the shadow power came from someone you knew. How would I know this unless you told me? You said you placed all your powers into the tablet to protect humans from threats in the future. I know you're a good person, Ray. You're just fighting for the wrong side. The wrong side, Ray said. The humans are the ones behind me, while you have teamed up with aliens. It's quite simple how you could know what happened in the past, but you do have a point about having the shadow for so long and me not knowing about it. It doesn't fit. But here's one thing I do know. If the shadow has come back, and it's stronger than ever, then I have to get rid of it once again. Ray tapped the chest piece of his armor. In between the lines of the carefully crafted scales, it all started to light up red with power. In doing so, Ray's appearance also started to change. Rather than the black scales that were on his face and the dalky features he had, they started to turn a dark red, including the spikes that were on his back, and his wings as well. You are impressive enough to force me to use the power of the dragon armor. From far away behind the tower, the original leaders were continuing to keep up with what was going on. They were unable to keep their eyes off the fight, only missing things occasionally as they hid behind the tower when a wave or pulse of energy came out toward them. They were witnessing the transformation take place, the lighting up of the special armor, and the changes in Ray's appearance. This led to all of the leaders turning to Edvard, taking a long look at him. Since he was the previous owner of the armor, he would have to have an answer for this. His mouth was left a bit open, as he saw the same thing as everyone else, though. I know you guys are looking at me, waiting for a type of answer, but I don't think you're going to believe what I'm about to say, Edvard said, and took a gulp soon after. It appears that all along, for the duration of this fight, Ray hasn't been using the power of the armor at all. He has simply just been wearing it, and it wasn't until now that he has activated the power of the armor. The mistake had been made due to the energy that was coming off from Ray during the fight. Edvard, having used the armor in the past, knew what the energy felt like, and he could feel the same energy resonating off of Ray. The thing was, the armor was originally a part of Ray's body in the first place, which was why they had the same energy, and now it was being used. How could he be so confident to even do such a thing? Bianca said. He's been fighting with a handicap this whole time. Is this just a game to him? If Quinn was easily able to overpower Ray, then this holding back would have been a bad move. These two were fighting at such a level that one could finish the fight in one move, and then the other would have no chance to bring out their full power. Quinn had been fighting with his full power from the get-go. He was just utilizing all his different skills of the armor, shadow, and blood to try to find the best way to combat Ray, who seemed to be dealing with everything using just his strength, and now he was even stronger. Using the power of the armor, a surge of power rushed out from him. It was a ripple that went out through the entire land. It didn't look to disrupt or destroy anything, but just passed through everything as far as the eye could see. There was a resonating sound like a silent roar of the dragon in the wind when the pulsing energy passed, and while it was passing through the land, it had managed to pass through two people in particular who had been knocked back far from their original position. Their bodies lay there on the floor, face down, and slowly the two of them started to get up, as they had feeling in their bodies again. Peter, are you okay? Chris asked, standing on his 2 feet first. Peter was still struggling to get up. The tingling sensation was felt through his body. That damn vampire demon! I'll kill! Peter was stumbling at the last word and looked at the two in the distance. I don't think that's something we should get involved in, not unless we want to die, Chris commented, somewhat surprised that they weren't dead right now. The transformation of Ray had finished, but his armor was still glowing brightly. He no longer looked the same as before. His eyes were narrower, his facial structure changed, and his hair was now red on top of his head. He still had scales on his body, spikes on his back, and a set of wings, but they no longer looked like that of a Dalki. If one was to guess, he now looked more like a humanoid dragon hybrid. The energy. Internally, I can feel that it has increased for him, Quinn thought, and it's spilling out of him as well. It was hard to see with the naked eye, but all around Ray now there were parts of his energy, his aura. It was dark yellow and small in size, but the reason why Quinn was able to see it so clearly was due to this energy completely getting rid of his shadow mist. Any part of the shadow that was inside him would have completely disappeared now, and any part of the shadow that was around him would no longer get near him or touch him. The shadow! Will it even work now? Will the blood shadow even work on him now? Or will that just disappear as it touches the armor? Quinn thought. He wanted to know the answer. He wanted to try it out, but doing so would be a big risk, getting that close to Ray. For now, Quinn had stopped his soul weapon. The shadow mist that was spread out thin in the area completely disappeared. There was no point using it anymore if there was no effect. There would be better ways to utilize his shadow. Then Quinn once again went with the same tactic. His clones all spread out in different directions and started to throw out blood swipes. Shadow portals were being opened everywhere, allowing for all the strikes to hit Ray. As the strikes got closer to Ray, though, the power was so overwhelming from him and his armor that the blood swipes would begin to disappear. The shadow around it had completely disappeared, and finally, only a regular blood strike had hit Ray's armor, doing next to nothing. Ray bent his knees slightly. His wings were brought in closer to give him a more aerodynamic form, and he looked carefully and locked eyes on one of the Quins. Locked on! The ground beneath Ray's feet exploded, and a fist was right next to one of the Quins. It went right through one of the Quins' heads, exploding it into a cloud of smoke. It wasn't just one puff of smoke, though. Ray went from one right on to the next Quinn, and crashed his whole body through theirs, creating another cloud of smoke. He's gotten faster, a lot faster, and although I don't know about his strength yet, I'm sure he's gotten a lot stronger as well, but I don't want to find out. It was beginning to look like Quinn had no choice. He couldn't think, he couldn't act, as Ray destroyed clone after clone until there were no more. After defeating the last clone, Ray flapped his wings, hovering in the air, and turned to Quinn. What are the chances that the real one is the last one? Ray smiled. You have done well, and your powers are strong. It's just a shame that you went up against me. I always would think of ways to combat the shadow if it ever came back again. I might be the only person in the universe that can completely get rid of your shadow in a way like this. For putting up a good fight, I will end you properly. Ray lifted one hand into the air. From the tip of his fingers, the strong, dark orange aura started to gather like flames around his gauntlet hand. He then pointed it towards Quinn, bending it back. The dark orange aura continued to gather around the gauntlet hand, to the point where the hand could no longer be seen, and another image was forming. Of all things, it was forming the image of a sword. The dragon sword fist. It might be overkill, but that's how much I respect you. Ray burst through the air, just like he had done with all the other clones. Quinn didn't even want to test if his armor would be able to withstand the attack. Even if it could, he feared he would still die anyway, so there was only one thing left to do. Shadow space! Panic started to set in Quinn because the skill shadow space wasn't working. For a long time, the shadow space had been Quinn's safety net. It was a power that was unique even for the shadow itself. He was able to store living things in there, go into the space himself, and those that were in the space reacted differently to the current time that passed outside. One of Quinn's big uses for it, which he had used in battle more than once, was to avoid large-scale attacks. At the last moment, he could enter the shadow space. He would disappear from the enemy's sight, and they would know no better as to where he was. In most cases, they wouldn't have a way to access the space either. When an enemy used a large-scale attack just like Ray had used now, it would make it redundant, and the opponent would just waste their energy. There were a few problems with it, though. For one, it took some time to enter into the shadow space, so in a lot of cases, if the opponent was fast enough, it was best to just avoid the attack, rather than risk getting hit before entering the space. Also, if Quinn wanted to deal damage, it was incredibly difficult to time it so he could enter and leave the space in that way. Regardless, Quinn saw the best opportunity to use it now, and for some reason it wasn't working at all. None of my shadow abilities have been working well ever since Ray started to use that armor. Even my blood shadow seems to have been affected. Quinn felt like he should have realized sooner that there was a possibility that his shadow space didn't work. What this also meant was his other escape-like skills, such as Shadow Link, wouldn't work in this situation either. The fist was coming toward him. Everything seemed to be playing out in slow motion for Quinn. He could feel the power of the attack. The second Ray started to gather the energy. Now it was coming towards him. Quinn's mind was going through all the options, all of the possibilities,
and he was starting to think that this could be the end. "This is it! This is how I end up dying, right here, to an all-and-mighty relative," Quinn shouted at himself, clenching his fists. "No, there is still a lot I can do." For a second, Quinn tapped the side of his mask. During the entirety of the fight, particles of blood energy were drawn in from the area. For the entire battle, it continued to build up inside the mask. He had used the additional energy and the converter here and there, but had stopped once he found out that it wasn't doing much against Ray. Still, in his blood attacks, he did use the fire attribute to give it more of a devastating effect. Ray's fist was chucked right toward Quinn's chest, and the pure energy of the sword was nearly as large as Quinn's entire body. The power exploded, covering the entire area, and continued to strike out far and wide. The powerful attack went through Quinn's body and continued on, to the point where from space, a large sword of a dark orange color had flashed for just a second before disappearing. Ray had his arms stretched out, his wings still flapping, but he was paused in that position, his stretched position. "Something doesn't feel right," Ray thought, looking up. He could see his hand was pressed against the armor. It was right in the center of where the phoenix pattern resided, yet there wasn't a scratch on the armor. Instead, the armor was lit up in a light blue color. It was pulsating strongly. "How? Even if your armor is fine, how can you be completely intact from that attack?" Ray said, baring his teeth towards Quinn. "Indestructible shell has been used. The skill can no longer be used until the cooldown is reset. Current time 30 days. In the armor, there was one skill, a safety net that allowed Quinn to receive no damage, to essentially block out one attack, but he couldn't just use it whenever he wished. He needed to be extremely careful about when to use it, because of the cooldown. In turn, though, Quinn, knowing the attack was going to be blocked, had readied all of his energy into his hands as much as possible. He threw them both forward, and the dragon aura behind his strikes appeared as they went right towards Ray's head. Before they could reach it, Ray raised both of his wings. The attack collided with the wings, and now they were both pushing against each other. Unlike before, where Ray had fallen to the ground after the attack, the wings were doing just fine. "If that attack didn't work, then I'm just going to have to beat you the old-fashioned way," Ray said, as he flew slightly above and punched Quinn on the top of his head. Quinn hurled toward the ground, crashing and bouncing off it. While Quinn was in midair, Ray fell down and slammed his leg down, hitting Quinn with his heel, pushing Quinn further into the ground and creating a crater that was as large as the city they were in. "Crap! Crap!" Quinn thought, as blood spilled out of his mouth. He no longer had the shadow, and Ray was far stronger than before. Without the effect of the blood shadow, it seemed impossible for him to win in a one-on-one fight. The only saving grace was that since he had stopped Ray's ultimate attack, Ray thought he might have a way to stop the attack again, but he was getting a beatdown instead. Ray reached Quinn, who had yet to recover, and picked him up by his foot. He then threw him across the land until he had reached a large rocky mountain. Quinn's body crashed right through the mountain, creating a large hole. Through that hole, Ray wasn't too far behind, trying to strike again. With his hands, Quinn created two large blood swords and held them towards Ray. Not slowing down, Ray spun, and with his fists, he punched, breaking the blood sword, and then punched the other in succession, destroying the swords completely. Picking up speed, Ray then grabbed Quinn right by the neck and was holding on tight. "You have this strong armor. You have the power of the shadow, but what do you have yourself? What of your own powers do you have that you can use?" Ray asked. Quinn was already putting everything he had into every attack, using all of his ki and blood power, so what else could he do? The demon form? Quinn thought. The demon form, Quinn still had no idea what it really did. It wasn't something he could control either, so there was no guarantee that he could be saved by it, but if he was going to die anyway... "No, Quinn," the voice said in his head again. "You don't need to do that. You still have one more thing you can try. It's ready." The voice, now Quinn was sure of it. It was Alex, and unlike before, Alex was directly talking to him. Why? Why was Quinn unable to hear Alex before? The answer was something that Quinn was unaware of, and unaware of what was happening. The power from the mask, part of it was going into the gauntlets, and all of the blood energy that was being used was also going to the gauntlets.
because it was yet to be fully awakened. Alex had a brief moment where he was able to talk to Quinn, but he had yet to reach his full self. Now that the blood from the mask had gathered enough power and shared enough with it to awaken Alex, it meant one more thing. A new skill has been unlocked. Asura's blood form.
Stark's body had been stored in Minnie's shadow space. They wished to give him a proper burial and at least take back his body to his home planet, where it belonged. On top of that, there was also the armor that Quinn had loaned Stark. It was still on his body. Everyone was getting ready to leave the monitoring room, but before that, there were still a couple of things Logan needed to do. Kneeling by Jack's body, several pieces of equipment attached to Logan were scanning him all over. What was surprising was how Logan had picked up Jack's hand. His finger transformed into a sharp tool-like knife and sliced Jack's finger right off.
"What are you doing?"
Layla asked.
"I'm making a scan of Jack, so we can bypass all of his systems. He had a lock on that system that I was unable to override. One would need a face scan or his finger. I can analyze his face enough to input it as a type of password into the system, but I could never get Jack to stay still long enough. Now he has no choice, really."
Layla wanted to ask, if he could do all that by just scanning the device, then why did he need to chop off his finger like so? But she thought it was just best to avoid this subject for now. Otherwise, she would have to hear some more of Logan's crude jokes.
"Done."
Standing up, Logan went to the large bundle of monitors and placed both of his hands on the console underneath.
"What are you doing now, Uncle Logan?"
Minnie asked, her finger on her lips.
"As I said before, I'm disabling part of the large machine that still needs to use," Logan explained. "But there's a lot more than that needs to be done. The Marpo Cruise is a business that was set up by Jack and Jim. They started it on another planet, and they have more ships than just these two. We need to make sure that no one can take over their goal. We need to find every single facility they have that helps them create the Dalki. We need to look into any facilities they have at all, and any secrets that Jim was hiding as well. These facilities are just as much a threat as Jack and Jim themselves. Anyone with their knowledge could be able to replicate the results. We need to be sure to get to every single one of them."
The others hadn't thought about that, what would happen beyond the war. They were happy that they had Logan on their side.
"There's only so much information I can get on my side, and I'm sure, knowing what type of person Jim is, he would have restricted access to multiple things that Jack didn't have access to, which is why I'm sending everything I know to someone on the other side, on the other Marpo cruise ship."
Layla raised an eyebrow, wondering who it could be. The person on the other side was quite trusted by Jim. He was sure he had him so under control and on his side that he took him nearly everywhere with him, and that person was Vincent. In his lab, Vincent was receiving all of the information he needed from Logan, but there was also something else he needed to do.
"Jack has been killed as well as H."
Vincent was surprised upon hearing the news. He had seen H's power, and Jack, he was always someone in hiding, never letting anyone get too close. He felt like someone like him would have a trick or two up his sleeve to survive death, but if the news was coming from Logan, it most certainly was true.
"Jim is no longer on board the ship, and neither is Ray. The Marpo cruise has been forced to move away due to the rapid pulses of energies coming off from this planet. This is the chance. I need to find Malik, and do my part in all of this as well. As Logan said, we need to make sure something like this never happens again."
After getting everything they needed, the rest of the group was on the move. Logan had attached part of the ship's monitoring system to his own device. He could project the image of the cameras out from his forearm. Using this, he was able to help the group move through the area without running into the people on board. Fighting now would only slow them down. Syl would have teleported them all there, but he was focusing on recovering his powers. Using the device was quite tiring, and if he was to change the memories of everyone on the Amra planets and the Marpo cruises, it would be quite a big task. Eventually, the group stopped down one long hallway. Layla, Minnie, and Russ were starting to notice where they were.
"We are basically here," Logan said, "but I have to warn you, I can see that they have put a lot of personnel by the entrance. Most likely Jack figured out our plan, and it was an order of his."
"What do you mean by a lot of people?" Layla asked.
"There are around 50 of them, and all of them are human. You have to remember that they are not the ones at fault for this. They believe they are doing the right thing. It would be best if we could find some way to get rid of them without hurting them."
Russ and Syl felt like they could have done the task if they were at full strength, but with Syl trying to restore his power and Russ still extremely drained, there was only a couple of them that could fight.
I'll deal with it, Layla said. I've recovered most of my power. I can do it.
Layla didn't wait for the others. She walked out down the hallway and pulled the bow out from her back. There were no arrows in the bow, but that was because she had long surpassed needing them. As she walked forward, she started to pull the string and let go. Suddenly, 3 men felt extreme pain as something went right through their knees and they fell to the floor. What Layla was using was key arrows. "We're under attack!" they shouted, and soon all of them turned to the woman coming towards them. Layla pulled at the string several times, and as the arrows went out, they hit several of the attackers in the knee, one by one. Not a single attack had been missed, and they didn't quite know what was hitting them. Ignoring what was happening, they started to fire out abilities from their hands, but Layla's fast speed allowed her to jump to the side and pull the bowstring more, hitting more and more of them. They were falling one by one. "You know, I always thought she couldn't do anything with that sword, and even with the sword she seemed pretty useless," Russ commented. "But with the bow she doesn't seem too bad." Eventually, people started to reach Layla, and when they were close, she used the bow itself to whack one of the men in the face, and then pulling out the sword she slashed another. Bending her knees slightly, she got ready, as she went from one person to the next, slashing them one after the other. A few seconds later, Layla stood there with the sword in her hand, and all of them had been injured. Not to the point where they were killed, but injured just enough to where they were out of action. "Mommy, you were so cool," Minnie said, running over. "I thought maybe Mommy would need my help, but it was like you had eyes in the back of your head. Mommy and Daddy are really strong, so that means Minnie and Galen will grow up to be the strongest." Layla smiled as she rubbed her daughter's head, but truthfully, she wished it would never have to come down to that. Syl and the rest followed, running towards Layla, and they had finally returned back to the room where they had first retrieved Syl from. Ray was flying at a great speed toward Quinn. He just had his energy gathered in his fist, and it was glowing a dark orange. There was nothing fancy about the attack. There was no large display of features, only Ray himself and his raw strength and power. In some ways, that was frightening in itself, impressive that he was able to do such things, with next to no ability. People thought the Dalki were frightening due to this fact. So, then, what was this? This was a complete nightmare. "I just have to break myself out of this nightmare. A new skill has been unlocked. Asura's blood form." Thanks to Alex's awakening, it looked like a new active skill had appeared in the armor. The problem was, what exactly was this skill? Without knowing basic information, it would be hard to use it in a fight, and would it even be helpful in this situation? A cloud of smoke appeared, and running through the cloud were 3 Quins. All 3 of them gathered the blood aura heading straight for Ray and threw their hands out. The winged dragon spun its body, going right through all 3 like a spear. When the clones were destroyed, more smoke appeared, but Ray went right through it without any fear. He continued with his fists, throwing them out. The fist was stopped in its tracks, and a large gust of wind followed from behind Ray. Looking at his stopped fist, he could see that it had been grabbed, but not just by one hand, not by 2 hands, but 4 hands held onto Ray's, and they didn't exactly look normal. There was the normal hand holding onto Ray that Quinn would use, covered in the special gauntlet that lit up in a golden color. Then Ray looked at the other hands, all of them. They looked nearly identical to Quinn's hands, but they were a solid dark red color. They felt just as real and as solid as Quinn's other hands. It wasn't something that had just been made out of blood aura. This was something clearly different. In total, Quinn stood there with his 2 real arms and his 4 blood arms. This was Asura's blood form. Just like the Asura that Quinn had fought, Quinn himself was able to do the same, and the strength was not lacking in these arms compared to his real arms. Quinn lifted both his hands covered in the blood aura and threw them out, punching Ray. His body and his arms went flying back as a rush of blood aura went toward him. Ray was quick to shake off the hit, one that went to the body and the other to his face, but that's when he could see several other orbs of energy flying through the air. All of them were around the size of a fist. Seeing them, Ray went ahead and punched it with his own fist. It exploded on the spot, but not without some difficulty. He could feel the strength that was behind each of these attacks, and soon went to stop the next hit as well. This energy ball was slightly different in color when it hit Ray's fist this time, and it felt different as well. These strange energy balls were coming one after the other, and he was doing his best to hit them all away. There were more than he expected, and it caused Ray to be at a standstill. He was unable to move, As all he could do was to hit these energy blasts away, he attempted to move to the right and to the left, but if he did, he would get hit, and he could tell from the strength of the attacks that these would do at least some damage. As for where all these energy blasts were coming from, it was all from Quinn's new Asura's blood form. With all 6 of his arms, Quinn was able to create blood energy from his fists that would be just as powerful as a strike at full force. He could even add his own power of ki behind these attacks. With 6 arms, he was sending out multiple fist waves of energy, and that wasn't the only feature that the fists of energy had. Just like the celestial gun, Quinn was able to produce different types of energy fists, making each arm specialize in one. It was like having the gun, but with more power in the attacks, and he could fire off different bullets at the same time. Quinn wasn't really thinking, but he was just throwing out different types of fists, not caring about what was working and what wasn't. He was just giving it everything he had. "I can't stop moving my hands. I'll just keep attacking." Out of frustration, Ray decided to try something else. He allowed the fists of energy to hit him. They were clashing against his armor, and raising his hands, he started to gather the power of the dragon sword attack. The aura surrounded his hands, and he threw it out straight to where Quinn was. Quinn jumped, avoiding the large-scale attack. It took out most of his fists of energy, but while moving, Quinn didn't stop moving his hands at a fast speed, firing out the energy blasts towards Ray. He did this again and again, moving, not stopping his legs or his arms when going from place to place. Then it gave Quinn another idea. The shadow power wasn't completely unusable. Just when he was right next to Ray, it wouldn't take effect. Just using one of his free hands, Quinn started to create the shadow portals all over the battlefield, but did so a little further away from Ray, so it wouldn't be affected by his armor. Ray continued to take the hits head-on, allowing them to hit him. Marks were appearing on his face now, but he created another dragon sword with his fist and threw it toward Quinn. Before it reached him, he had hopped into one of the shadows, avoiding the attack. Jumping straight out of the portal, he was swinging all 6 of his arms continually, hitting Ray again and again. "I will wear him down. I will continue to wear him down until he can no longer move," Quinn thought. Ray looked at where Quinn was, with his head, and soon he could see that the attacks were coming from all sorts of different directions. Just like with the blood swipes from before, all of the fists were coming out of each of the portals, one after the other. Unlike the blood swipes, though, these had the force of Quinn's punch, and the special trait of each of the fists hitting Ray from all angles. This wasn't something that he could just withstand. Ray's body was chucking with each hit. From each side, one after the other, he tried to hit some away, and he did a good job of blocking most of the attacks, but one would get through every once in a while. "This is so annoying," Ray thought. If only I was like the old me and had my powers from before, I would have been able to deal with this guy. Am I really going to lose like this?" The fist marks were unable to create a serious injury on Ray, but the damage was building up. With the limitless armor effect as well, Quinn would continue this until he took care of Ray. "If this is the only thing that will work, then I will do this to the end." On the sideline, there was one person that had been getting closer and closer to the fight, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. "That damn person is losing. How is that possible?" Jim thought. "I can't let this happen. I need to come up with something. I need to get rid of Quinn." After receiving instructions from Logan, Vincent knew he needed to do his part. Just like Logan, he too had his memories changed, but he had second guesses as to what the truth was. There were a lot of things that just didn't make sense in his head. As a person that naturally had a lot of curiosity, he wondered why things became this way, and Logan had answers for him. Answers that in his mind made a lot of sense. In the first place, there was a lot that Jim didn't know about Vincent. The fact that he had worked with Eno, or the legacy that he had left behind in the vampire book. Those memories were not tampered with, because Jim didn't really know about them, which was why things didn't make sense. Walking around the facility, Vincent was looking for something as he twisted and turned his head. He could see some regular vampires running around, but not one of them questioned Vincent. On his face, he wore the black mask, the mask that was only given to those that were close to and by Jim's side. Eventually, Vincent's eyes widened. He began to walk towards another, following them a few steps behind. Turning his head, he took a peek behind him and looked ahead before rushing forward with all his strength. The person he had been following heard the loud footsteps and turned his head, only to see a hand grab him by his throat and chuck him to the side. The man was stumbling backward from the throw, heading toward the door, but with his speed, Vincent managed to reach the door button, pressing it. The door slid open, and the man fell through. Entering after the fallen man, Vincent closed the door behind them and stared at the other masked man and the floor. Before he could get up, with his foot, Vincent stomped on the individual's arms, crushing all of the bones in the wrists. After that, Vincent went quickly and tore the mask right off of the person's face, while placing his hand on top of his mouth. "If you don't want to die, then it's best you listen to me, Jim," Vincent said. Nearly all of those, apart from Vincent himself, that wore the strange masks around the facility were other Jims. The clones worked for him to do important tasks that he only trusted himself with. "There's another problem with using clones to do all your work. Even if they set up a system that requires the face of Jim or Jim's fingerprints, then there are plenty to choose from to use to get what I need. Now, I know the Jim that is running things has decided to keep things away from the other clones. It's quite amazing how you can all choose to work for one person that is the same as you. How you can all be selfless when you are the same person, but you are at the end of the day the same person, with the same mind. So I have two questions to ask you. One, where would you decide to keep the one named Malik?" It was a semi-tough art of negotiation that followed, with Vincent delivering a bit of pain here and there. He had a feeling, though, someone like him would speak quite easily, but whether that was the truth or not, it was hard to tell. Vincent took the clone with him, and the first area of action wasn't to where the clone of Jim had claimed Malik would be, but was to a large database-like room. Using the clone's hand, access was easy into the facility, and now it was to get the information that Logan needed. The clone of Jim had broken limbs and arms. He was unable to walk, and was placed on the floor while Vincent went to work. "It looks like you found your memories," Jim said. "You know, I'm doing all of this for us." The clones of Jim were unable to pass information to one another, but they were fully aware of what was happening. Everyone on the Marpo cruise was. Things weren't going well for them so far. They even had received information from one of theirs on Jack's cruise ship, and from the report, they were struggling as well. Jim didn't even know the full story that H had been defeated. They knew there was something big going on, though, because the last bit of information they had received was that Jack had been kidnapped, and now the Jim clone being in the situation he was in, he felt like the tides were turning. "For your information, I have not had my memories back," Vincent commented. "I just never believed in the current situation. Everything we planned, everything we did to make things better, it's all going to go to waste because of all of your meddling," Jim shouted back. "Can't you see how things are? Can't you see that the vampire settlement of the past was broken? How much better things are now?" "How are things so much better?" Vincent replied. "The vampire settlement was at peace due to everything that this person did." Vincent pointed to himself. "Then you changed everyone's memories. You took their credit, which means none of this was because of you. You're right, I do believe the settlement was broken in many ways. The vampires were never able to work together, and even though we tried to come up with a system that would stop ourselves from killing each other, trouble still brewed again and again. But none of that was fixed because of you. It was fixed because of him. Did you ever solve anything? Solve any problem for the vampires? Did you ever make anyone's lives easier? Even now, when the vampires were at peace, you decided to drag them into a war. Many lost their lives. You haven't made anything better, and have just been making them worse." Vincent continued to type away while Jim thought about the two's past. There was at one point when the two of them were close, Vincent tried to help his uncle, protected him, and even gave him a task as his right-hand person. "At least I'm trying to fix things," Jim exclaimed. "What did you do? You decided to run away, to chase after a human woman. You left the entire settlement. The entire 10th family suffered because you chose to be selfish and live your own life. What I'm doing now, you may think of it as selfish, but it's just the same as you, and at least I'm doing it for everyone. All of it will change." Vincent stopped typing, got all of the information he needed, and turned to Jim. "People make mistakes. Everyone has always made mistakes. It's part of human nature, you have to remember. Even the creation of the vampire was the mistake of a single human. It's what we do after those mistakes, how you move on from them, for the better and not for the worse. I'm sorry to see you have decided to go this way." With that, Vincent picked up Jim and headed straight for Malik. Surprisingly, the information that Vincent had received from the clone was the same as the information he had accessed from the database. The reason why Vincent had decided to make a stop here before going to see Malik was because he thought that the clone might lie to him. In some cases, because they knew there would be another clone that would replace them with their same memories, they would just end their own life and not even care about it. However, seeing Vincent, perhaps it had caused the clone to have some of its natural instincts come back. All of the information that they could gather had been gathered from the system. Location of bases where the Marpo crews were being made, and even to the point where they ranked the number of Dalkies that had been made. All of the information was being passed back to Logan, just in case anything would happen to Vincent. What he had said before, it was true as well. Most likely they would keep one clone alive until they were sure they got every bit of information they needed. To get rid of everything that Jim had created, whether the clone of Jim would be compliant or not, they wouldn't know, but maybe with someone like Quinn using his influence skill, they could force out all the information they needed. While traveling around the Marpo cruise, the clone of Jim didn't say a word, even when there were chances for him to scream at the top of his lungs at those going past. Is he mulling over what he has done after everything we talked about? Vincent was ready to act, to silence the clone, but there was never any need. They had finally reached the living quarters of all the vampires, and on a separate floor in the Marpo cruise, that was where Malik was located. One had to enter a lift and get to the floor where Malik was on. You needed special access, one that could only be accessed by Jim, and thankfully he had what he needed right here. Jim's finger was used on the lift, and it didn't take long for them to reach the floor where Malik was located. When the lift door opened, they were met with another door down a hallway. Heading straight ahead, this one, instead of a finger, required facial recognition to access. "You really did a lot to keep this guy hidden, huh?" Vincent commented. "How afraid were you that everyone would find out the truth? Are you still afraid even now, how everyone will feel anger after they learn that you forced them into a war for no reason?" What are you planning to do with Malik?" Jim asked. The answer was obvious, although Vincent didn't want to do it. He needed to get rid of Malik, so that way no one would ever use him in this way again. Whether Malik was forced into this or not, it was his power that had caused all of this mess, and could easily be used again. Vincent just wondered, what if someone got their hands on the real Quinn instead? They had managed to get their hands on Ray, but if they had changed the memories of Ray and Quinn, then perhaps there would be no one that could have stopped them. Lifting up Jim's head, the door was heard unlocking. It slowly moved open using a heavy mechanism. The door was tightly sealed to the point where not even air could escape, and the right amount of oxygen was supplied to the room in a different way. Entering the room, Vincent pressed a button closing the door behind him, while placing Jim on the side of the floor. "I have no idea what is inside here, or what to expect. I might have to fight for my life," Vincent thought. The room they were in looked like a large apartment building. There were marble floors, high ceilings, a chandelier dangling from the top, a large open kitchen that could be seen to the left, and a living room to the right. There was even a second floor and more to the apartment building. It was clear that Malik was living a life of luxury here. Using his sharp ears, Vincent could hear the sounds of footsteps coming from the corner. Blood aura gathered around both of his hands. Vincent, and one of Jim's. Malik was just in regular clothing, standing there having taken a corner from his bedroom. He wore no beast gear and looked surprised to see the two. Seeing how defenseless Malik was, it was hard for Vincent to act, but he had to grit his teeth and bear it. "I did a lot worse things in the past. There are a lot of sins that I have to bear. Adding one more to that list is not a problem." At least that's what Vincent thought. As he swung his arm, he released a blood swipe. Rather than going for his head or chest, it went towards Malik's legs. A deep cut was made, and the blood aura sliced through his knees, causing him to fall to the ground. He fell on his back and couldn't even feel his legs, as blood poured out of him. I'm sorry, Malik cried out. I don't know what I did wrong, but I'm sorry. Please don't get rid of me." Vincent was unable to get close to Malik for fear that he would have his own memories changed. He needed to attack from afar. If he had hit his blood swipe on the neck, Malik would have died there and then. From his observations, Malik was never anyone special. He had never learned to fight properly or have any type of strong ki. Even now, Jim hadn't given him any beast gear to use, but Vincent had read his file and knew what had happened to him. From a young age, he was abandoned by his family. He lived through the Dalki War, being moved from place to place, being treated as useless and abandoned by everyone he met. He eventually used his powers to create a better life for himself, creating a fake mother, a father, a sister, and a brother, changing their memories so he could live with them. However, the real family members of those that he had changed had caught on. They reported Malik, and his powers became known as well as his crimes, and he was locked up. He was meant to go on trial, but once again it felt like he was the one that had been forgotten about, as that day seemed to never come. Little did Malik know that the location he was at was being attacked by the Dalki. Eventually, it was the Dalki who found him, and Graham who had taken him in, most likely for his power. The problem was, it wasn't easy for them to force Malik to do his bidding. They didn't have an influence skill or abilities like Malik, and getting close would be dangerous. For Malik, meeting Jim and Jack was a blessing. It was the first time he felt needed, felt like someone needed him, and because of that, he was happy to do whatever they asked of him. Right now, seeing the Jim clone and Vincent here and attacking him, he thought he must have done something wrong. All this time he had done everything they had asked, and never once had they been angry with him thinking of leaving him. They provided him with a place to live. They gave him a nest crystal to prolong his life, because they had a need for him, to use him forever, and that was all that Malik ever wanted. "You cruel bastard!" Jim shouted. "You should have killed him in one hit. Why make him suffer?" Vincent didn't want to. In pulling back at the last second, he had made another mistake. With a handful of blood aura, Vincent stood to the side. "You did nothing wrong, Malik. You were pushed into this." Vincent swung his arm, and the blood swipe went right through his neck, killing him instantly. His body soon started to turn to dust, and left behind in Malik's place was a crystal. Quinn wasn't letting up with his new form. He continued to travel through his shadow while swinging his arms, firing away all different types of energy punches. The energy punches had the same strength, as if Quinn was to directly hit with his own fist, but it was affecting Ray in more ways than one. Ray was able to deflect and break most of the energy fists with his own power as he punched them directly head-on. When hitting the ki-filled type punch, though, it would scatter into multiple particles of energy rather than get rid of it, and the hit would continue hitting his armor and parts of his face. One of the energy fists that was thrown out by Quinn and had directly hit Ray was a blood forest fist. Similar to the effects of the blood bullet, when the fists managed to hit Ray, the blood particles started to spread on the armor. The effects of Ray's power were strong, though, and most of the armor was able to disintegrate the blood. But with the sheer amount of blood forest fists hitting Ray, and the size of them being a lot bigger, the effects managed to work out. Small particles of the blood hardened, stabbing into the skin of Ray. "Beast blood has been absorbed through blood forest punch. No effects have been added." The blood forest bullet and punch allowed Quinn to absorb blood through their hits. One of the advantages of this, when fighting the Dalki, was the strength and healing properties he would get from the hit. Ray was currently using the body of the demon tier beast that created the Dalki. However, the demon tier DNA had been mixed with humans to create a substitute that allowed the vampires to gain more strength through their blood. This wasn't the case if they were just a beast. Vampires gain next to nothing consuming beast blood, and it seemed to be the same case here. Thanks to Alex mixing in the blood celestial guns, there were more variations to the Asura blood form fists. He kept nearly all of the different types of bullets as fists now instead, including the blood fairy bullet, as well as others, but all of these were useless against Ray. Apart from one more type of fist, and that was the shadow fist. Although nearly all uses of the shadow seemed to disappear when Quinn got close to Ray, this wasn't the case for the Shadow Fist. In the first place, Quinn was using the skill from far away, so he could gather the shadow just fine. The other thing was, just like the bullet, this was a condensed form of the shadow. So unlike his shadow, it took a bit longer for Ray's powers to take effect and influence it. When hit with the shadow punch, Ray could feel something a little strange. His senses dulled a little, his hearing, his eyesight, sense of smell even. Eventually, his power would evaporate the shadow punch, but it was still affecting him. It was because of all these things, all of these rapid punches and effects building up on Ray, that he was having such a difficult time dealing with them all. "Screw you! Do you think these levels of attacks will ever be able to beat me?" Ray shouted. Both of Ray's hands were covered in his orange aura, creating swords. They covered both of his hands and looked like blades at the end. Swinging them, it slashed through each of the fists of energy. "I figured out the troublesome fists of attack if I strike them down first and then ignore the rest." Ray did as he thought, striking down the fists that troubled him, and then flew right towards the shadow portals. With a single stroke, he ripped through the portal, and before it could completely disappear, Ray was already going toward the next set of shadow portals. Quinn, seeing what he was doing, continued to jump from his position, and soon created 3 more clones through his boot's active skills. The clones that were made had the same weapons as Quinn, meaning all of them had 6 arms as well. Every single one of them, from slightly different angles, started to throw out their fists. The attacks from the clones were at 50% of his strength, but it was impossible for Ray to tell the difference between the real attacks and the fake ones. While Ray sliced at the shadow portals with one dragon sword, he opened his mouth up, and instead of the balls of fire, fired out a large constant stream of flames. It covered the whole sky, to the point where a large shadow was cast underneath. Wasting no time, Ray was seen flying right through his flames and heading straight toward Quinn. Lifting up his gauntlet, Quinn stopped one of the dragon sword strikes. It was powerful, knocking his hand down, but his 2 clones by his side punched Ray on his chest, head, and body. This wasn't through the normal fists of energy, but a direct hit. With the clones being close to Ray, they were able to hammer at him with all 6 of their arms, throwing them constantly out. Ray was getting hurt, but by bearing the brunt of the force of the attack, he swung his dragon sword, cutting through one of the arms. A cloud of smoke puffed out. Opening his mouth, he fired out at another, destroying it, and that one too had puffed into a cloud of smoke. When Ray closed his mouth, a fist had come out from the real Quinn, slamming him on the side of his face. Ray skidded across the floor, and following up were several spears of blood that had been hurled at him. Quinn also placed his hands on the floor, and blood electric currents were being sent out right to where Ray was. The ground electrified with red blood around where Ray was, hitting him as hard as he could, and the attacks still didn't let up as Quinn continued to throw out all of his fists toward Ray. It hit him constantly, his armor glowing with power, and pain could be seen over his face. Reaching out, he moved toward Quinn, jumping from one side to the next. A slash of the dragon sword came down, and a blood arm was lifted. It went right through the blood arm, causing it to fall to the floor, but with Quinn's many limbs, he was able to hit Ray right in the chin. "I'm going to take you out right here." Ray forced his head down with a sheer will and threw a punch back on top of Quinn's head. His knees buckled slightly, but Quinn stood strong. Tackling Ray with 2 of his arms, he grabbed him and his wings before slamming him into the ground and bashing him on top of his head with his other 2 arms. It was a constant back and forth, and blood was spilling from each side's mouth. The shock waves continued to vibrate through the whole planet as the power continued to increase to levels that the planet was unable to handle. The 2 of them were now fighting in close-quarter combat. For every move they needed to concentrate to avoid or strike back, and there were small movements in one place. Neither one of them wanted to take a step back as they continued to pound into each other. On the side, though, Jim had been preparing something. The nest crystals all along his arms lit up, and the power was combining in the palm of his hands. "Both of them are hurt. There's no telling who will win this fight, and that's just too much of a risk for me," Jim stated. "Using the power of this many crystals, it will be around 2/3 of the amount I have. It will draw out all of their energy in one blast. It's a lot. Nearly all the work I have built up over these years is in these crystals, but to take them two out, it's worth it." The energy of a large number of nest crystals blasted out of Jim's hands and went out straight toward Quinn and Ray. The blast was so large, it looked like it would consume both of them. Of course, Quinn knew this was going to be a tough battle. It was why he had done so much preparation beforehand, why he had stayed in the tower for as long as possible, making the best equipment he could possibly make. There was a chance that he would regret the decision, as many lives would be lost when he was busy making all of the equipment, but now he knew he definitely had no regrets. If he didn't even have one of the pieces of armor, then he was sure that he would have lost the fight. This was easily Quinn's toughest fight as of yet. It took everything he had, everything he had learned from his experience in various fights against the vampire settlement, against the Big Four, the demons, and the Celestials. He had used all of those experiences in this match. On top of that, he was using all of the skills of the armor and all of the experience he had gained in his previous fights during this fight. It was clear that he was giving it everything he had. Even in this fight, like the last, he felt like he had unlocked new levels, new strengths, but it still didn't seem to be enough. There was only one thing that Quinn had yet to use, and that was his demon form, but with some others still being on the planet, and even the tower itself still standing, he was a little afraid to use it. For Ray, on the other side, this match wasn't a walk in the park either, not like he would have expected. He also felt like this was the most difficult and hardest fight. Even when going up against Crad, the original owner of the shadow ability, he hadn't struggled this much. His opponent was learning on the go, growing in the middle of the fight. At first, Ray wouldn't have claimed it was the toughest fight in his long life. In fact, there was even a time when he had suffered a defeat in the past, but as the fight went on, now he was sure that this was by far his hardest fight. 2 of the 4 Blood Asura form's arms had been destroyed by Ray. He had held on tight, using his pure power to crush them, while Quinn continued to hammer his body, head, and every part of Ray. Out of the exchange, Quinn had managed to do quite a bit of damage to Ray, while Ray was able to weaken Quinn one step at a time. The fight was still fierce, with each of them continuing toward each other. Off to the side of the fight, there were still all of those that were watching, but one person in particular, as they watched the fight, they were inching closer and closer towards it, even though the shock waves of power damaged the top of their skin. Their body would heal and he would push through. "What are you doing, Peter?" Chris called out. Peter ignored Chris and continued to get closer and closer. Chris was already quite a bit behind Peter. He didn't want to get caught up or involved, and knowing Ray's personality, as little as he did know it, if they were to get involved and try to help him, it would be them that would suffer more. Close to the battle between Quinn and Ray, it was almost impossible to miss. Peter and Chris turned their heads. A rising energy, a bright glow that had a cosmic color to it. There was a person. That's Jim! Chris could see that he was gathering some type of large power, with his eyes fixated on the fight. With that much energy, he won't just hurt Quinn, he'll hurt Ray as well. Could it be? Is that his plan? It was too late to stop Jim now. He was too far, and Jim was already in the middle of his motion, throwing both of his hands out. The large cosmic power went right out from his hands. As the power left, the nest crystals on his body started to empty one by one and fall to the ground. For Ray and Quinn, the 2 of them were concentrating on each other, watching each other's every move, their arms, their legs, what gestures they made, and any weird habits that they could pick up to see the next move. They were totally focused on each other. Yet with how powerful and skillful the 2 of them were, they did notice a large amount of energy to their right. When they turned their heads, though, they were too late. That was because another person was already standing in front of the large amount of energy. His whole body was covered in a dark red aura, and his tails had split into 2, wrapping around his arms. When the energy went to hit, he gave it his all as he threw both of his fists first into the energy. However, the mysterious nest energy was powerful, and it started to consume both of his fists, taking it in. Peter! Quinn screamed at the top of his lungs as he rushed in towards him, charging all of his energy and power to fight back against the energy, disregarding and forgetting the fight with Ray. Quinn threw out his fist, trying to create as much energy as he could. He was punching as fast as he could to try and not lose Peter. He had lost too much in this war, and Peter was one that had always been by his side, even to the point where he stood there protecting him for 1,000 years. With his back turned to Ray, it was easy for Ray to finish off the fight. Quinn could even hear the sounds of the footsteps of Ray moving toward him, but he couldn't focus on that. I'm sorry, everybody. This might be selfish of me, but I can't watch Peter die, Quinn thought. The footsteps stopped, and rather than getting struck from behind or beheaded like he thought would happen, Ray was standing by his side. The energy was being pushed back. It wasn't surrounding Quinn, but it was still moving around Peter, creeping in. His arms could no longer be seen, and it was starting to touch his body. Peter was doing his best to lean back, to avoid it touching his head, as he poured every fiber of the power of ki he had into his body. I hate it when people get involved in my fights, Ray said. Both of his arms were covered in his aura, and it was brewing in his mouth as well. He lifted both of his arms and threw it out. 2 large dragon sword fists came out, and opening up his mouth, a long continuous breath of energy hit back. With all their powers, it pushed back the nest energy, completely destroying it. Ray and Quinn both didn't know where the large amount of energy had come from. They were far too focused on their own match. What they did know was the energy was powerful. They had both felt something similar to it before, just never at this large of a scale. It was quite possible that if they had seen it beforehand, then Quinn would have been able to suppress the attack with just his own energy. But it was so sudden, he could only put so much energy into stopping the attack. At the same time, he was unable to use the shadow powers due to how close he was with Ray, since he had been fighting hand-to-hand at a close-quarter range. But with all 3 of their powers, they were able to suppress the attack. It dispersed into the air into small particles, shaping the air around it. It was a mystic mist, like glitter, filled with all sorts of colors. For a moment, it almost looked the same as the familiar world. Through the other end of the attack, both Quinn and Ray could see who was responsible. His hands were still held out together at one point, staying in place, his face scrunched up, his lips shaking. Because just like them, even he was surprised at the fact that the 2 of them were still alive, that they had managed to survive the attack. That damned undead, he came out of nowhere. He bought them a fraction of a second that allowed them to act. What is this? Why did he act? Jim thought, his legs still shaking. He was debating what to do. He still had some nest crystals left, but attempting to use them against these 2 would be suicide. Quinn didn't have time to deal with Jim, though, because Peter, who was by his side, his body didn't look the same as it was before. All of the skin was a dark black, as if it was burnt and turning into nothing but ashes. Only his head looked fine. Right in front of Quinn's eyes, on the spot, Peter's body burst into ashes and fell to the floor, leaving nothing to support his head. Before it fell to the floor, Quinn slid across the ground on his knees and caught Peter's head looking down at him. All Peter had was his head. There was nothing else from the neck down. It had all been destroyed, and the look in his eyes didn't look great to Quinn. "Peter, are you alive? Speak to me. Stay with me," Quinn shouted, and aura seeped out from his body. He was quick to control it, not wishing to hurt Peter any more than he already was. "You seem to care an awful lot about me for a stranger," Peter said in a weak voice. For a moment, Quinn thought that maybe Peter had gotten his memories back. That's why he would even attempt to do such a stupid thing. "Did you remember? Do you have your memories back?" Quinn asked. "I have no clue who the fuck you are," Peter said in a weak voice. "This stupid body, every time it saw you getting hurt, it started to move on its own. I don't know why, and now look at me. This is what I get.
I'm just a useless nobody who can't even control his body."
"You're not a nobody, Peter!" Quinn shouted. How could Peter call himself a nobody? After everything he had done, not just for Quinn himself, but for the whole world. He had been there all the time fighting, and fighting again. The scared and afraid Peter, who didn't want to get involved and just live a peaceful life, ended up doing everything he could to fight for everyone else. And this was the result. Was this the result of everyone who decided to be selfless? It had been a long time, but seeing Peter in this state was bringing tears to Quinn's eyes, and they were dropping down onto Peter's own face.
"Why would someone like you cry for me?"
Peter said in a soft voice. "Protect the head," Quinn said. "I have your head. We protected it, so that means you will live, right?" The sobbing from Quinn wouldn't stop. The tears continued to flow. Quinn always kept a lot in, because there was a large weight on him all the time. If he broke down in front of the others, then what would they think? He needed to be a symbol of strength for everyone, and he needed to stay positive. But the truth was that he was just like the rest. He always had other thoughts lingering in his mind. What if he wasn't strong enough to beat Ray? What if he wasn't able to protect everyone? What if he just wasn't good enough? Right now, he felt all those worries because one thing he was scared of the most was each time he went into battle, each time he chose to fight with others by his side. It was the thought, what if this is the last time I'll see this person? There were multiple times in fights where Quinn would lose someone and wouldn't even be able to say any last words to them. At times, these things kept him up at night. There were those that he wanted to speak to again, but never could, and no matter how much stronger he got, for some reason, these things kept happening, and even now it seemed to be the case.
"Protect the head. How do you know that?" Peter said.
From the side, Chris had started to run in, after noticing that Peter had gone to defend the attack. Chris wasn't standing too far from where everyone was, but they were all ignoring him. Still, with his enhanced hearing, he was able to hear the conversation between Quinn and Peter.
"I knew something felt strange.
This whole thing feels strange. Would a person who really wasn't involved with us act like that? Would he shed tears for his enemy?" Chris was angry with himself as he clenched his fist. He felt tricked, but why in his head? No matter how hard he looked, did he not know the person in front of him? If he was our enemy, he would have killed us, but he let us live. And then there is Jim, who doesn't care for us at all. Meanwhile, before Jim could even put his arms down by his side, immediately Ray was right next to him. Jim had only just twitched a muscle, and immediately Ray placed his hand around Jim's throat and lifted him in the air. "What do you think you are doing?" Ray asked. "1, that attack you just did, it would have struck the both of us. 2, you shouldn't get involved in my fights. Do you think your shitty attack can actually do something?" Ray was squeezing hard, too hard to the point where Jim was unable to breathe. Out of desperation, he started to strike Ray on his arm, hitting his armor, but it was like a toddler against a giant. The attacks had no effect whatsoever. "There is a limit to my patience. Even if you did save my life, there is only so much I can take." Taking a deep breath, Ray was ready to let him go until... A few moments before, Syl and the others had returned to the large room in the Marpo cruise. The large ball-shaped object was up in the air, but they needed to wait a few moments. Because Syl was still gathering as many MC cells as possible in order to use the machine to its full capability. Many enemies started to gather in the area, and Layla, along with Minnie, did their best to defend. Eventually, Syl regained enough MC cells. He hopped into the machine, and it closed. "Let's make everything go back to the way it's meant to be. Let's end this war," Syl shouted. The machine activated, and a pulse was sent out far and wide, out beyond the planet they were on. Using the device, Syl could feel his energy being drained. It was a painful procedure, but one that he bore as he bit down on his teeth. A pulse was sent out from the device. At first, it spread out through the ship. All of those on board the Marpo cruise started to feel a ringing pain in the back of their heads. A strong headache started to come over them. Some even fell to their knees. It wasn't just one or two experiencing this. Everyone on board the ship was. The pulse continued to go out of the ship, past all the planets in the area. They were having the same experience as those on the Marpo cruise. This continued, reaching the other ship, changing back all of the memories of the vampires of what really happened. Although the pulse had gone out far, it was only in this area. They were far away from Earth or the beast planets. That would have to be changed another time. The sphere opened up, and immediately Layla leaped up to pull Syl out from the machine and brought him back down to the ground. "Is it all done?" Russ asked. The group looked at the people that were attacking them not too long ago. They stood there, eyes open wide, confused. They looked at their hands shaking, dropping their weapons. Many fell to their knees. "What have we done? What has happened?" Some of them were heard speaking to themselves. "It's done. I got rid of any altered memories, so now all of their memories are real ones they have experienced. Unfortunately, it also means they will remember everything they have done till this point. They will have to live with the sins they committed while doing someone else's bidding." On the other planets, what Syl said was true. The fighting immediately stopped. The explosions that were going off, the small skirmishes here and there, even Jake, who was in the middle of battle, everything had come back to him. "Shit," Jake said to himself. "We were all tricked, and not even a little bit either." Jake was fighting for the right side, but he felt guilty for forgetting everything Quinn had done and even thinking about going against him for a second. For the others, they looked around at the dead bodies of the alien race that they had been attacking and their own allies. Some of the surviving Pensui, Amra, and Mermarials, as soon as they saw the humans stop attacking, did as well. For the humans, they looked at the injured, cut, and bruised aliens, fighting with everything they had. Seconds ago, they saw them as the enemy. They were fighting to the death. Now everything was just replaced with guilt. Nearly all the humans at that point got on their knees, faces full of tears, and started to beg for forgiveness. "We're sorry. We're so sorry." For them, though, they didn't care about revenge. Instead, they were just happy that everything had worked. They had won the war and managed to survive. Chris had stopped in his tracks. All of the strange thoughts he had moments before now made sense, and just like everyone else, he felt guilty for everything he did. There was an anger that rose in him that was unbearable. How could I work for such scum and do everything he said? What this also meant was that a certain man, who right now only had a head, had gotten his memories back. He could see his friend holding him, still crying uncontrollably. "Hey, don't waste those tears on me," Peter commented. "Do you remember when I pushed you into that portal? After that, I risked my life trying to protect you from the Dalki. There was no way for me to come back, so you ended up turning me." Of course Quinn remembered. He would never forget a memory like this. Wait a second. If Peter is talking about this, doesn't this mean... "You ended up saving my life, even though I'd already thrown it away, and that's why I decided to dedicate this already thrown-away life to you. So me helping you out again, I guess that finally makes us even." Quinn was unable to speak. He was stunned for words. If Peter's memories were back, then it meant the other group was successful and most likely alive as well. With his shadow, he could still connect to Minnie, so that was a big load off his mind. Meanwhile, Ray too had received his memories back to what they originally were, and instantly he threw Jim right to the ground, just hard enough to cause his body to bounce and some of the bones in his back to crack. "You tricked me!" Ray shouted, and his aura came out of his mouth, touching Jim. It started to burn the outside of his skin slowly. Parts of his flesh could be seen underneath. Jim was screaming in pain, but was unable to move due to the broken bone in his spine. "I forgot to add another thing to the list before. I hate being used," Ray said, as the heat continued to burn Jim. All of Ray's anger and aura alone were being directed toward Jim until he was no longer moving. "Do you really think I don't remember what you told me about the nest crystals on your body?" Ray said to the dead Jim on the floor. Soon, one of the crystals on his body started to light up. As it did, it was healing the skin on the outside, restoring the broken bones in his body. It may have looked like I wasn't listening to your rambling bullcrap, but I was paying attention the whole time. There was always something about you that rubbed me the wrong way, Jim. Jim started to breathe again, but when he could see through his eyes, the sight of Ray and the anger coming from him, all of the cells in his body were shaking. Wait, we can change everything together. There's this thing that go... Jim started to reach for his neck, and he could feel blood seeping out of it. He didn't even see Ray's hands, but it had been used to slice right at his neck, killing him again. He fell to the floor. I'm going to enjoy this, Ray said, killing you over and over again until you no longer get up. Ray was dead serious about it, and Quinn, taking a peek over, knew he had nothing to worry about. He had just fought against Ray. It was quite clear that he would have no problems making sure Jim was dead. I've already killed that guy a few times. I don't need to kill him more, Quinn thought. He stood up with Peter's head still in his hand. Are you feeling weak at all? Is everything okay? I'm feeling weak, Peter replied, but I don't think I'm going to die. But I'm not so sure eating flesh will be able to bring my body back. We'll just have to work something out. Ray continued to kill Jim in excruciating ways, the most painful ways he could imagine. He even held back his strength just so Jim would suffer more. Finally, only one nest crystal was left. It seemed like a waste of nest crystals. Maybe they could have just ripped them from Jim's body and used them in other ways. But at the same time, allowing Jim to experience a different death multiple times seemed somewhat worth it. For the last crystal, Ray chucked Jim's body in the air. Then, opening up his mouth, he let out a stream of flames, burning Jim's body. He continued to burn it until there was nothing left of Jim. There was no crystal and no body to bring back. It was the end of Jim Eno. Ray turned around and looked at Quinn. He didn't know what to say, but wanted to comfort him and started to walk his way. In turn, Quinn smiled back. But in the middle of the two of them, a beam of white light shot down from the sky, and standing there in its place was one Quinn didn't want to meet. Mundus, Quinn said under his breath. Why is he here? Is he planning to go back on his deal? Is he going to force me to give back my armor? Quinn thought. He shifted his foot, getting ready to fight at any moment. Usually after a long and hard battle, Quinn would be somewhat worn out. However, thanks to the limitless armor set, he was ready to go full strength against Mundus if need be. There were also plenty of active and passive skills on the armor that related to going against the Celestials. Even if Mundus was to use his power or try to escape, Quinn could even force him to stay here. Ray, who could see the concerned look in Quinn's eyes, was ready himself. He had no idea who this was. Throughout his life, he had never really encountered many of the Celestials, only hearing about them through Bliss. She often guided Ray in a way where he would cause no conflict for the Celestials, but it was only the recent events and his exploration that had caught their attention. I'll be ready to back you up any second, Quinn. If you go in, I'll go in as well. Mundus lifted both his hands and then brought them together. He was clapping. Congratulations, Mundus said. Quinn, you have managed to do a task that has been a pain in our backside for a long time now. I can safely say, as an agent of the Celestials, you have completed your first task. Hearing this, Quinn decided to let down his guard a bit. He didn't deactivate all of the armor skills, but had done so allowing Mundus to still teleport away. Although it was a passive skill, he could still suppress it from working. In the armor's case, the passive skills meant that it could always be on and kept permanently on without a cooldown as such. He didn't want him to get suspicious of his powers if he tried and it failed, but if he tried to use the time stop ability, it wouldn't work on Quinn so much. As you said, I completed your task, and you will keep your promise not to get involved in the Earth's affairs anymore, Quinn said. While everyone was fighting against each other, they were unaware of a much bigger threat that was going on. The Celestials were keeping an eye on what was going on with Jim and Jack. If the two of them continued to go ahead the way they were going, then it was quite possible that in order to save part of the universe, the Ancient Ones would have just eliminated the human race altogether and all of Earth. Correct, but... Mundus turned his head to look at Ray, to which the dragon human smiled back, gathering aura around his fists. Those eyes, you're making it look like you want to fight? Ray asked. This one is one that has been left alone for a while. They were the ones that told me to leave him alone, and then they ordered to take him out, and now they have stated to leave him be, again. It makes me wonder, why have they been given this God-Slayer special treatment? I admit he has strong power, perhaps powers that could outmatch my own, but he is getting too involved to leave him be. Maybe I should... Mundus took a step forward, but when he did, 2 large white lights came out from above, directly in front of Ray, and a moment later, 2 figures could be seen. The white light was a clear sign that the ones that had arrived were Celestials as well. One of them was wearing a cloak and wielding a staff. Although it was hard to see the face, based on the figure, it was a woman. The other was a man with multiple weapons on his back. Ray and Quinn knew both of these Celestials. Bliss! Sarah! Quinn and Ray both said at the same time. It will do no good for you to continue with your actions, Bliss said. You made a deal, and Ray is part of all that belongs to Earth. You must leave everything in Quinn's hands, and if he wishes for Ray to stay, then he is to stay. Bliss held out her free hand that wasn't holding on to the staff. Soon, a crystal started to appear in it that was a murky brown color. For Quinn, he had seen many God-Slayer crystals before, and he knew this was one. He just had no idea whose crystal it was. She then threw the crystal over to Mundus, who caught it in the air with his long twirling ears, and looked at it. That crystal is the God-Slayer crystal of the one that caused this mess. Honestly, I shouldn't even be handing you that, but it is a power that can cause great problems no matter where it is. I suggest this time you keep it sealed away and don't lose sight of it again. Mundus had nothing else to say, and with that, he turned to Quinn as his body was starting to cover in white light. Remember, Quinn, we will ask for you if we need you. You are now an official agent of the gods. Those were the last words of Mundus before he was sent up in the air. You two are very confident to appear in front of me after all this time, Ray said. Please, Bliss replied. Me and you have worked together many times before, and I'd just save you from even more trouble. Yet every time you get involved, things seem to worsen. It would be better if you were never in my life to begin with. Quinn soon rushed towards the two with Peter still under his arm. What are you two doing here? Quinn asked. No, where were you this whole time? You always come and say you're trying to help, but then disappear when it's important. Bliss looked a little nervous. She had been attacked by Quinn in the past before. Whereas she knew how to somewhat control Ray, she didn't know too much about Quinn. I'm with you on this one, Sarah said. I did help in the war, by the way. I stopped your friend here, and the other werewolf one over there, from killing your giant stone friends. It was then that Quinn realized that Chris was behind him. He looked to be in good condition, so he was nothing to worry about. First, tell me about the others. If you have been watching everything, how is my family? Quinn asked. Your family are all safe and alive, Bliss answered. You did well, Quinn. You made the right decision in becoming an agent for the Celestials, and because of your actions, you saved a lot of lives. Anyway, Mundus will keep his word, so it's safe to say that those from Earth, the vampires and humans, have nothing to worry about getting into trouble from the Celestials. I can guarantee you that. His heart started to settle, hearing his family was fine, but Quinn couldn't shake what Mundus had said about Galen. It might have been something that Bliss didn't even know. While Quinn was deep in thought, Bliss and Sarah took this as an opportunity to escape. The white light started to surround their bodies, but suddenly the white light started to fade away until it was no longer around the two. Bliss tried to activate it again and tried to enter the celestial space, but she was unable to. Where do you think you two are trying to run off to? I still have things I need you to do, Quinn said, having turned the passive skill back on. Bliss was beyond shocked. She had no clue what was going on, or why her celestial powers weren't working. It wasn't just her. It seemed like Sarah wasn't able to do anything about it either. In all of her time, for as long as she had existed, Something like this had never occurred before. She had never heard of a power like this. When looking at Quinn and his tone of voice, it sounded like he had something to do with it.
What is going on with Quinn? How is he able to do something like this? Do the other Celestials know about this?
Bliss thought.
No, that's impossible. Knowing them, if they knew he had this type of power, then they would do everything they could to get rid of him. What do you want?
Bliss asked.
There isn't much I can do. Everything is already over, is it not?
Quinn took Peter's head from under his shoulder and thrust it forward right in front of her. I was going to ask Mundus to help out with Peter's state, but he left a bit early, Quinn said. But I imagine someone like you, who knows magic and can do a lot of different things, might have a way to return Peter's body back to the way it was. Before answering, she looked at Peter and could see his eyelids moving up and down.
As long as he is not dead, then there is something I can do. Place his head on the ground for me.
Quinn did what Bliss said. He was a little reluctant to trust her, even though he had been the one that had asked her for help, but he felt that now that she knew that she was unable to escape, that she wouldn't attempt to try anything. He was sure that she didn't want to experience a reincarnation. At the moment, using the bottom of her staff, Bliss was drawing a large circle, and after that, she started to draw multiple symbols inside. It looked like those special magic circles that Quinn had seen a few times, and the same one that was used to open a door to the other world. While she was busy drawing the circle, Quinn took this as an opportunity to ask a few things he was curious about. That crystal that you gave to Mundus, it was a God Slayer crystal, right? You said it belonged to the one that caused all of this mess. What did you mean? Quinn asked. Bliss sighed as she continued to work away at the magic circle. She somewhat never expected this, so she was a little unprepared.
I suppose you won't let me go until I answer those questions either, right?
Bliss replied.
Although events like this, where one race causes so much trouble, are rare, it has happened before. I'm sure you already know that when one is considered a God Slayer, they leave a crystal behind, which allows its powers to be passed on to another. Now, when someone consumes that crystal, they obtain the power, and it might not mean they become a God Slayer immediately, but they will still have a crystal. You yourself are a prime example of that. You had the power of a God Slayer, but at first, you didn't have the original source power. Now you do, but you weren't always considered a God Slayer, but your power was. Even if you were to die before you became a God Slayer, a crystal would have been left behind. Now, it's safe to say that if one obtains a God Slayer power, they have a higher chance to become a God Slayer themselves. So in order to stop this, the God Slayer crystals are locked away. The crystal I gave to Mundus was a God Slayer crystal, the one belonging to the human named Malik, the one that was able to change memories. Quinn knew of Malik's existence, but according to the information he had, he wasn't much of a threat. Other than his power, it was hard to see him as a God Slayer, but now it made sense if he had obtained his God Slayer power through other means, just like that time Bryce Kane had used his shadow powers. There was something else you mentioned. Based on what you just said, how did Malik get the power in the first place? Was it stolen from this vault? Quinn asked. Bliss was checking the finer details of her magic circle. Leaning forward, she didn't answer straight away, and instead another crystal appeared in her hand. This time it was a nest crystal. It made Quinn wonder. For him, these things were incredibly hard to find, but the Celestials, at least the older ones, had a number of them. Was there some way to create them, or did they just have a way of finding them? She placed the crystal down at the bottom of the magic circle and banged her staff on the ground. The crystal, along with all the lines she had drawn, started to light up, and energy began to go straight into Peter's head. You are paying quite a bit of attention to what I said, but you are correct. The God Slayer crystal was stolen by someone and fell into the hands of Malik. As to who it was, we have no idea. But the crystal would have had to have been stolen by someone in a high position, or someone close, most likely another Celestial themselves. Then you have to ask why they would do such a thing and what their goal was in the first place. Unlike Bliss, this wasn't Quinn's worry. Did he really care about what happened to the Celestials? No, it was more about how it affected Earth and his position. If someone was able to steal these God Slayer crystals once,
then there was a chance that they would be able to steal them again. He was starting to imagine what would happen if all of the God-Slayer crystals were stolen and used. It was a frightening thought. Looking at Peter, his body was starting to be restored. It was back to the way it used to be and was shining strong. The nest crystals were amazing things. If they were able to create beasts just out of its own energy, then the least it could do was bring back an undead body.
"Now that I have done as you asked and answered all your questions, am I free to go now?" Bliss asked.
"Sure, and I truly hope that I never see you again," Quinn said. "Same for me," Ray nodded. Bliss didn't say anything else and gathered the white energy around her and Sarah. In a blink, they were gone up in the white bright light. In the middle of space, there was one that was flying away from all of the planets, a particular vampire original who had managed to get away, Magnus. Magnus was not just any vampire original, but was one of the previous kings of the settlement. While flying away, he felt the pulse of energy and a slight twinge in his head. "It looks like they were successful in changing everything back to the way it was," Magnus said. A marking on his forehead started to glow, the marking of a single eye with wings. "I was afraid I was unable to get a hold of any of the Talon family, and that Quinn, he has gotten even stronger. It will be hard to get close to them at this rate," Magnus said. There was a pause after he talked. "There is another way, you say? Well, of course. I will be up for the task. I have been waiting a long time for your return. It's time you came to this world and make the vampires remember their existence in this world." Magnus punched in the coordinates on his ship, and the location was set for Earth. Peter was back to normal and in one piece. He moved his limbs about as if they were foreign to him, swinging them about in the air and jumping a few times several feet in the air.
"I hate to say it, but I think that was a close call," Peter said.
"It's a good thing that one memory wasn't removed from you." Quinn tapped the side of his head.
"Yes, always protect the head. Although I feel like even though I would have protected my head, the rest of my body wouldn't have come back."
Quinn had to agree. Perhaps this time he would have to owe it to Bliss for bringing Peter's body back, but then again, would she have done anything if he didn't force her? Regardless, both Jim and Bliss were able to do things with a nest crystal that I never knew about. A nest crystal even managed to save my life, and it was only because of Syl. I learned how to increase my MC cells. Looks like I'm the one with the least knowledge about these things. Footsteps came over toward Quinn, armor rattling with each step. For a second, Quinn turned his head and was about to go into fight mode with Ray, but he realized that there was no need anymore. I was fighting him for so long, it was almost just natural instinct. "You've grown a lot stronger since last time," Ray said. "I know in the past we never fought toe-to-toe, but I always had an idea of your strength, and I have to say I'm beyond impressed. I thought that maybe no one would ever surpass me in strength, but if someone did, then having it be someone that belongs to my family line, I think I would be happy about that, and hey, maybe you will be able to do it." Able to do it? Does that mean Ray still thinks he is stronger than me even after that fight? I guess I should just see it as a compliment, Quinn thought. "You managed to stop me from doing far worse than what I would have been capable of. If it wasn't for you, maybe all three of the alien races involved would have been killed. Although I have long passed beyond the point where I feel guilty for these types of actions, I still feel like I owe you. If there is anything you need in the future, you can turn in this favor." After having a battle with Ray, Quinn knew that he would be a valuable asset in the future. Whether he would need him or not was another thing, but it was always good to have. "Do you know why Mundus went away when the others showed up? It seems like the Celestials don't bother you too much," Quinn asked. "Mundus?" Ray replied back, having no idea who that was. "You mean that alien-looking person? I don't know much about him, or the Celestials, like I said. I figured I was just too strong for them to deal with. They probably had decided long ago that it was better to leave me be, rather than try to take me on. It's better for both of us, but don't feel jealous. That Bliss and Sarah have both gone against me before. Well, in Bliss's case, she made me go through a re-education." A little of Ray's aura crept out. Speaking of his past with Bliss seemed to put Ray in a sour mood. "Anyway, there is no use talking to me. You should use your shadow thing to go ahead and be with your family and friends. I'm sure there is a lot for you to do, changing everyone's memories, including those back on Earth for one. You should let me deal with everything else." Everything else, Quinn replied. I spent quite a bit of time with Jim, Ray explained. I know where the Marpo cruises were made. I know all of the bases that he built and went to. I won't rest until I get rid of every single one of them. Before I go, I'll stop by and see Logan, just to make sure he has a device ready that you can use to contact me. He can update me on information on anything to do with Jim, and for you to call in that favor whenever you need it. Quinn nodded. If it was Ray, then he was sure he could deal with whatever surprises Jim had. Even if it was a 10-spike Dalky, Ray could take them out. Not that they expected trouble of that caliber to prop up. One more thing. Your shadow power. You've done well to make it your own, but I do have to warn you. Ray thought back to the battle, to the infected shadow beasts he saw. Be careful with the shadow. It's a power that has always had a will of its own. In my time, one of the shadows infected even broke off from the original host, making its power its own. I'm sure you have seen it, the shadow adapting to each person it has. Just make sure that you're always the one in control, and not the other way around. It was the last piece of advice from Ray, and Quinn would take it seriously. With that, he activated his shadow link, and it wasn't long till he was able to link up with Minnie. The shadow behind Minnie started to extend, creating a pool of shadow behind her. Then, a figure started to seemingly grow out of the shadow. It had caught the attention of everyone there. "Quinn!" Layla shouted, running up and giving him a big hug. She held on to him tight, but it was hard to do so properly with all the armor on his body. My. You have changed a lot since I last saw you. That armor is certainly impressive," Logan commented. Quinn didn't say much. He just looked at everyone with a big smile on his face. He was taking in the moment of everyone recognizing everyone. His eyes did fall on the frail Syl, and it angered him a little, but realized there was no need for him to be angry anymore. "Look at him," Russ said. "He's not even injured. While we were all risking our lives, what was he even doing? The reason why the war stopped was because of us anyway. He didn't even do anything." To Russ, it would look like that, since his armor was healed already from the marks that were on them, and Quinn looked completely fine, not even tired from his fight. "What happened? How are the Amra?" Layla asked. "The Amra, a lot of them died. I didn't make the armor as quickly as I thought I could, but quite a few of them managed to survive. At the moment, they are still held up in their tower. I was planning to get Wince and Stark to come with us and head back to the tower. That way the three can talk." Quinn looked around. They were still on the Marpo cruise, at the main console. It was slowly descending toward the planet they were on before. The plan was to get anyone who needed emergency help, the help they needed as soon as possible, to try and save as many lives as they could from this war. "I don't see them here. I guess they must be down on one of the planets below," Quinn said. The faces of the others were scrunched up and looking away from him, and as for his daughter, she was unable to stop sobbing as she thought about them. "What happened? What happened to them?" Quinn asked. The others had given the terrible news to Quinn, stating how they had died and what they had all gone through. Fighting Pine, and straight afterward needing to deal with H as well. When telling their tales, they didn't diminish any of their feats. How the Blades, Cyril, and Wince had fought against the 5-spike Dalky, doing their best and doing everything they could to hold them back in order to protect the people. Then there was Stark. His tale was a large one. They explained how he had helped rescue Syl in the first place, then went on to detail how he had helped Syl in protecting him on one of the planets, and finally, his sacrifice in taking Jack out, and how it had an impact on the war and on what H was trying to do at the last moment. Quinn was more than upset hearing all of this. All he could do was think about them and their thoughts as they went through everything. He had expected losses in a fight of this scale. Of course, it would have been good if no one had to lose their lives. But what troubled him the most was the fact that it was outsiders who had lost their lives in this war, people who Quinn had come to and asked for help. If he had never gone to Wince and Cyril, if he had never gone to the Penswee planet, then would they all have lived through this war? "You can't think like that," Alex said, speaking into Quinn's mind, still present in the armor. Due to the connection the two had this way, there were times when Alex could hear Quinn's thoughts. "Thinking like that diminishes their sacrifices. Without Cyril, would you have ever been able to find the information you needed? Without Wince on your side and their Mermerials, would they have been able to fight back as long as they did? And without Stark, any of this would have worked out? In the end, if none of them did these things, then there's a good chance we would have never won this war,
and then both the Pensui and the Mermerial planets would be gone. So you think that it's your fault for dragging them into this? That's just disrespectful to them."
Alex's words gave him some comfort, but it was still not enough for Quinn. He had a big question on his mind. Was there ever a time or a way he could stop losing the people he cared about? Conflicts seemed to continue to rise one after the other, and what was the cause of it all? Quinn and the others still had a lot to do even though the war had ended. The Amra, along with Geo and Dober, safely left the tower. They were saddened by the destruction of the city and all of their planets. Everything would have to be rebuilt from scratch, although they would have helped in doing so. The Mermerials and the Pensui all agreed to send aid and help. On top of that, the Earthlings would help as well. After Syl made a full recovery, eating and looking like his former self once again. The device had been used on Earth and all the local planets, changing everyone's memories back to the way it was. This continued on the Beast planets, which the Greylash faction controlled, and the Vampire settlement as well. When people learned of what really happened, there was a lot of anger, and they wanted that anger to lash out at someone to blame. At first, a lot of it was pointed toward Logan, even though he wasn't to blame. The ones to blame were dead, but the people needed to push their anger out somewhere. In the end, Quinn needed to make a speech. He was the one that was able to calm everyone down. Because, in all of this, Quinn was the biggest victim, and they listened to his words. The anger had turned into guilt, and in order to get rid of some of that guilt, the humans and vampires needed to act. They were to help with the restoration of the Amra planets, and not only those planets, but the Namrics and every other planet that they had attacked. They would help others with technology, passing on knowledge, and so on. This wasn't a one-time handout either. Quinn wanted to make it a longer commitment. They had done so much damage to the other planets, and they needed to repay that. There was also a special ceremony that had been decided to be held on the Amra planets. It was to honor all of those that had fallen in the war. All three races had agreed on a date to meet and honor all of those that died. Quinn had also been invited, along with the others that had helped in the war. A large stage was built, and a special large monument, a thick large pillar, that had the names written down of every single person who died. Right at the very top, there were 4 names displayed, of those who had contributed the most in the war, names that were never to be forgotten. Speeches were made of each person's story and the sacrifices they had made. To some, it might have sounded like the stories were amplified for the sake of their heroic deeds, but many of them knew that it truly wasn't the case. After the ceremony was over, Quinn decided to head back to the vampire settlement and live there with his family once more. There was still some clear resentment between vampires and humans. Although no longer enemies and both aware of each other, they just felt safer living apart. In the vampire settlement itself, Ronak and Joke were standing on top of one of the houses, looking out at one of the castles in the distance. "I still can't believe that I was next to the great Quinn the whole time, and I didn't even know it," Ronak said. "It's so strange every time I think about it. I want to kick myself. How can one's memories be affected so much? Do you know, we used to just go around patrolling together every day. No one would believe it." Joke nodded along, as he heard this for the 10th time already. "I knew he was special even without memories of him, ever since I saw him on that ship, training everyone in hand-to-hand combat. It's why I never went against him. I wonder what he's going to do now, and how he's going to change this place. Well, one thing is for sure, his family will definitely be treated completely different now. I can just imagine the look on all of the kids' faces when Minnie goes back to school." Behind the castle, in the large garden around the round table, a meeting was taking place. All of the originals, as well as the old family leaders that had been awakened, and those like Muka were there, while Quinn sat at the head of the table. There were a lot of times when he would just push the duty off to someone else, but somehow he had become somewhat in charge of the vampire settlement. It felt natural to all of the others. Rather than running away, Quinn just went with the flow this time. It was a lot easier compared to the past, as everyone felt like they were more inclined to listen to him. "There has still been no news about where Magnus currently is, and no one has seen him," Edvard stated. "Is he really someone that we should be worrying about so much?" Bianca replied.
He is just one vampire and can't do much on his own."
"You're correct," Hickle interrupted, "but he is not just any vampire. He is one of the originals and a former king who had ignited a war. His beliefs are still the same as they were in the past. The fact that he hasn't given himself up and gone into eternal slumber means he must be planning something." A lot of the originals wanted to go back into eternal slumber, leaving everything to the newer generation, but they felt like Magnus was their problem to deal with, and until that was dealt with, then they wouldn't go back to sleep. "There is one connection we can try," Grenlet added. "Magnus had a student, no? Perhaps he knows something, or what Magnus was planning." Honestly, Quinn was considering leaving this whole thing alone. Jim and Jack had been dealt with. There were no more big threats, so why go chasing after one? The Celestials had kept their word and hadn't gotten involved at all. Yet, there was a sick feeling in his stomach about all of this. One of the things that were the most normal in the vampire settlement was the vampire school, Roland Academy, as it was called. Even during the war, the students never really stopped going to school. After all, basic education was important, and Jim was also putting pressure on the new generation of vampires to fight as well. However, it had been a long time since Minnie had gone to school. Having left in the middle of everything, her family being accused of being these grand villains and more, it was safe to say she was nervous as she walked down the settlement streets. A big difference from before, though, was that nearly every vampire was stopping to look at the two of them. Some smiled, others waved, and there were even those that whispered. What would also occur once in a while was some of them stopping to give Layla and Minnie gifts.
"Mom, this is so strange. Everyone is treating us so differently,"
Minnie said, holding her mother's hand.
"You're right, it is a bit strange, but they are just being grateful for what we've done. Now that they have their memories back, they know about your father's good deeds in the past, and don't forget about yourself. You're a hero as well now, and you should be proud. It's just easier to smile back and accept the gifts," Layla explained.
Layla was sure that it would all calm down at some point. It was just that the events were very recent, and the people, they needed something to celebrate because with the war now being over, the settlement was looking a lot quieter. It was around 1/3 of the size of the settlement before they had left. The vampires had suffered a lot in the war.
"You're a hero too, Mom. Remember, you helped out as well. And with that cool sword, you and Uncle Russ did a good job beating the pointy Dalky."
Minnie excitedly did a little hop.
"Mommy, where is Uncle Russ? I haven't seen him since the war. Wasn't he meant to stay and protect us? He's a hero as well, right?"
Layla wasn't too sure how to answer this question, because she wasn't sure where Russ was either. He didn't really care for others' lives and had a huge drive for revenge, but soon after the war, he was never seen again. According to Quinn, he must have figured out some way to remove the key control from his mind. Although Layla felt like she might have had something to do with that. Still, Russ did save them. Whether he would have done so without the key command, or if his own life wasn't in danger, was another thing. But as long as he wasn't causing trouble, then that was fine with her. Somewhere on one of the Greylash planets. "That'll be 4,000 credits per night for the resort, sir."
Achoo!
Russ wiped his nose.
"Someone must be talking about me. I guess I'm pretty popular now."
Eventually, Minnie arrived at school, and the stares from the other parents and kids didn't stop there, but there was nothing Layla could do but give Minnie a big hug and wish her good luck.
"You have to grow up strong. In the future, your brother is going to attend school as well, and we need someone to protect him, all right?"
Minnie nodded her head. She was quite the family person, so whenever Layla wanted her to do something, she had to say it was for the family. It was technically true, but Layla did feel somewhat bad saying these things. When Minnie entered her classroom, unlike most of the adults that would smile and wave, nearly all of the kids would just whisper about her, and it wasn't like she was unable to hear any of it.
"Minnie's dad was Quinn Talon, the previous king of the vampire race, and I hear he's basically running things now." "Wait, does that mean Minnie is like some type of princess? What happens if we do something wrong? Will we be punished? Will our whole family get kicked out of the settlement?"
Eventually, Minnie saw someone she had wanted to see for a long time. Abby came through the door, her first friend she had made.
"Abby!"
Minnie said, coming over and grabbing both of her hands.
"I'm so happy to see you. It's been so long."
Minnie was unable to hold back the tears,
but Abby gave a nice smile back. "It's good to see you as well," Abby said, "but are you sure you still want to be friends with me? I mean, you're practically a princess. Shouldn't you hang around the other family leaders' kids or something?"
Minnie shook her head violently.
"Please, no, 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 I just want to be treated like normal, and I hate that people keep calling me princess," Minnie stated.
Abby was happy as well. She wanted to continue being friends with Minnie, but was unsure if she would still want to be friends with her. She was sure that many would be trying to get close to Minnie now, unlike before, and she might just get in the way. For Minnie, though, all of those would just be fake friendships. Abby, who was her friend when she knew no one, that was her real friend.
"Princess?"
A voice called out, entering the classroom door.
"Where is the princess?"
Immediately, Toby's eyes latched onto Minnie, and he started to run over, bowing his head.
"Minnie, I always knew you were amazing, but to think that you were a long-lost princess, this is perfect. Just like those TV shows, the princess always rejects the prince and decides to go for someone more common, and I could be... "Stop it," Abby said. "Minnie doesn't like to be called princess. Just call her Minnie."
Seeing Toby and Abby again really warmed her. She could just be herself again, and not worry about a grand war or having to fight. This was one of her favorite memories, being at school together with them. She didn't realize how much she missed it until she was unable to attend. The rest of the day continued like normal. There were some differences for Minnie. For example, when she put her hand up, the others put their hand down, allowing her to answer. She noticed this after a few times and then stopped putting her hand up after. Other than that, it really had gone back to normal, but there was a strange mood in the air. When listening to others' conversations, Minnie could hear the others talking about some of their parents having been killed in the war. Luckily, Abby's parents were fine. Her father was on the research side, and her mother was a designated parent. For Toby it was the same, only his father was in the settlement since his mother was banished, so he was the dedicated parent for Toby, meaning he didn't have to go out to war. Finally, though, it was time for a break, and Minnie could try to forget about all of that. When the break came, there were still many interested in Minnie. For one, now all those in the higher grades were giving her more attention. If she's Quinn's daughter, then she must be super strong. She must have held back in that assessment that happened a while ago.
Hey, just because one is strong doesn't mean the other is, and besides, haven't you heard? I think she was adopted.
Damn, I wish I was adopted into the Talon family. Could you imagine that? Rumors were spreading all over the place, and she didn't like it one bit. Still, no one was approaching the three, almost too scared. That was until one student, an older one, walked toward them.
"Sister Hebe!"
Minnie called out. She remembered Hebe. She had kept her secret about her powers and her mother's at the time, and was one of the students selected to be taught by one of the original leaders.
"Minnie, I hate to ask you this, but I need your help," Hebe said. "It's about Jared. Do you remember him?"
Hebe and Jared were the two that kept Minnie's secret and were always nice to her. She'd even fought against him in the assessment. In the end, Jared had Magnus as his mentor-teacher.
"Jared has been taken away by the leaders. I think he's under investigation for something, which is why I need your help. I need you to speak to your father. I think Jared is in trouble."
The celestial space was originally created by one of the ancient ones. Celestials could create their own celestial space, but none were as large as the celestial space used by all. Time passed slower than in any other space, and there were certain things one could do in this special space that they weren't able to do in others. For example, travel to other planets and areas. This was something unique to the Ancient One. When creating spaces, he could add unique elements to them, but with all of the spaces he created, hard-set rules needed to be applied. The number of rules, how many people these rules apply to, what type and who, all of these things would dictate the strength of the space created. Using this power, the Celestial was also able to create prison cells for the Celestials that caused too much trouble. Killing them would result in their rebirth at some point, so it was best to put them in their own space with no way of escaping. Quinn had been subjected to this before. The rules were simple, making it nearly impossible to break out using his powers alone, but he had found a way around them by giving up his celestial title and turning into a godslayer. It was something unique to Quinn that had never happened before. But the celestial space was just that, a space. It was used as a tool to make their jobs far easier, a way for all of the gods to work together and accomplish the bidding that the universe wished for them more easily. The person the Ancient Ones put in charge of the celestial space was Mundus, and that was how he became known as the Messenger. There were very few Celestials who had seen what the Ancient Ones looked like. Moreover, they rarely observed things themselves and simply received the information passed on by Mundus. With his information, they would make decisions on what to do, rarely getting involved unless it was of utmost importance. What this meant was that the Ancient Ones didn't live in the celestial space. They lived in the grand universe outside it, in a strange solar system where there was one planet that orbited the sun. There was almost nothing in this space, no asteroids or other planets. Whether it had always been this way or had become so, only those who lived on the planet would know. The planet resembled Earth to a large extent, with vast blue seas and greenery spread all over. It mostly looked like a wild jungle that had been spread across the surface. However, there was one major difference: the clouds. Instead of being high up in the sky, they were low, close to the ground, and everywhere. As they passed through objects, they would leave a significant amount of water vapor on the trees. There were also more clouds than there would be on Earth, covering a large portion of the planet's surface. One area, however, remained clear of clouds, as if it wasn't allowed to be touched. It was a castle, a large castle with rectangular-shaped walls and only one gate, one entrance. The place was surrounded by clouds as if it was floating on top of them, and it was hard to find if one tried to look for it from the surface. This was because, like a giant flying object, it constantly moved around the planet. Walking atop the clouds, heading towards the gate, was none other than the messenger. Reaching the front gate, two guards stood by the side of the doors, dressed in identical armor. The armor was covered in red, blue, and white stripes, giving the impression that they were wearing some kind of clown uniform. "Hey, so you guys are still here like always? This place never changes," Mundus commented, but neither of them said a word. Holding out his hand, celestial energy was released, hitting both of the doors. The doors lit up, and on the other side, a mechanism started to turn as celestial energy continued to move it. These were the castle gate doors, and the only way to open them was by using celestial energy, but not just any celestial energy. It had to be registered. When the doors were created, they were infused with celestial energy. After that, only the person who created the doors could open them or register new energy for them to be opened. Mundus was one of those registered, so the doors would open for him. There was a simple reason for this. The place, the planet where Mundus currently was where the Ancient Ones lived. Once the doors opened, one could see inside the castle. It was large and filled with ornaments and paintings. The ornaments and paintings seemed to be from long ago, but the strange thing was that each item appeared to be from a different time period. Some items looked much newer than others, and it was difficult to see them displayed together. As Mundus continued to walk through the hallways, there were items that seemed to be from entirely different planets. "This collection changes every time I walk through these halls, but I suppose when one has the ability to do absolutely anything, they must have some sort of hobby." Eventually, Mundus found a staircase leading down below. Once again, he was met with a door with a peculiar locking mechanism in front. Just like the last door, he held out his hand and blasted it with celestial energy. The lock twisted and turned until the door eventually opened, and steam started to emanate from the bottom. Stepping inside, Mundus found himself in a completely silver room. It was long, stretching so far until the end was no longer visible, resembling a tunnel. The walls, at least in the first part, were filled with all sorts of weapons. They had various shapes and sizes, clearly crafted from the remains of powerful beasts. Just by looking at the weapons, one could tell that they held immense power. The wall was adorned with them, hanging in place. These were the Godslayer weapons that had been confiscated and locked up. Mundus had been walking for about an hour until the weapons finally ceased, but the tunnel continued.
Instead of weapons on the walls, there were now crystals. First, Mundus went right to the end and placed H's crystal in an empty slot, with the rest of the slots ahead still unoccupied, indicating that there was room for many more. "I hope I don't come across any more powerful Godslayer items, though. Otherwise, I'll have to go through that whole moving process again. This tunnel and system weren't very well thought out." After placing H's crystal down, Mundus searched for an empty gap. Finally, he found it, the spot where Malik's crystal was meant to be. He placed the murky-colored crystal in its original position. "Locked down in here, you should never be allowed to roam freely and cause so much trouble again," Mundus said to himself proudly. "Although should be is a very important question. It still perplexes me to this day how someone was able to get in here. The only ones with access are me and the Ancient Ones, but it couldn't possibly be any of them, and it wasn't me. Unless someone used memory alteration on me, I would have remembered something like that." Mundus continued to walk through the walls of crystals until he eventually came to another empty gap on the wall. "That day, 2 crystals were stolen from this vault. One has now been returned, but the other has yet to come back." Jared's legs couldn't stop shaking. They were almost rattling as they bashed against each other. He looked around the room. It was dark, and there were only 1 or 2 light sources produced by the nest crystal torches. He could see well in the dark because he was a vampire, but even vampires still preferred to see more naturally if they could. The light sources shone on those in the room. There were vampires standing by the edge of the wall, completely still. There were 4 of them in total in the small room, each of them just standing there, not saying a word and just looking over at him. "Why was I called in so suddenly, and to a place like this?" Jared thought. "They even blindfolded me before taking me here. What could this even be about? I didn't do anything wrong. Did I?" The whole situation was making him nervous, because usually a leader would just summon someone if they wanted to ask questions, but the lengths they had gone to bring him to wherever he was showed how serious the matter was. The sound of a sliding door was heard. It lifted a part of the wall, a hidden entrance. The person walking in, Jared recognized the person well, and everyone would have noticed what he looked like. He was the talk of all the vampires in the past and present. "Sir Quinn," Jared said, standing up from his seat and immediately bowing down with one hand across his chest. "Sorry about this. You must be a little scared with everything that has happened," Quinn said. Entering the room, behind Quinn, was both Edvard and Hickel. The latter went ahead and talked to the guards, who all quickly left the room, and the door was shut behind them, leaving only them and Jared in the room. "This case, and the questions that we need to ask you, is quite a sensitive matter, so it's important that we have no one else listening to the conversation," Edvard explained. The 3 of them went ahead and took a seat opposite Jared. They weren't afraid of him. They were all strong vampires, and Jared, although skilled for a child, wouldn't have the strength to beat a single one of them, so he wasn't restrained either. However, just as Edvard had stated, this investigation was being run in secret. Magnus was capable of starting a war between vampires, so it was clear that there were those that would support his ideals, especially among the other leaders and possibly the other originals as well. It was why Hickel and Edvard, who were members of the Punisher's Covenant, were selected by Quinn to do this task. "We want to ask you a few questions related to your mentor Magnus. I am sure you have already noticed that Magnus is missing," Quinn stated. Of course, Jared knew Magnus wasn't around, but he didn't know he was missing. This information wasn't made known to the public. They didn't want to scare them with anything, especially not until they knew what Magnus was doing. But the line of questioning would have made it obvious to Jared that they didn't know what had happened to him. "I want you to answer the next set of questions honestly, and I would rather not use the influence skill on you to get the answers we are looking for. I trust that you are a good kid and understand what I'm asking," Quinn said. Quinn could reasonably guess if one was lying or not by the change in their aura and heartbeat. When trying to determine if a vampire was lying, it was a little more difficult, but the younger one was, the more honest their bodies were. The influence skill had its restrictions as well, only answering directly the questions asked, and they were hoping that asking in this way would expand their knowledge. "I understand, sir. I will help you the best I can," Jared stated. The questioning began, with Edvard and Hickel taking turns to ask the questions they wanted,
It was questions such as what Jared and Magnus would do in their mentoring sessions. Did Magnus leave the castle much, or did he ever say anything that seemed out of the ordinary? For the most part, it sounded like Magnus had treated Jared as an official student, doing well for him to learn his ways. What did come as a surprise, though, was Magnus asked a lot about Jared's power. He knew how to use the first family's ability. Finally, though, it looked like they were able to make some sort of breakthrough. Jared was nervous. Sweat was running down the side of his face, but taking a big gulp, he spoke up. "There was a way. Me and my master used to be able to speak to each other. A few days ago, I tried to contact him, but there was no answer," Jared answered. "A way you two used to contact, you mean like telepathy?" Hickel asked. "Then there are other vampires involved in this?" Jared shook his head. "It's like telepathy and works the same way, but it's not. Using a writing crystal, I would draw a marking on the palm of my hand. It would last a few days, but with the marking, it would allow me and Sir Magnus to talk to each other." The leaders looked at each other. They had never heard of such a thing. "Maybe Richard would have known what this was, or we could talk to Vincent," Edvard suggested. Quinn had other ideas, though. When Jared explained, drawing the symbol on his hand, he noticed the shapes that were drawn. "Can you use blood aura on your fingertips?" Quinn asked. Jared nodded, thinking it was a strange question to ask out of the blue, but he showed Quinn he was able to. "Can you draw the symbol in the air?" Jared did as instructed, and with his finger lit up, he drew the shapes of the symbol. The other leaders were still confused, but when Jared was done, immediately Quinn drew the symbol with his blood aura in the air again. Now all the others could see the symbol that was drawn quite clearly. It was a round, large eye with bat-like wings. It was a symbol that Quinn had come to know and had seen a few times. "Immortui," Quinn said under his breath. You know that name?" Edvard was stunned. The originals knew of Immortui, but it was mostly through Richard Eno. Spending a long time together as the originals, they were quite aware of the one that had turned them all into vampires in the first place. So they also knew about the being that Richard had contacted that had turned them, but it was a name that was never brought up. "Yes, I do. This symbol is one that belongs to Immortui. It's his marking on those that follow him. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Laxmus also had a marking as well." The more Quinn thought about it, there were other times where Quinn had seen the marking, or learned about it. Zero, the Black Sword, Laxmus, and now it was possible that Magnus was linked to it as well. All of these things, and the people they have caused great conflict, and always someone with the marking is around during it. Is it a coincidence? Quinn thought. There had been a question on Quinn's mind for a while now. Why did conflict among the vampires, not just the vampires and the humans, keep on appearing? Sure, throughout history there had always been conflict, but not at this level. Maybe Quinn was starting to see an answer somewhere. "The marking that you drew on your own body, is it a temporary one, or do you have a permanent one?" Quinn asked. "I always just drew the marking on my hand, and it would last a few days. I would then have to redraw it as well. But Magnus, I believe he always had a marking and never had to draw one." Going into this, they weren't sure whether or not Magnus was a threat, but now Quinn was pretty sure that Magnus would be up to something. "Quinn, sir, there is one more thing, something that I never understood," Jared said. "Magnus gave me one last order. When I last saw him and when I last spoke to him, he told me, no matter what, to keep the Talon family alive." It had become quite clear that, like Laxmus, Magnus was also under the control of Immortui. For whatever reason, these two were doing the bidding of the Celestial that even the Ancient Ones feared, so much so that they locked Immortui away to another plane, one not directly linked to Earth. Without meaning to, Quinn and his friends had managed to kill nearly all of the dedicated followers of Immortui that were causing great chaos. Quinn had even removed the marking that was originally on the Black Sword and replaced it with his own. Ultimately, a portal had been opened to the other plane, but once again it was closed by Quinn. So then why? Why did Magnus tell Jared to make sure the Talon family lived? Wouldn't it make more sense that he wanted them dead? "Did Magnus ever give you a reason?" Quinn asked. Jared shook his head. "Not quite, but there were some strange things.
He would often ask me questions about Minnie, but when he found out that she was adopted and wasn't biologically related to you—" He stopped. "I have no clue why he asked to keep your family alive." The original leaders were amazed that Imortui, the god that made them become vampires, was interested in Quinn, but they felt it was only right after knowing what power he had. Thinking about Quinn, a thought came to Hickle's mind. "Weren't you the one that originally created that item, the red heart?" Hickle asked. "We learned a bit about what happened when we were under Jim's control. He updated us on the situation and talked about sealing off the portal. If we replace the deeds he told us he did with you, then I assume you were the actual one that created what was known as the Red Heart." The originals were in eternal sleep, so when they were awoken, Jim informed them that he was the current leader of the vampire settlement, while explaining all of the feats he had achieved. This was backed up by Muka, who had her memory changed as well as everyone else, so the story fit them. "Maybe it's not just you, but your family that is able to open up a portal to where he is. If you or your family died, then he would have no way of opening up a portal." This reminded Quinn of why Mundus had locked him up in the first place. He had been told that he had a strong link to Imortui, and while he was alive, there was a way for Imortui to get out. What if he had figured out a way to do so without Quinn, but just members of his family? It would mean Galen was in danger, or at least a target. "I thought the link was only the case while I was a Celestial like him, but if that's not the case, maybe it's still possible. Mundus is just honoring our deal." The three continued to ask Jared questions about Magnus, in hopes they might have known where he had gone. If his goal was Galen or Quinn, then he would still have to be close. They had received a list of locations, but they were all places that they had already checked over before even questioning Jared. "Thank you for all your help so far. You've given us a lot of great information," Quinn said, his eyes starting to glow red. "There are just 2 more questions I need to ask you. Did you answer all of the questions today to the full extent of your knowledge and truthfully?" "Yes," Jared answered clearly under the influence skill. This was a sigh of relief for Quinn. The last thing he wanted to do was to have someone a little bit older than Minnie be an enemy of some sort. "I'll need to do a full search of your body. I know you said the marks were temporary that you drew on yourself, but we just need to see if there are any permanent ones. The search was done, and they were unable to find anything." As soon as the search was done, Hickle had an odd look on his face as he heard something being sent through his head. Quinn, apparently your daughter is outside asking for you, and she says it's urgent," Hickle said. Quinn, hearing the words, urgent, placed everyone there in his shadow space. After that, he used the shadow link and appeared right behind Minnie, letting everyone out of the shadow space. "What's the emergency, Minnie? Is everything okay?" Quinn said, looking around. He noticed they were in the entranceway of the 10th castle. They were all standing on a red rug that split off into 2 ways and went up a large staircase to reach the 2nd floor. There didn't seem to be any attack going on. There were just the guards of the castle near Minnie, and standing by her side a slightly taller older girl. It was Hebe. The 2 girls immediately spotted Jared at the back. His face was pale and a little red. He looked flustered, but it was mainly because he had just been searched naked in front of the other original leaders, which was somewhat embarrassing in itself. "No, don't!" Hebe shouted. "You can't take Jared. You can't kill him. He did nothing wrong. And even if he did, he's a good vampire. He's a good person. He always even looked out for Minnie on the side." "Daddy, please don't kill Jared. I don't know him very well, but he kept Minnie's secret, so I think he's a good person," Minnie said. "Don't think... He is a good person," Hebe continued to shout. The leaders had to take a step back due to all of the shouting. They were confused at what was going on. "Guys, relax," Jared spoke up. "They're not here to kill me. They just wanted to ask me some questions, that was all. None of you should be talking to the leaders like this, especially Quinn." Hebe knew he was right, but how was she supposed to react? "You mean they're not going to kill you? Then why did they suddenly put that bag over your head and drag you away?" Edvard slapped the top of his forehead loudly after hearing that. "My men did that right in front of you. I'm sorry. They must have given you quite a scare. It was no wonder you thought they were going to kill your friend." It was a complete misunderstanding, and Edvard felt like it was his fault. Letting Jared come through, he ran over and gave Hebe a big hug.
Thank you for always looking out for me, but you worry a bit too much, Jared said.
Hebe was crying, and one would suspect that their relationship was more than just friends by the drastic reaction. After a long hug, the two let go, and Jared looked at Minnie.
I can't believe that you even went through all the trouble to get Minnie to try and convince her father, and you—
Jared went to about eye level, squatting down on his knees to look at Minnie.
I can't believe you were ready to try to convince your father. Thank you, Jared said.
His hands raised up, and a dark red glow filled his eyes. In an instant, his hand had conducted a strong condensed form of blood aura, all to one point in his finger, going right toward Minnie's head. What do you think you're doing? Quinn said, as he held onto Jared's hand, stopping the finger from hitting Minnie's head less than an inch away. Quinn immediately pulled Jared away from Minnie and held him by his throat as he slammed him against the wall. The wall cracked, but Quinn held back his strength so Jared wouldn't die, nor would he go through the wall. He glanced at his right hand, and in the palm, the symbol of Imortui could be seen.
What are you doing? Hebe shouted. You just said he was fine.
Both Edvard and Hickel stopped the two girls. Stop, your friend just attempted to take Minnie's life. The original leaders, Edvard and Hickel, both saw the same thing as Quinn. They witnessed what Jared had tried to do in his final moments. Condensing was not just a small amount of blood aura, but it was an extremely large amount. In fact, too large for someone who was just his age, unless they were some type of genius. The thing was, after all the investigation they had done, after seeing how Minnie and Hebe had welcomed him back, they never thought, right there and then in front of Quinn, that Jared would attempt to harm his daughter.
What are you talking about? Jared would never try to hurt Minnie, Hebe shouted.
The leaders emitted a blood aura, creating a type of barrier, warning the two girls to stop. However, Minnie wasn't trying to push forward, and that was because she felt it as well, the great power that was coming toward her. It was a good thing Quinn was there, because then there was a chance that no one would have been able to stop it. At the moment, Quinn wasn't wearing his Godslayer armor. He never really had it on since the day he had fought against Ray. The armor was meant to be a secret from the Celestials, so it would be best that he kept it that way. He wouldn't want to be using it and have some Celestial taking a peek finding out what he had. Regardless, without it, Quinn was still plenty strong and plenty fast. What is this? Quinn thought as he held up Jared. He was struggling, kicking his legs and swinging his arms. The energy around him was running wild, and just like with the strike before, the power behind them was far more than he was capable of. This was the power of a vampire knight, but of course, to Quinn, these hits simply bounced off him. The look in his eyes, has he lost control? It doesn't feel like I'm looking at the same person I was talking to before, and the marking. I should have known that they would have been able to hide it. Most likely all of this is Magnus or Imortui's doing. But why target Minnie? He already said she has nothing to do with all of this. She can't help them in any way, so why would he try to kill her? And if I wasn't here, if he had decided to just pretend to get along, leave the castle, he could have attacked her while I wasn't next to her. This thought made Quinn shudder with fear. Stop struggling for a second, Quinn said, as he sent a wave of ki directly to Jared's head. As it hit him, it caused him to pass out immediately. He stopped struggling, and Quinn let him go onto the ground. Did you kill him? Hebe asked. Don't worry, your friend is very much alive, but I'm not sure you will be able to see him so soon. The two girls were sent home. Minnie was told to go straight to Layla and stay with her, to not get out of her sight until he had come back. In the meantime, he needed to deal with the current situation. The good news was that they were in the 10th castle, and in the 10th castle there was possibly the one person that would prove to be the most helpful in this type of situation, and that was Vincent. The three were inside his lab, and Vincent had asked the others to carefully lay Jared down in a strange room that was built into the wall of the lab. When they moved out, a glass door slid closed. It was a type of cell, but not for prisoners. It was more so for experiments on other things. The reason why Quinn had gone to see Vincent for help was because he was a great researcher, and on top of that he stayed in frequent contact with Logan. According to Vincent, Logan had recently nearly passed on all the information that Richard Eno had given him. It was as if they had Richard Eno himself with them. I'm sorry, Quinn, but I'm not sure there is a way to remove the marking from Jared. We could attempt cutting off his hand, but it wouldn't be a guarantee, and it's not like we have other subjects we could test that on. And I doubt something as complex as this can be removed just by cutting a part of it out. Wouldn't you have more ways of stopping this, considering your experience? As a Celestial, Quinn used to be able to mark people himself, and he had broken one marking before, although that was on a weapon. But with him no longer having celestial energy anymore, there was no way for him to do anything himself. I can think of one thing, Quinn thought to himself, but just having the thought itself made his stomach twirl a little bit. The marking doesn't have to be removed by me, it can be removed by another Celestial, as long as they have enough points to remove the marking. But if we were to do this, then it would have to be a Celestial that I trust, or one that I can ask help from. There were certain names that were popping up in Quinn's head, but none of them quite fit the bill. We don't have a lot of options. Tell Logan to do a search on anyone that matches Magnus's face, and also for him to see what every vampire is doing on Earth. At the same time, contact Xenon from the Greylash family, and for him to do the same. I know we might not find anything, but we have to try. As for the vampire settlement itself, we have no clue who has a marking and who doesn't. Jared was the only one that worked closely with Magnus, but he might not be the only one. We need to do a full investigation on all of those that have had contact with him, including the other leaders. They might not like it, but we have to. Although the others agreed to the orders, there was still a problem of what to look for. If they could hide their marking, then they were meant to just observe people until they finally acted, but what else could they do? He needed to know what they were after. Was it him, his family, or something else? Right now, they were on the defensive. The attack. They knew I would stop it. Otherwise, they would have never attacked right in front of me. You are absolutely right. A deep voice that echoed and was distorted could be heard throughout the room. It was almost so distorted to the outside that one wouldn't be able to understand what was being said, yet all of them could hear it clearly. They looked ahead, and through the glass, Jared was slowly getting up off the floor. He pushed himself up with his arms and lifted his head, revealing glowing white eyes, full of celestial energy. I have been wanting to talk to you for some time now. I never thought, though, this is how the two of us would meet Quinn Talon, Jared said. It was clear to all of them in the room that this wasn't Jared speaking. While the others somewhat stood back away from the glass, Quinn had decided to take a step forward. You've been waiting to speak to me, well then speak. But tell me, who am I speaking to? Quinn asked. Jared started to break out into laughter, swinging his head back. The sound of the laughter was getting louder and louder. It was incredibly powerful, and all of the machinery that Vincent had monitoring the inside of it was going off the charts as beeps and other things were heard. The laughter stopped, and so did the rest of the equipment going off. Jared looked straight ahead at Quinn. Can you really not guess? It is I, Immortui. Now, let's have a little talk, shall we? Immortui, a figure that Quinn had heard a lot about, and someone that had been involved in his life in more ways than one, yet the two of them had never directly talked to each other. There was no way to confirm that the one they were really talking to through Jared was Immortui, but Quinn could tell. Only a powerful Celestial could do something like this to their followers. He doubted this was something Magnus, another dedicated follower, could do. I know a lot about you, Quinn said. I know about your past, and I know why you are locked up, and how there is a particular group that would like to keep it that way. It wasn't that Quinn liked the Celestials. Heck, Immortui was a Celestial himself, but it was almost as if he was chucked into the middle of this battle between the two groups, and to them, it didn't matter how much those from Earth suffered. I see. Then you should understand my desire to escape and rightfully change the way things currently are. I am sure you have felt it at times, that the way they deal with things isn't exactly fair, Immortui stated. You might not know it, but I have attempted to get out of my plane several times, yet each time I have tried, there have been things that have gotten in the way, and one of them is you, Quinn. Regardless of whether you have done it on purpose or not, you have gotten in my way multiple times. The energy was rising inside of Jared's body when he spoke these words, but the thick glass was keeping him back. At least they thought it was, since he hadn't attempted to break out. But you see, I am willing to forgive all of that. You, Quinn, have grown incredibly strong, stronger than any of those like you. The vampires, they came from me. They were a part of me, but you have gone beyond that. But you will never be able to get rid of that link, that you are a part of me. You have the power to free me. I know you do, and I know you know that as well."
Quinn's guess was right on the money. Imortui was now after him. "I wouldn't be too sure about that, and even if I could, setting you free would just make me a target of those that sealed you away in the first place," Quinn answered.
"Ah, yes, but it would be too late for them to find out. By then the two of us, as well as those that believe in our goal, would rise up against them."
"But you lost," Quinn said. "You lost last time, so what makes you think you can win this time?"
"The punishment they gave me, it was a blessing in disguise. I have become the grand ruler of this plane already. In this world there are beings far more fierce than those on Earth, and I rule over them all. More than that, demons made from my own blood, just like the vampires, have grown in this world full of fighting and death. It won't be a war, but a one-sided massacre."
Quinn was sure that the Celestials had to be aware of this, and he himself had gone against one of his demons. He had to admit that for normal vampires they stood no chance. If the Celestials hadn't acted, then they had to be confident that Imortui would be stuck where he currently was.
"Isn't there anything you want in this world? Someone you might have lost? I can bring them back. With my power I can bring back those dear to you. The Celestials, they don't care about any of your lives. They would rather have you all die, and for me to just never return. But at least I am offering you something you want."
Quinn's fist was starting to shake, and his eyes were glowing red in anger. "You bastard! Half the people that I lost, that I care about, were lost because of conflicts that you caused. Making a deal with you would be kicking the dead in the ground." The smile on Jared's face, which had been there the whole time, had disappeared.
"I was being nice to you, Quinn. I was giving you a choice when in reality you have no choice. I tried to show you that even with this simple body, how easy it was for me to take away something you cared about. And even then, you are choosing to go against me? If you had chosen my side, then at least I would be helping you. But where are the Celestials now? Where are they? Will they be the ones that save your family?"
Grinding his teeth, Quinn had an answer. "No, but you won't be either. All this time I've been the one protecting them, Imortui. If you're trying to pick a fight with my family, then even if I have to come to you, I will do so and make sure to kill you, just like I have done everyone else so far." It was clear now this was Quinn's answer. He wasn't going to work for Imortui. That thought hadn't crossed his mind. He just wanted to live his life, and there was one last person that was stopping him from doing so. "You threaten me! You threaten me!" Imortui shouted with the aura coming out of Jared once more. "No god has ever dared to do that. Even the ancient ones feared my power, and were scared of angering me, but you act like you have no fear, but I can tell you're scared. In the past, I always focused on conflict. My attention was on growing my own power. You just happened to get in the way, but now I will focus all of my attention on you. How many people do you care about, Quinn? Do you care about this person's life as well, the one I'm controlling right now? This is a nobody, and I nearly killed your daughter. For the rest of your life, you will have to live in fear. Fear that anybody could be your enemy. Anybody could be me waiting around the corner, targeting all of the ones that you love, all of the ones that you care about. I will show you that you have made an enemy of the wrong person. I will show you how dangerous I can be, without even stepping a foot in your world." Jared finally started to calm down, the aura around him starting to fade, but the eyes were still filled with white, still showing that Imortui was in control. "How many can you save, Quinn?" Imortui asked. "Well, let's find out." Jared lifted his hand, and all of the powerful aura went towards one point at his fingertip. With a finger he swiped it across his neck. His head fell to the floor, blood spilling everywhere. As soon as Jared swiped his finger across his neck, Quinn rushed forward with his fist. He threw it out, breaking the solid glass container, and went to lift Jared's body up. The cut was incredibly deep on his neck, and just from holding him, Quinn could tell. Jared was dead, and it was one life Imortui had taken away, and one life Quinn was already unable to save. There was no heartbeat, no key energy flowing in his body anymore. He was dead, and there was nothing they could do about it. "I'm sorry, Quinn. I should have put him in a place where we could restrain him. Then this would have never happened," Vincent said. His eyes were heavy, staring at Quinn's back, holding on to the boy.
It's not your fault, Vincent. We never knew Imortui would attempt to do this. If he had a dedicated follower doing his bidding, then why take his life? There was no need to, other than to get to me, Quinn answered. The room had a moment of silence for Jared. Both Hickel and Edvard didn't say anything, but standing up with Jared still in his hands, Quinn knew he had to act. They didn't have a lot of time. Report everything that happened here to both Zynon and Logan. They need to be kept up to date with everything that's going on. Also, tell them to note anything that is suspicious, a rise in deaths, any strange deaths, anything. And, I'm sorry, Vincent, I'm going to have to rely on you to try to spot something. You're a bit better at this than I am.
Vincent nodded, and was already working away. Their enemy was only a single person, but it was a powerful god, and the only way they could get ahead of him or stop his plans was to use everybody. Just as Imortui stated, Quinn couldn't be everywhere at once, so he needed to use his allies' help. There were some major problems, though. They knew Magnus was marked, but that was all. It was possible that Magnus was able to mark others as well, just like he had done Jared, so there was no telling how many were actually marked. On top of that, even though Imortui had been stuck in the other plane, he was still somehow able to mark those on this side. Laxmus and Magnus could be explained. Maybe a connection was formed when they were first turned, one deeper compared to the others. Something Imortui saw in them that he could exploit. But as for those after, he had no idea. So Quinn had to go on the theory that Imortui could still mark new people as well, without physically being in this world, which made his job that much harder. If he goes after those closest to me, then that would be my family, Quinn thought. Minnie, Galen, and Layla. All three of them are together, but not all the time. Minnie still goes to school. The safest thing to do would be to take her out of school, but would that be the best thing for her? She only just got back to school. My family only just now started enjoying their life again. Gritting his teeth, Quinn had to bear the pain. He felt like it was his fault that his family was unable to just enjoy their life. I have a plan. That should work, Quinn thought. Let's see if he tries and targets Minnie again. I have a suggestion to make, Edvard interrupted Quinn's thoughts. The girl from before, Hebe. I think she should be kept under watch as well. She and Jared seem to be good friends. I'm sure after she hears the news, all sorts of emotions will be running through her. She will be an easy target to control and influence, and with her being in the school... Quinn understood where he was coming from. Walking over, he handed over Jared to Edvard. I will go and inform them of what happened here. Make sure his body is well kept, and there is a proper service for him, Quinn said. Both of the girls had been waiting in the reception area of the 10th family castle. They hadn't left, and they refused to until Jared had come back. Soon, a shadow crawled across the floor, and rising from it was Quinn. Minnie had a big smile on her face as soon as she saw her father, but for Hebe it was different. She immediately couldn't see Jared, and took that as a bad sign, and then she spotted blood on the sleeve of Quinn's clothes. What happened? What happened to Jared? Hebe got up from her seat and ran over. Jared was a good person, a good student, but someone was controlling him, Quinn answered. That was why he attacked Minnie. It wasn't Jared, but the one controlling him. A deep lump was felt in Hebe's throat, and her eyes were tunneling in on Quinn. Why are you using the word was? Hebe asked. Because, Quinn looked at them both. Jared is dead. The thing that was controlling him took over and killed him. I'm sorry, we were unable to stop it. The horrible feeling that Hebe could feel, it exploded at that moment. For some reason, when Jared was taken away in front of her, on their way to school, she felt like it was quite possible the last time she was going to meet him. When she had met him a few moments ago, that thought had gone out of her mind for a moment, but now that it was a reality, she didn't know how to deal with it. Ah! Hebe screamed into the air. She continued to scream as tears came out of her face and started to run right at Quinn. She crashed into his body. It was a hard hit, but he could take it. Then, with the bottom of her fist, she swung them repeatedly, bashing it against Quinn's chest one after another. She was even using her vampire aura. She was so stunned, not realizing what she was doing. If it was anyone else, perhaps the attacks might have hurt, but not for Quinn. He didn't say anything, as he wanted her to let all of her anger out. Bring him back! Bring him back! Hebe shouted. It's your fault! You took him away! It's your fault that he's dead! I thought you were meant to be some type of hero, someone who saved the vampire race.
yet you couldn't even save one person." The screams, the shouts, and the insults continued until her hands eventually slowed down. They were just dragging along Quinn's chest now. "I know you might not be in the state to listen to me right now," Quinn said, "and it might not be what you want to hear, but I wish to stop this from happening, to stop what happened to Jared and you from happening to others, and due to the situation I need to say it." Hebe continued to cry, her shoulders moving up and down so it was hard to tell if she was really listening or not. "The dead cannot come back," Quinn stated. "Once dead, they are meant to stay dead, and if anyone states otherwise or even attempts to tell you that there is some way, then I want you to come to me immediately." Hebe fell to her knees there and then. Of all the things to say to her, couldn't she even have the hope that he could come back? "You're so cruel," Hebe whispered. In a world covered in red clouds and dusty skies, there was one that couldn't stop laughing in joy. He was excited for what was to come, and hadn't been this excited in a number of years. "Oh, Quinn, let's see how long you manage to last, and then when you finally give up, I'll be free from this place, and even if you never choose to break me free, it won't matter anyway. I will come one way or another. Now, where to start?" Currently, Muka had been one of the vampires that was leading the investigation, looking into those in the settlement that could have a marking. The problem was, there was so much to go through. There were the conflicts that would happen within the settlement. There was the family belonging to Magnus, all of those that had been in contact with Magnus, and trying to look out for everyone that was close to Quinn. It was something that needed a large force to act and go through, but who could they trust? Even hand-picking people, Muka had to make sure that none of them were marked, and it was a hard process. She had first gone to some of the new vampire knights in the 9th family. Edvard, although an original, had stepped down as leader of the family, leaving it all to Muka. He had always thought she was a better fit anyway, and he wanted to help Quinn more by being right by his side. The knights should have had little contact with Magnus, but just in case an intense questioning period had begun. Muka was using her influence powers to ask them a series of questions. Then, based on those questions, she would decide whether they could be trusted or not, and they had passed. But a team of 3 was still an incredibly small team. A 3D projection was being displayed to Muka in her castle. It was several lists, and she had no clue where to start. "Quinn trusts me to do this, based on my inquisitive mind and how I helped him out before, but stopping something before it even happens is a really hard thing to do." Muka started to just wander with her finger. She was dragging it down and thought to just stop somewhere. Maybe her ability would kick in and give her some sort of luck. "My lady!" One of the vampire knights had burst into the room. Her name was Leona, another female vampire, who had her hair strangely dyed blue and split into 2 ponytails. "We have found one with a marking, the marking that you are talking about." "That was fast." Muka was surprised. According to the information she had received, they were able to hide their markings, so unless a person was showing it off or using it, then it shouldn't be seen. "Maybe my good luck is working out after all," she thought to herself. "Where were they discovered? What were they doing, and who are they?" Muka asked. Leona bowed before giving her report. "Yes, ma'am. We found out that Magnus was frequently visiting the cells. We were able to get this information fast, since the 9th family is also in charge of the locking systems to the underground cells. We then checked all of the locked-up prisoners and have found a few with the markings you speak of." "A few?" At first, Muka thought the news of a marking was a good thing, but now, hearing that there was more than one, was worrying her for some reason. She had this tingling feeling in the back of her head. Regardless, she had decided to contact Quinn and inform him of what they had found. It was what he had ordered, after all. "That's great work, Muka. I'll be there straight away and meet you there," Quinn replied. This tingling feeling wouldn't go away from Muka, though, and she went back to look at the holograph of lists she had up. She went ahead and looked at where her finger had landed, and could see it was on a particular name. "Quinn will be able to deal with whatever is happening in the cells himself," Muka said, as she wafted the screen away. "I need to check this out instead." The underground network for vampires had been recreated, including that of the special tombs for the families, and just like before,
The ninth family was in charge of putting combination locks in the tunnels. Of course, not every society was perfect, no matter how good one's life was. There were just people who did bad things. This was why the main prison for vampires had also been created underground at the back of the settlement. It wasn't located directly in the settlement, it was located behind it, away from others. With Quinn's shadow travel, he was able to get through everything with relative ease, and he was now walking through the cells. They were different from other cells. The criminals were all trapped behind special glass, similar to the one Jared was trapped behind that was made by Vincent. In front of the glass, there was also a wall of pure energy powered by beast crystals. Quinn could feel it. Having entered through unconventional means, several vampires were rushing towards him with their weapons drawn, but as soon as they saw who it was, they put their weapons down and bowed down. "Sir Quinn," the front of the small defense squad said, "I didn't realize that you would be inside already. Vampire Knight Leona has advised that no one was to get close to the subjects, including us. Everyone has been keeping an eye on one another to not go close. It's the last two cells on the right." "Stay here," Quinn ordered, and quickly ran to the cells and could see them standing there. They certainly did have the mark, it was clear on both of them, lighting up on their heads. "They are not in the same state as Jared. It looks like they are in control, but the marking is just lighting up on their head." Looking inside the cells closer, Quinn could see that there was blood inside, but the vampires were the only ones in their own cells, so it meant that the blood could have only come from themselves. "Imortui, what game are you playing? Can you hear me?" Quinn asked. The two in the cell looked confused as they just stared back at Quinn. Something didn't feel right. The markings on their heads, now of all times, and the blood in their cells. Why here? Why choose prisoners that were locked up to mark? What exactly could they do? To find out, he would need to do more questioning. Muka had finally arrived at where she wanted to be. It was a different location from Quinn. Rather than to the prison, she instead stood in front of what seemingly seemed like a normal house. She went up to the door and gave it a knock a couple of times. She then tried to knock louder when there was no answer. "Hello," Muka stated. "Is anybody inside?" There was still no answer, but it was the middle of the day, so it was quite common for everyone to be out. But due to the annoying feeling she could feel, Muka decided to push the door handle down. To her surprise, it was unlocked. She let herself into the house, and so far all was normal. But turning her head right, she could see that the kitchen was a complete mess. The table had been destroyed, broken into pieces, and it was the same for some of the chairs. That's when she could see it as well. There was blood on the ground. "Wait, I can hear something." Listening, Muka was hearing very faint groans. Quickly she rushed to where the sound was coming from. In the living room, she could see a beaten and bloody woman. Her arms were cut quite badly, but she would survive this. "It's going to be okay, I promise. Here, drink this," Muka said, giving the woman a flask. She gulped the blood down, and as she did, it started to work its magic. "Who did this to you?" Muka asked. I don't know. I've never seen them before. I just know they were male," the woman answered, still relatively weak. "Please, they took my husband. I don't know why. He tried fighting back, but they were too strong, and they took my husband," the woman continued. The annoying feeling. Muka's heart was starting to race, because for once she didn't want her good luck to be right. "Your husband's name, is it Ronik?" Muka asked. When it came to making a list of those Quinn was close to, the list was a rather long one. It was because even though they might not be very close to him, there were still those with a connection. In the end, the list that had been made was made with the idea of those who Quinn would fight for and protect. The problem again was, that was a pretty broad answer because he would fight for the whole of Earth and the vampires. He had done that before and would do so again. So the list was done by order of relation to Quinn. Even Muka's name was on there. When scrolling with her finger, it landed on Ronik, the vampire who was a simple guard, but had been promoted to one of the expedition teams. After all of the trouble with war and such, though, he had been asked to become a guard once again, and that was his current job. While a guard, he had worked closely with Quinn, and he, along with another vampire named Joke, had done a lot in the war, such as guiding the shadow beasts to do battle. When asking the question to the woman on the floor, she already knew the answer. The woman nodded her head, confirming that it was Ronak that had been taken.
Taken? Not killed? Muka thought. What's the reason for that? And for those at the prison to appear now as well? Unless, is it all a distraction?
A lot of information was given out at the ceremony. When everyone came together to thank all those that had died and fought in the war, there was a special mention for those that had worked extra hard, such as Ronak and Joke. It was possible that they considered Ronak a lot closer to Quinn because of that.
I have to inform Quinn immediately, Muka said, as she went and picked up the woman off the ground. I'll transport you to the 9th castle. If you stay there, you should be fine.
Wait, the woman called out.
Are we being targeted? Is my family being targeted? If that's the case, my son, he goes to Roland Academy. We have to get him out of there. If your son is at the school, I think that might be one of the safest places out there.
Muka smiled, reassuring her. Minnie had gone to school the next day, after she had been informed of the big event. She wanted to talk to Hebe, try to cheer her up, but it looked impossible. In the end, Minnie was told she had to go straight home anyway, so she was unable to do anything. Although Minnie was saddened by Jared's death, it wasn't too significant for her. She hardly knew Jared, and not only that, but due to her situation, she had become quite accustomed to people that she liked disappearing from her life. It wouldn't have been the first time. She wanted to explain that the feeling would eventually go away, but many would assume Minnie had no idea what she was talking about due to her age, even though she probably knew about loss more than most. When coming to school, the next day there was quite a change. For one, there were guards from multiple different families standing around the entire area. The students and the parents weren't sure what it was for, but a statement came out that they were just protecting the future generation, and there had been a report of beasts in the area. Since what happened the time before with beasts, the vampires bought the lie. If they learned the truth, then things would just be too hectic. Looking around, though, Minnie was trying to see if Hebe had appeared. She wouldn't be surprised if she took the day off. When entering the classroom, the changes didn't stop there, though. In Minnie's classroom, there were 2 vampire guards at the back, and they were vampire knights as well. Although the other classrooms did have guards, none of them were knights.
Do you think they put the knights in this class because of Minnie? Toby asked. That would be my guess, Abby replied. I mean, she got to be one of the most important people, right?
Walking into the classroom was Miss Bedford, and when she entered, her feet were a bit wobbly, and finally getting to the front, she took a deep stare at all of the students without saying a word.
What's wrong with Miss Bedford today? Abby whispered. I'm not sure. Maybe she's just nervous because of all the guards and the situation, Toby replied.
It was clear to all of the students that something was going on. Leona eventually appeared at the underground cells and rushed to where Quinn was. Muka had informed her that she wouldn't be going, so it was her job to look after and do as Quinn asked. Just seeing the great leader, though, her heart was beating too fast. Open one of the cells, Quinn ordered. I need to go inside and speak to them and figure out what is going on. When the glass to the cell door opened, some would think that the prisoner would try to escape, but when they saw that Quinn was entering, all of those ideas went out of the window. Sir, the prisoner said, bowing his head down. The glass panel went up from the ground, locking the 2 of them in. The prisoner was respectful to Quinn. Even if they were in here due to crimes or for violence against another vampire, they all still respected him, their current leader, who was like a king to them. I need you to answer a few questions, Quinn asked. Did Magnus come to visit you at any point of time, and how did you get that marking on your head? The man, lifting his head, looked at Quinn. He was a bit nervous to answer. The influence skill wasn't being used just yet, but he knew that it could and would force him to spill everything. I have never met with Magnus before, the man answered. If this was true, then it would mean that Emor Tui had marked them another way. It was important that they knew how, otherwise. They would have to suspect that anyone could become a dedicated follower of his. The marking, it appeared after I woke up, the man answered. Something wasn't quite right. For one, his heartbeat was starting to beat faster, and even the man's pupils were darting around the room, trying to look everywhere but directly at him. If he knows I can use the influence skill, why would he lie about this? Judging from this reaction, he didn't lie about meeting Magnus. The blood, Quinn said. It's quite recent and fresh. Whose is it? Why is it here? The sound of the man's heart beating louder was heard again, until it finally calmed down with a loud exhale of air. I'm sorry, sir. I was embarrassed to tell you, the man stated. It's true, the marking appeared after I woke up, but there was something that happened before I woke up. I've been in these cells for a while now, and I have lived a relatively long life, so I decided that it was best if I just ended it. I attempted to slit my own neck. The blood on the ground is my own. When I woke up, though, my neck, it was healed, and the marking on my forehead was there. Quinn's eyes widened as he came to a realization. Is that it? Is that how Imortui can mark people? Those that are close to death, he can save and make them dedicated followers. If that's the case, then those followers could bring even more followers in as well. Knowing the condition, though, we can narrow down the source, at least in the vampire settlement where the population is low. Quinn, Leona shouted, I just received a report. She stood on the other side of the cell door, panicked. It's about a vampire named Ronik. He was missing, but it looks like he's been found. Ronik, although not one of Quinn's closest friends, did have a lot of fond memories with him. The times the two were just walking around the city as guards were some of his best moments. To top it all off, he was a family man. He had a wife and a child. There was no reason for him to be involved in this. Ronik, he's been brought into all of this mess because of me, Quinn thought. What's happened to him? What do you mean? He was missing and now he's been found? Quinn asked. He was unable to think straight. He knew Imortui was going to act, but this fast? They were unable to prepare for any of this. Yes, Ronik was taken from his home. Muka was the one that found out about this, and now he has been found again, or more so he is in the public eye. He's being held hostage by a particular vampire standing on top of a manor, Leona explained. There was more she wanted to say, but Quinn was already on the move. That was until he could hear a sinister laugh coming from the man in the prison cell. Have you figured out my powers yet? A deep, distorted voice came out from the prisoner. It shook the body when one heard it, to the point where Leona almost fell to the ground. Have you now figured out what I can do? Imortui stated. This is just a small taste, and the longer this goes on and you are indecisive, the more hardships you will face and the more you will lose. Quinn decided that it was best to ignore him for now. The two markings in the prison, the whole thing, was just to distract him. Muka was the one that had been running around everywhere looking for Ronik. It turned out that she didn't need to go far because a lot of vampires knew where he was. There was a commotion going on. Around one of the manors, where all vampires could live now, there was a vampire standing on top of the house. He wasn't anyone of any significance, but he did have a marking on his head and on one of his hands. He was holding Ronik right by his neck. Ronik's legs were dangling on the roof tiles. He had cuts all over his body, and just like his wife, he was badly beaten with his arms most likely broken with the way they weren't moving. His eyes were still alive and showed plenty of resistance, but the rest of his body was doing nothing. Don't think of getting any closer, the vampire said out loud to the public and the guards in the area. If you do, I'll kill both of them. This was something that had completely been overlooked, because, on the man's other hand, there was another hostage, and it wasn't just any hostage, but a child that looked to be around 4 years of age, a female girl. That girl, I don't recognize her either. She doesn't have any relation to Quinn. Does she? Muka thought. So why take her? What do you want? Why do you have the need to have hostages? Muka shouted as she walked forward. Hostages? The man replied. No, these aren't hostages. When you have hostages, usually you demand something. I am not asking for my freedom or anything like that. These two here are a part of my game. A game with people's lives. Muka once again wasn't liking the feeling of all of this. It didn't take long for Quinn to arrive at the scene, and when he did, Leona popped out of his shadow traveled with him this time. Immediately, He looked up and could feel the energy. There was one who had been marked by Imortui, but not just that. Ronak was being held in one hand, while a child in the other. Crap! I didn't know there was a child involved in this as well. What is going on? What is happening right now? Ah, so you have finally come, the man said. The voice was deep, similar to Imortui's, but it wasn't as distorted as before, nor did the power flowing through the person seem to be as strong. I have been waiting for you, Quinn, the man said. It feels like we were just talking seconds ago, were we not? Anyway, I don't think I need to say much, but if you attempt to get any closer, then the lives of these two will be lost in my hands. I know you're fast, but I won't even let you get close to me, or I will act. You already failed to save one life. Will it now be 3? This was hard for Quinn, because he knew that in some way he had already failed, because Ronak and this child could have already been killed, yet he had decided not to. I have information on the suspect, Muka said, having received a telepathic message. They stated that the vampire was part of one of the squads that recently fought in the war. There were no signs of him connecting with Magnus that we know of. From the recent information that Quinn had obtained, it meant one of two things. This man might have recently been close to death, or the scarier possibility is that during the war, when he was on the verge of death, Imortui had marked him. If that happened, then how many were marked? There were a lot of vampires that had participated in the war. Quinn, the man yelled, as I said to the people before you, I have a sort of game to play with you, and you will be the only player. In my right hand I hold on to your dear friend. He was on guard duty with you for a long time, and I'm sure the two of you have shared many stories together. He also aided in the war by using some of your shadow beasts back then. He also holds his family extremely dear to him, and they rely on him a lot. Without him, I don't know how they would cope. Moving Ronak, he placed him closer to the tiles of the roof, and then lifted up the girl in the air. This girl is a vampire in the vampire settlement. She is perhaps the complete opposite to Ronak. She has no relation to you whatsoever. Her family took part in the war, but her father had died and her mother was already dead, leaving her completely on her own, being looked after by the castle vampires. Meanwhile, she is even too young to go to Roland Academy. So she has yet to make friends. One could even say that she hasn't started to live her life yet. Now out of these two, it's up to you to decide who to save, Quinn. I will kill one and let the other go, but it's all up to you. All of the onlooking vampires had disgusted looks on their faces. What situation was this? Who could be so cruel as to just force people to play in such a game? And eventually, they started to speak among each other as to what the best choice was. He has to pick the girl, one of them said. The girl is so young, she hasn't lived her life yet. I agree, but Quinn knows the other man, and it's not like the man doesn't have a family. The little girl has already lost everyone in her family. I hate to say it, but if she were to disappear, then it's not like anyone would care. The arguments between the people were intense, so much so that it even felt like a fight was going to break out between them. Meanwhile, the man just stood there laughing to himself. What they all agreed on, though, was they wouldn't want to be in Quinn's situation. All right, you've taken long enough. You have 30 seconds to give an answer, or they both die. The pressure was mounting on Quinn to make a decision, but it was one even if he had a large amount of time. He didn't think it would make it any easier. Oh no. Quick, he has to pick one. It has to be the child, one called out. Either one he chooses, we have to stay behind Quinn. It's one of his friends, for fuck's sake. We can't condemn him for any decision he makes. A lot of vampires agreed with this thought and turned to look at Quinn. A shadow was rising around him, covering his body, his back, and the ground beneath him as well. This is my last warning, the man, who was being controlled by Imortui, said. If you try to attempt anything, my hands will snap their necks. Hearing those words, the shadow disappeared from Quinn, and he looked straight into Ronak's eyes. His face was the only thing he seemed to have some control over, and that's when he smiled. It's okay, Quinn. Pick the girl, Ronak thought in his mind, hoping that his message would get through somehow. I'm in this situation in the first place because I wasn't strong enough to protect my family, but I know that with you looking out for them, that they will be safe. So please don't save me, and pick the girl." Although Quinn wasn't able to hear the thoughts of Ronak, the smile told him everything. He was happy if he wasn't the one that was picked. "You think that makes the decision any easier, but it just makes it harder," Quinn thought to himself. "You are a great person, Ronak."
"Time's up," the man said. "What's your answer?"
Quinn clenched both of his fists. They were shaking with his head down to the ground. Lifting it up, his eyes were glowing red. I choose to save both of them," Quinn shouted out loud. The man was stunned, because even though Quinn had yelled these words with such determination, he was still standing there, not making any movement or action. He had somewhat expected for Quinn to dart right toward him. From the crowd's point of view, as they looked up at the man, they saw 2 strikes of red aura, and the next moment, both of the man's arms fell off, dropping the girl and Ronak. Turning around to see who was there, the man could see Quinn right behind him, his hands glowing red, and swinging his arm he had slashed his head off. It went up in the air before bouncing on the roof and falling to the ground. Ronak, who was on the roof, was looking at the Quinn here. He then turned his head to look towards the crowd, and could still see a Quinn there as well. "There are 2 Quinns?" Ronak thought, confused. Soon, the Quinn that was still on the ground started to turn into nothing but shadows as it disappeared. "My plan, it worked. I managed to save both of them," Quinn thought to himself. At the time, when the controlled vampire stated that he only had 30 seconds to act, Quinn covered his body in shadows. He hadn't moved forward, and he took a risk that Imortui wouldn't act unless he tried to attack. During that time, Quinn had created a shadow clone of himself, while he himself had entered his shadow travel. Disguising himself while the focus was still on him, the shadow travel took the real Quinn elsewhere. He didn't have a lot of time, but there were a couple of things that he could do. One of them was putting on his God Slayer tier boots. They had the ability of flight, but not only that, but silent steps as well. Holding his breath and hiding his energy deep within, the real Quinn was able to easily get behind the controlled vampire and slice both of his arms off before he noted. And just before he could do or think of doing anything else, he had sliced off his head as well. Muka, along with Leona, had quickly both gotten on top of the rooftop and were checking the little vampire's condition while Quinn was kneeling by Ronak's side. "I have to admit, I was ready to die back there," Ronak said. "Looks like I owe you a drink." "I think I might owe you one for putting you through all of this," Quinn replied. The situation seemed to be over for now. At least, that was what Quinn had thought, until he could hear the deep, distorted laughter coming from one of those in the crowd. Having a look, it was another man from the crowd, an older-looking vampire this time, but one that had the same marking on his hand.
"Ha ha ha ha. So you chose to save both and were successful. Is that how you see it?"
The voice was clearly coming from Imortui rather than the old man.
"Yet in doing so, didn't a vampire of the settlement die?"
The old man walked over to the head on the ground and lifted him up by his hair.
"You see this person? He was a good vampire, one that fought for the settlement in the war, believing that he could help and protect his family. He had nearly died, had gone through death once, but there was a strong sense of hope which kept him alive. He didn't know how, but he believed it was a miracle, and would do anything he could to spend time with his family, having been given this second chance. After managing to survive all of that, he comes back and then gets his head sliced off by you, Quinn. You directly killed him with your own hands. That's 4 lives already that you failed to save."
The realization had come to Quinn. He had been so focused, so determined on protecting Ronak and the girl, that he had acted out more than he should have. It wasn't the vampire's fault that he was being controlled. There was also something else in what Imortui had said. 4 lives? Shouldn't it have been 2? It was then, the memory of the 2 marked at the prison because he had rushed out. He hadn't given any orders on what to do with the 2 others. Quickly, Quinn's shadow went over him. His armor set had suddenly changed. "Nitro, accelerate!" In a blink, Quinn was by the old man's side, and grabbing his arms, he had crushed them to the point where they were unable to be used again. The crowd screamed, unsure of what was going on. Then, before he could do anything else, Quinn had immobilized his legs, kicking them with the right amount of force, breaking them as well. He placed the old man on the floor while leaving his leg on top of his chest to keep him still, Muka, this old man, he needs to be immobilized. Make sure you do whatever you can so he won't kill himself, Quinn ordered. After Stark's death, the armor had been obtained by Minnie, and she had given it back to her father. Using his powers, he traveled at full speed to stop the old man from doing anything. He wasn't going to let another person die, at least not in front of him. The old man was still possessed by Imortui and looked at Quinn with a big grin on his face. You seem to be quite startled. The moves you are making, all of them are desperate, I can tell, the man stated. I had the chance to kill them both. I had the chance to kill many vampires if I wished. Because I want you to decide, Quinn. Have you made up your mind yet? Quinn looked the man directly in his eyes. I already gave you my decision. I know even more will die with you free, Quinn exclaimed. Very well, the old man said. In the end, all of this was just a big distraction from my real target. Imortui had disappeared from controlling the old man, but it left Quinn with a lot to think about. He allowed Muka and her family to clear the area and make a story up for the public to believe for now. It was a hard thing to decide. Did they make the settlement aware of what was happening, or would doing so cause more panic? For now, Quinn decided against letting everyone know. How do I even go forward from this situation? Quinn thought to himself. Every person who gets marked not only can affect those around them, but at the same time, they can just kill themselves at the end of the day, losing one more life in this settlement. There was also one more thing, the last words of the old man. All of this was a distraction. Did it mean he had a bigger target than Ronak, or just someone bigger in general? Muka, Quinn called out, and she appeared by his side in an instant. I know you're busy and spread thin, so I want you to get some help from Edvard and Hickel. Get a list of all of those that took part in the war. Currently, every single one of them is a suspect. Quinn had to make this decision. They were all the most likely to have come close to death on the battlefield, giving Imortui a chance to mark them. Once you find out who they are, then see where they currently are, and cross-reference them with a list of those closest to me. Get the leaders to attempt to protect them. I will be going over every single one that's close to me. The order was heard loud and clear. The lessons in the classroom continued, and there was a strange atmosphere due to all of the guards. None of the kids were aware of what was happening, and they had tried their best to focus on their lessons. But other than the vampire standing in the back, there was also something incredibly strange with the teacher. Is it just me, or does Miss Bedford look uncomfortable in that skirt she's wearing? It's almost as if she's forgotten how to walk, Tony whispered. Her explanations are really hard to understand as well. It seems like today she's just reading straight from the book, Abby commented. All of the kids, including Minnie, felt this way. Most of them just thought it was due to being uncomfortable because of all the guards, and just went along with the flow. Eventually, lunchtime arrived, and even when they were outside in the playground, all of the guards from all of the classrooms had come out, watching their every move. There were 3 classes per grade, and 5 grades in total. Each of the classes had at least 2 guards in their classroom. So they were being protected by 30 or so vampires. It seemed a bit much, honestly, especially since the settlement was no longer meant to have enemies. When going back to their classes, the awkward lessons continued, as Miss Bedford continued to read from the textbooks. Hickel and Edvard were doing as ordered, and they were going through all of those who had taken part in the war. It didn't take long, as they had systems for everything, and Vincent, using his machines, was able to cross-reference everything. The 2 of them had yet to act, and were in Vincent's lab as they looked at all the information. All right, so these are all of those that fought in the war, and now what I'll do is create a map, so we can see all of their known locations. Of course, this won't be entirely accurate. I can only put a pin on where their post is meant to be at this point, and time, but it is possible they wouldn't be there, Vincent explained. If a person was a guard, it would be harder to pinpoint them since they would cover a certain area and would move within that area. If they owned a stall, then a small dot would appear there if it was their working hours. But, of course, they could have left the stall and the system would be unable to account for that. The screen popped up, and several marks could be seen all over the place. There were multiple dots, over 1,000 of them, since so many vampires had taken part in the war. With all of these being potential markings,
They knew it was going to be a mammoth of a task. "Wait, right there," Edvard pointed. "Look, it seems like there is a concentrated amount at one specific location. Don't you think that's a little suspicious? If they were at the castle or something, it would make sense, but that's away from the castles." Vincent zoomed in, trying to figure out what that place was. "It's Roland Academy." Vincent quickly brought up the file. "It says that an order was sent out by Muka to assign guards to the school, but that order went through a vampire named Barry Wheels, another one who took part in the war. He assigned all of the vampires that are on guard duty, and every single one of them took part in the war." It wasn't so unusual, as most vampires capable of fighting would have taken part in the war anyway, so it seemed like it might just be a coincidence, but all of them had the same thought in their head. It was best they inform Quinn of this and check out that place first, because his daughter was there. In all of the other classrooms, something strange had happened at the exact same time. The guards, for the most part, just stood at the back, not saying a word and not moving during the whole lesson, but in every single one of the classrooms, the guards started to move. They said nothing to the teacher or to the students as they left through the back door and went into the hallway. The teacher thought nothing of it and thought that it was maybe just them being called on duty, and continued to look after the kids in their classroom. That was because they were unaware that the same thing was happening everywhere else, and all of the guards were heading to one room in particular. In Minnie's class, the lesson seemed somewhat uninteresting today, perhaps because of the teacher, so she started to daydream away as she usually would. In her head, she was imagining winning a jackpot of juice boxes and drinking so much of them that she turned into a balloon and floated up to the sky. The simple thought of this brought a large smile to her face. She and everyone else, though, were unaware that on the two vampires at the back of the class, the vampire knights, the front of their hands, a marking started to glow. Both of them at the same time started to move from their position and walk through the space in between the students' desks. The kids wondered where they were going, but didn't say much. Both of their eyes locked on one target and one target only. Finding a vampire that could use the telepathic ability, the others contacted Quinn straight away, informing him of what they had found out. If something happened at the school, there was no way for anyone else to reach there quicker than him. "I see. So you believe that Imortui is going after Minnie again?" Quinn replied. "Then I wouldn't worry so much. I thought that this might happen, and I prepared for it. If she's in school, then she's probably in one of the safest places possible." The vampires had no idea what Quinn meant by this. Back in the classroom, the guards had gotten close to Minnie. One of them went to reach with their hand out when suddenly a fist landed right in the man's face. The bones cracked completely as his whole body was sent flying back and crashing into the wall. The other vampire was too slow to react, as he had already been grabbed by the head and slammed into the ground. "Whoa, what is happening?" Toby said, jumping out of his seat because the floor was cracked beneath him. Did Miss Bedford just kill the two guards?" Miss Bedford had jumped from her position, attacking the two guards, before they could even get close to Minnie. She then stood up by her desk and looked outside, seeing the others coming close. "With me around, no one will lay a finger on her," she said, and on her face, the others could see it started to crumble, as if small pieces of mud were dropping down onto the floor. When it finally fell, another face was in its place, and the body of the person started to change as well. "Uncle Peter!" Minnie called out. The kids in the room weren't so shocked that the guards had been defeated, or that they were attempting to go after Minnie as the situation looked. What they were most surprised about was Miss Bedford. Toby, who wasn't too far from the situation, stared at her muscular legs, the skirt that she was still wearing, and her sunken and defined face. "Mr. Bedford?" he blurted out, confused. They were all stunned that Miss Bedford had suddenly turned into a man, but not only that, this person looked nothing like her. "Did Miss Bedford just transform? Is this some type of superpower? That's cool. She can be both man and woman, like a man-woman. Wait, what? Woman has the word man in already?" Another commented. Some were even impressed by her strength as they looked at the wall,
where one of the guards had been hit, and the ground that was heavily dented and cracked. These weren't just any vampires. They were vampire knights that Peter had dealt with in a single hit. He had long surpassed the strength of a vampire knight.
"What are you doing here, Uncle Peter? Why did you attack them?" Minnie asked.
Peter readjusted his skirt again. It felt really uncomfortable for him. A master of disguise that had the transformation ability and could use the mud mask to transform others as well through the use of his soul weapon.
"These two guards that were sent here to protect you, they were coming to you. My guess is they were going to attack you," Peter explained. "Your father was worried about you, so he came up with a backup plan, and that was for me to stay in school at all times. It was a bit short notice, and the only one we could confirm that hadn't joined the war and was willing to work with us was Miss Bedford."
The other children who overheard this thought that it might be the case. The guards weren't there to protect them, but to protect Minnie. But why had they turned and were going against her? All they could do was think about the cartoon and TV shows they would watch.
"Oh, is this some sort of uprising? Has Quinn Talon been betrayed, and now someone is trying to take over the vampire settlement?"
Toby said with stars in his eyes.
Teacher," Abby called out, "I'm not sure if those two that were in the classroom are the only ones that are after Minnie."
Abby pointed through the large glass windows on the inside of the school, and they could see several guards making their way to where they were.
"Mister, are they here to protect Minnie or attack Minnie?" another asked. "Everyone, get to the other side of the classroom," Peter shouted.
The kids listened and started to shout, while at the same time, Peter ran forward in front of Minnie and her friends. He let out his power as he started to gather celestial energy. The tables and chairs were pushed to the side, crashing into the blackboard and into the wall at the other end of the room. The head tail on his head had split into two, and before he knew it, crashing through the window, breaking the glass, were several blood aura swipes. They all came raining down towards Peter, but his head tails moved fast, swiping and hitting all of them. As each head tail slashed a blood swipe, it burst into nothing but red particles. Following up with the attacks, two of the vampires had attempted to jump through the window. The strange yellow energy that Peter was able to control around his fists grew more and more. The energy had gathered around both of them, throwing out both of his fists in the air and pulling back like a loaded shotgun. The energy blasts went off, hitting both of the vampires right in the chest and sending them flying back out of the classroom.
"Even with their crappy marking powering them, none of these are hard to deal with," Peter exclaimed.
The other guards were standing on the other side of the broken window, from the hallway looking in. They stood there strangely in place, making the kids nervous. They could tell from the training they had done if Peter wasn't there to stop the blood swipes, the whole classroom would have been a bloodbath. "You are quite strong," one of the marked guards said. "I have no doubt that you can beat all of these here, but can you do so while protecting every single one of these kids?"
Peter smiled at the question and even started to chuckle. "My job was already done. The plan was never for me to beat up whatever was coming after Minnie," Peter said.
Behind Minnie, a figure started to rise up from her shadow.
"Maybe I can't deal with all you guys at once, because that's how I fight, but he definitely can."
Right behind Minnie, Quinn had appeared, and raising his hands, several blood bullets were in the air, hovering. Moving his hands forward, all of the blood bullets went out, hitting the guards in their knees and arms. The bullets went right through them, and they instantly fell to the ground. In one attack, the threat was over.
"That's Quinn Talon. I can't believe he's at our school. That's Minnie's dad. I saw him before, but now that we know who he is, it's like a different thing altogether, and he's so handsome,"
some of the kids commented. It seemed like the kids were more interested in Quinn after his sudden appearance than the guards outside, who were threatening to harm them. Of course, that turned out to be not much of a threat after Quinn's appearance. With one leap, Quinn had jumped through the window and landed in a pile of fallen guards. They were still rolling about on the floor. Swiping his hand across his face, a shadow flickered, and now the Godslayer Tier Oni mask was on.
"Lightning attribute has been selected."
Quinn placed both of his hands on the ground.
"Blood shock."
The red lighting went out through the ground in all directions, as if it was searching for something to attack. It finally latched onto the bodies and started to electrify them with blood powers, making sure each one of them was unable to move. "Now, that has been dealt with," Quinn said, removing the mask from his face. After the attack had been stopped, Muka and the others soon arrived and took all of the guards in as captives. Unfortunately, Peter had been a little too rough on two of the guards he had initially attacked, and they had lost their lives. The settlement, as well as Quinn, were all on high alert for a while. They were waiting for Tui's next move, expecting him to continue his rampage, but after a few hours nothing had occurred. They felt like they could breathe for a moment, and once again a meeting was taking place. This time, Muka, Edvard, Hickel, and Vincent were at the table along with Quinn. "Do you think he has given up?" Hickel asked. "I highly doubt that. He's probably just planning his next scheme. After failing to take Minnie's life twice, I think he won't try a third time. She is heavily protected," Vincent replied. "That's what I find a bit strange about all of this," Quinn said. "I talked to Peter, and the strength of those that have been marked isn't strong at all. It's as if Tui is only giving them enough celestial energy so he can control and speak through them, rather than making them trained fighters." "You're right," Edvard said, "but wouldn't that make sense? Someone like Magnus who is his follower, it would be better to give him more power as he is already strong." "Right," Quinn replied. "Honestly, I think if the level of the attacks today were to go after Minnie, Layla, or Peter, they all would have been able to handle themselves with ease. To give them trouble, they would need someone like Magnus, so where is he?" There had still been next to no reports on Magnus, but one thing they could confirm was that he wasn't at the vampire settlement. "Do you really think having a dedicated follower as strong as him doing nothing would make sense? I worry," Quinn said. "What are you worried about?" Vincent asked. "It's about what Tui said before, about the whole thing being a distraction. It was just one after the other, the prison cell, Ronak, and the school. What if this whole game that he has me in is a whole big distraction while Magnus is off doing something else? That's what I'm worried about, and with no clue where Magnus is or what Tui wants to do, we're stuck." Little did they know, Magnus had safely arrived on Earth. Earth had become a better place compared to before. It actually had somewhat improved after Jack Truedream had come to rule. That was because he had invested a lot of his earned wealth, materials that had been gathered from other planets, and more, to Earth. In the original Dalki War, a lot of landmass had been destroyed through the initial attacks, but using landmass from other planets, they had restored a lot of land on Earth, and more started to move there. The fact that this betterment of Earth had come at the cost of so many other planets and races was not lost to the humans now, which is why they had continued to help out all the races that had been affected by Jim and Jack's war. On top of that, Jim and Jack working together meant that vampires as well as humans lived on the same planet. It was strange in a way. The peace that Quinn wished to create did happen, even if they didn't remember him. It was only their actions that led to most of their downfall and why Quinn had decided to get involved. However, that didn't mean there weren't still problems that arose between vampires and humans. On Earth, on a busy street in the city, a man in a suit was running as fast as he could. He was pushing through crowds, not caring for who he bumped into. He was relatively strong, because those he did hit on his way would get knocked over, not slowing his speed down at all. This was because he was a vampire. Blood was dripping from his mouth, and part of it was on his shirt and tie. As he ran, he would look behind him a few times. It seemed like he was being followed and wanted to get out of this place as quickly as possible. "Damn it, I can't see her, but I'm sure she has to still be following me." Straight up ahead, a group of people with weapons and armor on their bodies were in front of him. It was quite clear they were travelers, and wouldn't be pushed so easily even if he did run head-on into them. Because of this, he decided to take a left turn down an alleyway. He didn't know where he was going, and just continued to run. That was until a figure dropped down right in front of him from above. "Stop running away, or it will only add to your crimes," the woman stated. "You are under arrest for taking blood from a human without their consent." The vampire went to turn around and escape back into the crowd, but the woman quickly ran to the wall and then jumped off it, launching straight at the vampire and tackling him to the ground. The vampire attempted to swipe his red, long claws at the female, but she simply pushed the hand away. In the struggle, the vampire managed to wiggle his way out and was up on his feet. He knew he couldn't run away. This woman was faster than him. "Why are you doing this?" the man shouted. "We are the same. Both of us are vampires. So why are you punishing me for something that is only natural and in our nature?" "The Vampire Corps unit is responsible for all cases related to that of vampires. There are thousands of other vampires who are in the same situation as you, and they managed to control themselves. Blood supply is plenty. There was no reason to do what you did." The man desperately ran forward, swinging his arm, but the woman was able to get in close and lift her leg high, kicking him right in the chin. She knocked his head back and jumped in the air. With the same leg, she swung it down, hitting him straight to the ground and knocking him out. "And you're wrong. The two of us are not the same," she said to the now unconscious vampire. A moment later, and 3 more vampires appeared where the two were, a blonde-haired man with neatly swept-back hair, and 1 other female and male vampire with short and long black hair. "Captain Jessica, you can't just go out and run on your own like that. What if this vampire was part of a group? You know we need to move as a unit," Galinar said. The 3 that had arrived were all part of the Vampire Corps unit. Compared to the past, their roles had evolved to be more integrated with human life. On top of being a military force to be used to defend Earth and other cities, they were now also a force that captured vampires that had committed crimes. Jessica was a little lost after splitting from Quinn, not knowing where to go. She had attempted to become a traveler, but things seemed quite boring after the journey she had, so instead she had joined the Vampire Corps under Andy's recommendation. She hadn't taken part in the war at all. Many of the Vampire Corps didn't, as it was believed that Earth needed some level of protection, regardless of what was to happen. So not much had changed in her life in terms of forgetting about Quinn, apart from the fact that she was now a captain of her own little investigation group. "It all worked out in the end, didn't it? You always complain, but it always works out. And besides, I feel stronger when there's a larger group," Jessica replied, feeling her bicep. "Well, you know why I worry, don't you?" Galinar said, pushing his blonde hair back with his hand and tilting his eyebrows while trying to squint slightly to make his face a bit more handsome. "It's because I worry about my future wife." Galinar sprinted forward to make sure Jessica could get a good look, but as soon as he did, Jessica pushed both her arms out, pushing him back. "What did I tell you about getting so close to me?" Jessica said. "Do you want me to write you up?" Come on, Jessica," Galinar complained, shouting back. "It's not like you're taken. I'm sure you think about dating. Every vampire does. Most even have harems. But here I am with my eyes only on you." "What about Quinn? Quinn doesn't have a harem." Jessica folded her arms and turned her head. "Yeah, but he's an exception. Most vampire leaders would have several wives. Anyway, my point is I'm different from them, so give me a chance," the man said. "Hey, you two. Let's just get this wrapped up," the other member said. Stopping their argument, they started to move with Jessica at the back. She lifted up her hand toward one of her eyes. "He didn't see it, did he? I'm always worried someone might see if they get too close." Jessica had a secret that she kept from everyone, and that was the fact that she was a dhampir. Before, when she was in a rage or fighting against vampires, one of her eyes would glow yellow, but at some point the change was permanent. She still had some contact with Logan, and he had managed to make a special contact just for her that would hide her eye color, even when it was glowing with power. But she was always worried someone would notice if they got too close. Her dhampir powers, though, were what allowed her to excel at being a Vampire Corps member, as she got a boost of power when going up against vampires. Still, she had no idea how others would react if they learned the truth. After the case had come to an end, everyone was able to go home, and that was the same for Jessica. She lived on her own in a nice apartment building. Being a captain paid quite well. There was a good level of security, and one would have to have a special key to access the elevator. Of course, if they were skillful, they could bypass all of that, but it was so many extra measures and steps that it still made places like this safer. Entering her apartment door, she heard a crumbling sound from underneath. "Oh, what's this?" She picked up the crumpled piece of paper and realized it was an envelope. Inside it, there was a card. The card itself was blank on both sides. Turning over the card, she could see nothing, but inside the envelope itself, there were some words written. "I will send you the most beautiful gift you have ever seen. Jessica read out. She looked around the card to see if she could see anything else.
That's strange. It doesn't say who it's from. Is this from Galinar? I guess he can be quite the romantic,
Jessica thought, as she paid the letter no mind and placed it on her table. Jessica had slept well that day, knowing that she was successful in keeping Earth safe for a little while longer. When she woke up, she decided to head straight into the office, even though she was meant to have a half-day off today. It wasn't as if she had anything else going on, and at least she could do some research on other cases and such. Eventually, she had reached the vampire core base. It had changed from what it used to be. It was a large square building that was mainly made of glass, and recently, a new statue had been put up of Quinn in front of it. Apparently, there were statues of Quinn all over the place before, but they had been destroyed. Now they were making them again, even grander than before. Walking through the front doors, Jessica entered the large reception area. It was an area that was also used for socializing, as they had drink machines on the sides, as well as seating areas. There were also multiple desks set up, so those that wanted to come in to make a report and such would head inside. Essentially, a desk related to different types of crimes would go out to different units, all of it in one big space. Which was why she was surprised to see it rather empty, but it wasn't because it was empty. She soon realized that all of her fellow workers had gathered in one spot. They were talking quite loudly, with their voices slightly higher pitched.
Did a celebrity visit us or something?
Jessica thought. Please, could you guys give me a bit of space? I'm just paying a visit to see someone, a voice said. The crowd continued to talk, and the soft sound of the man's voice was hardly heard due to all of those talking around him.
Everyone, the head has just ordered all of you to give him space, so give him space,
an older woman shouted. Jessica recognized that voice straight away. It was the chief of this department, Barbara. She essentially ran the whole place. Immediately, all of the vampires who had gathered around moved away and respectfully gave a little bow.
I'm sorry about that, Andy, Barbara said. These vampires haven't lived in the settlement, and they seem to lack a bit of respect.
It's okay. I understand. It's because of me that we aren't so strict on that stuff in the first place. Andy smiled and looked ahead, where his eyes had met up with Jessica.
It's Andy, she thought.
She didn't know Andy too well, but she knew that he was a friend of Quinn's, which was why she was able to get into the vampire corps easily in the first place. During her whole time here, she had only talked to him once, and that was when she had tried to join. Andy started to walk over to her. Jessica turned her head left and right until he eventually stopped right in front of her. Just the person I was looking for, Andy smiled. Her finger pointed at herself.
Me!
Everyone else was just as surprised as Jessica. Why would the leader of the entire vampire corps unit come to see her? It would make sense if he was visiting the chief, but she was just a captain. The two of them eventually went to an interrogation room, as it was one of the few places that didn't have people around. Whatever Andy wanted to talk about, he wanted to keep it a secret from others. It seems you have been settling in well. You rose to the rank of captain rather quickly, Andy said.
Yes, thank you for giving me this opportunity. It really has changed my life, and I enjoy being here,
Jessica replied. That's good to hear, Andy replied. I would have checked up on you earlier, but after what happened, did you know my father was about to go back into an eternal slumber, but that was after all of this mess with Quinn had happened? Now he's trying to get the vampire corps to set up systems so no one can ever forget Quinn again, separate from Logan, and one that no one can hack to delete all of our history. It was nice to see Andy talking about his father, but Jessica was still wondering what he was doing here, but she couldn't ask. And strangely, after just saying those few words, it looked like he was about to leave. Before he did, though, he turned to her one more time. I got a message that we should be careful. Anyone with a link to Quinn should watch out for anything strange. I know me and you aren't the best of friends, but we do have a common link. Typing away on some strange device on his forearm, Jessica's forearm lit up. I just gave you an open line to contact me if you ever need any help. If you even notice anything suspicious, then contact me as well. I will be looking after my father. He's getting old. I know your situation, so I just want to say that I am looking out for you as well.
With that, Andy had left, causing as much commotion as he did when he arrived, but it left Jessica with a big thought on her mind. Just what was going on that Andy had come to visit her? Later on in the day, Jessica had been feeling a little lost. They were at the cafeteria, enjoying some raw pieces of meat with a pouch of blood. "What's wrong, Jessica? You haven't touched your food at all," Galinar said, sitting opposite of her. "Nothing. It's just the visit with Andy today. I'm sure you heard about it. All he said to me was, 'Be careful,'" Jessica commented. "Crap. Does he have a thing for you as well?" Galinar nearly slammed the table, but stopped himself moments before, as everyone at the cafeteria table looked at him as if he had done it before. "Oh, speaking of, I saw the letter you sent me. So what gift are you planning to get me to win over my heart?" Jessica asked, hoping a bit of teasing would cheer her up a bit. "Letter? What letter?" Galinar asked. "You know, the letter in my apartment. It was slid under my door." "I'm sorry, but I really don't know what you're talking about." Jessica was surprised. Galinar wasn't the type to lie, and it didn't look like he was lying, but if it wasn't him, then who else could it be? There were only a few people that knew where she even lived. In the vampire settlement, Quinn had finally received a call from Logan, and it appeared he had some good news. "We haven't found any signs of Magnus, but we can be pretty sure that he is on Earth. We found an unregistered ship, and then when tracking it down and what type of ship it was, it appeared to have come from the Marpo cruise. In particular, it was registered to the cruise ship that Jim was on. I'm going through the local camera footage to try and see if I can spot anything, or if the AI system can pick anything up, but I just wanted to let you know." "Thanks for the information," Quinn said, and the call ended there. The vampire settlement has continued to be very quiet, Quinn thought. If Magnus is on Earth, then there has to be a reason for why that is, right? The fact that nothing is happening is worrying me. I think I have to go to Earth, Quinn thought. Everyone could tell that Jessica just wasn't feeling it at work that day. Since she had already come in early, when she was meant to have a half day off, they told her to take the rest of the day off. She really didn't think that would help at all, as the work was a nice distraction from her thoughts, but she was unable to, as it was ordered from Barbara. Heading home, she slowly opened the door and felt her foot crumble against something again. "Another letter?" She picked it up, opening it, again with a few words written. "We will meet soon." Inside the 10th castle, preparations were being made. Quinn was trying to figure out the last few bits of what he needed before heading off to Earth. Everything needed to be carefully planned. He had given orders beforehand, in case anything was to happen while he was away, and he needed to make sure there was no way Imortui would know about this. Against the opponent he was going up against this time, it wasn't a simple task, such as just beating them. It was something he couldn't even do, so he needed to try his best to think 10 steps ahead. Just as Quinn reached out to grab something he had placed on the table before, he could hear the sound of footsteps from outside his door. He lifted his hand towards the door, and 2 swirls of blood appeared, opening it up. The men could be seen, and they were confused at what had just happened, as they were just about to push the door open themselves, but quickly shook their heads. "Hey, Quinn, we heard about where you're going," Edvard said. 2 originals had decided to pay him a visit, Edvard and Hickel. They had been informed of the plans due to their trusted positions, and as soon as they had both decided to pay Quinn a visit. "I was just about to leave. What do you need from me? Is there something you don't understand?" The 2 originals looked at each other before Hickel stepped forward. "We would like to ask a favor of you," Hickel said. "We want you to take us to Earth with you." Quinn had to take a second look at the 2 to see if they were serious, but their tone of voice said it all. "Why?" Quinn eventually asked. "As you know, the 2 of us have been in eternal sleep for a while," Edvard explained. "It's been a while since we have been to Earth. It was our original home, and I'm curious about how much has changed." Hickel gave a quick kick to Edvard on the leg. What he meant to say was that Magnus is one of us, one of the originals that were with us from the beginning. We have a responsibility to bring him in. We also know him a lot better than you and can help. You know, with the opponent we are going against, you can't do everything on your own." Quinn thought about it. Out of the 2 reasons he actually felt bad for Edvard,
because he had felt the same way when he was asleep for 1,000 years. "But what about the settlement and your positions? What if something was to happen here?" Quinn asked. "Muka will still be here along with the other leaders. Although there might be some that are helping Magnus that have yet to appear, I believe the settlement is in a strong place where there are enough people that can help defend it. Your wife, for one, is extremely strong, and there is Peter as well. Besides, if there is any trouble, they can inform us immediately, and you can always use your shadow link to appear by your daughter." Hickel made very good points, but there were times where his shadow link wouldn't work. Maybe this was what Imortui wanted him to do, leave the settlement, which was why part of the plan was that, from the outside, it would appear as if he had never left. Peter was no longer a teacher at the school, guarding over Minnie. Instead, he was now using the transformation skill to be another Quinn. There was Vincent, who could take up this role as well, but he was far too busy with other things. Peter would be taking an active role, as Quinn, leader of the settlement. Not many people knew about the plans, so it was unlikely Imortui would find out. At the same time, a special mask was given to Quinn. That was what was on the table he had been reaching out for. This would allow him to become someone else. While on Earth, it was important he wasn't discovered as well, in case Imortui found out. And besides, it was no longer a world where Quinn Talon was able to just walk outside freely. "If you have come up with this many reasons to leave with me, then I guess I have no choice," Quinn smiled. He had never really journeyed with these two before, but he was sure that his time spent with two originals would be an interesting one. Maybe he could even talk over with them the start of the vampires and what it was like, perhaps even talk about Richard Eno a bit. A vampire that was close to Quinn, but not close enough to talk about those things. With all the plans in place, the three of them set off on a small ship, heading to Earth, having no real idea what they were in store for. Looking at the settlement, Quinn just hoped that everything would be okay without them. Meanwhile, back in the throne room of the 10th castle, Peter was messing around with a red scarf around his neck. He flicked it to one side to fall over his armor, and then to the other side. He was already disguised, looking exactly identical to Quinn. "Which side do you think looks better?" Peter asked. "Neither," Muka angrily replied, as they had already been doing this for 15 minutes. "It is important that while you are Quinn, that you act like him. Quinn never wore this silly, silky red scarf." "Oh, but it looked good, and I thought it suited the king's look." "Just get rid of the scarf and head outside," Muka said. It was very rare that she lost her patience. She was usually calm and cool-headed, but she and Peter didn't mix well. He was someone who did as he liked and didn't follow orders, whereas she was all about upholding orders. She felt like this whole thing would be quite a large task, as she had been asked to look over him. The two of them were outside, and Peter was waving to the public as they walked through the markets and such. "It's important that we continue to make public appearances so that people talk about us and know we are still very present," Muka whispered. "I see. I guess I never realized it before because I didn't pay attention, but Quinn gets a lot of looks from the girls," Peter said, as he went ahead and gave one a wink. She almost fainted from the shock that Quinn had actually interacted with her. "Please Muka stopped herself there before saying his name. "Please refrain from doing anything that Quinn wouldn't usually do." As they continued to walk through the streets, there were eyes on them from all areas, but sitting on a box of crates were a few vampires that were somewhat staring at Peter. "Look at him. He's taken on this king role really well," one of the vampires said. "They treat him like he's a second hero, but didn't he kill a bunch of vampires? And what did he actually do to stop the enemy? Wasn't most of it all Syl's work? It seems like the vampires just want someone to have taken a big part in all of this." "He has done some amazing things, but I reckon that's more due to the help of those around him. I don't think he's that strong himself." The group continued to laugh as they suddenly stopped. A shadow was cast over them, and they could see the person they were talking about was right in front of them. Immediately, Peter grabbed the man that had made one of the comments by the scruff of his neck. "I think you're right. I might not actually be that strong myself. Why don't you tell me?" Peter said, as he lifted the man in the air and threw him up, before moving his hand back ready for a punch. "Quinn punch!"
Peter shouted out, hitting the vampire right in the stomach. He went flying in the air and eventually crashed back down into one of the buildings in the distance. Muka's eyes looked like they were going to pop out of her head. If Quinn was gone for a long time, she thought she might not survive this whole thing. The new pieces of land from Earth were attached to already existing pieces of land, making them larger, rather than creating small islands. This was so the planet could focus on easy and quick transport, underground tunnels, and more for development. They wanted Earth to be as connected as possible. One of the areas that was being developed was on a coastline. It was a new piece of land, so the city was still in the middle of development. "Look at all of this stuff, it's amazing," Edvard said, as he was still on the ship at the terminal. So far they hadn't met a single worker. Everything had been automatic, the scanning of their faces, the entrance into the city, and more. There were multiple screens and holographic displays that would just come up telling one where to do. "So where do we head to now?" Hickel asked. Immediately, a hologram display appeared in front of Hickel, showing him where he was on the map, and showing him where the exits were. He was a little startled by this. "This is really hard to get used to," Hickel had to admit. "Oh, come on. Change is great. All of these things are just to make life easier." Edvard couldn't stop smiling, as everything was a joy to him. "I know, but you have to remember that in the past vampires were always much more advanced than humans in technology. But with us all lasting for a long time, we have decided to stick to one taste," Hickel explained. Overhearing the two of them talk about the differences between the vampire settlement and Earth made Quinn realize that the vampires really did live in a strange, steampunk-styled society. They even had carriages that ran on beast crystals, when they could have built something a lot more aerodynamic. "A lot more has changed since our lifetimes. Thanks for bringing us, Quinn," Edvard said. Quinn turned around with a frown on his face. Sorry, I mean Bobby. It's hard to get used to the name and your face," Edvard replied. "Speaking of, should both of us have disguises? We are original leaders after all," Hickel asked. "For you two it should be fine," Quinn explained. "If Imortui knows you are here, it might even seem less suspicious. He probably expected us to send someone. Besides, although you guys are popular in the settlement, I think you might find that no one really knows what you look like here." As the group went outside the terminal and started to explore the city, they found what Quinn said was true. They had passed many vampires and expected them to notice them, but they continued their day as normal. In the first place, leaders were rarely seen, and the originals hadn't come out much either. Those who would have remembered their faces would long be gone, and those living on Earth tried to not get involved with the settlement too much. Of course, there was the possibility a few might notice them, but it was the same as if a human just spotted a politician they saw on TV sometimes. It wasn't too much of a big deal to the vampires that were living in the settlement. A lot had changed in 1,000 years, and the traditions of treating leaders like they were some type of god was one of them. The group was currently doing some exploring. The reason for landing specifically here was because Magnus's ship was found here as well. Most likely, he wasn't still in the city, and where he needed to be was another location, but they needed to check it out anyway, just in case. They searched quickly and through many places, even asking people if they saw anyone like him, but there were no obvious clues, so they decided to start looking in the more hard-to-see places, such as the current construction sites. They walked on the ground floor, where the base was filled with mostly ground, and bags of material off to the side. There was a large fence on the outside that was to stop people from coming in. These building projects took a lot more than just dirt, so there was a lot of equipment about, and not just ability users. "How long have they been following us for?" Hickel asked. "About 5 minutes," Quinn replied. "They could be related to Imortui, so stay on guard." A group of 5 vampires walked out with large grins on their faces, chuckling to themselves. "Well, it looks like we have a bunch of newcomers in this city. You know, for every person that comes to this city, there's a fee that needs to be paid, and we haven't had our fee," the vampire said. "Seriously?" Edvard raised an eyebrow. "Have I traveled back in time? What type of half-made bad gang is this?" "They want us to pay."
What do they mean by this, and for what? The city is free to enter, and no one else had to pay anything, Hickle said. They are robbing us, small brain, Edvard replied back. They're robbing us? Do they really not recognize us? Back in our day, no one would have even dared to try and do such a thing, Hickle said, sounding a little saddened in his voice. It's best if you guys just hand over your credits, the vampire said. Don't even think about reporting it. The Vampire Corps are more concerned with dealing with a vampire on human cases than a vampire on a vampire. While saying these words, the three older men seemed to be in the middle of a conversation, and eventually Hickle started to walk out in front of them all. Do any of you happen to have a marking on your hand? Hickle asked. All of the vampires looked confused. I didn't think as much. In the end, I have been the one nominated to deal with you, so be gone. Hickle swiped his hand, and a single line of red aura went out. It was too fast for the others to react. They had just started summoning their red aura when the attack hit them, cutting them all deeply on their chests and sending them straight to the ground. Be thankful that I didn't kill you, Hickle commented, and be careful of who you mess with next time. The three of them were off, and deciding that it was time to take a break of some sort. They all ended up sitting outside as the sun was starting to set at a coffee shop. I'm starting to think aimlessly searching isn't going to work, Edvard commented. I think you're right, Quinn admitted. Maybe we should try focusing on one of the other things. We don't know why Magnus is here, but we do know that Immortui has targeted those with a relation to you before. Who do you have a relation with that is still on Earth? Quinn thought about it for a few moments. I guess there is Fex and Andy from the Vampire Corps. There is also Logan and his entire family. Both of them are aware of the situation. It would be hard to get to them. Then, I guess there is also Lucia. She was someone who helped me when we woke up, but as far as I know, she went to the Greylash faction. The only other person I can think of is a woman called Jessica, but I have no idea where she is. If we ask Logan to check the files, maybe he can confirm the positions of everyone. It wouldn't be any harm in checking if they were safe if we're already here, Edvard suggested. With no leads, it didn't sound like a bad idea, but thinking about Jessica made him wonder how she was doing. After all, she was a little different compared to the others. Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to ask you a question. Why were the vampires so afraid of the Dampiers? Quinn asked. I heard at one point there was one that nearly got rid of the whole settlement. Since you two are originals, I thought you would know more about it. Both Hickle and Edvard looked at each other at that moment. That happened? Hickle asked, and Edvard shrugged his shoulders. I remember the war between the vampires and the werewolves, but nothing about a Dampier, Edvard replied. The confused look on both of the originals' faces continued. They went on and discussed big events that had occurred during their time, and while doing so, they both reminded each other of some things. It was a hard conversation to follow, because Quinn didn't have a lot of context to go by. He continued to listen, and they started to think that maybe they had some memories removed. Either that or the two of them were just old, which was also true. In the middle of their conversation, while they were reminiscing about old times that Quinn didn't really care about, he started to think back to himself, about the Dampiers. I remember it. It was when I first created Erin. I didn't even know Dampiers were a thing, but as soon as she was made, there was an attempt to kill her. It was made clear that I was never meant to let anyone know about it. Of course, then the whole Dampier versus human mess started, but I found out later that it's possible that Erin might have not even been a true Dampier. The Dampier that Quinn had created was from his blood. It was a subclass, one that was extremely rare. Then there were also the Dampiers that could be turned by another, those like Erin had turned. Lastly, there were Dampiers that came from a vampire and human birth. I'm sorry, Quinn, but me and Hickle have gone over it, and neither of us can remember any large event like that happening, Edvard replied. That's really strange because when one of my friends became a subclass, I was told to keep it a secret. Later, I learned a story about how a Dampier was the natural enemy of vampires, but I can't remember who told me that, whether it was Vincent, Arthur, or Richard. Regardless, I did always hear a few things, that vampires in the past would always get rid of what they were afraid of.
That's why they exterminated the werewolves, and that's why the Dampiers were something that they couldn't allow to exist, since they were superior to vampires. Both Edvard and Hickel both looked at the ground, as if they were extremely guilty of something. It was clear something Quinn had said upset them. "I think what you say may be right," Edvard said. "In fact, what we were discussing before wasn't whether or not Dampiers were dangerous, but if there was ever a grand event with the Dampiers. You see, with the werewolves, there was an event and a reason why we needed to get rid of them. I won't go into the details now, but what is strange is we never had an event that had occurred with the Dampiers, like you said, yet we both have heard the same thing, that the Dampiers are an extremely dangerous subrace." Quinn tried to dive deep into his memory bank. He started to remember a few things. For one, Vincent was chased because he had killed one of the other leaders, but his reason for doing so was due to him trying to create a Dampier. The leader had gone one step too far when trying to use Vincent's love interest. So at least during Vincent's time, it was already well known that Dampiers were dangerous. "Maybe the event had occurred while both of you were in a slumber?" Quinn said. "No, because we knew about it before we went into a slumber, but we really don't think anything had happened. It's strange, as you said," Hickel commented. "It was well known throughout the settlement. From the looks of things, did someone just spread that around as a rumor?" Rumors or not, the Dampiers, even if it wasn't a true Dampier, did cause a lot of trouble. Edvard folded his arms and had a smug look on his face, as if he had figured everything out. "If that's the case, and it really was just a rumor that had been spread around, then I am 90% sure I know the person who spread it." Both Quinn and Hickel moved in closer, waiting to hear the answer. Out of all three of them, they felt like Edvard would have been the last person to guess. "It's Richard," Edvard stated. "Richard Eno. If it came from him, then everyone would have believed it instantly without having to ask for proof. From the beginning, he was always one that knew a lot more compared to others. Think about it. If you had heard this from any other leader, you would have probably just shrugged it off, or maybe even waited until you confirmed the fact with your own two eyes. But I can imagine it now. If it came from Richard's mouth, we would have all just believed it." What Edvard said made a lot of sense to Hickel. He could even imagine it now. Quinn also felt the same way, for as little as he knew Richard, he tended to believe him more than he didn't. He had great knowledge, after all. "But then why?" Quinn asked. "Why would Richard say such a thing? Did he experience something with Dampiers that no one else did? Or after finding a Dampier, he just realized how much of a threat they could be in the future?" They all sat in silence thinking about it more, until Hickel spoke up. "I doubt that because of those types of things. If it was of that nature, it wouldn't have been kept hidden, or we would at least know some details. A good example is actually the blood fairies. Their existence was welcomed even with the downsides towards us. It was only later after a problem occurred that they were a banned subclass, and usually it's because of other vampires trying to misuse them, rather than a problem with the race itself." The words from Hickel, it had given him a hint to the answer they were probably looking for. "What you just said, it wasn't usually the race itself that was the problem, but how one would use the race. What if all of our guesses are right? Richard Eno discovered something that a Dampier could do. In order to stop someone from abusing its power, he straight up banned them. Maybe the rumors about a Dampier were made up. Of course, he would have thought someone would want to harness their power, so there might be another reason, another use of the Dampiers that we don't know about, as for the reason why he made up that rumor." The more Quinn said it out loud, the more he thought he was right. For one thing, this information should have been available to Logan as well, but what if it wasn't? What if it was something so big that Richard wished to hide it even from him? But wait, wasn't there a case where there were multiple Dampiers? We weren't there at the time, but we heard about it, Edvard said. "Yes, but they were different. They weren't like Jessica, a vampire born from a vampire and a human, a true Dampier," Quinn said. A message had been received from Logan, informing them that Jessica was indeed on Earth. Being a Dampier, there was one luxury that Jessica did get to enjoy compared to other vampires, and that was sleep. Vampires struggle to sleep, and they didn't really need much in the first place,
Just a couple of hours would make them feel refreshed. While in most cases, they could go a week without any sleep at all anyway. Although this was more because they just couldn't get to sleep if they tried, their bodies just weren't tired. For Jessica, it was a mix. She could force herself to stay awake, and in doing so there would almost be a second wave of an adrenaline rush that would wake her up, or she could sleep like normal. This day she chose the latter, because sleep was something she absolutely loved, and if she didn't have a job would perhaps sleep in even longer. However, today wasn't one of those days that she could. She was hung up on the second letter she had received. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the dark ceiling in her room. The 2 letters had to come from the same person, and why not just tell me who they were? Why are they being so secretive about all of this? I'm seriously starting to think I have a full-time stalker on my hands. And if they know where I live, they have to be in the vampire core. Wait, that might not be the case. They could just have followed me home, but stalkers are more than likely someone you know, right? I don't think this is something Galinar would do. Before she knew it, she had stayed up almost all night, and it was time for her to get ready for work once more. She was hoping that, just like yesterday, there would be no active cases. Doing her job when she didn't feel well could be the difference between life and death. On her casual walk to work, she was casually looking at the faces of those walking by, passing humans and vampires. It felt peaceful for her. Then she came to a stop as she was waiting to cross the street. She continued gazing at other people until her eyes locked with a certain gentleman. He was a little taller than the others. His eyes showed a lot of age on them. Is he staring at me? Jessica thought. It was quite clear that the man was directly staring right at her. The 2 were making eye contact without a single one blinking. Who is he? I don't recognize him. Wait, or do I? He does seem familiar. For a brief moment, she looked up, making sure it was green for go. When she looked back, she was unable to see the man. She crossed the street, turning her head, looking through the crowd, but the man was nowhere to be seen. Could that man have been the one who sent the letters? Could he be the stalker? But how did I lose sight of him? She thought. Calm down. It might have just been all in your head. You get one night's bad sleep, and now you're hallucinating, she thought to herself, gulping down her fears and heading to work. When heading into work, her mind was more scrambled than before. The image of the man was vividly in her head. She wondered, why did he seem so familiar? It was too real to just be a figment of her imagination. Have I really not seen that person before? Jessica! Jessica! A loud voice shouted. Turning her head, she could see that it was the chief, Barbara. I've been calling out your name a few times now. What planet is your mind at? Jessica was about to answer with ums and ers, but Barbara seemed to have something else to say. You better be on the ball today. You're one of my most trusted captains. Anyway, today, you have 3 new recruits joining you, so be on your A game. 3 new recruits? At a time like this? Jessica thought. Currently, the group was traveling via a levitating train. It had no tracks, but a set path that would take them directly to where they needed to go. They thought about taking their ship, but both Hickel and Edvard wanted to enjoy trying something different and looking at the views outside of the window. Quinn had to admit it was nice seeing Earth's greenery. It was rather different compared to before. They had decided to head to where Jessica currently was. They had received information from Logan that Jessica was in the Vampire Core unit. From there, it was easy to contact Andy and ask where exactly Jessica was. Things were a lot easier when you had connections and weren't on the run or hiding. Quinn remembered that Jessica used to be in the Vampire Core, but came out of it to pursue being a traveler. He wondered why she had decided to go back. Okay, we're going to need to kind of talk about what we are going to do next. We heard from Andy that she is safe at the moment, but that could change by the time we get there, Edvard said. Quinn was about to say something. The reason it was taking them slightly longer was because they wanted to go by train. Say she is safe, then what? Do we just go off to the next target? What are you suggesting? Hickel asked, as it seemed like Edvard was going somewhere with this. Look, I've had my fair share of big organizations before. It might be hard for Magnus to make a move, which means that they could still very well be after her. Yet we have no clue why they are going after her,
or what they want to use her for. If we show up and hang around, do you really think Magnus is going to act? He's hidden from us this well so far, so searching for him isn't an option."
Quinn could see where he was going with this, and he wasn't so sure it was the best idea. "So you want to use her as bait?" Edvard snapped his fingers and leaned back in his chair as if his job was done. "Although you might not like it, Quinn, I do believe it's our only chance. If we do manage to stop Magnus, we could find out the secrets of the Dampier," Hickle stated. "That's if they are even after Jessica for that reason in the first place. Everything I said was more or less a guess," Quinn replied. "Yes, but I think it's a good guess. Magnus right now, if he wanted to do you harm, could be targeting the general public or the vampire settlement, but he's not, which means Imortui has entrusted him with a much more important task," Hickle said. It was dangerous. Quinn didn't want to put anyone's life at risk. It was easy to just perhaps take Jessica someplace else, but he wouldn't be able to watch over her 24/7, and if they didn't stop Magnus, where would this end? No, when Quinn thought about it even more, was stopping Magnus the end? Wouldn't Imortui just continue to find another way? There was something that he himself perhaps needed to do that he had been putting off for a while now, but they would deal with Magnus first. "So do you suggest we just watch her from afar?" Quinn asked. "Because I don't think that would work. We need to be close to her." "Close to her without her knowing about us and Magnus as well." They all had their fingers on their chins as they thought about it, until once again, Edvard was the one that snapped his fingers. "I got it. The answer is so easy. I mean, you're friends with Fex and Andy, right? Don't they run the Vampire Corps? Then the answer is simple. Join as a member of the Vampire Corps and be part of Jessica's group." Lack of sleep, a possible stalker, and probably in her midlife crisis, she wondered how her day could get any worse, but Jessica soon was going to find out that it easily could get worse. "Wait a second. Why are you dumping 3 new recruits on me?" Jessica asked. "There are other squads. Shouldn't they at least be spread out or something? So why are you doing this to me?" "Look, all the other captains have their hands extremely busy. Besides, you being the youngest must have the best idea as to how they felt, so treat them well," Barbara said, turning around, not giving a chance for Jessica to say any more. She had to admit she felt bad, but there was nothing she could do. This was an order from Andy, and they weren't to question it. It was quite clear that the 3 new recruits had connections of some kind, because they hadn't even gone through any form of assessment, and yet here they were. Heading into her office, she could see Galinar and the 2 others in her squad, Stacy and Gabe. This was her small investigation team that would deal with cases, and now standing up against a wall, there were 3 figures. They stood there straight with their hands behind their backs. Jessica looked at all 3 of them up and down. The 3 new recruits were, of course, Quinn, Hickle, and Edvard. Quinn had the special mud mask, so he looked nothing like he had before, whereas Edvard and Hickle had gone out buying wigs, changing their hairstyle and adding a few features to their face here and there. They were unrecognizable compared to before, and since their faces weren't well known in the first place, they thought it was the perfect disguise. "You 3, state your name and specialty," Jessica asked. "My name is Edward," Edvard declared. "I'm an extremely lucky person. With me around, you will see fortune in everything." Jessica looked at the vampire like he was a crazy person, and her immediate thought, if a person said they were just lucky, was that they were an idiot and useless. "And you?" Jessica asked, moving down the line. "I am Hick," Hickle answered. "I have the ability to blow things up with my blood, although I am also quite fast and nimble and have the mind for seeing the bigger picture of things." The response from Hick seemed pretty good, although there was a fine line between being confident and bragging, and she would just have to see how he would do down the line. Finally, she walked over to the last vampire. There was nothing special about him based on his looks. A plain face, a plain black haircut. If she saw him before on the street, she would have never recognized him, yet even then, she felt like he stood out the most. "Same question?" Jessica asked. The others had answered somewhat truthfully. That way, if they needed to use their powers, there wasn't so much of a surprise, but Quinn couldn't just use his shadow powers here, so the others wondered what his answer would be. "My name is Bobby," Quinn answered.
I'm nothing special like the last two, but I will tell you one thing. I am a reliable person. If you are ever in trouble, need someone to talk to, or need anything at all, then I will be there to help you." When Quinn said these words, he didn't break eye contact and stared directly at Jessica. She felt her cheeks heat up a little. She didn't know why, but she felt like this vampire was telling the truth. Meanwhile, Galinar, at the back, folded his arms and felt a little sick. "I can't believe someone would come in and say something so cheesy." Jessica went on to inform the three about the rules in the Vampire Corps, what their role would be for the time being, as they were each to assist a different person, just shadowing them for the time being. She also went through what would happen if there was the sound of an alarm, and what to do on an active case, as well as days when their squad was on patrol duty, which for them would be tomorrow. On patrol, they would just walk around the city until they were called in for a case. They were to always move as a unit in cases involving vampires, no matter how low the risk. This was because they never knew how strong the vampire they were going up against would be. Jessica had handed each person off, with Quinn going with Galinar. They didn't do much, and eventually it came to lunch. "You guys go ahead," Jessica said. "I'm going to rest my eyes for a bit." The others went out of the office, heading to the canteen, and the last one to leave was Quinn. He stood by the door, looking back at her, and the two made eye contact once again. "Just go. You don't have to worry about me," Jessica said. "Just if there's anything you want to talk about," Quinn added, leaving it to her. When the group got their food, Galinar couldn't help but stare at Quinn constantly. He had noticed Jessica glance his way a few times already. "Hey, I just want to let all of you new guys know that Jessica is already taken. By me," Galinar claimed. "In what world is that true?" Gabe said. "She's rejected you 1,000,000 times already." "Yes, but I can tell that she just has these high walls up. I'm breaking them down slowly," Galinar explained. "Imagine this. I do all the hard work breaking down a wall, I finally do it, and someone just jumps over and steals the treasure." When he finished his sentence, he was looking toward Quinn. Hey, I think you have it all wrong, young one," Edvard said. Based on outward looks, Edvard did look older than Galinar, but it was always difficult to tell with vampires. In this case, though, due to being in a higher position, Galinar expected some respect, but the vampire was talking so casually to him. "You see, this one already has a wife and kids. He is happily married, so you don't have to worry about any of that," Edvard said. Galinar felt a sigh of relief, and it was at that point he realized he thought if the two of them would have to go over competition over Jessica, then he would lose. "I am worried about her, though," Quinn asked. She did seem a little tired, her mind heavy on things. "Has anything happened that's been unusual lately?" The others thought about it, and they noticed her acting strange. "I think it all started when she was talking about that letter," Stacy commented. "Oh, yeah, but Galinar, weren't you the one that sent that letter?" "No, I told you guys already that it wasn't me. I wasn't lying about that. I have no reason to lie about that. Besides, don't you think that's a step too far, going to her apartment? I don't want to be seen as a creep." The others wondered if they had found something. "Can you explain exactly what was in these letters?" Quinn asked. Back at her desk, Jessica was surprisingly able to sleep. Her eyes were shut, and she started to dream. She was chasing after a criminal, and in the fight, she had been kicked in the face hard. At that moment, her contact had come out, revealing that one of her eyes was glowing yellow. There were so many that were pointing at her, looking at her in disgust as if she didn't fit in. Then the yellow energy, the Dampier energy, completely consumed her. The energy blasted up high and into the air, creating some sort of rift in the clouds. When looking up, she could see a red swirling sky in the hole she had just created. "Ah!" Jessica woke up, her heart beating fast. That was a strange dream. Trying to forget about the dream, she continued to work and open up her drawer underneath her desk to put some files in. And that's when she saw it. Another letter in a white envelope. The envelope was held in Jessica's hand for a while. She had yet to open it, but multiple questions were going through her head. When was this put in here? Was it before I even came to work, or was it here the other day? Did I open the drawer yesterday? I think I did.
So this has to be a new letter. Wait, maybe I didn't open my drawer.
She was beginning to have second guesses, but was wondering if that was because she wanted it to be an older letter. So far, the messages had somewhat linked up. She almost felt like if she were to read the letter, then whatever was said in it would end up being true. Placing the letter down, she slid it back into the drawer and closed it, taking another deep breath. Let's not open it and just ignore it. I should just carry on with my life the way I have been doing. Everything has been going fine so far, so why would it suddenly change now, she thought. She had enough problems in her life to spend time thinking about these mysterious letters as well. All these letters had done was made her more paranoid, even affecting her sleep and dreams. If she could keep her mind off them, maybe the problem would disappear on its own. Although there was still a big worry over her head. How did it get there? It would mean one would have to be incredibly skillful to sneak into the vampire core, or the most likely answer was that it was someone in the vampire core in the first place. Is it a coincidence that I get this letter the day 3 new vampires turn up? She thought. The letters from my house could be explained with stalking, but for one in my office, maybe they put it in before I even got here. I did feel something as well. They were suppressing it well, but when I got up to each of them, I could feel the energy inside me rise a little. These vampires are no ordinary vampires. So the question is, are they all behind this, or just one of them? And why would they even do this type of thing? It seemed clear to her that these weren't regular vampires, and something fishy was going on, but she had nothing more to go on. She couldn't accuse them of planting letters if it turned out to just be a coincidence. The more Jessica just sat there, her head continued to flip-flop. Nothing made sense, and she thought it was best not to accuse anyone either or jump to conclusions. She would just pretend the letters were never there in the first place. When the others came back from the canteen, Jessica looked busy, as she already had a load of work prepared for them all to do. They were looking over case files and were to try and make a report on how to make certain areas safer. There hadn't been any big cases that needed their attention that day, so they mostly stayed in the building, working on other things that the Vampire Corps was doing. Others were working on public speaking scripts, on how they should handle the public news crews and so on. Some others were helping the new recruits by showing them around the various parts of the Vampire Corps headquarters. Then the day finally came to an end, and everyone went their separate ways, or at least that's what they thought. Standing on top of the apartment rooftops, with the night sky out, 3 people were looking down at a particular apartment. At least they were, until Edvard decided to lie down and stare at the night sky. So what? You think that Magnus is the one who has been sending her these letters? Why would he do that? Was he meant to kill Jessica, and then when he saw her, suddenly he fell for her? Edvard said it out loud, because the whole thing sounded ridiculous to him. At the moment, Logan hasn't given us any news about anything happening anywhere else. He has a close eye on the others, and no big events have happened regarding other cities, Quinn explained. We don't know if it's Magnus or just a crazy person, but we have to assume anything at the moment while we have nothing. You mean it's the only lead we have right now? That is a bit suspicious, Ickle added. It does make me wonder, though, if Magnus was able to get into her apartment, why not just take her away or kidnap her? Could it be that they are after something else? Or they're just waiting for us again, Edvard said, doing a sit-up and looking at the two. Imortui could just be playing a game on you, Quinn. He seems to want to torment you more than anything. Maybe this time he just didn't realize that we beat him to the punch. He's waiting for us to do something and then wants to react. What Edvard said actually made a lot of sense to Quinn, because that's what he originally thought when Imortui was acting in the vampire settlement, pushing him further and further until he did as Imortui asked. This thought reminded him he had thought for a while now about something, and he felt like he had finally made a decision. I want to tell both of you something I've been thinking about for a while, Quinn said. His tone was heavy, alerting the others not to make any sarcastic comments at this point in time. Even if we stop Magnus, Imortui isn't going to stop. So after we do find Magnus and stop him, I've decided I'm going to stop Imortui himself. Quinn was expecting the other two to act surprised, but instead They just had a straightforward look on their faces. "When you say stop, what do you mean by that? What are you planning on doing, and how are you planning on stopping him?" Hickel asked. Quinn took a deep breath once more. Even just saying the words was hard for him, but he had already made the resolve to do this. "I will make a portal, but not for Imortui to come to our world, but for me to go to his world instead. And while I'm there, I plan to kill Imortui," Quinn answered. Once again, the two leaders had expected this, but it just seemed surreal. Was it really the only way? The only way to stop him? It felt that way so far, so they understood how Quinn felt. Maybe if they had his strength, his confidence, they would attempt to do something the same. But for the two of them, they would never have a chance of taking down such a being. "I've opened a portal there before, so there has to be a way for me to do it again. I mean, even Imortui thinks that's the case. All I need to do is close it when I'm the only one inside." "But what if you never get back? What if there's no way out of that place?" Edvard said. "You're the key to get in, but that doesn't mean you are one to get out of there. Without you, we have no clue how to get in. How do you think your family and friends are going to feel if you're stuck there forever?" "They will understand," Quinn answered immediately. "I'm doing it in the first place for all of them. I don't plan to go in there and never come out, but I know that it's a possibility. And besides, there are other problems as well." Other problems, Edvard wanted to say. There seemed to be many problems with this makeshift plan of his. That was when Edvard realized he was worried because he considered Quinn a friend. If anyone else wanted to go away, go to their own death, or sacrifice themselves for everyone else, then he wouldn't care. But it wasn't fair to Quinn. It wasn't fair to the man who had little time to himself, little time to spend with his family, to sacrifice himself for the sake of everyone else enjoying their lives. "One of the main issues is that killing Imortui won't mean it's the end for him," Quinn explained. "One can kill a god, but they will reincarnate. The reincarnation cycle can be different each time, though. So maybe it will be 100 years, maybe 1,000, or it could just be the next day he gets reincarnated. Still, there is a chance that when he does, he won't have his memories." Although Quinn was saying all of this, that was if he killed him in the first place, the ones the Ancient Ones feared. Then the second issue. There is a theory that Richard Eno came up with. If we were to kill Imortui, all of his powers out there in the world would go away with it, meaning the vampire's existence would be no more. While three of the strongest vampires in existence continued to watch over the apartment block from the outside, Jessica was still having somewhat of a mental breakdown. Her back was against her front door, and she was slowly sliding to the bottom with the white envelope held in her hand. "Why did I bring this back with me?" Jessica said to herself. "I thought I was just going to ignore it all. I even said that I wouldn't accuse those guys, and yet—" She thought back to how she had acted after lunch. Jessica had subtly asked the new recruits questions nonstop while they were doing work. Questions about what city they were in before this, why they wanted to become part of the Vampire Corps, and so on. She had even been watching their every move, but they were good at their job, and they didn't seem to be interested in her, at least not in the way where they would be dropping white envelopes. "Ah, fine." Jessica stood up and ripped the top of the envelope open. "It's not like it's going to change anything, and the curiosity is just going to kill me." She read the words slowly, and it wasn't what she had expected. Then again, what was she expecting? "This will be the last letter you will be receiving." What does that mean? I mean, at least I know this is definitely a new letter, but why bother sending a message like this? Later, when she was trying to get some sleep, she realized the effect the words of the letter had on her. The words, it was almost as if someone was after her life. Stating that it was the last letter tormented her. Waking up the next day, which now felt like the second day in a row with a horrible sleep, Jessica felt irritated. Although she didn't need it, living the way she had been doing for a while, she swung her pillow into the wall when getting up from bed. It was harder than she thought, as it burst into feathers. Jessica and her squad had met up in the office first, but they quickly changed into the Vampire Corps uniform. It was all black in color, with tight-fitting leather close to their bodies, but made in a way where there were variations in black, so it looked somewhat similar to a police uniform. This was so the members of the public knew that the Vampire Corps was trying to help them and create a better image. Once everyone was changed, they met outside of the building for a few words. On our forearms, there is a communication device linked back to headquarters. They will alert us if there is any case that we need to go to in our area. Usually, you would respond, but you guys haven't had time to learn the proper codes or ways of responding, Jessica explained, so you can leave that bit to me. Usually, if you are chasing any type of suspect, and trust me, I use the word chasing because for some reason, vampires always run thinking that they are faster than us, but if you do end up in a chase, or there are multiple people to chase, then you must do so in pairs, no matter what. Due to the current situation with the new recruits, I will now announce the following pairings. Galinar, you have the most experience, so I am putting you alone with Edward. Stacy and Gabe, the two of you will be with Hick, and I will be taking Bobby under my wing. Galinar looked like he wanted to say something in protest, but he just bit his lip. All of them had entered the main part of the city. They weren't directly together, walking down the same streets, but they were in the same area. If anything came in, they would be contacted and try to come in together. Come in, Squad 0014. We have an emergency at the reflector factory. It appears that members of the Black Swans have appeared. Squad 0008 is dealing with them, but they need help immediately. The message came through on her communication device as she stated it would. Quickly, she sent out the message to all the others, for them all to meet at the reflector factory. It wasn't far from where they were, and they would get there quicker by running at full speed. Sorry, Bobby, this is an important one, so I'm going to go ahead without you, Jessica said as she sprinted off at full speed. Quinn had been warned about this during their lunch break. They stated that Jessica often got heated in the moment while out in the field, and she would dart off on her own. She was faster than everyone else, so even though Galinar was meant to be her partner, he would always arrive at the scene and the job would be done. He stated that he was worried that one day it would be her on the ground instead of the enemy due to her rash-headed decisions. Jessica was originally running through the alleys, but jumping from side to side, she quickly made it to the rooftop of the buildings. It was easy to travel this way, so she wouldn't get caught up in traffic or in the way of the public. Tell me, what are the Black Swans? Turning her head, Jessica was surprised to see Bobby right there next to her. He can keep up with me? I guess he really is talented. The Black Swans are a group of thieves. We're not sure of their size, but they are quite proud of themselves, to the point where they have even publicly named themselves the Black Swans. They aim for areas with high-level crystals. The factories usually have demigod-tier crystals or two that are used for helping build certain equipment. They can be sold for a lot of money. Of course, doing what they do, they are quite strong, so it's no wonder another squad is having trouble. It didn't take long for Quinn and Jessica to arrive at the scene, and they managed to catch the tail end of the fight with the other squad. They weren't doing so well with the others injured. Running ahead, right outside the front of the factory through the gates, Jessica lifted her hand and unleashed a powerful blood swipe. One of the Black Swan members saw this and created a blood swipe of his own, but Jessica's attack was far more powerful, breaking through it. The man managed to avoid the strike and continue to move. In total, there appeared to be 6 Black Swan members with masks over their faces. Everyone, we got what we came for. Let's get out of here, the man who had blocked Jessica's attack said, and they started to run away along with the others. Go after them, the other captain said. We only have light injuries. It'll be fine. We need to at least get those crystals back. Jessica and Quinn chased after the group, but that was when they split up. 2 of them, the leader and another member, went into the factory, while the others split up, running around the sides of the factories. The Black Swan group has split up. Intercept them in these areas, Jessica ordered. The others in Jessica's squad weren't far behind, and they followed the order. At the side of the factory, Hickle, Stacy, and Gabe landed, blocking the path of 2 members. We have you now, Stacy said. However, from the sides, behind crates and walls, around 5 more members appeared. On the other side of the factory, the same thing happened. Edvard and Galinar managed to intercept 2 vampires, but soon 2 more appeared, making it 4. Galinar, knowing they were part of the Black Swans, felt a little nervous. "Hey, Edward, I thought you said you were the lucky one, so what kind of lucky situation is this?" Galinar asked. "I am the lucky one," Edvard replied, "so I'm guessing all the others are in a worse situation." The inside of the factory had been cleared out of workers when the Black Swan group arrived. Surprisingly, while giving chase, the leader turned around with his partner. "Ha ha! You! I know you, squad leader Jessica," the man said. "You have been a pain in our backside for a long time. I was waiting for you to come so I could finish you off today." Multiple members of the Black Swan emerged from the machinery and the sides. There seemed to be around 15 vampires in total. Even Jessica looked nervous due to the situation. But she felt her strength increasing from within. "I'm sorry, Bobby, for getting you into a situation like this on your first day," Jessica said. A sneak attack came from above, as one of the men dropped from the ceiling, launching blood swipes. Quinn quickly moved, using his arms to block and break the blood swipes. As the man continued to fall before he could do anything, Quinn grabbed his neck and slammed him into the ground, knocking him out. "I told you already, I am reliable. Don't worry about me." Hickle, known as Hick to the others, Stacy and Gabe were all fighting off the Black Swan members. They were surrounded, but the two still took it upon themselves to protect the newbie, with one getting in front of him and one behind him. The Black Swan group was organized as they kept their distance and started to throw blood swipes toward the three of them. Both Stacy and Gabe, rather than throwing out blood swipes of their own, used their blood aura to reinforce their arms, and in doing so they swung them, hitting the blood aura away. It was a more effective way of blocking several attacks, but it took more energy. It almost felt like they were blocking a sword with each hit. "These two are good people," Hickle thought. "I am practically a stranger to them, and yet they have decided to protect me, so I need to help them out a little." Swinging both of his hands, he let out blood swipes. He didn't use his full power, but just enough to somewhat push the blood swipes back, right into their line of view, before turning them into nothing but red particles. "Now!" Hickle shouted, giving them a chance to fight. They spread out, each going to two of the members. It would be a hard fight, at least Hickle would make it seem hard, as he avoided some of the punches thrown and allowed one to hit his side. "Oh, if only you knew who I was, the things I would do to you," Hickle thought. However, the hit didn't really hurt him in the first place, so he continued on with these antics, taking them out slowly, hoping that the other two would do the same. On the other side of the factory, Edvard was fighting with Galinar. They had 4 members going after 2 of them, which also made it a bit difficult for Galinar to act straight away. When he saw an opening to attack, another would come from the side and attempt to strike him. On top of that, he was continuously turning his head. "Hey, Edward, are you doing okay? I don't need you to beat them, but just hold out against these guys. I'll deal with them one by one," Galinar stated. As he swung his arms, blood swipes crashed into a vampire, and he leaped toward the other pretending to go for a punch, but quickly switched it up with a sweep, hitting the bottom of his legs. There was a reason why he would usually be partnered up with Jessica, because on their team, he was one of the closest ones that could keep up with her. Meanwhile, Edvard was avoiding every hit so far, not striking back. "Crap, I suppose I should take a hit or two from these guys to make it look realistic. Come on, hit me, I won't move." True to his word, Edvard didn't move, and a hit landed right on his face. The fist was stuck there on his face for a moment. "Did I say hit me in the face?" Edvard said. The attacker could feel that something was wrong. He pulled his hand away, and when he did, he could see red, glowing eyes. The other attacker swung a knife he had, right toward Edvard's neck. Turning around, Edvard looked at him with red, glowing eyes. "Stop," were the words he said. He was still fixing his face a bit from the first punch. The attacker instantly stopped. He was unable to move no matter how hard he tried, and he realized it was because he was under the influence skill. "How is that possible? How strong does a vampire's influence skill have to have some control over me? Who is this guy?" With a smile on his face, Edvard was getting ready to give the punch of his life. Inside the factory itself,
the fighting had started off with a bang. Maybe it was because Jessica was trying to assess the situation, or the fact that she had a bad sleep 2 days in a row, but she was unprepared for the one coming from the rooftop. If it wasn't for Bobby, then she would have probably suffered a blow. "If you are reliable like you say you are, then it should be fine to leave you be, right?" Jessica said, as she ran forward toward the group of people, pulling out 2 daggers. Quinn let go of the passed-out guy's face and ran forward by her side. She struck the first vampires, avoiding their blows, getting in deep. She wasn't afraid of getting hurt. One could see this from the way she attacked. It was almost as if she knew she was better than the others. Meanwhile, Quinn was fighting while keeping one eye on her. He was using nothing but his martial arts skills, mainly his Mui Baron skills. He avoided a punch from a vampire filled with aura that shot out, but grabbed the arm and pulled it down over his shoulder, breaking the joint, before lifting the man and throwing him into another. He had to be careful about using his powers, which was why he was using nothing but his skills, but also had to be wary that at any point and time, any one of these could be after her life. It wasn't long, with the help of the 3 new recruits, that the job was completed. Jessica stood there huffing and panting, while Quinn was fine and was surrounded by those moaning with broken bones on the floor. "Wow, you really are reliable, and you didn't even use a weapon or your aura," Jessica complimented. "I am a trained fighter, so my skills rely on my fists and legs more than anything else," Quinn answered with a smile. She didn't know why, but seeing the smile on Bobby was nice. She just felt like it was someone she could trust, which was why she didn't want to ask him any more questions other than that, just happy that they had done a good day's work. Later on, another squad arrived at the scene. Barbara, knowing that the Black Swan group had planned something big, sent 3 teams in, but there was no need. When the group got back, they were congratulated by nearly the whole department. They all cheered for them as they walked past. They had dealt with one of the major problems of the city, and of course, in their heads, it had to be Jessica. When back in the office, the group needed to write a report of the events. The 3 recruits had been called by Barbara as she wanted to check if they were all okay, leaving all of the others in the room. "Hey, the new guys were pretty good," Stacy said. "I would hate to admit it, but I don't think things would have gone as smoothly without them." "Yeah, I mean, this could be a pretty big deal for all of us. We could all get promotions," Galinar said. "Maybe that guy really is lucky after all." The new group was happy with their department, and for the first time in a while, Jessica had forgotten about the stupid letters. When returning, they had decided to do a celebration of their own, taking a blood bank and having a nice drink together. They all put their drinks in the center and cheered up in the air. It was a good day's work, and they all deserved the rest they needed as they headed home. When Jessica got to her home, she was expecting to hear the same crumple she had done the last few days from the white envelope, but there was nothing on the floor. "I guess whoever sent that letter, when they said it was the last one, they must have really meant it," Jessica thought. For the first time in a while, she was able to get a good night's sleep. Little did she know she had 3 guardians looking over her. Opposite, on top of the apartment building, the usual 3 were standing there. "It looks like nothing is going to happen today either," Edvard said. "You're right. I thought that maybe the Black Swan group would have a mark that would act at that moment, but there didn't seem to be anything," Hickle said. "What do you want to do, Quinn?" He thought about it as he continued to look down. "I think you guys are right. We can't stay here forever. We will continue to watch over her and stay in the vampire core for a little while longer, but if nothing else happens, we will need to move on." The next day had arrived, and nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. If anything, for Jessica, things were kind of back to normal, as she had managed to sleep for the first time in a while, although it was a little later than usual. "Crap, am I going to be late for the first time?" Jessica said, as she rushed to put on her clothes and started to head straight for the Vampire Core building. When she got inside the building itself, she could see everyone walking around, but they had nervous looks on their faces. Some were mumbling to each other, but everyone was speaking so quietly that it was hard for Jessica to pick up on something. That was until Barbara, who was in the reception area, spotted her. "Jessica!" Barbara called out, and she was the one that rushed over to where she was. "Jessica, she said again, putting both of her hands on her shoulder. "What's going on?" Jessica asked. "Why are you acting so strange?" The look on Barbara's face, one could tell it was hard for her to speak, but she needed to. It was her job. "There was a report early this morning. While it was still night, both Stacy and Gabe, they were found dead in their apartments." Hearing the devastating news, the sound around Jessica was deafening. She was on such an upswing as she had headed into the Vampire Corps headquarters. After days of things irritating her bit by bit, this was nothing compared to all that. Suddenly, she was wishing that she hadn't slept last night at all. It was a stupid thought to have, but maybe if she was in discomfort, then nothing bad would have happened to the others. She just didn't understand at all. Why Stacy and Gabe? Why those two? What had they done? Eventually, Barbara moved Jessica to her office. Thankfully, it seemed even though no words were getting through to her, she was on autopilot, just following along wherever she was being led. In the office, Hickel and Edvard were already present. Quinn was a bit late because he had been directly following Jessica and had heard of the news as well. Is this the work of Imortui as well? Is he targeting those around Jessica instead of Jessica herself? Or is it just someone who has a grudge against the Vampire Corps, or Jessica specifically? Maybe someone she had captured in the past? While the rest were in their seats, Barbara stood at the front. The whole situation looked uncomfortable for her. It made sense. All of the vampires in the Vampire Corps were her responsibility. "I want to explain to you all the current situation that we are in," Barbara said. "I'm sure many of you have already heard about Stacy and Gabe. I will give you the details of what we know for now, but this is an ongoing investigation, and we still don't know all the facts. In the early morning, around 4:12 a.m., there was a report of loud bangs and fighting occurring in one of the apartment blocks. There were clear signs of fighting in the room itself, as the equipment was completely destroyed. The active night shift team, Squad 0002, arrived at the scene at 4:30. They had arrived at a bloody scene, with Gabe and Stacy lying there on the ground. As you know, the two of them lived together. The markings on their bodies and the way they were killed suggest that it was done by a vampire." For a second, the others looked at each other in the room. Hickel and Edvard could gauge the strength of the vampires since they fought alongside them. They were around the level of a vampire noble, not quite skillful enough to be a vampire knight, but not just any vampire could beat them. "As you know, it's normal procedure to have another squad investigate what is happening," Barbara continued. "All of you are too close, and will be too emotional to the case, which is why I have one more piece of information, Galinar." Jessica's head lifted up in that moment, as she failed to realize it before. She had heard the devastating news about her two team members, the ones that had been with her practically since she had rejoined the Vampire Corps. In all that sorrow, she had failed to see that Galinar wasn't even in the room. "As of this moment in time, Galinar is missing. We had sent a squad to his apartment, where there seemed to be signs of struggle like the rest, but there was no blood found, and there was nobody." Jessica immediately stood up from her seat. "You have to let me try and find him," Jessica said. "I can't just sit here and do nothing. I know I can't investigate the deaths of Stacy and Gabe. I can't do anything to bring them back. But if there's a chance that we can still save Galinar and catch the people who have done this, don't you think we should use everything we have?" Barbara, hearing this, let out a big sigh. "I knew you would ask this, but I can't just let you go out on your own." That's when Quinn stood up from his seat. "We will go with her. She has an important request, and it could be linked to something else." Barbara and Quinn stared at each other for a moment, and then he gave a small nod toward her. She knew that Quinn and the other two were here based on the recommendation of Andy. It wasn't just any normal recommendation either. Andy had stated that if there was anything they needed, that she should comply. She was unsure whether something like this counted, but it seemed that the new vampires joining might be connected to this case after all. It seemed unlikely that these vampires were directly involved, given their connection to Andy, but she could tell they were here, looking for something bigger. It made her clench her fist, wondering if something from higher up had involved her people, allowing her good people to be hurt, but she had to swallow all of the pain in. as she needed to make a decision for what is best. "Fine, but all of you move together. It's not like any of you would be able to do work after hearing this. You are to work with the other teams. If you are a distraction to them or hamper them in any way, then I might have to take you off this case. Do you understand?" All of them nodded. The group arrived at the apartment block, which had already been blocked off from the regular public. Apparently, the Vampire Corps got a monthly balance to choose which apartment they wished to live in, so not everyone lived in the same place or area. Heading inside was relatively easy. It looked like most of the other Vampire Corps members that were stationed at the scene knew Jessica and let her through without even asking to see any form of identification. When they got to the actual room, they could see the state it was in. There were some destroyed walls, furniture, chairs, and other things. Meanwhile, there were also those from a different squad, number 0015, that were working on this investigation. Jessica went ahead to talk to the captain to see if there was anything she could find. Meanwhile, the other three had gathered. "Do you think it's his work?" Hickel asked. "It's too early to tell," Quinn replied. "If it was Magnus, then he could have easily had the strength to take on all three. So much strength that there wouldn't even be a struggle in the apartment, so I would rule out the fact that it was Magnus. However, I wouldn't rule out the fact that it was Imortui." "Then why attack those around Jessica?" Edvard asked. "Maybe just like with me, it's to show her what he's capable of. I was able to save the people that Imortui targeted, but what if Jessica believes that she can't? After killing those close to her, she might do everything in her power to make it stop, and if that's the case, she might accept Imortui's deal." Imagining themselves in Jessica's shoes, they could see why she might go with that option. It seemed that Jessica had no luck getting information out of the captain, but just when she was about to head to the others, another group of people entered the room. A man with spiky black hair, off to the side with a big cut down the side, wearing the Vampire Corps uniform. Along with him, there were another two that were by his side. "Captain of Squad 0006, Captain Ryder," Jessica said, giving a polite bow. "I heard that you were here," Captain Ryder said. "I didn't know you would have company with you, though. Who are they? I've never seen them before." "Oh, they're new recruits," Jessica answered. "They have just recently joined the squad, but are working with me." Ryder's eyes lingered on them for a few seconds before going back to Jessica. "Unfortunately, this is not the time to catch up, but I have some good news. We have found a lead on Galinar, and we have tracked them down to a particular location. Our vehicle is outside, but we can do with some backup, and judging by your reputation, I could use your help." Jessica was ready to jump at the chance. "Of course, let's go," Jessica said. At the same time, Quinn and the others followed, but Ryder looked at them. "This is a dangerous situation. New recruits shouldn't get involved." "Where she goes, I go," Quinn answered. "He is reliable." Jessica turned back and smiled at Quinn. "They all are. They're coming with me. It's Barbara's orders." With no choice, Ryder turned around. "Fine." All of them went away, off into a large flying van that shot off into the sky. Meanwhile, in the apartment room, the captain had felt something was off. "I didn't get any report that Squad 0006 was involved in this case. Maybe I should call it in and just double-check."
The vehicle that was being used by the Vampire Corps units was something in between a spaceship and a car that used to be common in the past. Most cars these days were self-driven and levitated off of the ground slightly. However, there were quite strict rules about using a vehicle in a certain way due to airspace and collisions with buildings and so on, but the Vampire Corps were exempt from that. The vehicle they were in wasn't designed for outer space, but they could go between buildings, zipping around quicker than a helicopter as it took quick turns. Its deceleration and acceleration were quite fast as well. Quinn imagined he could run faster than the vehicle, but avoiding all of the people on the ground would be a major issue. While looking out the window, they all noticed something. They were leaving behind the grand buildings, and now they were going through large fields of just grass and trees. There was next to no development at all. "Is Galinar no longer in the city?" Jessica asked. "That's right. We managed to track down his communication device out here, and it hasn't moved for a while now," Ryder replied. It wasn't good news. Not moving could mean that his body had been left for dead, and left in a particularly remote place to dispose of him as well.
Eventually, they reached a more wooded area that would be hard for the vehicle to maneuver through, so it landed and everyone got off. "We will follow the location of the last ping," Ryder said as he moved forward. Doing so, the other 3 squad members with him moved slowly. Jessica was at the back. She was trying to get access from her own communication device, seeing if there was an update from the base, but nothing seemed to be working. The whole thing was scrambled, as the screen would just turn into fuzz every time she pressed it.
"That's strange. Is this thing broken?" Jessica asked. "Is it not working?"
Quinn quickly tried his, but his device was doing the same thing as well.
"Mine's not working either."
"It must be a strong magnetic field, or maybe even a wild beast with certain powers interrupting it," Ryder said, overhearing them from the back. "Ours aren't working either." Jessica had accepted the answer, but with Quinn being wary of everyone, he was finding it a little strange. If there was some type of magnetic field interfering with their communication devices, then how did they manage to get a location on Galenar's device? It wasn't making any sense. Thoughts were going through Quinn's mind, and he knew that something was off about this whole thing. He then decided to take precautions. Taking a step back, Quinn gave signs to both Hickel and Edvard. Most were paying attention to the two anyway, but they soon went off ahead, scouting out the area to see if there was anything usual. The group continued to walk deeper into the forest, and it was only later that Jessica noticed Hickel and Edvard had disappeared.
"Where did they go? Did they get lost? When was that?" Jessica asked.
"Don't worry, they thought they wouldn't be much help and headed back to the vehicle. They'll wait for us there," Quinn answered. The group continued until Ryder eventually stopped in his tracks, and so did the others. "He's right up ahead," Ryder said, his voice choking up a little as he gazed up at one of the trees. Because there, Galenar was. He had been pinned by his hands on the tree with some type of hard metal. Blood dripped down the tree, his shirt was torn apart, and there were scratches all over him. But finally, one thing that immediately stood out to Quinn was what was on his chest. There was an engraved marking of an eye with 2 wings. It looked like it had been drawn by a vampire's fingernail.
"Is he dead?"
Quinn thought. It wouldn't be a surprise, considering the state he was in, but he wasn't. He could feel a faint heartbeat from him.
This is clearly the work of someone connected to him or Tui. The marking was there, so it was him all along. But Galenar was made a target. Why? Quinn thought.
Jessica, seeing her friend, ran ahead, pushing past the others.
"We have to get him down and taken to a hospital right away, and then find the bastards who did this," Jessica said.
She ran until she was right beneath him, but when her foot landed on a certain area, it lit up underneath her, and she felt her whole body freeze.
"What is going on? Why can't I move?" Jessica asked.
The light wasn't fading away underneath her foot. Quinn had seen this before. This was the power of the 7th family ability. They could make hidden traps that would hold you in place for a certain amount of time, so why was this one holding her for so long? Quinn only had one answer. The trap had to have been done by none other than Magnus. The vampire original would have the strength to create such a powerful trap. A marking in Ryder's eyes started to glow, and a marking on his head with it. Quinn knew he was suspicious. It looked like not even the vampire core were safe from the likes of Immortui.
"My sweet girl, the person above is someone you would say you are close with. I don't know if you know, but right now, his life hangs in the balance. His body is not in a state where it can properly take in blood to heal itself. His insides have already been destroyed, and he is hanging on by a thread. By the time you get him to a hospital, he would die. But that's why I have decided to give you a choice. You see, I can save him. I have the power to save him, only if you are able to do me a favor." Before he could finish his sentence, a strong hit landed on the back of the vampire's head, knocking him out completely. This wasn't just any vampire, but it was one of the captains as well. "Bobby, why did you do that?" Jessica asked.
"What they are saying is lies," Quinn answered. "Can't you see, Jessica? The communication device is not working, knowing where Galenar was. They were the ones behind it." Soon, another one of the vampire core members in the squad started to light up. "Who are you to get in my way?" the man angrily said. "Don't worry, I had planned for some interference." The man looked as if he was about to laugh, but when he looked to his left and right, no one was coming out until a few moments later, when Hickel and Edvard were seen.
"It looks like there were quite a few of them hiding in the woods for an ambush, but we managed to deal with them all," Edvard said.
"Same on my side as well," It was a good thing that you managed to figure out this whole thing was a trap, Bobby, Hickel added as well. It looked almost as if the man wanted to ask something or say something, but before he could, Quinn ran forward and hit the bottom of his jaw, shattering it as it crashed with the upper jaw and knocking him out. Moving on to the next set of vampires, he kicked and punched them, knocking them out in one hit. I won't let you get into her head. She can't start to think that this is her fault, or there is a way to avoid all of this. Otherwise you will get what you want. Hickel and Edvard helped pull out the strange metal stakes inside of Galinar and placed him on the ground gently. Here, he should drink this, Edvard said, as he pulled out a flask with a number on the side. You still have that? Hickel asked. I never knew it would come in handy one day, and look, it seems like it has, Edvard replied. He poured the blood out of the flask, but it wasn't red blood that was poured, it was green. As it went inside his body, it did its best to heal, but Quinn wanted to go one step further. He placed both of his hands on his chest and wounds and started to help flow ki inside him, trying to help his body to repair. Will he be okay? Jessica asked. I hope so, Quinn replied. Meanwhile, Barbara had just received a vast amount of information. It took a while for her to process it all, and it was hard for her to make the call, but she eventually did. Everyone, may I have your attention? The main suspect for the death of Stacy Lou and Gabe Lou is Jessica Clark. Everyone must find and locate her immediately. Quinn was flowing some of his own ki into Galinar. He had to be careful not to use too much, but the force of power was helping the little bit of energy that Galinar had in him get to work as it repaired what was in his body. However, he couldn't take all the credit, as the green Dalki blood did a lot of work. It re-energized the body for a few moments. Giving Quinn even more ki to play around with, the combination of the two allowed somewhat of a miracle to be performed, and a few moments later, there was no need for Quinn to do anything else, as he let his hand go from Galinar. He's going to be okay. Don't worry, he won't die, Quinn said. It was hard to believe, seeing the state he was in before, but the wounds on his body were slowly starting to heal. What did you do? I didn't do much, Quinn replied. It was mostly thanks to the blood he brought. It's Dalki blood, something that's extremely rare to get now, with the Dalki becoming essentially an extinct species. There wasn't the endless supply of blood there was before, only what was left on the ships. It was sold around on the black market. Since it gave a great boost in recovery and strength as well as for vampires, but as more of it was used, that blood would never come back again. So there were many that were just keeping the blood waiting for the price of it to rise. What wasn't taken into account, though, with all of the black market deals going on, was the fact that there were different tiers of Dalki blood, and with Edvard and Hickel being the leaders during the war, they had the highest tier of Dalki blood that hadn't been mixed or tainted. If it wasn't for this, maybe Galinar would have been added to the list of those that had died due to Imortui's meddling. Jessica was still very much concerned with Galinar as he was coming to. His eyes were flickering, and it looked like he was starting to come around. While this was happening, Quinn walked away from the situation and looked at the other two. Somewhat naturally, both Hickel and Edvard walked to where Jessica was and hurtled around her. This was all to block her view. Kneeling down, Quinn lifted one of the men off the ground. His eyes were glowing red. How did you get that marking on your head? Quinn asked. It was from another vampire. He was strong and overpowered us all, forcing the marking on every one of us. He had long green hair. Although the vampire didn't state the name of who was behind this, it was clear the vampire that he was describing was Magnus. Imortui is able to mark those that are close to death. We might have to keep an eye on Galinar and see if anything has happened to him, but at the same time, it looks like Magnus is strong enough of a dedicated follower that he can mark others as well. They managed to get a whole squad in the vampire corps. Is there anywhere we can go where Jessica will be safe? But then, how do we find Magnus? Tell me, where did you last see Matt? Before Quinn could finish asking his question, the vampire started to foam at his mouth. His eyes lost signs of life, and Quinn could no longer hear his heartbeat. He stood up and could see that the same thing was happening to the others. Hearing the strange gurgling noise as if one was choking, Hickel and Edvard turned to look behind them. Immediately, they went off, running in the direction they came from. What's going on, Bobby? Jessica asked. She could see how the other squad members were acting, and thought maybe this would happen to Galinar. "The other members are all dead," Quinn answered. It was clear it was a measure to stop them from leaking any information. Both Edvard and Hickel had come back, heading straight to where Quinn was. "They're all dead. All of them have died the same way," Edvard said. "This looks like the work of Magnus," Hickel added. "During the war, he was well known for reverting to tactics like this. He is most well versed in different types of poison as well. I found a bit of a dissolved capsule in the upper roof of one's mouth." Hearing this, Quinn couldn't help but bite down. If they had knocked them out and then searched for the capsule, they could have saved them, but once again they had failed. Just how many times were they going to fail? Coughing could be heard from behind, and a bit of blood was spat out onto the ground, but it was a good sign. Galinar was the one who was coughing, and he looked to be conscious again, his heart beating strongly. "Jessica, what are you doing here?" Galinar asked. She didn't say anything yet, but just hugged him tight. Right now, as he felt her chest push up against him, he couldn't have been happier. "Ah, this is good. All it took was for me to nearly die for you to appreciate me," Galinar said. The others started to walk over, and Galinar could somewhat guess the situation. "Thank you all for saving me. I don't know where I am, but I remember what happened just before getting here." "If you could tell us in detail, please," Edvard asked. "I was in my apartment when there was a knock at the door. It was early in the morning, so I ignored it for the most part, but they kept knocking, so I opened the door, and I could feel someone whiz straight past me. It was clear it was a vampire, and a strong one at that. I went to fight him, but when I took a step forward, I was frozen in place. Something lit up right underneath me. I don't know much of what happened after that. I was knocked out. I remember feeling a lot of pain after being hurt, hit, on the verge of death, and my hands." From Galinar's story, they learned a few things. One, the apartment being destroyed was set up on purpose, because there was no fight that had preceded. They wanted them to try and find Galinar, and the second was that it was Magnus who had done all of this. "Galinar, you weren't the only one that was attacked. Stacy and Gabe, both of them, they're dead. And I just couldn't lose you. I couldn't. That's why we came out here," Jessica explained. Galinar didn't know how to process his teammates being dead. He had nearly died himself, so it all felt surreal to him. "I guess I'm lucky that I had a captain that cares so much for me then, huh?" Galinar joked, trying to lighten the mood as he stood up. When he did, he looked at the ones that had killed themselves. "Why would Ryder do this? Why would he attack the vampire core? And that other guy that attacked me, I don't see him here," Galinar commented. Jessica didn't want to say anything, but she did have a thought in her head, based on those letters that she had received. She felt like all of this was due to her. They had called her out. Ryder had come looking for her as well, but when he spoke in his last moments, it sounded like someone else controlling him, trying to speak to her. "This feeling, it's the same as before. It feels like when the Dampiers were after me. Why is it all happening all over again?" She looked at the back of the three in front of her. If it weren't for them, she probably would have lost Galinar and had to have put up quite a fight. Now she felt extremely guilty for not trusting them. The group continued out of the forest and was making their way to the vehicle they had arrived in, hoping that it would still be there. They could finally see it out of the forest and in the field up ahead. While out, Jessica continued to try to get through to the base on her communication device. "Restricted access. What is this? I've never seen this before." "You're trying to contact the base. Let me see," Galinar said, going onto his device on his forearm. He could see that there was an emergency message sent out to all Vampire Corps members, and he pressed play. "This is an emergency message. The vampire captain known as Jessica Clark is the main suspect in the case involving Stacy Liu and Gabe Liu. If you see her, you are to bring her in at all costs. It is suspected that she is on the run," the message played. "What the—" Galinar said, ending the message there. "What is going on?" The others were standing just a few feet away from the vehicle. Quinn, Hickel, and Edvard had tried to access their communication devices, but just like Jessica's, it seemed their access to it was disabled. The only one that was working was the one that belonged to Galinar. Seeing this, Galinar played the message out again, and everyone stood there listening to it very clearly. "What is happening? I don't understand. Why is this all happening to me?" Jessica said, as she placed both hands by the side of her head. It was as if her nightmares were coming true. She always feared, if they found out what she was if her contact had come out, revealing her yellow glowing eye, that she would become a target, and she had become one. "Don't be crazy," Galinar said. "You saved me. I know you aren't behind this. They must have gotten something wrong. Or, more likely, someone has planted evidence to be used against you," Hickel added. "If they were able to get a whole squad under their control, then we really don't know the size or the people that are involved. It would be quite easy for them to point the blame at Jessica." "Still," Galinar swung his arm, "then shouldn't we head back? I know who the real person is behind all of this, and I can explain that Jessica saved us. Telling them the truth, we can get out of this." Edvard stood in front of the passionate Galinar. "Do you really think it will be that easy?" Edvard asked. "Think about it. You only saw who attacked you. Right now, they are just saying Jessica is the main suspect in the other 2 cases. It won't clear Jessica's name at all." The group had decided the best thing to do was get out of the area and not use the vehicle they had come in. Most likely there was some sort of tracker inside. So instead, they decided to run across the fields. They did so for a while. When they were a few miles out, they came across another forested area. After finding some fallen trees and an area that was somewhat blocked from view of the outside, they took a rest to try and figure all of this out. "What do I do?" Jessica thought. Her mind was still full. "Why is this happening to me? It all started with those stupid letters." "Jessica," Quinn called out, "don't worry. I told you I was reliable, right? Just leave this to me. I will sort this out." "What?" "You're just a guy who joined the Vampire Corps recently. What do you think you can—" Galinar was about to go on a rant when she grabbed his hand. "I think we should just trust them. I don't think they're ordinary vampires. They had Dalky blood that saved you, and if it weren't for them, I think we might have been in an even worse situation. Think about it. Do you think you could be as calm as they are in this situation?" It was true. New recruits would never be able to handle all of this. Even Galinar was struggling with it all. But when they spoke, it was as if they were giving the orders and leading everything. The 3 went off to talk away from the ears of the other 2. There was always a line of communication that was open with Edvard and the vampires back at the settlement. They would communicate using telepathy and then pass on their message. They were using this right now to check on 2 things. One, if everything was okay in the settlement so far, which seemed to be the case, and the second was to get in contact with Andy. A link had been set up using the ability to allow messages to pass through a vampire between Quinn and Andy right now. "Andy, I'm not so sure you know, but have you seen everything that is going on with Jessica at the moment?" Quinn asked. "Yes, I have. I've been getting the reports. I don't believe it. I told Jessica to contact me if she had any trouble. If it was my guess, I think someone is trying to set her up," Andy replied. This saved a lot of explanation on Quinn's end. "That's right. I've been watching Jessica's every move for the last few days. Without a doubt, she wasn't behind those killings, and it appears someone is after her life. Would you be able to call off the hunt squad that's after her?" There was a slight pause before Andy answered. "I can, but we need to think about this. Is this really what we need to do?" Andy asked. "If I call it off, they will know that she has connections to me, or someone is looking out for her. I don't know how deep this goes, or how many are involved in this. Right now, we know she's innocent. What I can do is keep the Vampire Corps busy and try to put Jessica's involvement on a lower priority. That way you don't have to worry about the others. Maybe you can use this situation to your advantage. There might still be Vampire Corps members after you, but you can deal with that, right? You're strong enough to protect her. If you can do that until I've solved the issues from within on my side, then I think that will be for the best." The talk had ended there, and it gave a lot for Quinn to think about. That's when an idea popped into his head. He wasn't so sure if it would work, and to pull this off he would need someone else's help as well. On top of it all, he would need Jessica to agree to it, and in doing so, there was only one thing they could do. Quinn started to walk back to the other 2. "The Vampire Corps are still after you, so we need to head somewhere safe at the moment." "Somewhere safe? But the Vampire Corps have a base in every city," Jessica said. "That means anywhere we stay, there'll be a problem." "Don't worry about that. I'm going to ask someone that can help us and keep us safe, Logan Green." The name that came out of Bobby's mouth, both Galinar and Jessica were left with their mouths wide open. Why would Logan Green agree to harbor potential criminals? None of it made any sense to her. "I know you're confused right now," Quinn said, "but there is a reason for all of this happening, and there is a reason why we are here as well.
I don't want you to be confused, and I think if you knew the truth of the situation a bit more, it would be safer for you. The three of us know about you, Jessica. We know the real you, but we don't know why they are after you, or what they want with you. We just know that someone is after you. That's why the three of us were sent by Quinn." It was a name that Jessica heard often. People spoke about Quinn all the time, at the Vampire Corps and beyond, but no one knew the truth. How she had traveled with Quinn before, how close the two of them felt, and how much she missed him. Even now, when she was in trouble, it looked like he was looking out for her. She couldn't believe it. A large smile appeared on her face. "That man is really incredible," Jessica said. "What? Why is the great Quinn involved in all of this?" Galinar almost screamed at the top of his voice.
A little while later, Logan had received updated details and was aware of the guests that were coming to see him. He was aware of the situation more than most, which was why he had called in someone to help them with all of this. In the lab, Logan stood by someone's side. "All right, Agent 4, it looks like we need your help." There was a small problem the group had to solve to be able to get to where Logan was, and that was to get a ship. There was no doubt that the Vampire Corps unit would be looking for Jessica at every port and any mode of public transport they were going to use. At the same time, they were unable to just run there because Green City was unique in that it was built on top of the sea, which meant they would have to steal a ship. Hickel, Edvard, and Quinn's faces weren't well known among the Vampire Corps members, but Galinar and Jessica were. After ditching their clothes, they walked into one of the space stations. Everything was going well so far, but they had no ticket to pick up a ship to use, but that wasn't too much of a problem either. Going away from the group for a moment, using his influence skill on a random vampire, Quinn had somewhat forced one to give him a ticket. The same trick had been used to pass security as well, until they eventually were inside a random traveler's ship. It was a bit small, but there weren't a lot of them in the first place, and they wouldn't be going too far anyway. "Whoa, how did you do that?" Galinar said, as Edvard went over the controls and started to press a few buttons. Quinn had shown him how to navigate a spaceship, and surprisingly, as technology got better, it was more interactive to fly one of these things. "How are you able to use the influence skill on all of the vampires back there? There wasn't even a hint of pushback," Galinar said. It was an amazing feat, one that a vampire could never imagine doing to another vampire unless they were at least at the level of one of the vampire leaders. "I've had a lot of practice," Quinn answered, thinking that things would have been a lot easier if he was able to use his shadow, but for now, there was even a chance that Galinar had been marked by Immortui. They had asked questions that led them to believe he hadn't been, but they all knew what happened the last time they trusted the influence skill too much. "Of course he's strong. If he's someone Quinn trusts with this whole mess, then he has to be strong to a degree," Jessica thought. The ship was in orbit, heading to its destination. It was left on autopilot, and they thought it was a good time to talk to Jessica a little bit more about her whole situation. Quinn went ahead to sit in front of her. Meanwhile, Edvard and Hickel decided to take Galinar away, trying to make noise so he was unable to hear their conversation, just in case he was a spy. "Wait! Hey!" Galinar wanted to complain, but when he tried to push against Edvard and Hickel's bodies, they didn't budge an inch. It was then that he realized they were far physically stronger than him. "I couldn't say it before, but I will try to explain to the best of my ability," Quinn said. "Someone out there knows that you're a Dhampir, and I don't know how, but they want to use this fact for you to help them with something. This person is extremely powerful, though. They are able to control people to do their bidding. It's hard to trust anyone, because at any time they could be working for this person." It was a big shock to Jessica, but in a lot of ways, it was a relief to her. It meant that the Vampire Corps weren't really after her, nor was it these people's fault, but more so this single person. However, when she thought about it more, it meant she was right. People like Stacy and Gabe died because this person was after her, and it was to do with her Dhampir self after all. "Hey, not to be the cause of alarm, but it looks like there are a few ships following us," Edvard said. On the front of the ship's glass display, a rear camera was projected, and they could see 4 small black ships heading toward them. "Those are Vampire Corps ships," Galinar called out. It wasn't going to be a problem, as Quinn quickly went to head outside, but Jessica grabbed his hand before he did.
Please, you said this isn't of their own doing, right? If possible, can you try not to kill them? Jessica asked.
He didn't say anything else as he walked up to the door and pressed a button. It opened up the back, and a massive amount of wind was let into the ship. He could see the energy blasts getting ready to fire at them. Gathering his aura in his fingertip, Jessica was feeling something rise in her. Her eye was glowing so bright that it was going through the contact. A blood bullet shot out from Quinn's finger, more than one, and each time blood fired from his finger, an explosion would follow. Perfectly aimed, the bullets hit the weapons on board the ship. They now had no way to attack other than crashing the ship into theirs, but he wouldn't put it past them to do something like that, which was why he continued to fire away and hit the bottom of the ship. It skewed their balance, and they had no choice but to emergency land and stop the chase. A frightening situation for Galinar, which made him fear for his life, was solved in a few moments. The back of the ship door was shut, and Quinn went back to his position, passing Galinar with his mouth wide open.
Thank you for doing that. I knew you could do it, Jessica smiled.
There were no more instances in their travels, and they had finally arrived at Green City. The ship was already given access by Logan to head straight to the tower, where a private space would open up to allow Quinn to dock his ship, essentially where the lab was, and where Logan spent most of his time. There to greet the group as they descended from the ship were a few androids with drinks and hot towels for them all.
If you follow me, I will take you to the master, the android said, after giving everyone their drinks.
They were in a hangar of some sort, but after going through a thick steel door following the android, lots of white walls and white light came into view. It was a common feeling when visiting a place belonging to Logan. He looked to be busy at a workbench, with strange tools in his hands and coming out of his back. He was always making something, but what might have been even more surprising was the person by his side, Agent 4. Agent 4? Wasn't he the one that used the red heart to open the portal to the other plane in the first place? Seeing him immediately put Quinn on guard.
I know what you're thinking, but he's on our side,
Logan said, stopping the work on his own project, putting his tools away, and walking to the others.
He didn't quite know what he was getting into back then, and unlike Zero, Agent 4 was never a direct follower of Immortui, but he was by one side for a very long time, so I believe he can help us quite a bit in all of this, Logan explained. The group had gathered at a desk, and the androids were told to give Galinar a tour of the place. They had felt quite bad for Galinar, as he was being left out of everything, but he seemed more than happy to explore the large green tower, a place he thought he would never get to enter. I will tell you everything I know, but I doubt it will be able to help you very much, Agent 4 stated. Immortui's goal has always been to cross over to this side, and to do that, there are several things that need to be in place. First, Immortui himself. A large amount of energy is needed on both sides to open a portal of sorts. The reason I believe Immortui had started so many wars using his dedicated followers was because he was gathering his own energy. As we all know now, Celestials need to complete their condition to access more celestial energy, and Immortui's seems to be linked to death. Every single war that's happened, and every conflict, has made him grow stronger. However, even with all this strength, he is unable to open up a hole to the other side. So enough energy is needed to open up a small hole, then he himself can do the rest. He gained followers by promising to bring back those who are dead. I don't know what proof he has to show this, but I will tell you now, Zero was pretty certain he was capable of doing such a thing. The truth is, he probably expected one of two things: for one of his followers to get strong enough to open a hole for him, or his own strength to reach a point. But then there was a third way, one much quicker, those with the power to open up a hole to the other side. Jessica didn't quite follow what they were saying, as she only understood some of it, but what Agent 4 had just said reminded her greatly of the dream she had, one of her opening up a strange hole in the sky. The dream was starting to feel more like a prediction.
Quinn was listening to everything Agent 4 said, and so far it made sense and added up. He too had the same thoughts. War was only profitable for Immortui. Having experienced a part of his power and how many he could control, who knew how involved Immortui actually was in each of the battles Quinn had been a part of so far? He said it himself, Quinn thought, that I had gotten in the way of his plans time and time again, but it was by accident, more of a byproduct of what I was doing. And now I'm one of the people that can open these holes, so that's why he's after me. So that's why he's after me, Jessica said. Quinn looked at his own hands for a moment, wondering if his own thoughts had been said out loud on accident, but he soon realized that it hadn't come from him. He hadn't expected Jessica to have these same thoughts. Sure, they both were being targeted by Immortui, but it seemed unlikely that she had the strength necessary to open a portal. It had taken an immense amount of condensed blood aura and the blood of an 8-spike-like gram to form the Red Heart, which was responsible for the last portal. "You know how to open a portal to the other side?" Hickle said. "I thought only Richard was capable of something like that." "I don't," Jessica said, a little reserved. "I might sound a little crazy, but in my head, it's the only thing that makes sense. You said it yourself, that Immortui has to be after me for some reason, and I keep having these dreams. In my dreams, the vampires, they find out about what I am, that I'm a Dhampir, and then all of this built-up energy inside me releases, shooting up into the sky, opening up some kind of red portal." Her hands were shaking as she was telling the story. They could tell that it was all very real to her. "What if I do it by accident? What if I open this portal? If he can control people from this other world, then what can he do if he's in our world?" Logan and Agent 4 smirked at this comment, as the two of them knew something the others didn't. "We have both done a lot of research into this, after the last time a portal was opened and a demon managed to come through," Logan started to explain, showing a few video illustrations to everyone. Quinn remembered that quite well. The demons were quite strong for what they were. He could only imagine what type of creatures this other plane had, because it wasn't just Immortui that they would have to worry about. Only those on the level of Minnie, and perhaps the originals, were able to fight against the demons, and if they were to go up against one of those generals, then they would need Syl, Russ, Chris, and so on, but they were also busy doing their own thing. "There is another reason why Immortui needs a dedicated follower," Logan continued. "The universe itself has several places where it is close to other planes. Sometimes things may even be able to cross over. A good example of this is the familiars the vampires use. The vampire planet was on a plane similar to theirs, which was why random familiars would appear to them and be able to interact with the vampires. However, their world is not linked to ours. No matter how far you traveled in our universe, you would not find them, the same as with Immortui. When I had the Red Heart," Agent 4 added, "I was sent to a specific location, a place where the bond between the two worlds was closer. That way, less energy would need to be used. But as for the other thing Immortui needs, he needs someone who can draw the magic circle for him. Energy is just energy at the end of the day, and the magic circle is what allows it to be directed to a certain place, which is why we think Magnus is very important in all of this. The patterns and symbols that are needed to be drawn aren't so simple. For some reason, it appears not everyone can draw a magic circle, even if they are to copy one. Which is why he won't just be able to use anyone he can control." Hearing all of this, for Quinn, it was just cementing his belief that Immortui himself needed to be dealt with. There was Laxmus, Zero, and now Magnus. Who knew who else there was, and who there would be in the future? "So what am I meant to do?" Jessica said. "Am I meant to just hide here while he takes over the vampire core, using them as his pawns to look for me? My friends that I work with died because of this, and it's possible that more and more people will die and continue to die. So is that what I'm supposed to do? Just wait until Quinn, Andy, or someone else solves this?" She had been through a lot, so everyone could understand her frustration, especially Quinn, because he felt the same way. He had been dealing with these same issues for a while now, ever since Immortui had decided to show himself to him. All of this sitting around and waiting for the other side to act did not sit well with either of them. They were stuck,
but when explaining everything to Logan, he seemed to have a solution.
"Your main goal is to stop Magnus, right?" Logan said. "Then based on everything we know so far, there is a way to stop this and stop others from getting hurt as well. My suggestion is that we use Jessica as bait."
The others' eyes widened on hearing this. After trying so hard to protect her, they now had to put her out in the open.
"We know the Vampire Corps are after her, so let her be captured by the Vampire Corps. We don't exactly know what Magnus is going to do or Imortui's next move is, but we can predict their next move if we look at what options we have. If Jessica gets captured by the Vampire Corps, then at some point, Magnus will have to take her someplace else. They won't kill Jessica because they need her. If I put an untraceable device on her, then we will know where they have taken her. She will lead us to Magnus, and we can stop this. Of course, I made it sound simple. There is a lot of risk involved, especially for the person in question."
Logan looked towards Jessica. In all of this, without her consent, then they wouldn't be able to go through with this plan, and she had to rely on the fact that the others would be able to save her. She was thinking about it. She had seen their strength, but was it enough? If Quinn was the one that was actually helping her, maybe she wouldn't hesitate to say yes. Looking deeply at Bobby, there was a sense of trust.
"I'll do it. I don't want any more people to die just because of what I am. I need to face this fact. It's a fact that I can never change. So if there is something I can do about it, then I will," Jessica said, pumping her fist.
The others did not say any words of encouragement to her. They understood that she was well aware of the danger she was going into. All they had to do was keep her safe. With that said, the group was working away. Logan was making a special device that would be tagged on Jessica. In order for this plan to work perfectly, they had to feel like no one was protecting Jessica and that she wasn't seen with others. Meanwhile, Quinn had asked to speak to Agent 4. He had whispered in his ear when walking past, and now the two of them were in a different room, compared to the others completely. "I have a request." Quinn went on to explain who he was, and went into detail about his request. A large smile on Agent 4's face lit up. "You really want to do that? I guess I don't need to warn you about the large risks, but why?" "There are a few reasons," Quinn answered. "A promise I made a long time ago. I don't even think any of the people I made that promise to are alive now, but I don't want to break it, and it's to stop all of this." Later that evening, at one of the Vampire Corps' bases, Jessica walked right in through the front door and took a deep breath.
"My name is Jessica Clark. I am wanted for a case involving Stacy Liu and Gabe Liu. I have come to turn myself in," Jessica shouted. The big news had spread across the Vampire Corps unit. After all, the story of one of their own members, a captain no less, killing two of those in their squad was certainly something to talk about. On top of that, they all became aware due to the alert that was put out. What came as a big surprise to everyone was that Jessica had turned herself in. At Green City, there was a giant pillar, a tower made of metal sticking out from the sea. There were many of those that built up the pathways, the landmass, and the city that everyone lived on. However, on one of the towers, there was no connection to the others. It was slightly away from the others, meaning one would have to use a mode of flying transport to get there. This was the base of the Vampire Corps that was located at Green City. Inside, Jessica was standing as a machine scanned her. A green light was emitting on her body, moving up and down. A special device that was making sure they had the right person, that it wasn't some copy or someone who had the ability to change into others. While in this room, though, she wasn't alone. There was a whole squad that was keeping an eye on her, 5 members in total, but there were actually 6 in the room. Because the chief of the base, a vampire named Dezai, was standing there as well. Unlike the other vampires that were in their Corps uniform, he stood there with a large greatsword on his back, colored in black, and a black helmet that covered his entire face, but had 2 horns on the top shaped like a bull. Jessica didn't even know what he looked like due to the helmet covering him. The fact that he was a chief of the base belonging to Green City meant he was strong, since Green City was practically the capital of Earth, with Logan living there. Jessica was being moved to a holding cell,
while they went through the formalities. She had a pair of strong handcuffs on her. Half of them were made from beast crystal energy. If it touched her skin, she would feel a burning sensation. As she walked through the hallways, Dezai confidently went next to her, while others seemed a little hesitant to get close. "This is Chief Dezai. They say his strength is on par with Andy. If he were to become an enemy, he would be a tough one to go against." These instances where Jessica had these thoughts saddened her a lot, because before all of these people were her strong and great allies, and now all of them were potential enemies. Eventually, just like with all criminals, Jessica was taken to a holding cell. The door was opened up, and she was told to head inside, but coming inside with her was Dezai, and the door had shut behind him. She could feel his large presence on her back, and she was too worried to turn around. "What is it? Am I being attacked now, here alone? But there's no one to see me." "Calm down. They said that they wouldn't kill me, and I still have the tracking device on me. They didn't find anything, right?" Dezai didn't do anything, apart from walking past her and placing something on the wall. It was a round device that was stuck in the center. It beeped a few times, and then a screen displayed with a large old woman's face on it. Barbara, Jessica called out. It was the chief of her own vampire core base, essentially her direct boss. "Jessica, I am happy that you finally gave yourself in," Barbara said. Immediately, Jessica's head went to the floor. She wanted to say it wasn't her, but what would that help? Would that do anything? They had a different plan now anyway. "I called in a favor from my friend Dezai here. He owes me a few from a way back, you see. Otherwise he would never be able to see this message. I know you probably want to say a lot, but we should perhaps not talk. Not here. I wanted to just let you know that I believe that you're innocent. Even though everything else tells me otherwise, I want to believe in the young recruit that rose up to captain with those by her side, that she would never do such a thing, at least not without reason. In order for you to get a fair trial, I pushed and did my best. The investigation and the trial will continue back here. Dezai and a squad will be transporting you. I want you to get a fair chance." So Jessica was unable to say anything back. Dezai went forward and snatched the device off the wall before crushing it with a single hand, allowing small pieces to fall to the floor. Jessica could be heard sobbing, trying to wipe away the tears on her shoulders since she was unable to use her hands. "Thank you," she said, thankful that there were still some people she could believe in. After a couple of hours to herself, Jessica was being transported. She walked along the halls away from the eyes of others and went right onto a medium-sized spaceship. It was square-shaped, long, somewhat like a plane, with 2 large wings and energy thrusters hovering it in place. The squad of 5 and Dezai were all there, as they got on board, and the ship was on its way. She sat down in between 2 of the other Vampire Corps members, without a single one of them saying a word. Dezai just stood by the back door, with the handle of his large sword propped up against the back. "This is all okay. No matter what happens, the others will come find me," Jessica thought. Right on cue, a dreaded noise was heard. An alarm was going off inside the ship. "An unidentified aircraft is following us, sir, and it's not responding to any of our signals," the pilot shouted. "It looks like someone's trying to break her out," one of the Corps members said, standing up. As he did, a loud explosion went off, and the whole ship veered slightly to the right. "We're being attacked. Our right wing was just hit. Emergency thrusters are being used on the bottom, but it's going to be hard to steer this thing." A view appeared on board the ship, showing what was taking place, and they could see that not only was a ship following them, but standing right on top of it was a vampire with green long hair. "That's him. That matches the exact description that Galinar gave back then. It has to be him," Jessica thought, her whole body shaking. For a second, Dezai glanced at Jessica, noticing her actions. It wasn't of someone who thought they were being saved, but of someone who was being chased. "Open the door," Dezai ordered. The others didn't ask why, but instead decided to open the back door. A large gust of wind could be felt on all of them as the door opened, and now they could directly see the one that was attacking them. Magnus stood on top with a smile on his face, and swung out his arm, releasing a blood swipe. It looked regular, but it was far faster than what a normal person could produce. It came out as fast as a blood bullet. At the same time, Dezai grabbed the handle of his greatsword and pulled it out, striking the blood swipe right in the center and breaking it into particles in an instant. "Woo!" the other members of the vampire corps cheered. "That's our chief." They were confident since they had the chief on board and weren't too worried if anyone came after them. "I see," Magnus said. "It seems that she does have someone close to her that is relatively strong. No wonder the others weren't able to succeed, but none of you have any idea who you are facing." Magnus swung his arms, and several blood swipes came out towards the ship. Seeing it all, Dezai swung his blade several times, breaking every single one of the blood swipes. This was making Magnus quite infuriated, and so the ship started to move. It sped up, and was now beneath the transport ship. "Block this!" Magnus threw both of his hands together, delivering a blood cannon. It ripped through the bottom of the ship, destroying all of the energy thrusters, and now the ship was falling, heading for a crash landing. "That won't be enough to kill them, but they have nowhere to run now." The spaceship still had some thrusters that were working, but it wasn't going to stay in the air much longer as it hurled toward the ground. There was no way to repair the ship while they were on the ship, leaving them with little choice. "Everyone get ready to jump out," Dezai ordered. The others weren't too sure about this, but they would follow the orders of their chief. When they were around 30 feet from the ground, each one of them leaped off. Dezai landed fine on his knees and with one arm on the ground. He looked up and soon caught Jessica, who was falling, and safely put her down. As for the others, some landed but had to roll. Others butchered their landing, and their bodies just slammed on the ground, but all of them survived. They were strong vampires after all. The ship continued onward, crashing a few hundred yards from where they were. It exploded, and now only smoke could be seen. "We're in the worst possible place," Dezai said, looking around. There was next to nothing around them, apart from the tall blades of grass. There was no sign of a city either. They were in the middle of a large field out in the open. There was nowhere for them to hide. Soon, the small black ship, which was more designed for speed rather than transport, landed a little over 20 yards away, and the vampire that had been chasing them had a large smirk on his face as he jumped down. "It looks like you're stranded," Magnus said. "As you can see, I have a ship here behind me, and you have someone you wish to transport, so all you have to do is beat me. Don't worry about the pilot inside." Magnus's finger started to glow red, and the top of the ship opened up. A red laser went straight out from his finger. It was a blood bullet, and it went right through the pilot. His head sank onto the front of the ship as blood spilled out. "Who are these people?" one of the Vampire Corps members said. "They are willing to kill their own just like that. What type of group are you working for?" This question was directed at Jessica, even though she was wondering the same thing. The pilot in the ship also had a Vampire Corps uniform, another one that had died, all to get to her. "Stop!" Jessica shouted. "It's me you want, right? I'll go with you. Just leave these guys alone. I'll go with you." She had fallen to her knees, practically screaming those words out. Her throat hurt a little due to those screams, and the other members looked at the situation in confusion. "Ah, a very noble sacrifice. Something the vampires need more of these days," Magnus said, as he continued to walk forward. When he had taken a few steps, though, Dezai lifted his sword. The edge was glowing red with aura. Swinging it down, a giant red line of blood aura came out from the weapon. It was thick and went at least 30 feet high. Magnus had no choice but to encase both of his hands in blood aura and push them both forward, hitting the blood swipe. It pushed him across the ground as he gritted his teeth and tried his best to push back. "Ah!" The marking on his head started to glow, and a surge of power beginning from his elbows pulsed out to his hands, hitting the large blood aura swipe and destroying it. An original, had to borrow power to stop that attack. I thought the new generation of vampires was getting weaker. Then what is this? Who is this? Magnus started to sniff the air, trying to use his nose. There was something different about this vampire, the smell. It was one that he hadn't recognized during his time. "Jessica Clark is our prisoner," Dezai commented. She will be coming with us, and I will successfully transport her no matter what."
The frustration could be seen clear as day on Magnus's face, but for Jessica, it was painful. Why was another member of the vampire corps sticking up for her so much, when she had already decided it was best for her to just give in? Magnus ran forward. He was no longer calm like he was before. His hands were still shaped like claws, and before reaching Dezai, he threw them out. Rings of blood went out right towards Dezai, who used the large greatsword to block them all. Each time the attacks hit, large clangs would be heard. Magnus had landed right by Dezai's side. His fingernails pierced through the armor of his body and sent out a blood pulse, but he wasn't hit away like Magnus had thought. Instead, one of his hands had grabbed onto Magnus, keeping him in place. He tried to pull back, to pull it away, but it wouldn't budge. What type of strength does he have? This is beyond that of a vampire. You're not a vampire, Magnus said. The realization had hit. The large sword was hovering above his head, and with that strength, he would be sliced in half. Making a desperate move, Magnus purposely broke the bones in his forearm, allowing him to drop to one knee. With the other hand free, he placed it on the floor. In doing so, the ground started to light up, and now Dezai was frozen in place. Magnus's ability. He can create traps, and if anyone steps in those zones, they can't move. Usually, the time isn't so long when others use the ability, but Magnus, he's an original. An entire second. That was how long Magnus's traps lasted, and in a fight between high-speed vampires and such, it was a deadly amount of time. It gave Magnus enough time to store up enough energy to create a blood cannon in his free arm. Throwing it forward, all of the energy burst out right in the center of Dezai's arm. It ripped a hole through the center, and this time, his body was sent off, hurling in the distance. "Chief!" the Vampire Corps members shouted. They were running forward in anger, with their weapons drawn, wishing to do anything they could to help. "No! Stop! Don't fight!" Jessica screamed. She tried to get up on her feet and get in the way of the others, but she stumbled on the ground. "Just because I'm having a hard time with him doesn't mean you background characters can interfere." Magnus unleashed a blood swipe, breaking through the beast weapon that one of them was holding and slicing one of the Vampire Corps members in half. Another had reached him, but Magnus was far faster than him, slamming his fist into his head, crushing the skull, and killing him on the spot. With two more blood swipes reaching the neck of the other members, they had fallen to the ground as well, leaving only one left from the transportation squad. "Do you know why it's so easy for me to take your lives?" Magnus said, as he ran over and knocked the Vampire Corps member's hands away, breaking them, and grabbed the top of his head, lifting him. "Because if it wasn't for me, one of the originals, you wouldn't even be here in the first place. The fact that you are here, you should be thanking me, so how dare you even raise a hand in front of me?" While one hand held up the Vampire Corps member, the other was burning with blood aura, to the point where it looked like flames. He went to reach out and move it, but it was stuck once again. Looking at his hand, he could see red strings attached to it. Strings! This ability! Holding out his hand, it was none other than Dezai. More strings wrapped around Magnus, and with great strength, he pulled him away. Magnus was up in the air. Covering his body in his aura, he started to cut all of the strings and safely landed away from Dezai. Jessica looked at Dezai, who no longer had a mask on his face. It had broken in the attack, and under the mask, it was someone she never thought she would have seen. "I told you, Jessica, if you needed help, I would be there," Dezai said, but Dezai was not the name she knew him as. "With the power of my father's string ability and the strength my mother gave me, I, a colossal Draugr, will do everything in my power to get rid of you." Quinn, along with the others, were still in Green City, and they were in Logan's lab. They were keeping an eye on this specially made device and keeping track of exactly where Jessica went. They were following her every move and were waiting for Magnus to turn up. So they knew when this was the case, the tracking device which had been put in her skin under the back of her ear, so it wouldn't be found, was also able to transmit sound. So they were able to hear everything that was going on, and that's why it was a big surprise to them all when they heard whose name had been shouted out. "Andy, as in Fex's son," Quinn shouted. "Why is he there?"
"It would make sense. A lot of this matter involves those in the vampire core. That was the creation of Fex and Samantha's work. As a leader, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Besides, weren't you the one that told him to help out and sent out a warning?"
It was true. Andy and Fex were made aware of the situation, but that's when they were going up against randomly marked vampires, not Magnus, a dedicated follower and original. Andy was strong, so Quinn felt he could deal with most that came his way, but was he strong enough to go against Magnus?
"From the sounds of it, he's been putting up a pretty good fight against Magnus. Who is this guy?"
Edvard asked. Logan brought up a screen with information on Andy, thinking that it would be quicker to show and explain at the same time. Fex was a vampire noble, but not just any vampire noble,
one related to the leader of the Sanguinis family. His wife Samantha White was a strong individual even as a human, but eventually she was turned and had become a subclass, a Draugr, and later evolved into a Great Draugr.
The others, being originals, knew about Draugrs and their great strength. A Great Draugr was even rarer, but was also able to change its form and size as well.
As for Andy, he was born as a Draugr himself and learned the ability of the 13th family. However, eventually, he continued to evolve and turned into one of the first of his kind, a colossal Draugr. As for what they are capable of, it's somewhat unknown. We only know that they are also able to use blood aura.
The two originals were a little stunned. Even with all of their years of being around, there were new things that were popping up with the vampires that they had never seen or heard of before.
"Quinn, I think it might be best if you make your decision," Edvard said. "This Andy fellow seems quite strong, and he is the son of a good friend of yours. If we leave him be, and Magnus wins the fight, there is a good chance that he could lose his life or be converted into a strong enemy. On the other hand, if Andy is able to give Magnus a run for his money, then it means we will be able to swoop in and deal with this large thorn in our backside."
Quinn looked at Agent 4 when the question was given to him. He wanted to help Andy, and it was a good chance to get rid of Magnus. But if they failed, or Magnus got away, then would it ruin the second part of the plan? Then there was the request he had made with Agent 4. If they got rid of Magnus now, then they might never be able to accomplish what they needed to do. Jessica didn't quite understand what was going on. She was sure of it, that the person that was protecting her right now was Andy, but he was dressed like Dezai, and he also used the same great sword as Dezai, while Andy, he was one who fought with his fists. The two were even often compared to each other in terms of strength. Little did Jessica know that a secret that Andy had been keeping for a while now was unveiled. Dezai and Andy were both the same person. Andy, being the head of the entire vampire corps, meant it was almost impossible for him to be out in the field. Only when large jobs came up would he be able to participate. Otherwise, he would receive too much attention, or others would offer to do the job for him. The thing was, Andy wanted to continue to improve. He also didn't want his skills to suffer, which was why he became Dezai, the chief of the Green City Vampire Corps unit. Improving himself, he restricted what he could do, focusing on using beast weapons and his blood aura rather than the rest of his natural abilities. When learning of the details of this case and who the person was, Andy needed to get involved. He wanted to help Quinn, who had helped his father finally get the peace he wished for. Placing both of his hands on the handle of the great sword, the edged side of the giant blade started to glow red. The aura was fiery, but then condensed into a single line. After that, Andy threw it in the air, but it was attached to a red blood string. He swung it by his side in circles. It was going so fast that one could only see what looked like a shield of red. When Jessica looked at the floor, she could see there was a perfect cut there as well. Magnus, seeing that Andy hadn't moved, decided to store up his own blood aura in both palms of his entire hands. He pushed them out, getting ready to fire 2 large blood cannons. These attacks were so strong in blood aura that they would usually do harm to the user, but the originals were able to heal from such wounds, and Magnus had found a way where the attack hardly damaged him at all. The attacks burst out, but Andy was calm. Swinging his sword, he used it like a shield, and the blade sliced through the attacks.
It continued to hit the sword as it swung, but it sliced through the constant red aura until there was nothing left.
"This fight, it's like the new generation versus the old," Jessica said to herself.
"Now it's my turn." Andy stayed in his position. He swung the sword, and the string started to extend. It had great momentum while utilizing his immense strength and swinging it down from above. Magnus had no choice but to lift his hands above his head. The great sword landed right on top of him, crushing the ground beneath and almost crushing him. Ah! Magnus had to use all his strength and power, including that of the borrowed power. The marking on his head glowed once again, and he managed to deflect the sword to the side so it touched the ground. When it did, a long line of blood aura went out for as long as one could see. With the sword still attached to the red blood string, Andy was quick to use it again as he swung it to the side. Magnus was barely able to block the hit. The sword was now swinging fast, coming from multiple directions, and all Magnus could do was attempt to deflect the energy. "If I keep blocking the hits like this, my energy is going to be depleted fast. Who knew there was such a strong individual from this new generation?" Andy knew it was best for him to not get close in this fight. Otherwise, he would have to suffer from the traps laid out by Magnus, which was why he continued to use his power like so. Staying in one place and swinging his sword with the help of his string meant there was no chance of him falling for another trap. He could continue to power the blood sword, using his blood aura through the string. What Magnus didn't know was that this was something his father had taught him as well, a vampire's soul weapon, and in his case, it was one that allowed him to pass blood aura through his strings. It was why the sword was still so powerful, but it wasn't enough. He needed a big hit to finish off his opponent. Running forward, Andy was taking a risk. He pulled the blade from the string close to him and held it by its handle. With the sword held in his hand, he lifted it in the air, and his hand started to grow in size. The muscles from the shoulder, the forearm, and even the hand itself, all of it was growing to the point where it looked like it was the hand of a giant. The giant sword no longer looked giant. "I will protect the vampire core," Andy shouted as he swung his giant hand down with the giant sword, right where Magnus was. With the large-scale attack coming from Andy, mud and dirt were kicked up from all over the ground. It was shaking, and the floor was almost breaking underneath them. He quickly went back and grabbed onto Jessica while the two of them moved away. Your arm, it's back to normal," Jessica said. "Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's over yet or not," Andy said, looking back. When they got to a clearer part of the land, Andy and Jessica landed back on the ground. He felt a little saddened due to not being able to pull all of the vampire core members out of the area. He had used his string powers to fling their bodies out of the way, hoping to retrieve them after the fight, but he was unable to get them all and hoped that his attack hadn't damaged their bodies too much. As for Andy himself, his body was back to its regular size, at least his giant arm was. As a colossal Draugr subclass, he could change his whole size just like the Great subclass. He could turn his whole body into a giant form, which provided him more strength and resilience compared to his smaller form. However, being bigger also meant one was an easier target. Getting out of the way of large-scale attacks and so on was harder. What the colossal Draugr could do compared to the Great subclass was to freely change certain body parts, allowing Andy to bring out the great strength when he needed it, just like right now in the battle. The dust started to settle, and a pair of red glowing eyes could be seen, burning brightly. Both Jessica and Andy clicked their tongues seeing this, because it was a clear sign that he was still alive, although he was no longer in one piece. "You ungrateful bastard!" Magnus shouted. His left arm, from his shoulder, had been removed from his body. It was a clean cut, and even with his blood aura and help of celestial energy, he wasn't able to protect himself from the attack. With his one good hand, he had somewhat burnt the end with his blood aura. The body was healing over the wound, so he wouldn't die from something like this. "I am an original," Magnus shouted. "It's because of me you even exist in the first place. If I ask for you to hand over that girl, if I ask you to take your life, to give me all your possessions, Then you should do it." Andy held the sword firmly in his hand, ready to go toe-to-toe with Magnus again. He had already done a lot of damage, so there wasn't much more for him to do. "Are you crazy? Are you my father? Are you my mother? You are neither of them, so I have no reason to thank you. You're just a crazy old man," Andy shouted back. The marking on Magnus's head started to glow extremely bright, and an orb of power was emitted from him. It wasn't a blood aura. The energy was more weighty. Swinging his sword again, in the same fashion he had done before, Andy was blocking the energy from reaching the two of them. For a moment, Andy stretched out his hand, outside the zone where his sword was covering him from the energy. His hand was in pain. He could feel the great force of the energy, and it wasn't like one he had felt before. "Stay behind me!" Andy shouted. What Andy didn't know was that there was a rise in power behind him as well. As Magnus was drawing more power from a particular individual, Jessica's energy inside her was growing to the point where she felt great pain in her chest and head.
"Magnus, what is happening to him right now? What is he doing?"
On the outside of his head, a solid white structure started to form. It was covering the top part of his head, down to the top of his jaw. It looked almost like the outside of a skull. His eyes would normally be seen through this skull. The clothes and armor on his body were ripping off, leaving only a trace of armor around his neck and hips. His whole body was now on show. His bare skin was moving, as if there were bugs crawling beneath it. The shade of the skin started to get darker as time went by. Out from his long, severed arm, something erupted. It looks like part of a giant centipede, as there were multiple segments. In the end, there were two large claws that made it look like fangs. The other arm of Magnus exploded, turning into the same contraption that had just appeared. Slowly, his feet started to change shape as well, getting bigger and wider. His whole body grew, and it looked like whatever he had turned into had finished. He was now an 8-foot-tall creature that was similar to something only one saw in nightmares. "What has he turned into?" Andy said. "That is no vampire that I know of or have ever seen." At least when Laxmus had transformed, he somewhat resembled a vampire, but here Magnus was nothing like that at all. With the transformation complete, Andy could feel that the energy was no longer spread out. With no fear, he ran ahead at full speed, and then when he was close, his hand started to grow in size, and rather than swinging from above, he swung from the side. Magnus stayed in place and smiled. With the sword coming right at him, he swung his left arm forward, and it started to extend at a great speed. The separate segments on his arms started to grow, and in between the parts, there was what looked like living flesh. A strange green liquid was dripping from parts of his hand and onto the ground. It crashed right into the sword. The two sharp things collided with each other, and Andy couldn't believe it. Even with all his strength, he couldn't move back. It was pushing against his arm. When Andy looked down, he could feel a stinging sensation in his stomach as well. While Magnus went to stop the attack with one hand, he had extended out and hit Andy right in the stomach with the other, piercing right through his skin and the middle of his body. "It hurts so much." Andy gritted his teeth. He could feel something being injected into his body, and he was getting weaker by the second. "Ha-ha!" Magnus laughed. "All of you have no idea. You have no idea how small you are in this world, or who you are going against. Immortui is our creator, and we vampires are just one of the many creations he has. Do you really think we are the strongest of his creations? With his powers, he has managed to create devastating creatures, similar to what I am now, and with it, he was able to take over not just the other world, the entire universe in the other plane is his to command. Can't you tell? Can't you see? A being that is that powerful, when he comes over here, will create a new world. And when that happens, you need to make sure you are on the right side. All of you, everything you are fighting for will turn into nothing." With the hand that had stopped Andy's blade, it started to retract back before extending again. It flared about in the air, hitting the giant hand from all areas. The two large fangs that were on the end of Magnus's hands were slashing through the skin, and it was taking large chunks of Andy's hand away. "Stop!" Jessica shouted, as she screamed and ran forward. She pulled out her daggers and covered them in all the energy she could. She swung them down deep into Magnus's hand that was embedded into Andy. When they hit, the extended arm looked to bend inwards, taking next to no damage, but the arm retracted back. Next, Jessica was looking at what to do about Andy's other arm, but it had already been sliced to nothing and detached from his body. Andy, at that moment, fell onto both of his knees. He had no clue what was happening, but he could feel something oozing around in his body, making him weaker. In this situation, what could she do? Andy was in no state to fight, and if the powerful Andy was unable to defeat Magnus in this newly transformed state, there wasn't much she could do either. Turning around, she could see the cruel smile underneath Magnus's skeleton-like face. She then pulled up her daggers and pointed them right at her neck. "You want me, right? If you don't leave Andy alone, if we don't leave right now, then you won't get what you want. I'll kill myself," Jessica exclaimed. Jessica felt like her back was up against a wall. People were constantly dying for her. Originally, when she had agreed to the plan, the main factor that had convinced her was that no more people would get hurt. Yet here, people were getting hurt right in front of her, so she decided that she needed to act. Both of the daggers were pressed against her neck while she stood in front of Andy. "Jessica," Andy said, still struggling on his knees. The wound that had been delivered was no longer there, but he could feel the strange substance that was in his body. Luckily, due to what he was, Andy could feel his body fighting against the substance. It would just be a little while until he would be able to fight at full strength. "I was caught off guard, but there are still things I can do to help you," Andy thought. "If you can just buy me some time until my body will heal." Magnus had hesitated in attacking for a second. Sweat could be almost seen from his forehead, not because he was tired from the battle, but due to him being a little nervous at what Jessica was doing. Shaking his head, a smile appeared on his face. "You are a young vampire. Are you seriously going to give up your life for these people?" Magnus asked. "Like you said, I have no plans to kill you, so why would you even think about such a dangerous act?" Having somewhat convinced himself, Magnus looked at his strange centipede-like hand. It started to wriggle about with all of the different segments vibrating and making a strange hissing sound. He was ready to move his hand when he could smell it in the air, the smell of blood. Jessica had pressed the bladed part of the dagger deeper into her skin, and blood was dripping down from the wound. The centipede-like hand stopped wriggling for a second, along with the expression that was on Magnus's face. "You dumb bitch!" Magnus shouted. "Have vampires with each new generation become more blind and stupider as well as weaker? What do I have to do? What do I have to go through to open your eyes?" There was a big frustration for Magnus, but this always had been. Even during his time, during his reign as king, there were many that didn't agree with him back then. It frustrated him that he was experiencing the same thing now again. He took a deep breath. "At least I have gotten what I originally came for. There is no need to push my luck," he mumbled under his breath. "Fine," Magnus said. "Come over here and we shall leave him be." Jessica was also relieved. She looked back over her shoulder at Andy, happy that someone who was protecting her at the risk of his own life was going to live. "Thank you," Jessica said, and she started to walk, heading over toward Magnus. "No!" Andy screamed in his head and punched the ground. It was a heavy hit and shook the floor around him. "I can feel my body getting better. I just needed more time. But if I go out like this, then I will definitely die." Jessica was halfway, walking over slowly. She was making sure that Magnus didn't go ahead and try a fast one. Then, when she was around 10 feet away, she stopped. "Remember your promise, otherwise you won't get what you want. I care about that person a lot," Jessica stated. "I understand." Magnus quickly extended his arm, and the two fangs on the end split wide like a mouth. They wrapped around her waist before chucking her into the ship. She still had the dagger up against her neck, but now was inside the ship next to the dead body. Using his other arm, he did the same to the dead body, before proceeding to chuck it out. Then he turned around and started to walk toward the ship. He had his head held up looking at Jessica. His eyebrows were furrowed. When he was only a few feet away from the ship, he stopped. "You know what? Fuck it. Let's see if you really will go through with your threat." Magnus turned around, extending his arm out, and it went straight toward the injured Andy. He had recovered somewhat, but not enough to move fast. With his good hand, he grew it large and covered his body. The arm started to strike fast like a whip, cutting through pieces of the giant arm. Just like before, it was only a matter of time until the arm was completely removed from its body and Andy would be defenseless. "Stop! Stop! You promised!" Jessica shouted. "And you promised to kill yourself, but I don't see that happening at the moment." Magnus laughed and continued to swing his arm. "This is too much fun," Magnus shouted. His arm was swinging again, but then, just before it reached the outer of Andy's arm, large blood cannons came shooting out, hitting the arms away. They were knocked back, but powering through, Magnus continued his strike until a large amount of blood dropped down. The blood started to light up, and a huge explosion went off. Magnus had no choice but to retreat his hands back. The area was covered in smoke, making it hard for him to see. It was clear, though, that someone had interfered. "That power! It belongs to him! He's here!" The smoke settled, and two figures could be seen. It was two originals that Magnus knew well, Edvard and Hickel. "I think it would be best if you left this person alone," Edvard said, "unless you think you could beat the three of us in your Bugman form." Magnus was grinding his teeth in anger. In this form, he was quite confident he could take on all three, especially since Andy was practically a dead man already, but there was still a chance and a risk. "Why are you here? How did you even find me?" Magnus demanded to know. This was part of the worry before Edvard and Hickel set out. Sure, there were many that didn't know what the two looked like, but Magnus would certainly recognize them. "We already told you. This person behind us is very important," Hickel answered. "We had him on our list, and thought that you might go after him." A convincing lie, and a tense situation. Would Magnus fall for the bait or not? It was hard to tell. That was until the marking on his head glowed once more. "You are right, we got what we came for," Magnus said, as he jumped back and landed in his ship. "Don't think I won't forget this. The next time we meet, you're all dead," Magnus shouted through the glass. The ship went off, taking Jessica with them, which was the best result that they could have asked for. Now it was just time for the next step. Just like that, Edvard and Hickel allowed Magnus to escape. As they looked at the ship in the distance, they did think about attacking it, but of course that would go against their plan and would harm Jessica. For the two of them, the hate for Magnus was just growing as time went by. "Why? Why didn't the two of you do anything?" Andy asked. Although in pain, Andy did manage to catch a glimpse of the two faces, and unlike regular vampires who might not know the faces of the originals, Andy made himself aware of all vampires, since it was part of his job, and that included who the current leaders at the settlement were. So he had a pretty good idea of their strength, and with the three of them, he was sure they would have been able to do something. "Hey, do you even know how much I had to hold back?" Edvard asked. "I was just waiting for him to try and attack you. That way I would have had an excuse to get a few good hits in." "In the end, the best-case scenario occurred," Hickel added. "Anyway, what even was that? What had Magnus turned into? Is that his borrowed power from Imortui?" Judging from how calm the two were acting and how they were talking, it seemed like they were aware of the situation, but this was just giving Andy more of a headache, and he wasn't sure if it was because he didn't quite understand the situation or whatever was injected inside of him. "I think I'm just going to close my eyes for a bit," Andy said weakly, as his whole body collapsed to the side. Andy could hear the sound of voices around him. It sounded like the same two earlier, but they seemed to be talking to someone else. "So what do we do now?" one of the voices asked. "We have to wait, but we can't let them get too far away from us. Logan will be arriving soon, and then we will head to whatever location they are at when they stop moving. Depending on what it's like and how guarded it is, we will make the next move," another voice said. Finally, opening his eyes, Andy could see he was still on the same field as before, and he was right. The two that were talking were still there, but then there was a person he had never seen before, nor did he recognize him from his memory bank of faces. "Oh, looks like you're up," Quinn said with a smile. He was still wearing the special mud mask that Peter had given him. "You're a strong one. It looks like Magnus had injected some type of poison inside you. It's more aggressive than even ki to a vampire's body, but due to your nature and healing capabilities, it looks like you were saved." "Hey," Edvard called out, "don't forget about my Dalki blood. It was the last lot that I had. What am I meant to do now when I'm the one in trouble?" Andy still had a raised eyebrow, but he could see that his arms, both of them, had regrown. Usually this would only be the case if he consumed some type of human flesh, but it appeared that Dalki blood had the same effect on him. It was a good thing to note, since human blood didn't regenerate his body. He was more like a white in that sense. "I'm sorry, but who are you? Do I know you?" Andy asked. "Ah, sorry, I'm under disguise, but it's me, Quinn," Quinn answered with a smile, but the smile quickly faded away. It was rare for him to smile in these moments. There was just too much on the line. "Wait, Jessica. They took Jessica. Quinn, you told me to protect her, but I failed. You were right, someone is after her," Andy said, getting up to his feet. "It's okay. I'm sorry it looks like in all my troubles I forgot to update you completely on the situation, but Jessica getting taken was all part of the plan," Quinn explained. "The plan?" Quinn went on to explain to Andy how Jessica was the one who volunteered. Since they knew she was a target, this was the best way to get to Magnus. Originally, they thought they couldn't trust anyone in the Vampire Corps, so they didn't even want to tell Andy, but he appeared to be fully on their side. "I'm sorry," Andy said. "I told you that I was going to protect my father. I guess my decision to act must have ruined your plans." "No, you did what you thought was right, and you fought with your life on the line. You honestly only did what I would have done, so I can't blame you for that, with what information you had," Quinn replied. "Besides, we now have an idea of Magnus's strength as well." Andy was thankful for Quinn's understanding. "So, what are you going to do now?" "Now, we wait. We have a plan, and we just need everything to work out." Back in the vampire settlement, Peter had been taking charge of things. He had been followed by Muka, and regularly went around the city. The first few times, he had done a few things that were questionable, things that perhaps the real Quinn wouldn't have done. There were several bones broken, vampires hit in the face, and vampires that were literally kicked until they went out of the settlement, but something surprising seemed to happen. Whereas Muka thought this would ruin Quinn's image, instead, everyone seemed quite happy to see him. Walking around the settlement, the children would run up and give him a big hug. Others would ask if there was going to be another show today. By that they meant another beating by Quinn. It wasn't just the children, though. All of the vampires felt like Quinn was connecting with them on a more personal level, and instead of letting guards or other members deal with the problems, he had decided to deal with them himself. This also affected Minnie's popularity at school. Many wanted to know her even more, and were asking questions about her father, wondering just how strong he was. Of course, Minnie knew that it was Uncle Peter and not her father, so she would just reply stating that he was really strong, and maybe he would come in one day. All of this surprisingly led to one other thing, and that was the amount of crimes that were committed in general. They were starting to lower. No one talked bad about Quinn anymore. No one did petty crimes such as stealing or scamming their fellow vampires. Because if he got word of it, then he would deal with them, and although it wasn't in a conventional way, Muka had to admit it worked. "I can't believe it," Muka said, as she looked at the reports that were on her desk. "Every day there are fewer reports of crimes. I wouldn't condone dealing with these with violence. It just goes and shows that violence is allowed as long as it's from a particular individual. In this case, though, Peter is so overwhelmingly strong that everyone is just living in fear, too scared to act." While sitting at her office continuing to do her work as usual, a particular telepathic message was sent to her. She almost jumped out of her seat when she heard who wanted to speak to her. "Has he finally solved everything? Sure, put him through," Muka said. A connection was made, and Muka could now hear everything that Quinn was saying. Her excitement as she heard what was happening and what he was speaking about started to go.
I see,
Muka said.
There is something else that I need to talk to you about as well.
It's very important and might involve everyone, Quinn said. But first, tell me how things are at the settlement. Muka went on to tell stories of how hard her work had been with Peter, but she also told him about all of the positive changes as well. That's good to hear. If the settlement is left to him, then I won't feel so guilty now. He is a better leader than I thought he would be, Quinn said.
Wait, leave the settlement to Peter? What are you talking about?
With a heavy heart, Quinn went into detail about what he wanted to speak about next. Muka was too shocked to even speak back when she heard this. She couldn't believe he was doing this.
But what about your family? Shouldn't you speak to them before you do this?
I don't want to keep worrying them, Quinn answered. This will be the last time I worry them. Muka, who would usually be reading reports, calling meetings and discussing with other leaders how to improve life in the vampire settlement, had put all that on pause. After learning of what Quinn had told her, she was unable to stop pacing back and forth.
I thought Peter was troublesome and the one to worry about, but now he goes ahead and drops this bomb on me,
Muka thought. Thinking back, Quinn did always do things first and think later. Peter was just a worse version of him. Perhaps because the two spent a lot of time with each other meant the two had rubbed off on each other.
Who am I kidding? Both of them are trouble, but there is something about Quinn. Maybe it's the fact that he can do these things so fearlessly that attracts people around him. Looking around her room, she saw the old helmet that she used to wear that would cover up her entire head. For a while, not many even knew that Muka was a female leader, nor did they know of her beauty. She had covered herself up due to all the attention she would get, but had done so less and less as time went on. The significance of the leaders and their duties in the settlement lessened, so she tried her best to take herself less seriously, but it was a hard habit to kick. The helmet had since been altered, not being as bulky as it was before, but still covered the entire face, allowing for only the eyes and mouth to be seen. It was placed on a stand like one would use to hold wigs. Taking it off, she placed the mask on and headed outside. She needed some air to take in everything. While walking down the streets of the vampire settlement, there were still some that would turn to look at her. It wasn't because they recognized her, but due to the beauty that would still shine with just her eyes and lips alone showing. They were so alluring that if a person stared into them for a short while, they would be hypnotized into doing anything Muka asked them. She just wished that this would work on Quinn, then she would be able to tell him how she felt. Suddenly, she stopped, dead center. Other vampires had to walk around her and were giving her strange looks as she appeared to be lost. The person I feel so bad for in all of this is Layla, Muka thought. She will know nothing of what is happening, and she is to raise 2 kids. They hardly spend any time with their father. Will they be okay? Sure, I can do my best. Everyone in the settlement can help out, but I know things won't feel the same. She soon felt her legs walking toward the location where Layla was at. She was moving because she had planned to go against Quinn's words. She was going to tell Layla and let her decide. Usually, Muka wouldn't dare go against Quinn, but if she was in the same position as Layla, she knew that she would have wanted to know. In the middle of her walk, there was a disturbance that was coming from her right. "Help! Help! It's gone out of control!" a vampire shouted as he ran out his front door and onto the street. His clothes were ripped. They were bloody. Several marks were on his face, and he was so startled that he stumbled on the floor. Following right behind, coming out from the door, there was a floating creature. It had no legs, but almost looked like the upper half of a human body, although apart from its limbs and torso, nothing else looked human. Its arms were like 2 giant drills, and even its head was shaped like a drill, with 2 white spots for eyes. It's a familiar. Is it trying to kill its owner?
The man swung his arm, letting out a blood swipe. It hit the familiar, sending it back, and it turned into black mist. It looked like a crisis was averted, and there was no need for Muka to do anything. Before, only strong vampires were able to link up with familiars, due to their nature. If they didn't like their host, then familiars would often attempt to kill their host. In turn, This would get rid of the familiar as well, as they had broken a contract. They were strange things, but if whatever reason they joined a person in the first place, if that person strayed from this, or they no longer felt the same way, then this would often be the result. But Muka thought back to the reports. It had been a while, but for some reason, familiars were appearing less and less in their world. In the first place, the area where the familiars would appear was the old vampire settlement, and not the current one, but there would still be those that would journey and try to get one. Regardless, these days, there seemed to be fewer and fewer familiars willing to join, ever since the Dampier incident. While thinking of all of this, a black mist started to appear from the vampire man's hands. The familiar was appearing again. "No! No! Someone help me!" the man screamed at the top of his lungs. "That is familiar. It's appearing again," Muka thought. "But that's so soon. It shouldn't have enough energy to appear again." Just like the vampire man and Muka feared, the familiar had appeared again. Seeing this situation, she ran across and grabbed the familiar right by the head. The vampire aura was strong in the palm of her hand. "I know you can understand me. If you appear and disturb this man again and again, then it will just be the same result. I will make sure you feel pain." Making her aura erupt, it engulfed the familiar, and it turned into nothing but black mist again. She looked at the vampire on the ground. Something was strange about the situation. The vampire was strong enough to deal with the familiar, so he was stronger than it. But why was he covered in wounds? Why did he look exhausted? Just how many times had he gone against that familiar? For some reason, Muka felt like something was up. She helped the vampire up, off the ground. "I think it's best if you come with me." Heading back to her castle, she asked for reports to be gathered on familiars. She needed to see a link. Apparently, this wasn't the first case. There had been reports of quite a few familiars attacking their owners. They had risen sharply after the vampire and Dampier incidents. Did many of the Dampiers have familiars? Muka started to think. We have learned that the familiars feed off ki energy. Vampires don't have much ki energy in the first place. However, the vampire settlement happened to be in a place where familiars were welcomed, and thanks to the rituals by Richard Eno, he had a way for us to connect to the other world and form contracts with them. However, Dampiers and humans have more ki energy than us. It was almost as if vampires were gatekeeping this fact from them. Is that why they are acting up? I'm really not sure, and how can I even look into this matter if that's the case? Muka thought. Walking in through the door without even a knock was Quinn, or at least the person who was acting like Quinn. For a moment she was excited, thinking she could ask him for help. But Peter, what could he do? You look troubled. Is there anything you need me to beat up? Peter asked. At that moment, a deafening alarm and alert had been sounded throughout the whole settlement. The alarm was put in place for when there was big trouble on the way. There were small borders that were placed around the settlement. They weren't quite walls per se, but more like barriers, where there would be gates and a group of vampires that would stay as permanent guards. This was because, for the most part, the settlement was safe. There would rarely be attacks from beasts, and there were next to no attacks from the outside, but just in case, they did need to install safety precautions. One of these precautions that had been installed was towers. There were several towers that were embedded with crystal energy and technology, and there were guards as well. The idea was that those in the towers could see if an attack was coming from afar, or if one was coming from above. At the same time, the towers had large amounts of crystal energy that could be used to form a barrier, if there was some sort of attack from the outside or above. All of this was an especially automated system designed mostly by Vincent, with the help of a few others. It had been a while since the settlement had embraced his crazy ideas, and honestly, he was happy about it. Vincent was enjoying his passion once more, without having to worry about the responsibilities of looking after the people or trying to run the place. He had even thought about going into eternal slumber himself, but wished to stay at least until everything was resolved, and he was satisfied once again. In one of the towers, there were two guards that were standing side by side, looking out in the distance. One of them was none other than Ronik.
Man, things sure have been quiet around here. Even when we're not on tower duty, it's even quiet in the settlement lately."
Another guard, who was a little chubby around the face and belly, named Brett, said, "I know it has to be because of Quinn. Man, he's been doing a lot lately, so much that we don't even have to do anything. He's great, don't you think?"
"Yeah."
Ronak smiled, thinking back to when his life was saved once more. Quinn was certainly a great guy, but he was unable to get enthusiastic about the conversation at hand. Because there was something about Quinn's recent actions, it just didn't feel like him. There were even times when Ronak would wave, and although Quinn would wave back, it just didn't feel the same way. He wasn't quite sure if he was imagining it or not. Of course, the detail of what Peter was currently doing was even kept from Ronak. There was no telling who would find out, and when controlled, what information could be passed on. As the two continued to look out in the open, they didn't see anything, but a small beep sounded in the tower behind them. Ronak went to have a look. In the center of the tower, there was a large terminal that looked more like a table. The outside was filled with a number of different controls. What Ronak was looking at, though, was the projected map. It covered the settlement and more.
"Look at this. It's saying it is sensing an abnormal amount of energy in the forest," Ronak pointed.
"Could it be a beast attack?" Brett asked.
Ronak shook his head. It didn't look like it. After all, it was just a single area of energy. However, that quickly changed. From the single area of energy, multiple smaller energies seemed to be coming out. After that, it looked like more large energies like the first one were appearing from all over. It looks like an attack," Ronak shouted, as he went and quickly slammed one of the buttons. If it was a false alarm, then he would take the blame, but he would rather it be a false alarm than have people die, which was why he had acted instantly. The alarm sounded all over the settlement, and the vampires that were at the gates, including those inside, were aware that something was happening. Out through the forest, that was not too far from the doorstep to the settlement, they could see it. Charging through, there looked to be groups of creatures coming out. At first, they looked like beasts, but there was something slightly different about them. On the streets of the settlement, Peter and Muka had rushed out of their castle. Everyone was in motion, as they wondered what was happening. As they ran through the streets, though, they saw something strange. Vampires, those that had familiar markings, and their familiars were coming out of the houses, and the familiars were attacking not only their owner, but were also attacking those around them as well. "Deal with the familiars, and keep an eye on all of those with a marking," Muka shouted. "Make sure they are kept in an area, and have enough vampires supporting them if the familiars are to come back." Muka wanted to help those in the settlement, but she could feel there was something bigger going on up ahead. This wasn't just something small or simple happening, it was a full-fledged attack. It didn't take long for them to reach one of the gates, and Muka was right on the mark. The vampires were doing their best, as they threw out blood swipes, using beast weapons, and continued on with their formations, but there were many. "Is this related to Imortui? Is this his doing? Can he really do something like this, or is it something else?" Familiars, just like beasts, were all shapes and sizes, but they tended to have more tricky powers and abilities compared to beasts, and at the same time, the regular familiars were smarter as well. What they soon could see, breaking through the trees with heavy footsteps, was a large type of familiar. It looked like a giant rhino, as its horn stuck out right in front of it, startling at the settlement. It was kicking its legs on the ground, charging up, and getting ready to run forward. "Stop that! Stop that from coming into the settlement at all costs!" the vampire guards shouted. They started to use their weapons and blood aura, hitting the rhino familiar. When they hit its thick skin, it looked to have done nothing. The rhino charged forward and showed no signs of slowing down as it went towards the settlement. It continued to run until, dropping out from the sky, they all could see Hope, the person who was going around the settlement solving all of their problems lately, Quinn. He tensed his fist and threw it out, hitting the rhino right in the horn. Its whole head sunk and crashed into the ground before it turned into nothing but particles, returning from where it once was.
That thing just looked big and strong. I thought it would be a lot stronger than that, Peter said.
The others behind cheered for the vampire leader, and they could feel a boost of morale consuming them all. With a strong leader by their side, showing feats like this, what trouble could they possibly face? Muka appeared by Peter's side, and she noticed that he was looking deep into the forest.
"What are you looking at?" she asked.
"These familiars. They're coming through portals," Peter answered. It feels familiar. I think I know this feeling."
Peter soon took off running ahead. On his way, though, he decided to help out the settlement a little, as he would jump from side to side, delivering a punch and defeating the familiars in a single hit. Each one of them was getting destroyed, and with each one a loud cheer was heard. Ronak, who was watching from the settlement, was shaking his head.
"I'm sure of it. That's not Quinn. He hasn't even used his blood powers," he thought.
Eventually, Peter and Muka entered the forest, but Peter had come to a sudden stop. He looked dead straight ahead and could see someone or something that he recognized.
You damn betrayer! What are you doing here, you stupid bone claw?"
Peter yelled. In the middle of the forest, standing at the back, Peter could see the bone claw right there. It looked the same as he remembered, with its large muscular body, displaying flesh from the top half, while its bottom half was covered by a black ripped cloth. Its bony spine stuck out, along with its sharp elbows. The most notable feature of the bone claw, though, was its large, long arms, and its dangling long, deadly claws that scraped the bottom of the floor. It was one that would give many people nightmares if they saw it. It was familiar, one of the strongest ones in existence, since it was part of the Four Kings, but that was why Peter was so mad, because he could remember it well. The bone claw originally belonged to Richard Eno and helped him in his ploys. Through its visions, Quinn had learned it played a big part in tricking Arthur and creating what was known as the Punishers. But after that, it wandered around the vampire settlement for a while before it attached itself to Quinn. The reason as to why the bone claw attached itself to Quinn was unknown. Was it his strong energy, his desire, or something else? Maybe it was still following orders from Richard Eno. Either way, it helped Quinn through his journey and saved his life at times. When Quinn had fought with Graham, he needed to go into eternal slumber to rest, and in doing so, he had given up the bone claw. When the owner of familiars died, it was assumed that the familiar would die with them. But from what they had learned, it was more likely that they just returned to the familiar world, waiting to make a new contract with someone else. Of course, this could have just been the case with the Four Kings. They were so strong and full of energy that they were able to survive in this world even without a host or a contract. Either way, when the Bone Claw came back, not just the Bone Claw, but the Four Kings had all decided to host a single person, Aaron Healy, the leader of the Dampiers and the one that was going against Quinn. It had made things more difficult for them when trying to take out Aaron, and now the betrayer, the disloyal mutt in Peter's eyes, was attacking them once again.
"Ha ha ha!"
Peter started to laugh.
"This is great, you know. I never liked how you were by his side and was supposed to be always protecting him when he needed it the most. Now you're attacking the entire vampires with your army of familiars. I can't wait to bring you all down."
Peter charged forward, running through the woods. His arm had hit a large tree, but he didn't care, nor did he let it slow him down as it went right through it.
"Peter, wait! Quinn, wait!"
Muka corrected herself. She was lucky that there was no one else around.
"We don't know why they are attacking. This could be a trap."
The Bone Claw lifted its hands, and in doing so, several portals opened around the area. Coming right out from them were familiars. Peter raised his hand. The yellow aura started to cover it. All of the familiars went toward Peter, and it looked like his whole body was encased by them, but the next moment a blast of energy came out from his fist, so large that it consumed all of the familiars, making them disappear on the spot. When his feet touched the ground, using his strength, Peter exploded off the floor right toward the Bone Claw. He threw out his fist, but it had hit nothing but the air. Peter felt a tingling sensation coming from his right. He couldn't see the Bone Claw, but it was almost as if he knew that it was there. He swung his arm out, covered in the outer energy he was able to form, and it clashed against the large claws, swinging the bone claw's arm wide.
"Did you think I forgot about your crappy teleporting power?"
Peter shouted as he followed up with a punch, but the bone claw quickly moved out of the way again and was now up high on a branch, while more of the other familiars came in. One looked like a giant ostrich, but when it opened up its mouth, flames went out all over Peter's body, covering his head and the rest of himself with both arms. He was unhurt by the flames and directly went to grab the bird creature's long neck.
"Get the hell out of my way!"
Peter screamed as he pulled on the neck and kicked the bird creature's body, leaving only the head of the familiar in his hands. It would have been a bloody sight if it was a beast, but thankfully it was familiar, and when the two parts were separated, they turned into nothing but particles of energy that were disappearing.
"That bone claw, he's fast with his teleporting, but he can't hurt me with my current strength," Peter thought. "If I was able to use my celestial form, then my head tails would be quick enough to catch him and get him off guard. But I promised her while I was pretending to be Quinn that I wouldn't transform into that form."
Muka was dealing with her own troubles. She was fighting off familiars in the forest as well, and she was also debating whether or not to go back to the settlement because she was sure that they were somewhat struggling. "All right, it looks like we might have made a mistake," a voice echoed. It wasn't coming from the bone claw, but it seemed like it was coming from somewhere else. Peter and Muka were looking around, but they were unable to locate where the sound was coming from. What they did notice was that in the forest, they were still surrounded by a number of familiars. They had created a type of ring around the two, but none of them were moving in like before. "I think it is best that we talk because it looks like this current situation isn't good for both of us," the voice said again. Now looking at the bone claw, there seemed to be a black cat that was seen on its shoulder. This was Avenik, another one of the four kings, one that used to belong to Leo at one point, but once again, just like the bone claw, they had teamed up with Aaron.
"You attacked us first, and now you want to talk?" Peter laughed. "What is it? Is it because you realize that you're too weak to beat us?"
Muka wanted to tell Peter to shut up because she wanted to know the reason for the attack in the first place. But she felt like he was right. Why talk now? Why did the familiars not try to talk to them before? Was it Peter's strength, or another trick by whoever had orchestrated this? "In our desperate situation, we were unable to think straight. I assure you as well, this is something that we never wanted to do," Avenik stated. "The situation is not like we thought, and honestly, we are surprised to see that you are still here, Quinn." Muka was surprised to hear this. They referred to Quinn by his name, and the way they were talking about him, it was as if he was dead.
"You want to talk? Well, right now you guys are the only ones giving us trouble, so you can talk to my fist,"
Peter shouted as he jumped high from his position and headed straight for the two of them. "Wait!" Muka set off, following right behind Peter. Seeing this, the bone claw waved his hand, and a portal had opened in front of the two of them. They entered the portal and landed on the ground, but where they landed, it was not the same world they were in before. The two of them were now in the familiar world. Both Peter and Muka were on unfamiliar ground. The soil, rather than black, was a mystical swirl of colors. It was mostly purple in color, but it sparkled like glitter while leaving all sorts of different colors. Just to make sure the floor was real, Muka bent down to pick it up, while allowing it to fall to the floor like sand. When they looked up at the sky, they were able to see a mystic shifting of blue, green, and purple all mixed in together. It was constantly moving, and it was hard to see where the sky was, or space, since it all seemed to blend in together in one place. And finally, there were the strange orbs of energy that were floating about, but there weren't many of them, at least not as many as the last time someone had visited such a place. "Where are we?" Muka asked, touching her head, wondering if she was in a dream or under some type of hypnosis, but it all felt real, and she remembered the last thing that had happened to them. "That portal, did it take us to another planet? Another place?" When looking at the landscapes off in the distance, though, they somewhat felt familiar. The land, the trees, everything was different, but it was almost as if the shapes were the same. She might have thought they were going crazy, but it almost looked exactly like the current vampire settlement. Not in terms of buildings and such, but the landmass.
"This," Peter said, "is a familiar world. We are nowhere near close to home."
A place that very few had ever traveled to, Mooka couldn't believe that she was here, just because she was trying to keep an eye on Peter, and it looked like they weren't alone. "You are right. It's been a while since we last saw you," a voice said. Looking around, Mooka was trying to find out where the voice had come from. That was until something small that was moving on the ground started to grow until it was around the same size as them. Looking at it, she had to blink a few times to check what it was, but it was indeed a purple-colored turtle. Another one of the four kings, Genbu. In the past, Mooka had seen its power as it was attached to the Greylash family. Genbu had done well not just during the Dalki War, but had also continued to help Owen during his reign of bringing vampires and humans together. So much so that there were even statues of Genbu on the Greylash planet. Many in the Greylash family would know of Genbu and honor him. The purple turtle with a great defensive and an almost impenetrable shell. Portals by Genbu's side started to appear, similar to the ones that Mooka and Peter had entered from. The Boneclaw and Ovenik had arrived, then through the third portal, a large horse that had strange glowing light blue mist coming from its nostrils and where its hair would be. Dunluck, the last of the four kings. The king had been used by Oscar, the former leader of the military. Although the two had only worked together after Oscar had changed into something else entirely. The horse was said to have a strange strength and strange magical powers through its mist. Here they all were. All of the rulers of the familiars were right there in front of them. Scattered around the land, there were also familiars in the background, aimlessly wandering, looking in their direction, but not acting or doing anything to them from the far distance. Gathering the energy in his fist, Peter was ready to fight, but as the energy gathered around his fist, it acted differently than it would do before. The energy was breaking off from his arm, bit by bit, into the small balls. However, Peter didn't care. He could still gather energy around his fist, and that was enough for him. "Wait!" Mooka shouted once again, and latched herself onto his arm this time. She noticed her movements were slower than usual. She felt like something was pulling on her stomach. The energy was being drained from her here as well. "There has to be a reason why they decided to bring us to this place and meet us here." "This is what happens in our world, did you forget?" Ovenik stated. "The energy you call ki gets taken, and it's what we feed on." Ovenik opened his mouth wide and ate the balls of energy that were coming off from Peter. Soon, even being in this place was starting to affect Peter, and even more so since he was actively using up his energy, so he decided for once to do the sensible thing and listen. "I need to make sure I can keep on pretending to be Quinn for his sake. Otherwise it would trouble him, so I need to live," Peter said to himself, nodding. "You are the ones that rule this place, right?" Mooka asked. "Then explain why the familiars started to attack the vampire settlement, and why have they gone wild and started to attack the vampires as well?" Genbu and Ovenik looked at each other. Their expressions were hard to read. Ovenik decided to hop onto the shell of Genbu as he rested his fat belly and allowed his black tail to move in the wind. "I guess I will be the one to do the talking, since I and Genbu here are really the only ones that can speak. But I want you to know the attack on the vampire settlement and the attack on the vampires themselves has been stopped. We can assure you that the people are safe," Ovenik explained. Mooka wanted to ask if that meant the attack had stopped completely, or if it was a for-now situation, depending on how this conversation went, but she didn't want to stir up trouble. "I heard what you said before," Mooka said, "that it was a mistake, and you recognized Quinn. You said his name as if you didn't expect him to be here." Ovenik sighed as if it was bothersome explaining, which angered Peter. The energy was starting to rise in his fists again. How could the familiars be so calm about the situation when they were the ones attacking and the leaders were right here in front of him? "Calm down. This is a serious matter for us. I only yawned because we have hardly been able to rest. And do you think it was easy for us to all come to your world in the first place, or teleport you here? Do you have any idea how much energy we had to give to the undead king?" Ovanik shouted, and cleared his throat. "You see, this world, for a long time, it has always lacked the energy that we needed to survive. The energy that we gather from you, this key. It's as if this whole universe, everything inside it, is dying, and that includes us as well. The only way we were able to sustain ourselves was by making contracts with those from another world. We fed off the life force that you gave us through contracts that we made. Doing so would open up connections between the two worlds, allowing more energy to seep through. This is how the familiar world has continued to exist and why we continued to form contracts. Of course, our characters remain unchanged, which is why many of us were picky, but the natural energy in our world is leaving." Everything made sense so far as to why they would make the contracts. However, why attack the vampire settlement, and what about everything else? "I can see I haven't answered all your questions, but it is important that I tell you everything that has led us up to the current actions that we had decided to take, and the mistake that we realized that we might have made when we saw that you were here, Quinn." Muka gulped. It looked like the leaders had mistaken the disguised Peter as Quinn, and she was wondering when they found out the truth, if it would affect what they were about to say, but the best thing they could do was listen. "I'm listening. Tell us, what happened to the familiars?" Muka asked. "Everything was a plan that we had set up when we had agreed to form a contract with the one named Aaron Healy." Muka had done a lot of research into the Dampiers and vampires. She was very involved for a period of time, even assuming that they were behind the missing tombs. What they learned in the end was that Aaron was one of the first to have her memories altered. How she had come in contact with Jim and Jack was unknown. What was clear was that she had her memories altered before the attacks, and since Leo and Owen were in possession of the familiar kings, she had obtained these during that period of time. "You joined with her, even though you knew that they were going against the vampires, the ones that you already made contracts with?" Muka asked, with a bit of a bad taste in her mouth. "You have to understand our position," Ovanik said. "First, contracts were only made with you vampires because of two reasons. One, there was an area where the link between our two worlds was strong. That happened to be on the planet where you vampires lived, so we could make contracts that way. Second, you had a way to contact us and make contracts as well. It's not as if we chose you vampires, it just happened that you were our only option. You see, our world, as I said before, is slowly dying. And what I mean by that is even the contracts we made with you vampires are not enough to save us. The energy you brought over was insufficient. Aaron, on the other hand, had a lot of energy compared to any vampire we had ever been with before. Enough that even all four of us, the strongest of familiars, if attached to her, would be able to pour new energy into our world." It seemed like the theory Muka had was right. The vampires were connected with the familiars by chance. Dampiers had a large amount of energy that was similar to Ki, and Aaron was indeed strong, but one thing was clear. Looking at the state of the current world, teaming up with Aaron didn't work. "But your plan failed," Muka said. "Quinn defeated Aaron, therefore there was no longer enough energy to save your world." Ovanik smiled when he heard this. "Ha, that's a good guess, but that's not correct at all. You are correct in thinking we thought Quinn would never return. We never imagined him coming back and going against Aaron. We were contracted with her, so we were to protect her. Her death did put a large spanner in our plan, but not because of what you think. Do you really think a single person, even if connected to us, would be able to save the familiar's world? You are talking about a whole universe." Now that Ovanik had put it like that, she did seem a bit embarrassed by saying her guess out loud. "No, you see, our undead king here has great power, the power to open portals, and that isn't just portals within our world, but portals that can connect to other worlds, such as yours. You see, the plan was never to gather enough energy to restore our world, but for our friend here to transport the familiars to another world." Muka's eyes widened. She somewhat understood, but there were still a lot of things that didn't make sense, so rather than guess,
she would let the black cat continue on explaining. There are still problems even with this. From the beginning, familiars can't survive in another world because our very core energy is still connected to our world. That is why even when we are in your world and are killed with no such contract, we will still form again in our world. However, that forming can take a certain amount of time. The forming of energy, though, is due to the link that all of us familiars share. Essentially, it is what makes the familiars the way they are. Our world is like this because of us. As long as the main core of us manages to migrate to a new world, then it will allow us to do the same here. Our bodies will be able to exist and just absorb the natural energy from your world without the need for contact. So as you can see, we had no choice. We needed to come here for the survival of all of us. Muka understood their position, but still not all questions were answered.
You said before the link was between the old vampire world. If you wish to just migrate to us, then why not do that? Why not calmly talk to us? And why just attack the vampire settlement? Muka asked. And it better be a good reason, otherwise I won't let him hold back.
Peter was really paying attention to what they were saying and was judging everything by the reaction of Muka. He was listening to her as well, because a lot of it was going over his head.
Remember what I said?
Alvanik asked, that the Bone Claw had the power to transport us to different worlds. Your world was not the only one we considered. There is a world that we know as Zethan. It is a world full of beings far more powerful than us familiars, even us kings. We did not know that, and we sent some familiars there long ago, wishing to migrate, and in turn, they had managed to send someone back to us. It was clear that it wasn't an option, and now in that world, there is someone even stronger that rules, one named Imortui. This name caused both Peter and Muka to react as they instinctively took a step back. The idea that the familiars were working with him was now possible. You see, we have been in contact with Imortui. We knew of his plans, and he knew that we worked with the vampires. He knew that we needed a world, so he wanted us to attack you, to cause a war between the two of us. If we helped him, then he would allow us to live in one of the two worlds. Judging by what they had been through, it was pretty clear what decision they had decided to make, and now Muka was trying to think of a way to get out of here.
Calm down, Genbu added. There is a reason why we brought both of you here. Listen till the end. When the deal was brought to us, it was when we were still with Eren at the time. We honestly had yet to make a decision, and that was because we had learned and heard that Quinn had returned. The Bone Claw, having been with Quinn for a certain period of time, believed in him. If Quinn was here, then he would beat Imortui, so making a deal with him was pointless. It would be better to communicate with the vampires. However, we still needed the energy from Eren. After Eren had been killed, there was a forming period for us. This time, due to the energy being weak in our world, the forming period took longer than we thought. In turn, when we finally returned, no one knew of Quinn. He was nowhere to be seen or heard of. We thought he must have perished once again, so we felt like we had no choice. We could not go against Imortui, and he would take over your world anyway, so we had to join the winning side. Avanik then jumped off from Genbu, and all of them lined up in a row looking at Peter. They bowed their heads down in front of him. We made a mistake. We thought you were still gone. When we returned, we didn't take time to try and find out what the current situation was. Imortui isn't exactly a patient person, and from the looks of things, he was gearing up for an attack on Earth. He contacted us again before we could even check things, and we decided to attack, using the energy the Bone Claw had, but now we see that you are here, and we wish to work with you once more. We wish to help you in the battle against Imortui, in turn for our help to find a way where we can survive as well. Please, Quinn, if you agree, we will do everything in our power to help you, Alvanik said. Now, all eyes were on Peter, waiting for his answer. In the end, Muka could understand the familiar situation well. It was a problem that they had always been struggling with and trying to solve. They were somewhat in the middle of all of this, just because they needed a place to live. What she found most interesting, though, was how much the Bone Claw believed in Quinn. Based on the story they told, they had decided to help Imortui because they were simply unable to go against him. However, knowing that there would be some sort of giant battle, and knowing what Imortui was trying to do, they still thought that if Quinn was there, he would prevail. The Bone Claw has been by Quinn's side, and actually believes in him that much. There had to be a reason, something the Bone Claw saw in him, Muka thought. Although they say that the familiars are picky with their reason for picking a host, maybe that isn't true. They were just searching for people that could help them with the current situation they were in. Despite all of this, there was still one overbearing problem that they needed to solve. Muka slowly turned her head toward Peter. She was unsure what type of expression she was pulling right now because she was extremely worried, but didn't want to show the worry on her face. What would happen if they realize this is the fake Quinn? I mean, Quinn is actually alive and well, so it shouldn't be a problem if we tell them the truth, right? Yeah, the truth is the best thing after all, Muka reassured herself. I see, Peter said with a smile on his face and both hands on his hips. In simple terms, you have decided to help me again. If that's the case, then we have no problem at all. You are free to help as you wish. The four kings turned to look at each other and nodded. It seemed like they had somewhat already agreed on this beforehand. Very well, but remember the deal. You are to help us in our situation. The undead king has already used up a lot of energy trying to transport the familiars over, which means he is no longer in the position to do something like that. However, we will need what energy we have to help you in your battle. Once that task is done, you must find a way to bring us to your world. This is a verbal agreement and will be part of our contract. Before anyone could say anything else, a strange, large symbol appeared in front of the four kings. Muka recognized it because it was the same symbol that the vampires would draw when trying to summon the familiars and create a contract. Usually there was a need for a drop of blood, but in this case, they were already in the familiar world, so there was no need. Muka wanted to burst out, telling the four kings to wait, because she could already see what was going to happen. However, all four of the four kings had turned into balls of energy and went right through into Peter's body, disappearing on the spot. Soon after, markings appeared, 4 of them on all different parts of his body. It was clear to Muka what had just happened. Her mouth was left wide open, and her hand lifted toward her forehead, as if she wanted to slap it. The four kings, just like they did with Aaron, they wanted to make a contract with Quinn. They wanted to help him with his fight against Imortui, but now they have attached themselves to Peter. It was too late to say anything now, and the four kings themselves realized the issue. What are you saying? Owen shouted. Are you saying this is not Quinn? This is not the same feeling you got before? Owen was shouting at the Bone Claw, which was communicating in grunts and such. Wait, we formed a contract. We are connected to this person, Genbu said. This person, he looks the same as the one that I met. How can it not be the same person? The Bone Claw was insistent that this was not the same person. Now connected to Peter, he could feel the energy. While still in the familiar world, all of the markings on Peter started to light up, and the four kings appeared in front of him again. Explain yourself, Owen said, his head nearly full of flames, ready to attack at any moment. You are not Quinn. You tricked us. You fooled us. Who are you? If you don't answer, then we will just have to kill you to break this contract. The smile returned to Peter's face as he punched his fist into the palm of his hand. Oh, you guys do want to fight. Wait, I can explain. Muka darted in front of the two of them. You are correct. This is not Quinn, but this is one of his closest friends. Just as you stated, Imortui has already begun to act. Quinn has currently gone to try and deal with him. In the meantime, he left Peter in charge to do his duties. That is why he looks like him. We were never meant to trick you. We were just protecting the settlement on Quinn's orders, and the one you believe in is very much alive. After saying all of that, Muka had to take a deep breath. She had said it in one sentence, trying to get her words out as quickly as possible before a fight started, and it seemed to work, as the four kings had calmed down. In a panic to save our planet, we have been too hasty lately. We have jumped to conclusions too many times, and now we have a huge dilemma,
Owen stated. "Even if we were to kill our host, who knows how long it would take us to reform. By then, the entire familiar world could be destroyed, and we would never form again."
"This person must be quite strong," Genbu said. "Perhaps all isn't bad. After all, he is able to contain all four of us. That is not something that just anyone can do. And if Quinn entrusted him with such a great task, there has to be a reason."
"Maybe you guys don't recognize me because I am disguised as Quinn, but I have met with you before,"
Peter said, as he used his ability to cancel his transformation for a short while. They did remember Peter because he was indeed strong. On top of that, the Bone Claw grunted a few things to them. "Is that true? I see. If that's the case, then maybe us being attached to him won't be a complete waste. The only thing we can say now is if you wish to use us to help Quinn, you must stay by his side," Owen said. Peter smiled once more.
"That's good with me. It was what I was planning to do anyway, and what I will always do."
In a bizarre way, this whole alteration led to Peter obtaining all four of the four kings for himself. How useful they would be in battle was hard to say, and only time would tell, but at least it was one less problem for them to worry about. This was until something clicked in Muka's head. She thought everything was over, but there was something that was nagging her, something that was said in the story.
"Before, did you say the undead king had the power to teleport not just to our world, but to the other world as well?"
Muka asked. "Yes," Owen replied, raising an eyebrow. He could tell that the vampire was worried about something, but he had no clue what. For him, he considered himself the smarter one out of all of the kings, so it was bugging him a little.
"So, are you telling me that the undead king has the power to transport us to the world where Immortui is?"
Jessica hadn't been tied up, nor was there someone looking over her. Instead, she was in the small cockpit of the spaceship along with Magnus. There were times during the flight when she had imagined sticking her dagger through his neck. She was standing right behind him after all. All ideas of that went out of her head, though, because if Magnus was this confident to have his back turned, there had to be a reason. Right now, she was more so wondering if Andy was okay.
"Both Edvard and Hickel turned up. Thanks to them, everything was sorted out. They were able to save Galinar, so they should be able to save Andy as well. Right now, I need to stick to the plan."
Jessica raised her hand and felt the small bump behind her ear. It was the tracking device that Logan had installed.
"Everything is fine. He hasn't found out about this. When we get to where we need to be, I'll be safe."
Meanwhile, Jessica noticed that the ship had been going over a vast amount of water for a while now. Wherever they were, it seemed to be far away compared to all the other islands and pieces of land.
"What's that?"
she thought, as she looked to her right and through the window while also placing both of her hands on the glass. She was putting her face closer to the glass to get a better look.
"Is that another ship, all the way out here?"
She wondered what this place was. She had been living on Earth for a while now, and was unable to recall anything being in this area, so why was there another ship? When continuing to look out the window, she soon realized that it wasn't just one ship in the area, there were multiple ones. There were ships of different shapes and sizes, and there were some she even recognized.
"Those ships over there, those are the ones the Vampire Corps units use as well. Why are they all heading toward this island?"
A bad feeling was overcoming Jessica as she felt a shiver all over her body. She had no clue what this feeling was. Eventually, the ship landed on the beach of the island. There was a lot of sand and a little greenery. It wasn't large either. From above, she could easily see the whole island, but there didn't look to be any building of any kind at all on it.
"Where are we going? What are we doing?"
Jessica asked, stepping onto the sand and following Magnus into the jungle area. "Do you really think I need to answer you?" Magnus asked. Jessica was hoping the others were listening, and by talking, maybe she could get some information that the others needed.
"Don't you think I should at least know that much? And besides, don't you need me to help? Won't it make more sense if you tell me and let me know what we're doing here, in the middle of nowhere, so I can help you?"
A loud single "Ha!" sound came out from Magnus. "I don't need your help directly, darling. The only thing we needed was you. Do you really think you can escape from me or this island?
You have no chance. You will see everything sooner or later anyway."
They continued to walk, and Jessica was trying to be aware of the surroundings, seeing if there was anything that would stop others from reaching the place where she was, and as they passed another large tree grouping, Magnus suddenly stopped. There still looked like a large number of trees in front of him, but shifting his feet around a few times in a certain area, the trees started to blur, and something else appeared in its place.
"Was it some type of hologram?"
Jessica asked, her mouth left open in amazement. Right in front of her, in the center of the island, there was a whole open facility. There were computer terminals spread out, people all around in every direction, and in the center, there was a large flat area with a railing around it. It almost looked like a battle arena, and it was as big as one as well, almost the same size as the Colosseum. What she noticed, though, was in the sizable arena-like area on the ground, there were several engravings, symbols, and patterns. It almost looked like something drawn out of a magic book.
"You think this is something as simple as a hologram? We wouldn't be so foolish to use something that Logan Green could disable," Magnus stated. "There are many things that the world has lost, ancient powers that would use the energy of crystals and the energy that is around us, a world of magic. Even if someone was to fly over this place, all they would see is a simple island. All the spaceships we arrive in are being broken down and sunken into the sea as we speak. No one would ever be able to find you, not that someone would come looking for you in the first place."
Jessica noticed something else happening. She placed her hand on her chest. As soon as she entered this area, a surge of power was consuming her. All the people that were around her, every single one of them that were here, and there were at least 200 or so, they were all vampires, and relatively strong ones as well. It was causing Jessica's power to fluctuate quite a bit. Most likely, the barrier did more than just change the outside appearance. Magnus turned around, noticing that Jessica seemed to be in a bit of distress.
"What's this?"
Magnus said, as he went up to her, and immediately pulled her head up by her hair. She gritted her teeth, and energy was flowing through her.
"I don't think it's the best idea to touch me now," Jessica said.
"You mean you think you can beat me?" Magnus tapped the ground, and as he did, a strange circle appeared underneath the two. Jessica felt like she could no longer move, and with his other hand, he shoved a pill right down into her throat. "That right there should paralyze your body for a couple of hours. It works fairly quickly, and as you said before, we need you alive. So I don't want you to go ahead and try to kill yourself," Magnus stated. Magnus, much like Vincent and Richard, was into research as well, only he was into researching poisons. He would travel far and wide, and planet to planet, trying to come up with his own special poisons that would allow him to do a number of things, and this was just one of the many he developed just for him.
"We don't need you to do anything in the first place. We just need your powers."
Magnus looked right into Jessica's eye, and he noticed something. Instantly he reached up and pulled out something from Jessica's eye. He was quick, fast, and rough, causing Jessica to have massive eye pain, and her eye instantly went bloodshot.
"What is this, a contact? You were wearing contacts. Ha! And you want this world to still continue on the way it is, when you have to go around pretending to be something you're not. That's brilliant,"
Magnus said, as he grabbed Jessica, placing her body under his arm. He then jumped from his position and landed in the center circle. Jessica was trying to fight back. She was trying to move, but just as Magnus said, she was unable to feel her body responding to her at all. It was a strange sensation, especially considering she could still feel all the rising energy inside her. In the very center, what looked like a metallic bed started to rise up vertically, so it looked more like a door. Jessica was strapped in this time and locked up just in case the poison started to wear off.
"All right, everyone, it's time to move into your positions," Magnus shouted.
All the workers that had been preparing things so far started to jump down into the arena-like space, and each of them was standing on a symbol. All of them were looking for a place, and then all were facing in the direction of where Jessica was.
"When the device turns on, all of our power will be extracted from us. In doing so, it will be directed to you, Jessica," Magnus explained. "With that, your Dhampir power will grow far stronger than any energy you have been able to contain ever before.
With this device, the energy will shoot up into the air, opening up a portal to another world, opening up the portal so Immortui can finally join us, Magnus said. So let's not waste any more time. The dream Jessica had, it seemed like it was soon going to become reality. The vampires were busy getting into position around the metal-like arena, while a few of them seemed to be doing a few last-minute adjustments to the machines around it. Jessica wondered why they even needed all of these things in the first place to do what they were going to do.
They will be here. They will protect me. They will stop that bad dream from happening. I have to believe in them. I have to believe in Quinn, right?
Jessica thought. Even though Quinn himself wasn't involved, he had ordered the others to look over her. At least, that's what she thought. While all the vampires were gathering, she could already feel the energy rising, and she looked at them. Some of them she had recognized, vampire groups that had already started to make a name for themselves as travelers. Some looked to have the clothes and armor of those living in the settlement, even vampires that had done great acts in the past but had claimed to now be retired. Last, she even saw a large number of them wearing the Vampire Corps uniform. There were those she didn't recognize, most likely from different departments, but then she could see captains and squad leaders that even though they weren't in her department, she had met once or twice through meetings.
These were all in the ships from before that were coming to the island. It was all of these people working on this project. Immortui has been able to infiltrate the vampire population strongly.
Her eyes were glued to one person, and she wanted to shake her head, but she was unable to, due to the strange effects of the pill.
No, not you two. How did he get to you? When did he get to you?
Jessica screamed in her head. As she saw Barbara, the chief of her own Vampire Corps base, standing in the large circle staring straight ahead. It made her think that there was possibly no escape. If Magnus had failed in capturing her, then one of the people she believed in, one of the people she had trusted, would have found a way for her to get into Immortui's hands. Seeing Barbara like so, it had taken all of the hope out of her.
If even someone like her can be controlled, someone so close to me, then all of this will just continue, even after Magnus. I have no one anymore.
The machine had been turned on, and the symbols on the ground started to light up. As they did, the vampires were covered in their red aura from head to toe. Jessica's heart was thumping louder and faster than before. Her whole body felt like it was on fire. Just like the vampires, her own aura was now covering her on the outside. From head to toe, she was covered in a yellow aura. It's only a matter of time now, Magnus thought. The others were already on a spaceship heading toward the island. They were going there as fast as they could. Now they knew where Jessica and Magnus were, and they had heard everything. Unfortunately, it was as Quinn feared. Jessica was the key to opening up a portal to another world.
From what we heard, it appears that this facility must have been built on another weak point, where the separation between the two worlds is weaker,
Agent 4 was explaining. Immortui needs to channel the energy in some way, so they have created a device that will help accelerate the power as well as craft a more permanent magic circle. Everyone was listening intently. They now had a few more people who were on board and helping out with the task. Agent 4, Logan, just in case he was needed, and Andy had asked to be taken along, now that he knew the truth of the matter.
"This is not your fault, Quinn," Logan said, seeing the look on his face.
"We had no clue where these weak points were, nor what Magnus needed to do with Jessica. You have to think about it as well. Do you really think that Magnus just marked all of those vampires just now? That he managed to build a facility in just a week or so? No. Most likely, he had all of these marked for a long time. Immortui is that type of person. He is determined to get out of where he is. All of this had to have been planned for a long time now. We are just realizing his actions now." Hearing Logan speak, Quinn looked directly at Agent 4, who had caught his eye as well, and both of them smiled, while Agent 4 gave him a little nod, confirming that he still remembered what the two had talked about.
"There is still another thing," Agent 4 stated. "This island and facility might have a number of different protections that have been put up, things that we have never seen before. Firstly, Magnus and his poison, and secondly, the use of magic.
Magic is something that we hardly understand, even myself. I have only done research into magic circles. The circles, as stated before, with the symbols are like a code. It's almost as if you are running a program, telling the circle what to do with the energy source. There is already this mirage that Jessica spoke of, that we will need to deal with. The group was tense, but to them, the threat of magic couldn't be too strong. After all, they used vampire aura and faced countless people with different abilities. How much different could magic be compared to that? The ship could see the island in sight, and Logan did a quick scan. His device was unable to detect any sign of life at all on the island. However, the tracker clearly stated that Jessica was here. At least it was the last place that she was at. "What's the plan?" Andy asked. "Are we going to go on the ground and try to sneak in, or somehow try to break this magic barrier?" Using his shadow powers, Quinn had passed through the ship and was now standing at the very top. "We don't know how long we have, or what will happen to Jessica after this. We don't have time to be worrying about a magic barrier." Quinn lifted both of his hands up, and his eyes started to glow red. In the air, right above the entire island, particles of red aura were gathering. They were forming into a particular shape. As he was gathering his aura, he started to think of all that he had failed. All that he had let die, due to Immortui and Magnus's doing. He couldn't let Jessica die. He couldn't let Immortui get his way. "Is that a giant blood sword?" Hickel asked. "I guess we're not going to sneak in." The large sword made of blood was hovering in the air. Andy was looking at it in amazement. He had never seen so much blood aura being used in a pure form like so. He had seen Quinn fight a few times, but never directly, and never like this. It was quite clear that the rumors of the accomplishments that he was able to achieve, that they weren't exaggerated in the slightest. If anything, they were downplayed. Even the original leaders looking at Quinn doing something with such ease just felt like if they were with him, they could do anything. "Let's get Jessica," Quinn said. As he swung his hands down, the blood sword moved with it. The giant sword looked as if it was a weapon that had fallen from the heavens, fallen from some kind of giant in the skies. From down below, each of them looked up, as they could feel the energy and the large shadow that was cast above them. "What in the world? What is that?" one of the vampires shouted and pointed, looking at the sky. Although they were all in the facility hidden by the magic, they could still see everything clearly from their side, and that included the sword. As it touched the trees, a bubble of energy was seen flashing around the place. The sword had red sparks surrounding it, as it was trying to get through whatever the shield was around it. "I can see it! I can see the facility!" Andy stated, looking out the window. What were just trees moments ago now was a large facility, and looking closely, they could see Jessica tied up. However, the large blood sword hadn't pierced through the shield that was protecting the place. The power of the sword was still pulsating aura around the whole thing, and it looked like the shield was doing the same back. "Will the shield hold up?" Barbara asked. Not only her, but the rest of the vampires were concerned, because if the shield was to break, then whoever had created that thing in the first place would have free rein to attack them all. "The shield is not easy to break. There are countless magic circles built around the facility," Magnus answered. "We have used all the resources we had to power those magic circles, all the demon-tier crystals we have gathered, and the demigod-tier crystals as well. There's a lot of power in this shield. If it was going to break, then it would have broken already." Hearing all of the vampires mumbling to each other, there was one thing Jessica realized. Not all of them were being mind-controlled by the being called Immortui. From the sounds of it, many were willingly helping him like Magnus, and that included Barbara. When one was being controlled or forced to do things, Immortui would take over their actions, but in this case, they were still acting like themselves. She wondered what had Immortui promised them, what had he done for them to go over to his side. Regardless, all of the commotion had caused her to raise her head, and when she looked up at the large blood sword, she could also see a ship not too far off from it. "Is it them? Did they come to save me?" Jessica thought. She wondered who would have such power, though, to break the shield. Maybe if there were more of the original leaders, then they could produce something like this, but Jessica was overestimating the original leaders. Without the absolute blood control that was given to the kings, It would have been near impossible for them to do something like this. In the ship itself, they could see that the large blood sword wasn't going to be enough to break the barrier, and eventually all of the energy from the sword would disappear. "The sword isn't enough. It needs more power," Edvard stated. "Should we help? If we use all our strength and our attacks as well, maybe we can break the barrier." The other leaders and Andy nodded, but Logan remained calm. "Everyone, you can do your part when it is needed, but for now you should trust Quinn. Do you really think this is the only thing he can do? This is the man who can overcome anything." It was true. If possible, Quinn didn't want to go all out in this attack, and the reason was simple. He didn't want to hurt Jessica by accident, nor did he want to hurt anyone that was possibly being controlled by Imortui. Using his hands again, he gathered energy, and soon, right above the island, something else was forming. More correctly, there were two objects that were forming in the air. The blood aura started to gather the same as before, aura coming out from his hands, and the red in Quinn's eyes growing stronger. When everyone could finally see what Quinn had created, they were left blown away. "Just how much blood aura does this guy have?" Edvard said. "I will just say I am happy that I decided never to go against him properly when I was unsure about who he was. I feel a bit sorry for Grenlet now. Now I understand why he would break down whenever he heard Quinn's name." In the air, hovering from the clouds, there were two more giant blood swords. They were just as large as the first one, and had just as much condensed blood energy as well. "Fall," Quinn said, his eyes glinting red for a second. As the command was given, the two large swords dropped down. They crashed into the shield, and now all three swords pulsed with energy. The shield looked like it was ready to crumble at any moment, yet it still managed to hold up, but it didn't seem like it would be the case for so much longer. "Just one more push!" Quinn, with his blood control, now controlled the swords, pushing them further into the shield and empowering them with the third stage of ki from a distance. The vast amount of power crashed into and crushed the shield in an instant. The swords were still there, while the shield was broken. "You said the shield would hold out," Barbara said. "It would have if we were going up against an ordinary opponent," Magnus replied. "It looks like the star of the show has eventually turned up." Jessica, seeing the shield having broken, and the three large blood swords, couldn't believe there was such power. There was only one person in her mind that was capable of doing such a thing. A lump was building up in her throat as she thought about who it could be. "No, it couldn't be. Why would he come for me? Why would he care for me? I'm not anyone important to him. He has his own family to protect, a whole settlement to run," Jessica told herself, but she wanted to believe it was him. "What are we going to do? If we just stand here, those blood swords will kill us," Barbara shouted. "Don't worry, I have analyzed his personality well," Magnus said, as the blood swords were falling toward them. "He won't kill us. He is too worried about hurting people, and he especially wouldn't want to hurt her." The blood swords continued to fall until they were only 50 feet away from hitting the facility. They stayed in the air, directly in front of them for a few moments. All of the vampires could feel the powerful energy. Even if they were to attack the swords together with all of their might, they believed that they would have never been able to disperse the blood swords. Yet they exploded into blood particles at that moment, turning into nothing but red dust. "See, what did I tell you? We don't have to worry about the swords. This man is too mentally weak to win this battle against us. He will never be able to beat Imortui." The ship was seen hovering above, and it was time for them to descend. The top of the spaceship's glass door opened up, and everyone was ready. "Me and Agent 4 will wait above, and will come to support you when the area is cleared up," Logan stated. The others nodded. "It's time for us to go," Quinn said, as he jumped first off the ship toward the facility. The rest quickly followed him, jumping out after him. All of them were falling to the ground. The vampires below, seeing this, readied their powers and started to fire out blood aura toward them. Blood swipes, blood bullets, beast weapons mixed with blood, all sorts of attacks went towards them. The others were ready to attack back, to block the attacks, but Quinn spread out the shadow from around him, covering the area where they were. Including the others, as the attacks hit the shadow, they were unable to do anything. Finally, Quinn and the others landed right on the ground, in the middle of the facility, unhurt, without a scratch on their body. "Magnus," Quinn said, "today is the day you die." Quinn and the others had arrived, landing at the edge of the facility. They were close to a number of terminals, and yet there was no worker right where they were. That's because they were all in the arena-like place down below, all of them providing their power straight toward Jessica. "What's with that disguise?" Magnus said. "Do you think you can trick me with that? With as much energy coming off from you, it can only be you, Quinn Talon." Jessica looked up as she heard the name, and the other vampires in question were also wondering what Magnus was talking about. They all knew Quinn Talon was the one who they were going to have to face off against, and on top of that, where was he? None of them could see him. "I see. I guess you're right. There's no need for this thing because I'm going to put a stop to it all." Quinn reached out to his face and scratched it with his fingernails, leaving a red claw mark behind. The mask on his face fell, crumbling into separate segments. As the pieces fell to the floor, everyone was able to see the familiar face, the leader of the vampire settlement, the hero, and the vampire that was practically referred to as a god. "What's wrong?" Magnus said, as he could feel uneasy tension behind him. "You all knew that we would be going up against him. Did you think he would just never turn up? Remember who we have on our side. They may call him a god, but that is a name only. The one we serve is the real vampire god, our creator Immortui." Hearing the talk of Quinn, Jessica looked right ahead. She couldn't believe it. Her heart almost felt like it was about to tear apart, as an overwhelming amount of emotions came to her. Of all people, the people she believed wouldn't come or help her, of all the people she could trust, the one and only Quinn was here for her. Just like he was back then, he was here once again. "Quinn!" Jessica shouted out. "Save me!" She screamed at the top of her lungs. It was more than a cry for help. The depression could be felt. "We need to stop those vampires from powering her," Edvard said. "It might be best if we deal with them from here." Magnus started to laugh out loud as he heard what Edvard said. "It seems you are smarter than you look, and smarter than you have been before, but it's too late. The second you guys came here, you fell for it. You fell for everything. I would like to thank you all for coming here, because if you never did, then this plan would have never worked." There was a worry in the back of Quinn's mind, a worry that had always been there from the beginning. Immortui claimed that he was the one that he needed, but how would Quinn even be used to open the portal? When they heard about Jessica's power and the way it worked, he thought that maybe, just maybe, he would be the trigger he needed to open the portal, but could Magnus really guess that Quinn would save Jessica? Especially when he was disguised, and there was no news of him being anywhere. Whatever the case was, it seemed Quinn's fears were true. Magnus stomped on the ground, and all of the strange runes and shapes on the platform they were on started to glow brightly. The red energy, instead of going to Jessica, went up in the air, and now above them there was another magic circle. It was floating, moving about in the air, twisting and turning. Seeing this, Quinn went to attack it, throwing out a blood swipe. When it hit the magic circle in the air, though, it went right through it, and the magic circle continued to move. "With this, not a single person's energy on the island will go to waste." Underneath Quinn and all the others, they could see the ground glowing. The same special runes that were in the metal arena were now also under them. Not just them, but everywhere they looked, they could see runes all over the place. Before they knew it, power was flowing out of them, out of their control, and all of it was going right to Jessica in the center. The second it hit her, the entirety of her eyes went yellow. There was a glow all over her body, and lifting her head up toward the sky, she opened her mouth. An energy beam consumed her whole body and went up far in the sky. It shot through the center of the magic circle and continued to go up until it reached the clouds. When it did, the energy blast had somewhat stopped, splitting the clouds apart and starting to hit one area. As it did, a strange hole started to appear from the sky. It was slowly growing larger, and they could see it, a red sky. All of them on the island started to feel a strange sense of pressure on their chest. It was hard for them to even stand. "Is this the power of the other world? Why does it feel so heavy?" Hickle said. "Is this power coming from the creatures from the other world?"
It was the opening of a portal to the other world. The only two people that seemed to be unaffected by the strange energy was Magnus and Quinn. "Ha ha ha! Go ahead and kill me, but even if you do, it won't change anything. Those magic circles were to run ahead without me either way, even if I was dead or alive. The only thing we needed was for you to come here, Quinn, and you did. You are the reason why Imortui will be able to come to this world." Up above in the spaceship, Agent 4 and Logan were looking at the yellow energy shining at the portal above. "We planned for this to happen. Are you still able to complete the task?" Logan asked. "I have made many preparations, and have studied the magic circles from back then, and from the past of the vampires with your knowledge. I completely understand the language that is being used. We still have time. This is the same as last time. Although a portal has been opened, it's more of a crack than anything. Certain beings will be able to pass through, but those on the same level of strength as Imortui will not. At the moment, he cannot pass through. If we reverse it before then, the portal will close." When saying these words, Agent 4 was once again looking at Quinn. Logan could see this as well, and it was clear that something was being kept from him. "We can't go down yet, though. For me to reverse the magic circle, they will need to clear the area for me. I will not risk my life," Agent 4 stated. Back on the ground, large amounts of power could be sensed, leaking through the portal as it was slowly getting bigger. "Andy, Edvard, Hickel, I will trust the three of you to save Jessica and to deal with Magnus," Quinn said. Andy had gone against Magnus before, so they knew he was strong, and this time he wasn't the only one that was in the way of them getting to Jessica. There were plenty of strong vampires as well, including a couple of vampire corps chiefs that he recognized. "As long as we get rid of all the ones down here, then Agent 4 will be able to clear the area. Was that not part of the plan?" Hickel asked. "You're right, but then who is going to deal with all the creatures who are going to come through?" Quinn looked up, and a winged creature was floating about. It looked similar to Laxmus's celestial form, and it had just as much power as well. They would never be able to deal with such a creature. "I will deal with whatever comes through that portal, which is why I am trusting you." The shadow started to cover Quinn's body from head to toe, and as it slowly disappeared from the bottom, they could see that his armor was changing. "Godslayer tier armor set has been equipped." Both Edvard and Hickel couldn't help but stare at the armor. It was glistening with such power that it had a hypnotizing effect of not letting one take their eyes away. The two had seen it before, from far away when he was battling against Ray, but now they were able to see it up close. "Do you think you will really need to use that armor?" Edvard asked, thinking that Quinn was plenty strong enough already. "It's a precaution. We don't know what will come out of there, and how soon that could change everything," Quinn said. He wasted no time, as he kicked the air and his own body started to rise. Of course, Quinn could create wings out of Shadow Blood Aura, or use another set of beast equipment, but the Godslayer boots were best, as it didn't affect his speed. He was quickly running up into the sky, and his first target was in sight. Quinn could see the large bat-like creature covered in black skin. It had a large head like that of a lion, while its wings and body structure were relatively thick, making it hard to believe that it was even able to fly in the first place. The end of Quinn's golden gauntlet started to light up, filling with power as he threw it out. A large blood fist went right through the air. By the time the creature realized an attack was coming its way and turned around, it was hit right in the center. The fist of power exploded, going through its chest and killing the creature instantly, turning it into particles of dust. "The way the creature just died, it's the same way as vampires do when they have been in the sun for too long. Regular demon blood has been absorbed. Your blood aura has already evolved. There will be no effects granted." The blood fist that Quinn had used was the blood forest fist, which allowed him to absorb some of the opponent's blood that he attacked. Before he had used a blood bullet on one of these creatures that had come out of the portal. When he had done so, the message stating he had absorbed blood from a demon appeared, and it allowed his blood aura to increase in power, to be far stronger than any other vampire in terms of just blood aura. Yet there was no effect this time. What he did make a note of was that, just like last time, there were different levels of demons. "I've gotten a lot stronger, though. With the Godslayer tier armor set, just one blood fist is enough to defeat a demon who was considered extremely strong," Quinn thought. Just as he had this thought, when looking up, he could see a whole fleet of the same type of creature pouring out from the portal. It was like a group of bats. They flew through the air, and their wings created an ear-piercing noise, along with their mouth, as they flew down into the world. Immediately, one of them came towards Quinn. Spinning his body, he avoided a quick bite attack. Swinging his leg back, he kicked down hard, right at the neck of the beast, breaking its bones in an instant and sending it hurtling into the sea. Another was right in front of Quinn's face, with its mouth open wide, but it was met with Quinn's fist instead. It shattered all of its teeth, and its head crunched up into its body as it was sent off far into the distance. If there is one thing these demons do have, it seems like they have no fear. Even though I can deal with them quickly, seeing their friends and allies killed like that, they're still coming at me with no hesitation. Not even beasts act like this. They have some sense. The swarm of giant bat-like creatures, though, started to become a problem as well, as he could see they were spreading out. Seeing how some had come towards Quinn, the others were now heading out and spreading through the sky. Who knew what complications it would have if creatures from another world started to mix in with theirs? Some had even spotted the ship that Logan and Agent 4 were inside of. I need to deal with them all at once, Quinn thought, as he kicked the air and turned back to look at the portal above him. His hands started to glow, and his 2 hands had turned into 6 in total. Blood fist barrage! Swinging all 6 of his fists, Quinn let out fierce blood bullets into the portal. They were raining upward into the sky like bullets, and they were taking out the bat creatures like bullets as well. As they pierced their vitals, they were disappearing one after the other. The sky was clearing up, but he knew the longer the portal would stretch open, the more dangerous beings would start to come through. The ground needs to be cleared quicker for a safe landing. Once they clear the area, we need to work on the portal straight away. I don't know how much time we have, Agent 4 declared. As soon as Quinn had left to deal with the portal up above, there was a part of the vampire original leaders that had hoped that it would stop Jessica from using her powers. But it seemed that she had already gotten whatever it was she needed to now power the portal. So even if they weren't there, Jessica's power would continue to run rampant. The reason why this was clear was because all of the vampires that had been used to power Jessica before and were standing in certain places were moving, and specifically they were taking on the 3 of them below. Both Edvard and Hickel placed their hands down on the ground, creating a blood barrier. A flurry of blood swipes had come right at the 3 of them. Don't underestimate us originals so much, Edvard smiled. Although there were so many blood swipes coming from so many strong vampires, they were still able to block them using their own blood aura. These people, they would have shaken in fear in the past if they knew who they were going up against, and now they're just willingly attacking us, Edvard complained. It seems we need to stop living in the past, Hickel stated. Regardless, if we are just creating this barrier, then our power will slowly drain away. It looks like Magnus is staying by Jessica's side, in case we try to do anything to her. Well, I guess there is an easy way to stop this. I mean, if we kill Jessica, that would be the end of this all, but of course, Quinn would never allow us to do that, Edvard said, and I am a lot more scared of him than I am of Emor Tui. Let me deal with the others, Andy said from behind. I will deal with all the vampires that are in the area. The 2 of you will need to deal with Magnus. I already lost to him. I know I am not strong enough to beat him. He is one with many tricks, so I believe that there might be a need for the 2 of you. Trust me, Andy said, a strong determination in his eyes, and having pulled his greatsword ready for a fight. All right, new guy, show us what you got. Clear a way for us, so we can get straight to Magnus, Edvard said. As soon as Andy heard those words, he jumped up high in the air. With his string attached to his large great sword, he swung it behind him dangling in place, and then swung it over his head. It was almost as if his large great sword was on a type of chain. It crashed into the metal ground, and surprisingly, only left a scratch. It was made of a strong metal, that was for sure. Still, the impact of the attack caused blood aura to swoop down the middle and rise like a tidal wave, disrupting the vampires from their attack. As soon as Andy landed on the floor in front of them, he swung the great sword. It crashed, hitting many of the vampires right in their side. The strength was far too much for them to handle, and they were lucky that Andy was using the back of the blade. Otherwise,
they would have been split in half. While all of the commotion was going on, and with the vampires more split up and further apart, both Edvard and Hickle ran forward. While running, Hickle decided to aid Andy just a bit, as he threw his blood to the other side, and his blood exploded, sending the vampires flying away. They soon stopped, as they reached the center of the arena. Now in front of them, there was Magnus and Jessica right there. "You will not get the best of me," Magnus said, as his body was transforming into its celestial form, using the power that had been given to him by Immortui. "The kid did his job, so we need to do ours now," Edvard said with a smile. All 6 of Quinn's arms were moving at a fast speed, and the barrage didn't stop, as the attacks killed everything in sight. There was no sign of the bat-like creatures, and they couldn't even be seen pouring out from the portal anymore. This was all because of Quinn's attack, which was getting rid of them before they could even come to the other side completely. From the spaceship that was floating in the air from the side, Agent 4 and Logan were watching everything that was going on. "We can't just stay here and watch the others fight," Logan said, as he tapped the ship's console, bringing up a screen of what was going on below. They could see Andy fighting with the others. He was using his overwhelming strength to punch through the attacks. Some he was taking head-on and allowing his body to heal, and other times he was swinging his sword, hitting them far and into the distance. "It looks like down below has cleared up quite a bit. We need to get to work," Logan said. "There is a possibility that they could still hurt us," Agent 4 stated. "The place needs to be clear first." "I never thought you were like this," Logan said, shaking his head. "I thought the low-digit numbers from Pure were meant to be strong. What happened to you? Although you are a researcher, you have strength. Me and you will be good enough to defend ourselves. It's not like we're weak." In the middle of their conversation, they heard the loud bangs stop for a moment. The bangs that they could hear were each time Quinn's fists would stop in the air. Ripples of explosions were being created just from his punches alone, regardless of the aura that was being used with them. The reason why Quinn had stopped was because something else was starting to come through the portal. The yellow energy was still hitting the sky, and slowly the portal was opening up wider and wider. It had grown almost to the size of a large cloud itself. It made him wonder what a complete opening of the portal would look like. Even when looking in, one was still unable to see the other world clearly. It was almost like a mist that was constantly flowing, showing everything as a blur on the other side. What was coming through the portal part now, though, was a large blue-skinned hand. It was gigantic, far bigger than anything the others had seen. It looked like a human hand, apart from the skin color and the sharp-colored nails. "This is even bigger than Athos," Quinn thought, "and it is bigger than the demon tear dragon as well. Is this another demon?" Both Agent 4 and Logan could see the giant hand slowly moving out. "Oh, will you look at that? The area. It looks clearer than it did before. I think Andy is doing a really good job after all. Why don't we head down?" Agent 4, for some reason, seemed to quickly change his mind, and Logan could guess why. Seeing the giant hand, Quinn decided to do something first. This looked different from the demons he was fighting just a moment ago, and from its power it certainly was different. "Is this on the same level as the other demon I killed? The one that had come out of the portal last time? Didn't Minnie tell me he called himself a general or something?" Quinn thought. He was unsure if this giant creature was on the same level as the demon general he fought last time, or was stronger, but just in case, he gathered a blood fist and threw it out right at the hand. It hit the center of the palm. It didn't cover much surface area at all, but the attack was strong enough to cause the hand to be pushed back and flinch a little. "Demon blood has been absorbed. Blood aura is unable to evolve. Blood aura is at a higher level." The system seemed to give him a bit more information than last time, and he could only assume it was because this was a different type of demon, and that wasn't the last of the system messages either. "A variety of demon blood has been absorbed. The system is now able to create a demon tier list. Demon, lesser demon, greater demon, demon general. The list will be updated as the system gains more access to different blood types." "Oh, this is very interesting. It looks like after absorbing their blood, I can tell what strength the demon is at, and then using my inspect skill, I can see the grade of the demon. Looking at the large hand, the inspect skill was already active, and where it would show nothing before, it now had a word by it. Greater demon. Quinn looked past the giant hand and could see one of the bat creatures he was fighting before. He was wondering what strength that would be at. Demon. The lowest grade, and they were that strong. I can imagine that some of the vampire leaders might have struggled against just those bat creatures. Still, I was able to beat the demon general tier with the guns last time. This isn't any stronger, it's just bigger, so I'll just need a bigger weapon, Quinn thought to himself. The extra arms disappeared. He was fighting against a mass amount of enemies, and although he probably could use them to eventually destroy this giant demon, he thought there was a more efficient way. With his blood aura, one of his favorite weapons was created in his hand. A giant blood spear had been formed, but not only that. With the power of the gauntlets, Quinn was able to also add additional effects to the weapon that he would make, just like the blood fists. I have the blood fairy type fist, key fist, and dampier fist. It would be nice to add one of these to the spear to see how effective it could be, but the dampier energy might have an effect on the portal as well, so I have to be careful. With that carefulness in mind, Quinn had opened to apply the blood fairy effect onto the spear. Go back to where you came from, Quinn shouted as he hurled the spear. It spun while in the air and went right through the palm of the demon's hand, ripping a large hole in the center, showing only the fingers. It carried on going through the forearm, but beyond that, he had no idea how far the spear went. When looking closely, though, at the greater demon, the fingers could be seen turning a slightly different shade of blue. Is this the effect of the fairy blood? Quinn thought. Although demons aren't vampires, vampires are demons. These are creations of Immortui, or beings from the other world. Since fairy blood affects vampires, I thought there was a good chance it would affect demons as well. Sooner rather than later, though, the giant hand started to turn into small particles, before he could even test the effectiveness of the fairy blood. Although I was unable to see the effects, I'm sure there will be more that will come through that portal, and it would be good to test out how effective all the different traits are that I can add before I decide to leave this place, Quinn thought. Andy was using his strength as best as he could. He was swinging his large sword, knocking the vampires out, but he was careful to use the flat side of the sword. He didn't want to harm them, and in doing so, it was proving quite difficult. He jumped back in the air, and several blood swipes came toward him, swinging the great sword. He smashed his sword through the blood swipes, landing back on the ground. They're covering for each other, and it looks like they got quite a high supply of blood as well. Every time that I'm busy knocking one person out, they're healing the others. Going up against this many is harder than I thought, especially when I'm trying not to kill them. One of the vampires came in fast, faster than he expected, but with his fast reflexes, Andy was able to grab his hand and twist it under him, and hitting it with the bottom of his sword, he smashed the bones in the vampire's arm. After a kick sent him to the ground, he used his string ability and started to tie him up. This could work if I injure them to this point, and then... With the tied-up vampire, Andy threw him behind him as he was starting a pile, and then standing in front of the tied-up vampire, he was going to try and stop anyone from getting close. A swing of his sword, a punch, a kick, and then tying up again. One by one, Andy was doing his job as he took them out. Swinging his sword once more, trying to hit one of the vampire's arms. Before it clashed, a strike came out full of blood aura, hitting the sword dead on at an angle, causing it to swing up into the air. Andy was quite surprised. Although he wasn't using his full strength for fear of killing the vampires, someone was able to deflect the attack, although his surprise soon came to an end when he realized who it was. "Barbara!" Andy called out. She stood there, with beast gear on both her hands. They were a set of claws that would extend out from the knuckles. They were glowing with a bright red color, and an immense amount of heat was coming out of them. If I remember correctly, Barbara is one of the few that has a demon-tier beast weapon in her possession, Andy thought. "Barbara, I can see that you aren't possessed like the others, but you have the marking on your head," Andy stated. "How could you do this? How could you willingly go against and kidnap one of your own? Why are you doing this?" "I have my reasons, Andy," Barbara stated back. "One life, for the sake of bringing back those I care about. Is that not good enough?" She charged forward with both of the clawed hands, creating flames behind her. At last, she swung it toward Andy, and a spiral came out from them. Lifting his sword up, he blocked the spiral of flames, but felt a stabbing pain in his right side that was starting to heat up. Slamming his foot on the ground, the whole metallic structure started to shake slightly. While Barbara was trying to balance herself, Andy was able to pull out of that position. Blood splattered on the ground, and the inside of Andy felt like he was heating up slightly, but he was still standing strong. "You have been blinded with whatever he has promised you," Andy said. "We all have lost those we care about. I even lost my mother. Do you think that I don't want to bring her back?" "But can't you see? Jessica's life is not ours to take. It's not fair to do trades like that, and her life is not the only one that has been lost. What about those in her squad? What about the ones that have been possessed? All of them have lost their lives. All of them trusted you as their boss. And look at what you have done." Andy came charging in, and he swung his sword. In the middle of his swing, he could see several of the other vampires approach him from the side. He had to quickly adjust himself, as he let go of the sword for a moment and ducked down, avoiding their hits. With his two fists, he punched one in the gut, sending him flying up in the air off in the distance, somewhere on the island, and quickly turned and hit the other on the head. As he did, his head slammed into the ground, and the vampire was no longer moving. "Crap! In my haste I hit him a bit too hard. That one is now dead," Andy thought. It was what he had been trying to avoid this whole time, but in a desperate situation, what else could he do? Now that he had somewhat gotten rid of those that were close to him, around the area, he could focus on Barbara. "Wait, where is she? Where did she go?" Andy thought as he looked around. There were crowds of vampires in his way, blocking him from trying to locate her, and he was sure that she would be up to no good. These vampires, most of them were like a hive mind working together, but the ones they really needed to worry about were the vampires that were like Magnus and Barbara, the ones that had free thinking to do as they wished. In the meantime, both Logan and Agent 4 had landed on the outskirts of the facility. They were slowly approaching the area, trying to not get noticed by the vampires around them. In Agent 4's hand, he had a device that was glowing red. It looked like a piece of lipstick in his hand, but with a glowing red end. While creeping onto the arena part, Agent 4 knelt down and looked at the special symbol that was engraved. "Now, all I need to do is alter all of these. That should take a bit of time," Agent 4 said. "You know, I have a vast mind and I have the knowledge of Eno, but I have never been able to quite understand these symbols fully. It amazed me how you are able to comprehend this," Logan commented. "That's because your mind is too straightforward," Agent 4 replied, while continuing to alter the symbol on the ground. "You see, for you, things need to make sense in your head. You have to understand the reason behind every action, but with this, sometimes there is no need. It's more of an artist expressing themselves, which is why it's harder for you to understand." A vampire at that moment had approached, which startled Agent 4 quite a bit. He had paused, messing up the symbol he was drawing, as he wanted to pull out a certain device from his pocket. Before the vampire could reach them, though, a laser blasted him away, right in the stomach. "I will keep my own inventions," Logan said, his hand having converted into a blaster. Beast energy was used for the power output, and dealing with these vampires, they would have no problem at all. "You just keep expressing your art." Agent 4 carried on with Logan helping out. That was until a certain vampire came their way. Logan fired his blaster toward her, but with her deadly claws, she ripped through the laser blast attack, and then swinging her own claw hand, a spiral of flames went right toward Logan. His arm started to change into that of a metallic shield, and as the tornado flame hit, the fire dispersed up, but started to push him back. "It seems that she is quite a strong one. Should I start worrying a little bit now?" Agent 4 said. He had pulled out the weapon he was planning to use before. One of the inventions that had been created by Pure in the past was a key gun. Using it, it used the key from the person and fired it out right toward the vampire, but she was too fast, avoiding all of the hits. She can tell where the bullets are going even if they are invisible. Maybe she can sense the power in the air currents or something. This might become difficult for us, Agent 4 thought. Logan was getting ready to act. He was planning for a tough battle ahead of them. That was until a set of strings were tied around the woman's hands. They then tied around her legs as well, and she was being pulled back and slowed down. Landing right in front of her, Andy was there, with red blood strings in one hand and a large sword in the other. "There is no way for you to break these strings based on the way I have tied you up," Andy stated. "Barbara, I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to kill you, but I can see you are willing to do whatever you can for your goal. But most of all, the reason I didn't want to kill you is because I knew Jessica would be upset at your loss. I'm sorry." Andy raised his hand, and it grew in size. It swung down the giant sword. Barbara was gathering her blood aura, trying to break the strings. They were withering away, but Andy was able to use more strings to tie her up. There were vampires that were attempting to help her, but both Agent 4 and Logan continued to blast them away, knowing full well that they needed to get rid of this vampire. The large blade went right down the center of Barbara, finishing her off there and then. She had been killed. Andy was only able to stay in silence for a second. That was all he could give her on this battlefield. "You two, you need to get to work, and fast. I don't want to keep killing my own kind. Please close that portal up," Andy requested as he went off, continuing his struggle. Quinn really wasn't sure if his spear attack had defeated the greater demon, but it didn't seem to be willing to come out of the portal anymore. Instead, more of the bat-like creatures had come through, and soon other flying creatures were seen coming out of the portal. These had larger wingspans than the bat-like creatures and smaller frames. At the same time, they moved slightly faster in the air as well. With the blood forest fist formed, Quinn threw it out. The fists were just as fast as the blood bullets, so even though the winged demons were faster than the bat-like ones, he was able to hit it cleanly, killing it in a single hit. But it wasn't his aim to just kill the creature. "Lesser demon tier blood has been absorbed." "I see. So this is a step up from the bat-like creatures, but they seem to be just as high in number." Using his boots, several puffs of clouds appeared, and there were now 3 Quinns. While the original Quinn continued to swing his arms out, firing away the blood fists, the others were working on something else instead. They were using the blood control to create the 1,000 blood swords. Controlling them, they flew about through the air, going right through the winged creatures. The blood swords had enough condensed blood that they wouldn't disappear after killing them as well. That was the good thing about the clones created by the boots. They were still able to do everything that Quinn could. It was just at 50% of the power, but if they got hit lightly, they would disappear. In this case, where his enemies weren't even getting close to him, he could use multiple different skills. With this, I can keep anything that comes through the portal at bay. Hopefully the ones down below are doing well. However, it's only a matter of time until stronger demons come through. I just hope if all goes well, I get a signal from Agent 4. While Andy was busy fighting the rest of the vampires spread out across the arena-like platform, in the center where Jessica currently was, there was a large-scale battle going on. Magnus was standing in front of her. He had finished his transformation looking the same as he did before. The skull-like mask on the top half of his head, the centipede-like arms stretched and emitted a strange green goo. It was hard to still call him a vampire. Immediately, the first one to attack was Magnus. He stretched out his hand from his position, the large segments extending. There were 2 of them aiming right for the vampire originals. The 2 of them split up, both heading in opposite directions. Edvard had leaped, changing his path, heading straight for Magnus. "You are one ugly thing," Edvard shouted. "You don't even deserve to be called a vampire." He swung his arm, creating a large blood swipe, but his centipede-like hand retracted in time, blocking the attack. "Aren't you the least bit concerned about your friend?" A smile was revealed by Magnus as he moved his hand. When Edvard turned his head, he could see that Hickel was trapped. There was a glowing mark underneath him. No doubt he had used his power. "Damn it! Did he set up traps all over the place? When did he do that?" Edvard thought. "I guess in the end I was just lucky to avoid them all." Seeing his friend trapped, he was fighting against the centipede-like arm. Hickle had his hand stretched out, holding onto the strong pincers. The green goo was spilling onto the floor, and part of it was going onto his skin, burning as smoke could be seen. Edvard held out his hand, holding it with the other by its elbow for support. Blood started to gather around the palm, and blasting out was a blood cannon worth of energy. It crashed into the side of the centipede-like hand, bending it slightly. It caused Magnus to retreat his hand back. Now both of the arms had retracted. Magnus extended them both, and they were going after Edvard this time instead. Rather than retreating back or attacking the arms, though, he charged right ahead. "You fool! You really have no idea how much power I have, how much power Imortui has given me!" Magnus shouted. The arms started to change in motion as if they were alive. They swirled around, going in different patterns, still heading toward Edvard. It was hard for him to see exactly where the attack was going to come from, but he didn't worry about that. "Did you forget who I am, Magnus?" Edvard asked. "I have survived this long, even though I was meant to die multiple times, and it's all due to my power." Magnus knew Edvard's power well, but what was he going to do in this situation? Appearing from above was none other than Hickle. "Remember, there's two of us you have to go against." Hickle swung his arm, and rather than a blood swipe, there was a large amount of blood that came through the air instead. As it hit the centipede-like arms, it exploded, creating a dust cloud that went up into the air and almost covered the whole area. The power of the explosion could be felt by Andy and the others behind them. Coming out from the smoke on the other end was none other than Edvard. He grabbed Magnus right by the neck, lifted his hand full of blood aura, and punched Magnus in the head a few times. With every hit, a large amount of blood aura could be seen coming out from the other end of Magnus's head. "I know that won't be enough to kill you. We almost got you back then, and we should have executed you for what you did in the past, but you still came back. Well, we won't make the same mistake this time." Edvard punched and punched, but the strange skull mask seemed to be quite solid. It wasn't breaking, and turning his head, he looked straight at Edvard. "Your luck has managed to help you survive," you said. "Well, survive this." Magnus opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of green smoke. Immediately, Edvard could feel pain all over his eyes. It was so intense that he had to let go. Then, from above, one of Magnus's arms hit right into his back, hitting Edvard into the ground. Edvard could still feel his eyes burning, but he blindly swung his arm up, letting out a large amount of blood aura. In doing so, he had managed to hit away one of the other arms that were coming in for an attack. "Damn you and your lucky self! How can you still hit me with an attack when you can't even see?" Magnus shouted. He was annoyed because he was only inches away before injecting him with the strange liquid he had used on Andy. "Explosive fist!" Hickle shifted in at a great speed. His knuckles were covered in blood, and he hit Magnus's body right in the stomach. The explosive power hit and exploded right in the center of Magnus's body, causing his feet to slide across the ground. The edge of Hickle's hand was badly damaged from the explosion as well. His blood was explosive, but that didn't mean he was immune to his own explosive powers. "If we want to win this fight, then we have to be willing to take risks, and that includes if my life is taken as well." Magnus regained his footing and started to smile. The wound that was created in his stomach could be seen healing right in front of their eyes. It was at an amazing speed, as if a vampire had consumed alky blood. "Hickle, you were always considered one of the strongest originals due to your power. Now I understand why," Magnus stated. "But you see, people always seem to underestimate my power. Did you know that I can create a trap with any part of my body? It doesn't necessarily need to be my hands." Hickle was wondering what he meant, and it was the same for Edvard as well. "Not only that, but the trap that I can now create, thanks to the special power granted to me by Imortui, has allowed for my powers to even grow further, and the size is much larger than you can imagine." When Magnus finished speaking, it was too late. A large white circle started to light up on the floor, and it was covering not only where Hickle was, but Edvard as well. Both of them had fallen into one of Magnus's traps. "Now this time it will be a lot easier. Let's see how your luck does for you now, Edvard." Magnus stretched out his centipede-like arms the same as he did before, but both of the originals were unable to move. The pincers stabbed into both of their stomachs, and pumping into their bodies was the strange green liquid. It continued to pump the strange liquid into them, while they could do nothing but watch and feel the effects on their body. The chance of them winning against Magnus had just lessened significantly. A portal had fully broken through, which meant that there was now a connection between the two worlds. Slowly, creatures from one were pouring into the other. Some were attracted by the strange energy and the breath of air that was leaking into theirs from the other one, while others had been ordered to head in an attempt to break through by the current leader of the world, the one known as Imortui. Moving from his position, the power spread throughout the universe. A large darkened red mist was floating around, and those living in the world felt uneasy, as they felt the movement. "This is the closest I have ever been to getting out of here. It has been a long time coming," Imortui thought. Soon, those on the other planets recognized the large enigma that was moving, and went ahead to join Imortui, moving along with him. "The portal! It's only a matter of time until a rift capable of containing your power will open," one of them said. "A permanent rift will then be opened between our two worlds, allowing us to travel in and out. Our power will grow, and we will be able to take control of both worlds, and as soon as we can do as we wish, set up our own systems, and have the world set to the way it was meant to be," another creature said. "None of that matters," Imortui replied. "Most importantly, those that have been suppressing me, those that feared me and trapped me in this place as punishment, will finally get what is coming to them. The great satisfaction I will feel, seeing everything they built up crumble right in front of them. That is what I strive for, and nothing else." The two that continued to travel next to Imortui nodded. "We have sent 2 demon generals to deal with the situation. Do you think it will be enough?" one of them asked. "Will they be able to defeat the one named Quinn? From what we know, he is quite strong, but the demon generals are strong as well." Imortui started to laugh at this comment. "I very much doubt he will have trouble with one of the demon generals. He has beaten one with ease in the past, and although I have given them a lot more power, I still don't think it will be enough to defeat him. He is a strong one for a reason. What I am looking to do is to buy some time. That's all we need to do. Last time I thought it was inevitable the portal would be opened up. I had no clue there was one that had learned how to use the magic circles, and on top of that, Mundus went to deal with me directly, delaying my actions to act myself to make sure things were a success. This time, though, even though the portal has been open for some time, there have been no reports of Mundus appearing. From what we know, this seems to be due to the deal that had been made with the Celestials, to not intervene with Earth's affairs. The deal that was made may very well be their downfall, for the Celestials and Quinn." The large floating power of energy and the two by his side continued to move, and the rift could be seen right up ahead. It was perfect. It had been a long time since Imortui had been to Earth. Due to the large trap that had been made by Magnus, both Edvard and Hickel had been hit. The ability of Edvard hadn't come through for him, but then again he had probably already used up a lot of his luck in the fight so far. Out of the 2 originals, the first one to fall to his knees was Edvard. He reached out, grabbing the centipede-like hand. Holding it, he tried to push it away, but nearly all of his energy was drained completely. There was next to no resistance. "Ha ha!" Magnus laughed. "Right now my power is pumping through your whole body, destroying every single one of our cells. It is nothing compared to how much I had placed inside that person from earlier that you saved. I know you originals are a little too persistent and quite durable, so I will make sure that you're unable to move an inch before I pull out my arms." Looking to his right, Edvard could see that Hickel was in the same situation. He wasn't quite on his knees, but his legs were wobbly, while his hands were holding on to the head of the pincers of the hand. "If it continues on like this, then we won't make it. No matter what, I have to try and do something," Edvard thought. However, the one to act was Hickel. "This is going to hurt, so I didn't want to do this." There was a large wound on his stomach, but with his hands he pressed it against the sharp fangs, cutting up his hands more. In this situation he did the only thing he could do. "Blood explode!" All of the blood was lighting up all over Hickel, and soon went off in a large explosion. "Hickel!" Edvard shouted. He had a good guess how Hickel was feeling, because they were going through the same thing. Although this plan might work, it meant that Hickle would experience the power of his explosions as well, and with the poison weakening him, it would be hard for him to recover, and he would take on more damage. The centipede-like hand was seen pulling away, with part of its shell destroyed, and one of the pincers as well. "Damn it! I never planned for him to try a suicide attack like that," Magnus said, but was still satisfied with the end result. As the smoke cleared, Hickle was seen on one knee huffing and panting, blood over his head and more. His arms looked like they had been blown apart. They were in bad shape, and they weren't healing at all. "I'll help you, Edvard. Just let me catch my breath for a second," Hickle answered. Edvard thought he was crazy. He was in no situation to worry about another, but that was until he saw something in one of his hands. It was a metallic flask, with the letter VIII written on them. "I know that flask. Wait a second. How does Hickle even have that? He never said he had anything before. Has he been buying it on the black market as well? Wait, was that mysterious bidder who outbid me for it that time?" It wasn't the time for Edvard to think about these things, and Hickle had acted fast as he took in the blood. Following his eyes, he could see that Hickle was trying to say something else as well. There was something that he had failed to notice in the explosion. Looking down at the ground, Edvard could see another silver flask right by his foot. "Is this his as well? When did he... How much of this did he buy? Did he use all of his fortune to get this?" There were a lot of mixed feelings in Edvard at the moment, but he couldn't think about that. He slammed his foot on the ground, hitting up a piece of dirt that lifted the flask in the air. Letting go with one hand, he caught the flask and ripped open the lid with his mouth, gulping down the green blood instantly. As it powered through his body, he could feel it somewhat combating the energy of whatever it was that Magnus was putting in him. With the surge of power, he pushed the pincers out from his stomach and slammed its head on the floor. "Damn it!" Magnus shouted, as he retracted both of his hands. "Both of you! Still use that cursed power of the Dalki! How weak do you have to be?" "Do you really think you can say anything?" Hickle stated. Fully recovered, he jumped up in the air and swung his arm. Blood came out from his wound and started to explode, but not right at Magnus, but in front of him. Immediately going through the smoke was Edvard, who delivered a strong punch right to his stomach. Then, kneeling down, he pushed with his hands off the floor, while his legs hit Magnus right in the head. "Your power is borrowed as well. At least ours is only temporary, and we don't have to follow anyone for it," Edvard shouted. Hickle had his arms stretched out, and was aiming carefully. He had used his blood control to gather his real blood in the palm of his hand, and then fired it out, similar to the skill blood cannon, but rather than his blood aura, it was his actual blood lighting up with his power. The blood hit the arms of Magnus and exploded, causing the hard outer casings to fall from his hands and himself to fall to the ground. "You think this is enough," Magnus said, getting up from the floor. "Enough to kill me. You were unable to kill me back then, and now I am even stronger than before." "There's a big difference between now and then," Edvard said. A figure appeared, jumping right behind him, holding a greatsword in the air, and his large hand enhanced. "Back then you had people on your side, but right now there is no one on your side, while we have all the help we need." The person with the large arm was none other than Andy. Hickle had given a flask to Andy also. It had helped him heal, so there was a chance that it would help him to become stronger as well. With his giant hand and the greatsword, it swung down. Magnus lifted both his hands, but the sheer strength of the blade sliced through them and continued cutting Magnus right in half, stopping at the midway point through his body. It was peeling apart, half and half, with no sign of life in his eyes any longer, as his body stood there. A former king, and a dedicated follower of Immortui, who had dealt them so much trouble, had been dealt with there and then. Logan and Agent 4 were able to have an easy time as they worked on the special symbols on the ground. The strange device he held in his hands was able to alter whatever was pre-written. When looking at the ground, it almost looked like the strange writing was carved into the metal, but from the way Agent 4 was able to alter them, it was clear that they weren't. "These symbols are certainly strange. I do have quite a bit of knowledge that was left to me by Richard Eno about them, including the original symbols he had used to connect with Immortui, but when I'm looking at all of these, it looks more complicated than back then," I need to keep an eye on Agent 4, although he has helped and worked with us. There's a chance that since he worked closely with Zero, that he could be doing something to alter and help out the enemy side." While working away, Agent 4 himself could feel a pair of eyes locked onto him, watching his every move. "He states that he knows nothing about the runes, but I know that's not true," Agent 4 thought. "It was easy to add a few additions here and there when we were getting attacked by the vampires, but Andy has done a good job in getting rid of them." Looking up, it was at that moment that Andy joined the fight, helping the other originals as they had managed to finally kill Magnus. It felt somewhat unreal, as if he was going to move again, or perhaps turn into another form, but none of that had happened. Instead, he just stayed there. Both Edvard and Hickel looked at each other, their wounds healing. "Well, I have to say that you are one unlucky person to end up like that," Edvard smiled. The body of Magnus started to vanish into dust. It was breaking down into little particles. He was somewhat expecting to see a blood crystal, but there was nothing in his place. "He really wasn't a vampire in the end, huh?" Edvard said, shaking his head. He had not been close to Magnus for a long time, but they had shared so much together, it was still bittersweet to see him finally disappear like this. "We have to focus on the goal, the portal. It's still being opened, and now we have our path to Jessica," Hickel stated. Tying up the last of the vampires, Andy went over to the two originals. "Thank you for allowing me to redeem myself. With that green liquid, I had the power to overcome Magnus." "You are thanking us? You were the one that finished him off. There is no need to thank us. But we have to figure out what to do with Jessica. Do you think we should just pull her out from the center?" Edvard asked. Hickel started to move forward. He thought if they at least removed her from the center, it would stop powering the device. "Wait, don't touch her," Agent 4 said, wiping the sweat from his face as he stood up. It looked like he had finished altering the very last of the runes. "There is a chance that if you move her, all of the energy will backfire and enter her body at once. If that happens, then you will lose her." Both Logan and Agent 4 walked over to the others, while Hickel took a step back. All of this stuff was complicated for them. They didn't understand it, and thought it was best that they listened to the expert. "Then what do we do? Haven't you already changed all of the symbols?" Andy asked. "And right now, Quinn is still fighting above to keep them at bay. I thought that this was all meant to end when we defeated Magnus." "Let me deal with it." Agent 4 stepped forward holding the device in his hand. "What you said about it ending when defeating Magnus, that might have been true to a certain extent. However, the way this facility was set up, it was designed to continue to work without him. It is as if Magnus and everything else were all here just to buy time. What they didn't expect was most likely that you have someone like me," Agent 4 said as he walked forward. "It will be best for you to just stay back while I deal with this. Just make sure those vampires don't break free, or that there aren't any other surprises." As Agent 4 walked over, he felt something climb up on his shoulder. Turning his head, he could see a mechanical spider, and he knew who it belonged to straight away. "This shouldn't distract you from your work, and I would like to do more research into these runes," Logan said, with a straight face. But both of them knew what the real reason was. Quinn was continuing to battle the creatures that were pouring out, and things were actually getting easier for him rather than more difficult. Still, there was nothing he had gone against that was stronger than the greater demon, but that was until he could see strange creatures coming out. They were just like the others that had wings, as only winged creatures had broken through, which Quinn had guessed meant the portal had opened up in the sky on the other end as well. However, this one looked different from the others. Its wings weren't feathers and looked more webbed. There was a strange pattern that looked like fish scales going across the wings. Not large or hard like that of a dragon, but somewhat a similar design. The creature had a human-like body but didn't look human at all, with its large webbed feet that looked like flippers, and it was the same for its hands as well. Then there was its dark-colored skin. It was a dark blue all over that stood out against the backdrop. A few of them flew out, and due to the gut feeling that Quinn had, he felt like this creature was different from the others, and so he used the Blood Forest Punch. The creature was able to act relatively fast, as it turned its head and opened its mouth. In doing so, dark blue energy came out like a vortex and hit the Blood Fist, but the Blood Fist was too powerful, breaking through whatever attack it had tried and hitting the creature right on the head, killing it in one go. The way these creatures are, they remind me a bit of the Remarials, but they seem to be stronger than that,
You have absorbed blood of a new type of demon. More information of the demons has been acquired. Demon race, Freightlin. Lesser demon blood absorbed. Blood aura evolution is not possible.
So the demons aren't all the same race. But then, why aren't these creatures that I killed before considered their own race? Quinn thought. If I remember correctly, the vampires were a creation of Immortui, so in a sense, even we would be considered a demon race. The vampires weren't the only variation of the demons, though, so there will be plenty out there, but I'm still so unsure what the other ones are, or why there is a differentiation between them. While thinking this, more of the same creatures as before started to come out. They were all Freightlin demons like before. They were slightly different shapes and sizes, some bigger than others, or with longer claws on their hands, but it was quite clear they were all the same type. Unlike the creatures from before, that were all quite different. I feel like something is coming, a type of calm before the storm. Coming through the other end of the portal was exactly that. A Freightlin, with a wingspan that was twice the size of the others, with wide webbed feet that were twice as big as well, had come through. There was a surge of power around the demon, as it had come through the portal, and unlike the others that had passed through naturally, it looked like the portal was almost trying to reject this one, and he had forced his way through. Under his wings, and swirling around his body, there was dark blue energy all over. "Let's see, where is this Quinn?" the Freightlin said, looking around. That's when a large blood forest fist hit him right in the stomach. His aura moved in the way, creating a shield to block the attack, but it still managed to get through, sending him back in the air slightly. Demon General blood has been absorbed. You have absorbed the blood of a Freightlin Demon General. Blood aura evolution can now progress. Blood aura evolution is now in progress. 1 of 5. New quest received. Absorb the significant blood power of the 5 superior demon races. 1 of 5 blood power absorbed. Quinn could somewhat sense the different energies around, but it wasn't as accurate as what Leo could do with his ability, nor was it as routine as sensing someone's celestial power when he was a celestial. Nonetheless, due to his training in Ki, he could sense strong energies, and would somewhat know what level the opponent in front of him was at. In a sense, there were many people that had this same sense. For vampires, it was more of a natural instinct they had when sensing power. With this, Quinn could tell that the demon general in front of him was stronger than the one he had faced before. Based on what the system states, there are more than 5 races, but out of all the demon races, there must be ones that are more powerful. If I can gather the blood of all of them, then my blood aura can increase even more, Quinn thought. The last blood aura evolution gave me quite a boost, and for the next one, it's quite possible that it can make me even stronger. For what he had in mind, he might need all the strength he could get. It truly felt like he was close to squeezing everything he could out of the system. For it to finally give him a quest after all this time, maybe this was his moment. In the middle of his thoughts, the Freightlin flew forward with its body covered in the blue aura. With the enemy coming towards him, Quinn had used his blood aura to send multiple swords toward him. As the swords got close, the blue aura was moving to protect the body of the Freightlin general. It stopped the swords from piercing and slashing by covering itself with the energy, rather than directly blocking it. It flows differently from blood aura, but it doesn't seem to be as strong. Maybe it's more defensive-based, like my shadow. Regardless, the countless number of swords was too much, and Quinn knew this would be the case, as a sword stabbed right through its chest. The Freightlin winced in pain, and stared hard at Quinn. Although you may be stronger than the last demon general I faced, I have grown much stronger compared to before as well, Quinn said. Several blood swords moved, stabbing the demon, one after the other. The demon's life was still strong despite all the swords that had pierced him. Gathering his fist, Quinn moved through the air at a speed that made it look like he was teleporting. He appeared right in front of the demon general and punched his head with a blood fist, causing it to explode right in the air. The creature burst in a shower of dark blue blood. One of the biggest threats had been dealt with, and checking what was going on down below, he could see that it looked like the others were almost done as well. In the meantime, he continued to get rid of the creatures that were pouring through the portal, and with his limitless ability, he wasn't tiring in the slightest.
Down below, Logan continued to keep an eye on Agent 4, who was now working away on some runes that were on Jessica, and that's when he noticed something strange. He hadn't said anything straight away because he was unsure himself, but it was when he decided he just had to ask the question. "Agent 4," Logan spoke through a projected voice on the spider on his shoulder. "I've been paying attention to the runes that you have been drawing around Jessica. It appears that, for one, there were no runes placed around her in the first place. So instead you are drawing new runes." "That is correct," Agent 4 responded. "You see, I'm trying to stop the energy from returning to her. It was set up so the energy would come out of her, to open the portal, and if we just reverse the process, then that is what will end up killing her, which is why I need to change it a little." "I see. I understand that somewhat, but then I wanted to ask, these runes, they are ones that I have never seen before." Logan continued with his suspicions. "We talked about this before, right? That the symbols of magic are more like art, just like a painting. I can alter its state to fit what is needed. I can see the flow, and that is what I am currently doing. You have no reason to worry." While in the middle of doing this, the others had seen Quinn take care of the demon general. As the swords pierced through its body, a strange dark blue liquid, what appeared to be its blood, had fallen onto the ground, all over the place. The others hadn't paid too much attention to it, just assuming that it was blood, but after a few moments of landing on the ground, it started to move. It began to bubble up, and the blood was moving together. As all of the blood touched each other, it continued to bubble more and more, growing larger, until it had formed the same demon general once again. "That Quinn is indeed a strong opponent. I doubt I even got him to reveal most of his power," the general thought. "The good thing is that he wasn't my target in the first place." Lifting both of his hands, the strong dark blue aura started to gather in both of them. Feeling the energy, they all turned around to see what was in front of them. "Isn't that what Quinn was fighting against? But he killed it. How is it down here?" Andy asked. It was no time for questions, as it had already launched toward them. The three that had defeated Magnus were the quickest to react, and were ready to deal with this one. That was until straight from above, like a comet, Quinn landed his fist on top of its head, crushing it into nothing but blood once again and landing on the ground. "I see. I thought it was a little too easy. From the looks of things, you can form yourself through your own blood, and even now your blood is moving, trying to come together. If I continue to kill you the same way I have done so far, then you will just keep coming back. I think I know what I can do." The mask that was on Quinn's face, he turned the dial, changing its attribute to that of fire. Adding it to his blood aura, he placed his hand on the ground. Letting out his blood aura, he surrounded the entire area, including the area where the others were at. The blood aura seemed to go around them, rather than underneath them like they had done with the blood. After that, the fiery blood aura was having its effect. It was bringing out the dark blue blood, turning it into nothing but a gas, until it had all completely disappeared. "That seems to have fixed the problem," Quinn said, and then looked at Agent 4, who was standing next to Jessica, as well as the others. "You have all done a good job in helping out, and you have managed to protect Jessica as well as get rid of Magnus," Quinn stated. "For now, I can say the Earth is safe, this universe is safe, but as long as Immortui continues to live, that won't continue to be the case." "Agent 4, is everything ready?" Quinn asked. Agent 4 looked at the ground, at all the changed runes, as well as everything else, and nodded. "Good, close the portal." With those words said, Agent 4 rushed from where he was standing over to Jessica's position and drew one last symbol on his hand. When that was done, he placed it on the ground, and all of the symbols started to light up. Once again, a large circle appeared above the area where they were standing, and then the energy was shooting out from the portal, and it was heading right back to where they were. The portal was getting smaller by the second. "It looks like Agent 4 wasn't hiding anything after all," Logan thought. The rest looked at Quinn, wanting to thank him for all the help, but instead, he just looked at Agent 4. "How much time do I have?" Quinn asked. "About 10 seconds. I thought you would only need that much time," Agent 4 replied. "Good," Quinn replied. "No one can follow me that way." Before anyone could ask what they were talking about what Quinn was saying, he had jumped from the position he was in and was running right through the sky. The portal was closing, and before it did, Quinn had gone right through it, onto the other side. When Quinn had disappeared from the group's sight, they looked up, and they could see him rushing towards the portal. They wanted to reach out to stop him, and Edvard and Hickel even somewhat attempted to do so by jumping up. However, they were unable to fly or walk in the air like Quinn was able to, and even if they could, he was already too far gone for them. He had reached the portal, and the strange red mist energy that was coming out of it was attaching itself to him. There was a bit of resistance at first, almost as if the mist was trying to push him away. It felt strange, as if a part of his body was being rejected by this other world. When he felt this, he let out a bit of his aura, and in doing so, something strange had happened. Suddenly, rather than his body being rejected, it was being more accepted, and it felt like he was being pulled by whatever was on the other side. This is the moment of truth. I made my decision long ago, Quinn thought to himself, heading right in, and the portal had closed up right behind him. The group was left stunned as they looked up at the sky. They couldn't believe what had just happened. There was nothing there. It was as if the portal was never open in the first place. There were no deadly creatures, no red mist, and worst of all, there was no Quinn around them. When they were starting to come to the realization of what was happening, Logan was the first to turn toward Agent 4. From underneath his feet, condensed beast energy blasted from the ground, and he grabbed Agent 4 right by the neck. Multiple arms came out from his back and started to hold Agent 4 in the air while restraining him as well. "What did you do?" Logan asked, his voice cracking as he shouted those words. Usually, Logan was calm and collected. Even in tense situations, he would try to figure out what was happening. Many had never seen this side of him. "I thought there was a chance that you could be working for the other side, working for Immortui, but I decided to give you the benefit of the doubt. You have helped me for so long showing no signs, and now you go ahead and do this, and now you trap him. I should have known when you were drawing those strange symbols around Jessica." Speaking of Jessica, it looked like she was no longer restrained herself. Andy, using his great strength, has pulled them off, although she did appear exhausted as she leaned on his shoulder. Still, she was just as worried about Quinn as the rest. "Quinn, after all, you did save me. Now you've gone yourself. This is not right." "Wait," Agent 4 replied back, startled. He had expected somewhat of a reaction, but thought he would at least have time to explain himself, and the last person he expected to act like this was Logan. "You need to give me a chance to explain. I am not working for Immortui. Everything I did, all of what I did, was at the request of Quinn himself." "Okay, now we really need to beat the truth out of him," Edvard said, pounding his fist into the palm of his hand. "Wait," Hickel replied. "There was no change in his heartbeat or temperature. Although I can't be certain, I do have some skills in telling if one is lying or not, and he seems to be telling the truth." Hearing Hickel say these words, Logan was thinking back. There were some strange interactions that had occurred between Agent 4 and Quinn. It was quite possible that he was telling the truth, but it was hard to believe. Why would Quinn do all of this? "As I said, those symbols I drew on Jessica, they were fake. They were useless. You said you didn't recognize them. That's because they weren't real," Agent 4 explained. "I was just buying time for Quinn to be ready to travel through the portal." "You mean what you said about the power reversing into Jessica was a lie?" Andy asked. Agent 4 nodded. "After altering the symbols, the work was already done. The portal could be closed, but Quinn asked me to do him a favor. That I would inform him when the portal was about to close, and he told me what he was going to do. There were two things that he made me promise. One was not to tell anyone else, and the second was to make the window small, so no one else could follow him. This is the honest truth, and if you think about it, I think you all know the reason why he would do something like this." Logan's mechanical arms started to lower Agent 4. Even being held up, it felt like he wasn't trying to break free, and Logan was the quickest to think of the reason for him to do all of this. He thought back to the information that he had learned from Richard Eno, and the conversations he had with the others. The other vampires did as well, about how to end all of this. "Magnus is not the end," Logan stated. "It was something Quinn had said a few times. He had already decided back then that to end all of this, the one thing he needed to do was get rid of Immortui. That's why he went through that portal." "But then why?" Jessica said in a weak voice. She was still leaning against Andy,
and it looked almost painful for her to speak, but it was something she felt like she needed to say.
Why would he do this? Why wouldn't he tell us his plans and go off on his own?
This was an answer that even the originals could give, even though they hadn't known him for long.
Because he didn't want anyone else to get hurt, Edvard answered. People around him are always getting hurt, and Imortui wanted him, so he gave him what he wanted and has now gone to stop him on his own.
The others were left in silence for a while. That was until Jessica finally decided to speak up.
Can he do it? She asked. Will Quinn be able to do it on his own? Isn't this practically a whole other universe, with beings stronger than those that we have here? We have seen the scary things Imortui was able to do here, but there he won't be restricted. If that's the case, then it might be impossible for Quinn to do this on his own. We have to help him somehow.
That's impossible, Agent 4 answered. The only known way to open a portal is a massive amount of energy. The first time we had the Red Heart, the second we had you, but it only worked because Quinn was here. With both of you, it worked out, but without him, we have no way to open a portal to the other side and help him even if we wanted to. Unless there is another way, but I don't know one, Agent 4 said. An entire night had passed since Quinn had gone through the portal, and now it was the next day. Immediately everyone got to work doing their own thing, trying to find a solution to one of two things. Either how to get Quinn back, or how to open a portal to the other side. The island that the battle against Magnus had taken place on, as well as where Quinn was last seen, had been taken over by the Green Corporation. The facility was taken apart and being used for research, while a great mechanical tower was built up, towering high in the sky, reaching the point where the portal was last seen. Using the information he had, Logan was trying his best to open up the portal like he had done before. Then, there was Agent 4. He had been given part of Richard Eno's research from Logan to look into another way to open the portal through the magic symbols. They knew they needed great masses of energy, but if that was only the case, then couldn't they gather a bunch of nest crystals or demon tear crystals? There was most likely something more to it. As for Andy, he wasn't able to help much, but he had decided to take Jessica under his wing, to keep her close to him at all times. She was one part of all of this after all, and it was quite possible that she could be used again. Then there was Edvard and Hickel. Rather than just twiddle their thumbs, they had decided to head back to the vampire settlement. It was where they belonged, and they needed to keep an eye on things. Because there was a large concern that was looming over everyone's heads. Even though Quinn had been gone just for a day, what did that mean? Did it mean Quinn had failed on the other side? Was he still locked in battle right now at this moment, or was it something else? All they knew was that for them nothing had changed, nor had there been any reports of those with markings. Nothing was happening, and that was what was worrying them even more. Rather than taking a teleporter back that was offered by Logan Green, they had decided to slowly fly back to the vampire settlement. Although portals had been outlawed, there were ones for emergency use, and since there was no one to really govern Logan himself, and he could create them himself, he used them once in a while. There was, however, a reason as to why they had decided to do this, because they wanted to have more time to think about what to do next. "Have you made up your mind? Do you really think it's best?" Edvard asked. "Shouldn't we at least inform his family of what has happened to him?" Hickel replied. "Right now Peter is pretending to be him. How long can that be kept up? And what should our answer be if it is not the truth?" "It has only been a day, though, and it might not be the reason for us to worry yet," Edvard replied. "And she will try to act, even though we are already doing everything we can." This was what the two originals had been debating about for a while now, and they needed to make up their mind before they landed at the vampire settlement. After a lot of bickering back and forth, it seemed like both of them were at a standstill, and they had already ran out of time. When landing at the vampire settlement, there were two figures that had come to greet them, one of them being Muka, and the other was Peter. Seeing him still disguised as Quinn made them feel a bit guilty. "I guess you're wondering why there is a certain person who is not with us," Edvard said. Surprisingly, Muka shook her head and stepped forward. "No, I know exactly where he is, which means he did as he wished. In fact, there is a lot that we need to talk about. I think it is best if you declare a meeting and invite everyone, and I have decided that it's best that we inform the family of the matter as well. Invite Layla, and make sure her kids are well looked after." It was clear to both of them that Muka knew full well what was going on. How, they had no idea, and judging from the blank expression on Peter's face, he was none the wiser as well. The meeting had been called at the usual place, the round table in the garden located beside the castles. Muka, Peter, and the others arrived first, then the next set of leaders arrived. It was then that Edvard and Hickel noticed something. Those that were coming to the table, members of the other families, they weren't originals.
"Quite a lot has changed while you guys were away," Muka explained. "The interrogation of those that had helped Magnus in the past continued, and we had placed a lot of pressure as well as restrictions on them. Nearly all of the originals were not happy about these restrictions, therefore they had decided it was best for them to go into eternal slumber. At the moment, the only originals that are currently present are the two of you two, Bianca as well as Grenlet. Although not all had sided with Magnus or worked closely with him, the others had decided it was best for them to go into eternal slumber as well."
Looking at the situation, Hickel didn't think it was so much of a bad one. He trusted all the originals out now, and they were part of the Punisher's covenant. If anything, it made it easier for them to work with those they trusted. "I see. Like you said, a lot has changed," Edvard commented, and that was when Layla walked in. The first thing she did was scan the room, looking for someone, but the expression on her face didn't change when she hadn't seen that someone and decided to sit down. The rest followed, giving Layla a respectful bow. She was, after all, one of the most important members of the vampire settlement.
"I assume you have asked me to attend this meeting because something has happened to Quinn. Please, can you just answer me this? Is he safe?" she asked.
Hickel and Edvard looked at each other. How were they supposed to answer this question? Could they really say he was safe when they didn't even know if he was alive? And if he was in another world, would that be the case?
"Quinn helped us defeat Magnus," Edvard answered. "He managed to save Jessica as well, and we accomplished the task we were meant to do, but shortly after that, he had decided to head into the portal to the other world."
Hearing this answer, Layla just looked at the table. She didn't know how to feel. Was this something she should have expected in the first place, especially when they were putting themselves in danger time and time again?
"Everyone is currently going through their best efforts to look for him," Hickel stated. "We are looking at ways to connect to the other world, a way to head toward him. There have been no results so far, but Logan and everyone is working hard."
They wanted to reassure Layla, but it didn't look like it was working.
"This is why I called this meeting," Muka said. "The truth is, Quinn had sent me a message beforehand, telling me of his intentions. He said he would go to the world where Immortui is and finish things off once and for all. To stop the pain and suffering of the vampires and humans, this is what needed to be done. He told me this because he knew the settlement might be affected and wanted me to come up with a plan, and he wanted to pass on a message to you after he had left, to say to you, Layla, that he is sorry."
Clenching her fist, a tear had uncontrollably rolled down her cheek and dropped onto the table.
"However, I have also decided to call this meeting for another reason, because there is a way for us to get to Quinn. It's just whether or not we decide to."
Before Muka and Peter explained further, since this seemed to be a big reveal of information, they had decided to get Logan in on the conversation. He was called and hologram into one of the empty seats. All of them had been trying to reach Quinn with no such results, so they wondered just how they were able to figure it out.
"While you were all away, there was an attack on the vampire settlement," Muka explained. "That attack was done by the familiars. We have quite a bit to explain, but now Peter has a contract with all 4 of the familiar kings."
This news was something the other originals weren't even aware of. They had only recently learned that the one that they were following so far was really Peter, which was a relief for them all, because things started to make sense, considering his recent actions in the vampire settlement.
"Let me explain from the beginning."
Muka went on to explain what exactly had occurred at the vampire settlement, and what had happened with Peter's meeting with the others. She also went on to even explain the finer details, such as the 4 kings believing that they were making a deal with Quinn himself. When the others learned of this situation, there were a few shaken heads and open mouths. It was a risky move, but they knew that it had to have worked out in the end, Otherwise, they wouldn't be here right now. Then finally went on to the last details that the Bone Claw, the undead king, had the ability to open up a portal to the same world where Imortui currently was.
This is quite the achievement. Logan was the first to speak. At the moment, we don't know if Quinn is stuck in the other world, so even if we found a way to open a portal there, we were struggling with how to open one back from the other side. However, if the Bone Claw is able to create portals himself, then we should be able to get in and out, as long as the Bone Claw is capable of doing that.
One of the markings on Peter's hand started to light up, and when it did, a fat cat appeared out of it. It was one of the 4 kings, Ovanik.
The undead king is capable of that, but opening up a portal to another world requires a lot of energy, Ovanik explained. You see, he already used a lot of energy that was gathered in the attack. I would say right now, he only has enough energy to open a portal to get you in. So you would still have the problem of returning. However, I do believe that the key that is in Quinn is incredibly strong. If you find him, then he might be able to give enough energy to open up a portal for you to get back, but there are no guarantees.
The group had a choice to make, now that they had a way to enter, whether they were to do so or not, and they could see from the eager look on Layla's face that she was ready to go through to that hell right now.
Everyone needs to think clearly with their heads,
Logan said, speaking through his holographic self.
I know all of you wish to go help Quinn, but will going to the other side really help him that much? We have to think about the information we have. Magnus, Zero, Laxmus, all 3 of these were dedicated followers of Imortui. They had his borrowed power, and each one of them was incredibly strong, causing us huge amounts of trouble. Now think for a moment about those that Quinn dealt with. Their power was stronger, or at least equal to theirs, and there is a chance in that world that there are those stronger than them. I will be the first to admit that if I was to head into the other world in order to help Quinn, I wouldn't be able to do much at all. I am too weak.
The others understood what Logan was saying, especially those that had faced the ones he had mentioned. They could hardly imagine a world with beings like that, with those creatures that were perhaps stronger than all of them, but for some, it was even more reason for them to go then, because it meant Quinn was facing all of these on his own.
Ha!
Peter laughed out loud, breaking the silence.
You guys can speak for yourselves, but I am plenty strong, and with these kings giving me a very, very small amount of assistance, it will give me even more power. All we need to do is gather those that are strong enough and that can enter the other world. And not to be a downer or anything, but Layla, I don't think you're strong enough.
A large vein appeared on the side of Layla's forehead as she heard this, and she stood up from her seat.
What are you saying? Do you really want to go toe-to-toe now? I have survived this long, haven't I?
Layla shouted.
Yeah, and that's only because Quinn has love eyes for you. Think about it. Without him, do you think you would have survived this long? Whereas for me, I have saved his life multiple times.
The tension was heating up between the two, and the originals thought that they might see a big battle right in front of them. Stepping in the middle of the 2 of them in the end was Muka.
We have to face the truth, Muka said. Honestly, from what we know, and from what Edvard and the others had told us, not even they were a match for Magnus on their own, which means it would be the same for me. Also, you have to think about your children. If you were to leave, who would look after them? Of course, I know you have no intention of dying, but there is a real chance that you might not be able to return. All of those that are going need to know that.
At that moment in time, Layla hated herself. She hated herself for being so weak and being unable to catch up to Quinn to help him out. She was his partner, and she was meant to be there with him through thick and thin. She even had been progressing for 1,000 years, while Quinn was in a deep slumber, all to catch up to him, and yet here she was falling behind.
I understand. I thought with the sword I might be of some help, but what you say is true.
I have a solution for you all, Logan said. While all of you were bickering, I gathered information about those who have the highest chance of survival and might be considered the strongest to go over to the other side.
In front of them, the first image to appear was none other than Syl.
We know Syl's strength possibly equals that of Quinn himself, and with his high-range use of abilities, he is able to adapt to any situation.
The screen changed, and this time, a muscular, scarred figure appeared on the screen, but it was one they knew well. We have Chris, or Agent 1 as some used to refer to him. He has incredible use of ki, a strong body, and has the DNA of a werewolf. Combining all of these factors as well as his chance to continue to grow and his stable, strong body, he will be able to have a fighting chance. The screen changed again, and this time it had a red scaled figure on the screen. I'm sure we all know the frightening power of Ray. At this moment, we are unaware of his location, but I would say he is one of the few that has a chance to even go head-to-head with Immortui. So far, they all thought that those that were going were incredibly strong. Edvard and Hickel, too, wanted to go and wondered if there was something they could do. The screen changed once again, revealing the last person. Finally, we have Russ. Due to his power and connection with the sword, he was able to defeat Pine, one of the most difficult Dalki we have had to deal with. We are unsure if he would be willing to help us, though. However, with these people, if we can gather them all, then we have a chance of going against Immortui. After much discussion, a decision had been somewhat made. A team would be created, a strong force capable of journeying to the world where Immortui resided, with the goal of helping Quinn and bringing him back. The thing was, none of these people had been directly involved with the Immortui case so far. The search was on, as the respective members went off in search of them, to inform them of what was going on. Peter was to go regardless of this journey due to his link with the Bone Claw. He had great strength in the first place, and even more with the help of the kings. Chris, Syl, Ray, and finally Russ. These were the members to be recruited. However, there were more than those selected who wished to join the journey as well, and it wasn't just Layla. Edvard was taking a stroll through the settlement. He wasn't disguised, nor was he taking a secret path. Instead, he was simply walking through the marketplace. This garnered a lot of attention, as many vampires would bow and offer their greetings to the original leader. In turn, he would smile and wave back as he continued his walk. I never thought I would feel like this, Edvard thought. I wonder, why do I feel a bit empty being left out of this whole thing? I was in a slumber and only woke up a short while ago. I don't have many attachments to those currently here. Why do I feel a little saddened by the fact that I can't go? The constant greetings from the public continued, and eventually 2 young men approached him whom he recognized. They bowed down with their bodies at a 90-degree angle. Sir, we didn't expect to see you here. We hope all is well, Ronak said. The 2 that Edvard recognized were Ronak and Jok. The 2 had become close after a series of events, and since they had both finished their regular day jobs, they were heading through the market to one of the inns to grab something to drink. You know what? Maybe the 3 of us should have a drink together, Edvard suggested. The 3 headed to an inn, and as they did, there were curious heads that twisted and turned. It would be an understatement if Jok and Ronak said they weren't nervous about the whole thing. It wasn't as if the leader, an original at that, would normally drink with regular vampires. Sure, they had done the same thing with Quinn, but that was when they thought he was like them. Everything will be on me today, so please drink up, Edvard said, taking a big gulp of the drink in front of him. Not wanting to be rude, the 2 decided to drink along with their leader. There was a general chat, asking about how the 2 were doing, and in turn, they asked how he was and how Quinn was doing as well. Quinn, I'm not too sure how he is doing, and I'm not too sure about myself either, to be honest, Edvard said, playing with the empty mug of drink, as if deep in thought. I will have to ask you young ones to forgive me as I go on about my rant, but you see, there is quite a lot that I wish to get off my chest. The 2 couldn't decline, but they did wonder what would make an original feel this way, to invite them to a drink together. I have managed to live an incredibly long life, Edvard explained, and the settlement has changed a lot compared to the past. My role itself was extremely significant when it came to taking out the werewolves, a group that caused us great trouble. But lately, I have been thinking about the past more and more. Were the werewolves really all that bad? Or perhaps the ones who have consistently caused trouble for everyone else are us, the vampires? You see, I was unsure if what I did back then was the right thing. In the end, I went into a slumber, living with this regret. I have woken up this time, and I feel like this is a chance that maybe I could redeem myself. What Edvard didn't say was that he had a thought in the back of his mind. What if the fighting between the vampires and the werewolves was all set up by Imortui as well. If it was, then he was used as a puppet, which angered him even more. I thought this was a chance to help out, but it looks like even my own powers aren't helping me with this. I am not fit to help out. Although the two could feel the strong emotions emanating from Edvard, due to his vagueness about the situation, they were unsure why he felt this way. I think you might be worrying too much, Ronak said. You have already helped in many ways, even with me and Quinn. You kept his secret and guided him on what to do. The other thing I would say is, I'm not as strong as you, but even then, I thought if I just did what I could, helped out a little and did my part, then it would be able to contribute to the bigger picture. I think Ronak is right, Joke added. Besides, maybe it isn't your time to help right now or play a big part. But as long as you keep trying and doing what you're doing, who knows? Maybe all those small parts add up to one big contribution, or the change you wish to bring about will come. Edvard smiled. He wasn't expecting to get much out of talking to these two, other than getting a lot off his chest, but their words were certainly more helpful than he thought. A few more drinks were ordered, and Edvard left the two to enjoy the rest of the night themselves. He could tell that they were uneasy, and that his presence was putting some pressure on them. Heading back, he entered his castle, still thinking about what he could possibly do. The castle itself felt empty. Muka wasn't there, as she was helping with the search for the others. Ronak is right. Maybe I should just go ahead and see what I can do. Let's see if I have anything that can help the others. Edvard decided to head to his armory. Things looked different but familiar at the same time compared to before. The castle had undergone improvements, but it was built with slight differences in the rebuilds. What Edvard was hoping for was that all of the weapons and armor he had kept from the past had been moved as well. Turning the special combination on the two giant doors, they started to open, revealing a room filled with weapons and equipment. At the very back, behind a glass cabinet, something caught his eye on a mannequin's body. Wait a second. That can't be. How is it here? Edvard exclaimed as he rushed forward, running past every other piece of equipment to reach the other side. That's when he noticed the glass cabinet had been broken, but nothing was stolen. Instead, the armor was placed on top of the mannequin that wasn't there before. Reaching out, Edvard brushed his fingers against the red armor and could feel its power. How is this here? How is Ray's armor in a place like this? Why is it here? Did he decide to bring it back at some point? And why and when would he do this? There was no note or explanation, but Edvard, who had used the armor before, was sure of it. This was the same armor. The powerful armor he had used in the past allowed him to be considered stronger than the other original members. Of all the things to see now, he was seeing this. The armor he had used in his fight against the werewolves was appearing in front of him again. I can't believe it. Is it my luck or is it just fate? Whatever it is, this is my chance. Maybe with this, I can be strong enough to help the others. There was one person that was working closely on the whole situation, who had been given all the pieces of information even before all of the decisions had been made. That person was Logan, who was desperate to try and figure out a way to open the portal and had got into contact with none other than Vincent. No longer a leader of the family, he had gone back to his old ways of being a researcher and tried his best to improve the lives of those in the settlement with his inventions. In the past, he had felt somewhat guilty for leaving his people, and now this was a way for him to repay them for his negligence. Due to his great mind, Logan trusted his advice on a number of things, and that included working on the portal. At the moment, Vincent was still working away in his lab as he was referring to a lot of information that Logan had sent. This other world's power is certainly strange. I wonder, why aren't nest crystals enough to open up a portal like that, but the red heart was? Vincent thought to himself, while he looked at his own nest crystal that was embedded in his chest. His body wasn't his own, and the only thing that was keeping him alive was the nest crystal inside him. He had had a couple of close calls, but at the end of the day, he managed to survive this long. I hate to feel that Quinn's involvement, nearly all of it, is directly my fault. He was the one who had created the book, along with Richard Eno in the first place, the book that had turned Quinn into what he was. Of course, if Quinn had not had that power, would the vampire settlement still be around? Vincent was lost in thought as he placed a nest crystal in a special type of holder. Underneath it, there were the special symbols that Agent 4 had drawn, the magic symbols that even the vampires would use for certain things from time to time. If he was to lose his life before me, it wouldn't be fair. I have to help get him back some way. The runes started to light up, and the crystal was reacting. Then, moving to the side, he had a red-colored crystal, a blood crystal, with the same set of symbols underneath. This too had activated and was reacting, but the reaction was much stronger. The whole machinery built underneath was moving, and the readings were almost twice as much as with the nest crystal. This was a different spell from last time. It seems that vampire aura is a more useful power source compared to the nest crystals when it comes to these spells. Is it because of the type of magic circles, or is it all magic in general? Maybe it has something to do with the kind of portal we are trying to make. There is still a lot of research to be done in terms of these magic circles. A lot of what we know was left behind by Richard, and it helped us for things like moving the settlement and creating the connection between the family leaders and the castles. But we have to face the truth. We are dealing with something that we understand a lot less than our opponents. While continuing his work, Vincent had gotten an alert. Looking up, there was a hologram display showing the hallway just outside his lab. "It appears I have a visitor. Let him in," Vincent said. The doors to his lab opened up, and walking inside was one of the originals, and not just any original, but Hickle Talon. As he entered, Vincent gave him a polite bow. After all, the originals were more senior than him. Even if he was chased out as an outcast, it was not due to the one in front of him. "Please, there is no need to do that anymore," Hickle said. "I'm starting to feel as time goes on, the way we did things was completely wrong, especially since I am coming here asking you for the favor." Seeing how this seemed to be a serious matter for Hickle, 2 seats appeared up from the ground. There was a lot more influence from Logan's mechanical instruments compared to what used to be in the lab, but it was handy to have. "Please speak. I can only assume that what you are concerned about is the matter of how to help Quinn in the first place, so I think we should be open to talking," Vincent said. Hickle looked around the room at many different devices. At one point and time, he had heard that the 10th family, including Vincent himself, were somewhat ridiculed by the vampires for relying on such equipment in their battles. Yet, did it really matter at the end of the day? He could only imagine how the noble vampires and past kings would feel about an original asking him for help. "I have an idea, and I am not sure if you can comply with my request," Hickle said. "I'll get straight to the point. I want to go to the other side with the others, which means that I wish for you to find a way for you to make me stronger." Vincent had somewhat expected this, but it was still a brave request. Even though the other originals knew of the situation, they still didn't request to be on the expedition team, yet here Hickle was asking to. But why? "I had an idea, and I don't know how possible this is, but you have access to a lot of Richard Eno's information, correct? He was the one that had created the Absolute Blood Control book, the book that would be passed down from king to king. I know the book no longer exists, but wouldn't it be possible to create something like that again, and if so, for me to have that type of power?" In Hickle's mind, if he had the Absolute Blood Control combined with his explosive blood, it would make him extremely useful in multiple situations. It would also increase his power and versatility. What Hickle was asking, he didn't feel like it was impossible. If it had been done before, then surely it could be done again. "I see. Well, I thought that you perhaps were going to ask me to make some device for you, or to turn you into a half-robot vampire or something, but it seems what you have asked is more reasonable than you think. You see, I've been focusing on a lot of research from Richard Eno. However, I will say this now, because the Absolute Blood Control was made by using all of the originals, many of whom no longer exist. We will have to try and substitute their power somehow. At the end of the day, I think what you are requesting is possible, but there is a chance it won't work, and there may be some sort of side effects. Of course, I will do my best, so that isn't the case. But I do need to make you aware of all of the risks." There was next to no hesitation as Hickle nodded. "Let's do it." The search continued on for the others for a couple of days,
and things still seemed to be unchanging. Worry for Quinn was still growing, but they assumed if Himortui was doing nothing, then it had to be good news. Patiently waiting, or rather impatiently waiting, for everyone was Peter. There was Muka, who was there to keep him in check and update him on how the others were doing. "It looks like the groups have finally made contact with those we are looking for. Now it's just to convince them all to come with us." While saying these words, a large surge of energy could be felt entering the castle. Muka was on high alert immediately, the same as Peter, but that's when they recognized the energy. As soon as they recognized the energy, two powerful forces were right outside of the door, waiting for them. "What is going on? Is this really their energy?" Muka thought. She started to think back. There were some strange reports of activity on the planet and readings of tremors in certain areas. She had no choice but to ignore them, but could it be possible that it was them, that they were testing this power? The doors burst wide open, and standing there was both Edvard and Hickel, looking different from the last time they had seen them. "We have a request," Edvard said. "We wish to join the team that will be heading to the other side," Hickel said, with a large red pulsating scar going right across his face, standing with Edvard in the dark red armor. Since the vampire settlement was low on numbers compared to before and wished to protect itself from any attacks that may occur at any time, most of the leaders continued to stay and were unable to head out. In the first place, the groups were heading out to find their allies and inform them of what was happening, so there wasn't an expectation that there would be a fight of sorts. Small groups of vampires led by vampire knights and nobles had gone far and wide because there was a need. One of the groups had been sent out to search for Ray, and they had no idea of his location. What they had decided to do was head to the planet where Jim and Jack Eno were last seen, the planet where the Marpo cruise ships had been created. It took a few days for them to reach, but the small fleet of ships had finally landed at the specially made facility, and it wasn't like anything they had expected. Walking in front of the squad was a male vampire named Stockton, one of the vampire knights, and behind him was a small squad of around 10 other vampires. They were looking around to the left and right in disbelief at everything. "What do you think happened here, sir?" one of the vampires asked. "Can't you see with your own eyes? We're both looking at the same thing, aren't we? It's clear that there was a massacre here." The whole facility was smashed completely to pieces. It looked almost like an asteroid had hit the planet, based on the way pieces had been destroyed. There was nothing for them to really see but a few traces of blood here and there. "Based on what we know, it's clear that Ray has been here," Stockton said. "It looks like he is doing as he said, getting rid of all the facilities that Jim had created, making sure that there is no way for him to come back." They only had one choice, to send a report saying they had yet to locate Ray. The main issue was that they had no more leads to go from here, and with everything destroyed, where would they go next to find him? Where was he? And what was he even doing right now? One of the squads that had been sent by the vampires had arrived on Earth. As for the one they were looking for, it was none other than Syl. In the past, he had left Earth in search of a way of dealing with whatever it was that would come their way. When doing research, though, they had found through the reports that Syl had actually last been seen on Earth, having not left the planet. Still, Earth was large, and there were many cities and places to go to, but there was one that they could get in contact with that had an idea of where he would be, and that was Shiro. "Are we sure this is the right place, ma'am?" one of the vampires asked the knight. "I'm sure of it," Emmer Dale replied. "This is the right place. I checked and checked again." The group hopped over the gate and reached what looked like a playground. There were drawings on the floor, climbing frames, slides, swings, and more, and in front of them there was a single large building. On top of the building there was a sign that read Black Rock Orphanage. It made all of the vampires there think, why would one that was as powerful as Syl be here? He had the power to rule worlds, to be at the very top, and would easily be able to acquire some type of following and become an influential figure. He could even build up the Blades again to what it was before, and in doing good deeds or working as mercenaries. It would improve their image. In fact, another option, just like the vampires did, was to decide to put an end to his life, yet he had decided to live and ended up in a place like this. The group continued to walk forward, and before they had even reached the door to the large building, several men and women had surrounded them. It was almost as if they had appeared out of nowhere. They appeared in a circle, pointing their weapons directly at the group. One of the vampires was quick to act, but Emmerdale stopped him by grabbing his wrist before he acted. "Remember, we're not in enemy territory, and if you really think you can go and take out a person holding a demon-tier weapon like that, then be my guest," she said. "Demon-tier weapon?" The other vampires could soon see the same thing Emmerdale did. As they looked at the weapons in the hands of each of their attackers, all of them were demon-tier weapons. "Why would there be such guards in a place like this, with such strong weapons just for an orphanage? Is this really just an ordinary orphanage?" "We are sorry to come unannounced, but it was an emergency," Emmerdale stated. "Shiro Blade was the one that gave us the information about this place. We are here searching for Sil Blade. We have been sent by Muka, and on behalf of the vampire settlement." The others continued to raise their weapons, and Emmerdale was wondering if they were about to have a fight on their hands. "The vampire settlement?" one of the men asked, holding on to a demon-tier sword. "If it's to do with the settlement, then Quinn should be enough. There is no need for Sil to get involved." "This matter in question," Emmerdale glanced away for a second, "it has to do with Quinn Talon." Hearing that name, it seemed that all of the others reacted. Just as fast as they came, all of them disappeared, seemingly teleporting away from the place, apart from the man that was holding the sword directly in front of the door. "Follow me. It will be best if we speak inside." They followed the man inside the large building, and straight away they could hear noises. It was children. As they walked through the halls and large rooms, they could see the children doing activities along with other adults. They were of various ages, from 5 to 16, and they all seemed to get along. On top of that, all of the facilities inside the building were state-of-the-art. It was clearly a high-end orphanage that had a lot of money put into it. Heading to the top floor, they had come across an office, and when the doors opened, there was no one inside. They were expecting to see Sil, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Where is Sil?" Emmerdale asked. Continuing to walk, the man went to the desk and sat in his seat. When he did, his face changed, and it was the one they were looking for, Sil. "You were with us all along? Or are you someone else?" another vampire asked. "Yes, I was with you all along. In fact, I am the only one here," Sil said. "All of the staff, the guards from earlier that attacked you, they are all just me, disguised. I don't want the children to get freaked out." Sil, having helped out in the great battle, had decided to eventually take over an orphanage. He had listened to the advice given to him well, that maybe he was part of the trouble that was out there. So he thought it was best for him to wait. If the time came that someone would attack Earth, then he would help protect it. In the meantime, he wanted to do something good. All of the blades on Blade Island were raised as if they were orphans, so he decided that he wanted to give those children that grew up with no parents a good life. When doing his research, that was when he stumbled across an orphanage called Black Rock Orphanage that had been going on for years. It had a great long legacy, and he decided that he wanted to protect it, protect what legacy had been going on for a long time, and continue to do good for this person who had started all of this. "I see," Emmerdale said. "I am sorry to disturb your peace, but we have an urgent message to deliver. Quinn needs your help." "You don't need to say any more," Sil said, standing up. "I will help." One of the vampire squads that had been sent out in search of one of those that they wished to take part in this special team had arrived on one of the Greylash planets. Not just any of the planets, though. They were where the leaders of the Greylash family were based. It was a location that had been built in the mountains, peaceful, with beautiful architecture that consisted mostly of temple-like shapes, while waterfalls were built in with flowing water in the area. The group of vampires was being led by Vampire Knight Timo, who was smaller than most vampires, but his power made it clear that he was worthy of being called a knight, and one wouldn't dare disrespect him. The group had arrived at this location, and was now standing in a grand room directly in front of the leader of the Greylash family, Xynon. He looked to be in a somewhat weakened state, as even now he was lying in his bedroom,
while important guests were in front of him.
I see. So you wish to know the location of Chris, Xenon replied. I can tell you that. I assume you are going to ask him to do a task for you. I just wish to warn you beforehand. It might not be as easy as you thought to convince him. You see, at the moment, Chris is acting as a traveler mercenary. He is joining groups as they go off on hunts. There is a chance that he isn't on one of the Greylash planets at the moment, but I can tell you where he was last seen. Don't worry about that, Timo said with a bow. We are quite skillful when it comes to tracking one down, and we also have a network of our own to use as well. As long as you can give us a lead, we will be able to find him. Xenon smiled when he heard this. Oh, I had no doubt about that. What I meant was, it might be hard to convince him. You see, me and Chris had spoken a few times after the events of what happened before. From everything he has been through, he feels slightly used. Used by Pure, used by Zero, and even used by Jack and Jim in the most recent situation. He never thought that his strength would become a burden that would be used on others. Right now, to put it simply, I am afraid if you come to him with another request, he might feel like he is being used again. The vampires had left Xenon to go to the last seen location of Chris with what Xenon had said to them in mind. All they could do in this situation was ask, and they wouldn't give up until they had at least asked him. Landing on one of the Greylash planets, the vampires felt more at peace than they did in the other areas. After the first Dalki War, somehow the Greylash group had done a reasonably good job keeping the peace between vampires and humans. There were still troubles here and there, with one group going against the other, but that always seemed to be the case. What they didn't get was more of an instant reaction of disgust. He was last seen at this traveler's base, Timo said, looking up at the large, square building. Most likely, when he has completed his hunt, he will return here. The group waited, and they were right on the money, as they saw Chris return with a big smile. The people around him had large smiles on their faces as well, as they thanked him and patted him on the back. They even heard a conversation where they had asked Chris to join their guild, but he had quickly refused as he walked to return to the quest board. On his way there, he was stopped by a group dressed in black. Vampire Knight Timo, here with a report from the vampire settlement. Timo saluted. There was a strange reaction that was occurring in all of the vampires as they got close to Chris. It was a strange smell that was wafting into their nose. Without them realizing it, out of their control, their eyes were glowing red, and their fangs were enlarging a little. Timo could feel the strange sensation as well, but was holding it in as much as possible. It's best if you guys don't get too close to me. It seems more and more vampires are reacting to me lately, Chris said, taking a step back. We both have good hearing, so we don't need to be too close. The vampires were dressed in complete black, and not what travelers would wear, like beast gear and such, were catching quite a bit of attention, as they realized that they were from the settlement. What does the settlement have to do with Chris? One traveler asked. Why are they meeting him here of all places? Chris, due to his work, even though he had only been a traveler for a short time, had earned a reputation among the others. He had been on multiple quests with other groups, and thanks to him, he had saved many lives, so he was quite the hero to them. The settlement needs your help. We have a task that only you can do, Timo explained. A large, single "Ha!" came out of Chris's mouth when he heard this. There are plenty out there that can do more than I do. Besides, you don't want me. Everything I touch, or everyone I help, it seems to me that I make things worse, or that I end up helping the bad guys instead. There seemed to be a great pain in Chris when he said this. And what are you doing now? Timo asked. Me? I'm a mercenary. I charge a small fee and help others on their quests. So far nothing seems to have gone wrong, and I enjoy seeing the large smiles on everyone's faces, Chris answered. This was somewhat his way of repenting a bit after the mistakes he had made when helping Pure and helping Jim. As you have said, this is most likely because it has been your choice, Timo said. I will ask you again. It is completely up to you. The vampire settlement is assembling a team that is to go to the other side to aid Quintalon. With the help of Logan, we have evaluated the very best and the strongest that will be up for this task. You are one of them. This is your decision to make. Maybe you will feel like you are joining the wrong side again, but if you were to sit back and do nothing, and everything in front of you is destroyed, will you not feel even worse?" The situation was certainly different from what Chris was expecting, and from the moment he had met Quinn, he knew he was a good person. His gut was telling him something was different about him compared to all the other people he had met. Maybe this time, rather than going with his head, he should go with his gut. "All right, I'll come with you, and fill me in on the details on the way," Chris answered. Another one had joined the group, but the final person that they needed to convince was most likely to be the most difficult. An enemy or a friend? No one really knew, but they knew he was strong, and they needed the strong.
Nearly all the squads that had been sent out were led by the Vampire Knights. That was, all apart from one. One of the leaders of the originals, Grenlet, had been sent out to search for Russ, considering there was a slight fear that he might fight back. Unlike the others, there were next to no leads for Russ, because he had escaped in the middle of all the mess. While the others had decided to go where they wished, Russ's location was never found, but that didn't mean they had no way to find him. When Logan was on the search for Magnus, he had upgraded his facial recognition software to collect all the information and send it back to him. During this time, although it hadn't helped in finding Magnus, using it now allowed them to track where exactly Russ was staying. It had come somewhat as a surprise, or not, that he had decided to settle down on one of the Greylash family's planets, but not in a built-up city as such, but instead in a village. The village only had a few hundred people, and when the vampires came through the small village, it caused quite a stir among the locals, and they could see them all heading to a single house. It was a simple house that looked somewhat like a giant mushroom. It had a single door and was far apart from all the other houses in the village, secluded. "From what we know about this person, I would say that the place he has chosen to live doesn't suit his personality at all, but I have to keep on guard." Grenlet gave the door a few knocks, and when there was no answer, he decided to give it a forceful push, breaking the lock and entering inside. He looked to his left and right as he entered a small living room. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Sitting in a single sofa seat was the person they were looking for, with a glass of wine in his hand, raising it toward them. "It's awfully brave of you to enter my house when I haven't given you permission," Russ said. "I thought you vampires couldn't enter places without getting permission. Or was that just one of those rumors that got spread around? Well, it looks like that myth is ticked off." Grenlet could tell that this human was incredibly confident. He thought that he might be off guard, or afraid that the vampires had come after him, but instead he didn't show a hint of fear at all. "We are not here to cause trouble," Grenlet said. "Ah, yes, and that's why they sent a weak vampire right to the front of my door," Russ replied. Grenlet was unsure whether or not that was a dig at him, suggesting Russ was that much stronger, or if he was being sarcastic, suggesting that they had sent an original after him, even though they wanted to talk peacefully. "We have come to ask you a favor," Grenlet stated. "There is an important matter involving the entire human and vampire races. No, it's safe to say that this matter involves our entire universe. You had helped us with the great threat against Jim and Jack before, which is why we have come directly to ask you for your help again." While Grenlet was speaking, Russ was continuing to drink his drink, and when he seemed to be done, he took a big swig, trying to gulp it down in a single go. "You want my help. So tell me, why hasn't Quinn come to ask me for help himself? Or better yet, why doesn't he come here and force my hand once again, just like he did before? I'm guessing there is a reason he can't. So let me ask you, do you really think I would help someone that did that to me? If you want me to help, then he can come here and force my hand, and if you think you guys can try to force me, then go ahead and give it your best try. But if it's me against you guys, I'll tell you now, you don't stand a chance." Grenlet was inclined to believe it was true. He had heard about the great strength he was able to summon at the time. "Don't you understand? This is much more than a simple grudge you have against one man," Grenlet said. "As I said before, this could very well affect our whole universe. Everyone you care about, everyone in this entire world would be destroyed and killed." Russ couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha ha! Do you not know who I am? Everyone I care about is dead. The only goal I had was killing the Blades, and look at them. Every single one of them is dead as well. So if this entire world is to die, to be gone, then what do I care? You have nothing you can use to goad me to help those in need." The other vampires felt like this was hopeless, a lost cause. The only good thing was it didn't look like Russ had a grudge against them. It wasn't as if he was going to attempt to take their lives. "Although many may not be able to relate to you, the original vampires can," Grenlet said. "We have been in your situation more times than you can ever imagine. Yet we know there is more to it than meets the eye. With the power we have the responsibility to help those in need. We can't just sit by and do nothing, and I believe even you have that to a certain degree. Didn't you take all of the chained under your wing? Was there a reason why you chose to be the leader? Why you brought them all together? Do you think it was as simple as just using them for your goal? And lastly, if you really felt that way, then why are you alive right now?" Russ, for the first time, seemed to be somewhat speechless, as he didn't say anything. If one really felt the way he said, then surely they would have gone into an eternal slumber or something like that. Russ stood up out of his chair, causing all the others to flinch back. They pulled out their aura and weapons, but Russ himself quickly did the same, imitating the aura of the vampires, and the power he had exhibited was far more powerful than any of them. "I already told you I am a lot stronger than you, so don't even try to fight me," Russ said, as he walked away and headed into another room. The vampires stood there, wondering what to do. Did Russ just walk away? Were they supposed to chase him or just let him be? A few moments later he had come back, and there was something in his hand. Of all things, it was a crystal. "I have had this thing for a while now, and I know that it's special, but I don't really know how to use it. I'll tell you what, let's strike some type of deal. You help me find a use for this crystal, and allow me to keep it, and then I'll help you. I should at least get something out of all this, right?" The crystal that was in Russ's possession was the God Slayer crystal that had been dropped by the Dalkey Pine. In one of the castles in the vampire settlement, things were coming together, and all of those that would be part of the special team were being brought together to one place. Mooka had a large smile on her face as she received information from each group, but it wasn't all good news, as there was one group in particular that had failed to locate one of those that they needed.
"Ray, we knew there was a chance that we wouldn't be able to get everyone that we were hoping for," Mooka thought. "But he must have a good reason. It seems he has been helping us in his own way, destroying all the facilities and remnants of Jim. That is a problem that we just don't want to have on our hands. Besides, there was also an unexpected one that had agreed to join us."
At any moment now, all of the guests were to arrive at the castle to discuss the final details before trying to head off into the other world.
"Don't look too nervous," Layla said, as she placed her hand on Mooka's shoulder. "I don't know why you're worried, but I should be the one that really is worrying, and even though I won't be going on this trip, for some reason I still feel like everything is going to be all right. Maybe it's because I've been in this situation multiple times now, and I've always overworried."
Mooka smiled back, feeling bad that the one that had to comfort her in all of this was Layla, and although what she said was true, the problem wasn't just whether they would succeed or not, but how much loss would come out of this. They had always lost those close to them during these big battles. When sending the others off, they had to go with the intention that possibly none of them could be coming back. A large, overwhelming sense of power was felt by the two of them. They could feel it. Everyone had arrived, and they were heading straight into the castle. The first two that were in the large bottom reception hall were Hickel and Edvard. The two of them had been staying in the castle for a while now, ever since they had asked Mooka to join. The next to enter was Syl, who had teleported into the reception room rather than walk in, which startled both of the original leaders.
"It's nice to see both of you again," Syl said, "although you look different from the last time I saw you."
Everyone had already met each other after the great battle. There was a ceremony for those that had died, as well as celebrations, so they had all gotten to know each other at some point before going off to do their own thing. There was a clear reason for Syl's comments, though. The armor that Edvard wore, he never saw anything like it.
"Is that a type of Godslayer armor?"
Syl asked. Edvard smiled with pride as he pushed his chest forward, showing the deep scales of the armor. "Actually, this armor belonged to Ray Talon. Honestly, I don't know how it ended up back at my armory. It seems like he must have returned it at some point. No one even knew he was here. Although I can't draw out the same strength as Ray, I have used the armor before, and I have no doubt that I won't get left behind compared to the rest of you. Besides, my luck might be what ends up helping us all out in the end, with the place we're going to. All of them, including Syl, had been made aware of the details before coming here. They knew the risks. Syl had also heard about how strong the armor was on Ray. He had heard about the battle straight from Quinn's mouth. Although it was hard to tell how much power was because of the armor and how much was because of Ray himself. Syl's head then turned to Hickle, because out of the two, it was his appearance that had more of a shocking change. The clothes Hickle wore on his body itself were now dramatically different compared to before. There was next to nothing covering his arms and legs. It almost looked like he had a tattered robe covering his body. Through the bare skin that was revealed, strange, large, curling, dark red patterns could be seen across his skin. They were on the outside, swirling around his arms, legs, and even a large mark swirled up on half of his face. It was clear that this wasn't the same Hickle as before. "I see you have changed quite a bit as well," Syl asked. Hickle looked at Syl, and soon a smile appeared on his face. "Do not worry. Although my appearance has changed a lot, I myself have not. This is merely a side effect of a successful experiment. I am glad to have you by our side on this journey. With your strength, I am sure we will be successful, and as Edvard said, I did this because I wish to help and do not wish to slow you down." Before any of the others arrived, Layla, Muka, and Peter had rushed down, coming through the double doors from behind. They had entered the large, dark reception room before the others were there. "Thank you for coming, Syl. I know you must have been settling in with your own life, and then to call you so soon," Layla said. "Are you crazy? How many times has Quinn helped us all? And I'm sure right now he is doing everything for the sake of all of us once again," Syl replied. "Besides, if it weren't for you guys, I would still be trapped in the same place as before." "He's right," a deep voice said from behind, and with no shirt on the top half of his body, they could see a red-haired figure with scars all over his body enter the room. "Layla, there is no need for you to say anything like that," Chris stated. "Besides, we know this is not just for Quinn, but for everyone. We know what Imortui is capable of, and we need to stop him once and for all. I just hate the fact that Quinn went in on his own, rather than asking us beforehand." Chris was also surprised by the appearance of the two originals that were there in front of him. "I guess we all feel the same way to an extent," Chris said. "Agreed," Muka said, stepping forward into the center of the group. "As we have looked into things more and more, Imortui seems to be the center of nearly all conflicts. Logan has even found traces of his meddling, dating back even longer than we can envision. I want to make this clear to everyone. This isn't a group that was created to bring Quinn back. Because at the end of the day, if we were to use the Bone Claw to just grab Quinn and bring him back, it wouldn't solve anything. There was a reason why Quinn had decided to go to the other world, and that is to stop Imortui once and for all. Your goal is to support him in this task, which is why we have gathered all of you." Syl was thinking back to all the people that he had lost. There were many allies from the cursed faction that he had lost on the way. All of those are from the Blades as well. All of that anger was originally pointed at Hilston, and now he wanted to point it at a new target while helping out his dear friend. "I know Vorden and Rayton would have wanted to be here to help us well, but this is not a task for them," Syl thought. "So this is it?" Chris asked. "Is this everyone that is coming?" "Not quite," Muka replied. "Ray was meant to be part of the group, but we are unable to contact him. But there is one more that will be joining us." Footsteps were heard entering the room, and at that moment they all turned around. "As they say, the hero arrives at the last moment," Russ smiled. "Now I hope we haven't forgotten about our deal, right?"
When seeing Russ enter the room, some were surprised by his presence, but when they thought about it more, it actually made a lot of sense. He had great strength and was a large help against the Dalki. If it wasn't for him, then maybe Layla, Minnie, and the others would have never survived before Syl arrived. At the same time, they never got to see the full extent of the powers of Russ when using the Black Sword, because he had already run out of MC cells when it came to facing H. "I'll be honest, I am surprised to see you here," Chris said. Although the two of them hardly got directly involved, Pure was around during the time of the Chained, and they were one of the large forces before they had been defeated by Quinn and his gang.
"Is it really that surprising?" Peter said with his arms folded. "I heard that he had actually decided to save Syl. And wasn't it because he let Syl touch him that he was able to defeat H?
Peter was just repeating what he had heard, and from Minnie of all people. His words had silenced the room, and Russ had even looked down to the ground.
Wait, that's right, Layla thought. Back then, I tried to force Russ's hand to help Syl, but he had eventually made the decision to save him. Maybe he isn't one we have to worry about so much after all.
Please don't remind me, Russ said. I have relived that moment in my head too many times before, and if I could, I would have taken back that decision. When Syl and Russ made eye contact, though, Syl just smiled at him, despite his words. This just angered Russ even more, because it was hard to hate Syl of all people. Why did he have to be one of the few blades that were still left? Then maybe he would still have a goal in his head. If anything, Russ's anger was rising, due to the fact that he was unable to hate Syl as much as he wished. "Damn it!" Russ shouted. "Where was what I asked for?"
"Don't worry," Muka interrupted. "He will be here. After all, what you requested will not just help you, but it will help us as well. Just be patient. He should arrive soon."
The room went into an awkward silence once again, while they were waiting for this mysterious person to arrive, and wondered what even was Russ's request in the first place. Meanwhile, his eyes started to linger on something that was in Layla's possession, hanging there around her waist. Before he knew it, his own feet were walking toward her. That was when Peter decided to step out in front.
"What do you think you're doing?"
Peter asked, with his hand held out.
"You know, I'm not afraid to kick your ass if you try to get close to her."
Russ couldn't help but chuckle at the comment. Were all of these people in the room taking him for a fool? Did they all suddenly think they could beat him? The only one he felt that he would struggle against was Syl, and that was because he had his power as well, but that was soon to change. "That sword, the black one." Russ motioned his eyebrows and eyes towards it. "It was thanks to my power that we were able to defeat the Dalki that nearly annihilated all of us. Don't you think that it would be better if it was in my possession?" Immediately, Layla placed her hand on the sword. She felt like at any moment that Russ was going to steal it from her. Lifting his hand, it started to transform and turned into what looked like a Dalki's. He grabbed onto the wrist of Peter, holding it tight. "I would calm down a little. Remember, we are on the same side. You guys want me to risk my life in all of this, to give the best chance for this universe's survival, then isn't the answer obvious? If that sword is in my possession, then it will give us a better chance. It would be useless to leave a weapon like that here. It's not like she's going to need it."
"We can't be sure that's the case," Muka said. "What if there is an attack here while everyone else is away? And besides, we are already complying with one of your requests."
Although the conversation seemed to have ended there, Layla actually was giving it a lot of thought. The words of Russ had gotten to her. If they really wanted to do everything they could, then they would need the power that Russ summoned. "Hey, didn't you guys just say that Syl got the same power as Russ?" Chris said. "So doesn't that mean that it could also be used in Syl's hands as well?" "Then that would be a waste," Russ immediately said. He was waiting for this argument to come up. "You see, Syl is already incredibly strong, and his power allows him to use multiple powers. But you see, that sword, it was the power to negate abilities. If you were to use it the same way I did, then I am afraid Syl would no longer be able to use the powers the way he used to before. Whereas for me, it would be more of a last resort and an additional power." The others actually thought that Russ made a good point, but it wasn't their sword to give in the first place. In the end, the decision lay with Layla, and surprisingly, she had pulled the sword along with the scabbard out. The sword was held sideways, and she walked past Peter, holding it toward Russ.
"You did protect us. You helped us back then, and I hope that you use the sword to do the same again, Russ. This is bigger than all of us. This is bigger than our individual grudges. It's bigger than just me wanting Quinn back, and I hope you can see that."
Once Layla's little speech was done, he wasted no time snatching the sword out of her hand. "I knew you would come back to me one way or another," Russ said, placing it around his side.
"Remember, that is to go back to her,"
Peter said, with menacing eyes.
"Look, you are all strong,"
Muka said, letting out a big sigh.
"That's why you are all here, so we can just put the strength measuring contest down for a moment and use all this pent-up energy to fight the enemy."
Once again, the group could hear the sound of footsteps coming again. They were light and elegant, but had an odd rhythm, as if one was struggling to walk.
"Oh,
It looks like the one you requested is here, Muka said.
Finally, coming through those doors, they were going to see what deal Russ had made. Bursting through and standing right by the door in front of them was a woman they could only imagine, but it was one they had seen before. The group turned their head to look at Muka, and then back at the person that had just entered the room.
Another Muka, Edvard said, surprised. Hey, I might look like her, but I'm not her. I'm the best forger in the world, the other Muka said.
Muka was a beauty that was indescribable. A lot of vampires already had a natural charm and beauty to them, compared to regular humans, apart from their pale skin, that in some cases would be liked or disliked, depending on one's taste. But nonetheless, the facial features and symmetry for vampires were on point, with nearly no imperfections. For Muka, though, somehow she was able to be one above that. If one thought there was a golden ratio of how one's face was meant to look, she had a goddess ratio on her face. Which was why, when there were suddenly two in the same room, they without a doubt recognized it as another Muka. This wasn't someone who had imitated her or looked like her. No, this was a carbon copy from head to toe, at least in the looks department. The way she stood, the way she walked, and the way she talked, they were all completely lost, as if someone had possessed her, but there were clearly two of them in the room.
Wait, what did she say? Layla thought. Forger? Muka isn't a forger, and when they say the best forger...
Thinking about these words, she could only think of one forger, the one that Quinn put all of his trust into, and the one that had created all of the cursed faction's equipment for them.
Wait, are you Alex Way, the Blood Fairy forger? Layla asked.
The others thought Layla was joking when she said this. This looked nothing like Alex, but then again, when they thought about it more, what had happened to Alex? Where even was he? That can't be true, right? Chris said.
Unfortunately, it is true.
Maybe I can explain a little, Syl said, who seemed to be the only person not surprised by this, other than Russ, who couldn't care less.
You see, for a while now, Alex has been trapped in one of the weapons he had created for Quinn. At least his consciousness had been trapped, Syl started to explain. From what I know, Alex helped Quinn create his current armor set once more, and when doing so, his consciousness was transferred once again to the new set of weapons. After the war, I was asked by Quinn to move the consciousness from the weapon into a body, so Alex could continue living his life. Due to Syl having all of the abilities, he was able to do this and had done it for Vorden, Brayton, and Shiro as well. Wait, Peter said, his mind lingering.
It almost looked like one could see the cog wheels turning in his head.
I understand how Alex is here, but what I don't understand is why he is now as a woman.
Yeah, or why does he look like Muka? Chris said, his head still turning back and forth. In truth, he also found Muka extremely attractive, and now he was trying to turn off one side of his brain as he looked at Alex. He knew he was a guy, or at least used to be a guy, but was now in a woman's body.
I think I can do the explaining from here, Alex said as he walked forward. You see, when they said my consciousness would be transferred, I didn't want to live in the back of someone else's mind, which was when the suggestion came up that they could clone a body and I could use that. Just how Vincent is also a clone of Quinn's body. Of course, a clone's body can only last so long, but once we find a nest crystal, all will be good. Anyway, when I learned of this, I realized I could be whoever I wanted to be. This is life-changing. Think about it. Have none of you ever thought about what it would be like to be a girl for a day? And now it was possible. I lived hundreds of years as a guy, and now I can experience the best of both worlds. And if I was going to be a girl, then why not be the best damn-looking girl there is?
Alex flicked his hair, proud of his new body. In the middle of the conversation, Muka couldn't stop shaking her head. She wanted to reject all of this, but Alex had done so much for the settlement. He was a hero behind the scenes, so if he wanted this, then she felt like she had to comply. She was going to go back into a slumber after this anyway, so what would she care if someone used her appearance?
All right, I think I understand most of what has happened, Edvard said, nodding his head up and down. But what I don't understand is why Alex is here. If he is a forger, why is he going on this journey with us?
Now, Russ was starting to get interested as he looked in Muka's direction.
He is the one that you requested, or she, Muka said. It's okay, I can get used to it, so just call me he, Alex replied.
All right, Russ said, walking forward. "There was a request I needed to be dealt with, and they told me that you're the one I want. That you might be the only person who knows what to do with this." Pulling out from the opening of one of the special rings he had on his finger, a crystal now appeared in his hand. It wasn't an ordinary crystal, and it didn't look like a beast crystal, nor like that of a nest crystal. It was larger in size, for one, and the inside had a strange substance moving in it.
"That's a Godslayer crystal. Where did you get that?"
Alex asked. He had spent enough time recently around Godslayer crystals to know what one felt like. "Does that matter?" Russ asked. "What matters is whether or not you can make something out of this. If so, it will be useful to me and useful to us on our journey." Alex smiled as he grabbed the crystal from Russ's hands.
"I may be in a new body, but this body isn't weak. It's strong like that of the vampire leader. Of course I can make something out of this, and I will make sure it doesn't disappoint." "Maybe you could make it disappoint a little," Layla commented. With the black sword and a possible Godslayer item, Russ was going to become incredibly powerful. "I will return here once I am done," Alex said, and he was off. "All right, while we wait for the crystal to be sorted, we need to discuss everything we know about the other side," Muka said, "and the plan for what to do once you are in there, because things are not as simple as they seem, and this will be an incredibly difficult task."
The familiar sound of metal clashing against rocks as hammers hammered away was music to Alex's ears. He had a big grin on his face as he entered the forgery used by the vampires. It was a large, dark cave with furnaces, molds, and more. It wasn't as impressive as what the Amra had, but it was still good enough for him to work with. When entering, immediately Alex caught the attention of the other vampires. They were unable to stop staring, and as some saw who it was, they gave a quick bow. "Oh, right. They must all think I'm Muka. She did say to cover my face while I was working away," Alex thought to himself, pulling out a black scarf and wrapping it around his face, just showing his eyes. It was pretty pointless since the others had already seen him, but since he was wearing some type of disguise, they thought they weren't meant to comment on it. The fact that Muka was here was strange enough. After taking his own station, Alex pulled out the crystal and laid it out on the table. He was observing the outside. "These Godslayer crystals are always so interesting, each one of them looking quite different," Alex thought. He was running his finger over the strange scales that were attached to the outside. It almost looked like clumps of dirt had attached itself to the crystal, but on inspection, they were a part of the crystal itself, like the scales of a dalki. "This will be the first Godslayer crystal I'm working with from a dalki. It makes me wonder what will come out of it. With my experience working with Godslayer crystals before, it shouldn't take too long." Holding the crystal to his chest, there was a giant smile on his face. "Finally, after all this time, I'll be able to make something again with my own two hands. This will be my own masterpiece, rather than one created through Quinn's hands." He started to think back to the items he had forged with Quinn, how skillful he was using the hammer, how strong his body was, and how he didn't tire. In a way, it was quite annoying, because Quinn had the skills to be an excellent forger, maybe even surpassing Alex. Shaking his head away, though, he was determined to make this the best piece he could, now that he could forge himself again. "What is there to talk about?" Russ asked, sitting down in a sofa seat while the rest remained standing. "Didn't you already give us the lowdown on everything we need to know? We just have to survive, find Quinn, then help him take down this death god, right?" On the way to the settlement, each one of them had been filled in on the information of why this task was so important, how Imortui was a god from another world, trying to pour in him and his creatures into this one. The finer details, such as him being the creator of the vampires, though, were somewhat missed out, but all the relevant information that would tell them how important this task was had been filled in. "In order to give you the best chance of survival, we have gathered as much information as we can," Muka said. "Logan has gone through all his memory banks, and the information that has been handed to him by Richard Eno, and there was quite extensive research done on this other world. At the same time, Peter has been able to gather information from the familiars as well. In the other world, there are two types of beings or creatures that we need to look out for," Muka explained. "There are the world's natural inhabitants. There are different races, like what we have here on Earth,
but their appearance does largely differ like that of the familiars. These beings naturally have the urge to fight and kill, even more so than the beasts or the Dalki. It is a world full of death and a true survival of the fittest. It is a world that has been given up due to how much carnage there was. It was deemed out of control by the gods, which is why Imortui was sent there in the first place. Why would they care for a world that had already been abandoned? Perhaps they thought he might even be dealt with in this world, yet that did not happen. Instead, Imortui managed to take over the entire world, rising to the very top. The familiar state, there now is more order in the world, and there are the new beings called demons. The demons are creations of Imortui, and there are several different types of demons, different races you could call it, with different traits. I'll be honest, there is no plan that I can really come up with that will help you. The best I can do is just give you information. There are two scenarios. One, the original inhabitants have a deep hatred for Imortui, or they are working for him. I would like you to assume the latter, and imagine everyone is your enemy.
So all of us in this room are meant to go against an entire universe, and a death god got it, Russ said. So our chances of dying are high.
Some would think Russ's words might deter the others, but it hadn't. They were already aware of this fact. None of this was new information for them, but they were determined to stop Imortui. If we could, I would send more in to help, Muka said. But a small team, when only having one real target, is more beneficial, and the Bone Claw only has so much power. What you need to be aware of is that the Bone Claw can only transport you into the other world, and has no idea where Quinn is. At the same time, they have no idea where he will transfer you. There's a good chance you will be attacked by the others immediately as you stand out, so be ready. The group was making final preparations. They were training with each other, learning what each other's strengths were. At least most of them were, while Russ was being kept under watch. They were wondering if he would try to run away at any point in time, but they felt he wouldn't do so until he got his item anyway. Then, after a single day, his item was finally done. Everyone was to gather at the 9th castle once again. They were waiting in the reception room, and entering last was Alex. "Your item is done," Alex said as he chucked over a small object. It flew in the air, and Russ caught it, seeing that it was round in shape. "A bracelet?" Russ said. "I gave you a crystal from one of the strongest in this universe, and you gave me back a bracelet." "You're quite narrow-minded, aren't you?" Alex said. "Trust me, item types, especially God-Slayer item-type weapons, are extremely powerful." "I would trust him," Edvard said. "He is the one that made all of Quinn's equipment after all. I have seen the strength of his items firsthand, but if you don't want it, you can always hand it to me." Edvard held his hand out, to which Russ quickly pulled away and placed the black bracelet on. It then started to move, shrinking in size and becoming skin-tight. After inspecting what the bracelet did, his distaste for the item went away, and he couldn't be sure until he used it himself. "There might be a few other things the bracelet can do, but I didn't want to test it fully. It's not my item at the end of the day, and I don't think I'm strong enough to draw out its power," Alex said. Now that everyone was ready, fully equipped with what they needed, it was time for them to go. Peter rubbed the back of his neck, and a marking started to glow and soon form a mist. The large bone claw appeared in front of them all. It pointed its large dangled finger to the side and started to draw a large circle. A faint red mark was left in the air, and when it joined up, the entire area lit up red. A strong mist was sent out of the portal. "So this is it. This is the other world," Syl said. "Peter, this reminds me a lot of back then, when we went through the red portal." Peter shook its head. "It's different. We're a lot different now to what we were back then, but you're right. We don't know what's on the other side. But we do know Quinn is there, which is why we need to go. And this time, no one's pushing anyone. We're walking in together." Saying those final words, all of them walked into the portal, heading to another world. Traveling through the red mist-covered plain at a great speed with two of his strongest allies was none other than Imortui himself. Those watching from their planets could tell when the Great One, as they referred to him, was on the move. This was because they were unable to directly see his body. Instead, they could just see a darker-colored cloud in the sky.
The area it covered was extremely large, so much so that even looking up from their planet at the red space, they could see it moving. Whenever the dark red mist would pass, it would cause the creatures as well as the people on the planets to go into hiding. They feared that there was a reason for his movement, and chaos would soon follow. Looking up, the people could see the red mist continuing to move at a fast speed. But that was until it suddenly stopped. The red mist was growing larger and darker, with sparks of red lightning, large gusts of wind, and even fires starting to appear within the mist. "The portal was closed. I can feel it," Imortui shouted in anger. The voice echoed in the heads of the two allies that were closest to him. Their whole bodies were also covered in the mist, only showing their glowing red eyes. "What? But how does somebody know the language of the ancients?" one of them said. "I thought humans had stopped using it long ago." "That has to be the case. This time the power source was already enough. It just needed time to pierce a hole through," another said. "If the portal has been closed, then the only way is to create a reversing spell." While the two were in the middle of talking, Imortui's anger just continued to grow, and the mist was spreading wider and wider. It was starting to cover the outside of the planets. Soon, the flames, wind, and lightning from his mist started to attack the land below. It was destroying the ground, picking up strange plant life, and even hurting the lives that were on the planets. Some of the creatures felt like the surface of their skin was being burnt, as their bodies seemed to magically catch on fire, while others were hit with the strange red lightning that took a solid form and pierced right through their hearts. The two didn't say anything. They knew why he was upset. It wasn't the time spent or the efforts made. Imortui had been trying for a long time, and for one who had lived as long as he had, waiting was fine. The problem was, being so close, when one expected for the plan to work without fail, and felt like their time to leave was now, and that they were finally going to leave this place, that was where all the frustration and anger came from. "They're all useless," Imortui stated. "I should never have relied on the humans or vampires to do anything. The only good they can do is reproduce and lose their lives in order to feed me." The angered mist over the universe was continuing to grow, and now was starting to cover and reach over all the planets as well. Meanwhile, it looked like one of the two with Imortui had received some news, as the expression in his eyes had changed. "I have some information from those by the portal," the man stated. "I think this is something you might want to hear, and a decision that you will need to make." For a moment, the lightning, wind, and fire stopped on the planet, but the mist was still covering it, ready to cause destruction at any moment. "It appears that the vampire celestial, the vampire godslayer, Quinn that you were looking for, has entered through the portal." The mist started to retract back, heading to one place. This news certainly did surprise Imortui. "He decided to enter the portal? But why would he do such a thing?" Imortui thought. "Wait, but if he's here, then how will I use his power to open a portal to the other side? Did he come here knowing that?" Imortui thought about it a bit more, though. Originally, he was angry at Quinn. He thought all of his chances were ruined, now that he had entered this place. Maybe in a few 1,000 years, there would be another opportunity, but right now he was Imortui's only answer. "Maybe there will be a way to use his power from the inside. As long as we have him, there will be a way to open up a portal to the other side." "Does that mean you wish for us to go capture him? The two of us should be enough," the man stated. "Capture him? We need to do more than that," Imortui said. "We need to break Quinn down. He is not only the answer to us getting out of here, but he will also be a great ally against the Celestials and Ancient Ones. If he is here, then there is no one to protect his family, to protect those he cares about. After capturing him, we will break him down bit by bit, until he becomes our loyal dog. That is his only place in this world. He has his powers because of me in the first place. He needs to learn that he is not one of a kind, and he is only a small fish in a big pond." Imortui and the others started to laugh. There was still a plan for them to go by. "Are you able to get his location?" Imortui asked. Although Imortui could sense a great distance, and should have been able to sense someone like Quinn.
They were in a plane that was contained in an entire universe. At the moment, he had no clue where Quinn was, even though he was on the inside. However, through their army, information could continue to be relayed until the news eventually reached Imortui himself. It appears when he entered the portal, there was some type of rejection, the man explained. His body was slingshotted all over the place, and now he has entered the Narath section. When delivering the news, the last few words weren't said with confidence, and judging by the few moments of silence, Imortui wasn't happy about it either.
That is where the old champions reside.
Imortui made some type of spitting sound after mentioning them.
If we were to go there now and do battle with Quinn, they might try and stir up some trouble. Let's see how things will play out. We will keep a close eye on him, and maybe things will be easier for us this way. That young one is quickly going to learn just how dangerous this world can be, and he is going to wish he never entered.
Charging through the portal, Quinn had next to no hesitation. He had already made up his mind. He had gone through all of the possibilities. He had done everything he could to grow stronger, and it was as if the system he had with him from the start of all this agreed, giving him one more way to increase his powers, and that was by absorbing the blood of these great demon races, the creations of Imortui. If absorbing their blood can evolve my blood aura further, then the Creator himself must be quite powerful, or at least have power to that level. I don't know the situation in the other world yet, but if I can get this last power-up, attacking all those around him before fighting Imortui, then it will be over. And if I can't, I still have another last resort. When entering through the portal, he could feel a barrier pushing him back. It was rejecting him at first, but as he broke through, it was now almost trying to pull him in. He could see as he turned his head the remnants of the other world closing, the portal itself disappearing. I have to be ready for anything. There's a good chance that Imortui could be waiting or nearby on the other side. I have to be ready to fight. Although Quinn felt like his body was being pulled into this other world, when the remnants of the last bit of the portal had closed, a strange occurrence had happened. An energy spiked from the last part, hitting Quinn's body. At the same time, all of the energy in the air that was surrounding the place was moving toward him. Quinn swung his arm, trying to hit it, but it did nothing. It was as if he was just hitting the air itself. This feeling is strange. It's as if my body is being pulled, but not my actual body, my insides. While having this feeling, suddenly it was as if Quinn was teleported, his whole body slingshotted. All of the pent-up energy was exploding, and he was suddenly traveling through the strange space. He was hardly able to comprehend where he was moving, as the energy was zapping his body again and slingshotting him to a completely different location. He was being zapped all over. The feeling wasn't painful, but more than anything, it was annoying for Quinn, as he felt like he wasn't in control. Do I try to suppress this strange energy with my own, or do I just let things take its course? Quinn thought. At the moment, he didn't feel in danger and wondered when this would stop. That's when he could feel the energy dissipating. It looked like there was only enough energy to bring him to one more place. He was zapped and thrown through the air. He felt his whole body crash into the ground, and he continued to skid on the surface of the ground like a meteorite. His body continues to crash into large rocks, breaking them, and trees, until it finally stopped as Quinn's back hit a large rock-like mountain that was dark red in color. Okay, now that one did hurt a bit. It's a good thing I have a strong body and this armor, Quinn thought, still wearing all of the God Slayer tier armor. When the dust started to settle, Quinn was taking in the area around him. It honestly looked quite similar to the places that the vampires would choose to settle in. Quinn himself was in some type of forest, although the trees were ones he had never seen before. They were large, gigantic in size, and the trunk of the tree wasn't the largest part of it. Instead, it was the branches that would swirl down. At the end of the trees, there were also strange pieces of what he could only guess were fruit. Then there were the dark red mountain tops that looked more like a giant ruby, including the one that he himself had crashed into. Finally, he was looking at the destruction he had left in his path when coming here. Well, that will definitely get someone's attention if there is anyone or anything in this place, he thought. His guess was spot on. as it didn't take long for him to hear the sound of footsteps coming toward him. 1, 2, there are 3 of them, and they're moving quite fast. With his eyes, Quinn was keeping track as they moved up and down the trees. They're really fast, faster than your average vampire. One had finally come down from the tree and stood in front of Quinn, allowing him to get a look at the creature in front of him, or more so the person. The thing that was standing in front of Quinn had a body similar to that of a human. There were 2 legs, 2 arms, a torso, and a head. However, that was where the similarities ended. The creature in front of him was dark blue-skinned. There was clothing and pieces of armor, but it looked like something out of barbarian times, since there was a lot of flesh showing. The most notable difference, though, was the face. The bottom half looked like a regular mouth and jaw, but from the nose up, it was as if the skull had grown out from the skin. It was a hard casing that stuck out. It continued showing the rest of the head, and there was no hair. Then the skull continued, showing 2 sharp-like horns structures on the top of the head. Is this one of the demon races created by Immortui, like the vampires? Quinn thought, staying on guard. His shadow was creeping on the ground, expanding out. Without taking part of its blood, Quinn wouldn't know, nor what level it was at. "Did someone get here before us?" the skull man asked, and took a peek behind Quinn. "No, wait, that's not right. Were you the one that crashed here?" Jumping down from the trees, 2 more joined the skull man's side, and they looked similar to him, although their skulls were different shapes and sizes, and so were the strange skull horns that would stick out of their head. I have to be careful of everything I meet in this world, but at the same time, I'm not being attacked yet, so it should be fine. I haven't seen one like you. Are you one of us? One of the men asked. He feels different, you know, the other said, tilting his head. Can you speak? The first one that had landed asked Quinn. You haven't said a word. Why did you crash here in the middle of all of this? There was a raised eyebrow at first from Quinn, because he didn't understand the situation, but maybe this was a good thing. If he was to fight Immortui, it would be best alone. He didn't want to gather the attention of all his followers and beings in a place like this, so it would be best if he could just talk his way out of situations. I don't know, Quinn answered. I was struck by some random energy source. It flung me all over the place, and eventually I crashed here. Wait, he survived a crash like that? The smaller skullman said. Hey, it's getting more and more likely that he's a demon. It might be best if we just step away from this whole thing. The words had caught Quinn's attention. They are referring to me as a demon? Does it mean these guys aren't with Immortui, or do they use that word to refer to someone else? If he is a demon, he doesn't look like a strong one. Maybe he was just lucky. If we just ask you, you won't tell us if you're a demon or not, but regardless if he is one, then it's clear that he isn't one from here. Otherwise, we would be dead by now. At least he's not a demon taking part in the hunting ground. The hunting ground? Quinn repeated, wondering just what was going on in this other world. Regardless, he had one goal, to get to and defeat Immortui. When entering through the portal, what Quinn was having to face was nothing like he had expected. Meeting these strange creatures, the words out of their mouth, and the fact that they weren't hostile on the get-go. What he had heard about this place was that nearly everything in the world was out to kill each other. Yet as soon as he met those that seemed more human, they hadn't attacked him on sight. Were they not as barbaric as he had learned, or was there another reason? What is this hunting ground you are speaking of? Quinn asked. He could sense that there was a bit of shakiness in their voice. In fact, Quinn had noticed that their hearts were beating fast before approaching him, and each time they mentioned the word demon. Even now, it was clear that they weren't comfortable, and their eyes behind their thick skulls would attempt to look back from time to time. This person doesn't know what the hunting ground is, one of the skullmen asked. Is he faking it? Is he trying to be cruel to us by pretending he knows nothing, and the next second we find out he's a demon and he rips out our hearts out from behind? Pretending to not know about the hunting grounds makes no sense, though, another said, with his finger on his chin. Everyone knows about the hunting grounds, and how could one not know when they're in it at the moment? The person would have had to have been living under a rock to not know. That's the only explanation.
The skull man that had first approached Quinn, standing in the center, was silent while wondering what to do, and eventually he had come to a decision. "Can you fight?" he asked.
"What are you doing?" the others asked in a panic.
"You're not thinking of bringing him with us?" The skull man didn't know why, but if everything this stranger was saying was true, he had no clue where he was, or what was going on around him. Then why was he not afraid? Wouldn't most be afraid in this situation? And he couldn't help but think how one could survive a crash like he had without having some type of strength. "I am strong enough to protect myself, so you won't have to worry about me," Quinn answered. "Good. My name is Anon," the skull man said, and pointed to the right, the smaller skull man. "This is a Kiki, and the bigger one is Toonie. For us to survive this, we are trying to group up with as many as possible. That is our best chance for our survival, which is why I am inviting you. If you can hold your own, or even be used as bait, then that would be good enough. We have to keep moving, otherwise we will be found. I'm sure your entrance will have caused some interest in the area. Follow me and I'll explain what the hunting ground is." In the same vast land in the forest, there were two more with skulls on the outside of their face running around. They were wearing the same type of armor as the others, barely covering any of their skin. They were traveling through the trees, sliding off the large branches, jumping from tree to tree without slowing down. "Are they still on our tail?" one of them asked. The next moment, a sharp red shard came flying, hitting the trunk in front of the skull man. It was only an inch away from his foot. Turning around, several more red shards came out. Lifting his hands around his forearm, it looked like the bone was starting to grow out from the skin. It was thick and large, but still attached. Swinging them through the air, it hit the red shards away. The skullmen were fast and had good senses for fighting. "Brother, we have to keep moving. With just us two, we can't take on the demons," the others shouted. Out from another direction, red shards were shot his way as well. Rather than blocking them, he dropped down from one branch onto another, avoiding several of the red shards. "They've already caught up to us. There's nothing we can do but fight." The skull man continued to block the attack and started to run forward. His teammate, watching from behind, saw him run into darkness, and he soon saw red glowing eyes. There were a few clashes of noise and grunts of pain until there was no more sound. "No!" the skull man shouted, knowing full well that his ally had been killed. Just in case, though, through a desperate attempt, he started to run forward toward his friend. As he took a few steps through, several red shards were shot out from behind, from the front, and from the side. They came from nearly all directions, and it was useless. They pierced the skull man's body, and blood filled his mouth as he fell to his knees. Before his death, he could hear the echoing sound of laughter, that horrible, high-pitched sound that the demons would make after their kill. "One day you'll experience the same thing as us," the skull man said in his last breath. The skull men were moving incredibly fast, and as Quinn noted while watching their movements, he realized it wasn't as if they were faster than vampires. In fact, their speed was quite similar. It was more so their movements. It was so smooth as if there were no thoughts needed, and traveling this tough and tricky terrain through the forest was normal for them. They would just react to what was coming up in front of them. Quinn was able to keep up, but it was because of his higher speed more than anything else. From time to time, he would try to imitate them, but it would slow him down just a little. Pushing himself a little faster, though, would make up the time. "The hunting grounds," Anon explained, "is where we are right now. It's this entire forest. Us native inhabitants are either captured, volunteer, or are forced to take part in this hunting event. You might be thinking, what are we hunting? But you have it all wrong. We're the ones that are being hunted. Hundreds of us have been placed in random locations all over the forest, all to make the hunt that much more interesting, and the ones hunting us are the demons." Quinn had heard the word native inhabitants, which made him believe his guess from before was accurate. These demons must be the races that Immortui had created, and they were doing things like this. For each creature they kill, they earn 1 point in the forest. Then, for each one of us scullies they kill, they earn 5 points. As you can see, we are involved in this cruel game, and now that you are on the hunting grounds as well, you will count as a single point for them if they were to kill you. The only way we can survive is by banding with the others in this forest and attempting to fight them back one at a time."
Now it made sense to Quinn why he had been invited. This was Annen's only plan. But would it be enough? And just how strong were these demons that were hunting them? While running, red shards came right toward Annen. He moved his head, swiftly avoiding each one of them, and the others jumped down by his side as they all stood still, Quinn coming up from behind.
"I thought we would have had more time before one of them found us. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Before we die together, please let me know your name," Annen asked.
Quinn looked around, trying to sense the enemies. He could feel them. "My name is Quinn Talon, but I don't plan on dying here, not before I kill Imortui." Kill Imortui. The three Scullies had heard the words loud and clear. To them, though, it was a name that they had heard multiple times. After all, a high number of them hated Imortui because he had made their nightmare of life even more hellish than it was before. So they often heard a number of people say these words, but when saying them, there was a hint of fear in their voice. Yet this stranger of all things had said it without any fear at all. Quinn looked at the ground and started to observe the hard red shards that had come flying their way. It almost looked like feathers, yet they shined like red crystals. It was something he hadn't seen before, and there was no way for him to tell how hard the substance was. That was until another wave of sharp red crystals fired out toward them. Rather than from just straight ahead, though, they came from three directions. Ikiki bent down, allowing them to go over his head, but due to the position they were in, it meant the red shards would just hit Tuni from behind. However, Tuni seemed to have eyes at the back of his head, as he had turned and used his forearms to cover his head and bend his body so it would cover his chest as well. The sharp red shards went straight into the hardened parts of his body, slicing through part of the bone and sticking there like darts on a dartboard. Annen was a little more skillful than the others, and also produced the strange white bone from his forearms, but hit the red shards in such a way that they were knocked off to the side, hitting the thick branch that all of them were on. Finally, though, there was a third set of shards, and these ones went straight toward Quinn. "The shards come out fast like bullets, but honestly, this is not a speed that I have to worry about." With his hands, Quinn was grabbing them out of the air. Then, when taking all of the velocity out of the shards, he would just drop them onto the floor. He continued to do this until he grabbed onto the very last shard, holding it in place and looking directly at it. Annen and the others didn't have time to see this. They were far too concerned with their own safety. Seeing that these many sets of shards had come out, they could guess how many demons there were around them. 3 demons, Annen thought, carefully looking ahead. He was still unable to see them, but knew they were there due to the attacks that had been made. "It would have been hard with just one. Maybe we could have done something with 2, but 3 is a lost cause. But I shouldn't give up. The moment we see one of them, all 3 of us should charge in. Quinn," Annen called out, "if you can, support us from behind as much as you can with any type of power you have." The reason why Annen had given these orders to Quinn was because there was a double meaning behind his words. If he saw it was hopeless, then he didn't mind if he chose to run away. At the end of the day, the objective of the hunt was not to be caught by the demons. The whole thick, large branch that they were on shook as something heavy landed on it, and soon out of the darkness, something could be seen straight ahead. The first thing that came out of the darkness was a large foot. It was thick and muscular, but quite short in size. The calf was relatively small compared to the thigh muscle, and the same type of red shards that had been shot at them could be seen on the leg itself. Then its upper body came into view. It was a large and thick torso, making the creature almost look like it had a turtle shell on its back. However, on its back, as well as its shoulders, it was nothing but the thick, hard red crystals that they had fired out. Finally, its face looked like that of a wolf, as it stuck out and had a large snout, with a single large red crystal coming out from the tip of its nose and curling backward. "Attack!" Annen shouted, as he charged forward, and all the others followed from behind. "He told me that I just have to support them from behind, right?" Quinn's eyes started to glow red. "I know who my enemy is, so I will do just that, and support them from behind." Raising up behind,
Quinn had multiple blood swords that were floating in the air, condensed into a purer form, refined with his Stage 3 ki, and would be enhanced with his blood control. They were hurled out, and all of the blood swords went flying past Anon and the others. They were only able to glance at the blood swords going past their head before they went straight for the red crystal creature. Seeing this, the red crystal creature turned its back, almost trying to use its shell to block and defend. The swords crashed and slashed right into the shell, cutting off large chunks of the crystal, then breaking them off from its body. It screamed in pain and grunted as it felt all of this. Oh, so the blood swords were unable to pierce its body. I guess these demons are a little stronger than I thought. However, it didn't matter, due to the sheer number of blood swords that went out. They swirled around to the front and went right through the soft part of its body, piercing through the front and slicing right through its head. Anon, Tuni, and Akiki stopped in their tracks as they saw one of the fearsome demons die just like that, straight in front of them, pierced with several blood swords that just evaporated into thin air. I have to continue giving support. Quinn turned his head to where one of the attacks had come from before. The end of his gauntlet lit up slightly before he threw out a fist of blood aura. All the others saw was the end result, his fist in the air, and only a blur of energy coming out of the other end. Blood Forest Fist has hit. Blood has been absorbed. A new demon race has been discovered. Durham Demon. The blood absorbed is not of a high enough level to evolve blood aura. Lesser Demon. Using the Blood Forest Fist, he could tell he was on the right path and had discovered another one of the demon types. Fortunately enough, the single punch of his from the distance was enough to finish it off, since it had hit it right on its head. Quinn smiled as he looked at the other two. Sorry, I'll be right back. It appears one of them has run off. After finishing his sentence, they could no longer see Quinn. He was no longer in front of them, and as they looked left and right, they were unable to detect where he was. Did he teleport? No, I saw he moved. Does that mean he slowed down for us? Several thoughts were going through their heads, but it was all happening too fast, and before they knew it, Quinn had returned right in front of them. He slammed the head of the Durham demon right into the tree bark. Its body was bloody, one of its arms was missing, and it looked to be in no condition to fight. I have one question to ask you. Tell me, where is Imortui? If you say anything else other than the answer to my question, I'll kill you, Quinn said, pushing up hard. He was using the influence skill as well, although he doubted it would work, and it seemed like it hadn't. Ha ha, you fool! Before the demon could finish the sentence, with a swipe of Quinn's hand, he had slit the Durham demon's head right off. It rolled to the side of the thick tree branch and fell off onto the floor. Against the demons in Imortui, I won't hold back. He's been doing the same against me, so I need to do the same against him. The demons were a source of fear for the Scullies, especially those like Anon that could barely fight back against them, not unless they were large in number. However, getting anyone to work together in this world was incredibly difficult. Even before Imortui had arrived, all of the inhabitants were at each other's throats. Killing was an everyday occurrence amongst each other. There were no laws, and only the strong survived. The idea of teamwork, or armies, was ridiculous to them. Looking back, the Scullies wondered if maybe that's how their whole universe had been taken over so easily, even though they had powerful beings all over. It was a surprise that Anon managed to convince Ikiki and Tuni, but others had rejected his offer. Still, it was a change that Anon could see, as everyone had a common enemy. People were starting to come together, but it was a little too late. All they could do was live another day and survive, escaping the powerful demons. Those that had the power to fight back had been restrained and could no longer help. So why? Why now, when looking at this individual, did Anon start to have a bit of hope? The being named Quinn had easily dealt with 3 demons and hadn't even received a scratch on him. On top of that, he didn't hesitate to kill the demons. I was right. Unlike us, he has no fear of them. He was serious about his words before, about killing Imortui. Using his senses, Quinn was trying to see if there were any other demons in the area, but he was unable to sense any, so for now he suppressed his aura inside of him. Another thing Quinn had done was disable one of the passive effects on his armor. Although they were passive effects, it didn't mean that he couldn't disable them, but more so that there was no cooldown or timer when using them. He could still take away the powers. One of the passive skills on the armor was the burning effect it would have on those nearby. It was great when fighting a large number of enemies, but it wasn't so much when he was trying to sneak around, since their feeling pain would make them aware. I did want to try it out, though, to see how effective it would be against the demons as well. It makes me wonder, like vampires, are all demons weak to the power of the sun? Quinn thought. Thank you for saving us, Anon said, coming over. The other two were still too stunned to say anything. They were prepared to lose their lives. You didn't treat me with hostility, and I know nothing about this place. Besides, you told me to give you support from the back, Quinn smiled. Is it true? Anon asked. About what you said before, that you plan on taking on Immortui? It is true, Quinn answered. I wasn't completely honest with you before because I wasn't sure of the situation, but let's just say that I'm not from here, and the sole reason why I am here is to take him down. Anon suddenly started to get down on his knees. He looked like he was in a begging position, but it wasn't quite the same. It was quite natural in nature when one asked someone they believed was higher up compared to them to try and lower themselves to the one in front. Then please, rescue the old champions. If you do that, with them by your side, I believe you will have the best chance of taking out Immortui, Anon asked. Quinn did think about it for a moment, but he quickly made a decision. I'm sorry, but I can't do that, Quinn said. I don't have time to try and save people. The longer I take, and the more I delay in taking out Immortui, the more damage he can do to those I care about. Saving individual lives wouldn't mean much, even if he defeated Immortui. If he took too long, then maybe everyone he cared about would be gone. If you have any information that will help me get to him, then please speak. If not, then this is where we part ways, Quinn explained. Although his first interrogation of a demon didn't work, he felt like eventually one would say or know something. I know you're strong. I can see that. And the fact that you have no fear must mean that you somewhat know how strong Immortui is as well. But even if you do have the strength to defeat Immortui on his own, he is not the only one you have to worry about. There are the demons as well, and that's where the champions can help you, Anon explained. The demons? If you are talking about the demon general, then I won't have any trouble with them. Quinn had run into a couple of demon generals now, and both times he had defeated them with ease. At their level, they weren't enough to get in the way of his fight. The biggest benefit was just their blood. Anon shook his head. It's not the demon generals that you need to worry about, it's the demon kings. Each of them is incredibly powerful, with power close to that of Immortui. Even if you had the same power as Immortui, taking on the demon kings would be impossible as well, not unless you had some help. When hearing about the demon kings, a couple of things came to Quinn's mind. If he himself could rise to such power and was a creation of Immortui, then why couldn't other creations of Immortui rise to power as well? So it wasn't unbelievable to think that there would be those that were as strong as Immortui by his side. The second thing, though, was the quest. The quest had told him to consume the blood of 5 of the strongest races at the demon general level. Did this mean if he was to consume the demon king level blood, that his blood could evolve another time? There are a total of 5 demon kings, Anon continued to explain. 2 of them stay by Immortui's side at all times, while the other 3 are spread out to control and contain the rest of the universe, in charge of overseeing several planets. I know you're strong, and it might be hard to believe the strength of one of the demon kings, so all I ask is that you take out the demon king that is on this planet. If you did that, you will then understand how hard it will be to fight Immortui on your own. Quinn stood in silence for a bit, until he eventually spoke. If I kill the demon king, will he know where Immortui is? Of course, Anon answered, but you might want to ask him before you kill him. In a way, fighting one of the demon kings would be like killing 3 birds with 1 stone in Quinn's mind. 1, it would allow him to gather information about Immortui was. 2, it would allow him to obtain a new blood aura upgrade, and see if there was a further evolution. Lastly, just as Anin said, it would allow him to know the level of the Demon Kings, and give him an idea of how close he was to Imortui's strength. Having taken out what was believed to be one of the last of Imortui's powerful, dedicated followers, it would even take him some time to come up with something that the others couldn't handle. There are a lot of strong people still. Sil, Chris, Peter, Layla, all of them have the capabilities to protect themselves from dedicated followers. Even Andy was a big help against Magnus, Quinn thought. Which was why he had somewhat agreed to Anin's little plan. They had found a large tree to camp in. The base of the tree was large and hollowed out. It reminded Quinn a lot of the area where he had met the demon-tier owl that time. However, the tree base was smaller than that of the time before. I know you seem to be in a rush to do things, but before you rush off, I just wanted to explain the situation to you. I won't ask you why you were after Imortui. It's good enough that both of our goals are the same, Anin explained. Using the active skill on his boots, Quinn created 2 clones of himself. All 3 were surprised by this, but not completely shocked. There were many things that natives from different planets could do. They were more so amazed at how accurate these clones seemed to be, and just what Quinn was planning to do with them. Don't worry, we can talk. I won't be wasting my time, Quinn said, as the 2 clones were sent out of the large tree. They were set to go through the forest, scouting how large the area was, and to see just how much trouble they would be in. Since the clones were only 50% of his strength, he felt like they could handle whatever they ran into, and would be fast enough to avoid attacks here and there. All right, I still don't want to take up too much of your time, Anin said. The people I asked you to help rescue earlier, they are referred to as the champions. I'm sure you don't know, but here, even before Imortui arrived, our kind would fight over the smallest of things. Maybe if one just looked at another the wrong way, we would go out of our way to prove our strength. There aren't many that work together, and the weaker of our kind had to somewhat band together to build up small communities. But because of our nature, even that wasn't easy, and there would be constant fights among each other. However, there were 3 individuals who came out on top of it all, 3 that people wouldn't dare to try go against. These were called the champions. They were so powerful that most people would avoid them altogether, and at the same time, they would constantly be challenged for their position. You see, when Imortui came, he had come alone. The Demon Kings were not yet a thing. His creations weren't strong at the start, and he had faced these champions alone. Tales of the fight between Imortui and the champions had spread far and wide, as some were able to see them from a distance, but those too close were unable to survive. However, Imortui never fought the champions together, and the champions themselves never fought against Imortui while he was in a fight with one of the others. It was against their code. Perhaps it was their pride or belief that since another champion lost, if they were to win against Imortui, then they had the claim to be the strongest. In the end, though, all 3 champions fell to Imortui one by one. Listening to the story, it seemed that the champions were quite strong, at least strong enough to directly fight Imortui by themselves. Quinn could imagine if those with the skull heads were just regular people in this world, then there would be some strong figures, especially with how the world was. Wait, if Imortui defeated them, then are they not dead? What do you mean by rescuing them? Quinn asked. Anin shook his head. None of the 3 champions are dead. Imortui seems to keep the strong alive, breaking them down or using something against them to hope they join his army. At the moment, 2 of the champions are currently on Imortui's side, but that's only because they know they are unable to fight back. If they were to fight together, maybe they would have a chance against Imortui, but with the Demon Kings around, they would struggle. As for the 3rd champion, he has been captured instead and locked away, being guarded by one of the Demon Kings. He refuses to work for Imortui, but at the same time, Imortui wishes to use his power and is attempting to break him down day by day. He is one of us, a Scully, and these hunting games, seeing his own people attack like this, is one of the ways that he is trying to break down the champion. If he decides to work for Imortui, the hunting games will stop. Quinn understood now why Anin seemed to be so involved and wished to save this person, and why he thought he would be a big help to the fight with Imortui. There is something about your story, though. The champions, you stated, have great pride. Even if I was to rescue the one on this planet, do you really think he would team up with me to take on Imortui? You see, for me, I don't care what it takes, what I have to do. I will get rid of him. But is it the same for them? Annan didn't answer straight away, and it was Toonie who stepped forward with honesty. It is unlikely, Toonie answered. Annan has missed out on a big part of what he said. These hunting games have been going on for years now, and there has been no result. Do you know why? It is because the champions never cared for us in the first place, only themselves. Before Imortui was here, the champions were the ones that would cause real havoc. The champions care for nothing but fighting. If that is true, then why didn't he join the others? Annan shouted back. The ones that betrayed us. Why? Ikiki interrupted. Because he's stubborn. The others just care about continuing to fight, while Calva cares for no one but himself. He would never work with anyone. In a sense, from what Quinn was hearing, releasing this champion named Morbo would be a double-edged sword. He may very well be one that will fight against him. Thank you for explaining everything. You have explained a lot to me. For now, I will continue on my own. The champions, they can decide what they wish to do after I take out Imortui. When I take him out, or the Demon King out, they will be free, and then we will see what happens, Quinn answered. The clones that were being sent out were doing more than the others had realized. They had already run into several demons, and during their meeting, they had taken out demon after demon that was involved in the hunting games. Scullies that were on the verge of death were being saved left and right by a figure that would just come and go. They didn't even know what was happening or why something so powerful was going up against the demons, but as Scullies met up with each other sharing the same story, the news about the figure was being spread. Is this the start of a new champion? One that has come to save us? They thought. At the same time, the reports were finally coming in to the demons that were in charge of the hunting game, reports that multiple demons were dying, and they were starting to act. On the north side of the forest, where the large trees started to end, there was a makeshift campsite that had been built. It was mostly made of a hard, dark red rock surface. It looked like brickwork, only darker in color, and was a little less organized and symmetrical than the stuff humans would build. But it was large in size, and there were several different buildings in the camp. "Open the gate!" one of the demons shouted at the top of his voice. He was walking, dragging a large, heavy bag along the ground. The end of it was soaked in a dark color. As the doors opened, he entered the base and jumped to where one of the demons at the type of desk was. "Add them to my tally," the red crystal demon said, as he swung the sack and slammed it on the table. The top of the sack opened up, and round objects started to roll out from the bag. "Oh, you got quite the catch, I see. I'm surprised that there are still this many," the demon behind the counter said, as he lifted up the round object and looked at it directly in its eyes. What was in the bag were heads, and all of them had the same look of the skull part being at the top. They were all the heads of Scullies. As the demon behind the counter started to count them, he threw the heads behind him, and they landed in a large pile. It was a pit of Scullies' heads, along with many other creatures. It was practically a tower of the dead in the camp itself. It reached an incredible height that made it look like a small hill, even though it was made with only the small parts of the creatures and Scullies they had killed. When the demon finished counting, he waved his hand, and a red system-like display appeared in front of him. "Zexer, that is a total of 24 points. You are doing well, and have moved up to 8th place. "Only 8th? The demon shouted in anger. "I worked so hard. Are there still so many Scullies left out there?" The demon didn't seem to care about Zexer's anger. That was until something strange occurred. The ranking of Zexer on the system screen, suddenly he had gone from 8th place to 7th. "That's strange," Zexer said. "Your ranking list just changed." "You mean someone just handed in more than me? Wait, that's impossible. There's no one even behind me," Zexer said. "No, your ranking has moved up, and the only way for that to happen is if the demon who had more points than you died." The demon behind the counter wasn't just any demon. In fact, he was a demon general of the Durham-type race. His body was more crystallized, with the hard red crystals compared to the others. On his back, they extended out further as well, and it was hard to imagine how one would be able to stand up with so much weight on his back. Due to his sheer strength, though, he could move about like it was weightless to him. The general, who went by the name Lexor, was in charge of this hunting ground, and had been in charge of it for a long time now. The occurrence he had seen now was a rare one. It was common for the rankings to disappear at the bottom end of the spectrum. That was where the weaker demons, or the stupider ones, would get fooled by the Scullies working together and die. However, those that had large amounts of points were skilled, and some were the best of the Durhams. So it was rare to see the top of the ranking change. Looking at the scoreboard even closer, that's when he started to notice something. The rankings hadn't just changed at that moment, they were constantly changing. Not just at the top, but all over the place. Lexor was seeing rankings change and names just disappear. "What is going on?" Lexor stood up from his seat. Running to the front, he could see a few Durhams that would help around the base running toward him. "Sir, we're getting reports that our demons are dying left and right in the hunting grounds. We haven't been able to gather much information. Only one has survived so far, and wasn't able to see much of anything. However, our systems are showing that multiple Durhams are dying." It was a strange occurrence, one that had never happened before, making Lexor wonder if one of the champions had betrayed them, or perhaps one had escaped. Bringing up his system again, he was checking to see if there was any information, but there was no word from the Demon King, the king of the Durhams. "Tell everyone that the hunt is suspended immediately. Send out Killbog in the meantime, and tell him to take care of anything he sees that is not a Durham. That should be enough to deal with the situation. If it's not, in the meantime we need to gather everyone." Zexer, who was standing by the side and seeing the reaction the general had, knew this was a big deal. "Wait, you're sending out Killbog and canceling the hunt? You've never done this before." "Do you really think it's such a big issue if a couple of us are killed?" Zexer said. From behind, he could feel the ground shaking. It was one after the other, the sound of large, heavy footsteps. When turning his head, he could see it. A yak. It was another demon race. One of the giant types, it was larger than the wall gate with its head towering over it. Black skin covered its body, and its head was large in size, nearly as big as its body. It had two large tusks, like that of an elephant, coming out from the side of its mouth. "Killbog, get out and deal with the situation." Hearing the order, the large yak demon started to run, and when it reached the gate, it bent its knees down, jumping over it in one go. It continued to run, pushing the tree branches and stomping on the giant vines, crushing them as it entered the forest. "If Killbog can't handle the situation, then we have real trouble on our hands," Lexor said. Quinn and the others had exited out of the large tree. He still had next to no direction of where to go, since the clones had yet to come out of the forest. "It seems like there are a lot more demons in this hunting game than I thought," Quinn thought. "I wonder when their attention will be caught, and if it's enough to bring that Demon King over to me." Looking up ahead, they all could hear something coming toward them, heavy footsteps. "What is that?" Annan said, looking around. Toonie decided to run forward, climbing through the trees ahead of everyone, and a second later, he came back swinging with horror on his face. "Bad news! They sent a yak demon out. This is the first time they've done something like this in the hunting games, right?" Toonie shouted. Quinn was wondering what type of demon this was, to cause this type of reaction, but with his eyesight, he could soon see why Toonie was so afraid. Hurling through the forest straight at them was the large figure, breaking away everything in its path. It ran right through a tree trunk, leaving a large hole in its center as it bulldozed its way toward them, and it was fast on its feet as well. "Is that the Demon King?" Quinn thought. "Let's take a look." Getting in a low stance, Quinn placed his fist by his hip. He coated it in a blood aura, enhanced his body with the first stage of ki, then added an outer shell of the third stage. Next, using the God Slayer equipment, he was forming the Blood Forest Punch. If it was the Demon King,
then a good surprise attack like this would allow him to get the upper hand at least. "Ah!" Quinn grunted as he threw his fist out with all his strength, not holding back. The Blood Forest fist went flying out, and suddenly the yak demon fell to the floor, no longer having a head. In front of Anon and the others, they could see a large hole through the tree branches in a straight path, right where the yak's head was before. Now there was no head, and only the dead yak on the ground. "Greater demon blood has been absorbed. A new demon race has been discovered. Demon race, yak. The blood absorbed is not at a high enough level to evolve blood aura." Quinn stood there looking at the system message. He had put all his strength into his punch, just in case the one rushing toward him was one of the demon kings, but now he knew that wasn't the case at all. The Durham-type demons he had been taking out in the forest were lesser demons, a rank above a regular demon. In this case, the large yak type, although it was a new type of demon, was at the greater demon level. The same level as the giant hand Quinn had seen. There were still the demon generals and the demon kings above those as well. Still, not all has been lost. It appears that I am coming across the different types of demon races sooner than I thought. The Durham and the yak are two new types, and if I meet those demon generals and absorb them, I will be over halfway to completing my quest. After jumping from his position, Quinn leaped a great distance in the forest and kicked his foot in the air using the special boots. It looked like he could do a limitless jump, or one was walking on air, because he essentially was, and had landed right where the dead body was. This was where the three Scullies were currently as well. They rushed toward the yak demon as soon as they saw its body fall. They were still in disbelief, thinking that it would move, but when it was clearly missing its head, with blood pouring out of the top, they knew that it certainly was dead. Moving his head in closer, Anon was trying to look at certain traits of the demon in front of him. "This is a yak, right? I'm sure of it," Anon said. "It's hard to tell completely without the head," Ikiki replied. "Usually the tusks on the head would be a sure way to tell, but to be honest, what else could it be?" All three of the Scullies thought back to the yaks that they had faced. When fights broke out all over the world, everyone had dealt with all sorts of different types of demons. Although they hadn't seen a yak demon in the area for a long time, they could still remember their devastating power. On top of that, their hard skin and durability. They would continue to move forward to charge and fight no matter how injured they were. They almost seemed like unkillable gods in their eyes, yet here one had been defeated in front of them, and it was with a hit that the others couldn't even see. Anon himself was giving a side-eye at Quinn, trying to see if there was anything out of the ordinary. "I knew he was strong, and I had a thought that he might have the strength to back up his words when he said he wanted to take out Imortui, but deep down it was hard to believe. Now, though, it's clear. He at least has the same strength as some of the champions. But isn't it really strange? Why have we never heard of someone like this? And wouldn't the demons have taken him out?" Anon desperately wanted to ask or know why he had fallen out of the sky, like so into the hunting grounds. But there was a chance knowing the truth could put a damper on the relationship between the two. At the camp that had been set up outside the base, Lexor, the demon general that was in charge of the whole situation, was continuing to have a look at the system that was set up. Every one of the demons had a tracker that was linked to the computer system they were using. That's when he could see it, that Kilbog had been killed. "He was only sent in around 15 minutes ago," Lexor thought. "And he has already been killed. Just what level of an enemy are we dealing with here? Is it even something that I can take on?" One might think that Imortui would have warned the other demons of what was going on after having received the report that Quinn had entered, but this was not Imortui's way. In the first place, although the demon kings did as he asked, those that weren't close to him, those other than the two that were by his side, were free to do what they wanted in the world. If the demon kings were to die, then it was simple. It meant that they weren't strong enough. Whoever killed them, Imortui would just try to beat them, and if he did, then they would become the replacement for the demon king, essentially creating a new demon king. This is what Imortui always did, use those that used to be his enemy, and if they were strong enough, somehow allow them to join his power. Even though the demons were a branch of Imortui's power, they were all individuals. They all had the choice not to listen to him.
It had just turned out the way it was over time. "Has everyone gathered?" Lexor shouted. In front of him, those at the base, which numbered around 50 demons, as well as those that were part of the hunting ground, which were around 100 in number, had returned. Although 100 had been sent out, 100 hadn't returned. It was closer to 70. Checking all of the numbers, the nervousness on Lexor's face was still showing. "There are less than I thought. How could so many have died before we realized anything? Were they really killed so fast? Is this one being's doing, or a surge in power of the Scullies? I am sure you are annoyed that the hunt has been called off, but this is an emergency measure, so much so that a report has even been sent to our Demon King," Lexor announced. At first, all of the demons were annoyed and complaining and muttering under their breath, wondering why the hunt had to be called off. The news had yet to reach everyone, but now they had heard that the Demon King had been informed. They knew that it was far more serious than they imagined. "I heard that quite a few of those taking part in the hunt died this time." "Really? But don't some of the weak bunch die anyway?" "Yeah, some. Can't you tell by looking around? Quite a few of us have been taken out." "So have the Scullies teamed up?" "They've tried that before, but I thought that was all part of the game. Then we just team up and take them out." "It wasn't a Scully. It's something else," another one mentioned. "Before I came here, I saw them. They had flesh all over their body and were wearing armor that was glowing with power. It happened so fast. The other two that were with me had been taken out." "Wait a moment," Lexor said, as he overheard the conversation that had occurred. "You saw who did this? Why haven't you reported this?" "It's because I just arrived here now. When you told us the hunt was over, it was on the way over here." Lexor had already heard about the attacker from one survivor, but they had seen nothing. So then how did this Durham see something and still survive? "Why are you alive? If you looked at him, why are you alive?" Lexor asked. "I don't know. I just ran, and when I turned around I could see him looking at me." Panic started to set in Lexor's heart. "You idiot! They let you live because they were following you, and you have led them right to us." Right then, crashing in the middle of the two, was a small human figure, wearing full armor and full of flesh. Back deep in the forest, Quinn smiled. "Looks like I found what I was looking for." Quinn had done exactly as Lexor had thought. He had allowed for one of the Durham demons to escape. Since all of this was meant to be some type of grand event, then clearly it meant they had to return somewhere, especially if they felt like they were in trouble. Doing this, one of the clones decided to follow behind and eventually reached the base. The clone was in the center of all of the Durham demons, close to 200 of them in total. "The real Quinn will make his way here. He can follow my location, and it shouldn't take him long. In the meantime, it looks like there are quite a few demons that look slightly different from the regular ones I have taken out so far. This will be a good test to see just how strong they are." Immediately, as the demons saw the threat in the center, many of them started to point their hands out. The red shards on their back would vibrate slightly, and then out from the palm of their hand, the red crystals all fired out. Since it was coming from multiple demons, it looked like shards of red crystal were raining horizontally toward Quinn. "I have 50% the power of the original Quinn, but I can do everything he can, and that includes using the shadow," Clone Quinn thought. "Let's test if any of these guys can get through." Swiping his foot, a wall of shadow was left on the ground, and quickly rose right behind him. The shards of red crystal all hit the shadow bit by bit, staying still and hovering in place. All of the attacks had been blocked, while some of the shards were fired out far away, hitting the side of the shadow and swinging in slightly. Some of the shards were coming toward Lexor, who had to quickly turn around. The shards clashed against his red crystal back and fell to the floor. "You idiots! Be careful when you're fighting in such a large group. You can easily hurt each other," Lexor shouted. It was a quick realization. They had never fought together like this before. Even when battling a large group, they had mostly fought as individuals, and right now, the Durham demons were acting the same way. They were fighting as if they were taking part in a hunt, and were all rushing to defeat the intruder. When the shadow fell, so did the crystals. There were a few ways Quinn had learned to use the shadow.
Either when it hit the shadow, it would slow down time, and when removing the shadow, the momentum would continue forward at the speed it was shot at. He could also open up shadow elsewhere and allow for the attack to go through the shadow as if it was teleporting. Then there was just moving the shadow in the way and blocking attacks. This would be a more condensed form of the shadow. When the shadow fell to the ground, though, the demons had no clue where the intruder was. It was as if he had disappeared. Coming up through the ground, with his gauntlets fired up with a red aura, Quinn slashed through 2 of the demons. It struggled a little as his clawed hands were going through the hard crystal backs, but was able to break right through, killing them on the spot, their blood flowing onto the floor. "He's here!" one of the demons shouted, and charged in. His whole hand had crystallized and had turned into a sharp object like a sword. "While I'm a clone, even a small attack, as long as it hits me, can cause my body to disappear, so right now it's best if I don't get hit." With Clone Quinn's hand glowing red, he fired out a blood cannon, full of his aura, hitting the demon right in the stomach, sending him up in the air, flying off a great distance. Another tried to leap on top of him, but with his boots, he was able to kick up in the air and was now looking down at them. As a clone, there were certain skills of the armor that wouldn't work, especially any of the active skills, but with the airwalk and silent steps, they still worked even on the clones. "Their bodies are hard, and my current strength, this might not be enough, but let's give it a go." From above, with his eyes glowing red, hundreds of swords were being formed, but the demons wouldn't allow him to do this, especially Lexor, as he attacked Quinn in the air above. However, the shadow raised and went in front to block the attack. When seeing this, though, Lexor moved his hand, and in doing so it looked like the crystal swirled and moved around, aiming right for Quinn's chest. Just in time, the shadow had moved quick enough, covering his chest and blocking the attack. "It looks like that one is a little more skillful compared to the others, but the best thing to do right now is get rid of as many of them as possible." The swords began swinging down from the sky, and now it was his turn for a large-scale attack. Some of the demons decided to try and attack the blood swords, but as their crystals hit the swords, they did next to nothing. It was as if the swords were going through paper. While others decided to turtle up. They pulled their legs and arms in, with their face towards the ground, and allowed their red hard crystal backs to face the sky. For those that hadn't done this, the swords pierced through their bodies, several of them, but the backs of the others were strong enough to block the swords, but not without a few of the crystals on the back cracking or breaking off. Eventually, the swords raining down had come to an end, and now the ground was a completely different sight compared to what it was before. "That's good. It looks like I managed to get rid of at least half of them," the clone thought. Looking at the ground from above, that was when the clone Quinn had seen something. It was a horrid sight. It was the mountain of dead corpses, the heads of the Scullies as well as the dead beasts. "They have a mountain of the dead piled up like it's some sort of achievement. I guess those that are working for Imortui have next to no compassion just like him. I won't have to feel bad at all about getting rid of them." There were a few that had just been injured rather than killed, so lowering himself to the ground, he had planned to finish them off. Going up to the first one, Quinn had his gauntlets encased in the red aura again, and he could see the demon moving toward him. He leaned back, avoiding a strike, and as he did, he smashed right through one's head. He continued as he went toward the next one again. This time the demon didn't move quick enough, and Quinn had already killed another. Then, once again, another demon had only been injured with the sword going through its thigh. It made a desperate attempt, as it leapt towards Quinn, and shot out several shards toward him. Moving from side to side, he was able to avoid them all. With his hand building up a blood cannon, the clone was going to deal with it from far range, until it felt something go right through its chest. It was a crystallized red hand. "Damn it! This body is so weak." Turning his head, the clone looked and noticed that it was the demon that was more crystallized than the others and had a bigger back. "I knew this one was more troublesome than the others. Maybe I should have gotten rid of him first." Lexor felt like he had the perfect hit. He had been waiting for the perfect time and moment, and he had successfully landed a killing strike. The next moment, though, his target had puffed into nothing but clouds. When the smoke cleared up, Lexor could see that there was no one in front of him. Is he dead? Lexor thought, turning his head left and right, wondering if he had escaped, but he was unable to see any sign of him, other than the fact that their attack had halted. But now, they were now less than 100 of them. He has to be dead. I stabbed him right through the heart, Lexor said to himself. Still, I can't believe it. How could one person cause all of this damage? This has never happened before. At least we dealt with the problem now, and it wasn't any worse. Lexor had no idea, because at that moment, just outside of the camp, Anin and a particular person had arrived at last.
Before Quinn had entered the campsite with all of the Durham and others, his clone had reached the area first, causing chaos. However, Quinn had released not just one clone, but 2 clones. One of them was busy attacking the base. The clone seemed to be strong enough to deal with the demons, so he felt that there was no need for 2, and even if there was, the second clone was dealing with a much more important task. The clone had gone past the camp, and in doing so, it was exploring the rest of the planet they were on. From the information Quinn had received, he knew of 2 things. For one, that there is one that is called the Champion somewhere on the planet, as well as the Demon King. Not traveling with others and having extra help, this clone was able to put its full attention into exploring the planet, ignoring the demons, until it saw something interesting. This place has a large lack of life on the planets, the clone thought. It might be just the case for this planet in general. There are plenty of planets near Earth that also lack life. It makes me wonder if all of this is due to the doing of Imortui, or if it's always been like this. The world feels completely different. Even the air itself feels filled with energy compared to Earth. The clone was feeling a strange sensation. Just being here, he could almost feel the energy lingering in the air, entering him and powering him up. With this excess energy entering them, it almost wanted the clone to expend it somehow, making it want to fight. Perhaps it was Imortui's doing, or just this universe in general, something in it that caused the creatures to fight against each other. It made the clone wonder what would happen to the real Quinn if he stayed here too long. After searching the land for a while, it finally looked like the clone had found something different in this world. There was a large staircase leading up to a platform that looked almost like an altar. The stairs went incredibly far out, almost a mile from side to side. They looked old, as there were many cracks in the staircase itself. At the bottom of the staircase, though, there was no sign of any demons. I don't know what this is, but there can't be any harm in searching this place. I mean, if I disappear, it's not too much of a problem. The clones were quite strange creations based on Quinn's thoughts. Quinn could pass information to each other. Also, Quinn could direct them and order them on what to do, but they did have their own thoughts, allowing them to act freely as they wished. Going up the steps, Quinn quickly noticed how big the gap was between each of the steps. When standing on the first step alone, his head only reached the next step. If he was just to try to go up them, normally he would never have been able to. These stairs are almost made for giants. The Durham demons are only a little bit bigger than regular humans, so I don't think it could have been made for them. It was much more likely to have been made for something like the Yak demons and suited more their size. However, there was also a chance it was made by the natural inhabitants. After all, not all of them were like the Scullies either. Although, so far on the planet, Quinn had only seen demons, Scullies, and the dead body of creatures that had low-level beast-like intelligence. Jumping up, Quinn managed to clear a few steps at a time, and the stairs went up higher than he thought. After jumping for a while, he looked back, and it was almost as if he was climbing a large mountain. There were even brown and orange-colored clouds that could be seen in certain areas. Continuing up, he eventually came to the edge of the platform where it leveled out. It was made of the same stones as the staircase, but the platform looked to be even larger than the stairs themselves, as he was unable to see where it ended. This whole thing, it almost looks like there was some type of city in the sky, Quinn thought, turning his head and glancing at the large pillars, the housing-like structures. It was clear at some point some sort of life did live here. A lot of the housing had even been destroyed, so much so that it looked like nothing but rubble. There was a clear street to walk on that the clone continued to follow, and eventually reaching the end, he could see something up ahead. On a pyramid-like structure, there were 5 gigantic pillars. They were thick and went up so high into the sky that the clouds blocked the view at the very top. On these pillars, though, there were chains that were solid green in color. The chains went across the floor and were attached to a figure in the center of the pillars that were spread out like a pentagon. It looks like a giant scully? It was just as large as the yak, but its features were completely different. It had the same half-head skull-like design on its head. Rather than horns on top of the skull, this one had a singular horn. Then there were its knuckles and hands as well. Part of it was encased in an outer skeleton-like design as well, but it was clear that it was the same type of inhabitant as Anin and the others. It was certainly a scully, despite its size. The chains from the pillars were each wrapped around and attached to certain cuffs on parts of its body, around the wrists and ankles and one around the neck. The scully in the center was alive. If I was to guess, I would have to say that this is one of the champions, the one that Anin talked about. Jumping from his position, Quinn landed around 50 feet away from the scully. Now that he was close, he noticed a few things. One, there was a large circle that had been drawn underneath the scully. Then, underneath each of the pillars, each of them had circles drawn under them, with symbols as well. Magic circles. I guess it would make sense. If there is someone strong enough to fight against Immortui, then they wouldn't be able to restrict them via normal means. The scully lifted its head and looked straight at Quinn for a few moments. His eyes were not just staring at his features, but almost trying to read him. "It's been a long time since I have had a visitor," the scully said. "Who would dare to climb the stairs when they know what awaits them? Are you another demon sent by him to try and convince me to join you?" Based on the context, Quinn knew what this person was talking about. "You are one of the champions, correct? I have heard about you from your kind, how you fought against Immortui and are trapped here because of him." The scully shut up for a moment, because these weren't usually the words spoken by the demons that would come and see him. "Who are you?" the scully asked. "Who am I? I don't think who I am would really matter to you. Instead, I will tell you the reason why I am here," Quinn said. "I am here to take down Immortui, and unlike you, I cannot fail, no matter what the cost. I was searching for him and just happened to come across you." These words had put a large smile on the scully's face. "You are right. I don't know who you are, but you seem crazy, a bit messed up in the head to say words like that. You really think you can beat Immortui? Well, I guess we will soon find out." Quinn wondered what he meant by those words, and soon saw the magic circle underneath the scully light up. "Whenever someone comes to see me, the Demon King, who is here to guard me, is informed. It's been a long time, a very long time since I have seen the Demon King. Let's see how long you will last." The Demon General Lexor was looking at the scene of the base and wondering how he would explain this to the Demon King. He wondered what the consequences would be for him allowing such a thing to happen. The worst thing was that there was no head to give to the Demon King either, to show who was responsible for all of this. The one saving grace was that they had managed to actually defeat the person responsible. "Make sure to put the dead off to the side, and not in the pile like the rest," Lexor shouted. He wanted to see which ones had been killed off in all this mess, and how. From checking out the system, quite a few of the high-ranked ones seemed to have been defeated, as in those that would do well in the hunting games, while the low-ranking ones had survived, and he wanted to know why that was. After inspecting some of the bodies for a short while, the answer became quite clear. The more talented demons thought that they could face the rain of blood swords that had come down. They believed that it wouldn't kill them, while the others were afraid. This was the difference between the two. If some of the Durham demons hadn't turned their back or shelled up, as they could do, then the blood swords would have wiped out the entire camp. Walking away from the dead bodies, Lexor was going back to his group to see how they were doing. It had been a stressful day. His hand raised up to his head, and it paused for a second. He squinted his eyes, trying to focus on something in the distance. His feet stopped, and he figured out who the figure was in front of him. His mouth started to open, and his eyes turned to the other demons around him, but they all seemed busy with the task. He's here, Lexor said, his bottom lip quivering. "He's still alive." Walking into the base was the same person that had just attacked them, but he had walked in casually. He didn't have a single mark on him either. "I was sure I stabbed him right in the chest. There was nowhere for him to be seen. Why would he appear now of all times?" Lexor thought. Not only that, but for some reason, There were 3 Scullies with him as well, although they looked frightened out of their wits. They were shaking with every step and hunched in together. They were, after all, in enemy territory.
Why are we here?
Akiki asked. He had never seen so many demons in one area before. They knew where Quinn was going. He stated several times that he was serious about going after Imortui, and this certainly was the quickest way, but it was also the quickest way to their death as well. I know we're scared, Anon said, but you have to know that the hunting game doesn't end until we are all dead anyway. If we are going to die, then it should be on our terms and while putting up a fight. Anon wanted to try to help Quinn to kill as many demons as possible, even if he was unable to take on Imortui. However, of the 3, Tuni had noticed the strange tension in the demon base, something overlooked by the other 2 due to their fear. All the dead bodies were around them. Was there some sort of attack? Tuni's guess was right, and he wasn't the only one that had noticed something strange happening. Many of the Scullies inside the forest that had been saved had met up with others. They started to talk about the mysterious figure that was able to kill the demons, but they also realized that the demons hadn't attacked them in a while. The commotion and noise that was being caused, as well as the smell of blood in the air, they had decided to follow it. In doing so, it led them to the base. Unlike Anon and the others, they had opted to watch from afar, though, staying in the treetops and looking at what was about to happen. Why is everyone just standing around? The enemy is right in front of you. He isn't dead. Get him! Lexor shouted. He himself placed both hands out in front of him, and the red crystal shards started to fire out. The others that had heard the order started to act, doing the same, firing all of them towards them. With as many shards as there were coming towards them, the Scullies felt like they were doomed. They had hardly survived against an attack from 3, let alone over 50 of them. Before the shards had even hit them, Quinn reached his hands out and small portals of shadow could be seen from his hand. Soon, shadow portals were opening up all over the place. Before the shards hit them, the shadow raised, like a tube surrounding all of them, and as the shards went into the shadow, they went out, going right through the shadows that were placed elsewhere. The sound of several sharp rocks crashing against each other was heard, while the others started to scream in pain. The red crystals were hard, harder than the normal skin on the Durham demon's body. It was an unexpected move. They had seen the shadow before. They had seen what it could do, yet this time it had acted completely differently. In that one move, half of the demons had been killed, making their numbers even smaller than before. While many were injured, when the shadow went down, Anon and the others were left confused. They had no idea what happened, and wondered why suddenly so many of the demons had been killed. You're the boss of this place, right? Quinn asked as he continued to walk forward. One of the demons that was close crystallized their hand and started to run towards them. A piece of blood from another one of the demons that were on the ground rose up and traveled through the air like a bullet, killing it on the spot. The blood started to rise up from the dead all around, and in doing so, slash those that were injured and those that were running toward him. The Scullies that were watching in the forest were mesmerized by every move. The champions used mostly brute strength and fought with their fists, legs, and arms. This was something completely different. It was the sense that this figure was untouchable. Lexor looked around as he saw Quinn pointing towards him, and before he could answer, he felt a sharp pain in his left knee. He fell to the ground, only being able to use one leg. What is this? How could I, a demon general, be dealt with so easily? How could someone have so much power in this world that I don't even know about, that I've never met before? Lexor thought. He hadn't even seen what had hit his leg, but he could tell immediately that he had lost this fight. He didn't know why, but after having supposedly killed this person, he seemed to come back stronger. There was now not a single one of them left alive other than the demon general. The Scullies were no longer afraid. Their legs had stopped shaking, and they had stopped huddling together. What do you want? Why are you attacking us? Lexor was starting to think a little more clearly now. There were a number of questions that needed to be asked. The person in front of him didn't look like any of the inhabitants. At the same time, he didn't have any type of appearance he recognized among the other demons. He's looking for the Demon King and the Champion, Anon said. Tell him where it is if you want to live. A certain little Scully had gained some confidence based on another one's strength. "No," Quinn answered. "I know where the Demon King and Champion is. I need to go." The area around the champion was lighting up as the magic circles shined brightly on the ground. A surge of power was flowing into the circles from the air itself. This was a bit different from the magic circles that Quinn had dealt with before. "I thought since coming in here that the air was different compared to everywhere else," Quinn thought. "It seems like the air itself has a strong energy source, and it's powering the magic circles. There is no need for beast crystals." What Quinn needed to worry about more was what was about to come out of the magic circles themselves. There were those around the pillar and around the champion. It was clear that they were meant to restrain the champion. However, there was now a large one in front of him, and something seemed to be coming through. Jumping back, the clone escaped the area of the circle, and while doing so, started to gather aura in both of its hands. "With the clone, I can't use the Blood Forest Punch to absorb its blood. It would have been nice to see what it could have given me. Since the demon generals can evolve my blood power, a demon king would most likely prompt another quest of some sort. But if this thing really is strong, then it would be best for me to kill it before it was summoned, or at least damage it." Quinn didn't want to kill it in one attack, because he wanted to absorb its blood, so although he was putting a lot of strength into this attack, he was hoping that it wouldn't finish it off. "Blood Cannon Blast!" Just like the Blood Cannon attack, essentially Quinn was doing the same thing, but with both of his hands, adding the skills that only he had, such as ki, the strength of his punch, and the speed of his hands. He hit the air, and a shockwave of power exploded around, pushing the red aura for a moment. A strong, powerful red pulse went out toward the magic circle. Rather than creating a sword or a spear, this was a pure form of energy, meant to just create as much damage as possible. The champion that was tied up was watching everything very carefully. "Oh, it looks like this person might have had some sense climbing those stairs. No wonder he had no fear coming up here. He has some skills to back it up, but that won't be enough." Out from the top of the magic circle, a large singular red crystal could be seen poking through, rising up. The blood blast had hit the top of the crystal. It continued to clash against it, but the figure continued to emerge from the magic circle. It was doing nothing to damage what was coming out. One crystal soon had become many, and eventually Quinn's blood blast had come to an end, as it did no damage. There was no need for him to waste his energy continuing his attack. The figure had already been summoned. "So this is the Demon King, the one that those guys said had a power close to Immortui," the clone thought, and assumed that their guess was somewhat right, since it was the first time an attack from the clone hadn't even left a scratch on the demon's body. "It's been a long time since I was summoned here, and of all times, while I just got a report of a problem happening at the hunting grounds, just what is going on?" the Demon King said. It was hard to tell exactly what he was saying, as the words were spoken through sharp, jagged rock-like teeth that seemed to be made of the same type of red crystal the other demons had. From just the look of things, it was quite clear that the demon in front of them was of the Durham race, but the Demon King looked quite different compared to all the others. First of all, the amount of red crystal that was hardened over all of his body. Although there was a human shape, it was hard to even see any human parts, or anything that resembled skin, as the legs, arms, and torso were completely made out of the red crystal, even the teeth. It was only part of the face near that of the eyes that had a little bit of skin. Then there was its large back. It was even larger than the demon general, and truly looked like there was a shell of some sort on its body. It made the sheer size of the demon look around 2 times bigger, even though it was only a little bigger than its counterparts, but smaller than the champion behind it. Regardless, Quinn could sense the flowing energy coming out of its body. It was clear that this demon was incredibly strong. The magic circle underneath the Demon King's feet had disappeared, now that his body had been fully summoned, and he looked upon Quinn, who was in front of him. "That attack, that is not something that the inhabitants can do. The energy you are using, it feels familiar, yet different at the same time," the Demon King said. His confused look turned into a smile, as he had figured out why the attack felt somewhat similar. "I thought as much. There are no longer any inhabitants that are strong enough, nor have the will to take us on. You are one of us. You are a demon created from Immortui's power."
The champion raised his head. He had a feeling that this was the case as well when he first saw Quinn, and now it had been confirmed. "You must be one of the new creations. This seems to happen every single time. I haven't seen you before, but it's the same pattern we have all been through. We get a rise in strength. We are able to topple the other races and the natural inhabitants, and then we go after the demon kings to try to prove ourselves before taking on Immortui himself." Quinn knew that there were other demon races, mainly because of the quest he had received, where it stated he only needed to gather the blood of the 5 great races. "If you wish to battle, then there was no need for you to come here. I, Kronker, am happy to accept a battle at any point, any time. If you had just asked, then perhaps I would have gone easy on you, but the fact that you have forcefully summoned me here has put me in a bad mood," Kronker, the Demon King, said as he bashed his 2 crystal hands together. The red crystal started to light up, and the swirling power in the air started to swirl around both of his hands. Dark, red clouds started to form above the area they were in. Since they were so high up in the sky as well, there were even a few clouds that had darkened the area they were in. The red mist, the air, is moving towards the Demon King as well. Are they able to draw from the natural power of this world as well? This is something I can't do. This might be harder than I thought, especially if this is something Immortui is able to do, Quinn thought. Stretching out his arms, they both extended, forming 2 large, sharp crystal blades. "I am Kronker, one of the 5 great demon kings of this world, a being that was created and raised to defeat the gods. You will now learn why no one has been able to beat me for thousands of years." The clone of Quinn stretched out both of his arms, gathering his own blood aura. They were swirling around his gauntlets. Like a dragon, the palm of his hands were starting to pulsate like a heartbeat with power, while the shadow covering his back started to mix in with the blood aura, turning the waves into a darker red, almost purple-like color. Quinn was using the shadow blood from the get-go, the skill that allowed him to defeat the god-slayer Asura. "If I can't defeat one of the demon kings with half my strength, then I won't be able to take down Immortui," the clone thought, as it charged forward. It was a move that no one expected, and one that was unique to Quinn. Combined with the aura fists, it was one of the best attacks he had, but the clone was unable to use the blood bullet attacks. Kronker, despite feeling all the power in the air, confidently swung his bladed arm. The red mist that was swirling around started to spiral out. Being the Demon King, he had more control over the red crystals in his body, allowing him to transform the ends. Due to this, he could make his red crystals sharper than any other. At the same time, he was more powerful, faster, and sturdier than any other. This attack would be one that would even damage the other Demon Kings. Before the bladed strike reached Quinn, a black shadow appeared in front of him. His body went right through, and the strike slashed through the shadow. It split it in half, breaking it apart, but that's when Kronker couldn't see anything. "He disappeared?" Kronker thought. Coming through a shadow portal from behind, Quinn kicked the air, bursting forward, leaving a ripple in the air. He thrust both of his hands forward in a claw-like shape and struck the back of the Demon King's head. The force was extremely powerful, sending Kronker's head moving in the air, but it wasn't a great distance at all. It moved about an inch. The champion shook his head, seeing this. A powerful attack, and a smart use of his unique powers, but that still isn't strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the strongest in this world. Kronker, having suffered no damage, was swinging his other arm, aiming at Quinn behind his head once again, but mid-swing, the effect of the shadow blood activated. Another blast had hit the side of his head, disrupting his swing. Quinn blasted the air with his blood aura, moving out of the way, and with his legs, kicked off the side of the bladed arm, and dived right into the chest. Punching it right in the center, Quinn could feel the hard crystal body. It had next to no give. Swinging both of his arms, he was hammering the chest, with his flowing red aura, rippling out in the air one after the other. The shock waves were powerful, and even reached the champion that was a distance away and still tied up. The punches were coming out in a flurry, one after the other, and the champion was able to notice something. The power! The strikes! I'm hearing twice the amount of shock waves compared to the attacks I'm seeing. Is this his power as well? No demons have had abilities that are this unique, the champion thought. Still, there was a large doubt in his head that the newcomer would win the fight, and the reason was simple. Maybe if he was fighting any other demon, the damage from the constant powerful attacks would accumulate, but none of the attacks on the Durham Demon King Kronker were getting through. Out from the chest that Quinn was attacking, the crystal started to shift, and he could sense something was coming. From the area he was attacking, a red crystal grew out like a spike. Quinn dodged the spike attack and threw out a fist, hitting it from underneath. As his fist hit the red spike, his hand completely stopped, unable to break the crystal. Several more sharp spikes came out from Kronker's chest, all aiming toward Quinn, but he was able to move out of the way quickly enough as jumped back a few times. In the middle of jumping back, Quinn had formed a huge blood spear and hurled it through the air right toward the demon. Swinging the bladed arm, it broke right through the red spear with no resistance. The red swirling mist around his bladed arm also started to almost consume the blood spear, breaking down the energy and adding it to his own. The arm glowed a bright red for a moment, and the red mist continued to swirl on the outside. Can they absorb pure blood aura? My attack might have just made him stronger, and if he can absorb blood aura, it's not exactly something I want to test. Your demon power is weak. Do you know nothing about us? How have you managed to survive this long? Kronker said. If there was one thing the Demon King had to admit, it was that the attacker was nimble. He was fast, and the shadow power had some strange attacks up its sleeve. Maybe if this one was slightly stronger, or had a few more tricks up their sleeve, then he would be a worthwhile opponent, perhaps not against him but the other demons that weren't as sturdy as him. But as he was, this person was not a threat. I'm done playing with you. I know you have nothing left to show. Kronker lifted his bladed hand up, even though he was too far away to reach Quinn. As the bladed hand was in the air, all of the red mist that was swirling around it had gathered to the tip. It then spread out, just as the blade swung down and hit the floor. In case it was some type of slashing attack or something like the blood swipe, Quinn was ready to move out of the way. The moment the bladed part hit the floor, though, the hand had just burst into tiny fragments of crystal. It looked like glitter had been thrown in the air, and almost looked like a mist that surrounded the Demon King. Try to avoid this. Quinn had a bad feeling about what was to come next, and started to gather his shadow. It was the best bet he had against whatever was about to come. All of the small shards of crystal started to sparkle, and before he knew it, they were all heading right out toward Quinn. Shadow raised in front of him, but small holes could be seen breaking through the shadow, and when it broke through the shadow, there was nowhere for the clone to move. The moment one of the crystal shards went through its body, it exploded into nothing but a cloud of smoke. The red shards of crystal started to move back, and all of the glitter in the air formed back around the arm, turning it back into a regular hand. All of the energy disappeared after that cloud of smoke. Did they die just from a simple attack like that? I find that hard to believe, Kronker said. However, he had to believe it, because there was no sign or energy in the air. How could one who produced such powerful attacks die so easily? Perhaps it was just a demon created that way, one that was meant to focus on power. Turning, he started to look at the champion that was chained up. I guess that little hope you had now has disappeared. Hope, the champion replied. I had no hope when I saw him. The Demon King walked up to the giant pillars and brushed his hand against the edge. The chain started to come off from the pillar and wrap tighter around the champion's arms, covering more of its body. It's your lucky day today. It seems that there are still problems going on around the place. It is my job to make sure no one breaks you free, you see, Kronker explained as he continued to disconnect the large chains from the pillar wrapping around the champion's body. Now that the magic circle has been activated, I would have to create a new one to summon me. So the only option I have is to take you with me, so you're going to get to leave this place for a while. Eventually, after taking off all the chains from the pillars, with one of the hands still crystallized like a blade, he swiped it at the back of the champion's foot, causing a deep, large cut. Then he stabbed it right through the calf muscle before pulling it out again and doing the same to the other leg. The chain should be enough to keep you tied up, but I need to make sure that if you do escape, that you're an easy fight for me, or you won't get very far. The Demon King then knelt down, and out from his turtle-like back, the crystals extended into small spikes, sticking into the skin of the champion. It had been done in such a way that it was enough for the champion's body to be stuck onto the back of the demon.
Let's see who's causing all of this mess in the hunting grounds.
At the well-known hunting grounds, the current scene was one that it had never been before. It looked like a tornado had come through and destroyed everything, including the demons that were on the inside. The energy that had been swirling around in the distance, as well as just the general word of mouth, had gotten the attention of the Scullys. The ones that thought that they were fated for death, that had already lost everything, were now witnessing the dreaded camp. All of them, before the hunting games had started, had been dragged to the camp, having to go past the Scullys that had been killed. Then they would be led into the large forest one at a time, with 5 minutes to run, hide, or come up with some sort of survival plan. Yet they all knew that it was useless. Now, though, this single person had changed everything, getting rid of the dreaded demons with their great power. However, their past had taught them not to trust one from the get-go. There was a good chance that this newcomer could just be another enemy for them to face, and would be even worse than the ones before them. The only Durham demon that was left alive in the camp was the demon general Lexor. He had yet to attack or do anything, nor answer their questions. It looked like he was ready to fall over backwards, but before he did, Quinn swung his fist through the air. No one could see what had come out of the fist, but heard a loud explosion. When Annan looked, he saw the general fall to the ground, and one of his legs exploded. There was no longer a foot where it used to be. "If you think I would have any mercy for you guys that create a game out of hunting and killing others, then you are wrong. The fact that you do this willingly and are with Immortui, I already know what you guys are like," Quinn said. The punch that Quinn had delivered wasn't just any punch, it was a blood forest punch. The blood was absorbed from the hit into his body, and he was immediately able to feel its effects as it went through him. There was a light cooling sensation through his veins, and almost he could feel it bubbling around his body. 2 of 5 of the great demon race's blood has been absorbed. Blood evolution has progressed. Blood of demon general has been absorbed. As expected, Quinn thought. I knew the Durham demon was one of the 5 great races, and after absorbing the last demon general, it looks like I only need to find 5 demons at the general level to evolve my blood aura even more. The main reason why Quinn was happy about this was that the demon generals were no match for him, at least the ones he had met so far, so upgrading his blood aura should be a walk in the park. He also already had an encounter with the yak-type demon as well. "Now there is a reason why that attack didn't hit your head," Quinn said, "and you should be thankful that you are still alive. I'm not here to change this world, nor am I here to save it. I only want to do one thing, so I need you to give me some information," Quinn said. At this point, Lexor knew his life was already in Quinn's hands. Sure, if the Demon King or Immortui found out about this, he would be dead. In a way, he was a dead man anyway. The look on his face said it all, and it was as if Quinn knew that. With the mask on his face, Quinn started to turn the side of the dial. Small sparks appeared, and he soon knelt down with small sparks appearing on his hand. "There are a lot of things I can do, and I'm pretty skilled when it comes to controlling blood." As Quinn said this, the blood around from the demon started to rise up in the air, and then move to his fingertips. Small sparks appeared on the blood, hitting it constantly until it turned into nothing. "I never tried to use my powers in a way to inflict as much pain as possible. I know you demons might not have any emotional feelings, but I'm sure you can feel pain." Quinn grabbed the already severed foot, and sparks of red aura left his hand, entering Lexor's body. From the inside, from his blood vessels and all around his body, each cell, each organ. Blood was everywhere in one's body, and Quinn was able to control it all, electrifying every single part, causing an immense amount of pain, so much that it looked like Lexor wanted to end his life. The only thing was, due to the blood shock that Quinn was using, he was unable to use his hands. Quickly, though, stopping the blood shock, he started to use his ki to control the cells ever so slightly in the demon's body. It looked like even demons had a life force-like energy that Quinn could control somewhat. Using this power, he was able to soothe the pain. "I can keep on doing this, or you can answer the question I asked before," Quinn said. "I am just a lowly general," Lexor said. "I know next to nothing about the Demon Kings, as they never get involved in the affairs of the others, and Immortui might as well just be an imaginary figure. a name that we only all know and see the destruction from him once in a while. Quinn was getting ready to use his blood shock again. Although it seemed like maybe Lexor was telling the truth, he needed to make sure, and needed to get everything he could out of him. Seeing this, Lexor was quick to speak. "I do know of one power, a power that both Imortui and the Demon King share," Lexor explained. "The natural energy that is all around us, all over in the air, the energy of the dead. Our universe is sometimes called the land of the dead, but that is not exactly correct. The world of the dead is a very real place, but this is not it. However, this world has always been closely linked to the dead. When beings die from all over, they turn into a different form of energy, and this is what is in the land of the dead. This universe, for some reason, has always had energy spread into it, the energy that comes from the land of the dead. That is the red mist that covers the planets and the space all around that, you see. This energy, it is not meant for the living, and seems to have some sort of effect on them. There is a theory that maybe it was the energy that made the inhabitants the way they were before we even came. Regardless, the energy around, it is naturally absorbed into one's body, giving a slight boost in strength, but we aren't able to control it. However, the Demon Kings and Imortui can freely control the energy in this world, and that is what makes them so powerful." Quinn knew the energy around them was different. It wasn't like blood aura, but to find out it was this type of energy. Imortui was a god that was closely linked to death, and wondered if it was something related to him, or was it something that occurred before, as they stated. As Quinn looked at the energy around him, he could see it was reacting. "The Demon King that killed the clone. It's coming." The clones created from the Godslayer tier boots were certainly special. As stated before, each of them had their own consciousness. They thought and worked in the same way and exactly as Quinn would. So when he gave them certain tasks or orders, he could trust them, because in turn they were himself, and he knew himself well, at least he thought he did. However, only limited information could be passed from the clones, and only when the clones had disappeared would all of their memories, their visions, and all of what they had experienced be transferred to the real Quinn. When fighting with the clones, Quinn didn't pay much attention to this, because he would only be using them for a limited time. It was the first time he had extended out his clones and had really used them in such a way. Currently, the real Quinn was in the camp, still with the demon General Lexor in front of him. The air around them had changed. It was vibrating. The others could feel that something was up, but were unable to sense what was actually going on like Quinn could. He could see that the energy in the air was moving in a certain direction, being drawn towards something, and just moments ago, the clone he had created had been defeated. In doing so, all of the information had directly entered the real Quinn. "You did a good job holding on," Quinn thought. "I guess it's now my turn to finish off what you started." Turning around, Quinn had quickly thrown both of his hands out. No aura came out from his hands. Nothing could be seen physically coming out, yet all three of the Scullies that had come with him felt as if they were being pushed by an invisible force. It was incredibly strong, lifting them off their feet and sending them back far and to the edge of where the forest was. The Scullies that had been hiding in the forest and watching so far leaped up in pairs, grabbing hold of the others and catching them before they were seriously hurt. "What the? Why would Quinn just suddenly attack us like that out of the blue?" Toonie held on to his chest. He and the others were now standing on a thick branch. They were noticing that many of the other Scullies were there with them, standing on the outside looking in at the camp. "I don't think it's that," Annan said, as he stood up and bowed his head slightly, thanking the other Scullies. "You saw how easily he killed those other demons. Do you really think that if he wanted to kill us, he would have done something like this? Most likely he just wanted us to get out of his way." What Quinn had done was actually extremely skillful. He was using the third stage of Ki, but had to use the energy in such a way where it would stop after touching the outside of their body. That way it felt more like a strong push. Because if he used it how he usually would have, the Ki would have struck them, killing them on the spot. It was an action that Quinn himself had done on autopilot, perhaps living his whole life trying to protect those around him. He just couldn't help himself, even though he had tried his best to set up a barrier in his head.
If he wanted to get rid of Imortui, then that needed to be the only task in his head, especially if he didn't want those close to him to be hurt. The energy around him was moving violently now and pushing off the ground. Quinn quickly moved out of the area to the edge of the base camp, and at the same time, from above something had come crashing down into the ground like a giant meteorite. The stone from the floor flew up, and cracks were seen coming out all the way to the edge, even reaching where Quinn was standing.
"What is all this?"
a deep grinding voice said.
How could so many of us have been killed?"
As the dust started to settle, Quinn could see who it was, but he already knew who it was, since he had seen him before. But what had come as a surprise was the fact that he wasn't alone, and there was something else behind him, stuck onto his back. Retracting its long, sharp red spikes, they had been removed from the champion's body, and in doing so, he fell to the floor, blood oozing from the multiple wounds that were all over his body. The Scullies that were in the forest immediately recognized him. It was the champion, the one who ruled the plain before the demons had arrived, the great Scully, Calva. "That's the champion! The champion is here!" one of the Scullies said, excited. "He's tied up. He's injured. He doesn't look like he can do much, which means the other one with him must be the Demon King. Two terrors are here together, all to deal with the intruder. I wonder what will happen if the intruder will be okay." The one the Scullies were referring to as the intruder was Quinn. It was strange to see these strong powers in an area like this, and the feelings of the Scullies were mixed. Because in their mind, Calva, although had the name champion, was one that terrorized them before the demons had arrived. Although in the past there wasn't anything as cruel as the hunting games, Calva did as he wished. At times, if he had a bad temper, he would destroy an entire village, wiping out many of the Scullies. In their heads, the best result might be if everyone was just to get rid of each other. "But that won't break the cycle," Anon mumbled to himself, thinking the same thing. "If the Demon King dies, then another Demon King will just replace him. If Calva disappeared, then one of the Scullies would take his place. It is our desire to prove that we are strong and fight against each other." Even Anon felt it himself at times. It was hard for him to control, but they all had short tempers. The thing was, it almost felt unnatural, these feelings, but since it had been this way for them since his own existence, it was played as the nature of all beings in the universe to be like this. Despite being heavily injured and chained up, Calva was quite awake. His face didn't show great signs of pain, and using his knees and feet, he stood up from the ground, blood dripping from all over his body. The current image of him with the blood all over his own body made him look more frightening compared to before.
"Don't worry, I won't try and escape," Calva said. "These restraints greatly weaken my power. I'm not a fool to fight a losing battle."
"So you admit that I am stronger than you?" Kronker, the Demon King, said. Calva didn't say anything, because he was weaker than him, at least with the chains still on his body. Now that he was standing up, he started to look at the scene around them as well. The pile of dead bodies was stacked. In a pile. How many Scullies had been killed? How long had they been doing this for? This was something that the demons had done, to try and convince him to fight for them, but he didn't care. At least, he thought he didn't. The sight of the pile of dead bodies was something that was hard for even him to stomach. His eyes soon lingered, though, on the dead demons that were spread out on the ground, with several sword-like marks on their bodies.
This wasn't done by a Scully. Who could it have been? Was it that man from before? He was capable of doing this, but he is dead now.
Lifting his head up, though, on the other side, the person he was thinking of was right there in front of him. Calva blinked hard a few times, wondering if the image would disappear, if his mind had generated an image, but it wasn't the case.
Did you escape to here?"
Kronker chuckled, thinking he was in luck. He happened to come to where the person had escaped to, which means he could finish him off. "Escape?" Quinn said, as he started to gather blood aura in his fist. The red aura surrounded his entire body. It was being pushed out, and all of it was swirling to his hands. Immediately, all of those in the forest could feel the power, and the look on Kronker's face had completely changed. His crystal-hard eyebrows pointed inward. "What is this massive amount of power? It's covering the entire planet." "Let's see if you can take a punch from the real me," Quinn said, as the aura condensed down to his fist.
Being a demon king didn't mean one was just powerful or born with natural power. Although there was perhaps some talent involved, they weren't born this way. Just like the vampires, the Durham demons were a simple existence, and through many of their kind being produced, stronger ones eventually appeared, and this was the same for Kronker as well. Because of this, he had been through many battles, all of them in the current world they were in. Still, he was sensitive to energy and could tell the person in front of him had a large amount of energy that was affecting the whole planet that they were on. This energy, it's not only large, but all of it, it's his own energy, Kronker thought. He isn't using the energy from the air around him. All of this is his own energy. Right now, he has enough energy to match us, the Demon Kings. It was greatly confusing Kronker, because he was sure the person he was looking at now was the same person that he had faced moments ago. So how was there such a large difference in energy between the two? After finishing condensing the energy in his fist, Quinn rushed forward. Kronker had braced himself. The crystals on his body shifted slightly, tightening up. His body was acting without even realizing it. What is this? Am I afraid? Me, the Demon King of the Durham race. I am one of those that is meant to go up against the gods. How could I be afraid of another demon? In an instant, moving faster than the clone had before, Quinn had appeared right in front of Kronker, his fist still condensed with the energy. He threw it out, slamming it right into the center chest of the Demon King. A large dragon erupted from behind, coming out from the back of his hand. The blood dragon was large in size, gigantic, almost as big as the champion Calva. The sheer power had caused Kronker's feet to slide back across the floor, and it wasn't just a few inches. This time he was moved back several feet. For a moment, Kronker looked down at his chest. The hard crystals on his body were still intact. They weren't damaged or broken. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the Demon King's face. That was a strong hit. I can't remember the last time I was hit so hard. Maybe when I went up against Immortui? But the red crystals, each time they are broken, grow back stronger. My crystals are stronger than they were back then. This person is not stronger than me. The champion Calva was still amazed, though. The punch was far stronger than what he had seen before. How did this person suddenly get stronger? Wait, is this even the same person as before? Calva thought. I can see your smile, Quinn said. Did you not learn anything from our fight before? The words had confirmed what they thought before, about this person being the same one, but were confused about what he meant. When looking at his fist, they could see remnants of a red shadow covering his hand. Images started to enter the Demon King's mind as he remembered about the blood shadow. Suddenly, a great force just as strong as the last hit him right in the chest. The image of a dragon made out of the aura for a moment, like a ghost flashed, and the large power hit in the same place. Kronker's legs were pushed back even further on the ground, sliding across the floor. It was more powerful than one could imagine, as a few bodies of other Durham were on the ground, and Kronker's foot just went right over them, crushing them and breaking the crystals on their back. This time the Demon King had been pushed back almost to where the champion was, and when he finally stopped, a cracking sound was heard, and the tip of one of the red crystals on his chest, a large chunk had snapped off and fell onto the floor. The Demon King was speechless, and it was as if time had moved in slow motion for him, as all he could do was watch it fall onto the floor. My crystallized body, it broke, and it didn't just break, but broke from a single hit? The champion Calva now had an idea of just how strong that hit was, because he too had once gone against the Demon King, and in his attempt, although it looked like a good fight between the two, he was never able to break the crystals of the Demon King. Out of a rage of blind anger, the Demon King lifted his bladed hand once more. The red mist around it started to swirl, surrounding the arm, before it was infused with a large amount of energy. Swinging it down, he was ready to slam it on the floor. It was the same move that had been used last time to defeat the strange invader, so he would just use it again to defeat him. The bladed hand then crashed into the ground, and dust and the red energy spilled out to the side. The Scullies in the trees could feel the power, and they had to hold on to the trees, otherwise the shock wave would blow them away. The attack, though, wasn't the same as last time. The crystallized bladed hand was still in one piece.
it hadn't broken down into small crystals. Looking at the end, he could see a dark-covered purple shadow hand holding onto the blade. Quinn had condensed his shadow to a single arm, covering the gauntlet, and with his strength, he stopped the sword. My attacks were going right through the shadow before. He was killed when he was hit a single time. None of this is making sense, Kronker thought.
The way his attack had just been stopped, it was hurting his pride, hurting all of the years he had been gathering power. How could a nobody do this? It was driving him slightly mad. Meanwhile, Quinn wasn't just going to be holding onto the bladed hand, with his other hand free. He threw out one fist of blood aura. It was fast, and hit Kronker in the chest again. The aura splattered on the outside and started to move slightly, but it didn't hurt, and Moore felt like a fly had landed on him. Still, there was a slight pull and itching sensation where the attack had landed. After such a powerful attack, why would one produce something so weak? There was a reason behind Quinn's actions, though, and one that only he would understand.
Blood Forest Fist has successfully absorbed blood. Blood from a Demon King has been absorbed. The powerful blood is raging through your body. The blood is mixing with the demon within.
If a demon general increased his blood powers, Quinn always wanted to know what a demon king would do. So one of the first things he wanted to do, before finishing off his enemy, was to absorb their blood.
A new quest has been received.
A new quest was what Quinn had somewhat expected from absorbing the demon king's blood, but it wasn't quite what he had expected.
Absorb the bloodline of the 5 great demon races at the Demon King level. A new demon trait skill will be unlocked.
Demon trait skill? The only demon skill I have at the moment is to transform myself, but while transformed, I don't keep my consciousness, so I don't even know if I can use the system, or what skills I have as a demon. What had come as a larger surprise was that it wouldn't evolve his blood aura to the next stage, or a stage further than that of the demon general's blood. From what I learned from the general before, all of the demon kings as well as Immortui have the power to control the strange energy in the air. They can use the energy around them and add it to their own. Maybe it could be a skill like that. While Quinn was in the middle of reading the system screens, Kronker was quick to act. That energy was gathering all around his body and was absorbed directly into the red crystals. Parts of his body started to enlarge, and soon they cracked off and headed right towards Quinn. There were hundreds of shards around the same size as a football. Throwing them with his arm up, Quinn leaped back slightly. As the crystals came towards him, he whacked each one of them away. His speed was fast and his power was strong, hitting them all off into the distance into the ground. After getting rid of the first chunks, he could see several more coming towards him. These chunks of crystal are being fired faster, larger, and with a lot more power than all the other demons. I can see why this one is a tier above in power compared to the rest, but in my case, it only helps me out more. With the next set of red crystal shards coming towards him, Quinn drew a shadow circle. The crystals went through, and they soon went out another shadow circle, which was aimed directly back at Kronker. The large shards hit him from behind, aimed at his head. As the crystal hit his own crystal attached to his body, the shards would simply fall to the floor. While he was getting hit by this, though, Quinn wasted no time in continuing to act. 2 large blood spears had formed in his hand, and he hurled them both toward Kronker. They flew through the air, spinning and creating 2 large tornadoes of blood. Matching this, swirls of energy from the air started to surround the bladed parts of Kronker's hand. He slashed right at the spears, trying to slice them in half. There was a struggle in the air as the 2 powers were pushing against each other. The flashes of power that were being used could be seen from space. Watching things, no one knew who had more raw power in terms of energy. However, the champion was noticing something. The Demon King's attack will win out, the champion Calva thought. If anything, I would say I would give a slight edge to the intruder's power being slightly stronger, but it's not overwhelming the other. As the 2 attacks hit, energy slowly starts to fade out of the attacks as they hit each other, at least for one of the attacks. Due to the Demon King being able to use the energy from this very world, the energy is practically unlimited and will continue to grow and smother any of the attacks. Just as the champion had predicted, the blood spears were losing power, and the bladed, crystallized hands were starting to slice through the spears, but it was only a distraction in the first place. Quinn had appeared directly underneath where Kronker was, and rather than his fists,
This time it was his entire leg that was covered in the dark red shadow, going up to his knees, looking like black flames surrounded him. Quinn spun his body on the ground he was on, then bent his knees. "A kick can produce a lot more power than a punch." From underneath, the side of his foot slammed into the center of Kronker once more, and an afterimage of a giant black rhino had been created from his shadow blood aura. The power dug in deep, and at a singular point. It was pushing Kronker into the air. He was unable to fight against it as he felt his body being pushed upward. He was already 60 feet off the ground and in the air. The crystal on his body still hadn't broken, even though Quinn felt like this was a stronger kick compared to the punch he had delivered. Perhaps the crystals that are closer to the skin of his body are even harder than those on the outside. This fight reminds me of the troubles I had when I went up against the behemoth. Still, it's not over yet. Due to the effects of the blood shadow, a second strike struck again, and in the same spot, an incredible amount of energy was pushing the Demon King up, higher into the air. "I can't waste too much time on you. You are not the one I need to defeat," Quinn said, as he advocated the skill of his shoes. A puff of smoke appeared, and now there were 3 Quinns standing in the same place. "That puff of smoke, it was the same as when he was hit last time," Calvin noticed. "Wait, was that an ability of his? So was the Demon King from before fighting some type of clone? No wonder this one was so much stronger, but the clones weren't weak either." Seeing how there were now 3 of them, Calva couldn't imagine how much power there would be in this next attack, but he was unaware that there was more. Quinn's arms suddenly changed, and there were now 6 of them on the one in the center. Turning the dial on the mask on his face as well, small sparks could be seen. "The lightning attribute causes the most internal damage, and with this next attack, I'll try every type of blood fist I have and see what's the most effective." Swinging his arms, all of the Quinns started to throw out blood fists. All they could see was a rain of blood aura being shot up from the floor, going up towards the sky. There were so many coming out, it looked more like a single stream attack, and they were all constantly hitting Kronker, not allowing him to even drop to the floor. All of the Scullies, as well as Calva, were just staring up into the sky in disbelief. Was this really a great Demon King that they all feared? How was this even possible? Anon, watching this, was biting down on his teeth. "I can't just do nothing," Anon said, as he went to rush off. "Wait! Where are you going? What are you doing?" Ikiki said, and Toonie started to follow Anon. They could see he was heading toward the direction of the camp, where the fighting was taking place. The only reason why they were still alive was because they were keeping their distance away from what was happening. If they went in closer, there was a good chance of just death from the intense energy. "I have to rescue the champion," Anon said. "When is there ever going to be an opportunity like this again, where there is someone who is strong enough to go against the Demon Kings? Although Quinn is strong, there are 4 Demon Kings left, not including Imortui, and an entire army of his. If the Demon King dies, they won't just stand back and do nothing. After this fight, I'm sure Quinn will be tired, and that's when they will strike, which is why I have to free Calva." The clones Quinn created were unable to use many of the active skills that the Godslayer armor possessed, and it was one of the many reasons why the fight that was going on against the Demon King was incredibly different compared to before. Kronker was being slammed with all sorts of different fists. They all looked slightly different from each other, though some were the same. Luckily for him, he could tell next to no difference between these fists because his durable red hard crystal body was taking in everything. "He's broken my hard outer shell crystal before, which means he will be able to do it again. I'm not sure how much longer my body can last." Kronker was hearing strange noises he had never heard before as the fists hit the outside of his armor. At the same time, the strikes were producing this strange electrifying power. Although the crystals were able to nullify most of it, he could feel a tingling sensation inside. "If my body breaks down from this, then I'll die. I can't lose the fight like this." Due to the constant hits, it was hard for him to move, even trying to make an attack of his own. His arm was being hit back before he could do anything, so there was only one way he could break this cycle. While being constantly hit, the energy around the Demon King, the energy that was high up in the skies, started to move again. "This can't be it," Quinn thought, as he relentlessly continued to swing his arms. Due to the limitless armor-set ability, he didn't tire, and if he had to continue to attack this way for several days to defeat the Demon King, he could do it, but there was something nagging him at the back of his mind. These Demon Kings are said to only be a little less in strength compared to Imortui. I was expecting a harder battle. When I went against Ray, it was harder than this. There has to be something else other than just its hard shell, Quinn thought. The energy in the sky started to form on the back of Kronker. Then, as the crystals expanded on his back, they all broke into small glitter. It was the same as he had done when using his fist before, but the crystals on his back were more plentiful. Moving to the side away from the fists that were coming towards him, now this pink glitter was coming towards Quinn like they were two large tornadoes. The clones that were helping with the attacks towards the body of Kronker decided to concentrate on the tornado of pink crystals. They continued to swing their fists, hitting the shards with a strong burst of blood aura. When the fists hit the crystals, it broke them up, and bits could be seen coming off from the large tornado, but the shards that had fallen off would rejoin the tornado of shards that were coming towards them. In the end, the attack of the clones had done nothing to stop the tornado of glitter. A troublesome attack that I can't get rid of too easily, Quinn thought. If I'm going up against something named a Demon King, then it should at least be this troublesome. 4 of his hands continued the barrage, and now it wasn't enough to keep Kronker in the air. His body was starting to fall slightly as the power wasn't enough, but he was still falling down slowly. With 2 of his hands, Quinn started to gather the shadow around them. It was a solid dark purple, close to black in color. He then pressed it on the 2 clones that were by his side. The shadow surrounded their body, and soon the shadow was covering their entire bodies. Letting go of them, Shadow was no longer covering his arms, and instead, both of the clones had complete shadow bodies, from head to toe. No one would even be able to tell that they were clones of Quinn now. The biggest issue with the clones was the fact that their bodies are weak. If they are hit in the slightest, they puff into a cloud of smoke, but with this, they can overcome that weakness a bit, Quinn thought, as he looked straight ahead. The best way to take down this Demon King was to attack it directly like he had been doing the first few times. Quinn stopped his barrage of punches as he jumped from the ground, running through the air, while the 2 clones went off to the side, to the tornado of shards. The fight had gone from the ground to a battle that was mid-air, and that's when Anin decided to take the opportunity. He had rushed to the ground, and not far behind him were the recent 2 allies he had made. They stayed with him because the 2 of them felt like it was only because of Anin that they were still alive. They just seemed to have more of a stroke of luck staying with Anin, but even then they were hesitant. One's luck would eventually run out, and they did not think any of them would be able to survive when it did. All 3 of them could feel the energy coming off from the fight, that the area was heavy with the energy, almost putting pressure on them. Just walking near the fight was quite damaging to them, to the point where all 3 of the Scullies had to transform themselves, so more of their exoskeleton bone was out on display. With the goal in front of him, though, Anin had eventually reached the champion, standing there chained up on his 2 feet, looking at the fight ahead and ignoring the newcomers that had arrived. "Champion Calva!" Anin shouted at the top of his lungs, not staring away from Calva's eyes. Hearing his own name, he turned his head and was relatively surprised to see 3 Scullies in front of him. If he was in their shoes and had as much power as they did, he wouldn't have stepped foot on the battlefield. There was a good chance that they wouldn't make it back depending on how the fight went. "For more years than we can remember, this world has been ruled by Imortui and his demon kings. In the past, you, along with the other champions, fought and lost. Although the world was not a good place before and was filled with death back then, at least it was of our own accord. At least we weren't forced into situations that we didn't agree with. Back then, when Imortui came, we fought against him separately, and there's a lot of regret with all of us inhabitants. I'm sure you thought about it a lot back then as well. What would have happened if we were to fight them all together? We thought it was too late, and could only live with this regret, but now after all this time, there is an opportunity. There is someone that can go against the Demon Kings, and there is a chance that we can get rid of Imortui as well as the regret that we all have from back then." The words spoken by Anin were powerful, and they truly were how many of the Scullies felt. His way with words was what convinced Tuni and Ikiki to team up with him.
If Anon was unable to convince the champion, then who could? I see. So you are here to make a deal? To free me as long as I agree to work together in taking down Immortui? Calva asked. The old him would have never thought of doing such a thing. But after seeing the pile of corpses, he was curious and wondered how much the world had changed. In Calva's mind, there was killing people because they were annoying, because they challenged him, or as a reason to prove oneself. In his head, all of these were valid reasons. However, killing for fun wasn't something that he could understand. Yet, he was also realistic with himself. He wasn't great at working with others. They would do things that annoyed him, and in turn, he would wish to get rid of them. The reality was that he wasn't strong enough to take on Immortui. Do you guys even know who you are helping, though? Calva asked. Because the one that is fighting the Demon King at the moment is a demon himself. So let me ask you, do you want me to help a demon, or do you want me to get rid of them both? He's a demon. Then even if he defeats the Demon King, even if he somehow defeats Immortui, won't he just end up replacing him? Tuni said. It's all just going to be the same thing again. There was no reason for the champion Calva to lie about the fact that Quinn was indeed a demon. Not unless he just wanted to stir trouble, but the Scullys had more reason to believe him than to not. After all, they all had their doubts when they first saw Quinn. An inhabitant that they had never come across before, of course. That was possible, the world was incredibly large, but one that was this strong appeared out of nowhere. The most likely answer was that it was a demon, and one that was going against the Demon Kings and Immortui. He's a demon. Then even if he defeats the Demon King, won't he just end up replacing him? Tuni said. Then it's just going to be the same again. Ikiki and Tuni were clearly disheartened by this fact, but Anon felt differently. Calva can maybe sense the demons better than us, especially since he went against so many of them in the past. But even if Quinn is a demon, does that matter? The words he spoke before, when he said he wished to kill Immortui, I could feel it. His anger. It's just as strong as ours, and his determination, it's probably above ours as well. I want you to help him, Anon said. As part of the deal, if we get you out of here, then I want you to help him. Even if he is weak, even if he is hurt after this fight, you are not to attack him. Wait, you want him to help another demon? You're asking too much, Ikiki argued. Before, when they were unsure whether or not Quinn was a demon, it was fine, but now they knew what he was. It was hard for them to stomach. The demons were what ruined everything, so then why would they want to help one, even if they were temporarily on their side? There has to be a reason why he helped us, Anon answered, clenching his fist. Think about it. He could have killed us at any point in time, yet he saved us. No, not just us, but he saved countless Scullys' lives that are all back there in the forest. He even saved us by hitting us away in the middle of the fight, before it had even started. He had no reason to do any of that. If you ask me, he has done a lot more than even Calva had done back in the past. Calva had a large smirk on his face. He never thought he would meet a Scully that was so brave to say words like that in front of his face, even if he was tied up. He wasn't angry, though, because the words were true. What did he care about? I'll leave the decision up to you, whether you think it's smart or not to attempt to unbind me, Calva said. In the first place, is it even possible that you guys can do something about it? And if you are successful, how do you even know if I will keep my word? There is nothing that will force or bind me to do such a thing, only our word. This was the part where Anon was struggling. Would Calva feel indebted to them for breaking him free? Was he a person of his word? There was too little known about him, and the way he was acting now wasn't giving them a large amount of confidence. The two shadow clones, when coming close to the tornado of crystal shards that were as small as glitter, started to use their shadow powers. They were no stronger than they were before due to the boost that the real Quinn had given them. Making a fist, it started to grow larger with the shadow around it, and when close to the mist full of a tornado of crystals, the fist was thrown out, and a giant shadow hand was created, spread out larger than that of the crystals. As it hit the outside of it, a large bulk of the crystals had stopped, and this was true for the other side as well, as the other clone was doing the same. However, the crystals almost seemed to have a mind of their own, as if they were a swarm of bees.
Seeing how touching the strong shadow stopped them from advancing, part of the tornado of crystals that had yet to touch the shadow went around the side and went straight for the shadow body. The crystals moved fast, and due to how small they were, it was hard for even the clones to keep track of where every single one was. They used more of their shadow powers to block what they could see, but small parts were attacking them. The shadow bodies were doing well, blocking small parts of the crystal, but it looked like eventually they would get through. The real Quinn was rushing through the air toward the falling Demon King, but now that it wasn't getting hit, it was able to act. From its body, large chunks of the crystal were being chucked out. With two of his large fists, Quinn swung out, hitting the crystals away. It didn't take long for Quinn to be within close range of Kronker, and could see the large bladed hands heading his way. Lifting up two of his hands, Quinn grabbed onto the sword, while with a third he punched the side, knocking it away. Similarly, with the other bladed hand, Quinn was able to kick the air and immediately went in the other direction, and three of his fists hit at the other bladed hand. The entirety of Kronker's arm was swung back. However, Kronker had somewhat expected this and was ready to fire his crystals away from his chest. Only there was no target for him to hit. Out from a portal behind his head, with all his 6 hands raised above his head as the vampire god Slayer slammed all of his fists on the top of the crystallized head. Several waves of blood aura were sent with it, and Kronker went through the air, heading straight to the ground. The attack had a second boost, slamming him into the ground even further. Not checking on the condition that the Demon King would be in, Quinn wasted no time, as he started to throw his fists one after the other, again and again, throwing out blood fist after blood fist right where Kronker had fallen. The ground was cracking more and more. It was spreading wider as Kronker was sent deeper and deeper into the ground from all of the hits. From the side, the glitter-like crystals had appeared, forming into a shield. They were blocking off the majority of the punches. Seeing how his strange defenses come back, that means the clones have been defeated, Quinn thought, and he was right. Still, his attacks, his powers, and his abilities were all getting through to the Demon King, and he was chipping away bit by bit. As he fell through the sky, Quinn created a shadow portal sending him back down to the ground and away from Kronker. He was most cautious about the small crystals. They were so fine in size that he believed that there was a chance he could even breathe such a thing in, and then it would affect him greatly. From the large crater that had been made in the ground, the movement could be heard. It was no surprise that Kronker had survived those attacks, because he had survived everything else so far, but as he stood up, there were large differences in his appearance. There were multiple cracks on the crystals all over his body, and a few shards looked to have even fallen off.
"Damn it!" Kronker screamed. "How could a new demon type do this to me? You forced my hand. There's a big difference between me and you. You're a fake. Us Demon Kings, we are true demons. You will never be able to achieve the pinnacle of what we can do. I will show you." The eyes of the Durham demon started to glow, and rather than the energy from the outside world heading toward where he was, a dark, rippling red and black aura started to ripple out from Kronker's body. It spread out in the air, pushing it away, spreading out across the floor. It was changing the entire area around them, making them feel like they had moved to a different world altogether once again.
Demon transformation detected.
He's transforming. That's what this is. Does this mean they have a form just like me? Quinn wondered, and wondered just how much stronger the Demon King would be. The energy that was spread through the air and the ground had reached him, and as it did, he felt his heart thump almost 10 times stronger than it did before. The energy on the floor was being absorbed by his feet without him willing it to.
Demon energy detected. The demon energy within you is running rampant. Demon transformation will now begin.
The energy that covered the planet, the energy that seeped in from the land of the dead, would usually continuously move towards those of the living. It was naturally attracted to them to a certain degree, and the inhabitants had always been taking in this energy bit by bit. For the ones known as the Demon Kings, as well as Immortui, they were able to control this energy and harness it to be used in a certain way, almost making their body like a magnet that would attract the energy. However, the moment Kronker, the Durham Demon King, unleashed the powerful energy from within, His body started to transform. The energy was leaking out of his body, and it looked almost as if the energy in the air was frightened, attempting to move away. Yet the demon energy being unleashed was consuming everything within sight, and it was growing. The air above, where the Demon King was, it was condensing to a darker red as it was gathering. Those that were living on the other planets could see it from a distance. They could even feel it. The energy in the air was feeling different compared to what it was before. The Demon King's transformation was one that was affecting the whole world. The other Demon Kings immediately knew what was going on. Kronker had to transform. When was the last time something like that happened? One of the other Demon Kings thought. It makes me wonder, who is he going up against? As the energy seeped out of Kronker, his body was starting to change. All of the hard crystals that covered his body started to light up. They grew slightly bigger, and when they reached a certain point, the crystals started to crack. It started from his chest. Then they were cracking all over, until eventually they burst, breaking out into a tiny million glitter shards that just fell to the floor. The scene looked almost like a bird that was breaking out of its shell, because what had come out looked almost like an entirely different being compared to what Kronker was before. The odd shape, due to his large crystallized back, had disappeared. He now was a much more completely muscular being, bigger in size, around 25 feet in height, full of muscle. Now that the crystals were no longer covering Kronker's body, his flesh could be seen underneath, a deep dark red color making it look almost black while being lit up by a bright red energy throughout. The red energy soaring through Kronker's body was glowing with power, and there was power coming out, surrounding his body, glowing as if it was unable to be all contained within the body. The most significant changes to Kronker were in 3 distinctive parts. The first was his wide chest. There was no armor or crystals on his body, but the glowing energy seemed to concentrate around his chest. It had done so in such a shape and pattern that it almost looked as if there were 2 eyes around his chest. The next section was his face. His large, white, sharp teeth could be seen, with his small red eyes glowing. The facial features had sharpened and refined edges that poked out like the crystal form before, while just above the eyes were 2 horns that swirled slightly towards each other. Down the center of the face was a small set of spikes, similar to that of the Dalki, only on a much smaller scale. From the top of his eyebrow, they grew slightly larger as they went down his head towards his back. Then there was the back itself that had changed, now having these large, flowing, tentacle-like structures. The being, as a whole in front of them all, truly fit the name demon. "It's over now," Kronker said, and even his words carried great power within them. The energy was spewing out from his mouth, swirling about. His confident laugh, though, had come to an abrupt end as he noticed something strange was happening. When transforming into their demon form, Kronker and the other Demon Kings unleash an incredible amount of this demon energy. The energy spread out far and wide, and that energy had entered Quinn. As it did, he was unable to stop what was happening to him. His body was taking in the energy, and when it did, something inside him was changing. Something inside him felt like it wanted to burst out. A large thump was felt in his chest. It felt so strong, as if it had hit his rib cage. He immediately fell to the floor and took in a large breath. The system messages had appeared at that point, and it didn't take long after that for him to completely forget what had happened afterward. Kronker was completely unaware of what was happening at the time, due to his own transformation, but the others had witnessed it, the champion along with the other Scullies. Lifting up his head, Quinn screamed, his mouth open wide. His eyes were glowing red. Not a single part of white could be seen coming from his eyes. Instead, a dark red substance started to leak from the bottom of his eyes. It looked like tears of blood, having the same consistency. The color was completely different, though, almost the same as his shadow blood. Out straight from his mouth erupted his aura mixed in with his shadow. It poured out of his mouth and started to cover his entire body, his mask, as well as the rest of the armor from head to toe. The power had covered Quinn completely, making it almost look like a fountain of energy. The energy pouring out from Kronker and the energy that was pouring out from Quinn was bashing against each other, but eventually the fountain of energy had stopped, and a shape was starting to show. The energy that was on the floor started to move towards the figure that was standing there, reaching Quinn in his demon form. "I was right. He is a demon. He is just like them," Calva said. Is he? But the two of them, they look so different, Annan stated. When looking at Kronker, in every sense of the word, he looked like a demon, whereas Quinn's form was a stark difference. Although just like Kronker, his body had completely changed. For one, the main difference was the color of his skin. It was now completely white in color. It wasn't pale like most vampires. Instead, the skin was almost like a chalk color. As for the size of the demon Quinn, he was the same size as he was before, and had the same shape as that of a human. However, calling him human, that was a long shot. On his back there were two large wings, seemingly made of hardened blood. They spread out relatively wide and had the shape of feathers. But they were constantly moving, and even now at the very bottom, dropping onto the floor from the wings, was blood. Strangely though, when the blood dropped to the floor, it would move, joining back up with the wings. On Quinn's body itself, there was no longer any armor. All of it had disappeared, and instead there was a cloak. There was no hood to the cloak, while being open in the front, revealing the center of Quinn's body and skin, showing his well-defined body. However, there was something strange about the cloak on his body. It was constantly moving, and was a dark purple color, almost black. The cloak itself almost looked as if it was made out of the shadow, and although it truly did look like a cloak, it almost looked as if it was part of the body. There was nowhere to see a separation between the skin and the body. This was the same for what was on his legs. His legs were covered by the same dark purple substance, but it was constantly moving and flowing. Although his white pale chest was shadowed, a marking could be seen. Just like the cloak, there were black markings on his chest, looking almost like a tattoo. There was no pattern, but it was part of the skin, flowing and moving, running from the sides of his chest and slightly up his neck until it reached his face. The black markings continued on his white pale face, mainly concentrated under his eyes. They came across his cheeks, covering the sides of his face, and making his glowing red eyes stand out even more. Finally, there was a sharp smile on his face, a smile that was so sharp in the corners of his mouth and so sinister that it tilted his eyes. It was a smile that if anyone could see it, it would be seen in their nightmares for their entire lifetime. This was completely different from the last time Quinn had used the demon form. In the past, he had tried his best to stay conscious and somewhat remembered his body changing in certain parts. His previous transformation was much more like that of a bloodsucker, only more vicious, although there were also parts that were the same, such as the white chalk skin on his body.
Your demon form has fully materialized. Vampire demon form transformation complete.
Due to the transformation that had taken place and the energy that was swirling around the place, Calva had felt something. The energy had hit him as well, and the chains that were wrapped around his body were being weakened by the energy. This is my chance. I can do this now, Calva thought. He wasn't going to waste this opportunity. White energy surrounded his body, and his arms started to whiten with the hard bone-like substance. He pushed, and then breathing out, when he felt there was a tiny bit of give, he exploded the force of energy he had from within. The chains broke off, falling to the floor and disappearing as if they were only made of aura. Annan, along with the other Scullies at the time, were too busy looking at what was happening, and only noticed Calva breaking out at the last moment. Hey, looks like the deal is off, Calva said with a smile. However, as a favor... Calva, with his large hands, picked up two of the Scullies, and then went to pick up the third with his other hand. He started to run around to the edge of the camp at an incredibly fast speed, and when reaching the walls of the camp, he leaped over them, landing in the forest. If you stayed there, the three of you would have died, Calva said, as he placed the three of them in high trees and got himself in a better position to look outward toward the fight at hand. The other Scullies were cautious of Calva, even moving away, but they wouldn't run away. He wasn't attacking them, nor did it feel like he was going to. Instead, he was watching the great spectacle that was about to begin, just like all of the others. The two fully transformed demons stood some distance apart from each other, but there was a difference between the two, not just in appearance. The energy that was radiating off from the two of them was drastically different. There was a visible aura, thick red and uncontainable, which was coming off Kronker's large body. If one got close to him, they would feel as if they would get killed just trying to touch his body alone. That was how powerful his form felt. Meanwhile, in Quinn's current form, It felt as if there was nothing. There was no power radiating around him, yet for some reason, the smile that was constantly on his face was frightening. The fact that even when faced with this situation, he was smiling like so.
What is this? I can sense his energy. It is like us. It's like that of a demon, Kronker thought. The initial powerful feeling I felt from before, I can't feel it now. It's almost as if it's disappeared.
Even though Kronker was in his demon form, he realized when looking at Quinn, he was slightly afraid for some reason.
Ha ha, Kronker laughed. This is your big play? This form of yours? You look just as puny as before. You are nothing like us demon kings.
The last few words were shouted out, and the energy from Kronker came out of his mouth, straight towards Quinn. The ground on the floor was disappearing from seemingly an invisible force, and when it reached Quinn, though, it did nothing but ruffle the shadow cloak he had on his body. It wasn't an attack, so Kronker expected Quinn to react this way, but the fact that he stood there not saying a word, not even reacting to the situation, was getting to him.
I'll show you the difference between a demon king and you.
Sparks emerged from the top of his two horns, as well as his mouth, and a ball of aura was starting to gather. It was growing larger, and the red aura was growing darker in color. Every time it would expand to a certain size, it would condense down, getting smaller, then growing bigger again, repeating the process again and again, as the ball was getting darker and darker.
Ah!
The red ball of aura left from Kronker and went straight for Quinn. The small beam grew incredibly large, covering nearly the entire area of the camp. Would Quinn move? Would he use his clones? Would he use his shadow? No one quite knew what he would do, and they were unable to see what he did as the energy blast covered his entire body. They could only see a shadow of Quinn for a few moments as the energy continued to be blasted at where he once was. Kronker continued to press, pouring energy into his attack. It had already destroyed the back wall of the camp that was behind Quinn, and the energy blast was continuing further than the eye could see. Eventually, the energy blast started to dwindle.
Ha! I thought as much. You couldn't even avoid my strike, Kronker said.
It was true. Quinn hadn't avoided the strike. He had been directly hit by the demon blast.
Ha 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 ha!
A deep laughter sounded out. It echoed through the skies somehow, and it was deep and dark, while being high-pitched at the same time. It almost sounded like there were two voices, one that was deep and low, while another high and ear-screeching. One slightly delayed after the other, creating a horrifying laugh that made one wish to cover their ears.
The
laughter continued, and the beam of energy disappeared. They could see Quinn standing there, still unharmed by the blast. Calva, now having a clear look at his face, could tell.
He's not the same as before. That is not the same person. He's completely lost his mind.
He could tell from the look in his eyes that it wasn't the look of someone who was conscious of what they were doing, which worried Calva, because when one was unconscious and the mind wasn't making decisions, then it meant something else had to be doing it for him. Was it his instincts, the raging power inside, and worse of all, what would the result of all of it be? The dreaded laughing sound had finally stopped. It was dead silent. Everyone felt the hair on their body standing up, waiting for something to happen. Quinn swung both of his hands back, swinging them to the side. For a simple swing, the dark red aura, mixed with an outline of purple, came shooting out from his hands. It wasn't an attack directed at anyone. He was just moving his hands back, and a burst of energy exploded out to the ground behind him, creating a large formation of rocks as big as a mountain behind him. Kronker reacted, gathering another blast within his horn, not as condensed as the time before, and fired away. 2 orbs of energy were swirling in Quinn's hands. He drew them out, and the dark energy smashed into the red energy. There wasn't a battle of power as Quinn's energy exploded in size on impact. It had reached the skies, consuming all of the demon energy and encasing even Kronker in it. It exploded, and gusts of wind with piles of rocks were sent out in all directions. The large trees with branches as thick as tree trunks were struggling as some of their roots were being pulled from the ground. Eventually, out from the giant whirlwind of power, Kronker could be seen coming out from the side. His body had been hurt, his energy was still strong, but his skin and more had been badly damaged, as well as a bit of blood trickling from his mouth.
"Where is he?"
Kronker said, no longer seeing Quinn in the same spot. To his side, flying in the air, with his wings leaving a trail of red blood aura in the air behind, creating some type of barrier. Quinn was there looking at him with his smile, and a single hand pointed out, gathering the dark aura once more. The dark blast came out from Quinn's hand, but Kronker was able to avoid it as he pushed off with the tentacles from his back, while also blasting towards the ground on the floor, giving him a shot of boost. He's fast. Is he faster than me even in my current form? Kronker thought. He had never seen someone so fast before, and as he said those words, Quinn appeared right in front of him again. He swung his clawed arm that was covered in the dark shadow-like substance. Kronker in these types of situations would usually bulldoze himself forward and attack back. That was how he won his fights, with his sheer strength, but in this case, it wasn't something he could do. Leaning back, the fingertips of Quinn had ripped right through the chest of Kronker. Blood splattered out from his chest and went flying in the air, while a black mark of shadows was left on Kronker's chest. That wasn't the end of the attack, though, as the blood that had come out from Kronker didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it floated towards Quinn's mouth, which opened wide, and gathered his own energy, including the blood, to let out a deadly breath blast. At close range, it smashed into Kronker and slammed him into the ground, and the beam of blood energy continued. Calva, the champion, was the only one that was just able to keep track of the fight, and he still didn't quite understand what was going on, but it was clear this fight was a huge mismatch, and any thought of him coming in and taking out the one left had left his mind. At close range, Quinn had shot out a dark-colored blood aura directly at Kronker. It had smashed him in the chest, throwing him to the ground. The blast was so large it had covered his whole body, and one was unable to see even a single part of Kronker. This blast wasn't just any blast, as it had even used Kronker's own blood in the attack. It was clear that this attack was stronger than the blast that had come from Quinn before. While the stream of energy continued to burst out from Quinn's mouth, something else was happening. From his blood wings, small orbs looked to be dripping off. They were floating in the air just beneath. Droplets of blood from the wings were forming into something the same size as a football. When the blood ball had been fully formed, it moved, heading straight for where Kronker was. It crashed into the ground, causing a large explosion of power that reached up to the skies like a nuclear explosion. A powerful shockwave was sent out in all directions once again, punishing even the power that was mixed into the air. "If you want to live, then get behind me," Calva shouted to the other Scullies. It didn't take them much convincing, as they could see the shockwave coming towards them, and rather than just a blast, this seemed to have some remnants of energy with it. Calva's body started to glow white, and just as the shockwave was about to hit them, the energy from his body exploded, allowing for the dark red energy to be pushed to the side of them. The Scullies had braced themselves, covering their eyes and their faces, and when they realized that they were still alive, they could see that much of the thick forest that was claimed to be indestructible was getting destroyed, bit by bit. Roots, large tree trunks, and branches were being destroyed by this fight. That wasn't the only large explosion either, as the blood balls were continuing to be created from Quinn's wings, and each time they would be thrown down to Kronker's position, creating an equally powerful explosion. After around 6 large explosions, the blood balls, as well as the blasts from Quinn's mouth, had stopped as he went ahead and fell to the ground. "The Demon King, there's no way he survived that, right?" Anon said. "He has to be dead." "The Demon Kings are Demon Kings for a reason, so I wouldn't count on it," Ikiki replied. Just as Ikiki said, emerging from the deep crater that had been made, where one would unlikely be able to even see the bottom, a hand reached out from the crack and pulled itself up. Kronker had crawled out, but he didn't look to be okay at all. Parts of the skin on his body looked as if the flesh had been torn off, and the inner parts of his flesh could be seen, but the most damage that had been done to him was his arm. His right side had completely disappeared from his shoulder. There was nothing there onwards. His aura seemed to still be actively surrounding the wound, stopping it from bleeding, and even with this image, his aura still seemed to be just as strong. "Ha ha ha," Kronker laughed. "Do you think that could kill me? You must have used up a lot of energy in that last attack, and I can still see you have no idea how to use the energy around you." Kronker opened up his mouth wide, and the energy from the air around that had moved out of the way started to come towards him, and towards his mouth. It soon entered, and the aura was shining more vibrant than ever before, but his arm was still missing. A demon king can fight forever, Kronker shouted as he charged forward. Or attacks and blasts weren't working, so he would have to do something else and fight directly instead. With his tentacles on his back, he practically had 2 additional limbs, and in this form, he was incredibly fast and powerful, although he now only had 3 limbs. Throwing out his left arm, which was still intact, he attempted to hit the demon Quinn. His hand was hitting nothing but air, and a smile was still on Quinn's face as he avoided each of the hits. The tentacles were also being used to try to get a decisive and killer blow on Quinn, but he just continued to avoid them all. As a large strike came, with his wing, Quinn had whacked the arm away. Then, with his own clawed arm, he swung down right at the shoulder. Kronker looked to his left, and he could see at that moment his other arm being detached from his body. How? How can he slice through my arm so easily? This makes no sense. Although my body is no longer made of red crystals, the trait of the Durham is in my demon form. My current skin is actually around 10 times harder. It's an evolved form of the crystal. Crystals, hard and flexible like skin all over my body, and he can break through it with ease. What type of demon is this? Right after his other arm had been sliced off, a fist was felt, grabbing the back of his head, while another hand slammed him right in the stomach. Blood gushed out from Kronker's mouth, but rather than falling to the floor, it had gathered in the palm of Quinn's hand. With just a single hand on Kronker's head, he moved behind him and lifted his entire body from the back, slamming it into the ground where they were. Cracks formed and pieces of the land lifted up in the sky from the sheer strength that had been used and fell back down onto the ground. With the blood ball in Quinn's hand, he then threw it down right at Kronker's chest, creating another large explosion. It hurt deep. The power spread through Kronker, and although his body was still intact, he wasn't sure how much energy he had left. When the energy and the dust started to settle, Kronker could feel a foot on his chest. It was Quinn's foot, and the crazed smile with the red eyes was looking at his face. It had come to this. The Demon King felt like he was on his last legs. It had been a long time since he felt this way, but at that time he had admitted defeat and had decided to work for Imortui. There was a big difference between the 2 losses, though. With Imortui there was a greater fear in his defeat. If I'm going to die, then I might as well take you with me, Kronker thought. All of the energy from within, all of the aura from around his body, and the outside air started to gather where his spikes were, between his eyebrows. Sparks of power were forming a ball of energy near his head. It was a final attack. After this, he would have nothing left to give, so if this didn't defeat Quinn, then the fight was over. When one person had nothing to lose, they would often be more dangerous, and this was true for Kronker's situation. Die! Kronker shouted, as the energy was unleashed. Seeing this, though, the black markings on Quinn's chest and under his eyes started to glow. The cloak that was seemingly attached to his body all started to move towards his right hand, making it slightly bigger in size. With it, Quinn grabbed the energy blast before it could get larger. He was holding it as it pushed against his arm. This is impossible, Kronker thought. With his right hand, Quinn continued to push the energy blast down. He was pushing it and pushing it, until the energy blast had stopped coming from Kronker, and now it was left just in Quinn's hand as a ball of energy. Quinn laughed, with the deep and high-pitched sound, as he used his right hand, and slammed the ball of energy right into Kronker's head. It pushed in, disintegrating his teeth, while the sheer strength of Quinn's hand and the ball of energy allowed for his hand to completely crush and go right through Kronker's skull. There was now a large hole in the Demon King's head, with nothing but his horns and ears showing. It was clear the Demon King had been defeated, and there was no coming back from it. The Demon King of the Durhams is dead, Annan said in disbelief. The other Scullies were moving from behind Calva to take a better look, and they could see it was true. Quinn stood up, above Kronker's body. It was unmoving, and there was no more of his energy swirling around in the area. For Calva, he had a big worry on his mind now. What was going to happen now? Because Quinn was still in his demon form. The hunting grounds and the camp itself were no longer what they used to be. Before, there were clear borders to where the base would be, a wall that was built around bases and more, but all of that had broken down and was just a part of the rubble that was around them. Even the great forest, which looked like it was made for giants, with roots that were deeply integrated into the ground, had been pulled up, half destroyed, or disintegrated, and all of it was just from the shock waves of the battle. They hadn't been attacked directly, yet all of it was destroyed due to the battle between two greats. If it was a planet with the same structure as Earth, it left no doubt that perhaps all of the landmass, an entire country, or maybe even part of the planet itself, would have been destroyed. The structure of the planet they were on was just different. It was as if the planet itself had adapted due to all of the fighting that occurred on it, allowing it to become more tolerant of such attacks, but not one of this scale. Out of the great battle, there was only one left standing, the one left the winner, and they stood still looking down at their enemy.
"He's still in the same form as before, and he hasn't moved for a while," Calva thought. "This just confirms my guess from before. He's not conscious, unlike he was before. He was just fighting on instinct, but now that there is no enemy, I thought he might have turned back. I was watching the fight carefully. There was a trigger, and that was when the Demon King had transformed. It must have triggered the demon transformation, or that intruder didn't think he could beat him without going into this form. If he hasn't turned back now that the Demon King is dead, it means one of two things. One is that he still has a lot of energy to keep up the form he is currently in, and he needs to tire out somehow, or we need to get through to him for him to turn back."
The problem with the latter was that method would often only work if someone was close to him, or knew a lot about the attacker, but it was most likely that Quinn was strangers to all of them.
"For now, the best thing to do is stay in this range. If we move, we could catch his attention, and if we go in closer, there's a good chance he could attack us."
Calva didn't know his relationship with the other Scullies, but he did seem to be somewhat considerate of them during the fight, and it was the same for them as well.
"The Demon King is dead! Does that mean the hunting games are over?"
"That stranger did it! That man did it!"
"Yes, he did. We have to thank him."
The Scullies were overjoyed, and since their longtime enemy had been defeated, they started to climb through their destroyed trees and moved directly to the floor and headed toward their savior.
"No, wait,"
Calva said, reaching his hand out. Sweat was running down the side of his face. He wanted to stop them, but his own legs wouldn't move. As the Scullies had entered what used to be the camp, Quinn's head had moved from looking at the dead Demon King for the first time. His head tilted, and now was staring in the direction of the oncoming Scullies. The expression on his face was a dead stare, and suddenly the corner of his cheeks rose up. The red blood wings flapped once out wide. In doing so, particles of blood had splattered out and were floating about in the air. Seeing this, even the Scullies stopped dead in their tracks.
Wait, is he going to attack us? But I thought we were on the same side."
"I knew it. It was just demons fighting against other demons." Not all of the Scullies had come out of the forest. They were too afraid after what they had seen, but around 10 had done so. Wishing to thank Quinn or to see the dead demon that had tormented them on the ground, and now they were regretting their actions. "Please—" Before the Scully could finish its sentence, all 10 of them dropped to the floor, with a bullet hole through their hard outer skull that stuck out from their heads. In an instant, all of them had been killed.
"No!"
Annan shook his head. He and the others had stayed next to Calva for the time being. They could also somewhat feel something was wrong, compared to the person they had met before.
"This isn't what was meant to happen. He was meant to help us take out Imortui once and for all, not being a threat to us." "That's just what happened in this place," Calva said. "You can't rely on others, and in the end, it's just a world that is survival of the fittest, where if you aren't strong, you can't do anything yourself."
However, the worst was about to happen, because after killing the Scullies that had come out towards him, Quinn was now looking deeper into the forest. The smile was still present on his face. In a blink, he was no longer standing next to the dead body of the Demon King. Instead, he was in the forest, and his hand had swiped right through another Scully's neck, causing the head to fall straight to the floor. The other Scully started to retreat back deeper into the forest. One had turned its back, but a dark hand had already pierced through the center of its chest. Quinn lifted the Scully in the air, and the blood from the Scully was dripping down his arm. It wasn't falling to the floor. It was as if it was attached to the skin of Quinn. When it eventually went onto his pale white skin, the body had absorbed the blood, and his eyes glowed brighter for a moment.
"Is that the source of his power, the blood?" Calva thought. "If it is, it means as long as he keeps killing and getting blood, He's going to be in this form for a long time. If we move, we die. If we stay still, we die. What are we meant to do now? Toonie said. Quinn is even more dangerous than the Demon King. If we couldn't beat the Demon King, how are we going to beat him? Fighting is the only option, Calva the champion said. If you want to live, then fight. The champion had to act, whether he liked it or not. The universe that Imortui was in wasn't currently as large as the one where Earth resided. Nonetheless, it was still a universe, so the space would seem infinite to most, and if one tried to attempt to travel and visit every area possible, it would be a next to impossible task. Not unless one had special abilities or used a certain type of travel that the gods tended to use. Nevertheless, the battle between the great Demon King and Quinn sent shockwaves through the universe. The particles of energy in the air were sharing the vibrations of power on and on, making the one and only Imortui aware of what was going on. Not only that, but in the region where the great fight was taking place, Imortui had quite a few minions close to the area, since that was where the champions resided. Although two of them were willingly working for Imortui, he never felt they were loyal like the Demon Kings. It was a trait of his that if he faced someone he deemed strong, to force them to comply with his side. Because Imortui was always looking at the bigger picture, building up his army and strength to go against the Ancient Ones and the Celestials. There would be next to no one on his side when the battle came, so he needed to use everyone he had. At times, Imortui felt like him being sent to this world wasn't a punishment, but a gift that allowed him to have a second chance at what he really wanted. News has just been received, Imortui said. Traveling there was a thick red dust cloud, not allowing a single person to see what was inside, but the presence of two more individuals on top of Imortui was felt in the thick smoke, the two Demon Kings he would always have by his side. It looks like Kronker was defeated. The other two Demon Kings were stunned into silence. They didn't know what to say for a few moments, until one of them eventually shook their heads. Kronker was a Durham demon. They are ones that get permanently stronger after every battle they participate in, especially ones that push them over the edge, one of the Demon Kings said. Kronker wasn't there during the time against the champions, but he felt strong enough to fight against you. You were the last significant battle that Kronker would have had. Imortui knew what his fellow Demon King was saying, that the Kronker who had been defeated was one that was stronger than the one that Imortui faced. I knew that Quinn was strong, and one that had great power since he was the key to opening up the portal, but to take a Demon King out on his own, and that quickly, he is beyond my predictions, the other Demon King stated. Tenbris and Luce were the two Demon Kings that were always by Imortui's side, and they were the first creations from Imortui's powers, the first demon races that Imortui had created. Due to how long they had been with Imortui, they weren't afraid to speak their mind when they were worried, concerned, or excited. It was how they always were with each other. I believe I might have made a mistake, Imortui said. They were rare words that came out of Imortui's mouth which caused Tenbris and Luce to listen carefully. Originally, I thought it was best to avoid the area completely. If a fight were to break out, or they saw me having to go toe-to-toe against a newcomer, I thought there was a good chance of an uprising of some sort. Honestly, it would be a lie if I said I thought Kronker could take on Quinn on his own. The news had come as quite a surprise to the other two. It seemed that Imortui had great respect for a being that had been raised in another world. It was perhaps the first time they had seen this, or maybe the second time. I thought that the fight would go on for long enough that I would be able to order help from either of you two, or the other Demon Kings, before Kronker met his demise. But somehow, Quinn was able to defeat Kronker at an incredible speed. Now I feel like if we are to leave Quinn be, we will have the same issue. The other champions, as well as the natural inhabitants, will learn of one of the Demon Kings falling, and there's a chance that they could all try to turn on us. The Demon Kings hadn't realized it until now. They should have noticed it before, but it was clear that Imortui was being cautious. When it came to matters with Mundus or the Ancient Ones, they understood his cautiousness. But here, they thought Imortui was simply trying to have fun with Quinn, but it certainly wasn't the case.
"Would you like one of us to go deal with Quinn?" Tenbris asked.
Thinking about it for a while, Imortui eventually came up with an answer, and it was one that neither of them expected.
"No," Imortui replied. "You two go to where the champions and the other demon kings are. Make sure there is no chance of something crazy happening. If there is any sign of them trying to rebel, feed them to Onzoku. Although I would like to use their strength in my battle with the Ancient Ones, we can't lose at the first hurdle."
Unzoku was the name of another one of the demon kings. They didn't like the order, but they had to listen to Imortui in the end.
"Wait, if you are sending us two to the champions, then what about Quinn? Who is going to deal with him? The king of the Yaks, Armati?" Luce asked.
"I have decided," Imortui said, "that I will deal with him myself. All I need is no distractions from the outside."
How long had it been since the two demon kings had seen Imortui fight in person? Sure, he had fought against Mundus, but it was hard to call that a fight, since Mundus was only trying to buy time back then. In their minds, it was a shame that they wouldn't see Imortui fight in person since they had been put on guard duty, but with him dealing with the problem, they knew it would be dealt with. The two demon kings escaped from the thick red mist, and like a blur were off in different directions. As for Imortui, the red mist that would usually expand was coming into his body.
"This has been a long time coming, Quinn," Imortui said.
The ultimate team had been formed, and they were going after Quinn, but they weren't going in with the intention of saving him. Instead, this team was going in with the intention of supporting him. A task that might cause Quinn to risk too much, or for him to not come back. Either way, whatever it was that he may need, he would be there to help him. The team consisted of longtime friend Peter. The two had met at the academy and had been friends from the beginning, but their true bond formed after Peter had risked his life to save Quinn and ended up becoming one of the first turned by Quinn. Ever since, he had been loyal. Now, with the help of the four kings of the familiar's world as well as his celestial form and his white powers, he was ready to face what was ahead. On top of that, there was Syl, who Quinn had met at the academy. His powers needed no introduction as to why he was selected to come aboard. Chris and Russ, although not the closest to Quinn and had met him through strange ways, both had strong powers, one physical as well as a set of unique traits due to being a werewolf, while the other was hugely diverse, and with the power of the Black Sword, as well as a God-Slayer item, he was stronger than he was before. Lastly, there were two vampire originals, Edvard and Hickel. Although the originals no longer had power comparable to the others, Edvard had been gifted the special red dragon armor, one belonging to one of the strongest beings in existence. As for Hickel, having gone through an experiment of Vincent's, he had achieved great changes in his body that put him beyond the rest. All of these people were strong, but they were heading possibly to the most dangerous place in existence. Using the power of the Bone Claw, they had no idea where they would end up, but were ready to battle as soon as they went through to the other side. A portal had opened up. In a dark space, there was little light around the room, apart from a few glowing touches that were on the sides of the walls in the distance. Right out of the portal, zapping out at the same time, were all six of the group. It had nearly shot them out, as all of them tumbled to the ground, some falling on top of each other. The portal flickered for a few moments before disappearing.
"Get off me!"
Peter shouted, as he shoved Chris's large body from him. A few of the others were untangling themselves as well.
"I guess the Bone Claw really did use up the last of his energy to bring us here in the end,"
Edvard said, brushing off some of the dirt on his red armor. He had come in wearing the red armor in case they needed to fight from the get-go.
"All right, the good news is, it seems that everyone has made it to the other side all okay,"
Hickel commented.
"You mean bad news,"
Peter commented, looking Russ's way. Hickel already felt this was going to be a headache. Although this might have been the ultimate team in terms of power, it certainly wasn't when it came to teamwork. Thankfully, he did have a little bit of experience with this, due to the vampire originals being the same way.
"So the big question would be, where are we right now? I thought we would have at least been able to see the sky,
or maybe dreaded monsters would be all over us, or the world ending due to Quinn's and Imortui's fight, Edvard commented. Each of them looked around the room, and it was clear they were somewhere dark. It felt like they were in an underground cellar, as the whole area was covered in brick. But what was even more surprising was that there were other living things in the room, a lot of them. With their advanced eyesight in the dark, they could see what these beings that were down with them looked like. They had a human shape, a head, arms and legs, and the same amount as well. Although with a squint, they noticed that they had 3 fingers, and their heads didn't exactly look normal either. Where their eyes were, there were things slightly like an elephant trunk on 2 sides. For both Chris and Peter, this was a trip down memory lane. It's the same thing that attacked us on that Greylash planet, that celestial, right? Chris said. That thing wasn't the right word to use, since there were perhaps 50 of them in the room that they could see all with the same features, just different shapes and sizes. At the time, the Celestials had tried to get rid of the high number of God-slayers that were coming from Earth, and Mundus had sent a fighter Celestial that had come from this world, which is why Peter and Chris felt like they had seen this person before. Well, if they are all as strong as the last guy, then we're in big trouble, Chris said. All right, so what do we do? Do we try to break out of here, use Syl's powers to teleport us to the land, and start searching for Quinn, or what? Russ asked. I think we should try and figure out where we are first. Maybe we should talk to these guys that are down here, Hickle suggested, although there was something off about the other creatures. They had practically arrived through a teleporter and looked nothing like the local inhabitants. At a guess, they had to be beings of intelligence, yet they weren't batting an eye at the strange visitors that had entered. Hearing Hickle's suggestion, surprisingly, Peter was the one who acted first and started to head towards one of the inhabitants. They were up against the wall on their own, minding their own business. Peter bent his knees, trying to get eye level with the person. Hey, tell us what this place is. Where are we? Do you know a man named Quinn, or where that bastard Imortui is? If you don't feel like answering us, I'll punch you in the face. But if you do, then you can keep your face, Peter said, making a fist. Ah, yes. Let's send out our best communicator, Russ smiled. Surely with those elegant and kind words, the stranger will be inclined to answer us. The person looked up at Peter and just let out a chuckle. The others flinched, a little worried about what Peter might do based on this reaction, but they soon started speaking. This place is hell. Killing me would be doing me a favor, the person answered. Just what kind of place had they been transported to? The group looked at all of the other inhabitants that were down in this cellar with them, and felt like even if they were to ask the others the same questions, they would be met with the same answer. The fact that they would rather be dead meant they were in a troubling place, to say the least, and the feeling of the place was the same. It was hard to tell if it was the energy that was coming off from these beings, or the air itself. All were quick to notice that the air itself had some sort of energy to it. Hey, Peter said, grabbing the man by the scruff of his neck. They had very loose clothing that looked like rags on them. It hardly covered their body, nor could it be used as any form of armor or such. Answer my other questions about Imortui and Quinn, Peter asked again, thinking that perhaps the person didn't believe in this little threat of his. Instead, though, the man just laughed, as if he expected it. Peter threw out his fist straight to the man's face. He couldn't take the cocky laugh. The more time they spent messing around, the higher chance there was that something would happen to Quinn. He couldn't deal with people the way they were now, and it was clear he was on edge, a lot more than usual. Before the fist could hit the man, though, an armored hand grabbed onto Peter's fist, stopping it in its tracks. Let's not just go around killing people in a world we don't know much about, especially when they're not trying to attack us, Edvard said. Peter was relatively surprised as he pulled his fist back and let go of the man, alien, whatever it was. He wasn't surprised that his punch had been stopped by Edvard, but the fact it was possible for Edvard to stop the punch. That armor must have improved your strength quite a bit. Peter also sounded as if he had been sulking. Let me try a different approach, Edvard said, getting to eye level as well. He had a large smile on his face and looked a lot more welcoming than Peter. As you can probably tell, we are not from around here, and we happened to find ourselves inside here by accident. Can you tell us where that is here, and what is this place for? Maybe we can help in some way," Edvard said. His eyes were glowing red when he said these words. He was attempting to use the influence skill. He wasn't sure if it would work or not, and judging by the look in the other person's eyes, it hadn't worked. Seeing the red glowing eyes, the person seemed to have some sort of reaction, looking deeply at Edvard. "You're right. I can figure out what you are," the person said. "You are definitely not a chrono or any of the other inhabitants of this world. Could you guys be demons? But if that's the case, then why are you here?" They had learned some information. The beings that were in the cellar with them were known as chronos, so at least it seemed that Edvard's approach was working a lot better than Peter's, so far at least. "You guys are quite unlucky to have accidentally come in here," another chrono said, walking towards them. Their eyes looked dead as well, but a little less compared to the others. "I saw you come through the portal, so I know the words you say are true," the chrono said, walking over. It felt unthreatening, so the others didn't even react when it got in close to them. Chris was finding it hard to believe that the one they had faced in the past was the same race as the rest of them. "It's as the man said. Where you guys are right now could be seen as a type of prison, although it is hard to call it that because those that are here haven't committed any crimes, at least most of us," the chrono started to explain. "This prison is controlled by the Demon King, and when the sunlight falls, that is when hell begins. And don't even think of trying to escape. Many have done in the past, and they have all failed because guarding this place is one of the champions of old." The group listened to everything the chrono had said, and he was already turning around, walking the other way as if he had no more to say to them. Even the one that was sitting up against the wall was no longer looking at them and just staring at the ground.
"All your questioning did was bring us more questions," Peter complained. "It would have been simpler to beat them and let the guys come to us. We're going to have to fight them all anyway, with or without Quinn."
"You have to remember, this is a whole other universe," Chris stated. "It would be best to just go after our enemy and not make the whole universe our enemy. Besides, I'm curious about what he said. Do you think this Demon King could be Immortui?"
"If that was the case, then the fight between him and Quinn would have destroyed this place by now," Syl said. "If anything, I would say that Quinn isn't here due to the lack of fighting. If he came in here with a goal, he would be quick to try and complete it. Then again, it could be that Quinn is in a similar situation to us and is trying to gather information. In the end, if we both try to find Immortui, we should run into each other." The logic made sense to them all as they nodded away at this, but there was a major worry on all of their minds. They didn't want to waste time. "I have a suggestion to make," Hickle said. "Someone with a name such as a Demon King could give us the valuable information we need. There is a chance that Quinn might even be here, but since we're not sure, we could just be wasting our time. I suggest we split up into 2 groups. With Syl's power, I'm sure he could teleport a group of us out of here. They will continue to search for Quinn on the outside to see how this Demon King is doing and if they know anything. There is also this guard that they call the Champion as well, but I don't think they're anything we have to worry about." Splitting up in a dangerous place wasn't always the best idea, which was why Hickle thought only splitting their force by half was the best choice. 3 of them should be strong enough to face most of what they would come across in this world. However, there was another problem. How would they even split up the groups? Hickle could feel a headache coming on because once again it felt like it was left to him to try and sort out who would be going with whom. There were sensible and insensible ones, and then those that just were more laid back. "All right, so I think I got it sorted," Hickle said. "In the first place, Ross is unable to travel with Syl due to the Black Sword. If he was to use its powers, then it would cancel the teleportation. So for now, we've split the group between those going with Syl and those staying with Russ. If that's the case, then it would be best to split up Peter and Russ, since these 2 seem to get along the worst together." The 2 of them glanced at each other for a moment.
"I'm happy with that. I want to find Quinn as soon as possible."
"Make sure to cover yourself when you see him. You don't want to show him that you're too excited to meet him," Russ commented. Standing in between the 2 was Chris, just before Peter could try anything. "In terms of regrouping, me and Edvard can sense our energy relatively easily, and we can smell each other out. Of course, I don't think Syl will have a problem getting back to us, but just as a precaution, I think it's best if the two of us split up," Hickle explained. With that, it was decided. Russ, Hickle, and Chris would be staying put with one group, while Syl, Edvard, and Peter would continue the search elsewhere. After saying good luck to each other, they wasted no time. Syl gathered the two of them around him, and using his powers, they were able to teleport out of the area they were in. Whether it would be a better or worse situation than what they were currently in, only time would tell. The three remaining hardly knew each other. With the others gone, though, it did feel a lot quieter, but they didn't want to just sit back and do nothing. "I guess that the champion that is guarding this place is unable to detect that people have left," Hickle commented, "although not many would have a teleport ability as strong as Syl's." "What do you think's the best course of action?" Chris asked. "Should we attempt to break out of this place, or question more of the others to see if someone will talk?" "We could just wait until the sun goes down. That's when this hell event thing is meant to start," Russ said, thinking that the more time went on and passed, the more likely it was that this whole situation would resolve itself without needing him to do anything. Thinking about the many possibilities, the first thing they needed to do was scout the area. The room they were in was incredibly large. It felt like it was an area that could fit thousands of people rather than the 50 or so that were in there. On one end, there was a strange barrier of sorts. It was red in color, and they were unable to see what was on the other side. When looking at the floor, though, they could see that multiple magic circles were on the ground right where the barrier was. Letting out a little of Hickle's aura, he tried to use it to get past or through the barrier, but it wasn't working. It was hard to tell if a high-level attack would allow them to break through the barrier in the first place. After that, the group went over to the other side. On this side, strangely, there was a staircase that led up. It seemed to reach another floor, yet not a single person was heading up there. While standing by the stairs, Chris started to sniff the air. "You can smell it as well," Hickle said. "The smell of blood." "Oh," a voice said from behind. "You guys are still here, but I haven't seen your friends around. It can't be. Don't tell me they went up the staircase." The one speaking was the chrono who had spoken to them before. They could tell because the eyes of this chrono were a lot closer together compared to the others, a trait they were able to recognize. "I thought I had already told you guys that if you try to leave this place, then the champion will stop you. I'm afraid your friends are already dead." Just like before, after saying those words, the chrono walked away from them.
"Is it just me, or is talking to these beings incredibly frustrating?" Russ said. "I'm starting to agree more with Peter, with the suggestion that these guys can do with a good whacking."
Ignoring Russ's words, the others were now thinking about what the best option was. "Should all of us go up there, or maybe just one of us, to see just how strong this champion is?" Chris asked. "I think I might have a better idea," Hickle said. "Why don't we use Russ's power? Can't he conjure something to go up for us? It will allow us to see just how dangerous this place is, while letting us explore at the same time." Russ didn't like the fact that his name was suggested, and that he would perhaps need to do some work.
"All right, and what should I make? A Dalkey? Perhaps I should just have a copy of Quinn running around the place. That would cause them to have alarm bells ringing in their head."
It was a good point to make. They needed a figure that was strong enough to face the champion to test it at least, but one that wouldn't cause alarm. The reason their presence hadn't caused alarm seemed to be the fact that they were so confident in nothing getting in or leaving. "You can use me," Chris said, pointing to his head. "A while back, I and Peter fought against these Chronos. They were working for the Celestials and were incredibly strong. It took everything we had back then to take it out. Of course, we're stronger now, but even if we were to face it, I still think it would be a dangerous enemy." Sighing, Russ didn't have any clever remarks or anything to try to dissuade them from this idea, because it was actually a good one.
"All right, but this person better be as strong as you say they are. You better have had a good impression of them. Let's hope it's not because you're weak."
Using his powers, Russ entered into Chris's mind. It didn't take long after that for a figure to appear in front of them. It was like the other chrono, only this one had a more menacing aura around it, and in its hands there were two katana-style swords.
"All right, let's make some noise." The summoned celestial had brought back memories for Chris. There was a part of him that wished to face it again so he could see whether or not it was something he could defeat on his own. One thing that was a habit for him that he never stopped was trying to make his body stronger. In a way, for his own mental health, it was the only thing that was driving him in this current world. Last time, they needed the help of many others, yet he had to let it be, as it was to go against the one that was named the champion. Russ was the one who was to give orders to his creation, and he could tell it was relatively strong, based on the amount of MC cells it had taken him to summon such a thing.
If this guy loses, then it looks like we might have quite the conundrum on our hands,
Russ thought, but didn't say this out loud, and allowed for the two-bladed chrono to make its way up the stairs.
I really want to watch, but we are just going to have to stay here from a distance, Chris said, trying to focus on his hearing.
Walking up the stairs, the chrono Russ had created took a step at a time. Slowly, it climbed the staircase that seemed to be at least 100 steps high, until finally it had reached a level of flooring. It still had yet to leave the building, but now there were far taller ceilings and hallways that seemingly led off to different directions. But before all of that was another chrono at the other end. Only this one looked completely different from the others. It had the same facial features with trunk-like eyes that curled outward and the same dark gray skin. However, it was far more muscular than the others. It wore a vest-like piece of armor that covered its entire chest, but allowed its arms to be on display. The shoulders were rounded and muscular, which matched the rest of its body. There were several pillars that were covered in blood. That included the floor as well, with body pieces that were left to rot. Bones that had been there for who knows how long. Strangely, though, although the blood was splattered all over the place, the bones and pieces of flesh were put to one side.
It's been a long time since someone has decided to climb those stairs. Usually only when a group of newcomers comes in, someone tries to climb, the champion said, lifting his head and coming off the wall he was leaning on. A pair of large axes could be seen on his back. When he saw who was in front of him, he soon stopped. His hands were still by his side and slightly shaking at who he could see.
"Hinto, is it really you?" the man known as the champion said.
"It has to be you. You recognize me, right? It's me, Shinto. Don't you recognize me, brother?"
The person who Russ had pulled from Chris's imagination was Hinto, a celestial that worked for Mundus and the Ancient Ones. Originally, Hinto was a chrono and was from this world, the world that was called the Red Space. The different planes and worlds had names. The Red Space was where they currently were. Then there was the Mystic Space, where the familiars resided, and there was Earth, which was known as the Golden Space. This was mostly due to celestials wishing to work with planets in this particular space due to the abundance of life that could be seen through the universe, which helped them complete their conditions a lot easier. Whereas the Red Space and Mystic Space got their names due to different reasons. Hinto was originally from the Red Space and had quite the reputation in the Red Space. He was one of the strongest fighters, but eventually ended up on the run from Immortui after killing several demons in a significant skirmish. Because of this, he had been recruited by one of the Ancient Ones. Those in the Red Space were unaware of this and assumed Hinto was still in hiding or had been killed.
"Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you recognize me after all this time? Or have they done something to you?" Shinto demanded, his voice turning desperate. He glanced left and right, as if expecting someone might overhear him. This was an opportunity for Shinto. With his brother, perhaps they could oppose Immortui or the Demon King. "Hinto, I've grown stronger, much stronger. After you left, I thought they had killed you, so I decided to fight against them. I fought against Immortui and his demons, but in the end, it wasn't enough. I was unable to beat him and was assigned here to guard this place. But I haven't neglected training. I've been striving to grow stronger each day. With the two of us, we can do something. Please, Hinto, remember." Both Chris and Hickle stood at the bottom of the staircase, listening to the conversation above. Even Russ had transformed part of his ears to resemble a vampire's so he could hear better. "These events have taken a very interesting turn," Chris observed. "I knew they looked like each other. Is there a way we can use this to our advantage? Can we pretend that's the real Hinto and trick him?" "I'm afraid not," Russ replied. "If I were directly controlling them, I could speak through them, but it would still just be me. I think they would quickly realize something was amiss. Our best chance is to try to kill him while he thinks we're his brother. Otherwise, sooner or later, he will find out that something is wrong.
Hickel and Chris weren't so sure. It was a chance to gain a powerful ally, but ultimately, Chris was part of the group that actually killed his brother. If this truth came out, they would face the wrath of this champion, and they still had no idea just how strong they were.
"Screw it, I'm doing it," Russ declared.
The command was given, and now Hinto was walking towards his brother, swords still clenched in his hands. "Hinto!" Shinto called. "Hinto!" He shouted his name, but the lack of response was causing him concern, and he reached to draw his axes.
"I knew it. They must have done something to you, damn it. Why did it have to come to this? If you are as skilled as you were back then, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back without killing you. Otherwise, I would lose my own life."
Just then, before a grand battle could begin, a large bell tolled, resonating through the lower floors. The sound echoed off the walls and was piercing to all of their ears.
"The sun has set," Shinto stated.
Inside, all the other chronos began to rise. Hell was about to commence. The sound of the bell made it clear that something was about to happen, and even more so now that they could see the lifeless chronos in the room springing to life. They were standing and more energetic than before. It looked like some type of switch had been flicked. Before, it felt like they were in an energy-saving mode. It was the perfect time for Russ to act. Since he had created an awkward situation, he decided to quickly make it unawkward by getting rid of the Hinto he had made. "Hey, what are we going to do now? Are we changing the plan?" Chris asked.
"I already got rid of the Hinto guy," Russ replied. "I think we need to focus on what's going on down here at the moment. It seems like we might need to focus. However, I would have liked to have known just how strong our opponents we are going to face are."
The reason why Russ wanted to know about his opponents so much was that his MC cells weakened with each summon or use of his powers. If he had an idea of the strength of his opponent, he could summon something that was just strong enough to beat them. This would allow him to summon and use more of his power as he went on. If he summoned something too strong and used up all of his MC cells, then he was literally a sitting duck. Sure, he had 2 more special weapons on him now, but his skills with a sword weren't the best, and summoning the one from the sword took a lot out of him. Holding on to the sword, Russ started to walk up to one of the chronos that had their backs facing away from the others.
"What are you thinking of doing?" Hickel said, standing in his way. "We weren't able to figure out how strong the champion is, but we should at least get an idea of how strong the general beasts and people of this world are. If you want to survive, then this is the best option, and I'm telling you now, I didn't come to this place to die," Russ answered.
Russ went to walk forward again, but Hickel refused to move. "That is not the vampire way. These people have not attacked us. There is no reason for us to do them any harm. Even if it's to increase our chances of survival, I would not be able to live that way."
"Are you stupid or something?" Russ replied. "Do I need to remind you I am not a vampire?"
After splitting up Peter and Russ, Chris thought that these problems would disappear, and if the two were to fight, he wondered what he should do.
"I really wish Quinn was here. He would be able to sort these two out."
In the middle of their small argument, they could hear the sound of footsteps coming from the staircase to their side. There was only one person on the other side, so it meant the champion Shinto was coming down. Naturally, all 3 of them started to move from the staircase and headed to where all the other chronos were. Since they looked different from all the others that were down here, they felt like getting caught would bring them trouble. All 50 of those in the underground area with them were lined up, close to the red barrier from before. The group mixed themselves with the people. Suddenly, the red barrier disappeared. Immediately, all of the chronos ran from their position and into the other area. They were fast, faster than the average vampire. Based on how heavy their footsteps were, they seemed to be strong as well. Vampires were fast in a different way through the movement of their limbs, while the chronos seemed to be a mixture of strength. They had exploding movement speed. On the other side of the red barrier, the area was completely different from where they were. They could feel the wind and the strange energy in the air stronger here. When looking up, they could also see the sky. Looking around them, there were incredibly tall walls.
No, they weren't walls, because they weren't built out of any structure, and it felt like they were incredibly thick. That's when they realized that they were in a giant hole. The area was incredibly large, twice as large as the underground part they were in before, and due to it being nothing but a hole, it was quite dark where they were. This wasn't a problem for the three, as they had traits that allowed them to see in the dark, but it appeared that the Chronos struggled a little more. They could see this as the Chronos reached around the floor as if they were looking for something. What was spread all across the floor were weapons. Weapons just stuck in the ground or lying there, all different types, all different shapes and sizes. Chris went ahead and picked up one of the weapons. As he infused his key into it, he activated the weapon. "These are amazing," Chris said. "I'm not sure if they're beast weapons or not, as they don't quite feel the same, but the power I'm receiving back from them is at the demigod tier level. It's pretty close to even being at the demon tier level." Just in case, Chris picked up a few of the other weapons, and they were all the same. All of the weapons spread on the ground were of the same caliber. "All of these weapons are close to the demon tier level, and the beings using these aren't weak either," Hickles said. "Not allowing them to escape, yet allowing them to use weapons like this. Whoever trapped all of these people, they must be confident despite all of this." Russ had noticed something, and using his powers, he took on the features of the Chrono, changing his body. He started to blend in and spread himself out away from the other two. They saw this, but decided to ignore Russ. He was doing his own thing, but as long as he didn't get in their way, then it would be fine. As for the two of them, they tried to hide their presence as much as possible, because from the entrance they could see Shinto standing there, looking at all of the participants. He didn't have his weapons drawn, and it was hard to read the face he currently had on, yet Chris felt like he once had a familiar feeling in him. It was as if he had the look of someone who didn't agree with what they were doing, but felt like they could do nothing about it. A feeling that Chris knew very well. The loud sound of the bell went off again. It rang clearer than before and was coming from above. When they looked up, they could see creatures crawling in from above, attached to the wall on the sides. A distinct smell had hit Chris's nose. All of the hair on his body was standing up. Hickles' own body was shaking as well as he could see the creatures. "How could they be in a place like this? This makes no sense. Why are there werewolves here?" At the vampire settlement, they had been without their original leaders, Quinn and others, for a while now, but it was safe to say that things were running smoothly. With the original leaders having gone into slumber, not wanting to deal with the current mess, they had all been replaced with newer leaders. Thankfully, all the newer leaders, at least on the surface, seemed to be quite big fans of Quinn and were willing to do whatever would help him best. Even though Muka was running things, they felt like helping her was helping Quinn, in a way. Still, she wasn't on her own. There was also Xander, who, once he had regained his memories, was in shock for a little while. He felt guilty for forgetting about Layla and the rest, and had actually left the settlement for a while. He eventually had come back, and in doing so, took up a lot of the administrative roles, which he was used to because he did a lot of that work when he was part of the Red Vampires with Layla in the past. The days were going by as normal. There were no attacks from familiars or beasts, no takeovers from Imortui trying to cause trouble. The settlement was still relatively on high alert, with guards everywhere. But the people felt like they could relax a little, and it also meant that the children could return to school after the little attack they had experienced. In school, Minnie was sitting in her normal seat with the rest of her classmates. Miss Bedford was at the front, the real Miss Bedford this time, and was teaching the rest of the class. There were still guards, but they were outside of the classroom rather than inside, and these were heavily vetted to make sure there was next to no connection with Imortui. Of course, that might have been somewhat impossible, but they tried their best. The subject of the current lesson was quite an interesting one, as it was a history lesson. It was the subject of werewolves. "Werewolves are creatures with a history that dates back even further than ours," Miss Bedford explained. "Unfortunately, werewolves no longer exist today, and that is due to us, the vampires. When you are a bit older, we will go into the details of the Great War between our two races, but for now, you will learn a few details of why they were considered very dangerous beings that needed to be rid of. Firstly, I want you to think back about the duty of a vampire. We were considered higher beings compared to humans. We lived longer than them and were naturally more powerful than them, which is why we naturally took on our role of protectors. But you see, werewolves viewed humans as mere hunting tools, and on the night of the full moon they were unable to control themselves, killing whatever they could get their hands on, human or vampires, which was why, in the end, the vampires stepped up their natural duty and felt like it was their need to get rid of them. The lesson continued on, not explaining much about werewolves, but did show images of what they looked like to the class, as well as some paintings of werewolves and vampires fighting, which excited the students. When it was break time, the students were so excited that they started to play a game of werewolves against vampires, where the vampires would have to capture the werewolves. It was similar to a human game called Cops and Robbers, only the vampires were the police and the werewolves were the criminals. Watching all of this, Minnie had a strange thought in her head. Miss Bedford said that the werewolves were extinct, but isn't Uncle Chris a werewolf? And he is a nice person as well, Minnie thought. Minnie didn't ask Miss Bedford in class, nor did she ask any of the other teachers, because she knew that they wouldn't tell her the truth. She knew that there were things that were hidden from them that her father and mother told her to never speak about, so they were unlikely to know much. When she had a question like this on her mind, there was one person that was best for her to go to. When the day ended, Minnie had headed home with her mother, and she quickly asked the question if she was free to go to a certain place. Her mother, of course, didn't mind, and that was how she had ended up in a lab. Hello, Uncle Vincent, Minnie said as she jumped up on the lab table, careful not to knock over any of the experimental items or equipment that were there. Vincent stopped what he was working on and immediately went to a special fridge he had in his room. There was a cold juice pack. He quickly threw it over to Minnie, who caught the box and started drinking right away. It brought a smile to his face. He knew he was spoiling her, but he didn't care. Minnie, how many times do I have to tell you? Vincent said. Although I look young, I am your great-grandfather many times. You can just call me Granddad. No need to call me Uncle. Okay, Granddad, Minnie said, having already finished her juice box. Granddad, I wanted to ask, are all werewolves bad? It was a sudden and strange question, Vincent thought, and he had to think about it before he gave an answer. Of course not, Vincent said. Just like vampires, there can be good and bad werewolves, although during my time, there were a lot of fights between us and them. Then why aren't there a lot of werewolves today? What happened? Minnie asked. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe the vampires were scared of them. You see, there was something special about their attacks. When hurt or bitten by them, they stop our natural healing process, and if we were bitten by them, then our blood aura would fade away as well. But I'm sure I read somewhere that there was a time period where werewolves and vampires had even got on for a while, so it makes me wonder. As Vincent explained, he was alive during the time werewolves existed, but wasn't there during the war between the two races. He had escaped from the settlement at the time and had bigger things to worry about. Then, when he gave up being a vampire, putting all of his powers in the book, he really gave up on knowing about the supernatural world altogether. However, somewhere between then and when he woke up again, the war that wiped out the werewolves must have happened. Now even Vincent was curious about the answer, and he felt like there might be someone who knew. Logan had received all of the information from Richard Eno. Before, Vincent thought that Richard had gone into a deep slumber, but later they found out he had faked it and continued to live, watching everything, so he was bound to have some records of what had really happened between the vampires and werewolves to turn their relationship so sour. A long time ago, Quinn and Logan had traveled across space to come across the base of Richard Eno. Even after his death, it seemed like he had left a significant legacy behind, and during his long life, he had gathered a vast amount of information. Thankfully, that information was all left in the hands of Logan Green, someone whose family had had a close connection with Eno during their time, and it was someone who he believed could make use of the information. Although Logan had access to all of this information, it was challenging for his mind to process it all. Using technology, he noted things down, recorded events, and created a database where he could access information whenever he wished. However, Due to the vast amount of knowledge, it wasn't as if he would just know about certain things if someone asked him about them, and that was also why he didn't just spew out information or facts to the others. It was on an access basis only. Vincent, knowing all of this, decided to ask Logan for a favor to see if he could send over all the information he had on the werewolves. Due to everything happening, it was never something that piqued his interest. Now that he had more free time to do research, one of his great pleasures, his curiosity was taking over. "Ah!" Vincent exclaimed as he continued to type away and look at the large holographic screen in front of him. "It looks like there are quite a few texts to do with werewolves. Here it states the same as what you were taught in school, how the vampires didn't like the fact that werewolves were killing aimlessly. At the same time, the werewolves seemed to have a more apex predator mindset. They knew they were stronger than humans, but many times vampires would be compared to them. From what I can gather, some vampires would hunt werewolves as a sign of their strength, and it seems the werewolves would do the same. That would explain why there is so much bad blood between the two," Vincent explained. "But then what about the war?" Minnie asked. "If it was the vampires and the werewolves were bad, why did there need to be a war when one of them was wiped out?" Vincent continued to read the articles, his eyes darting all over the place, and that's when he noticed one of the files had been marked by a star, something that Logan often did when he felt like something might interest him. Pressing on the star before the file even opened up, there was a little note. "From what I can tell, a lot of data that was inputted into here seems to have been corrupted, and it was done so on purpose," Logan's note read. "This was already the case when I received the information, so it has to have been done by Richard, although there is some information that can be extracted, which I think you will find extremely interesting." Opening the file, it was exactly as Logan had said. It was corrupted. Video files were unable to be played. Even basic text documents had multiple words and paragraphs scratched out to the point where not even full sentences could be made. Yet, there were a couple of full sentences that could be read, appearing as bullet-pointed notes. After reading what he could, Vincent was left scratching his head. "Now this is a real head-scratcher," Vincent commented. Minnie moved over so she could see what Vincent was looking at, but it didn't make any sense to her, at least, not anything that would cause the type of reaction he had. "What's wrong?" she asked. "At the time of the war, there were a few alpha wolves," Vincent explained. "Now this is strange in itself, because whenever there was more than one alpha, the werewolves would often fight amongst themselves. An alpha wolf is the head of a pack. Think of it perhaps like a family leader that the vampires have, but for werewolves, they feel as if there can be only one true leader at a time. Now, technically, if I was the strategist at the time, it would be the best time for a vampire attack, while the werewolves are fighting amongst themselves. Perhaps this was the trigger that started it all, and the vampire saw a good opportunity. However, the case files state differently. They say the war started when an alpha werewolf, who went by the name Gary Dem, struck hard. The fact that there is more than one alpha werewolf name written on here makes me think maybe they work together, and that in itself is a scary thought." The werewolves had always been a problem for the vampires, and that was only with one alpha, so he couldn't imagine an army with more than one. The war must have been extremely difficult for them. "Then, is this Gary Dem the bad guy?" Minnie asked. "I wouldn't say for sure," Vincent replied. "You have to remember that history is written by the victor. We only get to hear one side of the story, and no one can say otherwise whether it was true or not. Of course, the vampires would claim the werewolves attacked them first, although this information is by Richard Eno, and I would say he was one that was more inclined to record the truth rather than recording something due to a personal bias he had." Minnie just nodded along, pretending as if she understood, but the words being used and the situation were getting a little too complicated for her. "So what's the problem?" Minnie asked. Vincent then zoomed in on some of the text on the screen, highlighting a name. Minnie read the name a few times before it clicked for her as well. "Talon!" Minnie shouted. "That's Dad's family name. Why does it say Ty Talon?" "Yes, it is, which is what I'm currently scratching my head at," Vincent said. "I and Richard are Enos, but we share the same blood with Quinn. He is part of our family. Otherwise, he would have never been able to open that book. I had a son and a daughter before I passed on my consciousness into the book. My daughter must have had a daughter, who at some point married into the Talon family line. Vincent didn't voice another thought he had in his mind, but the ancient dragon Ray was a Talon as well. Vincent wasn't related to him, but it was clear that this Talon bloodline had to be somewhat special. The thing is, in our bloodline, I was the last vampire, having given up my powers. The last vampire in our bloodline until Quinn got the book and became a vampire. Between my slumber and Quinn, the war with the werewolves occurred, which means there were no vampires in our bloodline during this time. Of course, apart from Richard Eno. So then, why does Ty Talon's name appear in a document talking about the war between vampires and werewolves? The celestial space, where time moved slower, and where the gods resided to make deals with each other while observing the many planets in the golden space, was peaceful once again. It felt like something was happening in the celestial space all the time now, and great events were going on one after the other. After such a long period of peace, many were fearful that this would simply become their new state of being. Many of them still remembered when BB had entered and decided to face off against the Celestials, one after the other, attempting to destroy as many as he could. They remembered watching the fighting Celestials go up against the God-slayers of Earth, and the eventful fights one after the other. It had become a big event among the gods, because everyone felt the pressure that there was a good chance that the Ancient Ones would get involved. In the end, Mundus managed to deal with the issue, as BB had been locked away in a special celestial space after that. Still, there were some things that were kept secret. Quinn's escape, his becoming an agent for the gods to eliminate other god-slayers, and the fact that Imortui was behind many of the grand events surrounding Earth, and was attempting to escape, indirectly being the mastermind behind their other problems as well. All of that felt behind them now, as the Celestials concentrated on doing what they did best, fueling their conditions, and feeding off the celestial energy that they would gain. For one Celestial, there was a big difference in how they would spend their time, a Celestial that was relatively infamous among the others. "Hey, I was wondering which planets would be best for my condition," a Celestial asked. You know who would have known the answer to that, the all-knowing Zox," another answered. "Zox? Oh yeah, he used to talk to everyone, and he knew a lot about the history of all the various planets and everything, but I haven't seen him around much recently." "That's impossible. He practically lives in this place." "No, it's true. He hasn't been around. I think Zox must have left the celestial space. I guess his days of being an informant are over. But it makes me wonder, what is he doing now? After a life of living solely in the celestial space, what can he do out in the universe?" As for the infamous Zox, he was currently on a particular planet, looking up at the blue sky on a shady white beach. He had buried half of his body into the sand. The heat of the sun warming up the sand was nice and cozy for Zox. "This is a nice relaxing feeling. I don't know why I used to worry myself so much going after celestial points," Zox said. By his side, a large hole had been made in the sand, and it was filled with seawater. Laying down in it like a hot tub was another Celestial, Yongu, the Celestial of the Mermarials. He too was relaxing as he laid there side by side with his friend. The two of them didn't know each other well before, but as fate had it, the two had run into each other quite a few times, all thanks to sharing knowledge about a particular person. And then the two of them had even been tasked with a high-level job from Mundus, a very stressful job. Now that it was the end of all that business, the two had decided to relax a little, to not get involved with the celestial business, at least for a while. Not try so hard to meet their conditions, because it seemed lately that it would just bring the two of them trouble. "I'm surprised how relaxing this is. After all, we used to just do nothing in the celestial space all the time," Zox said. "I have lived a long time, and I guess just not fearing for our life is the best feeling one can have." "I agree. I even have decided to not get involved with the Mermarials and cut loose my ties with other Celestials on planets to complete my condition," Yongu replied. Although part of his reason was fear of meeting BB again if he did get involved. "Speaking of, there was something I never found out," Zox replied. "What was your condition?" There was silence between the two of them for a while, as if Yongu was trying to decide whether it was a good decision to tell Zox or not. "Ah, heck, we both have our embarrassing moments. I will go ahead and tell you. My condition is to have as many living beings know how to swim as possible," Yongu answered. "Wait, what?" Zox repeated, shouting their second time. "I thought conditions were meant to be things that the universe deemed necessary, and if that's your condition, then why did you get so involved in those living with the Mermerials in the first place? I mean, the entire race where you came from can swim. Why don't you just go to other planets teaching them the great ways?" "Do you think I could live that down?" Yongu said. "The other Celestials would critique me and think of me as a not-so-powerful god, then take advantage of me. It's much easier going to planets and creating a disaster involving water. That way they are forced to learn to swim or decide to teach it to those in the future." Although Zox now knew the details of Yongu's condition, he still didn't know the exact details. For some Celestials, conditions were easier than others. For example, would Yongu get celestial energy from those that could swim, or was it only those that could swim due to the result of his actions? It was the same for maybe one who had the condition of death. Did they get celestial energy from all those that died naturally, or only those through their meddling? So let me ask you a question. What is your condition? Does it perhaps have something to do with why you spent all of your time in the celestial space in the first place? Yongu asked. "I just want to stay out of trouble now. The less I'm in the celestial space, the less chance there is of Mundus or others asking us for help, right?" Zox excitedly said. He was dodging the question, seemingly not open to releasing his own condition just yet. More than that, though, Zox had had his fill of the celestial space for now, and did not want to think too much about it. Yet there was then a strange feeling around his body. He could almost feeling it turning into nothing but energy particles. His physical body was turning into something similar to the celestial body he would have in the celestial space. This was something that had never happened before, at least not in a forceful way like so. Eventually, his whole body disappeared. Yongu blinked a few times, looking at the hole left in the sand. Zox was nowhere to be seen. Reappearing in his energy form, Zox was in a dark space. It was completely black, with no sign of light at all, apart from that which came off from his own body. It made it impossible to see just how large the space was. In a panic, the ball-shaped celestial was flying around all over the place. This wasn't the celestial space, so where was he? And how was he dragged here? In the back of his mind, he had a theory of who it could be, but why would they want to contact him? "Celestial Zox," a booming voice was heard directly in Zox's head. It sounded peaceful and gentle as he heard it, but that didn't make Zox feel at ease. "I am in need of your skills to go unnoticed as an informant," the voice said. "I need you to keep an eye on the Earthlings and report back anything you find out that is strange, and to also keep an eye on Quinn. Of course, I don't think I have to tell you, but no one is allowed to know of this. Not a single Celestial is allowed to find out, and that includes Mundus. If they do, the consequences will be grave for you." After everything Zox did to avoid situations like this, he wondered what he had done to deserve this type of treatment, or get involved with all these large figures. The voice didn't explain why. The voice didn't say anything more, because he knew Zox would follow the order. Just as quickly as he arrived, he was sent back and found himself in the hole in the sand he had created. "You're back! Where did you go?" Yongu asked. Zox didn't say anything, but he was sure of it. An ancient one had made contact with him. The team that had entered in search of supporting Quinn had split up into two groups, one of them being led by Hickle, along with his allies Russ and Chris. Although led was a loosely used term in this situation, since they were all strong individuals. They had decided to stay in the place where they had arrived, in search of information from the one who was named Demon King by the locals, and it was how they had ended up in their current situation. The Chronos, the inhabitants of the area they were in, stated that when the sun fell, that was when hell would start. They weren't quite sure what was meant by this until now. Stuck in a large hole with weapons close to the demon tier level in terms of power, they were all waiting to see what was going to happen, and that's when they saw it. Crawling down from the sides, from the very top of the hole, were werewolves. Chris was able to smell their familiarity, and it was causing an instinct in him to react. His teeth were already partly transforming, and he had to hold himself back from changing. Why is my body acting this way from seeing them? And why are they in a place like this? Chris thought. Although he himself was a werewolf, didn't know much about them. The reason why he was the way he was mostly due to Agent 4 running experiments on the members of Pure, including him. However, there was one more that recognized the creatures, and that was Hickle. Being an original, he was there through the years when the vampires and werewolves were at each other's necks, and he knew full well how frightening these creatures could be. Why, in another world altogether, are there werewolves here, and a number of them? Hickle thought. So far, he could see about 30 or so crawling toward them. Of course, werewolves, just like vampires, varied in strength, but looking at these werewolves, they didn't look weak at all. On closer inspection, they actually looked slightly different from the werewolves he had seen. Werewolves tended to have different colored fur and different traits. There were different types of werewolves, and Hickle would have said he had encountered all of the types there were, yet he had never seen these before. The color of their fur was tinted red. It was mainly black, but with the light shining from one of the moons in the background, one could see the fur was actually a very dark red. On top of that, the shape of the werewolves was different as well. The upper half of their body was larger than a werewolf would surely be. All of these werewolves were fully transformed, but still, their upper half with their arms and back was incredibly large, and this was also true for their eyes. They covered a lot of the area on their face, making them look almost as if they were bulging out. With these differences, Hickle might have even thought that they might not even be werewolves, but due to the smell, he was certain these were werewolves. It must be because of this world they're slightly different. They have evolved over time. Maybe even if the werewolves were still alive in our world, they would have evolved to this state, but this is very dangerous. These werewolves might even be stronger than the ones that I knew. The werewolves had descended at an incredibly fast speed, and when they were close to the bottom, some of them had leaped off, going towards the nearest living being. They had bared their large, cloak-like hands and had their mouths wide open. One of the Chronos was holding on to a large, double-handed axe. He lifted it in the air, and the edge started to light up. Swinging it down towards the werewolf, a large line of energy was released, cutting the ground and heading straight for the werewolf. Now the others were able to see what they meant when Chris was talking about the weapons being strong. When the attack reached the werewolf, it swung one of its arms and ripped right through the attack. It landed on the ground, and then pounced from its position, immediately coming directly in front of the Chrono. They're really fast, Russ thought. His legs had already transformed into a fast vampire that the others had the image of in their heads. It felt like if he was to let his guard down in the middle of all of this, he would be taken out. The Chrono swung the axe down again, but before it could reach the werewolf, they grabbed the weapon and yanked it out of the Chrono's hand. Then, with its other hand, it swiped a claw right through the Chronos' face, as if it was made of butter, killing it on the spot. Seeing this, everyone was starting to sweat a little. The Chronos weren't weak. The weapons they were using weren't weak. It was just that the werewolves were incredibly strong. Now, nearly all of the werewolves had reached the bottom floor, and chaos had started in the giant hole. The werewolves were moving in really fast. The sound of weapons clashing and being used was constantly heard throughout, as well as screams of pain as they were hit. Then, out from the right, a werewolf's claw swung directly to hit the arm of Hickle. He managed to gather his aura out from the strange markings that were on his arm and wrap it around his forearm, blocking the attack. The werewolves were physically stronger than the vampires in nearly every way. Their attacks were deadly to them, and even their healing in most cases was better than theirs. The vampires' only advantage was the blood aura and the abilities they could use. "I never thought I would have to go against you guys again," Hickle shouted, as the aura exploded out with force, pushing the werewolf away. It slid across the ground, with a few burn marks on its skin, but they were healing on the spot at an incredibly fast rate. "I can't let these werewolves directly hurt me, otherwise my body is going to have a hard time healing. If I use my power fully here, there's a good chance it's going to cause a big problem as well, Hickle thought. In the end, though, what choice did they have? Because if they didn't act, all of the Chronos would be dead, and then the only ones left as the werewolves' target would be them. From the small scuffle, they might have been stronger than the werewolves on an individual basis, but if they were to go up against 30 all at once at this strength, Hickle felt like it wasn't a fight they could win. The situation wasn't completely hopeless for the Chrono, as Hickle was noticing a change in their actions and the way that they fought. For one, their eyes were adjusting to the dark. The werewolves' eyes glowed slightly, allowing them to see where they were, and they weren't exactly the quietest of creatures either. With this, they knew their position, but more so that the Chrono were able to do now was to get their own position. They had formed groups, getting in a circle and covering each other's backs. They also made sure to stay away from the walls. The werewolves were able to scale the walls with ease, while also bouncing off them to create a bigger attack. It was smart of the Chrono. They were higher in numbers, and they weren't weak with the weapons. Fighting like this, they were able to fight back. When I watch them in this situation, it's clear that they have been through this before, Hickle thought. The Chrono, they knew that when the sun set, this hell would descend upon them, which also means some of them survived this. Some of the Chronos were incredibly skillful. One with 2 daggers sliced the chest of a werewolf multiple times while blocking the claws from hitting his allies. Still, there were 2 big issues. The strikes weren't enough to kill the werewolves, allowing them to just heal away. Hickle knew that there was another big issue as well, their almost unlimited stamina, which would allow them to fight at full strength from beginning to end, making Hickle wonder when this would all stop. A werewolf had attempted to grab Hickle, who managed to duck down, gathering the aura in his hand. He made a mini-drill. Now with absolute blood control, he could control blood to a greater degree, and he was taking a leaf out of Quinn's book. Shoving his fist forward towards the chest, the blood spun, breaking through the tough skin of the werewolf. I am not just any vampire, I am a vampire original. Hickle's attack burst into the chest, and when his hand was on the inside, he used his explosive power right next to the werewolf's heart. It was a small but powerful explosion on the side that destroyed the heart, causing the body's muscles to go limp. Pulling his hand out, the werewolf's body fell to the floor. That's one down, but that werewolf was a bit wilder compared to the others I've been watching. It won't be that easy. There was another thing that Hickle noticed as well, which allowed him to fight one of the werewolves on their own, and that was that the others were waiting. After killing the Chrono, rather than going to the next for the kill, they immediately went to feast on those that they had just killed. Using their large teeth and mouths, they were eating at a fast rate, and when most of the body was eaten, their eyes looked as if they bulged a bit more, along with their muscles growing slightly bigger before residing back down again. The other Chronos didn't dare attack because their aim wasn't trying to kill all of the werewolves, but just trying to survive. The group had spread out in the large area, and elsewhere, Chris had also had his run-in with one of the werewolves. Its 2 large claws swung at Chris, who was able to avoid them, then threw out a fist using the 3rd stage of Ki. It hit the wolf in the chest, but hardly moved it back at all. They have great physical strength, just like me. Am I really going to have to face them with everything I have? Chris thought, as he reached out and grabbed onto the wrist of the werewolf. His muscles were bulging. The veins could be seen going through his body, and the Ki was surging from within. If I change into my own werewolf form in front of all these Chrono, then they're going to start attacking me as well, and besides, I need to prove I'm a lot stronger than these guys. Chris pulled in the werewolf instead of pushing away, and when he did, he lifted his leg and kicked it right in the stomach. Letting go of the werewolf's wrist, it went flying and crashed into the side of the cave wall. That's not going to be enough to kill it, one of the Chronos said, as he handed Chris a big curved weapon. It was gigantic and nearly as big as him, but with his size and strength, it was easy for him to hold it. Surprisingly, the Chrono seemed to have no problem holding it as well, but was using his own weapon, a spear. Thanks, Chris said. Behind him, there was a group of 5 Chronos. One of them was badly hurt, having a big cut on his arm and a claw mark that had ripped through the muscle, but he was still standing and fighting. Another werewolf had come toward them. Seeing this, Chris shielded the weapon with both of his hands. He drew power from the weapon, while also adding his own ki to the weapon, and with all his strength, he swung the blade. The werewolf still managed to react quickly, using its claws to clash with the bladed part of the sword. The strength, though, was also too much for the werewolf, as it too went flying off into the distance, crashing into another part of the wall. The Chrono were stunned by the strength of the stranger and even gave a thumbs up. "It's good to know that there is someone strong with us this time," one of the Chronos smiled. "So what's going on? Why are these attacking us, and how do we get rid of them all?" Chris asked. He could see that Hickle hadn't used his full power yet, and until he did, he wouldn't either. "It's your first time going through this, right? What is going on? I think you can see for yourself. These creatures are what we have had to deal with every night. Sometimes more of us get added, like you, to increase our numbers, but that doesn't help the situation anyway. You see, these demons, they eat us after killing us, allowing them to grow stronger. So every day we survive, the next day is even harder for us. So when you say, get rid of them, that seems like an impossible task. We just need to survive until they go back up," a Chrono answered. "And when is that?" Chris asked. "When the sun rises again?" The answer was somewhat expected. He was just hoping that wasn't the case. In this single night, how many would survive? How many had already died in the first few minutes, and how many more would? Now, he could see why the Chrono called this hell. Looking around, though, Chris was looking for a particular person, but they were nowhere to be found. Where the heck is Russ? When the werewolves started to crawl into the deep pit, Russ could feel the fear coming from his two teammates. He wasn't even close to them, but the energy surrounding them was unsettling to say the least. It was as if they were telling him that this wasn't something that could be easily dealt with. Which was why his cautious side had come out. In the first place, he was already more cautious compared to others. That was just how he was, due to the way he had grown up. Not wishing to get picked out, he had turned into a creature that looked more like a Chrono. He was blending in with the others. He watched carefully as the werewolves attacked using their big claws, their strength, speed, and healing capabilities, all while deciding what would be the best way to take them out. Similar to Syl, it was an advantage of Russ's power. As long as there were those around him with memories of strong beings, he could try and counter the current threat. After observing the werewolves for a while, he had come to a conclusion. He didn't necessarily like it, but at the end of the day, he was a practical person. Shadow began to surround Russ's body, and soon after his body started to sink into the ground. He was using the shadow travel skill from Quinn's powers. With how dark it was, people weren't even able to see the shadow on the ground. Even the werewolves would ignore him now and continue to attack the others. This was the conclusion he had come up with, to not transform into anything, and to not take part in the fight. Using shadow travel to move away, Russ was moving to the area where there was less fighting. It was an extremely large area, so there were plenty of pockets where no one would be inside, and he would have space to be by himself. Although due to the large fights that were taking place, both werewolves and Chronos were being chucked all over the place. If the area was filled, then people would be getting injured left, right, and center just due to the large attacks and from the shockwaves of power that were going about. Russ continued to observe, but he wasn't observing his teammates, even though he had quickly come to the same conclusion as them. There were two options. They either needed to help the Chrono fight or use all of their strength to defeat the werewolves. The problem with the latter was if there were more enemies for them to face, and they hadn't even come across the one that was named the Demon King. How are they meant to help Quinn if they were exhausted? They would just be getting in Quinn's way rather than helping him. Through his observations, he noticed that the werewolves weren't heading to one area, nor were any of the Chrono. It was the area they had entered from. Just from a glance, he could tell the reason why as well. It was because the champion Chrono Shinto was still standing there. He was standing around a foot into the pit. The cellar they were in, the entrance was slightly curved along with the shape of the pit, and it was in an extremely wide area to cover. Yet not a single Chrono had attempted to run back into the cellar, nor had any of the werewolves gone to that particular area. The werewolves! Although they look like wild beasts that are just acting on instinct, maybe that isn't the case, Russ thought. Otherwise, some would have gone after him as well. If they haven't, then it can only mean that they know his strength. Even the powerful werewolves are afraid of going near there. It was a good thing that we hadn't tried to face him directly. As time was passing, Russ needed to make a decision on how he would help out in all of this. More chronos were dying, and even though they might have been able to survive the rounds before, it seemed that either the werewolves were too strong for them this time, or there just weren't as many of them as there were the last times they had gone through all of this. Given that this seemed to be a daily occurrence, he was quite sure it was the latter. The least he could do was lower their numbers before they all needed to take part. This was until a thought had come into his mind. This should work out perfectly. Russ continued to use the shadow travel, and he was moving slowly to the entrance. Rather than go where Shinto was standing, he went to one of the edges. Then going beyond, Russ had actually made it back into the cellar area, and he had done so without Shinto realizing anything. He was either too focused on the fight going on, or Quinn's shadow travel really was that effective. Heck, if I've made it this far, should I just go ahead and head to the staircase? There should be no one blocking it anymore, so I can get out of this place, Russ thought. The thought went out of his head, though, as there was a problem that he wouldn't be able to solve on his own. One, where would he go? He was in another world, where perhaps everything wanted to kill him. He was better off staying with those that wouldn't try to take his head off. The second reason was how would he even get back? Their ticket was either Peter or someone else figuring out some other way. Deciding against the idea, Russ continued on with his original plan. Once far enough in the cellar, he came out from his shadow travel skill and used his powers once more to summon a certain someone. Shinto, for a while, had been looking through the crowd as best he could. He was searching for someone through the fights. However, the chrono didn't have as good eyesight at night as the vampires or werewolves did. So he was only able to see the faces of the chrono carefully when flashes of light would come from the attacks of the weapons, and so on. I can't see him. Did I just make him up? Have so many years gone by that I've really gone mad? Shinto thought. He wanted to go in further to get a closer look, but he was not to leave his post. The sound of footsteps was then heard from behind him. There shouldn't have been anyone behind him. He had checked before. A part of him thought it might have been a trick. If he looked behind him, maybe someone would run through at that moment, but the temptation was too much, and there was a chance someone might have come in from the outside. Turning his head, one word left his mouth. Hinto! Not replying back, not saying anything, Hinto ran forward right past Shinto, and into the mess of the fight that was going on. A werewolf came right at him, and with one of his katana blades, he swung down, deflecting the attack to the ground. Then with the other blade covered in black flames, he struck right at the neck of the werewolf. The werewolf was able to pull back in time and jump away, but the black flames stayed on its neck and continued to burn as it continued to scream in pain. That's definitely Hinto. That's his skills and his attacks. How did he end up here? And now he wants to fight against them, Shinto said to himself. His hands by his side were shaking, and his fingers were twitching. The use of the black flames was what had confirmed it to him. Not every chrono could use this power. It was only the strongest. And what were the chances of finding someone who looked like him, used the same weapons as him, and also was able to use the black flames? The werewolf that had been attacked was in a desperate state. The black flames were spreading from its neck and had already consumed half of its face. It had tried to brush them away, but the flames instead just spread to its hand and were now a part of it as well. It was almost as if the werewolf had realized at that point that there was no way for it to get rid of the flames. A desperate attempt was made, and it charged forward and attacked. It ran on all fours and leaped up in the air. As it did, an axe came flying through the air, slashing right through the werewolf's neck. Its head fell to the floor, along with its body sliding on the ground. Shinto was seen huffing and panting, with one less axe in his hand. The champion had joined the fight, and Russ's plan had worked perfectly. After hearing the story of these two being related, Russ quickly figured out that the two of them had a connection. The main issue was if anyone talked to the Hinto that he made, one would quickly realize that it wasn't the real Hinto. When that happened, it would mean that the champion that was suddenly on their side might go against them. In this case, though, where they were in the middle of the fighting and there was no time to ask any questions, it was perfect. Now we can see just how strong this champion is, Russ thought. Judging from his first attack, we might have someone who can deal with the werewolves pretty well. Both Hickel and Chris had decided to go for a different tactic. Now they knew what was going on. They were doing their best to injure the werewolves in a way that the Chrono could deal with them. This way, they would also be able to use their energy in saving them. Keeping the high numbers of the strong Chrono would help them out in the long run, and it seemed to be working. The two groups of 5 that Hickel and Chris had surrounded themselves with had yet to lose a single member. There was almost an uplifting feeling with them by their side. Unfortunately, it wasn't so much the case for the other groups. They were slowly losing men, one after the other. The amount of Chrono in the pit was already half the number that were there originally, while only around 5 werewolves had been killed in total, making the numbers even, but not the power level. 2 werewolves were in the middle of feasting on the Chrono group they had just killed. Interrupting them, spinning in with his 2 swords, was Hinto. He swung the black flame swords right at both of the werewolves, trying to get a kill from the get-go. They were quick to act, lifting up their claws and deflecting the swords. Their strength was greater than that of the last one he had faced, and the single strike wasn't strong enough. At the same time, the black flames didn't stick to the claws, only when they made a flesh wound. Immediately, one of the werewolves pounced from its position. It crushed the ground underneath it, as it had used so much force. Hinto had no choice but to use 2 of his swords to block the attack. His body was sent skidding across the ground. He wanted to force his way out of the situation, to fling the claws away, but the werewolf's strength was incredible. The flames around the sword started to grow in size, and he was hoping that somehow it would touch the skin of the werewolf. From the side, the other werewolf had already leaped into the air and was ready for the attack. It had one of its hands held by its side and swung it out wide. Before it reached Hinto, another axe came down, smashing the werewolf's claw into the ground. Right after that, another axe slammed into its chest. It was in deep, and at that moment the flames ignited for a second, sending an additional force of power as it sent the werewolf flying right back into the wall. The whole pit shook from the force of the crash. Many of the werewolves had been sent flying by Chris, but they had always recovered, getting back up, ready to fight again. But with this attack, the werewolf wasn't getting back up, at least, not so soon. "I'm sorry for being a bit late, Hinto, but I went to get my other axe back," Shinto said, with a large smile on his face. The werewolf that Hinto was fighting against was distracted by what it had seen. Imparting the flames on his sword once more, he had made it so it blocked the vision between the two as a type of distraction. The werewolf went back a bit, and soon through the black flames, 2 of the swords could be seen swinging down. The werewolf was fast, hitting away each of the strikes one by one, but the swordsmanship from Hinto was top class. He was getting closer and closer to touching the skin, and eventually small cuts were made on the forearms and shoulders of the werewolf. The fight still looked even between the two, with one attacking and the other blocking. That was until the black flames started to cover the entirety of the werewolf's body. It was unable to heal from these strange flames, and it could feel pain all over. It was getting weaker, to the point where a clean swing with both of the swords towards the neck had sliced the werewolf's head off, finally killing it. "I see that your skills haven't dulled," Shinto said. "You can still produce those flames better than any Chrono that has ever existed, and you're skillful with the sword. But as you can see, I haven't been sitting doing nothing. I can produce the black flames as well now." The black flames lit up on Shinto's 2 axes, but it was only for the moment. "I can't keep them on like you, but my strength has continued to grow leaps and bounds, and I only need a moment to strike with the black flames. I think I can proudly say that I have surpassed you." Being from the red space, where beings constantly fought among each other and proved their strength at every corner, Shinto had wanted to say these words to his brother for a long time. Seeing him fight just then, he was sure of it, that he could beat his brother in a fight, and he wanted his brother to be proud of him. Besides all of that, there were more important things now they needed to get out of here. Shinto continued to move forward, not saying anything, as they went to face the werewolves. Shinto wanted to say more, talk or suggest that they go back through the staircase, but he knew it would be useless. There was no escaping from this place, not unless they were willing to go up against the ruler of it all. As each group fought against the werewolves with all their strength, they were finding it harder to kill anymore. Now the werewolves had teamed up. They were higher in number, and they were able to make up for each other's weaknesses and openings. Everyone was left on the defensive. It seemed like they also figured out that the black fire was something to be careful of. The only one that was able to still do damage while attacking was Shinto, due to his brute strength with each attack. That champion has incredible strength and a good sense of timing and when to attack, Hickle thought. It's a good thing we didn't go up against him, and it looks like Russ has been playing a few tricks. Eventually, each group had been forced into the center, and now all three groups, along with the remaining Chrono, were back-to-back fighting against the werewolves. The other Chrono soon recognized the champion was fighting by their side, but why, out of all times, why had he chosen to fight side by side with them now? They wanted to ask, but were too busy fighting for their lives. "I don't think I can last much longer. We must still have around 5 hours till sunrise," one of the Chronos said. With the situation as it was, Hickle and Chris thought it might be time for them to fight at full strength and get out of there, but that was when another stepped up to the task. "Everyone get ready to make a run for it, and head to the staircase. If you head up, you'll find your way out. I'll deal with this." Shinto lifted both of his axes up in the air, ready to do something he should have done a long time ago. The second group of Quinn's support team consisted of Syl, Peter, and Edvard. The three of them were using Syl's powerful teleportation powers to get through the universe. Syl was able to move the entirety of the Blade family to another planet, so moving just the three of them around the place was a task he was able to do quite easily. Only, he would have to be a little careful, as he did need to keep his MC cells if there was a fight going on, so they weren't just aimlessly teleporting around the place. They needed to come up with a plan. The first thing the group did was teleport themselves out of the large area they were in. They had come out on a large mountain, and now the three of them were looking at the place they had just gotten out of. "What is that? It looks like a giant city of some sort," Edvard said. "That is the place where we just were," Syl replied. Although it was quite clear what they were looking at was a city, where a great civilization used to live, most of it had been destroyed. There were only remnants of the city left, as if there had been some type of war. Only the center of the city remained. There was a giant building supported by large pillars made out of a dark-colored material. It looked like something that had been built during Roman times. It was incredibly long and wide, with the top of it covered, so they had no idea what was inside. But several football fields could easily fit in. It made them wonder why this, of all places, was left standing. On top of that, on the structure in the center of it all, there was a tower with an incredibly large bell on top. The tower and the bell itself didn't have a hint of any destruction or natural decay on it at all, unlike the rest of the city. "The entire place looks lifeless, yet there were all of those beings with us. It does make me wonder what's going on," Edvard commented. "We can't worry about them. We need to find Quinn," Peter quickly said, reminding all of them what the true goal was. "You're right," Edvard said. "I was thinking, aren't you a subclass created by Quinn? If that's the case, shouldn't you two have a connection? I know he might be really far away, so you can't feel it, but if we use your and Syl's powers somehow, can't we find him?" Peter shook his head. "It's been a long time since we had a connection like that," Peter answered. "When Quinn evolved, the connection was gone. The two of us separated. It doesn't even feel like we're the same thing anymore." It was surprising for Edvard to hear that. With how loyal Peter was, he thought there still would be a connection. If what Peter said was true, then Peter's loyalty actually went a lot deeper than just their blood connection. It was amazing how Quinn was able to gather such good people around him. "I have a plan," Syl suggested. "I will use a super hearing ability and sense where the fights are taking place as well as the conversations to see if there is anything going on. All of the places of interest we'll teleport to, and see what we can find. We'll keep on doing this. It might take a while, but it's better than going blind, and we might find information quicker than we think." Since the other two didn't have a better plan, they decided to go ahead with this plan. Syl brought out his book and changed his abilities. He closed his eyes, and he was listening in to all the conversations on the current planet they were on. If he didn't hear anything, he focused and tried to listen further. It was a hard thing to do, even with super hearing, because one had to block out all of the noises that they didn't want to hear. In some cases, it would have been an impossible task, but the ability itself allowed him to more or less pinpoint what he wanted to hear. Opening his eyes, he seemed to be done. The book lit up once again, seemingly changing abilities, and the others wondered if something had happened. Before they knew it, a clone of Syl had appeared. "It's a precaution," Syl explained. "The clone will stay here, and he has a telepathy ability as well. If there is trouble, he'll report back to me, and with him here, it should be easier for us to get back to the others." With that, Syl changed his abilities once more and teleported away with the others, with a thought left in his mind. There was something he didn't like that he heard. He just hoped the others would be okay without them. The attacks from the werewolves were relentless, and they didn't even have to attack at close range. Some were able to swing their arms, and large energy attacks emitted from their hands and went out towards them. Hickel and Chris were doing their best to deal with these using their powers. At the same time, Shinto had lifted up both of his axes. He was powering them up, ready for an attack, and that's when he noticed the other two. "They aren't Chronos. How did they even get in here, and what powers are they using?" Shinto thought. He was already in the middle of his attack, though, and it didn't matter now anyway. He was going against the demons and would be treated as a traitor. Shinto shifted forward, ahead of everyone slightly. He was facing toward the cellar where they had entered from. Both of the axes were swung down towards the ground, and just a moment before they hit the bottom, they lit up with the same black flames that were on Hinto's swords. The axes crashed on the ground, and a wave of black energy was sent out. The wave of energy looked more like a wave of black flames, as it went and hit all of the werewolves in the direction of the attack. It picked them up from their feet and lifted them in the air. The black flames were burning against the skin, and all of them had crashed into the walls. "Run now!" Shinto shouted. The Chronos didn't have to be told twice. Shinto turned around, as his attack had only hurt half of the werewolves that were facing one side. The Chronos, as well as Chris and Hickel, ran toward the cellar that they were in before. They allowed Shinto and Hinto to try and deal with the werewolves at their back. The group ran and ran. However, before they reached the staircase, the whole ground was rumbling. The floor shook, as if a great weight had slammed into the floor, and bloodlust had filled the entire pit. Shinto hadn't even turned around, but he could feel his blood trying to escape, trying to run away. "The exit! It's been blocked!" one of the Chronos shouted. Shinto didn't even have to turn around, because he knew exactly who had arrived. "It's the Demon King!" The Chrono, along with Hickel and Chris, were running toward the large underground cellar they had entered from. They were sprinting towards it like their life depended on it. They were all fast beings, so it shouldn't have taken them long to reach the other side. Yet something strange had happened, which ended up affecting them all. After taking a few steps, the entire air around them started to move rapidly. It felt as if it was increasing, and a tremendous amount of pressure was being put on them all, including that of Chris and Hickel. The Chrono were finding it incredibly hard to move, and their movements had come at a snail's pace. For Chris and Hickel, they were able to force themselves through the pressure, but something in their bodies was telling them it wasn't a good idea for them to do so, and they were right. Moments later, a large figure came crashing down right in front of the cellar. Parts of the ground were lifted up from the sheer weight and force of the object that had come crashing down. Many of them had to turn away and cover their eyes to avoid getting dust inside. "What was that?" Hickel thought. "The pit is incredibly sturdy, even with the attacks from the champion, and Chris, it didn't shake that much. The land and the area all around us, including the ground, seem to either be made of an incredibly strong material, or all of it has been reinforced by something. Either way, to create this big of a mess and that much destruction, What happened? The first thing everyone could see through the dust was the glowing red eyes. They were large in size, around the size of a human head, and they were piercing red, breaking through the heavy dust. As it started to settle, they soon could see the giant figure that was standing there. Is that? Hickle's bottom lip was quivering because he didn't even have the right words to explain what he was seeing in front of him right now. Is that a werewolf? It almost felt wrong for him to call it that, because in all of his history, all of the time he had lived, he had never come across a werewolf that looked like this. That was even if he could call it that. Werewolves in the first place were relatively large creatures. With their long limbs, if they stood up, they would be around 8 feet or so. Although this being couldn't be called gigantic for a werewolf, it was certainly large, at least 12 feet in height. It wasn't just tall, though, as the figure was muscular as well. It had a large upper chest and big thighs. Most of the body looked exactly like that of a werewolf, with large clawed hands and feet. It also had large canines that could rip anything to shreds and a snout that stuck outward. Although there were many similarities to the werewolves, there were also quite a few differences. For one, the fur on its body. There were 2 types of fur. Black fur covered the creature from head to toe. Yet its muscular forearms, chest, abs, and overall structure could still be seen bulging through the fur since it was so fine. Around its neck, though, the werewolf had more of a mane like that of a lion. The fur was thick, covering its face and neck, and went down its back almost like a type of bushy ponytail. On its shoulders, sticking through the fur, though, were small hardened spikes, growths from the body of the creature itself. They looked hardened and deadly sharp, just like the horns that were both sticking out of the werewolf's head. It was because of all these features that Hickle found it hard to call it a werewolf. But what else could he call it? What he might have been looking at right now was the very god of werewolves, or maybe some strange mutation of one. Shinto had frozen in place as well. The appearance was one that he recognized well because it was the current one he was under, the demon king of the area they were in. "Unzoku, the demon king which devours all," Shinto mumbled. Although it was only a mumble, the others had heard what Shinto said. They had found the one they were looking for, and right now, they weren't exactly sure if it was something that they should be happy about or not. "What do we have here?" Unzoku said. His voice was extremely low, to the point where it shook even the insides of those around. For some, hearing his voice would make them vomit on the spot, due to the vibrations and bass from his voice. "Today was the day where I planned to have a big feast, to devour the strongest that remained. I thought by now that there would only be a final few, yet here I see there are plenty of you Chrono left," Unzoku spoke. Not only that, Unzoku could see that those that had fallen, and he could see that there were a few he didn't quite recognize as well. Seeing this, he decided to act rather quickly to see whether or not it was something worth his time. He hadn't moved. Instead, the look on his face had changed. His eyes, the whole manner of his was a little more serious compared to before. From above the pit, all of the air that was on the outside started to enter. The redness that was naturally in the air was getting thicker and thicker. The energy was condensing. "He can control the energy that's in the air?" Chris was the first to realize this. He had improved his sensitivity to energy and ki since it was one of his fortes. He had found out about the energy in the air as soon as they arrived, but found no way that he could use it. To see a being controlling it like so was scary because the energy that filled the air felt like it was endless and filled the whole universe. When the red energy entered the arena, it did a great push in the center. The Chronos found themselves being lifted off their feet and pushed to the very edge. They had attempted to strike back with their weapons, to fight back, but they were unable to, and eventually found themselves against the wall of the pit. They were being held and pushed back. However, there were a few that had been unaffected by the energy that was standing in the center. 4 individuals to be exact. Chris, Hickle, Shinto, and Hinto were able to fight back against the red energy. They had surrounded themselves with power that dispersed the energy around them, slicing through it. "What is this? There are intruders that have come down here. How is that even possible?" Unzoku said. but his eyes were focused not on the intruders. It was on someone else, because he couldn't quite believe that he was seeing him in the pit.
Shinto, the champion, have you finally decided to betray us?
The control of the energy in the air was shocking to all, and that included the chrono. They had never seen anything like that, and even now, while they were struggling, it felt like they could do nothing, and it was just against the air that was around them. Even the others felt like they would have been swept up if they didn't act. The amazing thing was, the chronos weren't even weak, yet they were being held back by this energy that was just naturally in the air. It was frightening to think what more this Demon King Unzoku could do with it. The group was going against the unknown here, and they had been doing it the entire time. If we were all to use our full strength, would we be able to take on this Demon King? Hickle thought. Is this what world Quinn went to? Is this the type of beings that he was prepared to face? There was a thump in Hickle's chest, but the blood was flowing through him as he thought of the situation. The markings that were branded over his face and his arms were starting to glow a little, causing a deep stinging pain for Hickle. I went through a lot to get here, and I did it so I wouldn't be a burden. I will hold off on creating a signal for the others to come back just yet, Hickle decided. The signal of energy was meant to be a signal for them having found Quinn in the first place, not for needing help. As an original vampire, Hickle had his sense of pride. How could he give up on fighting just from one's appearance? With everything going on, there was one person who was somewhat sitting back and not in a stressful situation as they watched everything, and that was Russ. He had decided to go deep into the cellar towards the staircase. Not too far, where his powers would still work, having summoned Hinto, while staying far enough away to where one might not notice him. He was using his shadow travel skill anyway, so it was unlikely they would notice him in the first place.
So this must have been the one I could sense in that champion's memory, Russ thought. I can't believe this world really is as menacing as they said. In that person's mind, there was more than one that I was unable to summon, and this must have been one of them.
Due to Russ knowing he was unable to summon them, he had an idea of the great power the Demon King, Andy Mortui, most likely had. If all else failed, he still had his 2 trump cards by his side, but who knew whether they would also be strong enough?
With the 3 of them against that Demon King, there should be no reason for me to get involved, Russ thought.
All of Unzoku's attention had gone to Shinto. He was staring at him deeply, as if he didn't care for the intruders.
After all this time, why would you choose to go against me now? Unzoku thought. You should know my power better than anyone else. If you wish to beat me, then you should have tried from the beginning.
As Unzoku was speaking, saliva was dripping out from his mouth between his fangs. When the saliva dropped onto the floor, it looked as if it had melted on the ground, but the spit wasn't acidic. It was just because even his saliva had so much condensed energy, it affected the floor. Shinto gripped his 2 axes carefully and thought about what Unzoku was saying. There was a reason for his nickname for the Demon King, the Devourer. Werewolves were creatures that got stronger based on what they ate. However, there was a limit to that. Once they had reached a certain point, they would have to eat higher and stronger beings in order to continue to grow. It was the whole reason for the pit to exist in the first place. The Chronos were a strong race, and they had great potential. In order to bring out that potential, werewolves were pitted against them every night. The Chronos were made to fight for their lives and grow stronger each night they survived. At the same time, those that didn't survive were consumed by the weaker werewolves, making them stronger. Shinto had witnessed it every night. He had witnessed his people get shipped into this place and forced to comply with it all. He watched again and again, unable to do anything. It was the same result, though, towards the end, when the remaining Chrono survived and had survived several nights. That's when Unzoku would arrive. He would feast on the strongest Chrono in hopes that it would increase his strength. In reality, Shinto thought it was useless. He felt that Unzoku was already a being far above any of the other Chrono. He was either just doing it for fun, or in hopes that one day there would be a feast worthy enough for him. Unzoku's large tongue came out of his mouth and started to swirl around his large teeth.
You know, I always wanted to eat you from day one. I waited and waited for you to grow stronger. You, Shinto, are my hope. My hope that I will finally have a meal that will satisfy me and bring me to the next level.
There was a part that had been missed out, though, the fact that Imortui had told him not to eat any of the champions, due to them being great allies in the upcoming war against the Celestials.
Imortui probably is just worried that if I eat too much, that I might even grow stronger than him. I could always claim it was an accident, Unzoku thought.
While staring at Shinto, he saw him glance at his chrono to his right. It had allowed for a moment for Unzoku's attention to change. It was strange. It made sense that these strangers and Shinto survived his red energy push, but another chrono? If there was one, then it meant that they at least needed to be as strong as Shinto. When he took a deep stare at the chrono, his eyes widened slightly.
What is this? Is this the reason why you chose to betray us?
Unzoku started to laugh.
I see the two of you were related, but this is impossible. It is impossible for him to be here. Shinto, it looks like you are being tricked by the one that is by your side. It is impossible for your brother to be here.
Shinto didn't know what to do, whether to strike now or listen to the ramblings, but he was sure whatever the Demon King was going to say was all just to confuse him.
You see, your brother was taken by the Celestials, by the gods long ago, and your brother is dead. That right there is a fake, Unzoku said.
A fake? Shinto said, turning his head. He didn't want to believe it after all this time, and why would his brother be taken by the Celestials? At the same time, though, he did feel like something was off about Hinto.
Let me prove it to you.
Unzoku flicked his finger, and out came a sharp nail. It was faster than a bullet, and went right through Hinto's head. In doing so, the body fell to the floor. It had been defeated by a single flick, by a single fingernail that was now stuck in the ground. Shinto was ready to fight, to rage at his brother's death until the body right in front of him started to disappear in front of his eyes. Russ, who was still far back watching this all, started to worry a bit.
Crap! The situation might have taken a turn for the worse. We might now have to go up against that Demon King and the champion.
One flick of a finger, and the large nail from Unzoku had come flying off. That was all it took to kill Hinto. It was an impressive feat that showed somewhat the strength of the Demon King already. Unlike the clones that Quinn or Syl would make, Russ's creations were different. Both Syl's as well as Quinn's clones needed to only be hit a few times for them to disappear. They weren't like the real thing. Syl's were closer and better than Quinn's clones, since they would have the same amount of power output and could survive a few hits here and there, but still, they weren't a match for the original. Whereas, Russ's creations were completely different. They were sturdy, they could take several hits, and were close to being as good as the real thing. In truth, they were as strong as the imagination that they were pulled from. That was the margin of error. In some cases, if a person thought of a being as unbeatable, then Russ's version might even be stronger than the original. In this case, it was hard to know if the Hinto that Russ made was stronger or weaker, since he had no point of reference. Either way, Hinto would have been somewhat strong, and Russ doubted any of them would have been able to take out Hinto with a single blow. What was worse, though, was not just the Demon King, but now it was quite possible that Shinto, the one known as the Champion, would be against them. Shinto still hadn't said anything. He stood there still, but unlike before where his gaze was ready to face Unzoku, instead, he now was somewhat staring blankly into the middle of nowhere. After all this time, I finally found Hinto again, and then he's gone just like that, Shinto thought. When I first lost Hinto, honestly, it was when I realized how much he meant to me. Even though we seemed to always bicker and fight against each other, in the first place, the reason he was being chased was because of me. It was all my fault. I wanted to say sorry. After this was all over, I wanted to apologize. But now, how am I meant to apologize? Shinto thought.
I already told you,
Unzoku said. The red mist energy moved once again, pushing the Chronos to the side further into the wall. They all had cracks, as their bodies went an inch deep into the wall. A wave was sent out toward the now 3 left in the center, but just like before, they were able to cut and slice through the energy that was coming toward them.
Is there any reason for me to lie?
Unzoku said. I don't care what happens to your family, and in my case it's better if you rebel, as then I get to have a nice meal. But I am a truthful person. If you were to fight on your own accord, then I would accept you, but for you to have been tricked, I wouldn't feel right taking your life for something that isn't even real.
It was a good point to make. Shinto knew it was true. Why would Unzoku lie, unless he felt a fear for his life? During the whole time he knew this person, he had never seen the Demon King show fear, not even to his creator Imortui. That was an even more ridiculous thought. How? Shinto shouted. How do you know about my brother? Why would you even know about him? And it better be a good answer. I don't care if you're stronger than me. Right now I saw you kill what I believe was my brother with my own eyes, and if I don't get a good answer, I will do everything in my power to take you down. Hearing these fighting words from the champion, Unzoku couldn't help but chuckle, and for a second he thought about saying it was all made up, because the thought of going against them and finally eating the champion was so sweet in his mind. Yet it was true what he said before. He felt it was wrong for him to go against someone who was tricked.
You know very well that Imortui has been keeping track of the celestial world, Unzoku stated. I'm sure, although you haven't been part of the planning, that you know what he has planned. On top of that, you should know that the one that had put out a hit for Hinto was one of the other demon kings who was upset after his little outburst. Anyway, it turns out that Hinto had been working for the Celestials. They nabbed him away, and he has somewhat been working as a hitman for them.
Now, Chris was starting to understand a bit about what had happened that time they had faced Hinto.
You see, that's what these Celestials do. They just play with the lives of everyone without thinking about others' connections or consequences. They trick us and force us to do their bidding. Sure, you might say that we are doing the same thing, but we are only here because they sent us here in the first place. If it wasn't here, then it would have just been another place. Eventually, they would have found a problem with you as well. This is why we are rising up, to get rid of the ancient ones who treat all of our lives like nothing. The fact is, it is impossible for Hinto to be here, because our recent information stated that he was already dead.
Shinto's heart started to thump louder. It was so strong, it was almost painful. Although he couldn't see it, around his heart small black flames were appearing.
That's why as soon as I saw Hinto here, I knew it had to be a trick. Do you think it's a coincidence that there are invaders that we have never seen before here today? In all of the time we have been here, there has never been anyone but the Chrono. Think about it. Do these people even look like inhabitants to you? If it was my guess, these guys might have even been sent by the Ancient Ones to get rid of us.
After finishing his sentence, the werewolves behind Unzoku howled into the air, and that's when Unzoku decided to howl into the air himself. He lifted his face, and even before he started to let out any noise at all, the entire pit started to shake. Even Chris and Hickle had to try and rebalance themselves. The shaking was more intense than they had felt before. The low bass was affecting them, and it was almost as if they were unable to hear the howl. It was let out from Unzoku's mouth, screaming in an incredibly low pitch. As the sound resounded, the werewolves started to kneel down. Their bodies started to change. The werewolves were already big for their size, but their muscles looked as if they were growing bigger, ripping out from part of their skin. Flesh and fur could be seen mixed into each other, their limbs having gotten longer and bigger. These no longer looked like fantasy creatures from Earth, but instead creatures that would have been from hell. Their eyes grew incredibly large, covering most of the sides of their face, all glowing red. The howl! It must have given all the other werewolves a boost, Hickle thought, just like the boost of an alpha. At the same time, Chris thought the Demon King was making it clear as well. It was either he could fight with them or against them, and Unzoku was just giving a taste of what they would have to go against. Shinto had made his decision. Bending his legs, he leaped up from his position and landed in front of Unzoku. Then, pivoting his feet, he swirled around and now was facing both Chris and Hickle. It looks like we have a tough fight on our hands, Chris said. I think tough is an understatement, Hickle said. With his hands, he ripped off the clothing from his body, and the armor as well, leaving only a pair of trousers on his body. Now it revealed his entire body, and the strange dark red patterns could be seen all over,
patched in certain areas. "I think you have the right idea. We have to go all out from the beginning," Chris also said, as his body started to transform. While doing so, the beast armor he was wearing was expanding on his body as well, rather than breaking apart. It was specially made beast armor for his type. After all, being who he was able to get certain crystals that would help him out. Chris had finished his transformation, and he was in his full werewolf form.
"Now this is interesting. I never thought I would see one ever again," Unzoku said.
The time had finally come for both Hickel and Chris to not hold back. They were unable to in this situation, and the first thing that Hickel did after he transformed was unleash his blood aura into the air. It went up like an arrow, crashing up high out of the pit. He had covered his whole body in aura, as if trying to perform some type of ritual, while sending only the top bit out of the pit. Meanwhile, Chris had fully transformed into his werewolf form. Him being a naturally tall and large person meant that his werewolf form was taller as well. Next to these werewolves in the red space, Chris found himself around the same size as them, only they were of a different shape, with a far bigger upper body. Yet for some reason, Chris didn't look any lesser than them, especially with the armor that was covering his body. It was mainly chest and shoulder guards, allowing his arms to freely come out and be on display.
"This," Unzoku said, looking at Chris in particular.
Although he was curious about the energy that had come from Hickel, he was far more fascinated by Chris, because he knew exactly what he was. With his large nose, Unzoku took a sniff for a few moments. Even if his eyes would fail him, then he was sure that his sense of smell wouldn't.
"You are... I thought they had all disappeared into the golden space. If I had known, then I would have tried making contact with you earlier. Makes me wonder if you are from the other side, and looking at you, I wonder what bloodline you are from," Unzoku asked.
Chris was hesitant to go in for the first attack, due to the army of werewolves that were around him. However, he was even more confused by what Unzoku was even saying. "I guess, our similarities in appearance, he must know a lot more about this werewolf stuff than me. Not that I could care less. I was forced into having this type of body, and all I need to do is use it to get out of this situation," Chris thought. This was no time for standing around, as it looked like the others had made their first move, and by others, it was the group of deadly werewolves that had transformed. They began to run across the floor, their limbs being a lot looser than before. The legs seemed to be the driver in their movement, as their arms dragged across the floor, but as they did, they made quite the deep scratches along the floor. "How do you want to divide this up?" Hickel asked. Chris looked at the werewolves, the big guy, and also the champion. They all looked too much, and there was a lot for him to deal with. Due to his powers, he felt like he only had two options. I have a feeling that the big wolf might go easy on me. It seems like he has a lot of questions for me, so there might be something I can find out." Chris dashed forward. He was heading right towards the werewolves that were coming at him, and he was a little bit faster than them. With each step, as Chris got closer, he was starting to feel something. His heart was thumping stronger, not in a painful way either. With each beat, a surge of energy was sent out to his body all the way to his fingertips. His senses, his muscles, everything felt lighter and sharper. Never before when fighting had he felt like this. It was almost similar to an adrenaline rush, or the fourth stage of ki he would use, but he wasn't currently using that either. Unzoku was watching things carefully, wondering how this could be. For one, based on the form and the evolution that Chris currently was at as a werewolf, he didn't look like he would be faster than these glutton-class werewolves he had created for the red space. Werewolves, just like vampires, could also evolve, but when they did, they evolved into different classes. These classes, at times, had quite a bit of differences from each other, from the way a werewolf would look to their abilities and even certain speaking traits. The glutton-class werewolf was a class that could be offered to only a few that would meet the requirements. Due to the nature of the Red World and how Unzoku wished to create a powerful army, every werewolf that was in the Red World, apart from himself of course, was of the glutton class. Although Chris was a werewolf, he had originally thought he was just that, yet it had selected his class. After all, it was quite clear, based on the power that was coming from him, that he hadn't done werewolf things per se. The gray fur and the strength that's rising with him. This is not good. I should have noticed it sooner. This means he's a shapeshifter class, and the special trait of the shapeshifters is a boost in power the more werewolves there are in the area. A werewolf class that is meant to come out on top compared to the others. For a moment, Unzoku thought of the worst that could happen, but he quickly disregarded that fact. His werewolves had just received a boost in power from him, and they had been feasting on the strong Chrono for a number of years. How could they be lesser than a werewolf he hadn't even heard of? I trust you, Chris said, as he bent down and leaped up with all his might. The ground beneath crushed under his feet as he suddenly disappeared out of view. Using their noses, they could tell the smell was coming up from above, and looking up, Chris was halfway up the pit from a single jump. The rest of the werewolves were ready to do the same. They couldn't jump as high as Chris had done, but they could still jump up and climb the sides, and as he fell back down, they would strike then. Many had their eyes locked on Chris when through the air. They could see large balls of blood aura. There were hundreds of them just there in the air. On the ground, Hickle's markings had lit up, and his hands were raised above his head. Seeing the werewolves, he had a big smile before swinging them down. At the same time, the large red balls fell from the sky, and it was almost impossible for the werewolves to avoid them due to how many of the red balls there were. The red aura hit the werewolves, but when hitting the skin, it did next to no damage, even though it was a powerful condensed aura. What Hickle was using right now was absolute blood control. It was how he was able to control so much blood and use so much blood aura at the same time. What he was using was similar to the 1,000 blood swords, yet the condensed energy was made into the shape of swords for a reason, to try and deliver as much as possible. Yet Hickle had chosen something that suited him more. He snapped his fingers, and at that moment, all of the ball's aura lit up before they exploded at once, all at the same time. A large explosion filled the entire pit, and it was shaking just as much as when Unzoku had entered the place. There was a reason for Hickle's crude appearance. It wasn't due to the fact that Vincent's experiment had failed. It had very much succeeded, but for it to improve Hickle's strength by leaps and bounds, they needed him to have a power that was a lot stronger than just absolute blood control. Absolute blood control did just that, allowing one to control blood aura freely, but Hickle had in mind using his abilities of explosive blood with absolute blood control. The main issue was that he needed to use his actual blood. Often, he would make small cuts on his hand, or rely on weapons that would have part of his blood in it. This was quite a big issue if he wanted to use both together, which was why there needed to be a change in his body as well, and this was the result. The markings were somewhat like permanent wounds on his body. When using blood aura, part of his real blood would seep through the markings, mixing in with his blood aura no matter when he used it, allowing him to use his explosive powers at the same time. "We are not the same as we were before," Hickle shouted. At that moment, breaking through the smoke, was the champion Shinto coming right at him. At the same time, as the smoke cleared up, Chris could be seen with his hand drawn back, right above where Unzoku was. Power was surging through Chris like never before, but he didn't let it get to his head. He already had a taste of the power that Unzoku had, which was why he was still powering his body with the key he always had. Breaking through the smoke, a glow could be seen surrounding his clawed hand, ripping through the air, and he was heading right for the Demon King. "Things are a lot more interesting than I thought," Unzoku smiled, revealing a row of his sharp back teeth. He moved his hand till it was directly aimed at where Chris was coming towards him. Then he flicked out his thumb. Just like the attack before, a large nail came shooting out and went straight towards Chris. Having seen the simple impact that a nail could have, rather than save the strike for Unzoku directly, he had no choice but to swing his arm and clash with the nail midair. All of this power, just from a simple flick of the nail, Chris thought. As he pushed against the nail, the two were being held up in the air as shockwaves of power swirled around the two of them. Unzoku, who had somewhat predicted this might happen, had another trick up his sleeve. The power in the air was swirling around, and it was heading for Chris. From the corner of his eyes, he could see and feel what was coming toward him.
The fur around Chris's body started to move back and forth as if it was underwater, but in reality, it was being soaked in his ki energy. Out from his arms, the energy blasted out and pushed away the red energy. The extra burst allowed for Chris's nails to break through the single nail and split it into several pieces. The attack continued forward, one part of the nail cutting through his hide and cutting part of his face, while the rest of the nail crashed into the outer wall behind him. Twisting his body, Chris then kicked the air with all his energy. There was nothing there. It was only the air, yet he had jumped off like there was some type of platform. Bursting him forward towards the wall, then off the wall, Chris jumped again, and now was coming at Unzoku from his side. I didn't just do nothing after what happened to Zero, Chris thought. The only thing I have left is my training. The thing that got me through everything was the goal to make myself stronger than before. If I can't beat those in front of me, then what the heck do I have left? After jumping off the side of the wall, Chris continued to move his legs, and each time they hit the air, he was getting another burst of energy, increasing the power around him. What he was using now was a mix of the second stage and third stage of ki. In the third stage, ki could be emitted from one's body. In the second stage, one could coat objects and items in ki, making them take shape. Using both of these things, Chris was able to create small invisible platforms of energy for him to kick off from, increasing his speed, his power, and his mobility while in the air. He could change directions with ease as well, and create barriers of defense for one to have to break through in order for an attack to hit him. The biggest drawback was that it used up a lot of ki to do this. Thankfully, Chris being who he was a person who had plenty.
Ha ha ha. So you dealt with a nail. Well, now let's see you deal with the real thing, Unzoku said, finally making a direct move himself. His hand swung back, and a large wind current could be felt. Just from the movement of his hand, a small gravitational pull had been created, breaking the ground beneath it. The fingernail that had been ripped off before had grown back, and now all of the nails had even extended into sharp, deadly claws. Chris blasted towards him, giving himself an extra boost, and at the same time, Unzoku swung his hand at the perfect time to hit Chris's body. The swipe had been made, and 5 large lines of white aura escaped from the nails. They ripped through everything, covering the entire air, until it hit the side of the wall, shaking the whole pit. If they weren't underground, and it was just some type of building, the whole place would have collapsed. Instead, though, a large chunk of the wall was now missing, with 5 lines that were in deep, too deep to see where the attack marks had even ended. The big question, though, was what happened to Chris.
I knew he wasn't a match for me, but I expected to feel some resistance. Was his power just for show?
Once again, when his eyes were playing tricks on him, it was time for him to use his nose, and doing so, he could still smell Chris was around somewhere. Like a flash directly in front of him, a red-furred wolf was seen. Before Unzoku could finish his thought, Chris had burst through the air and right into Unzoku's stomach. With all the extra power, all the strength Chris had, he knew that this attack, this surprise, might be the only clean attack he would get, so he needed to make the most of it. Chris's claws had dug deep into the abdominals of Unzoku, and the blast of power lifted Unzoku off his feet and sent his entire body flying back toward the cellar. His body hit the top of the cellar, breaking through and into the wall. Parts of the wall fell now, closing off the entrance that they had come from, along with Unzoku's body. Meanwhile, Chris was standing there just fine, without a single scratch on his body. The armor that surrounded him was glowing a slightly silver color, and that too started to fade down. Blood was dripping off from Chris's fur onto the ground, and he let out a big breath. Through the whole thing, he was holding his breath, trying his hardest to give it his all. That might only work once, Chris thought. He had used the 4th stage of ki, turning his body into the red werewolf form. With the added boost of power and his ki, the current Chris was the strongest he had ever been. Yet he was fearful of taking a head-on attack from Unzoku, which was why he had used the demon-tier armor he had in his possession. After the struggle of dealing with Eren and her armor, Chris knew how important beast equipment was in a fight.
Seeing how she had used its abilities so well, Chris was set on the task of creating an armor that could do the same thing. Working with his allies, Xenon as well as Logan, they were able to find a demon-tier beast that could create armor of the same caliber. At the right moment, Chris had phased through the attack, avoiding it completely, and then transformed into the red werewolf, making his speed go up an entire other level. The multiple bursts in speed and strength would be unexpected for Unzoku, and it had worked, allowing Chris to get a big hit. The rocks started to move slightly, and as soon as Chris saw that, he started to swing his hands rapidly. Claws of aura were sent through the air, a barrage of them right at the rocks. They were being sliced up as it was hitting whatever it was trying to move from underneath them. Chris continued to swing his arms one after another, until another nail was shot out. It broke through the aura of strikes. As it headed towards Chris, he swung both of his arms, hitting it and causing it to crash into the ground. In his Stage 4 form, he was more powerful than before, allowing him to block it a lot easier.
"It seems that I'm learning new things every day," Unzoku's deep voice said. "A gray furred shapeshifter that can turn their fur red. Now that is something that I've never seen before. I can't wait to tear you limb from limb and find out what you are."
Standing there wasn't a scratch on Unzoku's body, making Chris wonder how he was going to win this fight. Before Chris and the Demon King started to battle head-to-head, Hickle had displayed his newly found powers, mixing in his blood with his absolute blood control. He had created fist-sized blood balls that came raining down on the enemy werewolves and blew up the entire area. It was filled with smoke for a few moments. When the smoke started to settle, there was one person in particular who had come out wielding both axes by the side of his head.
"Tell me, what did you guys do to Hinto?"
Shinto shouted at the top of his lungs as he swung the axe towards the vampire. He quickly shifted and moved out of the way. He saw an opening, and Hickle struck 4 times in one at his side. The hits were heavy, filled with great power, as a red aura could be seen coming out from the other side, but Shinto's body was completely solid, and it hadn't even moved him. It was a surprise for Hickle. One of the axes swung from the top, heading towards Hickle's head. "This Chrono, he's fast, just as fast as me. It's no wonder he was the only person that was guarding that place. It's because he was the only one needed. He would have been able to get rid of all the Chrono by himself if need be." Raising both of his hands, his palm open, a red aura spread out and exploded with force. It sent Hickle and the axe back. The two skidded across the floor. Using his explosion power so close was still bad for him, and burn marks could be seen on his face. Thankfully, he could heal small wounds like that, and his skin was going back to the way it used to be. From his right, though, suddenly a large claw came right at him. It was a werewolf claw. Immediately, Hickle grabbed the wrist, but could feel the great strength behind the werewolf. "These werewolves, they're a lot stronger than the ones I faced in the past." Looking at the werewolf, Hickle noticed something that was even stranger, and that was the limbs that were on its body. They had stretched out from the open flesh that could be seen. The muscles had extended, and now the arm was almost twice as long. Never had he seen a werewolf do something like this before, and Hickle could only imagine it was due to the influence of the power from Unzoku that he had used on them. Still, he didn't have much time to think about what was happening, as other werewolves were jumping towards him from another side. Lifting up his leg, he let out a sidekick, and a ball of blood aura left his foot. It slammed into the werewolf's chest and exploded, sending it flying back. "My attack from before managed to damage most of the werewolves, but they're just healing. Thankfully, the wounds were quite deep, so not all of them are in the condition to fight just yet, but only a couple of them died after my attack. Fighting against them and the champion is going to be extremely difficult." Hickle could already see that Shinto had lifted his axe and was charging up with a large strike. "You damn Celestials! Why would you take him from me?" Shinto screamed and slammed his axe on the floor. Still holding on to the other werewolf's wrist, Hickle had no choice. He used his aura and let off another explosion at close quarters. The werewolf's entire claw was destroyed and fell off from its wrist, while it fell on its back. Hickle's own hand wasn't in good condition either,
as it was extremely bloody. The whole point of getting the blood control skill was so I didn't have to use my powers at such a close range and suffer from the blowback, but here I am being forced into these situations. With two open palms again, Hickle started to move them in a circular motion and created two large circles of red aura. He then pushed it forward, and two vortexes of blood aura went right towards the axe strike. As it hit, they both collided, and the red aura exploded, giving it an extra boost of power. However, it wasn't enough, and the axe strike continued. The axe strike had hit Hickle right in the chest, creating a large, deep cut diagonally across his chest. Behind Hickle on the wall, the same large diagonal strike was seen, with a small gap where Hickle's body had hit the strike. Fuck! Hickle grabbed his chest as blood splattered out and onto the ground. The strike hadn't gone right through him, but it was a large and deep cut that would take a while to heal. I'm glad you didn't die from that, because I have so many things I want to ask you damn Celestials, Shinto said. Hickle thought for a second about denying being a Celestial, trying to talk his way out of the situation, but he wasn't really in a position to do that, and it didn't look like the champion would be willing to listen to him either. The beings on this planet, this champion, that demon king, this isn't even Immortui that we are going up against, Hickle thought. I can't believe it. For how long did vampires feel they had the right to rule because they were on top of the food chain? If they saw this, those stubborn vampires would quickly realize how over their heads they really are. I think I might even be in over my head for this one. We are meant to help Quinn. How the heck are we meant to do that when we're dying right now? Even after receiving a big blow, there was no time to recover. After Shinto had done such a large attack, now 6 of the werewolves had leapt up in the air and were heading right for Hickle. You mutts, you were always good at striking when you sensed a moment of weakness, Hickle said. Blood aura had been gathering in his hands, and as it condensed, it started to take shape. It wasn't a completely solid form like a sword. Instead, it was flexible. I don't like using creations that have been made by leaders of the past, but I haven't had time to come up with my own yet, so I'm just going to have to borrow this for now. In both of Hickle's hands were 2 blood whips. He swung them out, hitting the werewolves across their chest, and as they hit, explosions went off, sending them away. But he wasn't just going to swing at once. Hickle continued to swing the whips. While doing so, lines of blood aura would come out through the end, so even if the blood whip wasn't hitting them directly, the aura could be sent out, and with Hickle's powers, large explosions were going off, hitting the werewolves one after the other. The red strikes also went toward Shinto, who would swing his axe, hitting them and breaking them apart. Although he broke the aura, he was unable to stop the blood explosion ability. Each time he used his axe to break the several red strikes, he was being hit by the explosions, one after the other. Yet he still looked absolutely fine. His body was intact, not suffering from these small attacks at all. Something like this wouldn't have been able to take out my brother, Shinto shouted. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the werewolf that had been hit by Hickle's explosion earlier was just about to get up. To his side, though, there was a large purple circle on the ground. From underneath, a hand reached out and went right through the werewolf. A hand held on to the heart of the werewolf, and soon flames started to melt the heart until there was nothing there. It seems like both of them are losing, whether I like it or not. I might have to join this thing and turn the tides. For now, though, I'll continue taking these guys out one by one, while no one notices me, Russ thought. The giant pit was the size of a few large arenas that had been put together. At first, it didn't quite make sense due to how few people there were in the cellar, but as they found out that the cellar was used for more people, it made some sense. When the fighting started, it made even more sense. Since large-scale skills, deadly weapons and werewolves were all battling against each other nearly every day. Yet never had the large pit taken a beating like it had done today. The pit looked nothing like it had looked before. It was completely destroyed, left, right, and center. There were large holes in some places, creating another pit. At the same time, the perfect circle hole now had all sorts of different shapes as part of the wall was destroyed, and more importantly, there seemed to be no longer any exit. The cellar that led to the staircase, heading to the outside, had been destroyed and was covered in rubble. Due to all the fighting going on, it had collapsed completely. Now, the only clear entrance they could see was the hole above them. For a moment, Chris was looking up at the large hole above, wondering how long it would take for him to escape out of here, or if he would be stopped before that even happened. Having these thoughts in his head, even for a split second, he felt ashamed of himself. He looked in front of the Demon King Unzoku, who was completely unharmed. He only had a few pieces of rubble on his skin that fell off. The power of his steps would cause the ground to vibrate slightly, shaking off everything that was on his body. Hickel is doing a good job keeping the werewolves off my back and that champion busy, which means that I need to do my part as well. Before Unzoku could say anything, or gather his surrounding energy, Chris ran forward. Instead of running in a straight line, though, he was using his ki to create platforms, and it looked like he was pouncing from side to side in the air. He pounced quickly from one area to another, going across Unzoku's side, and let out his claws to rip through the side of his skin. Not checking how much damage had been done, or whether or not Unzoku was in a position to strike, Chris pounced again, striking the Demon King back this time. Like a pinball, Chris was bouncing all over Unzoku's body and was letting his claws do the work. The direct physical attacks were doing the most damage, as he could feel his claws ripping through the skin. I have to keep attacking. I have to keep moving as much as I can, Chris thought. He was just focusing as he attacked whatever he could see. Moving as fast as he could, even what he was seeing was a relative blur to Chris. He was unable to process it, yet he was attacking by instinct with all of his power. I can feel it. The energy around me is moving. That means he's planning to attack, Chris thought. His armor started to light up, and just as Chris had guessed, Unzoku's claw was swung out. It completely missed as it went through the air, destroying more of the arena around them. You really are an interesting one. I am no slower than you, yet you are still able to avoid my attack, Unzoku said. Despite missing all of his attacks, despite being hit non-stop for the last minute or so, there wasn't even a hint of worry in his voice, but Chris had to ignore all of that. He couldn't hesitate. Thanks to my ki training, I can sense the energy in the air. The downside of the demon armor due to how fast the Demon King strikes, I have to activate the skill before he attacks. He hasn't noticed it yet, but the energy in the air changes just before he strikes, allowing me to use armor's skill, but if I get hit once, I'll be done for. The armor skill didn't have a cooldown time, but it did have a slight delay before it could be used. For most, those with normal eyes wouldn't be able to tell. It was only apparent in high-level fights, where every moment counted. It was an armor that was more meant to block large-scale attacks, ones that needed time to be prepared. But when one was going against an opponent, where every attack was a large-scale one, what was he meant to do? Chris continued on with his momentum, attacking again and again, and just like before, he could feel the energy moving and Unzoku going in for another attack. His armor lit up, phasing through the attack. As this happened, though, Chris quickly noticed the air was still moving. The arms of Unzoku were swinging rapidly again and again at where Chris was. Couldn't you tell? I've been going easy on you this whole time. I like to play with my meals, especially one as interesting as you, Unzoku said, continuing to swing his arms. Chris was disappearing and trying his best to move away, but he was being chased by the claws that were moving all over the place. For me, I have to bring out the best in you, push you until you are at your strongest, and then, and only then, when I eat you, I will grow. Having just phased through one attack, another claw came right down after it, and this time, Chris was unprepared. He swung both his arms out at the single claw. The strike had hit both of them, but Chris felt his organs being hit by the claw. His body was sent flying back in the air, and this time it was him who ended up crashing into the side of the wall. Crap, Chris said, as he coughed out blood. He had great internal injuries, and his body was trying its best to heal them as quickly as possible. If he was hit by one more attack of the same caliber, he would be done for. I can just tell by your smell, Unzoku said, as he stood there still in the same position. It was only then that Chris realized something. All of the attacks he had dealt so far, all of them had been healed, and there wasn't a scratch on his body. On top of that, he had never moved from his position, even while striking at Chris.
I think you can tell now that there is a huge difference between our levels, Unzoku said. You see, it's not because I am first, or because I have support from Imortui. You should know that others are capable of surpassing the original. Look at the vampires' history themselves. But there is an important aspect of us werewolves for us to get stronger, and that is, we need to eat the strong. We have unlimited potential and can continue to grow and grow as long as we eat you. Yet you refuse to. With that, you will never grow stronger.
Chris started to move out from the rubble, but as he did, he noticed his armor was cracked. It started to fall to pieces on the ground. The demon tier armor he was using to phase through the Demon King's attack had broken. Now, the only thing that could be seen was the red fur on Chris's bare chest. The armor that I worked so hard for. No, not just me, but everyone worked so hard on getting the armor to help me, and it's gone just like that, Chris thought. Beast armor, when broken, could be broken into two different states, one of them just being a damaged state. If that was the case, then crystals could still be used to repair them, but usually one at the same level would have to be used, to the point where most thought it was pointless. Of course, a demon tier armor with a special active effect like this would be worth it, but the way the armor had been destroyed, it was gone. It had broken down into particles, and there was no way for the armor to be repaired, now in the state it was. The armor didn't have a repair function like some of the traits of Quinn's armor. It had disappeared completely now, and with it, a lot of hope that Chris had in the fight had gone. How am I meant to beat him now? If I was unable to beat him before with the armor, my current form, it can't last much longer either. I can't help but think that this fight is hopeless. It was frustrating, extremely frustrating. All the training Chris had done, all the preparation he had done, to be defeated like this, and what was worse was the fact that his opponent wasn't finishing him off. He was still standing in the same position as if he was waiting for Chris's body to heal. How did he get so strong? How can I get stronger, strong enough to beat him? Chris started to think as he stared ahead. While staring, his sensitive ears could pick up the sound of groaning to his side. He turned his head, and to his right, he could see a chrono still stuck up against the wall. The red energy was still pushing them against the wall. Some had died due to stray hits, explosions, and so on, but there were a few that still survived, and still had a strong will. They were trying even now to escape. A way to get stronger. This thought was still strong in Chris's head, and while looking at the chrono, he remembered the words that Unzoku said. As a werewolf, in order to get stronger, I need to eat. I need to eat strong, Chris thought. The chronos that had survived were indeed strong, and with Chris having never consumed anything of this strength before, he could only imagine what the results would be if he was to feast on the chronos that were still there, still alive. Without realizing it, as these deep thoughts had entered his head, saliva was dribbling out of the side of his mouth, and this didn't go unnoticed by the Demon King. He could see the look on Chris's face. Having lived as long as he had, he knew that look well.
Yes, that's it, Unzoku thought. That's exactly what you need. Give in to your instincts. As werewolves, we always wish to grow stronger, to prove ourselves. It's natural, and the best way to do that is to feast. You have been holding yourself back for too long. I can't wait to see what you will become. You, who are already stronger than all of the glutton-class werewolves. If you were to feast, would you perhaps evolve even more? If then, will you be somewhat of a match for me? And if that was to happen, and I was finally able to feast on you, then even I will outgrow Imortui.
Hickle had created the Blood Whips, one of the creations of the past vampire kings that had absolute blood control. In the past, the book was passed from king to king, and with it, all of the skills that the past kings had created would be passed on as well. The book had disappeared, though, so Hickle never thought that if he did get the same power of absolute blood control, that he would also gain the knowledge of all the old skills that had been created. However, Richard Eno had recorded them all down himself. The information was passed to Logan, which in turn was passed to Vincent. With that, He was also able to pass it all on to Hickle. Yet despite that, even with the blood whips, it was still proving incredibly difficult for Hickle to fight. Running forward, the whips swung left and right, hitting the werewolves before they could reach him. Most had hit, but the werewolves were fast and agile creatures. One followed from behind, while another slid across the ground underneath the whip. "Remember, these whips aren't the only thing I have." Hickle had also surrounded his body, and had, following along with him, several fist-sized balls of blood. They would be the next to target the werewolves instead. Still, the main problem wasn't the werewolves, it was Shinto. In the air, with the axe above his head, Hickle thought Shinto was an easy target. He swung the whip out to hit Shinto, who just swung the axe right at the whip. When the axe touched the whip, part of the red aura broke off, making the whip shorter. It exploded, as it had done all the times before, yet Shinto was seemingly unaffected by the explosion and continued downward. What is his body made of to survive a direct hit? Not even condensed blood and my ability can hurt him. The wound on his body was taking a long time for him to heal as well, and he couldn't afford to get hit again. Stomping his foot, Hickle created another explosion underneath, chucking up large chunks of rock in the air while running back as well. Watching the two fights and dealing with the werewolves as much as he could was Russ. It looks like the two of them can no longer fight these guys. Both of them are in trouble. I need to help, but which one do I help first? Russ thought. As this thought entered his head, he could feel the air changing once again, but it wasn't changing from Shinto or from the Demon King. It was from above. Looking up, Russ only saw a small figure, and suddenly it was right on the ground in the center of the pit. A small, human-shaped man. "Tenbris, what are you doing here?" Unzoku asked, and the tone of his voice didn't seem to be pleased at all. "I was sent here by Imortui. Seems like something is going on after all." Tenbris, one of the Demon Kings and one of the two right-hand men of Imortui, said. A new person had entered the pit, and as soon as he started speaking, it almost felt like everything had frozen. None of the werewolves were moving in for the attack. The champion also was just holding on to his axes. Hickle and Chris were taking this time to recover, since both of them had received pretty serious wounds. It wasn't smart for them to attack, and they wondered who this person could be that had caught the attention of everyone. From the outside, it looked like a male, but it didn't look exactly human, just like everything else they had seen in this world so far. Yet it was the first thing that was around a regular human in size. Wait a second, haven't I seen one of these things before? Hickle thought. The image soon came back to him. It wasn't from the red space they were in now, but it was back in the other world where they had come from. When they were on a rescue mission to get Jessica back from Magnus, that was when they saw them. The portal had been open for a short while, and demons started to appear. One of them that had appeared in front of the group looked exactly like what they were looking at now. It had a pair of wings that were folded up close to its body, but they weren't feathered wings. Instead, they were webbed more like a bat's. On a closer detail, though, the see-through hollow part made it look more like it had fish scales all over its body. The main thing, though, was the deep, dark blue skin on its body. Hickle's memory was right. What he was looking at now was one of the great demon races created by Imortui, a Freightland. They were the demons of the sky that were spread out on nearly every planet, and were also the highest in number compared to any of the other demon races. The person who had just landed was one of the Demon Kings, Tenbris. With his arms folded, he was observing the situation again. "Sent by Imortui?" Unzoku shouted with anger in his voice. "Do you think I would just believe your word? If he has something to say, he can always say it to me. And you know the rules. Each Demon King has free reign to do as they wish in their territory. So why are you getting involved in my business?" At first, when seeing the presence of a new strong figure, they thought that this was truly the end for them. But with the way the two were arguing, maybe this was the fracture and chance they needed. Tenbris let out a big sigh. "Do you really think I am bothered by what you do here?" Tenbris said. "You see, recently we have had a troublesome invader, and it looks like Imortui has gone to deal with him himself." Both Chris's and Hickle's ears popped up as soon as they heard this. If it was a recent invader, they could only think of one person. Shouldn't Quinn have already been here for a while, though? Hickle thought. Unless there is a time difference in this world and our world. I guess not every world is created the same. Still, it looks like Quinn hasn't gone head-to-head with him just yet. Tenbris was careful with his words because he could see that the champion was currently in the pit as well. If news got out that one of the Demon Kings had been defeated, then they would know that the invader was strong. "Deal with the invader himself?" Unzoku laughed. "How bored must Imortui be?" "Regardless," Tenbris cut him off, "I have been given orders to make sure that the champions don't act up, and if they do, then you have permission to devour them." This had come as an even bigger surprise to Unzoku. He knew how much Imortui treasured the champion's strength, stating that he wanted to use them in the up-and-coming war against the Celestials. However, he always thought that it might have been some type of an excuse, one that was to stop Unzoku's growth so he wouldn't get stronger than Imortui. So why now of all times would he be allowed to eat the champions? Unzoku was thinking about what to say because there was a hint of betrayal for a moment. Should I let him know about it? No, with the way Tenbris is, he would just kill him on the spot, rather than allow me to eat him. He's scared too, but then what about the others? I want to eat them too. If I'm able to eat all three of them, I wanted them to get to their peak, but it would be better to eat them now than to not eat them at all. Well, from the looks of things, there were some others that must have gotten in through the portal somehow, Tenbris said, lifting up his arms. From the ends of the arms, in the palm, a small swirling blue ball could be seen gathering. The ball's energy was getting dark, and the parts of the ground were lifting up. Let's get rid of them first. Out from his hands, two large dark blue vortexes of power came out. They headed in two separate directions, one going toward Hickle, while another went toward Chris. "No!" Unzoku shouted in his head. "If those attacks hit them, there'll be nothing left after the attack, and that attack it's impossible to avoid." Chris and Hickle could feel the power, and rather than try to attack straight on, it made more sense for both of them to move out of the way. They lifted their feet and tried to move, but the direction they were going was straight towards the attack. It felt as if they weren't even in control of their own body. "This attack, does it have some type of gravitational pull?" Chris thought. It was too late for both of them. They hadn't stored enough energy to try and combat the attack. They could only do their best to cover themselves to defend from the attack. "You are both useless," a voice said. A swift sound was heard cutting through the air, and the next moment, one of the blue vortexes, the one in front of Hickle, had completely disappeared into nothing. Meanwhile, the other blue vortex had crashed into the side of the wall, destroying everything in its path, and was continually burrowing its way through the wall like a ground-eating worm. "Oh, there was one more of you hiding," Tenbris said. Standing in front of Hickle was none other than Russ, with the black sword in his hand, and next to Hickle, Chris was there as well. Moments before the attack had hit, Russ had used the shadow powers to transport Chris from there to here. He had to do it quickly, so he could use the black sword, as it would make his own ability void when using it as well. "And I thought I was the bad one," Russ said. "Don't you think the numbers are a bit unfair? I just want to make things a little more even." Out of all of the people to appear and save them in their current situation, they had never expected Russ to appear. Quite honestly, both Chris and Hickle had even forgotten somewhat that Russ was even with them, since they hadn't seen him in battle and were too concerned with their own fights. The thing was, in this world, where Russ had no one to help him and no way out, he needed to help the only few that were on his side. He just wouldn't risk his life doing so, but having watched everything, he calculated it was better to have them alive than dead. With the attack from Tenbris going in two directions, he needed to act fast. At the same time, he didn't exactly know how strong the attack was, so the safest bet was to use the newly acquired sword he had with him. Swinging it through the attack, it had done what it always did, and that negated the attack, stopping it completely. After using the sword, he quickly placed it back in the scabbard. A few words were said, but in truth, Russ was keeping up certain appearances. Hickle, standing from behind, had noticed something, that his back leg was shaking. "What's wrong? The attack didn't hit him, did it? So what's happened?" Hickle thought. On the other hand, The fact that a person was able to block Tenbrus's attack like it was nothing, he was cautious about his next move and looked at the person, wondering if he recognized them or not. "Ah, now I see," Tenbrus said, his expression changing to one of confusion back to his calm self. "That sword. I should have recognized it a lot sooner, but to be honest, I am surprised that you are able to wield it freely. Either way, that sword's a double-edged sword in the first place." "Does he know?" Russ thought. At the moment, Russ felt like it was quite possible that he would pass out. Either that or he would throw up all over the place. His head was banging with pain after using the sword, and he had only done so once. "I warned you, didn't I?" the sword said. "There was a reason why I was always in that girl's possession." There'd been times when others had used the sword before, but most of that was in the past, before it became Layla's personal possession. Back then, much of its power was dormant. When the power of the sword was dormant, only the part where the blade would be hit would block abilities. As Layla started to draw out more power from the sword, it was becoming more active and was able to do more things. Creating an area where abilities don't work, blocking out attacks within a certain radius, and negating attacks as long as they were connected to the source completely. However, all of this came with a cost, and it was at one's mental capacity. When using the sword's powers, the users would feel emotions throughout their bodies. Memories that weren't theirs would appear, and they would feel great pain over those that died. Quinn had broken the seal from the sword, putting his own mark on it when he was a Celestial, and although it subdued a lot of these feelings, allowing Layla to use it as a normal sword, if anyone else tried to draw out its power, they would suffer the same effects as before. Layla was a Hanya, a creature that fed off negative emotions for its powers in the first place. So she was used to it, and in turn, using the sword in a way powered her. For Russ, it wasn't the same. Yet he was handling it better than most who would try to use the sword. Perhaps it was because of his own pain and his own dark memories that he harbored. He could withstand it a little, but not completely. "If he knows about the sword, then I won't be able to use it as freely," Russ thought. "But I'm sure these guys have no idea what I can do with my powers, and they will have no idea about what this Godslayer bracelet can do either." Tenbrus continued to look at the three intruders. Two of them were extremely worried about the current situation. They were fearful even before he had arrived. He could see that. So then why was the person who suddenly appeared with the black sword still brimming with confidence? Or was he just too insane to care? This was natural for Tenbrus's nature. He was too cautious. It was at a standstill, but one side felt a lot more confident than the other. That was until something happened. Hickle suddenly looked up. He could feel something coming from the top of the pit. That was the signal," Hickle said. The message had been delivered. It meant that the others had found Quinn, but at what time? They were meant to be there to support Quinn, but if they left here, with these guys on their backs, then wouldn't they just be bringing him more trouble? They would be bringing enemies that they themselves were unable to beat. "Huddle up!" A voice was heard in all three of their heads, and it was one they had heard before. Not hesitating for a moment, all three of them bunched up together. Suddenly, another person appeared. "It looks like the three of you got yourself in quite a pickle," Syl said. "I would love to leave them with something, but we need to go." Tenbrus, who saw the man just appear, had a bad feeling about what was about to happen. "Stop them!" he shouted, as his whole body was covered in a dark blue force. It spread to the entire ground, forcing all of the werewolves' heads to slam to the floor. They were unable to move, and the ones that he was trying to stop had already disappeared. Syl had teleported them out of the pit. Escaping with the others, Syl continued to teleport until they were a distance far away, and they were on a different planet altogether compared to the one they were at before. Now they were in the middle of a desert of some kind. "Oh, we're alive! We're alive!" Hickle said, falling to his knees. It was the first time the others had even seen him act this way. His composure had completely broken down. It was the most intense situation he had ever been in his life, so he felt like it was okay to act like this for a little bit. "I'm sorry, but you all need to get ready. I'll heal you up, and then we need to go. Get ready," Syl said. They were wondering, was it possible that Syl and the others were in an even worse situation?
Tenbris screamed in anger, and as he did, part of his body was slowly changing. Scales were appearing around his skin on the outside, and dark blue energy all around the pit was continuing to increase. The strong glutton werewolves from before were being pushed deep into the ground. They were unable to get up, even using all of their strength. There were only two standing, Unzoku and the champion.
"Tenbris," Unzoku shouted. "They are already gone. If you continue to ruin this place, then you'll have to face me. You know I'm not afraid of you."
Swirling energy was now emitting off from Unzoku as well, and the two energies, as they were colliding in the air, were sparking off from each other. They were creating a type of storm that was even consuming the space where the energies collided. The first to back down from the two of them was Tenbris, pulling his energy away. Unzoku did the same. Tenbris's body also reverted back to normal. In the end, there was no enemy to fight. "The two of us need to talk for a bit. I think it's best if you set this place back up the way it was from before and continue your little experiment," Tenbris ordered. Agreeing, Unzoku saw the werewolves standing up, as well as the few chronos that had survived. There were only 6 of them. The werewolves were looking at them with hungry eyes, but the chrono, even though their lives were on the line, couldn't even lift their hands up.
"Shinto," Unzoku shouted, "clear up the cellar and get the chrono back in. Bring in a new group as well. As for the rest of you, scream back up until the next night."
The chrono had managed to survive another day, and with another group coming, their chances of surviving for longer had increased, but it also meant that more of their kind were going to die. "Wait!" Shinto shouted. "I still have questions about what happened to my brother. What happened to Hinto and the Celestials?" Immediately, Unzoku turned to him, glaring at him with his ferocious, glowing red eyes.
"I have told you far more than you deserve for what you have done. Now do what I said."
Seeing this interaction, Tenbris wondered if there were problems between the two. Shinto also understood what Unzoku was saying well. Quite easily he could declare that the champion was a traitor, and then he would have to try to go up against 2 demon kings at once. Against one, maybe he had some small hope of a chance, even if it was less than 1% at winning, but against 2, there wasn't even a sliver of hope. Because of that, Shinto did as he asked. He went to the chrono first, gathering them and telling them to stay behind him, while the werewolves started to crawl back up the pit. The 2 demon kings had changed location. Out of the pit, they were in a large Roman-inspired hall. The floors were tiled with special stone, and there were giant pillars all over the place. The ceilings were incredibly tall, as if they were made for giants to stay in as well. They had eventually entered a room. It looked like some type of art gallery, as there were paintings all over the place, mostly with werewolves. There was one seat in the back of the room, made out of chalk-colored stone, although parts of it were dyed red with blood on it. It was the perfect fit for Unzoku as he sat down on it, while letting Tenbris continue to stand. "Ha! Of course you would create a place for yourself where you feel like you're king," Tenbris said.
"Just get on with why you are here and leave," Unzoku replied.
"I already told you I have orders to stay here by Imortui, so I won't be going anywhere. You see, the situation has changed. I didn't want to say anything in front of the champion from before, but the Demon King Kronker has been killed." No longer did Unzoku think this was just a small matter, and now he somewhat understood why Imortui might have been dealing with this invader with his own hands. The Demon Kings all had similar strengths. They somewhat knew who was perhaps stronger than them, but because their strengths were similar when fighting against each other, they would never go to the death, because they knew if they did, they might lose a lot more than they gained from the fight. Not just that, but there were those other strong races created by Imortui that were ready to take their position at any time. If they won a large battle, then while weakened, another demon race could come and take their place. The current demon kings that had existed hadn't changed in a very, very long time, and that was why Unzoku knew that the invader had to be strong. "The one who did it is named Quinn. He is a vampire that Imortui has been keeping his eye on for a very long time," Tenbris explained.
"A vampire?"
Unzoku said. His upper lip had moved up, showing all of his sharp teeth. "Yes, of all things, a vampire," Tenbris smiled. "Based on the situation, there is a chance that if the champions and the inhabitants find out about this,
they could get the will to fight back again. Although Imortui believes we would have no trouble beating them again. After all this time of building up a strong army, for it to suffer before the big finale is a big no-no, so we need to make sure that they all stay in their place. Unzoku understood well. It wasn't the invaders they had to worry about, because they didn't have a strong effect on the local inhabitants, but the champions did. Anyway, while we are waiting to hear that Imortui has completed his deal, I will keep an eye on the champion. You have another task that has been given. You are to train up your werewolf army and prepare them. Imortui believes the vampires have long outlived their purpose, and as you can tell, they have become a bigger pain in the backside than he first envisioned. You are to go to the other world and eliminate every vampire. Memories came flashing into Unzoku's head as he heard this. Yes, we are telling you to complete the task that you once failed before, and you are not to fail this time, Tenbris stated.
Wait, how am I even meant to go back to the golden space? Unzoku asked.
Well, as you can see, there seems to be more than just one invader. They have somehow found a way in, so that means there must be a way out of this place. I would start with them. Just remember, you are not to leave a single one alive, Tenbris said. Chris, Hickle, and Russ had successfully escaped from their deadly situation. While Russ had next to no marks on his body at all, currently both Chris and Hickle were receiving healing from Syl. The group was still in the desert, in the middle of nowhere. There were next to no signs of life, and the sun was just starting to rise. The two didn't just have surface wounds, but also internal wounds as well, which needed quite a bit of focus even for Syl's healing skills.
You know, I could have done the same thing,
Russ said. He was annoyed at how much both Chris and Hickle had been thanking Syl, almost as if they had forgotten that Russ had just saved them back in the pit.
Since you guys have memories of Syl, I can practically use any of his powers. I could have teleported us out of that situation if we needed.
Wait, you could? Chris said, shocked to hear the news. He nearly jumped up, but Syl pushed him down, trying to force him to heal. There was a glowing light coming out of Syl's hand that was slowly going across his chest. I thought because of the sword you couldn't use power like that.
Are you an idiot? Russ smirked. How do you think I use my own powers? As long as the sword is in the scabbard, then it's fine.
Then why didn't you get us out of there? Chris asked. At the moment, Chris was finding himself in a weird state. He was acting out of character, and he realized it was due to the situation he was in. For a moment, he thought he was doomed, and the only way out was to feast on the others next to him. He thought those days were behind him. In order to get stronger in the past, he used the life-stealing technique taught to him by Zero. At the time, he didn't quite know what it was doing, but now there was no excuse. He never wanted to feel that way again, and for a second he had considered it, which was why he was extremely angry at himself.
You said we needed information, Russ replied. The whole reason why we stayed there in the first place was because we were trying to find out things from the Demon King. We met the Demon King, didn't we? Otherwise, what was the point of us staying there?
With the tensions high, Hickle decided it was best for them to change the subject after all. There were now more important matters for them to think about. Syl, we got the signal. You said you found Quinn. Where is he, and where are the others? Hickle asked. Actually, they are still there. It might be more correct to say we know where he is, Syl replied. I am just a clone. Just a clone? So how did you know how to get us? Hickle asked. I changed my abilities before creating another version of myself. I gave myself the teleportation powers to get you guys out of there if needed, telepathy to communicate with you, and healing just in case you guys were seriously injured. The group was glad to have someone as reliable as Syl on the team. I'll explain as much as I can, and when we're done, we'll be on the move, Syl said. Peter and Edvard had to trust Syl with this one, since he was the most likely to locate where Quinn exactly was. They were continually teleporting all over the place, trying their best to see if there were any signs of Quinn. Going to areas where there was noise or fighting that was occurring, and so far what they had witnessed was an extremely cruel world. Since Syl was going to areas where there were signs of fighting, they were witnessing people of the same kind battling against each other. In other areas, demons were playing games with others. On one occasion, they even saw these strange water creatures bouncing around to head to each other in the river. All of them had experienced war. They had seen death, but not like this. There wasn't even a war going on, and nearly everywhere they went, there were smiles on their faces as they did this. It wasn't fighting out of desperation or killing for the sake of survival. It almost looked as if they were doing this for fun. There were multiple situations where they saw this, that the group could have helped, but they didn't. They needed to stick to the task, and getting involved in small scuffles here and there wouldn't change a thing.
I'm getting really tired of going around all over the place and getting nowhere, Peter shouted.
Ignoring him, Syl teleported them all anyway. He didn't need the others touching him to teleport. It just used fewer MC cells that way. Since if they were touching, then it would count as just one person teleporting. When heading to the next location, they had entered what looked like some type of village. The buildings were crudely made and small, white in color, somewhat like a mud hut, only built with different materials, and just like many of the places they had entered before, this one was under attack as well. There were small creatures that looked human, only they had the half-face of a skull on top of their heads, and then there were larger creatures that had red crystals all over their body, concentrated on their back. It was the Scullies and the Durham-type demons. It was a village for one of the Scullies. The houses they had resided in were destroyed, and they weren't being killed, but instead captured. The Durham demons fired out crystals from their hands, stabbing the Scullies in the leg. The crystals would go right through and pin them to the ground like nails. Once a Scully was hurt enough, they would drag them and throw them into a red crystal cage that was on some type of floating platform. The floating platform and cages were following the Durhams around as they chucked Scully after Scully into the cages.
I need to get my frustration out. I can't take it anymore,
Peter said. As he ran away from the group, he leapt up in the air, and a Scully had fallen over. It was on its back while a Durham hovered above him. With his fist, Peter threw it out, hitting the Durham demon right in the chest. The whole Durham demon's body went crashing into the ground. The body bounced, and a hole was made in the demon's chest, and the crystals on its back shattered everywhere. The Scully couldn't believe that he had been saved by this stranger, and at the same time he had caught the attention of the rest of the demons. Getting up off the ground, the Scully went over to Peter. "Thank you for—" With a single hand, Peter grabbed the Scully by the neck and lifted it in the air.
"Where is Quinn?" Peter asked.
"I think Peter's gone mad," Edvard said, wondering what to do now.